I just casually recited. The enemy in front of me either escapes or is utterly defeated. The next second, I unexpectedly crossed over to the god-slaying world and even awakened the Super Beast armed agent system. The first choice I made was to become the agent of the Underworld King, but I was told that my energy was insufficient and was forced to become the agent of Fire Lin Fei. Seeing this, I was not only unflustered but also incredibly excited, because Fire Lin Fei is the strongest male protagonist in the national comic. Not only did he speed through 7 parallel universes in just a week, but even on the 8th day, the Snow Queen had to tie up her hair, and by the 9th day, he could manually create the illusion Lin meteor shower. At this moment, in the psychiatric hospital, Dr. Lin lit a match, threw it aside, and then asked, "What is this action called?" I casually replied, "Throwing a match." Dr. Lin frowned and said, "Isn't it called the fire cloud technique?" I was momentarily speechless and secretly cursed. Is this guy out of his mind? Dr. Lin was seriously recording. The patient's mental symptoms had somewhat alleviated, but their emotions were unstable. He then looked up and asked, "Tell me what you think about every day?" In fact, every time I close my eyes, I can see an old man with a turtle shell insisting on teaching me martial arts, and even a golden lion shouting that it wants to return my superpower lock. Even more ridiculous? I also dreamed of the Underworld King's fierce wolf and the Snow Emperor's white tiger. Every time I think of the Snow Emperor, I can't help but smile foolishly. I was pondering what to do about the Snow Emperor when Dr. Lin interrupted me, saying I showed signs of senile dementia. I was so angry that I gritted my teeth. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Is Dr. Lin there?" "I'm Lin Chie, here for a follow-up." A youthful voice came from outside the door. Dr. Lin was taken aback and looked down at his schedule. It was clear that it was Lin Chie's turn, and I had delayed him. But I was so excited. I had been waiting for Lin Chie's appearance all along, but had always missed him due to various circumstances. This time, I finally caught the opportunity. "What kind of expression is that?" Dr. Lin saw me looking like a hungry wolf ready to pounce and quickly called the security guard to protect himself. I said, "It's nothing. You'll soon find out what the effect of eating 3 boxes of manhwaecu original in a day is." Just as Dr. Lin and Lin Chie finished their conversation, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "Detection of Forbidden Ruins energy absorption in progress. Absorption complete. Consciousness connection established." My vision went dark, and I felt myself appear above a vast sky, with the 7 parallel universes within reach. "The Super Beast Agent God system has been bound. Please choose the god to be represented." I was overjoyed, pondering how to take revenge on this crazy doctor who made me eat 3 boxes. I would make him eat a pound, and he even used electricity on me, planning to zap him with a security guard's electric baton until he became paralyzed. But there were no gods in the Super Beast armament either, and the system stated that the Super Beast god is also a god. I was speechless, thinking to myself that you are the system, so you have the final say. It should be noted that the combat power in the Super Beast armament is calculated based on black holes, which sounds like it might be stronger than those Western gods. System prompt, please choose the deity to be represented. I decisively chose Hades, and the system responded, insufficient forbidden energy to represent. What about the Snow Emperor? The system still prompted insufficient forbidden energy to represent. I angrily said, then what do you want me to choose? I stomped my feet in anger, looking at the underworld warrior I had always wanted to represent, but everything was gray. Even the slender and handsome ones were gray. Only the character image of Fire Lin Fei was lit up. Doesn't that mean I can only choose Fire Lin Fei? Fire Lin Fei character binding completed. Initial bond value 0%. I rolled my eyes, thinking you are forcing me to choose him, right? Currently, the alien energy value is 0.05 black holes. The Mount Phantom Lin has not been unlocked. Skill Fire Cloud Technique Power 2%. Mental strength and physique have been enhanced. The character will increase the bond value according to the forbidden energy absorbed by the host, and the alien energy value in the body will increase with the bond value. When the bond value is full, the next character can be unlocked, and alien energy cannot be stacked. After completing the unlock, I can summon the deity. That's right, the host can freely switch between these characters without cooldown time. After unlocking 2 characters, a Super Beast God fusion can be performed, and if there is enough forbidden energy, the nebula body can also be unlocked. At this moment, a thought suddenly popped into my mind. This time, let me create a Phantom Lin nebula for you. Then I asked the system, how can I absorb the forbidden energy from others? The system responded, the host can continuously extract the forbidden energy from the body of the forbidden energy holder by getting close to them, and it is indicated that absorbing the forbidden energy from the other party is harmless to them. The beginner's gift pack has been delivered. Randomly selecting the basic skills of the 7 Super Beast Warriors, I obtained the Nightling Yun Protective Energy Cloud Bat Shield. Unlocking this character can unleash the true power of the Cloud Bat Shield. I suddenly stood up, not knowing what I was holding in front of me, and excitedly shouted, the Cloud Bat Shield. This can be called the hardest shield in the universe. Doesn't this put me in an invincible position? However, with the energy of the black hole here, they might not be able to handle it. Can I compress my power? At the host's request, the alien energy has been compressed to 1/10 of the 13th power, and the host can release it at any time. I thought to myself, now I can do whatever I want. The system specially reminded, host, please note that obtaining the Nightling Yun protective energy is not the true Cloud Bat Shield. Unlocking this character can unleash the true power of the Cloud Bat Shield. Got it. You're so verbose. I waved my hand a bit impatiently. The most important thing now is to find a powerful person from the Forbidden Ruins, or multiple owners of the Forbidden Ruins, and then follow them closely. Although I have compressed my power, I still need to work hard for the Illusion Lin Nebula. Of course, to improve myself, I definitely have to follow Lin Chie, but he is still a high school student. I can't just follow him around every day, even though I look quite handsome. So there is only one answer, to join the Night Watchers. This way, I can not only encounter powerful enemies and enhance my combat power but also absorb the Forbidden Ruins energy from them. The last thing left to do is to pluck out the few remaining hairs of this Dr. Lin. Suddenly, Dr. Lin's trembling voice pulled me back to reality. Chen Tian, put the table down. Dr. Lin's glasses were askew from fright, and his hand was shaking as he pointed at me. What Cloud Bat Shield? Put my desk down. It was then I realized I was standing on a bed, holding the table with one hand, which scared him so much that he called the security guard in. I then tried to clench my fist. Although there was only 0.05 black holes of energy in my body, I felt incredibly strong and light as a feather, easily lifting the 300-pound solid wood table with one hand. Chen Tian, are you okay? Dr. Lin asked with a look of terror. Ah, I'm fine. Just had a dream. I turned my head to look at the walls of the psychiatric hospital, which were covered in barbed wire. Then I looked down at myself, noticing a layer of translucent purple energy surrounding me. Oh, this is the protective energy? It's passively existing. That's amazing. What protective energy? The patient's mental state is extremely poor. The security guard is taking him to the electrotherapy room for immediate electroshock therapy. What electroshock? I retorted, seeing me approach step by step. Security guard 1 immediately grabbed the electric baton and poked it at me. Stop! Don't move! It turned out there was no power. Security guard 1 saw I was unmoving, bent down to fiddle with the switch, and poked the baton at me again. But I still didn't react. How strange. Security guard 1 muttered, turning to poke the baton at security guard 2 beside him. Security guard 2 was instantly shocked, convulsing all over, with one hand up and the other down, rolling his eyes and falling to the ground. Seeing this, Security guard 3 immediately started cursing. Are you crazy? Security guard 1 refused to back down. You curse again. I will curse. The two of them poked each other with the electric batons, sparks flying, and eventually both fell to the ground rolling their eyes, attracting a crowd of patients to watch. Lin Chie also peeked in, and I casually picked up the electric baton that the security guard had dropped on the ground and placed it on the table, still holding a pair of scissors that I didn't know where I had gotten from. Dr. Lin was so scared that he was almost out of his mind, swallowed hard, and shouted to the nurse, "Nurse, hurry and call the police." The nurse at the door finally reacted, quickly took out her phone to call the police. Fang Ming sat in front of Dr. Han and lowered his head. I'll give you two choices. 1, I'll cut your hair, and 2, I'll electrocute you to polio. Fang Ming thought to himself, if he chose scissors, it means he's afraid of electricity. This person must not cut his hair. If he chooses an electric stick, it means he wants to do the opposite, and the man will never cut his hair. If he chooses him neither, it means that he was born with an anti-bone, and this man must not have his hair cut. If he chooses him both, it means he is mentally ill, and the man should never get a haircut. Dr. Han gulped at that. I can choose to take thorazine, chlorpromazine, an antipsychotic drug. Dr. Han must now think he is having a mental hallucination, and the three security guards are stabbing each other with electric batons just like psychos. Fang Ming, hey? Then you eat it. Fang Ming took advantage of Dr. Han's effort to lower his head to take the medicine and took the electric stick, trying to turn the electricity down as much as possible so that it wouldn't affect his ability to see other patients. Because of the low current. Dr. Han just sat in his chair twitching slightly. Dr. Han fell headfirst right onto the table and Fang Ming picked up the scissors again and ran both through Dr. Han's hair, catching. A handful of hair was cut off. The patients at the door saw this and were so scared that none of them dared to come in for fear that Fang Ming would commit another offense and give himself a cut, and Lin Chie also leaned against the wall next to him along with the crowd. The man in a hospital gown off to the side spoke up. It's scary when this psycho commits a crime. Lin Chie nodded after hearing this, then the man looked at him again masked in black satin. Brother, you're mentally ill. This is a mental hospital, not an eye hospital. Lin Chie, I used to suffer from mental illness due to blindness and stress, and I'm here for a review. Man, oh. So when you say you use an electric baton, is the electric baton of the electric baton shattered by the electric baton of the electric baton, or is the electric baton of the electric baton shattered by the electric baton of the electric baton? Lin Xie. I'm not going to use an electric baton, that's dangerous. Hey, so what do you say? The man was just about to start asking the next question. Suddenly, fire cloud technique. X. Suddenly the crowd erupted in an uproar and, Vulcan descent? What? Isn't that Helios, the sun god? I think he's Superman, right? Forest ice fireman? What about his daughter-in-law Iceman? Lin Xie also rushed to the door and used his spiritual power to check out what was happening inside the house. This now caused Lin Xie to be stunned in place. While Lin Xie was exchanging words with the man, Dr. Han had already been woken up by Fong Ming's electricity, and he leaned against the wall in extreme shock, his legs bent in fear, and unconsciously stroked through the few hairs he had left, and found that they were already gone. The window of the previous office was smashed out of a large hole by a fireball, and the glass next to it was melted into water. Lin Xie, WC. What's this? Has he seen some god before? Fong Ming's display of supernatural strength made Lin Xie feel a few moments of curiosity, but more than that, he was terrified. What if this went out in case his family received harm? He could only pray that the police would catch this psycho soon. Fong Ming looked at the crowd that had come to watch. Against this kind of supernatural ability, it was obvious that ordinary police officers were no longer useful, and Fong Ming knew that soon he would be able to meet with the vigilantes, a big step closer to the goal of the Phantom Lin Nebula. He looked back in the direction of the teenager whose eyes were covered in a black forge with a kind smile. Older brother 7 Nights, I'll come find you. Lin Xie turned his head to look at the others, then pointed a finger at himself. Me? You're mentally ill you. After saying that, Fong Ming directly leapt down from the 3rd floor, and the crowd also flew towards the window, watching as Fong Ming directly leapt over the several meter high fence in one long leap. The mouth also kept chanting, I'm out, I'm out. Lin Xie? It's really sick. He then looked aside to Dr. Han, who was helped to his feet by a nurse, and with trembling hands pulled a can of aripiprazole, a drug for mental hallucinations, out of a drawer, poured out a dozen or so tablets, spilling many more on the floor, and picked up the thermos on the table for a quick drink. After a moment, he looked to the shattered window. WC, it's not an illusion. By this time the security guards on the ground were also gradually regaining their senses and getting up from the ground to maintain order among the patients. Lin Xie just wanted to go home at this point, coming for a review and bumping into such a supernatural psychopath who was clamoring for himself. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? But this review was important to Lin Xie, who would soon be going to school, so in order not to drag his aunt and brother down, he could only sit in front of Dr. Han with a stiff upper lip. Doctor, I'll come back. Who knew that Lin Xie had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Dr. Han. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. 7 Nights, I now believe what you said. That blazing angel you saw when you were a child is real, and the fire cloud decree and the cloud bat shield also exist. False, that's a mental hallucination you're having. Really? Fake? Really? Lin Xie. You're mentally ill, aren't you? Dr. Han immediately gave him a certificate of recovery, confirming that he had fully recovered from his mental illness. Lin Xie fell into deep thought as he looked at the psychiatric rehabilitation book that the psychiatrist had prescribed for him. Does this thing count? It would have to do for now, as he picked up his rehabilitation book and walked out of the office, then went upstairs to the office of the director of the mental hospital. Dean, it seems that Dr. Han of your institution has a mental illness. Do you see that this recovery book works? Chapter 4, Encountering Hong Ying and Zhao Kengcheng. Fong Ming, who had escaped from the hospital, ran and jumped through the streets. Finally the old man escapes. These doctors have to say that old me is mentally ill. If I didn't have a good heart, I'd smash up all your mental hospitals. In the old town of Songnan City, the streets are full of people coming and going, full of freedom. More than once, he looked at the tall fence from the mental hospital with fantasies in his mind. What was on that side of the fence he didn't know. All he knew was that inside the fence were a bunch of psychiatrists and a psychotic roommate who spanked him with a slingshot every day. Fong Ming stood on the street side hating everything. Suddenly a person who looked like a volunteer, with a red armband on his arm, greeted Fong Ming and gave him a big hug. Come on, everything will be fine. Fong Ming suddenly felt a warm current in his heart. There are still many good people in this world. He was walking casually down the street, but all the people were looking at him in a different way. How did this psycho get out? Go, this man looks mentally ill. Sunshine Psycho's security can be, how did he get out? Fong Ming. I'm not psychotic. Blanche. Being treated like a psychopath for 8 years by those doctors and nurses who escaped on their own and others still think they're psychopaths. Weeds. Mommy, are these words pronounced? Yang, light, essence, hospital, sick? Suddenly a little girl walked up to Fong Ming, pointing at the blue and white hospital gown she was wearing, and in a childish voice turned back to a young and beautiful woman. Ah, Mo, why are you just running around? You can't talk to random strangers. Besides, mentally ill people are dangerous. Fong Ming. It was thanks to this little girl that he realized that he was still wearing a hospital gown, so no wonder people were pointing and calling themselves mentally ill. Blanche. Passerby number 1, TSK TSK TSK. Too bad, not bad looking, just mentally ill. Passerby number 2, hey, who knows, what happened to this guy, it's pathetic. Passerby number 3 walked up, yeah, are you unable to find your home? Come on good boy, follow uncle will take you home. Fong Ming waved his fist, The crowd was taken a step back in fear, but did not make the slightest move to escape. Fong Ming cursed and took off the hospital gown he was wearing, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it fiercely twice. It's all you. It's all you. It's all you. The crowd watched as a man in a white undershirt and black pants stomped back and forth on a hospital gown in the corner, so they all stopped to watch. Seeing that more and more people were gathering, and his own look was indeed a bit awkward, Fong Ming then lowered his head and pulled his legs out to run. Suddenly, it crashed into the body of a voluptuous woman. Fong Ming directly squatted backward in an ass crouch. Damn, who is it? Not long for eyes. He got up and rubbed his ass that had been slingshot for 8 years, but was too weathered to withstand any blows. The woman was seen carrying a black box behind her and looked extremely facetious. The woman is holding a wanted notice. Fong Ming, 23, once stole a neighbor's burning stick. Fong Ming was furious when he heard these things, plus this woman's styling. How could it be so non-mainstream? That's me. I'm Fong Ming, and who are you? Fong Ming thought that with the system boost, he was now a different person, and was not something that these ordinary people could hold. Vigilante Squad 136, Frontal Combatant, Red Tassel. Fong Ming was pleasantly surprised. So you're Red Tassel, what a loss of respect. In my mind, I was silently thinking, what a way to get there. In view of the panic you have caused in the mental hospital, and the damage to public facilities, I am now going to arrest you. Fong Ming was pondering how to meet these people. After all, he couldn't find any clues besides Lin Chiye himself. Fine, just grab me and go. Red writing. So sharp? It couldn't help but make him feel like this person was an undercover agent sent by some power, or some mystery disguised as a human. To know that this 136th squad, there are 5 Forbidden Ruins possessors within, this shall not feed the system. Red Riding looked at him shirtless and muttered, good looking, but a psycho. But an undercover agent can't stay in a mental hospital for 8 years, can he? And acting so excited? He looked at Fong Ming jumping up and down next to himself and covered his face as he sighed. Ugh, it seems like this guy really is just mentally ill. Suddenly, another man with a straight sword came out from the side. Is this what you call something like having a dangerous forbidden ruin? Doesn't look like much to me. Fong Ming followed the voice and looked at the man. Could it be that you are Zhao Kongcheng? Zhao Empyrean City looked at Hong Ying with a smile on his lips and a smug look on his face, then stroked his chin. Am I that famous? Fong Ming pulled Zhao Kongcheng's arm. That's right, brother Zhao is too famous. That 083 Forbidden Ruin mendicant shining moon of yours is so handsome, it's practically my idol. Zhao Kongcheng. This kid really isn't in the best of spirits, huh? Where did I get the forbidden market? Fong Ming could already feel the foreign energy in his body climbing, so he got even closer to Zhao Kongcheng. Brother Zhao, don't worry, with me this time, you won't die. Zhao Kongcheng. You're mentally ill, aren't you? Don't curse me. Fong Ming. Blanche, I'm not mentally ill. Zhao Kongcheng. Yes, psychopaths say they're not psychopaths. Fong Ming, then I'm mentally ill. Zhao Kongcheng, look at yourself admitting it. It's not bad. You haven't forgotten your identity. Asterisk you. Ahem. Red Ruffian clasped one hand in the air and put it to his mouth. There's no use getting close to us. Your damage to the asylum has reached the dangerous Forbidden Ruin sequence, and we're going to have to take you away. Fong Ming, well said, I can't wait already. 2. Peace Office Underground. In the bright and spacious halls of the Si Xiaonan sat on the sofa and looked at Chen Mai with some concern. Captain, nothing will happen to Sister Hong Ying and the others, right? Chen Mai was calm, not the slightest bit worried. The kid who ran out of the mental hospital is at most a forbidden market holder who has just stepped into the calendaring realm. Don't worry, with the red tassel's strength it's more than enough to deal with him. But, I heard that his Forbidden Ruin sequence has already reached the dangerous Forbidden Ruin. I'm worried. Si Xiaonan clasped the corner of his coat to indicate that he still wasn't quite at ease. When Shima walked over from the side and made it to Si Xiaonan's side, we have to believe in our comrades. After all, they can be considered to be battle-hardened. Since the captain and everyone else had said so, Si Xiaonan could only nod his head after hearing this. I trust Sister Hong Yao and Uncle Zhou. I'm back. A magnetic voice rang out from the doorway of the Holy, is this your base? Nice. How's the food? I hear you guys have great benefits. I heard about. Fong Ming began to look around. I heard that people always can't keep their mouths shut when they are excited. They always have to say something to ease the hyperactive spirit. I'm really convinced. This bee has been blah 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 blah. Zhao Kongqing really wanted to hammer Fong Ming to death with his fist, but the captain ordered that he must be captured alive. Si Xiaonan heard the sound and immediately ran to the door. The door slowly opened. A man wearing a white undershirt and black pants stood behind Zhao Kongcheng, waving his hand. Hello, my name is Si Xiaonan, hands clenched into fists against his chin, riveted, pervert. Super loud. Chapter 5 Chen Mai, don't come over ah. No, I'm not a pervert. Fang Ming scratched his handsome face, and was about to explain. When he looked down he could see between his 2 feet there was Blanche. Chen Mai swept a glance at the doorway. Old Zhao, find him some clothes and see what he's become now. Zhao Kongcheng, good. After saying that, Zhao Empyrean returned to his room. Come in, Fang Ming, Chen Mai said. Fang Ming covered his crotch and sat down on the sofa. Si Xiaonan on the side unconsciously moved to the side, while the others gathered around in front of him and looked at him with the eyes of an animal. Fang Ming's heart, who the hell is a pervert? No, you guys heard me say that it was an accident. A relatively remote town in Sangnan City, a few years can't give birth to a few forbidden market owners, even if there are, most of them are harmless forbidden markets after the sequence ranking of 600. Watering flowers for people and handling garbage is more or less the same. For Fang Ming, a person who had suddenly awakened to the Forbidden Ruins, and who was also affiliated with the dangerous Forbidden Ruin sequence number, he couldn't help but be a little curious. Lung Xian suddenly spoke at this time. Is there a fire cloud skill, the name of this Forbidden Ruin? Chen Mai thought for a while and replied, there doesn't seem to be any, but we can't rule out previous statistical omissions. Hong Fang Ming, why don't you say something? She then poked Fang Ming's head with her hand and there was no response. That's not right, this guy just kept talking on the road. Fang Ming lowered his head. Why don't you guys try it without clothes and let a bunch of people gather around to watch? Oh ha ha ha, and shy. Red ruffles covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, Zhao Kongqing took out a shirt and jacket from the room and threw it beside Fang Ming. Where make do for now? Fang Ming picked up his shirt and jacket, but just only the shirt and jacket. Damn you, don't you usually wear pants when you go out? Ha! Zhao Empyrean City froze and instantly reacted. Oh, sorry, I forgot. He then found a pair of casual jeans and handed them to Fang Ming. Zhao Kongcheng watched as Fang Ming cleanly put on his pants and knew to tie a belt. Hiss. Doesn't look like a psycho by any stretch of the imagination. You guys look like you still know how to wear pants. Fang Ming immediately explained, damn you. I told you, I'm not mentally ill. I was misdiagnosed. Zhao Kongcheng, since you were misdiagnosed, why didn't you talk to the doctor? Chen Mai? Red Riding? Si Xiaonan? Lung Xian? Wu Xiangnan? Wen Qima, guess who misdiagnosed him? Zhao Kongcheng. Turning his head to look at Fang Ming, Fang Ming took his cell phone and pretended to make a call. Hello? Sunnyside Mental Hospital? My name is Zhao Kongcheng. Yeah, I'm mentally ill. Chen Mai snapped, cough. Whether you were misdiagnosed or not, we can't take your word for it. Your Forbidden Ruins sequence is dangerous, we can't let you go. Fang Ming snickered, nice. Wen Qima, how about? He and Chen Mai exchanged glances and nodded slightly. In that case, you'll stay with us for a while to observe. Fang Ming immediately acted like he didn't want to stay. Huh? I want to come out. Chen Mai also refused outright. No, I told you that you're dangerous. In Fang Ming's mind, he unconsciously giggled again. Wen Qima, hiss. It's true that there wasn't much misdiagnosis. That's all for now then, everyone mind their own business. At the word of command, everyone got up and left. Fang Ming muttered, wait I haven't absorbed enough. Chen Mai and Wen Jiamo just stared at each other, but also out of the nearby mysterious more and more situations, sometimes really busy. If Fang Ming can stay and properly trained, in the future may be able to become an important combat force of their 136th squad. After dinner, since there was no extra room, Fang Ming could only sleep on the sofa. In the middle of the night, he looked at the Forbidden Ruin energy he had absorbed today in his head and no Forbidden Market energy detected in the vicinity. Flame Lin Fly, 6% bonding value. Current alien energy value 0.56 black holes. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Skill, 6% power of Fire Cloud Decision. Alien energy compressed to 1/10 carat 13. Good lord, is it that slow? When is this going to unlock the next character? Fang Ming tossed and turned on the sofa and couldn't sleep, thinking about how he could improve faster. But Chen Mai did sleep in the bedroom. How come it wasn't detected? Is it too far away? We can't just sleep with him in our arms, can we? Fang Ming hugged the quilt with the idea of giving it a try and tiptoed step by step closer to Chen Mai's bedroom. Damn, I really look like a pervert now. No Forbidden Market energy detected in the vicinity. No Forbidden Market energy detected in the vicinity. No Forbidden Market energy detected in the vicinity. Asterisk. Why isn't it there yet? Did I think wrong? Until Fang Ming arrived at Chen Mai's bedroom door. Forbidden Ruin energy detected around the area. Absorption has begun. Sure enough, I'm a ing genius. Fang Ming almost laughed out loud and immediately covered his mouth with his hand, spreading the blanket on the doorway and covered it with a smile on his face as he slept. I hope this old den doesn't get up. 5 a.m. Ow. Fang Ming covered his belly and bounced up from the ground. Oops, stepped on me. Chen Mai got up in the morning to pee, opened the door in a daze, and his body had to stagger to step on Fong Ming's belly. Wow you ing psycho not sleep on the couch to run here to do the fair Fong Ming leaned against the wall, keeping his X-shaped leg, grimacing in pain. Hiss. I'm not. Afraid of danger? Chen Mai covered his chest. Is there any more dangerous than you here? As he looked at Fong Ming, he reached out and placed his hand on Fong Ming's shoulder and asked, do you want to take you to the hospital? No need. It's fine. Fong Ming grabbed Chen Mai's hand with a look of enjoyment. Chen Mai. Fong Ming. Chen Mai looked at Fong Ming with horror on his face, then slowly withdrew his hand. Your sexual orientation alright? It's fine, Captain. Fong Ming felt that the foreign energy in his body was rising dramatically, and unconsciously revealed a snickering expression. For the next day, no matter what Chen Mai did, Fong Ming followed him around, which couldn't help but make Wenqima smack his lips. Tisk, tsk, so grown up and still being harassed by the same sex. Captain, do you smoke? No thanks for smoking. Captain, do you drink water? No drink, thanks. Captain, did you bring paper with you to the restroom? Fong Ming stood in front of Chen Mai, who was exerting himself, with a delighted face as he held a roll of hand towel. Fong Ming's tall body blocked the bright light from the toilet. Chen Mai had a gloomy face. You're ing sick, aren't you? I'm ing pulling that. Chen Mai has seen insecure sticky, never seen so sticky. I'm here to pull that too. Afterwards, he squatted in Chen Mai's proverbial pit. Chen Mai, hashtag. Fong Ming, asterisk? Do you asterisk king la asterisk have to squat next to me? Captain, I'm scared. I feel safe around you. Chen Mai, I'm so convinced. In the evening, Fong Ming had to lean on Chen Mai's side for dinner, and the people on the side looked at Chen Mai's expression of hopelessness, and then looked at Fong Ming's expression of having won the $5 million lottery, and kept giving Chen Mai dishes. Chen Mai looked at the bowl of rice that was comparable to a small mountain, and his face twitched in anger. System, absorbing forbidden ruin energy. Flame Lin Fly, 23% bond value. Current alien energy value 0.089 black holes. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Skill, 23% power of Fire Cloud Decision. Alien energy compressed to 1/10 carat 13. It's okay, it's not a waste of my day's effort. Absorbing the Chuan realm is just fast. He was already fantasizing about what his Phantom Lin Nebula would look like, a massive phantom blood griffin floating above the galaxy. The enormous alien energy generated was enough to tear apart everything in the cosmic world. At that time, with the power of the stars in his hands, he would destroy all the evil gods of the world and dominate the 7 universes. But in the original show, you had to reach at least 5 times your own ISO energy to create a nebula, so if you are one black hole, you have to reach 5 black hole ISO energy to create a nebula. That's a long way to go when you think about it. Thinking of this, Fong Ming not only sighed, it was this sigh that refreshed Chen Mai's spirit. You're damn worried too. Chapter 6, Brother 7 Nights, I've come to find you. After about 2 or 3 more days, the bond value of Fong Ming's link to Fire Lin Fei had reached 34%, and we've unlocked the Phantom Link. The power of the Fire Cloud technique had also reached 34%. More and more, he realized that the foreign energy in his body was getting stronger and stronger, and his body was filled with inexhaustible strength. Counting the days, it's time for our night brother to go to school. How come the main plot hasn't been triggered yet? For several days he had been required to remain at home, and the captain had gone out without himself. Ugh, what a difference between this and a mental institution. It's almost psychotic not to be psychotic. He wondered if he had missed the episode where he fought the Ghostface King, but then he looked at Zhao Kongcheng, who was happily eliminating the game next to him. Nope, I don't think it's time yet. This one's still alive. Zhao Kongcheng, are you ing cursing me? Fong Ming. Nope, Joe. I'll see how many levels you've played. 400. Fong Ming stuck to Zhao Kongcheng's shoulder. You can't do this either. My milk is all 6,666 off. Heh, your milk is so 6. Suddenly, Chen Mai's voice suddenly came to mind in the headset. Attention all members of Team 136, a large number of ghost-faced people have appeared in the old city center of Tsangnan City. Arrive immediately to purge the area. Zhao Empyrean immediately jumped up from the sofa. Yes, Captain. Fong Ming's eyes glowed as he listened. Is it finally coming? Finally. Before the words were finished, Zhao Empyrean immediately raised an index finger and waved it in front of him. You can't go. No? Why? You're not an official member of our squad yet. I can't. Before Zhao Empyrean City could finish his words, Chen Mai's voice appeared again in the headset. There's too many of them. Take that psycho with you. Consider him for transfer if he performs well. Fong Ming, I'm not a ing psychopath. Zhao Kongcheng took the sheath of his straight sword in his hand and turned it upside down in his hand. I don't care if you're mentally ill or not, since the captain said so, let's go. Then picked up the 3 notice boards and immediately rushed out the door. At the door. Told you when the time comes, listen to the command. Fong Ming immediately saluted. Yes, SIR. Get in the car. Zhao Kongcheng got into a black sedan and waved his hand for Fong Ming to get in. Fong Ming thought to himself, it's just the right time to try out my illusory Lin Flash shoot. In my last life I was able to walk a traffic cop on a ghost fire. Fong Ming then stood next to the black sedan, a red alien energy lock emerging from his wrist, and then he shouted, "Phantom Lin flash shoot." It's logical that a motorcycle with a red unicorn head would come out of the back by itself at this point, but, I'm not unlocking it? Fong Ming looked at the alien lock at his wrist and tapped it. Bad? Zhao Kongcheng honked the car horn, "You're ing sick. Hurry up. Anti-dang xia. Anti-dang xia. Could it be that the posture is wrong? Fong Yi drummed and autumnalized the exotic lock at his wrist, then tried hard to recall the action of Fire Lin face summoning Phantom Lin flash shoot in the plot. This way, and then this way. Fong Ming reached out, and the red alien energy lock at his wrist erupted with flame-like energy, then his arm quickly bent and made a fist at his chest. Illusory Lin flash chi. Zhao Kongcheng, you phantom your mom. Buzz. A red motorcycle sped from behind and stopped beside Fong Ming. Zhao Kongcheng looked surprised. Where did this come from? He had seen absolutely no sign of the motorcycle in his rearview mirror just now, as if it had been summoned out of nowhere. Quite a pull. Fong Ming mounted the motorcycle and twisted the handlebars. "Want it? I'll lend you a ride someday." A thumbs up from the car window. "Dude, preachy." Half an hour later. Songnan City, outside the old district. The three signboards that read "No traffic ahead," converging into the unrestricted empty space, had basically covered the old town, and the battles within it could be considered completely isolated, avoiding the fights between the vigilantes and mythical creatures from threatening the commoners, just like the infinite empty place. Zhao Kongcheng sighed after casting ringless airspace, then sat down on the side of the road to play with his cell phone. Unbelievable. Fong Ming, on the other hand, was remorsefully holding on to the glass of the limousine and crying out, "How the did I forget that he's a watcher, not a frontal combatant? Just here for the sauce." Originally, Fong Ming had planned to show his hand in front of the captain and then have him remain in Squad 136, but as a result, he could only play up the action of evacuating the crowd by guarding the unguarded airspace with Zhao Kongcheng. Words can't be true, this job is important too. Fong Ming turned his head with a sniffle. Important is important, but can it be? Let me go in and join the battle. No, the captain asked you to follow me. Zhao Kongcheng still refused Fong Ming. Fong Ming could only honestly stay on the sidelines and watch him play the bored chicken dissipation. He looked down at the time. It was already almost time for Lin Xie to be released from school. His heart was even more anxious. He wanted to see his night brothers so badly. Absorbing the divine ruins and the forbidden ruins were two completely different things. Phantom Lin. Swish. A long knife against his neck. You're trying a different one? Fong Ming, yeah. No more illusions, no more illusions. Suddenly, there was a sudden burst of electricity coming from the headset. Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng's cell phone almost fell to the ground in shock, and he caught it in the air 3 or 4 times before catching it. 2. Captain. Any emergencies? Suddenly a new Ghostface King was promoted among the Ghostface. Red Tassel was heavily injured and escaped from the sewers out of the Forbidden Ruins range. There are 2 other Ghostface took advantage of the chaos and escaped into the sewers. Other members are clearing out the rest of the Ghostface and can't get out of the way. Zhao Kongcheng, then I'll go after them. Captain, which direction? Southeast. Yes. After saying that, he hurriedly greeted Fong Ming as he got into the car. Fong Ming, where are the people? It turned out that Fong Ming took advantage of the fact that Zhao Kongcheng didn't have the time to pay attention to himself, and secretly summoned Phantom Lin flash shoot to slip away first. He was never expecting to have a Turo by his side. Damn, the little brat. You'll die with no one to take your body. Although Zhao Kongcheng said so with his mouth, he was not willing to see anyone sacrificed, and even though he was not an official member of Squad 136, he was considered a partner of his own through a few days of getting along. Don't let anything happen to you. He then picked up the black and red hood on the passenger side and draped it over his body, the straight blade glowing coldly in the moonlight. In the meantime, Fong Ming rode Mirage Lin's shining spur towards the southeast. Brother Knight, I'm coming for you. Tonight, he knew that the divine ruin in Lin Xia's body was about to awaken, and if this absorbed the energy in his body, the bonding value wouldn't be soaring fast. Outside the old town, it was the time for Lin Xia to get out of school, and since Lin Xia still had the black forge wrapped around his head, there were many kind-hearted students who were worried about his well-being and expressed to send him home. Fong Ming peered around the corner. 1234. That's right, but should we save a few of them? This choice was a dilemma for Fong Ming. On the one hand, he didn't quite dare to affect the original plot. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to watch Jiang Qian and Wang Xiao get their hearts ripped out. Ugh, forget it, save it. These two are a sideshow in their own right and shouldn't affect the plot. Alright, I'm going to turn the corner here. You guys take care of getting 7 knights home safely. Wang Xiao said. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of several people. Although Lin Xia was masked with a black forge, but with the spiritual perception of the blazing angel, Michael knew very clearly who this person was. Wasn't he the ING psycho from that day? Chapter 7, Opening the Eye of Heaven. Li Yifei looked at the tall Fong Ming in front of him and unconsciously asked, Dude, who are you? Lin Xie swallowed his saliva. He was never expected. He was in the mental hospital on the way out, said that he would come to find himself the past few days but scared enough, but has not appeared, thought that this bee was arrested by the police. I didn't expect to run into it. Lin Xie, I didn't mess with him either. He looked over at Fong Ming, who was looking at him with an extremely demented look, as if his ass was on the line. He gradually tightened his grip on the guide stick. Fong Ming? I'm Lin Xie's distant cousin, Fong Ming ah. Are you Li Yifei? Li Yifei, how do you know? Oh, it's okay, let me ask, have you ever seen Hulkbuster? It's the one where Grandpa was captured by a snake spirit to give birth to 7 zucchinis. Li Yifei, you're ing nuts, right? That's clearly 7 gourds beating a snake charmer. It's okay, you'll see in a few days. Lin Xie. Li Yifei looked up and down at this person, seemingly hangdog. Really look at that look, is really not quite a normal person. He wouldn't dare to hand Lin Xie over to this psychopath. Xie, is he telling the truth? Lin Xie only felt a chill on his back, but couldn't fathom what this psychopath was going to do, fearing that if he didn't go along with what he said he would hurt his classmates. He could only nod mechanically. That won't work either, we still need to get him home for 7 nights safety. Wang Xiao said. That's great, saves me from having to rescue you guys. Wang Xiao came to Lin Xie's ear. Did your cousin break his head when he was little? Lin Xie, ha, it seems like it. The alley was extremely silent at night, and, Li Yifei, I heard there are serial psychopathic killers in this neighborhood. He looked at Fong Ming. At first he was skeptical of him, but looking at his demented smile, he dismissed the idea. After all, he was tall and big, and he could take the top in case of an accident. On the side of Jiang Qian heard a shiver, trembling, and said, you cannot scare me, I am timid. Don't worry, with me around, I'll directly knock over any perverted murderer with a single punch. Fong Ming followed behind them, patting his chest. A few people turned around to see that Fong Ming was snapping at the little red toy he wore on his wrist and mumbling, Ultra Beast Armament. Aha! I'm damn handsome too. He. Li Yifei, why don't you take your cousin to a mental hospital? Lin Xie nodded, but he just ran out of the mental institution. Suddenly, Fong Ming's nose smelled an unpleasant stench, stopping a few people. Do you guys smell a stench? Like a can of herring. Blanche. Li Yifei looked at Fong Ming. What, did you your pants? What the hell is a can of herring again? Li Yifei yelled. He really can't stand this person a little bit, suddenly appearing, then suddenly saying that he married the snake spirit to give birth to 7 zucchinis, and now inexplicably saying herring cans. Lin Xie sniffed carefully. Having been blind since childhood, his sense of hearing, touch, and smell were all extremely sensitive. There seems to be a surge of Fong Ming, even if my eyes are blind, I can still smell the stench on them. Lin Xie. Jiang Qian, you don't say, it seems to have a really bad smell. Vomit. Jiang Qian directly squatted on the ground and vomited. Lin Xie, damn, outside the old district city, psychopathic murderers, weird stench, and a psychopath in the guise of his cousin. Am I a sinner in my ing past life? Let me encounter this kind of thing. It's disgusting. Ing opened the door to disgust, disgusting to the home. He couldn't hold back any longer. Run. When Lin Xie finished shouting the last word again, there was only one Fong Ming standing beside him, and he was inexplicably pushed by Lu Yuan. Fong Ming dashed to support Lin Xie. Brother Knight, it's still me who cares about you, isn't it? Lin Xie only wanted to hurry up and escape, but Fong Ming, this psycho, kept pestering him to keep him from running. Lin Xie threw his guide cane on the ground. You're ing sick. What the hell are you doing? I don't remember offending you either. Fong Ming shook out his hair. Look at this, what kind of words are these? When are you going to open the eyes of heaven? Lin Xie, open the eyes of heaven, you think I'm Yang Jian? Don't you have a black dog at home? Lin Xie. 6. That ing pet store still has red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple dogs. Lin Xie thought, if ITM can open the eyes of the sky, I will be the first to shoot you to death. As the words fell, the two of them froze in place, and Fong Ming could see a hideous-faced, lanky humanoid monster appearing in front of him. The important thing was that he also had a ghastly white ghostly face, and a scarlet tongue dripping with extremely disgusting saliva spat out of his mouth. And Lin Xie could sense through his powerful spiritual power that there was one behind him as well, slowly closing in on him. Finished. Lin Xie's heart was directly like ashes, almost paralyzed on the ground. Did he go out today without reading the yellow calendar? He hated to kill this psycho, but the first thing to do was how to get out. He didn't want to be dragged to death by this person just when his life had just started to get on track. Phantom Lin arms. Lin Xie, what time is it? You surpassed your mom. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy erupt from his side, and a pair of red gold armor slowly appeared around Fong Ming, followed by the armor fitting tightly onto Fong Ming's skin, emitting a faint red light. Fong Ming confidently posed. The enemy will either flee or be defeated before me. Lin Xie looked around. Where's the BGM, WC? You're really not a normal person, TM. Fong Ming. I'm ing normal. He looked quietly at the ghost-faced man in front of him. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Lin Xie seemed to have seen a life-saving straw and tightly hugged Fong Ming's thigh. Only Fong Ming's fingertips cut through space, and a ball of red energy gathered in his palm. Fire cloud technique. Stab. The ghost-faced man in front of him dodged it with a straight head tilt. Lin Xie, you're even more blind than me, you can miss even this close? Fong Ming was just about to use the fire cloud technique again, but he looked down at Lin Xie below. If he doesn't open the eye of heaven here, is there no chance for him to do so in the future? Wouldn't I be changing the original plot then? No. Fong Ming suddenly disarmed the Phantom Lin, and with a leap directly onto the high wall next to the alley, leaving Lin Xie behind and running away. Lin Xie instantly turned white. You killjoy. Let me see you again and I'll kill you. At this moment, Lin Xie's mind directly collapsed. He didn't understand how he could be really unlucky. When I was a kid, I climbed up on the roof to look at the moon and went blind and almost fell to my death. Then it was treated as a mental illness all the time and admitted to a mental hospital. It's so hard to get over it and be able to live a normal life. And then on the last day of the review, bumping into a psycho and yelling about himself. And now to be thrown here by this team-selling dog to face this ugly bastard alone. Suddenly, he felt a coldness behind him, and the ghost-faced man had come behind him, leaving sticky saliva on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, not knowing where he got the courage to yell. Damn it, even if I die, I'll drag you ugly bastard on my back. Lin Xie rolled to pick up the guide staff on the ground, stepped on the ground and leaped up, punching the head of the ghost-faced man in front of him. The ghost-faced man directly used a sidestep and a quick swing of his tail to send Lin Xie flying to the side, and the guide staff in his hand was chopped into two pieces by the sharp claws. Lin Xie climbed up from the ground only to feel a fiery pain in his back. He flung his guide cane aside and cursed, ********. At this moment, Fong Ming on the high wall compared his hands to, and placed them on his mouth. Brother Knight, open the eyes of heaven. After Lin Xie heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn, old man is dying, and you are still talking chicken steak sarcasm there. *********************************************** Don't let me meet you in my next life. Why should others be able to have their own wonderful lives all the way to peace and be tortured by years of blindness and this mental illness? I don't believe it. At this moment, the aggression and anger that had been squeezed for many years finally exploded under the stimulation of Fong Ming's sarcastic remark. Lin Xie felt the blazing energy within his body gush out like a flood that broke the dike. At this moment, the eyes that had been tightly closed for 10 years suddenly opened, and incomparably dazzling and blazing pillars of light burst out from within his body. It was a moment of darkness, bright as day. The ghost-faced man in front of him was directly scorched to ashes by this powerful pillar of light, and Fong Ming stared at Lin Xie, whose pupils were emitting an intense pressure in front of him, his eyes full of the relief of a father looking at his son. Just as Fong Ming was considering whether or not to liberate the alien energy compression pack, let's forget about it. I'm afraid that this little broken ball won't be able to withstand it. But, this instant, isn't it possible to absorb the divine ruins? Lin Xie gradually descended from the air, the blazing light in his eyes having dimmed. Fong Ming took a step towards Lin Xie's direction. When he saw Lin Xie, it was like seeing a groom seeing his new little bride. He directly pounced on her. Brother Knight, you finally opened the eyes of heaven. Divine ruin energy detected and being absorbed. Lin Xie. Who the hell are you? How did you know I'd be here? Chapter 8 System, Super Beast God Experience Card. WC. Look at that light. Deja. Sabi, I'm still the father of Otter. Then I'll be master of Otter. Nima. Fong Ming directly hugged Lin Xie, my good rechargeable treasure. Lin Xie, who is your treasure? The pillar of light that erupted from Lin Xie's body just now shot straight up into the sky, and most of the eyes in Sungnan City were attracted to the sacred pillar of light, with people on the street stopping to speculate on the reason for its formation. Zhao Kengcheng is on his way here by car. Yet, that's divine ruins. Chen Mai's voice came from the headset. Zhao Empyrean, look at this, the serial number is 003. King of Angels, Michael. Such intense energy is feared to have reached Klein. Zhao Kengcheng, but did you guys notice a red glow just now? Crowd? Just now, a few minutes before this pillar of light appeared, I vaguely saw a small red glow. WC? It's hard not to have two gods' ruins? Lin Xie, who the hell are you? Fong Ming wiped his nose in tears. Vigilante Squad 136, temporary team member, Fong Ming. Lin Xie heart-shocked. Once heard the powerful name of this organization is very powerful. Night Watch. Why sounds so much like the door of the security guards? While he was thinking, Fong Ming rushed up again and hugged Lin Xie with a loving caress. Lin Xie, on the other hand, looked at the ghost-faced man in front of him with a speechless expression. There's another one. Fong Ming turned his head in one direction to face the ghost-faced man who had just jumped out. Brother Knight, don't worry about leaving this one to me. He pointed at the ugly bastard's face. Who are you to jump out and play cool in front of me? Let you know how powerful my master Fong is. Ultra Beast. Armed. Lin Xie. Ultra Beasts. Armed. Lin Xie? Fong Ming was panicking in his heart. Big brother, don't make a fool out of me at this time. He looked down at the alien lock on his wrist. Hey, don't sleep. The energy in the body is being gathered, no mobilization is allowed for the time being, loading the first newbie experience card, Super Beast God 7 together, time 3 minutes.
Fong Ming? Okay, then I'll wait for you for a while.
Now Fong Ming could already imagine Lin Xia's expression when he saw the Super Beast God 7 combination.
Ahahahahaha, I'm so handsome. But what about this ghost face? Lin Xia tilted his head and looked at Fong Ming. Big brother, can you do it?
Fong Ming directly cold sweat. In these 3 minutes he had to rely on their own strength to fight the ghost face man, and he acclaimed to be able to protect Lin Xia's big brother. How can he say no reasoning? And again, man, cannot say no.
Fong Ming, okay, up.
Fong Ming directly took a healthy step forward, although he temporarily did not have the foreign energy boost, but he was also someone who had at least absorbed the forbidden market energy for a few days. His flesh had long since been incomparable to an ordinary person. Fong Ming directly delivered a flying kick to the head of this ghost-faced man, instantly slicing off a small half of his shoulder.
Neither can you, little old me.
The ghost-faced man who had lost half of his shoulder was still making a dying struggle. At this time, the ghost-faced man was also kicked back a few meters, and half of his face became more and more hideous, looking like he was angry.
Ghostface, roar! Roar! You roar Nima!
Look at you long that be like, as if the top desert butcher, my old party on Nyonya coins.
Ghostface, roar! 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 Lin Xia, you're scolding him and he doesn't understand?
Fong Ming pointed at the ghost-faced man and turned his head to him, who says he doesn't understand how he gets angry.
Lin Xia pointed behind him, watch out.
Fong Ming's heart was shocked, and he was directly knocked out by the charging ghost-masked man. The ghost-faced man pointed at Fong Ming, ho ha ha ha,
ho ha ha, thumbs up backwards, ho 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 ho. Fong Ming covered his chest and climbed up from the ground, weeds, dead to the world and still doesn't know how to die. The same as the Jan mirror can still let you pretend to be a pussy? Besides, how can you compare to me? I'm a ing compressed package. Okay. Fong Ming coughed a few times and pointed at the ghost-faced man, you've really never seen a triad, you?
Then the index and middle fingers came together, dare you to compare notes with me?
Ghostface, roar!
Fong Ming saw the ghost-face man again rush towards himself, the corner of his mouth smiled, directly a slippery shovel, from the ghost-face man's crotch under the drill, directly outstretching his hand to hold.
That's what you don't understand, right? If you want to win a street fight, you have to use underhanded tactics. Black hand.
Hold high play directly.
Asterisk. No? Fong Ming directly grabbed the air with his hand.
Lin Xia saw the situation, immediately tightened his legs, thinking that this be play in the future, cannot mess with him, may not that he appeared behind you, and then directly give you a plate of walnuts. The ghost-faced man's tail twitched rapidly, and Fong Ming rolled over and grabbed his tail, yelling, I'll let you pretend. A straight over-the-shoulder slam sent Ghostface crashing hard to the ground.
Ding, time is up.
Fong Ming's mind flashed back to Ultra Beast Armament, where Fire Linfei had also been beaten to the point of breaking, but he had little Tubby behind him for support as well as Long Jian and Tianyu. He had no one behind him, and the one who was going to impress him the most was the psychotic friend who had spanked his ass for 8 years. The thought of being tortured for 8 years just for coming into this world, psychiatrists, psychiatric security guards, psychiatric nurses. The monkey bars on that nurse's pants are really good quality though, they've lasted 8 years without breaking. What the was I thinking? The atmosphere just got up. He took countless psychiatric pills himself, and got a turn with the security guards' electric batons and truncheons. It came out and was still treated like a psychopath by Squad 136, our night brother.
Damn it, what makes me worse than Lin Xia? A strong resentment converged in Fong Ming's heart. System detected that the alien energy in the host's body is climbing dramatically, 1x, 2x. At this time, the black and red cloak beside Zhao Kongqing finally arrived at the scene. Damn, you're the Ghostface, aren't you? I'll let you. Today.
Later, it was as if there were stars flickering in Fong Ming's eyes. Old Zhao, I know your blade is fast, but my sword is not unfavorable either. System prompts that the host's body has reached 6 times the amount of foreign energy, temporarily opening the state of Super Beast God's 7 merged bodies.
The alien lock on Fong Ming's wrist slowly emerged with 7 rays of light. This couldn't help but make Zhao Empyrean City and Lin Xia widen their eyes. Zhao Kongqing, WC? You're a rainbow man, huh? Lin Xia's blazing angel eyes could clearly detect the tremendous energy contained within Fong Ming's body, enough to decimate all living beings in the universe. Fong Ming's body actually slowly floated in midair as he raised his right arm, and an intense glow erupted from the 7-colored alien energy lock. Ultra Beast. Armed. Chapter 9, Old Zhao, this sword will be very handsome. The entire city of Songnan was shrouded in 7-colored light. Look at the rainbow. You're ing sick, there's no sun now, where's a rainbow? It's really happening. A 7-colored field unfolded below Fong Ming. The ground began to tremble slightly, the markings on it representing the 7 Ultra Beast gods slowly emerged, and a several-meter-tall Ultra Beast mecha emerged from within the field, gradually merging with Fong Ming. The height of the fountain will not exceed his source.
the alien energy of the Super Beast Warrior will not exceed the belief in his heart. At this moment, he sensed a steady stream of foreign energy within the 7 Ultra Beast Gods, erupting in a matter of moments, and each one of them was in existence with the potential to become a nebula body. Zhao Kongchang. Zhao Kongchang gazed at the imposing mecha in front of him looking dumbfounded. Zhao Kongchang. Me. 2. What's going on here? Why is Sangnan City suddenly lit up? Captain, it's Fong Ming. It's Fong Ming's Forbidden Ruins. Fong Ming, Tian Yuan sword. As the Ultra Beast God's palms came together and then slowly opened up, a huge sword with a lot of light appeared in front of the two of them. Zhao Kongcheng, Captain, this kid is really something. To be able to erupt such terrifying energy, I visually estimate that already Fong Ming has reached the Klein realm at this moment. He gazed at the breath of divine might in front of him that was majestic enough to open the heavens and destroy the earth. Immediately vetoed his thoughts. No, even higher than Klein, even beyond the realm of the gods. Make sure you watch him and bring him back. Aye, Captain. Zhao Kongqing muttered, let me, a person without a forbidden market, to watch even beyond the Klein realm of forbidden market holders, how can it be possible? In order not to affect most of the dwellings, Fong Ming controlled the size of the Ultra Beast God to the size of a normal human. WC. You can still ing stretch? It's not like a turtle. Fong Ming. Lin Xie, changing size is really marvelous. Old Zhao watch, this sword will be awesome. Fong Ming held his sword in one hand and pointed it at the ghost-faced man, the sharp blade of his sword transmitting a crimson-colored sword aura. The alien energy of the 7 Ultra Beast deities exploded at this moment, and the 7 colored pillars of light once again shot straight up into the sky. The enemy will either flee before me or, in one fell swoop. The ghost-faced man directly stormed out and lunged towards Fong Ming. Fong Ming leaned down and waited for the ghost-faced man to reach in front of him to slam upwards, picking the ghost-faced man up in the air, aiming not to damage the surrounding buildings with his sword chi as well. Only to see the body of the ghost-faced man, who was picked to fly in the air, shatter into two halves. Asterisk. Playing hard to get? Pretend I'll make you fly. System prompts that the Super Beast God 7 combination will be lifted in 5 seconds. 5. 4. WC. I haven't ing pretended enough. Right now, Fong Ming only wanted to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. If time passed and the heads were snatched away by old Zhao, wouldn't his image and Lin Xia's mind be all gone, and he would easily be taken on the title of second man. Fire Cloud Technique. A fiery flame strong enough to decimate a true deity swung out from the blade of the heavenly Yuan sword. Bang! The ghost-faced man's torso burst apart directly in the air, and this red light pierced through the sky, spreading over tens of kilometers and bisecting the night sky. In the universe, a meteorite hundreds of kilometers in diameter was shattered in an instant. Lin Xia, not blind this time. Ultra Beast God, disintegrate. Fong Ming directly lay down on the ground in a half-deflated state, experiencing a few seconds of the Super Beast God 7 combination experience card was worth it. Zhao Kongqing stepped forward to help him up. Kid, you can. This sword is indeed handsome. The moment Fong Ming lifted the Super Beast God 7 mergens, Lin Xia detected that the powerful energy had disappeared. At this moment, Zhao Empyrean City was just focusing on admiring the Ultra Beast God in front of him, ignoring Lin Xia's presence. Is that powerful golden pillar of light just now? Lin Xia nodded his head. Zhao Kongcheng, WC, I'm damn well going to be a general. Running into 2 forbidden ruin possessors at once, and one of them is also a Blazing Angel's agent. The captain shall not praise me to death now. Lin Xia scratched his head. Blazing Angel? It couldn't help but bring back memories of when he was a child and saw the monster on the moon with 6 golden feathered wings. Zhao Empyrean asked Fong Ming, eh? That's right, he's an agent of the Blazing Angel. What about you? Fong Ming, I'm an agent of Eagle. Ah, little head daddy. Zhao Kongcheng. You mommed. Psycho. In the headset, Zhao Kongcheng. Here. What happened again? Bring that kid Fong Ming back. Also, has the agent of the Blazing Angel been found yet? Zhao Kongcheng, found it, Captain. Well, bring them both back and I'll put a piece of meat on you tonight. Fong Ming now felt that his physical strength had slowed down quite a bit, and his eyes rolled. Now I can always stay in Squad 136. Old show. I was handsome, wasn't I? Cool. So how did I do? Nice. So do I get to stay on 136? I don't know. You guys, I'm in this B-word. Do you have the nerve to not take me? Hey, I'm lying to you. How could the captain possibly let a warhorse like you go? By the way, your name is Lin Xia, right? Lin Xia. And how did this then get to my name? Looks like he's in cahoots with that psycho. I'm afraid he's not a psycho too. He nodded. Zhou Empty City, examining whether to consider joining. Lin Xie, no consideration. Zhao Kongcheng. Fong Ming, pohahaha, thought to himself, you think anyone is a tour like me, but our night brother will definitely join the night's watch, then it's after old Zhao's death. WC, wouldn't he have to die then? No, I'll have to think of a way to do both behind me. He looked down at his ability lock, which had returned to its original state. He couldn't draw the Ultra Beast God experience card every time. Lin Xie right now he just wanted to hurry and get away from these two people. Ever since he ran into this mental illness, he was as if he was possessed by a bad god. He felt like his mental illness was about to relapse. Zhao Kongqing stepped forward and pulled Lin Xie's arm. Aya, don't go, consider it, our benefits are very good. Lin Xie, not interested, I can see now, I can create wealth through my own hands. Fang Ming nodded his head in a serious manner. Our brother knight still has a backbone as usual. Fang Ming reached out and gestured for Lin Xie to come over. That rechargeable treasure Lin Xie, UING. But thanks to you, I probably wouldn't be able to see now if it weren't for you. Oh ho 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 ho. He thanked me. Zhao Kongqing saw this and wanted to forcefully take Lin Xie away. Lin Xie, then wait, I'll go get my book bag. Go go go. Zhao Empyrean waved his hand helplessly and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. This kid actually had the presence of mind to take the book bag. If it were a normal person would have already peed in fear. Old Zhao, give me one? Fang Ming reached out for it. Zhao Kongqing also squinted at him before handing over one. Snap. Fang Ming lit up and took a deep breath. Cool. You're ing carrying a fire without a cigarette, aren't you? FM, hey. Wait, Lao Xiao, he seems to have run away. Ha? Zhao Kongqing jumped up from the ground at once and gave himself a mouthful. Damn, I'm handsome. My dream of a general. It's okay, Joe, he'll join us when you're dead. All you have to do is go to his house and do the dishes and cook. Suddenly, Fang Ming felt a cool beating on his neck, and it felt like he had eaten countless peaches. So cool. Looking back, the straight blade was pressing against his throat. Moved? Don't dare move, don't dare move. If you ing curse me again, I'll just kill you. Peace office underground. Fang Ming sat on the sofa and was made to look like a monkey again. Honging, how do you look at it? It doesn't look like someone from the limitless realm. Have you made a mistake? Zhao Empyrean City shook his head. I saw those 7 gods fused together with my own eyes, and then he hacked the ghost-faced man to death with a single slash. When Chi Ma, oh ow? That good? The others murmured, in a chorus of voices. FM, not. Can you guys give me a pair of pants? Even if you don't believe me, you can't strip me naked and study me, can you? If that Incarp in the back saw himself, he would not make 1,001 slices for himself to study. Zhao Kongqing, Captain, this kid wants to join our squad. Shen Mai didn't even think about it. Yes. Later. You, stay away. Asterisk, get him down. Fang Ming directly hung onto Chen Mai like a wombat. Captain, I knew you were the best. Thinking to myself, suck me hard. Zhao Kongqing saw that he really couldn't pull it down, so he flicked a walnut. Vomit roar. Fang Ming covered his crotch. Damn you, Lao Jia, you play dirty you. Hey. When GMO waved his hand, alright, now we have to think about what to do with that killing angel's agent. It's not that simple, just have old Xiao go to. The precious sword comes from the square inscription. Say it, why don't you say it? Fang Ming, I think, this matter has to be considered in the long run. Chapter 10, Time and Space Messed Up, I get 3 minutes of King's Honor Game World experience. Although Fang Ming said on his lips that he would let Zhao Kongqing sacrifice himself, inwardly he was extremely unwilling to let him sacrifice himself this time he crossed over. After a few days of getting along, his relationship with old Zhao was not bad, and despite often bickering, Fang Ming was still inwardly grateful the moment he stepped forward to save himself last time at Ghost Masked Man. This may be the belief in the heart of the Night Watchman. Fang Ming couldn't help but murmur in his heart, if the Dark Night finally comes, I will stand in front of 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the dome of the sky with blood. Although saving Zhao Kongqing risked changing the plot, wouldn't it be fine for Jin to eventually let Lin Xie join the Night's Watch? At night, Fang Ming lay in front of Chen Mai's room, thinking hard. He looked up at the large lock on the doorway. Good guy as far as that goes, I'll just suck in your energy and not attack your whale. System, absorbing Forbidden Ruin energy. World of Ultra Beast armor has been linked. Flame Lin Fly, 42% bond value. Current alien energy value 0. 156 black holes. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Skill, 42% power of Firecloud Decision. The world of Zhan Shen has reached the Jian realm. The alien energy has been compressed to 1/10-13. The bond value has reached 40%, obtaining the Coffin of Sacred Radiance. Fang Ming? Isn't it the Coffin of the Underworld? Fang Ming was under the impression that clearly, in the Super Beast Armament anime Ghost Valley sacrificed the entire Babu family to make the coffin of the Xian Underworld, which couldn't help but make Fang Ming grit his teeth in hatred. The thought made him want to electrocute that Enigumo into polio with his electric baton. But what is this Sacred Radiance coffin? Is it a coffin board that the Snow Emperor built for himself? Sacred Coffin of Glory, can absorb the soul of a dying person for physical recasting. P.S. Resurrection Armor, WC, then wouldn't I be able to? The holder may not use it on himself. Asterisk Q, isn't this just customized for old Joe as the plot develops? To compensate the host, the skill Temporal Chaos is acquired. What are these again? Host can randomly travel to other worlds with a 15-day cooldown, and bring up to 2 items back to reality, with the same effect as the original world. WC. Fong Ming was overjoyed in his heart. How did little Tubby's spacetime reversal turn into spacetime chaos when it came to himself? Wait, who the are you talking about who loves to mess around? Whether or not the host experiences temporal chaos. Body, hurry up. Loading. Loading completed, randomly selected to the King's Honor game world for 3 minutes. Being experienced. Fong Ming suddenly had a black eye. When he opened his eyes again he found a blue blood bar above his head, wearing a blue cloak and holding a long sword in his hand. ID Dongfang Yao. Ha 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 ha, the sword of the great river comes from the sky, ha 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 ha. Suddenly men dressed in white with swords and carrying wine gourds passed through the grass. WC. What the, is that Li Bai? Only to see him return to himself with a one skill, run brother. Fong Ming? In the distance came, where is my sable? Crows and airplanes. The voice is. He only felt as if the sky had gone dark, and when he looked up, he saw the man in purple armor holding a square heavenly halberd, directly descending from the sky. Naya, Lubu is open. Fong Ming directly closed his eyes. Bring it on you. His own Zhongkuei directly hooked Lubu who was in the sky. Thanks, brother Clocker. It's fine, it's small. Dodgy plays with you. Gameplay podcast, Dodgy killed Zhongkuei. Fong Ming directly squatted in the grass and didn't move. System prompt, no hanging up allowed. Your mom's. Fong Ming opened the panel again and looked at himself, with a 0/5/2 record. Who the hell is playing this, such a chicken pickle dish? And chicken steak for the first piece of Berserker armor. Fong Ming hurriedly sold shoes and Berserker and bought a famous sword. Teammate number 1, you TM Yao famous knife, you are not afraid to flow death off. Teammate number 2, can't play get the hell out of here, Naya. This down below Ming but anxious eyes, his own Hall of Zwan people still cannot scold this small B game of elementary school students? Fong Ming, you have you understanding. Have you never seen a black before? If you pretend again I will make you fly. I'll just straight up knife incarnate and punch you to Death Star. System alert, you've been banned. 6. Fong Ming saw his family gradually fell into a disadvantage and tends to play well, so, and they're only by, Sable Cicada direct trio linkage to kill the opposite side of the armor not left. In front of the local Highland Tower, Fong Ming chased after Lubu on the opposite side of the field and then with a sinister face, he decapitated the Lubu who was going to sit down and kill himself. Suddenly, he heard a cry of me. It's the sun. System broadcast, descend killed Lubu. Asterisk your mom, head grabbing isn't it? Fong Ming, this Sable Cicada even wears a Christmas dress and cosplays. Wait, why are you hitting your husband? Sable, I don't want to, but he has a red blood bar. Oh, that's the enemy Lubu. Fong Ming glanced at Sable's big white legs, that big cat. I really don't blame old Chao Tua, whoever looks at this is not confused. System broadcast, Diao-chan killed Lubu. Fong Ming, righteous son, your wife is awesome. Righteous son? He should be called Fong Bu then, ha 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 ha. With Fong Ming's superior skills, and the heroic play of Li Bai and Sable Cicada also managed to take the match. As the enemy crystal explodes, Li Bai also tries to jump into the blood fountain to perform a hasty costume change for his teammates. Li Bai, ding, shoes for resurrection armor, ding, resurrection armor for naming knife. Fong Ming looked at the famous sword on Li Bai's pants belt, and then looked at this one of his own. Fong Ming suddenly thought of that. Bring up to 2 items back to reality. He smiled at the corner of his mouth. Brother Li Bai, I'm sorry, for the sake of me and old Zhao, I can only sacrifice you. Bring it on you. Fong Ming directly reached out and yanked the famous sword on the waistband of Li Bai's pants. Li Bai, Naya had a system broadcast, blood spring killed Li Bai. As the enemy crystal exploded, Fong Ming returned to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chen Mai looked at him with psychotic eyes. You're mentally ill, aren't you? Fong Ming immediately sat up from the doorway. Captain, what is it? What do you say? A mouthful. It's okay for you to run to my door and sleep. Blind chicken yelling about what's going on in the middle of the night. What's so awesome about Sable? What's so righteous? What's so old Chao Tu? What, play too many games? Fong Ming was also speechless. This dog system is harming old me. Why is it the same as that time in the mental hospital? It was the same when the psycho himself was acting as a fire linchpin fly, straight off that doctor's table, and now he's talking a whole lot of inexplicable dream talk. Captain, do you believe me when I say we have 2 famous swords? Fong Ming scratched his head and pulled out the sparkling blue trinket in his arms. Chen Mai. Now. Immediately. Get your ass back on the couch. Fong Ming hugged the quilt and walked to the sofa with an aggrieved face. Bang! There was a loud slamming of the door. Fong Ming spread the blanket on the sofa and, alas, Lao Zhao, I'm paying too much for you. If you really survive, you have to buy me a drink. Chapter 11, Old Zhao, a famous sword pendant for you. The next day, Fong Ming woke up from the sofa and found Honging smiling at him with a lewd face. Whoa! Fong Ming immediately sat up. Sister Honging, what are you doing? Then both eyes unconsciously glanced at those 2 pairs of pop. Red tassel slap made 0 contact with his face. You ing stood guard this morning just to slap me, huh? That's not true. Who told you to look blind? Red Coma sat directly next to Fong Ming. Brother Fong Ming, tell me, which god's agent are you? Didn't I tell you, I'm Brother Black Hand. A little cold aura arrived first, then the gun came out like a dragon. Red Tassel directly pulled out his own Red Tassel gun and pointed it at Fong Ming's throat. Calm down, Sister Red Tassel. How come you and old Zhao both like to threaten people with weapons? Actually, I'm an agent of Fire Lin Fei. Red Tassel put away his own lance, Fire Lin Fei? That doesn't sound like the name of a god. Chen Mai walked out of the kitchen with several steaming portions of nice shaved noodles. Hong Ying, inform everyone to eat first. Red Tassel, okay. Fong Ming, yo, the captain personally cooked today. Chen Mai, that's right, come and taste it. Fong Ming pulled a bowl directly in front of himself. Suck it, not bad. Where's Lao Zhao? Si Xiaonan, I don't know, suck, hiss. A little spicy. Wu Shangnan, he said Bark went bark to block the door today. Yesterday bark was that Lin Chi Bark Knight ran away, he is very upset. When Shima, suck it up, that's no need to block the door, right? People are only a high school student, in case it scares them how to do? Fong Ming then remembered that it was the day that old Zhao and our night brother had a room. I don't know, whether Lin Xie has real hemorrhoids or fake hemorrhoids, suck it up. What are you looking at me for? Fong Ming instinctively pulled the noodles toward his side. Si Xiaonan, pervert. On the street tooth in front of the entrance of the second middle school at night, Zhao Kongqing smoked a cigarette with a depressed face, looking at the dozens of cigarette butts on the ground. Asterisk. Why don't you come out yet? I remember that he was wearing his second middle school uniform that day, right? Am I wrong? Damn, after catching eagles for more than 10 years, I let the house sparrow, Xiao, peck at me today. He pulled out a piece of pancake fruit he bought from the side and bit down hard. Boss is adding a side of grilled cold noodles. Okay. I mean you're not too old to get a job? I see you've been squatting here all day. Zhao Kongcheng, barking, I'm just working. Nonsense, you've been watching you smoke all day, and that's work? I'm afraid it's not a psycho, is it? Zhao Emporian rolled his eyes and ignored his boss. Suddenly, he glimpsed a student with a body type similar to Lin Xie walking with his afterimage. His hands trembled with excitement as he slowly rose to his feet. Lin Xie. Super loud. Lin Xie turned around at the sound and realized that a gorilla-like man was rushing towards him. WC. Lin Xie drew his legs and ran. You're ing sick. Get away from me. In the end, Lin Xie still didn't escape the pursuit of Zhao Kongcheng, who was a night watcher. Kid, you won't get away this time. Lin Xie held his knees and took a breather. Ouch, what are you doing? Zhao Kongqing pulled Lin Xie straight to the couple's hotel not far away. Lin Xie. Get thee off me. Pervert, aren't you? Lin Xie involuntarily tightened his ass. I'm not here to unclog the sewers. What are you afraid of? I'm here to tell you the truth about what's inside you and about the world. Lin Xie was now powerless to resist and could only follow him to the lover's hotel. I wish you two a pleasant stay. Lin Xie's fists hardened when he heard the hotel receptionist, that look of dead gossip. Two grown men in a room actually chatting here, it's breathless. The hotel owner cut the computer screen to another room. WC, this is cool. In the hotel, Zhao Kongqing told Lin Xie everything about the mists and the gods inside him. Zhao Kongqing had a smug look on his face. He thought that Lin Xie's age was exactly the time for middle-aged too hot-bloodedness, and after he had added some fuel to his description, Lin Xie definitely couldn't wait to join them. Well, any interest in joining? Lin Xie, not interested. Zhao Kongqing's smile froze, not for what? Lin Xie slowly stood up. I still have my aunt and cousin to take care of. So you don't care about the safety of the country? You have such great potential. The country is important, of course, but I'm not interested in what you're talking about right now, the Forbidden Ruins, Klein, the Church of the Ancient Gods, the Night's Watch, or the Gods. My aunt is so tired. Do you know how hard it is for a woman to take care of a blind man and a child for 10 years? Now I just want to share the burden on her shoulders. You have a duty to guard the country, and my duty now is to guard the home. Lin Xie walked to the door and looked at the passionate decorations in the room. If you want to not waste money. Zhao Kongqing, stop. We of the Night's Watch have a prohibition. Lin Xie, have a good day then. Zhao Kongqing looked at Lin Xie's departing back and fell into deep thought. He was never expecting that as a high school student, he would think so much. Yes, everyone is a family. Isn't a small family a family? Zhao Kongqing got up and scratched his ass and walked out of the room. Fong Ming was lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone. When he saw Zhao Kongqing come back, he immediately got up. What's up? Does Lin Xie have hemorrhoids? Naya. He knew that Zhao Emporian had failed, and he refused to join the Night's Watch no matter what if old Zhao didn't die. Lao Zhao, I have a gift for you. HM? Zhao Kongqing, who had just wanted to go back to his room, immediately stopped in his tracks. You kid still has this heart? Hey. That has to be, last time you saved me at the end of the alley, I have to repay you. Saying that, Fong Ming took out a piece of blue metal bar half the size of his palm from his pocket, which had been fashioned into a necklace by Fong Ming. Zhao Kongqing took it. What's this? Fong Ming, keeping the peace. Zhao Kongqing. Fong Ming. Don't get any ideas, I'm properly blessed with peace. Zhao Kongcheng patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "Have a heart, brother. I'll be sure to cover you from now on." When he finished, he hung it around his neck and headed for the room. "Thanks." Seeing Zhao Kongcheng close the door, Fong Ming muttered, "Old Zhao, it's me covering you this time." At this time, Chen Mai came out to pee. Because he was always asked by Fong Ming if he drank water in the afternoon, he now felt that the hippo didn't drink as much water as he did all afternoon. Chen Mai quickly unbuckled his belt and opened the waterproof gate. "Oh, yes." Hiss. He couldn't help but shiver. "Fong Ming, Captain." Chen Mai, "Whoa. You're ing sick. Peeing and you come after me?" "Fong Ming, I'll accompany you for one." Chen Mai unconsciously lowered his head. "You ing piss." "Fong Ming, Captain, I can't pee with you here." "Chen Mai, I'll just grass you." At night, Fong Ming still sneaked up to the door of Chen Mai's room. "Gee, let's see which one of these worlds I run into tonight. The system indicates that it is cooling down and will take another 14 days to unlock. Asterisk 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 ing forgot." With that, he turned on his cell phone, which suggested a rainstorm tomorrow. "Are we going to fight the Ghostface King tomorrow? I hope that famous sword, Sifu, can save old Zhao's life." Chapter 12, going to Lin Xia's house to dine with her. Chen Mai took the paper and was about to go to the restroom when he opened the door and stumbled directly over Fong Ming's leg. "No good, it's bubbling up." He covered his ass. "Did you not remember what I said? Running to sleep in front of my room again for s sake?" Chen Mai cursed as he ran, while Fong Ming stood in the corner, whistling without a care in the world. The weather was overcast and gloomy, a good day to sleep, but Fong Ming didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. The system checks the progress of the tether. System, no forbidden ruin energy detected in the vicinity. World of Ultra Beast armor has been linked. Flame Lin Fly, 47% bond value. Current alien energy value 0. 197 black holes. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 47% power. The world of Zhan Shen has reached the Jian realm. Ugh, I wonder if this is enough to deal with that Ghostface King. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I'm ing up, it's definitely not enough. But, liberating the alien energy bar, I'm afraid he won't be able to carry it. If he's killed in one dry punch, and Knight doesn't have the opportunity to join the Knight's watch, that's a big drop. At this time, Fong Ming's stomach growled. "There's no one at home, ugh, where can I go to fix something to eat?" Of course it is to go to our Knight brother's house. According to the development of time, this time old Zhao must be in Lin Xia's house washing dishes. Now Goto may also be able to rub a bite. Of course, the most important thing is to absorb the divine ruin energy. Just do it. Fong Ming rushed out of the room, the sky suffocating with oppression. Phantom Lin. Buzz. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I haven't finished reading yet? When did you learn to scramble? Fong Ming patted Mirage Lin Shining Cheese, but, tisk, shiny oil, it's a good car. Zhao Kongcheng stepped out of Lin Xia's home in a panic, his brows furrowed. "Captain, are you sure that the Ghostface dynasty is coming in this direction?" Wu Shangnan, not sure, but based on the residual bloodstains of the Ghostface King it is assumed that one is an old residential area and the other is the city center. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so we split into two teams to hold it? Theoretically, the city center is densely populated and the old town is sparsely populated, so we sent most of our war effort to the city center. Zhao Kongcheng, what about the old city center? Zhao Empyrean City's heart was like ashes. According to Murphy's theorem, often the choices made were wrong. Lao Zhao, we're vigilantes not gods. Besides, we don't have enough personnel to take care of every part of the city, and the city center has a huge flow of people, so we have to know how to make trade-offs. Zhao Kongcheng was silent, and he also knew that this distribution was the most reasonable. He silently watched Lin Xia's home in the rainstorm, where he has his loving aunt, cousins, and a cute little black dog. "Joe, you need to evacuate as many people as you can now. Red Tassel is on his way there fast. Deploy the ringless airspace to trap him if necessary, and remember to make sure not to clash head-on with the Ghostface King." "I know." The stench was getting thicker and thicker, and Zhao Kongcheng knew exactly what the smell meant. Bang! With a sound, the sewer manhole cover bounced off the ground like a cannonball, and a monster several times larger than the ghost-faced man crawled out of it, with a hideous face and a body dripping with blood. Report! Watcher Zhao Empty City, found Ghostface King in the old city center. Wu Shangnan's voice once again came from the headset. "Old Zhao, unfold the ringless airspace to trap him, don't fight him head-on." The old city was relatively sparsely populated, and even if a few ordinary people were harmed, Mystery wouldn't regain too much of its strength, and it wasn't really worth taking the life of one of the Vigilantes members for that. Zhao Kongcheng was very calm inside and slowly said, "Does Xiangnan still remember our oath? If the night comes to an end, I shall stand before 10,000 men. Sword to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven." His eyes closed, and the cozy home of the three that was the most important person in Lin Xia's heart appeared in his mind. This time, I don't have 10 million people behind me, but I have that child's whole world behind me. He looked down at the peace pendant hanging around his neck, which Fong Ming had personally prepared for him yesterday. "Kid, maybe I'll return the favor in my next life." Zhao Empyrean City's eyes suddenly closed with both hands, and an invisible triangular field enveloped the old town.
Forbidden Ruins. Unrestricted Hollow.
10 minutes ago, Lin Qia's family had prepared a meal and was just about to start.
Knock knock. Auntie, I'll get the door. Who could it be with all this rain?
Lin Qia slowly opened the door to his room.
Bang! The slam shut again. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how did this psycho find my house? At that moment from the dining room came Auntie's voice. 7? Who is it? Ha? No.
No one was asking for directions.
Fang Ming stood in the doorway. Auntie, I'm 7 Knight's classmate.
Lin Xie, asterisk 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 asterisk.
Just sent away in a living god. This will come as a spirit.
Auntie put down her chopsticks and walked to the door. Your classmates are here. Why don't you open the door for them?
Come on in. Have you eaten yet? No. Lin Xie. It's obvious that he's here to rub it in. Come and have some. Okay. 7 gave your classmate that set of dishes. No auntie, I brought my own. Fang Ming said and pulled out a stainless steel bowl from his pocket. Auntie, it's quite good, eat it. While Fang Ming was by Lin Xie's side, Yang Jin and Xiao Hailai's gazes were constantly sizing him up.
Fang Ming thought to himself, this family, 2 heavenly eyes with a dog, but the dog is a good dog, just a little ugly.
Little black lie, well. Woof. Who the are you calling ugly?
As Fang Ming was about to dazzle his 4th bowl of rice.
Yang Jin, is this ING Pogon agent so able to show off?
In the end, Lin Xie finally couldn't help but pull him into the room when she saw him eating like that.
No, you're sick. What are you doing in my house?
Fang Ming took off the grains of rice from the corner of his mouth and put them in his mouth. Of course I miss you.
Lin Xie.
This he can get together with Zhao Kongcheng is also absolute. Why don't you also open a couple hotel with him?
I have hemorrhoids too. Lin Xie. Your mom now. Wait.
Lin Xie said anything to get him out.
Knight, are you able to talk to nocturnal animals?
At these words, he pulled Fang Ming back and put his index finger on his lips.
Sure. How do you know?
Lin Xie, could it be that you also?
Fang Ming, hey, I'm a translucent. And if you don't want Zhao Kongqing to be sacrificed. Did you go listen to what the bat said?
Lin Xie was stunned. Sacrifice. How could he sacrifice?
Fang Ming thought to himself, this time, there is a famous sword to protect his body, of course he is fine, but it must be blown up, and when you, the little bee, join the night watchman, he jumps out at WoW to scare you to death.
He half-heartedly came up to the rain-covered glass and, Bat, the Ghostface King is here, and Zhao Kongcheng is stopping it.
And let TM me in, it's dousing me. Lin Xie.
He turned back to take a look. Fang Ming was no longer in sight, and there was $2,080 on the bed, which was the hard-earned money that Fang Ming had saved from experiencing the King of Glory world, and was automatically converted into banknotes when he returned to this world. Lin Xie rushed out of the room with the banknotes like a madman.
Auntie, where are my classmates? Auntie, huh? He just left in a hurry.
Lin Xie rushed out of the house after hearing this, pulling a long tone. My classmate left something very important behind. I'll go return it to him.
Auntie, this child, it's raining so hard outside and you didn't even bring an umbrella. What if you catch a cold?
And Yang Jin sat at the table staring silently at the meal in front of him.
Chapter 13, Fang Ming, you've even opened a ING band market. The torrential rain shows no sign of stopping. Inside the unqualified airspace. Chomp.
Zhao Kongcheng held a cigarette in his mouth and flung the lighter in his hand in a depressed manner. He looked up at the pouring rainstorm and,
*******, does this even let me smoke?
The Ghostface King in front of him was like a weird Buddha standing in front of him. His huge figure was extremely oppressive.
Ouch, what a backbreaking day.
Surprisingly, he had encountered the mystery of the Chuan realm, while Chen Mai and the others would not be able to rush over for at least 10 minutes.
That was an enemy that was 2 whole realms higher than the Zhan realm.
One couldn't help but doubt in his own mind if he could hold out for 10 minutes, but the belief of guardianship was still there in his heart, and for the sake of Lin Xie's whole world, he just couldn't back down. Suddenly he felt someone pinch him on his right buttock and,
Old Zhao, did you miss me? Fang Ming suddenly appeared behind Zhao Empyrean and pinched his buttocks. Nima, how did you get in here?
He looked around at the unrestricted airspace that he had cast. Without his permission others wouldn't be able to enter at all. Before you unfold the unrestricted airspace. Saying that, Zhao Kongcheng felt a sizzling sensation on his face and twisted his head to look.
Fang Ming ignited a flame of hope between his fingers and looked at him with a grave expression. WC? You can't douse this thing, little lighter. Fang Ming. It seems that giving people nicknames isn't just your specialty.
Zhao Kongcheng approached the tiny flame with a cigarette in his mouth.
Hiss. Who?
Fang Ming must think that he must have worshipped himself to death. This mouthful of smoke is no less than in Resident Evil, that mouthful of smoke that is known as the most refreshing smoke in the world. Fang Ming set up his stance. Lao Zhao, we. Zhao Kongcheng extinguished the cigarette. Go away, you're no match for Ghostface King.
Fang Ming. If I'm not then you are?
You don't even know how badly you died in the original, even though your sword was pretty cool.
Zhao Kongcheng, your mom, are you cursing me? I will never die. Are you leaving? Fong Ming, not going. Zhao empty city, you. Fong Ming, I'm ing. Ghostface scratched his head? No matter anyway, 2 piles of meat are in front of you, it's not worth not eating. Roar! Roar! Zhao Kongcheng directly sheathed his straight sword and blocked in front of Fong Ming. Come on, ugly bastard. Fong Ming pushed Zhao Kongcheng away. Why are you so ing selfish? Zhao Kongcheng, **********. Ghostface King, see, these two are psychotic, eating them won't give you psychosis yourself, will it? Zhao Kongcheng really couldn't help but scold him, this kid is too long for his own life as how. But it is Fong Ming this desperate strength, let Zhao Kongcheng really admire. A reserve player can have such realization, he himself as his good big brother should be more unique. You kid watch this, watch how I decapitate this Chuan realm ugly bastard. He gazed at the wounds all over the Ghostface King's body, and it seemed that Chen Mai usually waterproofed himself against him. The Ghostface King hissed and lunged towards the duo. Ultra Beast. Armed. Phantom Lincoln God. Whether or not the host liberates the alien energy. Liberate my ass, this little Ghostface King isn't enough for me to liberate 10 to the power of 13 times my energy. The Ghostface King will be killed by the plot anyway, and it's not like old Zhao can die with the famous sword pendant I gave him. Fong Ming raised his right hand, and once again a Mirage Lin mech appeared on the ground to merge with his body, and this time his form was no different from the Ghostface King. Today, if I don't beat your face full of peach blossoms, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Ghostface movement suddenly stopped, psycho, right? Fong Ming, do you dare to compete with me? You'll see if I zap you or not and you're done. Zhao Kongcheng, come on, it's sick again. Ghostface King, roar. Only to see the Ghostface King increase his speed, his sharp claws grabbing towards Fong Ming's chest. Look out! Zhao Kongcheng made a direct leap, the straight blade in his hand rubbing sporadic sparks against the sharp claws. Clank! 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 Zhao Kongcheng was fast, but Ghostface King was even faster, and his chain of 5 slashes was directly confiscated by Ghostface King as much as he could. I'll do it! Just as the Ghostface King seized the gap between Zhao Kongcheng's legs and tried to deliver a fatal blow, he was blocked by Fong Ming, who was no different in size from himself. Fong Ming had only lightly swung his fist, half of the Ghost-Masked King's body had been bloodied by the illusory Lin God's fist, but the Ghost-Masked King was after all a Chuan realm mystic, and his wounds were recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The Ghost-Face King took the pain and then roared, roar. You yell like your mom. Fong Ming directly shoved his other fist into the Ghostface King's mouth. You really think you can do whatever you want, don't you? I'll give you an iron boost today. The mecha fist directly broke a few of the Ghostface King's teeth, and suddenly the Ghostface King's mouth was a bloody mess. You can do it, kid, you're something for knocking out the Ghostface King's teeth. He couldn't help but begin to be jealous of Fong Ming. Just in his early 20s he had become a divine agent, and to be able to fight back and forth with the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm and the district Gentian realm was truly perverted. Duan, 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 Duan. Only to see the mechanical fist of the Phantom Lin God stretching back and forth in the ghost-faced man's mouth. The Zhao Kongcheng. What the? Fong Ming, old Zhao, see this is called the Divine Monkey. Zhao Kongcheng? You're awesome. Only the iron fist of the Phantom Lin mech shoved into the mouth of the Ghostface King emitted a faint red light. Fire cloud. Asterisk. The Ghostface King unexpectedly throat wriggled hard and swallowed the mechanical arm most of the way in. Damn you really need an iron supplement, don't you? Asterisk. If I had a mouth like yours, I'd still be worried about a girlfriend? Fong Ming's arm that was stretched out in the Ghost-Faced King's mouth clenched his fist with force, and in a turn to vacate the air, the Ghost-Faced King directly rode a roller coaster-like ride, and was then heavily thrown to the ground. Zhao Kongcheng saw this and carried his longsword to leap into action as well. Don't panic, old Zhao! Fong Ming yelled out, and with another force from his waist, his body violently leaned forward, directly throwing the Ghost-Faced King out and crashing into the steel guardrail on the side. Immediately after that, Zhao Kongcheng took off in the air and quickly swung his longsword 3 times. Let me try. The Ghost-Faced King stood up in a sorry state and became even more furious. Roar! Roar! Clank! 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 Zhao Kongcheng scurried out with a sound cannon. The chopping attack was directly blocked by the Ghost-Faced King, and incidentally, Zhao Kongcheng was yanked out with a kick, thanks to the Phantom Lin mech as a meat cushion, or else half of his life would have been lost directly. Zhao Kongcheng covered his waist. Damn, is this the Chuan realm? Being beaten like this is still so powerful. The Ghost Mask King had been heavily injured by Chen Mai before, and had just been hit by Fong Ming with the illusory Lin Iron Fist multiple times and the Divine Monkey. His physical strength had been depleted by most, but after all, he was a Chuan realm mystic, and was still struggling for his life, and if it wasn't for Fong Ming waterproofing to come up with a plan to let Lin Qi join in, this Ghost Mask King would have long since been burned to ashes. At this moment, the Ghost-Face King knows that if this goes on, he will certainly die, roared, and immediately after that, thought the center of the circle a huge hideous face gradually emerged on the ground. Fong Ming shook his head. Mom analogy, you've even opened up the forbidden market.
Zhao Kongcheng was alarmed. No good, it's the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghostface Phase Land. Chapter 14, don't forget to bring your famous sword. All of you Hang Da's set marshals who have read the original know that the disgustingness of Ghostface Phase Land is the same effect as drinking a few bottles of 56 degrees ergwotu. The two of them felt the sky spinning and Fang Ming cursed, damn, disgusting things, and the forbidden market is so disgusting. He could now know Zhao Kongcheng's previous battle predicament. And Zhao Kongcheng gritted his teeth and stood up, turning his head to Fang Ming, who was to the side. Is it still okay? Asterisk 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 you can't tell if I'm good or not, can you? The pack lines Because Fang Ming was now controlling the Phantom Lin mecha, which was huge in size, it was really inconvenient to face this disgusting forbidden ruins, so he could only temporarily lift the Phantom Lin god form, and replace it with a red armor with a faint purple glow rising from it. Damn, I should have killed him before it was too late. Fang Ming, who had no other skills, also had a bit of a hard time facing this disgusting forbidden ruin. At this moment, Fang Ming and Zhao Kongcheng were back to back. When they were in the enemy's domain and didn't know the enemy's whereabouts, back to back was the best choice for battle. It's like a supersized drum washing machine. Fang Ming felt a wave of vomiting surge through his heart. Zhao Kongcheng, then don't look at the things around you. Close your eyes. Fang Ming, right. You still have that realization? Generally, the protagonists in anime close their eyes tightly when they're at a disadvantage, either because they can catch the enemy's whereabouts through their special abilities, or because they remember their family, their brothers. Don't underestimate our bonds. Of course Fang Ming has no family except for Squad 136, the psychotic slingshot playing roommate who took him in. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why him again? Fang Ming closed his eyes tightly, the foreign energy in his body converged everywhere in his body, his eyes, ears, nose, mouth, fingertips, and even with his skin were converging with the raging foreign energy in his body. He could feel the foreign energy fluctuations in the surrounding area and even in things within 100 meters. Oh ho! Sure enough, Japanese manga never fools me. Jia. Zhao Kongcheng, you're ing sick again. Clank! Zhao Kongcheng was able to judge the Ghostface King's position through the rain and raised his sword to block the blow. While Fang Ming could more clearly determine, through his alien energy perception, where the Ghostface King was moving, this kind of alien energy fluctuation did not belong to the senses, but rather was the resonance of the Ultra Beast Warrior's own energy with external things, and thus could not be affected by the Ghostface phase ground. Old show. Left, right, left, clank. Zhao Kongcheng swung his sword to the left to block the deadly attack launched by the Ghostface King. Zhao Kongcheng, damn, it looks like you're really a turbine. That must be. Fang Ming, Nima, dare to ing hit me. If I hadn't compressed the alien energy 10 to the power of 13 times, could I have let you fool around? Look at you look like TMB Bokong fathead, why don't you go to hell? The Ghostface King, as if angry, began to frantically attack Fang Ming. Surely the truth is the quicker knife. Fang Ming directly clenched his 10 fingers, his hands igniting a blazing fire, and with each strike the Ghostface King's torso was struck with a large burning hole. Ghostface King, roar! 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 Heck kiddo, you ing think I'm a burning stick? The flames generated by the black hole energy are messing with you? Fang Ming felt that if he hadn't been compressing the foreign energy in his body, he would have directly been able to kill all 18 generations of the Ghostface King's ancestors with a single flame fist. The Ghostface King was a bit pained, and his attacks became even more frantic. Zhao Kongcheng was also a bit physically exhausted at this time. After all, how could the physical strength and bodily strength of a mortal fleshly body be compared to that of a mythical creature? Bang! Bang! Fang Ming began to strike wildly at the Ghostface King's unsightly face. As you all set marshals know, it's definitely time for the most important character to make an appearance, and that's right, it's our brother Knight. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the duo and, Zhao Kongcheng, I know you're in there, let me in. Zhao Kongcheng cursed, why the hell are you running around blindly if you're not at home eating properly? Lin Xie was anxious outside, he knew that it must be that psychotic Fang Ming and the perverted uncle fighting the ghost-faced man inside. I know you two are in there fighting Ghostface, let me in, I'm pretty good at fighting too. Fang Ming thought to himself, you wait for me to fight a little longer, and then you can come in when old Zhao wants to put the needle in. Anyway, according to the plot Lin Xie was able to come in, so Fang Ming simply ignored it. The ghost-faced king showed an ugly, hideous expression as he slowly walked towards the two of them, Fang Ming. He looked at Zhao Kongcheng, who was seriously injured and holding onto the wall, and thought to himself that he had to play a handsome game in front of old Zhao this time, so that he would owe me a favor as well. Fang Ming immediately climbed up and pointed at the ghost-faced king and cursed, big fat ass covered in oil, I poo. Quickly meet your grandpa Fang. Zhao Kongcheng, you're ing crazy. Do you want to die? Run in front of me and interfere. Fang Ming said with a serious face, old Zhao, I know you're going to be very handsome next, but please allow me to pretend in front of you. Zhao Empyrean City listened to what he said coupled with the subdued look on his face, how it sounded like last words. But for someone like Fang Ming who had awakened such a powerful divine ruin in his early 20s, his destiny shouldn't stop here. Fang Ming gathered his entire body's supernatural energy in his palm, and his eyes erupted with an appalling blood-colored light. System alert, detected the host's foreign energy is climbing, the power of the fire cloud technique has reached 200%. He slowly retreated with his feet, a raging blaze of fire converging between his two palms, his power compressed by 10 to the power of 16 times. Fire. Clouds. Knack. This time, he didn't miss, boom. The Ghost Face King took a solid hit from the fire cloud skill that was twice as powerful, almost didn't pass away. This was Fang Ming purposely letting Zhao Kongqing come to collect heads. At this moment, the surrounding rainwater instantly evaporated, and the violent explosion directly almost lifted Zhao Kongqing out. The Ghost Face King's body had been punched out of a large hole, and was already only half a step away from going to see Hades.
Zhao Kongqing, this kid's killing move. It's really something. Fang Ming pretended that he couldn't do it anymore. Old Zhao. I was handsome just now, wasn't I? Zhao Kongqing stumbled over. Kid, it's okay, that was a cool move. Fang Ming once again hit the Ghost Masked Man heavily. This time the Ghost Masked Man went completely crazy and lunged at the duo with his battered and bruised body. This was the last attack of the Ghost Masked King. Zhao Kongqing slowly stood up and pulled out the coat of arms that represented the faith of the Night's Watch. I will stand before 10,000 men, and I will turn my sword to the abyss, and I will stain the heavens with blood. A small switch was inserted on the inside of the coat of arms, and as long as the switch was pressed, the needle buried in it would inject a mysterious potion called Ghost Godlore Dash, which would burn the user's life in a short period of time and stimulate most of the potential in the body. Kid, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? A man should be handsome at the end of his life.
After saying this, Empty City was about to stab the silver needle into his arm.
Wait. Lao Zhao. Zhao Kongqing, do you still have the locket I gave you?
Zhao Kongqing lowered his head and looked at it, placing the pendant in his palm. You gave it to me, surely wear it.
Okay then, you tie it. Zhao Emperor City had no more worries. This time old Zhao will also brush off my handsomeness for once.
Blood mixed with rainwater ran down his thick arm. The instant the Ghost God lead was injected into his body, Zhao Kongqing felt the severe pain on his body fade away like a tidal wave, and an unprecedentedly powerful energy swept through his entire body. Every cell was pulsing with great vigor and continued to burn with energy that had been stored up for years. At the same time, a mysterious power burst out from Zhao Kongqing. The Ghost Face King felt a great threat as he rushed to where the duo was less than 10 meters away, stopping and retreating backward in a hurry with a loud roar. Zhao Emperor City leaned down, his 5 fingers gripping the hilt of his sword.
Fang Ming?
No, it wasn't a Batusai chop in the original either.
Eerie. This blade can destroy the city and open the sky. Chapter 15, Fang Ming, Old Zhao, why are you talking so much?
A several meters high black crescent blade turned out at extreme speed, swept through the raindrops directly cut this in half. Space seemed to be torn apart in this instant. Put. A sound of a limb bursting. One of the Ghostface King's arms was chopped off alive. Fang Ming looked at Zhao Kongqing dumbfounded. This is a live broadcast, Old Zhao, so handsome. In a moment, though, please put your cell phones on silent and listen to the sound of a famous sword shattering. Zhao Kongqing laughed up to the sky. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 083, Mendicant Life Flash Moon. Kid, see, I, Zhao Kongqing, am also a genius, not inferior to you, right? Fang Ming couldn't destroy such a good atmosphere of Zhao Kongqing's pretense at this time. It's too handsome. Old Zhao. He stood in the midst of the rainstorm, clad in a black and red cloak, with a straight sword in his hand. At this moment, he could feel the breath of all things, and although his body was severely injured, those eyes were as bright as stars.
Is this the ING Forbidden Market? What a blast!
For the first time, the Ghostface King in front of him showed a shocked look. Clearly he had just beaten Zhao Kongqing to death. How could he burst out with such a powerful force in such a short period of time? He ran towards the Ghostface King as if he were an arrow off the string. The two were engaged in a rapid close-quarters sparring match in the torrential rain, and the powerful sword chi that Zhao Kongqing chopped out with every swing of his sword was able to leave deep wounds on the Ghostface King's torso. Suddenly, Fang Ming detected a coolness behind him. Lin Xie came up and stood behind him looking at him kindly. Dog, finally I've caught you. Fang Ming was shocked in his heart. Don't on night brother. You guys worked hard, I'm going to help. Lin Xie put down a sentence and was about to run forward to help Zhao Kongqing, but he was stopped by Fang Ming. You're a psychopath. What good are you going to do now? Besides, what if Lin Xie goes up to help and gets punched to death by the Ghostface King? Then how would the plot unfold later on? Lin Xie looked at Zhao Kongqing's movement to meet the enemy was so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye. Even if he had the eyes of a blazing angel, it was still hard to see Zhao Kongqing's figure under the Mendicant Life Flashing Moon status enhancement. After a few rounds, the effects of the Ghost God lead gradually dissipated, and Zhao Kongqing's movements began to slow down.
Damn, this is really going to be a second man.
At this time, the Ghostface King seized the opening when Zhao Kongqing's movements slowed down and directly sent him flying out with a punch, but fortunately, there was Fang Ming behind him to catch him steadily.
Zhao Kongqing? And when did you get in here?
Lin Xie, I don't know, he opened up when I glared at him.
Zhao Kongqing, okay, you're good, you're better than even Yang Jian. Yang Jin, achoo, someone misses me?
Lin Xie, let me help you. Zhao Kongcheng, on the other hand, got high and said he wouldn't let him help himself. You wait for me to slash at it. It's not too late to come back after chopping you. Ayo! Lin Xie stepped to the side while Fang Ming stuck behind him and, "Ha, brother Seven Knights, you smell good." Lin Xie's fists hardened. Zhao Empyrean faced the Ghostface King and held the hilt of his sword with one hand in a death grip. Two boys. Lin Xie, huh? Fang Ming, huh? Watch it. It's going to be a cool cut. Lin Xie. Fang Ming was behind Lin Xie picking at his eyelids. Watch it, it's really handsome. I'm not ing blind. Suddenly a sound cannon struck in the ears of the duo, only to see a blurry residual shadow with a straight blade filled with black flames swept towards the Ghostface King at great speed. The rain falls on top of the blade as it evaporates. Black shadows cut through the rain. The fire of life burned in his eyes, and the energy that erupted within his body at the moment all converged on the blade, as if this was the moment he was waiting for in his life. The Ghostface King also saw that this person's strike was quite a comeback. As long as he blocked the strike, the battle behind him would be solved. However, a fear of death struck the Ghostface King's entire body. He tried to dodge, but it seemed that he couldn't avoid the range of Zhao Empyrean City's decapitation in any way. One could only choose to take the slash hard. Zhao Kongcheng approached the Ghostface King's torso. Lift your hand. Swinging the knife. An unprecedented huge black crescent moon cuts through the darkness of the night. A handsome landing followed, with the straight blade sheathed. The Ghostface King's body stiffened and his head slowly fell to the side. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Rolling to the side, Fang Ming also utilized the foreign energy that had already returned just now, and a bright ball of fire ran through the Ghostface King's body, and likewise that pale ghostly face disappeared at this moment, and Zhao Kongcheng's body finally reached the last moment of his life, falling straight backward. Bing! An ethereal sound similar to glass shattering resounded through the sky, and the peace pendant at Zhao Kongcheng's neck had broken in half. Fang Ming saw this and hurriedly ran forward. Why was he in such a hurry? Of course it was to tell Zhao Kongcheng to act. Either that or his cerebellar paralyzed mind must have just said, "WC, old man didn't die." Lin Xie watched in a daze as Zhao Kongcheng fell backwards, his body trembling as he staggered towards the duo, his mouth chanting, "It won't! It won't! Zhao Kongcheng won't die! Don't come over!" Fang Ming roared out a loud roar that roared Lin Xie in place and, "I haven't finished discussing how to cheat you, why did you come over here?" Zhao Kongcheng realized that the pain in his body had suddenly disappeared, and was about to get up but was pressed to the ground by Fang Ming. "Zhao Empty City, well, what the are you doing covering my mouth? Shoo, do you want Lin Xie to join the Night's Watch?" "Of course I want to." "Then stop ing talking and play dead. First this, then this." Fang Ming's eyes instantly moistened and he cried with a sniffle and a tear, "Old Zhao, you hold on." Lin Xie couldn't care less and ran directly to Zhao Kongcheng's side. Zhao Kongcheng pretended to be weak. Lin Xie, old me just hacked the Ghostface King to death, did you see that?" Lin Xie's eyes also filled with tears. See, Zhao Kongcheng, you can't die. You're not a ing general yet. You stay alive. Zhao Kongcheng, did you see that slash too? Lin Xie lost his voice. See, it's cool. Very cool. Fang Ming pinched Zhao Kongcheng's elbow. Damn, why are you so talkative? Quickly play dead. He saw that Zhao Kongcheng still wanted to speak. You were dumb in your last life. After saying that, while Lin Xie was crying in pain with his head bowed down, he directly gave Zhao Kongcheng a hand slash to the neck. Zhao Kongcheng's body instantly went limp. When Lin Xie saw that Zhao Kongcheng had no more movements, his pupils trembled slightly and his body couldn't stop trembling. "Zhao Kongcheng!" The sad cries resounded through the sky. Fang Ming, damn, I'm too good at drama too. This shall not give me a Nobel Prize for Gold Medal actor. Another worldly buy, do you believe it? I ran into an actor, paralyzed and dragged away my famous sword. At this point, Red Riding arrived at the site end. When he saw Zhao Kongcheng's body, he immediately went black, and his hand held his head and his body couldn't stop shaking. Impossible. Zhao Kongcheng won't die. Get your ass up. Her eyes were red and she couldn't stop the tears from pouring out like a spring. The quiet streets, the torrential rain washing away the traces of the battle, a man and a woman in the rain, two actors. Lin Xie looked at Zhao Kongcheng, who was lying on Fang Ming's lap, and slowly stood up, murmuring, I, Lin Xie, have only been guilty of 3 in my life. My aunt who was dragged down by me, my cousin, and you, who saved our family. You watch over the world, silently, where no one knows. You saved my whole world. In exchange I will guard the world for you as 10 years. Fang Ming, it's done. Fang Ming then held Zhao Kongcheng's corpse with a grave expression as he took one step towards Red Tassel. Bowing his head, Sister Honging, I'm sorry. Chapter 16, The Famous Sword Sifu. In the peace office. Lin Xie sat in a daze beside the sofa in the living room, his head lowered, staring at the floor in death, his wet hair still dripping with rainwater. Next to her, Red Riding Hood hid as well, her curled up body not saying a word. Inside a hut. I'm a ing genius. That's not good, is it? What's wrong with that? Don't you want Lin Xie to join us? I'd like to, but isn't that a lie? Inside the room, Fang Ming and Chen Mai, Wen Qiamo, Si Xiaonan, Lang Shen, and Wu Shangnan were chattering and whispering. And Zhao Kongcheng was lying on the floor with the appearance of a dead pig. Chen Mai said, "See what happens. Let's go out quickly, they should suspect us after a long time." Okay, go. Chen Mai, Lang Xian, keep an eye on him, save yourself from waking up early and doing bad things. No problem. A few people walked to the living room and, "So, you're the blazing angel agent that old Zhao was responsible for finding?" Wu Shangnan looked at Lin Qiye and asked. After a moment of silence, Lin Qiye nodded. "My name is Wu Shangnan, I'm the vice captain of Squad 136 stationed in Songnan City." Sitting on the sofa, Red Tassel raised his head slowly, a pair of eyes somewhat reddened. Squad 136, frontal combatant Red Tassel. Squad 136, frontal combatant, Wen Qimo. Squad 136, combat support and medic, Si Xiaonan. Captain of Squad 136, Chen Mai. Squad 136, Divine Eagle. Amount. Swish. With a sound, several people's gazes simultaneously looked toward Fang Ming. Chen Mai kicked his ass, introduce him properly. Fang Ming immediately stood at attention. Squad 136, reserve member, Fang Ming. Lin Qiye looked at the few people in the room and slowly spoke. "I am willing to join the Night's Watch for a period of 10 years. "We can't guarantee." Fang Ming suddenly interrupted. 10 years is 10 years. Right, Captain? He began to sit beside Lin Qiye and scowled at a few people. I for one welcome you to join the Night's Watch, but for the conditions you mention, I can't agree to it. If you can get the Night's Watch hierarchy to change the regulations for you after 10 years, then forget I said anything." Lin Qiye, "Okay, it's a deal. Damn, let me out and I'll have to cut this BYD. Dare to hit the old man." A gruff voice came from inside the house. Lang Xian was still pointing a gun at his head. "Keep your ing voice down, you can't go out there right now." Crowd. Fang Ming hated it so much that he gritted his teeth. Damn, I should have thrown him to the mental hospital if I had known. When Han Ying heard Zhao Kongcheng's voice, a sudden brightness returned to her eyes as she flew towards the house. She saw Zhao Kongcheng standing alive in front of the door and instantly jumped into his arms. "Old Cho. Whoa. You're alive, woo. Zhao Kongcheng looked at Lang Xian, who was covering his head to express his speechlessness, with a dumbfounded expression. The grim-faced 136th member of the Fang Ming, who was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Lin Qiye, whose eyes were glaring roundly. And the Red Tassel, who threw herself into her arms and cried loudly. He scratched his ass, bad. Wu Shangnan looked at the peace pendant that had broken in half in his hand and spoke. So you're saying that this is the thing that saved Zhao Kongcheng's life? Yes, I have another one in my pocket. Long Xian, bull asterisk, right? Of all the forbidden objects that are not guaranteed to have the ability to bring people back from the dead, how can this tiny pendant of yours have such a heaven-defying ability? Hey, you don't get it, do you? But this just has that power. In fact, this was not bringing the dead back to life. The function of the famous sword division was to block this fatal blow for the user who had received a fatal wound, which meant that the backlash effect brought about by the ghost god leader was blocked by the famous sword division when it burned out the last ounce of Zhao Empyrean City's life again. Zhao Kongcheng, who had a slap mark on each cheek on the side, slowly spoke. No wonder, you asked me if I had this thing with me. This stuff, it really saves lives. Fang Ming was furious when he saw Zhao Kongcheng. You polio, you almost spoiled my good deed. Thanks to my night brother, a promise is a promise, handsome and suave. Lin Qiye. Alright, stop kissing my ass, since I said I'd join you guys then I won't go back on my word. Get thee off me. Asterisk, don't ing lick my face. Chen Mai, really? Lin Qiye grabbed Fang Ming's rear barge collar and flipped him over to drop him to the ground. Well, really, I get it, I have to make myself stronger to guard my world. The peace pendant can block one attack, but in future battles, you can't just rely on it. Strength is the king in battle. Fang Ming climbed up after hearing this. Brother Knight, if you had this realization earlier, why would I still be acting? Really regret ing giving, regret opening the door, regret coming home. He's jumping up and down in the house with joy again. I'm a ing genius, Lin Qiye, asterisk. Are you guys sure this psycho is on your team too? Chen Mai was just about to open his mouth when his hand penciled a circle in the air. Xiangnan, you explain? Wu Shangnan pointed a finger at himself. Me? Lao Zhao, you explain? Zhao Kongcheng? He ran away from the mental institution, and then when we arrested him we found out he had a high risk of banning the market. Bang! Fang Ming gave Zhao Kongcheng a head hammer. Zhao Kongcheng covered his head. You're the one who's mentally ill. Your whole ing family is mentally ill. Zhao Kongcheng covered his head and looked at Fang Ming with a gradually gentle gaze. However, I still have to thank you for saving me. Yoho, Lao Zhao, if you say so then I can't dedicate my skin drum either. I have hemorrhoids too. Lin Qiye, you mommed a. Chen Mai interrupted the Dao duo and interjected, Old Zhao, can you still feel the forbidden market energy in your body now? Zhao Empyrean tried to make a fist, then shook his head with some disappointment. I can't. Wen Qima, the potential that exploded from your use of the Ghost and God Guide is not yet your own after all.
Fong Ming, say, Lao Zhao, the dish has to be practiced.
Now it's time to talk about you, Fong Ming. Who exactly are you and how did you come to have such a perverted forbidden object? The eyes of the crowd turned to Fong Ming together.
Asterisk 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 asterisk, can you guys stop looking at me like I'm a monkey?
Actually, these two were given to me by a sword fairy carrying a gourd when I was sleeping in front of the captain's room, had a dream, and then a sword fairy with a gourd on his back gave them to me.
Zhao Kongchang? Lung Xian. Red Riding, huh? Si Xiaonan.
Then I woke up and these two were in the palm of my hand.
When Chima stroked his chin, his gaze to the 45 degrees angle, WC? Sleeping in front of the captain's door actually has this effect?
Yeah. Captain, for the sake of my treasures to grow, please let me in.
Get out.
Okay. Chenmai, I consider thinking about putting a bed in front of my door for you. If what you say is true. Hey.
Fong Ming started jumping up and down in the hall again.
Wu Shangnan, Captain, are you sure he's interested in you?
I'm damn sure.
Seeing this, Lin Xie sighed. At the moment he wanted to go home, but knowing that if he went home he wouldn't be able to come out again if he sought his aunt and cousin, so he inquired, then where do I live?
We can't live with this mental illness, right?
Hong Ying came up to Lin Xie's face. Brother Xie, how about staying at my house? My house is actually quite big.
Chapter 17, going to the second middle school to see that old snake charmer. That's Sister Hong Ying, I also wanna go.
Fong Ming, came to Hong Ying's side, crying.
I can't leave my night brother.
Compared to the forbidden ruins on Chiang Mai, Lin Xie's divine ruins were more desirable to Fong Ming. Besides, he felt as if the bond with Fire Linfei was growing slower and slower. It was time to give the system a change of flavor.
Lin Xie looked at his LSP look, is he rushing at me?
Red Riding tapped his chin with his fingertips, his eyes looking upward as the,
well,
it's not impossible, there are still plenty of empty rooms in my house, you can't keep sleeping on the floor if you're here, can you?
One Chima.
Not him on what grounds? Seeing that the ploy succeeded, Fong Ming had a smile of chow chow. Alright, Sister Hong Ying. After dinner, Hong Ying had to go to the training room to practice shooting, while Lin Xie returned to Hong Ying's home early.
When Chima, aren't you leaving? Fong Ming, me? Don't you think you forgot to say something?
Fong Ming put his arm around his shoulder with a lewd face. Do you want to go to Red Tassel?
Very much? Well, You didn't wash your ing hands when you took a. One Chima, shhhh. Nonsense. Fong Ming, why don't I secretly pull out the monkey bars from her pants and make you a slingshot? When Chima, you he pervert ah.
Late at night, Fong Ming planned to pamper Chen Mai before going over today. After all, Lin Xie stayed up most of the night tonight, and he wouldn't have much of a chance of absorbing his divine ruin energy if he went
and get a bad rap.
He sneaked to the door of Chen Mai's room again and lay down in peace. After this battle, it should be about time for the bond to grow.
Fong Ming beautifully shouted the system out. System, forbidden ruin energy detected around the area, absorption has begun.
World of Ultra Beast armor has been linked.
Flying Firebrand, 68% of bond value. Current alien energy value 0. 267 black holes.
Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 68% power. Alien energy compressed to 1/10 carat 13. In the world of God Beheading, I have reached the late stage of the Jiantian realm.
There's a pre-mid and post-mid stage to this B-thing? Why didn't you say so before?
Hey, I forgot. Your mom has. This compressed 10 to the power of 13 times foreign energy is all in the late stage of the Jan realm. If this is all liberated, what kind of climb? All the gods will have to run away when they see me.
Fong Ming thought that the Ghost Face King must have been crushed to death with a handful of hands in Lin Xie's dream.
Hiss.
It's scary to think about.
The next storyline must be the one where Li Yifei gives birth to a Halua. That old snake spirit must be having many children with some girl child right now. He was going to go to the second school first tomorrow to see how many gourds the old snake charmer had given birth to. Damn, if I were to enter the world of Hulwan Hua, I'd be high and low to bring out the precious gourd of those 7 children and then melt it for you, the old snake charmer. Not only did the drama of the 7 gourd children fighting the beautiful snake spirit, which was so intense, come to his mind. How is it the H version?
The next day, in front of the second middle school. You said you're a student?
Security guard number 1 asked Fong Ming as he carried his baton, the security cap on his head tilted askew.
Ah, what? It doesn't look like it.
Fong Ming was wearing the school uniform that he had just grabbed. The 165 school uniform looked like a bikini on him.
Not far away, a second high school student, tied to a pole, ah.
Security guard 2 went up and tugged on his business card at his chest.
Security guard number 2, Lu Daxiang. You say this is you? Fong Ming, it's me. Back then, I was still skinny. Security guard number 2, I'd say he's not you. Fong Ming, you're saying he's not me? No. I'd say he's not me either. Who is it? Who is it? Put the business card in my school uniform. Security guard number 2,
you admit this is your school uniform. Fong Ming looked aggrieved and hugged security guard number 2's leg. The school told us to order uniforms, and I never dared to buy them. I wore it from middle school to high school and was scared of being poor. Security guard number 1 immediately sympathized with this 185 tall guy in a 165 school uniform. Alright, go on in, it's not easy to see your clothes in tatters. Fong Ming, okay little brother. He got up immediately, exactly as he'd come out of the asylum, and, I'm in. He took advantage of the large class drill to blend into Lin Chia's class. No buddy, who are you? One of Lin Chia's classmates saw Fong Ming with a puzzled look on his face and thought to himself, why does this person look so anxious? Wang Xiao poked Li Yifei's back in front of him. Isn't that Lin Chia's psychotic cousin? Why is he here? Where's Lin Chia? Li Yifei turned back at the sound and realized that he had been staring at him. I don't know, it seems to say that 7 Knights has joined the army. He's not here to check out for 7 Knights, is he? He felt Fong Ming's sharp eyes and unconsciously clenched his buttocks. Radio gymnastics begins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, one more time. Fong Ming danced to the radio. One more look, and you'll explode. WC, this Lin Chia's school is pretty damn stylish. He looked at Li Yifei's back, and his gaze gradually moved down. I'll unload both of your ammo dumps in a couple of days, and see how you chicken stake more sons and more blessings. Recess is over and this one is math class. Chickens change, dogs stay the same, and the rich look at the quadrant. Po ha 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 ha. Fong Ming sat in the empty seat at the back and couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this teacher's extremely thick accent speaking about math problems. What's your name, that student? Fong Ming leaned against the stool and reached out to point at himself. Me? The math teacher held up her glasses. Yes, that's you. I don't remember you being a student in this class. Oh, I'm new here. It's normal that you don't recognize me. The math teacher was furious. What kind of tone is that? Students should behave like students. Look at your flowing hair. It's like you were released from a mental institution. Wang Xiao and Li Yifei whispered. I mean he ran away from the mental hospital, right? Li Yifei's mouth stifled into a slit. I think so. He. Jiang Qian, on the other hand, was looking at Fong Ming with a fearful face. That day they had encountered a monster attack, although he had signed a confidentiality order, but for Fong Ming's appearance this made him very uneasy. As soon as Fong Ming heard the words mental hospital he instantly became furious and stood up. Who the hell are you calling mentally ill? You don't even look at the Mandarin you speak, it's like ing polio, and you come to lecture, do you understand you? When the math teacher heard this, he was furious and trembling. You go out and stand in the penalty box. Dare to scold the teacher like that? How did your parents educate you? I'll show you how my parents raised me today. Fong Ming directly rushed up and gave the math teacher a glance at the cannon. You dare to hit the teacher. You've lost your future. Asterisk. You call us mentally ill and you have a future again? Asterisk. Fong Ming stood on the podium and beat the math teacher for a full half-minute, only stopping when he saw a student run out to complain. The classroom was instantly quiet, and the math teacher ran out, covering her face and crying. Mud, get on this. Fong Ming returned to the back seat and suddenly remembered that there was another hateful and dog-licking person named Lu Yuan in the original. Who the hell is called Lu Yuan? He walked to Li Yifei's side. Little Fei, tell me who's called Lu Yuan and who's called Han Ruo. Li Yifei was already unable to speak at this time because he was frightened, and could only reach out and point to a man and a woman sitting on the side. Fong Ming looked over in the direction he was pointing, only to see Lu Yuan with his head lowered and not saying a word, Han Ruo beside him pulling on his coat. Yoo-hoo, still at the same table. He walked to Lu Yuan's side and looked at Han Ruo with a lewd face, who by this time had already been parasitized by the Nandu snake demon. Just you call TM Lu Yuan. Get in the back. Han Ruo shivered. What to do, Lu Yuan, I'm so scared. When Lu Yuan saw Han Ruo make such an intimate move towards himself for the first time, his manly heart immediately rose. He patted Han Ruo's hand. Don't worry, I'm here. Lu Yuan stood up to face Fong Ming. Did the teacher agree? I'll beat him up again if he doesn't agree. Lu Yuan bellowed. Yes, I will definitely come back. Li Yifei. Wang Sha. Fong Ming sat on Lu Yuan's seat and lifted Han Ruo's hair with a kind face, so good that the girl was blind for nothing. Wakey, what do you think of me? Jiang Qian, degree? Li Yifei, WC, he's good at this? Han Ruo looked at Fong Ming's handsome appearance. I think you're not bad. Chapter 18, Psychopathic Psychopaths Who Steal Girls' Clothes. Swish! The entire class looked at Fong Ming and Han Ruo in unison. Rolling behind the side of Lu Yuan is even more unlovable. Just today Han Ruo also said that he likes him, how now on the heart of others? Fong Ming looked at Lu Yuan in the back and walked over to pat his shoulder. Can you resist, brother? If you can't resist, give me a dead weight. Anyway, your love interest in the back is my night brother. Lu Yuan cried and looked up. One Sha, oh, Li Yifei, WC, powerful. Han Ruo blushed upon hearing this and murmured with her head down, could it be that 7 Knights likes me too? Fong Ming secretly cursed in his heart, like your mom, you old snake charmer. Nope, some of those sitting there are old snake charmers too. After Fong Ming comforted Lu Yuan, he just turned around and directly kissed Han Ruoro, who walked over. Fong Ming. You. Fong Ming really didn't expect the first kiss that he had kept for 23 years to be given to this old snake charmer. He covered his mouth to suppress the feeling of vomiting inside, but he couldn't expose it now. Fong Ming's face was lifeless. Ruoroa, what are you doing? Han Ruoro put her hands behind her back and lowered her head in a shy manner. Of course I like you. Lu Yuan, who was unable to rest the indignation in his heart, yelled, Fong Ming. I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Ha? Fong Ming turned around and looked at this insouciant little brat. Is that true? Lu Yuan nodded his head vigorously. 1v1, man battle. Don't leave after school. Liefei, Psychotic flower picker versus Affectionate dog licker. Number 1 is a good-looking head. Security. That's him. Suddenly the math teacher appeared at the door of the class, and 2 menacing security guards outside were about to rush in with batons. Fong Ming immediately picked up Lu Yuan's arm and gave himself a mouthful. Security guard number 1 pushed the door open with one hand. Let me see who's so bold. Lu Yuan. Stop. Lu Yuan. Damn you. Lu Yuan raised his hand and was about to punch Fong Ming, but in the next second he was stopped by the security guard stepping forward with a tackle on the desk. Fong Ming, on the other hand, fell to the ground and let out a loud cry. Bitter ah. I grew up working hard and now I'm being bullied in school. I'm worse off than even EL. Woo. The math teacher was confused. Wasn't this kid quite arrogant just now? Why is he soft now? Fong Ming crawled on the ground towards the math teacher, then grabbed his pants and straightened up, coming up to his ear. I advise you to be honest with me. I know where your house is. Otherwise, I'll pull the monkey bars out of your titty pants to make a slingshot to hit the glass in your house. When the math teacher heard this, he immediately froze in place, which is clearly the essence. Spirit. Sick. And a heavy manic one at that, or he wouldn't have beaten himself up like that. Do you hear me, little baldy? The math teacher nodded his head in a panic, signaling that the 2 guards were already fine and that he could be able to handle it himself. After lunch, Fong Ming intends to go to the girls' dormitory to find out. After all, that old snake spirit infected. The number of girls is extremely large, perhaps also can hold 2 specimens back as inflatable. What the was I thinking? But what a big pervert. The sun is high in the sky. The playground was empty, except for a psychopath-like person jumping up and down there, targeting the girls' dormitory. Fong Ming climbed up to the top floor of the dormitory along the rainwater pipes, and in a flying leap came to the balcony. A nosebleed ran down his nostrils. He saw through the glass a girl with long, flowing hair changing her clothes inside the pink and tender underwear floated on the balcony, and Fong Ming went through them and came close to the glass to take a look, just as the girl happened to turn her head. WC, so big. Ah, there. Change. Morbid. Ah. A penetrating scream spread throughout the girls' dormitory. Fong Ming was shocked in his heart and directly turned around with a big jump. A girl's white underwear directly covered his face. The long-haired girl's roommates were instantly awakened and got out of bed to run to the balcony to see a monkey running at breakneck speed across campus with one of their underwear. Damn, what a backward point. Stand still. I expected you to be a pervert. Seeing this, the security guard at the doorway immediately picked up an explosion-proof fork and was about to give Fong Ming a throat lock. Fong Ming braked at breakneck speed, adding a 720 air spiral big turn, instantly crossing over the 2 security guards, and then stuffed the underwear into the mouth of one of the security guards. Get you a teething cover. Security guard number 1, bah, ugh, bah, why does it smell like milk? Security guard number 2, you're psychotic, where did you get that milk smell? Security guard number 1, you don't believe me, smell it? Security guard number 2, it really seems to be. The principal saw these 2 bees, taking the girls' clothes and handing them over and over, and people were pumping through them. Hello? Demon spirit? I met 3 perverts. Yes, it's in the 2nd grade. In the evening, the peace office. Zhao Kongcheng took the photos provided to him by the police department and interrogated Fong Ming. This monkey you don't? Fong Ming took the photo, and on it was the photo of himself running wildly on the playground with his white underwear. Would you believe me if I said I was there to investigate the mystery? Pa! When Shima went straight for a big bout. See Xiaonan, pervert. Ling Xian nodded, agreed. What the are you doing fooling the mentally ill? You investigated mystery into someone's 2nd grade girl's dormitory? Zhao Kongcheng, that's right, what are you doing stealing other people's milk baskets? Fong Ming covered his face and looked aggrieved. What qualities? I was off investigating that old snake charmer. Zhao Kongcheng? Have you watched too much Hulu? Red Riding, what snake spirit? Lin Xie, don't mess with the harmonic stems though, you snake spirit is snake spirit. Fong Ming, harmonize your mother. Zhao Kongcheng, what does snake spirit have to do with you stealing people's underwear? Actually the wind blew it in my face. Crowd. I still think it's better to send him back to the asylum. Are there mental institutions that specialize in forbidden ruin owners? I don't know, I don't think so. Seeing that he really couldn't explain it, Fong Ming could only burst out the truth. There is an unknown mysterious appearance in the second middle school. Chen Mai immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. How did you kid know that? Fong Ming, I said it, I'm a translucent. Zhao Kongcheng, I'll testify to this kid does have a knack for this. Wu Shangnan walked over to him with his arms wrapped around him and patted his shoulder. People Lao Zhao are so stupid, you're still teasing them? Zhao Kongcheng, damn you, old Wu, one-on-one. Wu Shangnan, you think I'm hanging you, one-on-one. Come on, what's the point of you hitting me and me hitting you? Chen Mai, ahem. Stop it listen to what this Turo has to say, since you're there to investigate the mystery. What is it called? Fong Ming, Nandu Snake Demon. Wu Xiangnan, huh? Is that true? If it's the Nanda Snake Demon, then wouldn't there already be infected students in the school? Lin Xiye was stunned when he heard this. How come he hadn't been to school for a day? Another underwear-stealing psychosis and a difficult snake demon. Fong Ming nodded his head after hearing this. Someone should encounter an infected attack tonight. Chen Mai looked at Fong Ming half-heartedly. Although this kid is usually out of tune, but in front of serious matters there is really a bit of genius thinking. Lung Xian hugged his sniper rifle. I suggest that whether it's real or fake, we need to go and investigate to avoid too many casualties. Then Red Tassel tapped the black box behind her, looking like she couldn't wait. I agree. Lin Xie, if it's the kind of mystery that parasitizes infected people, then wouldn't it have already run outside? Sangnan City, so many people, how can we catch them? Wu Shangnan immediately explained, the Nandu Snake Demon, since it chose the school as a host site, then it seems that the number of infected people found will not be large at the moment. If the number was really that high, the Crows of Calamity would have already started calling the police. Lin Xie, Crow of Calamity? What's that? He looked at Red Tassel with uncertainty. It's a forbidden creature that comes with a forbidden market, and when Sangnan City is hit by a great disaster, it will chirp in advance, and it's also a sort of detector. Oh. Lin Xie nodded. Chen Mai clapped his hands. Anyway, regardless of whether or not that mystery is the Nandu Snake Demon, we're going to stop him from infecting the students again tonight. The crowd nodded. Leave after dinner. The crowd chorused, yes. Fong Ming suddenly sat down next to Hong Ying, then looked at Wen Chiemo with a wicked smile on his face. Hong Ying was puzzled. What? Brother Fong Ming? Anything? Fong Ming came to her ear. Sister Hong Ying, in fact, Prayer Mo told me that he really wants to go to your house to live. When Shima's face changed, your mom has. Chapter 19, Slingshot hits Lu Yuan's ass. Li Yifei, not good, there is a penetration. On the way out of school, Li Yifei was talking to Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan about the pervert who stole girls' underwear during the day. Wang Xiao, what do you guys think about how we have that kind of pervert in our school? It's making the girls in the class nervous. I'm afraid to wear super short skirts now. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei waved his hand. Who knows? Maybe it's a psychopath in one of the classes, or they've been holding it in for too long to let off some steam. Lu Yuan, what? That pervert is that psycho named Fong Ming. Damn, I've made a fool of myself. If he hadn't run away so fast, I would have let out of school with a straight left hook and a downward kick that would have cut him off straight away. TSK, I don't believe it. Look at that wimpy look of yours at that time. Li Yifei smacked his lips and looked at Lu Yuan with extremely disdainful eyes. And a left hook and a drop kick. That Fong Ming is tall, he might just twist you into a twist. Wang Xiao, pft, ha. Lu Yuan's brand of cannabis flowers. Lu Yuan felt offended again and was so angry that he kept cursing Li Yifei and Wang Xiao on the way. Wang Xiao, yes, what homework was left today? 12 reading comprehension. Lu Yuan scratched his head. What? Suddenly, Li Yifei stopped in his tracks. Damn it, I forgot my homework. Tell me, is your mind filled with Wu Shujie? Wang Liang teased. Why don't you hurry back and get it? While the classroom is still unlocked. Li Yifei sighed and could only walk back in order not to be scolded by the teacher tomorrow. Not far away, Fong Ming was squatting. Brother Knight, you and Sister Hong Ying and the others go first, I have a bit of diarrhea. Lin Xie glanced at him. Lazy donkeys grind on a mill with a lot of, hurry up, we'll go first. For her part, Red Riding asked with concern, did you have a bad stomach for dinner? Or you don't have to go today. Seeing that Dog Bei Lu Yuan was about to walk over, Fong Ming hurriedly urged the two of them. No, you two go ahead, I'll be right behind you. That's fine, come quickly. After Red Tassel finished speaking, she and Lin Xie ran towards the direction of the school. Lu Yuan, you guys trust me, if that Fong Ming was here right now, I'd definitely give him a good beating. Bang! Lu Yuan felt like he hit something hard. He rubbed his nose and looked over at the tall man standing in front of him. Fong Ming, yo, isn't this Lu Yuan? Not seen you in a few days, so pulled? When Wan Liang and Wang Xiao and the others saw Fong Ming suddenly appear in front of them, they scattered their legs and ran, and even said, Lu Yuan, have a safe trip. Who did you just say you beat the crap out of? Ha! Lu Yuan looked at Fong Ming's extremely perverted expression and seemed to smile with a hint of evil in his smile. No, I didn't say who.
Aren't you going to break me with a left hook and a drop kick?
Lu Yuan at this time under the legs are shaking. This is simply the display version of the mouth high brother met the real brother. It was a direct bloodline crush.
Big brother, I was wrong, spare me. Hanruoro, I gave you everything.
Fang Ming was originally fine, but once he heard him mention this dead snake spirit his anger flared. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't chicken steak me about her. He then directly picked up Lu Yuan's neck collar, then pulled down his pants and tied them to the pole, then drew out the monkey bars in his pants.
Ouch. Brother, spare me, I dare not. Ouch.
Fang Ming picked up the stones on the ground and took the monkey strap in his hand and flicked his ass one after another.
Within 2 minutes, there were little cuts on that ass. Let you mention her. Let you mention her.
If I don't pop your ass into 8 pieces today, my name isn't Fong. Li Yi flew back to the school. At this time the school was silent. Basically there were already not many people. It's a good thing the door was left open.
He quickly ran into the school.
The cool evening breeze rustled the leaves and the atmosphere was a bit oozy. Li Yi flew into the school building. In the dim corridor only the safety exit indicator light was still glowing with a ghostly green light, which could not help but make him shiver and flew up the stairs. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
The door is locked.
But this couldn't stop Li Yifei. He directly tumbled in through the window next to him and pinpointed the location of his desk. Just as he put his workbook back in his book bag and was about to flip out, 2 scurrying heads appeared at the end of the hallway.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dean of instruction doesn't go home at night, he's here on a date with a girl? Let's see if I don't film you for exposure.
Li Yifei flew to the side and quietly waited for the duo to come over.
Finally Lu Xiaoyan and the director of teaching slowly stopped at Li Yifei's door.
Lu Xiaoyan was a little short of breath and put her hands in front of her legs. That director, I'm counting on you for the essay competition behind me. You call those outstanding students to my office tomorrow, I'll have a chat with them. The director of instruction was about to leave when he finished speaking, but was shouted at by Lu Xiaoyan behind him.
Director, actually,
Li Yifei held up his cell phone with a wicked smile on his face. It's coming.
It's coming.
Just when he thought he had his hands full, suddenly the corner of Lu Xiaoyan's mouth grinned in an amazing arc, directly to the back of his head, and normal human teeth were replaced by a single sharp pointy tooth. Lu Xiaoyan's black eyes had all but disappeared, leaving only miserable white pupils. Below that, her entire head instantly burst open, densely packed with small, sharp teeth spread around her neck, which was enough to swallow an adult alive. Where had the head instructor seen such a monster? His whole body couldn't stop shivering, and he wanted to run his legs but stood still without listening to his command. In the next moment, he was directly swallowed by Lu Xiaoyan, his body writhing in midair. Li Yifei looked at such a horrible shot in the cell phone, hurriedly covered his mouth, his heart fluttered, and he didn't dare to breathe a word. Suddenly, a knife with a cold light appeared in the shot. Immediately after, Lu Xiaoyan's body was split in two and fell straight to the sides, blood flowing all over the place.
Damn, still one step too late.
Lin Qiye sheathed his sword in a magnificent manner and looked at Red Tassel beside him.
Red Coma leaned down to look at the fallen director of instruction. I didn't realize that what he said was true. But this one seems to be dead?
A bright golden light once again erupted in Lin Qiye's eyes, and he could clearly see that the heart inside the head teacher's body had been completely emptied out, leaving only an empty shell.
Be careful.
Lin Qiye hurriedly pulled Red Tassel up.
Rubbing.
The body of the director of instruction stood straight up directly. His head instantly exploded and was no different from Lu Xiaoyan's appearance just now. He was also infected by the Nandu serpent demon.
Ugh, I'm so sorry for you.
Only Lin Qiye quickly drew his sword and appeared behind the director of instruction a second later, lifting the sword with his backhand, blood still dripping from the blade.
Put.
The head instructor's body split down the middle to the sides and collapsed in a limp heap.
Damn, this ugly bastard's parasitic ability is so strong?
Lin Qiye said. It was at this time that Fang Ming arrived late, looking at the two corpses on the ground.
WC? Finished so soon? Where's that Li Yifei kid? Lin Qiye? Red writing, oh, Li Yifei. WC? This guy is a Turu? Chapter 20, I have a plan.
Seeing that Li Yifei, who was hiding in the classroom, hadn't come out yet, Fang Ming ran to the doorway of Lin Qiye's class and gripped the doorknob and gently broke it.
Pop. The doorknob is broken. Li Yifei looked at the broken stainless steel door handle. Nimas, indeed psychopaths have more strength than ordinary people, huh?
Fang Ming stood in front of the door and looked at Li Yifei, who was hiding under the table with a lewd face. Little Feifei, don't be afraid, uncle will tell you a story.
Li Yifei. Lin Qiye and Han Yao poked their heads out of the doorway and peered into the class. Why are you here?
I forgot my homework, then when I came back, I saw the monster in the hallway, but it scared me to death.
Li Yifei wiped the sweat from his head.
It's a good thing you guys got here in time or I would have hiccuped. Fang Ming had been standing on the sidelines watching this old snake charmer perform, lulling you on, letting you show your chicken feet tomorrow. At this time, Chen Mai's voice came from the headset.
How's it going, Red? Any encounters with the infected?
2 infected were encountered and have currently been killed by Lin Qiye.
Chen Mai. Wu Shangnan, WC. It's really letting this kid get it right. Does this kid know how to foretell things? One survivor has now been found. Hong Ming looked at Li Yifei, who was huddled in the corner, and, after confirming that there are no problems, bring him back. There's no one in the school now, don't startle the snakes yet. Tomorrow when the students have all gone to school, then we'll clear them all together. Aye, Captain. Hearing this, Fong Ming pulled Li Yifei up and touched towards his butt. Let's go, little Fei Fei. Perform well tonight. Oh. You should be institutionalized tomorrow. Li Yifei was still looking at Fong Ming in shock. No, big brother, I have hemorrhoids. Ah, can you lighten up? 8 a.m. Today is the day of the 100-day pledge meeting of the second middle school. 4 men stood next to the school fence. No, night old brother, you are a student of this school. You go over a chicken wall. Ah? Lin Xie, right-o? I'm going over the chicken wall. After saying that, Lin Xie walked towards the school's main entrance with both of his pockets inserted. Fong Ming, this head, I'm afraid it wasn't stupid when I fell as a child, was it? Hey! Si Xiaonan dressed in the second middle school uniform, flying leap, directly left foot on the right foot, delicate figure in the air, such as swallows gently landed on the fence, and then also did not forget to pat the black box behind. The three crouched on the fence, watching the students' every move. No? Why is this school uniform you found for me so small? Red Tassel's 5 senses squeezed together as she tried hard to pull the zipper of her school uniform upwards. Fong Ming, make do and wear it. Some people still envy you. Look at Xiaonan, she doesn't have the same worries as you. See Xiaonan. Pervert. Lin Xie walked to the entrance of the campus and looked at the wanted notice posted on the notice board, which had Fong Ming's avatar hanging on it. Text below, this person is suffering from a serious perverted mental illness, please girls put away their intimate clothes. Lin Xie, ugh, disgraced all the way home. To add one more thing, there have been inexplicable cases of missing students and teachers in the school, so please pay attention to the safety of all students and teachers and go home as soon as possible after school. ZZ. Shenmai, all positions report the situation. Red Raider, all clear. Zhao Kongcheng, everything is normal. Lang Xian, everything is normal. Wu Shangnan, everything is normal. Lin Xie, it's a bit bad. The number of infected is a bit high. Chen Mai, can you accurately identify every infected person? Lin Xie, it's a bit hard, but I'll try my best. After all, with hundreds of people in a school, it's impossible to identify them so carefully in a short period of time. Old Zhao, deploy unsuspecting airspace if necessary, and make sure not to spare any of the infected. Zhao Kongcheng stood in front of the school smoking a cigarette, understood. Lin Xie walked slowly towards the sophomore school building, carefully observing each student. 1, 2, 3. On the way, he bumped into about 20 students, 5 of whom had been emptied of their bodies and were left with nothing but an empty shell. Damn, this old snake charmer, so fertile? Da. Li Yifei ran over from behind. 7 nights. 7 nights. Who? Lin Xie turned back at the sound and looked him up and down with sharp eyes. The two of them then walked shoulder to shoulder towards the school, and at this moment, Lin Xie's hands were stuck in his pockets clenching his fists tightly. Li Yifei whispered to him, how about it, 7 nights, how many infected are there? It's not looking good, you've got infected behind you on your left, and in front of you on your left. Li Yifei, it can't be that much. Shoo, don't panic yet, wait for orders. Li Yifei hurriedly nodded his head, right now he could only believe in the strength of Lin Xie and their night watchman. Between classes, the students were talking about it all over the class. How is it that the psychopathic psychopaths weren't caught, and now there's a case of missing teachers and students? Who knows, it hasn't been very peaceful lately. Lu Xiaoyan might have eloped with the head teacher. Oh, the crowd was in an uproar. Seriously, don't lie to me. Harm, good studies, and glasses are all contrasts. I also heard that yesterday, that perverted psychopath named Fong Ming seemed to be Lin Xie's cousin. Lin Xie. ******. I'll go back high and low and throw my size 42 shoes in your size 56's face. Fong Ming, achoo. He rubbed his nose, someone missed me. This time, Fong Ming finally leapt off the fence with a big jump in his form-fitting school uniform. Hey! Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan followed close behind. Paddle! The zipper on Red Tassel's chest crumbled open again, and the tight white t-shirt inside outlined her figure to perfection. Red Raider. ******. I told you it was too small, so hard to pull on. Subsequently several waves of people acted separately. Fong Ming had long heard Lin Xie say that today was the seniors' 100-day pledge assembly. The entire school's teachers and students were to gather at the playground to hold a ceremony at 9:30. At that time it was Lin Xie's moment to perform, but after all, there were several hundreds of people and it was extremely difficult to identify them. Fong Ming was thinking of how to stall for time. I have a plan. He dogged his way to the Dean of Instruction's office, kicked the sealed door open, and found the outstanding class speaker representative on the list above. Senior Class 8, Wang Mingho, that's you. At this moment, there are only 20 minutes left before the Pledge of Allegiance. The playground was packed with people. Lin Xie tried his best to weave through the crowd as fast as possible. After all,
it would be impossible to be allowed to just walk around when the queue stood up later. Wu Shangnan, how's it going? 7 nights, is it better? Lin Xie covered his earplugs and kept speeding up. Not yet, there's still half left, give me more time. Okay, make it quick. At this moment, Wang Minghe was in the classroom preparing for the Oath of Allegiance in a while. Bang! The door of the senior class, 8, was kicked open by Fong Ming. Classmate, you're fired. Wang Minghe's face instantly turned green as he looked at Fong Ming's forged excellent class representative speech change book. He could only hand his speech to Fong Ming in disappointment and then walk out of the class in a grayish manner. Fong Ming tore up the speech directly. I still need a speech? Just kidding. Elder brother knight, let me come and lend you another 300 seconds. The music on the playground gradually stopped, and all the teachers and students had stood in their designated positions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's still a bit left. Lin Xie cursed. Wang Minghe was deprived of his right to speak by Fong Ming could only stand in the playground queue. Myung-ho? Aren't you speaking today? Wang Minghe shook his head in loss. Ghost knows what kind of name those leaders are up to. Speak soon to inform me of the change. Ha? How come I didn't hear about it? It's not a snub, is it? Wang Minghe, I don't think so. I see there's a school stamp on that. All school leaders are seated at the podium. The principal straightened his collar and took his place at the center of the podium. Ahem, here, for the first item of the assembly, let's start with the freshman representative. Fong Ming took a 6-parent step and stood on the far side of the speaker's table. Hey, here it comes out. Lin Xie was still moving around in the back row of the class, only the amplitude wasn't as exaggerated as before, and he unconsciously looked towards the speaker's table when he heard this somewhat familiar voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how did this be run up there? Chapter 21, The Great Siege. There's still a respect bug in the brain. I thought about it all last night, and it occurred to me if this is the only chance I'll ever have in my life. In the time before I tossed and turned. Principal? Other teachers? All students? Awesome. Ahem, this student is very emotional, but please don't waste everyone's time. Seniors, all fly. Lin Xie. After hearing the principal burst into a rage, just wanted to get up and reprimanded, was Lung Xian with a pre-prepared anesthetic needle shot in the buttocks fainted, and beside him to help him the two people as when Qima and Wu Shangnan played the city leaders. After all, people with the inspection certificate issued by the city, although the principal does not recognize but see the red-headed document can only invite them to the podium. Lung Xian, Fong Ming, continue. Stall. Fong Ming's hand penciled a small OK at his side. Silver saddle, white horse, black hand of dreams. All generals raise your right fists and let's compare notes. After saying that, Fong Ming pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and found a ghostly video he had collected a few years ago, and a dynamic music played. ZBC, old man kind-o, first get half a glass of birdie vodka. Get a half a cup. Come this high. Luxury again today. Thunder Gabra, Eugene Rasho, Russia's Karashao. Wen Qima, pft. This kid. Wu Shangnan, I can't, I'm going to die of joy. Lin Xie covered his earpiece, you're ing psychotic. Fong Ming, don't mind me, just hurry up. A couple of teachers saw that something was wrong and immediately ran up to them, realizing that the person standing at the speaker's table was the psychopathic psychopath who had gone into the girls' dormitory yesterday. Security, call security. How did he get in? The rest of the students saw such a good show did not have the slightest intention to run, they all stood still to watch the show. After all, with Psycho performing live for them, they couldn't afford to miss the show. Actually, my dream is to be a gourmet chef and learn from my predecessor, Old 8. At this moment, people's attention was on Fong Ming, and Lin Xie had completed the infected identification at the last moment. Chen Mai, is it ready? Lin Xie? Lin Xie sat in the back row of a class with a sharp break. Well, there are 74 in total, but I feel as if the people didn't come in full force. Fong Ming, how is that possible? I checked and the school building is empty. Lu Yuan and Han Ruoro aren't here. Fong Ming hurriedly dropped the microphone and drilled into the school building. Damn, these two are still not forgetting to cheat on each other now. Originally, Fong Ming wanted to take advantage of the fact that all the teachers and students were in the playground to wipe out the old snake spirit infected teachers and students together, but he didn't expect to kill a spermatozoa halfway through. As long as one of the infected was decapitated, the rest of the human infected would awaken, and with the strength of the 136th squad plus Fong Ming's current late stage of the Zhan realm at this time, dealing with 70 or so Zhan realm monsters would not be a walk in the park. That's when Red Tassel's voice came through the headset, and found the leak. At this moment, she said as she looked at the two headless female corpses in front of her that had already been pierced by her with her hand red tasseled gun. Seeing this, Lin Xie had no choice but to take care of the monsters on the playground as quickly as possible, and then pulled out his pistol. Bang! A gunshot rang out. All the students and teachers crouched down on the ground in fear. Zhao Kongcheng also unfolded the unguarded airspace when he heard the gunshot to prevent any other infected from taking advantage of the chaos and escaping the school. An invisible cloth envelopes the entire campus. Lin Xie, what are you doing? One of the teachers saw him with a gun and immediately came up to yell at him. Instead, he didn't say much to this teacher and slashed across his neck. Put. This teacher's head rolled to the ground, with small sharp teeth still densely distributed around his neck, and his collapsed body changed to a shriveled and appalling appearance, and with a couple of convulsions he ceased to move. Ah. Seeing such a bloody scene, the students screamed and tried to escape, only to be scared, in place by another shot from Lin Xia. Freeze! At once, the entirety of the infected bodies hidden among the students stormed out, their heads instantly exploding like blossoms as they roared and lunged directly towards Lin Xia. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan also finished clearing out the girls' dormitory and arrived at the scene. Chen Mai, do it! The members of Vigilante Squad 136, with the exception of Fong Ming who was looking for that damned Lu Yuan, were all focused on the front battlefield. With Chen Mai, a Chuan realm powerhouse, and the unparalleled cooperation of the individual team members, the 70 or so infected in front of them were slaughtered in less than a minute. And Zhao Kongcheng is still guarding the door of the school with 2 fingers holding a cigarette, continuing to play happy elimination. Nice, 600 levels. Looking at the mountain of corpses piled up next to him, Lin Xia wiped the bloodstain on his face. Li Yifei, where are the people? It turns out that last night, Fong Ming told him in advance that Li Yifei has a problem, but did not tell him that he is the thing that is difficult to Snake Demon. The purpose is not to want to compress the plot too outrageous, otherwise you set of marshals to see what Just 5 minutes before Lin Xia shot him, that damn Lu Yuan had already been mesmerized by Han Ruoruo, and the two of them were having a good time in an empty classroom. He looked at Han Ruoruo with a shy look. Ruoruo, you called me here for? Han Ruoruo carried her hands behind her back and leaned close to his ear. Actually, what I like is you. That Fong Ming said he took me to the movies yesterday, but he didn't answer the phone after calling for half a day. He's a scum. Or hello. Lu Yuan instantly came into the spirit. Ruoruo, I knew that you actually still care about me in your heart. Well, there's no one there either, so can I. Han Ruoruo shyly lowered her head. It's okay. Lu Yuan immediately cupped her face and closed his eyes to kiss her, but suddenly Han Ruoruo's mouth grinned up to her neck and opened her bloody mouth to swallow him. Bang! Fong Ming kicked the classroom door open at this time, and when Han Ruoruo saw this, she immediately returned to her normal human appearance. You little BYD, people are down there in a meeting and you're ing around with broken shoes? Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and Fong Ming knew that Lin Xia had begun. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a human being, I wouldn't save you. Follow me. Fong Ming pulled Lu Yuan's arm and was about to walk out. Lu Yuan didn't know what kind of drugs he was high on today, and shook his hand away. Although he was still in pain after being spanked by Fong Ming yesterday, he must not lose face for the sake of the goddess in his heart. You're just a psychopath by birth. What gives you the right to strut your stuff around here? Let go of me. I'm not going anywhere. Do you still like Ruoruo? I tell you, I'm not afraid of anyone now. Fong Ming's mouth twitched with anger. *******. Damn you. It's really LV Dongbin biting the dog. Kindness is a donkey's ass, isn't it? Are you sure you don't want me to save you? I swear I won't beat your ass. Lu Yuan, you're insane. What's saving me? What danger am I in? Aren't you the most dangerous one here? Fong Ming pointed at Han Ruoruo. She's a ing monster. She'll eat you. As soon as Lu Yuan heard this, he got anxious and looked at the poor Han Ruoruo with tears in the corners of her eyes. Who are you saying is a monster? I'm warning you, you're not allowed to bully Ruoruo. Fong Ming slapped him in the face. Gave you face, didn't I? Are you leaving? No go. Fine, then you wait to die. Fong Ming was too lazy to communicate with this and turned around and walked out of the classroom door. **********. I'm so redundant coming to him, just like in the original. Seeing Fong Ming walking away, Lu Yuan once again reverted to a demented smile. Ruoruo, how was I just now? Was I manly? Han Ruoruo nodded, and as he looked at his face, which had been slapped red by Fong Ming, he asked with feigned concern, does it hurt? Lu Yuan held her hand and shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Let's get on with it. Han Ruoruo suddenly blushed. Actually what? I think your meat smells good. Lu Yanwei. Han Ruoruo once again opened her bloody mouth and swallowed Lu Yuan hard. Fong Ming stood outside the door listening to the miserable howling inside the classroom and spat a mouthful of water on the ground. *******. You really deserve to live, ball. Now it's my turn. With a wave of Fong Ming's hand, a pair of red armor spread all over his body. Against this kind of snake egg with low IQ and fragile defense, there was no need to summon the Ultra Beast God at all. Han Ruoruo sat in the classroom and wiped her mouth calmly, and in front of her, Lu Yuan seemed like a dominated puppet, his eyes white and his body constantly swaying back and forth. Fire cloud technique. Pulleys. Hey, 1 ball and 2 heads. An incredibly powerful fireball blasted the duo's heads into mincemeat, their bodies exploding in all directions. Fong Ming sniffed. Why does it still smell so bad when it's baked? The sound of the explosion drew in Xingyu, who was not far away in the corridor, watching Lin Xie and the others decapitating the infected, over. He stood in the doorway looking at the bloody appearance of the house. It seems that the world isn't so boring after all. Fong Ming turned back at the sound of the voice and pondered for a moment. Who else hadn't appeared in the plot? Oh yeah, it was that one called in carp. You're in carp? Onching fish, asterisk 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 asterisk. You're the carp. Your whole ing family is the carp. Chapter 22, Lin Xie, no good end for a saintly mother in a chaotic world. Does this word read hing? Fong Ming gestured the word carp in his palm. Onching fish. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the are you cursing? And Xingyu looked at Fong Ming with the same eyes as a child, and sighed at how such a two-dimensional person's superpowers could have awakened in him. At this time, Li Yifei took advantage of Lin Xie and the others not paying attention to run upstairs, just in time to brush past Fong Ming's class. WC, he didn't die. Fong Ming was surprised. Brother Knight, didn't get him killed? It seems that our Knight brother is still too merciful. Fong Ming rushed forward with one strong step. Hey, old snake spirit. Li Yifei turned around the corner of the stairs with a sharp break and a facial twitch. It's Fong, what? What's wrong? Li Yifei was sweating profusely. The snake demon body in his body was already on the verge of not being able to hold it down. Fong Ming slowly walked forward, grabbed his ass and came up to his ear. You're still pretending to me when you're dead? Watch me beat you back. Fong Ming directly set a set of fiery combos to knock Li Yifei from this end of the corridor to that end, and Xingyu walked out from the classroom at the sound of his voice. He could clearly see that the one who had been violently beaten by Fong Ming was the one who had stood at the very edge of the square and then sneaked away. At that time, he felt that this person was not right, until he found that Li Yifei walked to a toilet and found that there were two other people inside who were pulling asterisk, and then directly swallowed even asterisk with asterisk, and then the two infected people with two white eyes for a while, before slowly walking out of the toilet. After Li Yifei walked away, Xingyu secretly picked up the fire axe on the side and exploded the two infected from the back. He stood in the corridor with his axe and looked at the two monsters he had decapitated, an inexplicable excitement welling up in his heart. The world is getting more and more interesting. In the hallway, Li Yifei was beaten back and forth, feeling a bit unable to carry on directly showing his body, Nandu Snake Demon. Fong Ming looked at the monster with the snake head and body of the face man. Your ing second only to the ghost face king, you know? What an ugly looking guy. Hiss. The snake demon's scarlet tongue lolled out. Who the are you calling ugly? After saying that, he swung up his sharp claws and was about to take Fong Ming's head. Facing the mystery of the marigold realm was simply as easy as a slap in the face of Fong Ming's strength that was about to step into the pool realm. Yo, the whole big long fingernail cap is to pick my teeth. He dodged and avoided the attack of the sharp claws, and then directly turned around with a back kick directly to Li Yifei's crotch. Pop! Li Yifei, however, stood as if nothing had happened. WC? Your golden bells and iron pants? It's okay to get kicked in the balls? Knowing that Fong Ming's kick was not light, if it were an ordinary person it would probably have gone west. Li Yifei smiled. Haven't you heard of shrinking the sun into the abdomen? Onching fish. Fong Ming, okay, you're great. Teach me someday, huh? He then didn't bother to talk nonsense with Li Yifei and quickly moved to Li Yifei's left side. A right hook punch hit this snake head. He shouted from mid-air, sneak attack. No martial virtues. The snake demon flew straight out of the third floor along the window and fell heavily to the ground. Don't ask why you didn't just kill him. If he dies, who's going to take care of our Knight brother's mommy? Most of the teachers and students on the playground had already left from the unsuspecting hollow domain, and Zhao Kongqing incidentally used Dream Whisper to erase their memories of their time in this period when he opened a corner of the domain. Ugh, every time I'm asked to do this boring job. Zhao Empyrean City smacked his lips, expressing his displeasure. Lang Xian, who was on the side, said helplessly, who made you not have a forbidden ruin? Asterisk 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 you are not seeing how handsome I look when I slash the Ghostface King. Lang Xian, I saw it, it's quite handsome. Fong Ming recorded it all on his cell phone and then secretly sent me a copy. Do you want it? Zhao Kongchang? Damn it, I'm fighting in front of the enemy, and this kid is sneaking around in the back videotaping. But come on, send it to me so I can send it to my friends to pretend. Lang Xian. I knew it. The snake demon climbed up from the ground and raised his head to look at Lin Xie and the others all looking at him with kind faces as if they were looking at a monkey. Chen Mai, not running? Fong Ming looked at Lin Xie and said proudly, see, I was right, isn't there something wrong with little Fei Fei? Lin Xie held the knife and stroked his chin, indeed, but how did you know? Fong Ming, I've seen Dash P and realized he has no balls. Red Riding? See Xiaonan, pervert. Wu Shangnan, asterisk 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 asterisk, who else have you seen peeing? Fong Ming unconsciously looked at Chen Mai and pinched his index finger and thumb in front of his eyes, just a gotta. Chen Mai, you've mommed a. Wu Shangnan, hey, okay, what matters now is how to deal with this old snake spirit. The snake demon's heart trembled, looking at the four big men in front of him, no matter which one of them he was not an opponent. Lin Xie slowly squatted down, Li Yifei then we are classmates. Fong Ming, no good, Brother Knight's heart has gone soft. The snake demon's eyes glittered with hope. 7 Knights, I knew that you wound. Swish. The snake demon felt the sky suddenly start spinning and didn't stop until his face touched the fence next to him, and he could clearly see his body collapsing in front of Lin Xie, blood flowing down the cracks of the bricks and onto his face. Red Tassel gave Lin Xie a thumbs up. Okay, a man of great deeds. Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan also showed their appreciation. Fang Ming Hanging Heart also fell to the ground. He was afraid that Lin Xie mercy, this is not he killed, our night mom to the back of the set of training is not expected to be good. He was still waiting to absorb these twin divine ruins. See Xiaonan, I thought that brother 7 Knights would be soft-hearted, so it seems that I was overthinking. Lin Xie sheathed his straight sword. Being a saintly mother under a chaotic world doesn't end well, besides, this is what he deserves. Chen Mai waved his hand. Alright, call it a day. Fang Ming looked towards the head of the snake demon whose eyes had dulled. It shouldn't be long before Qingyu would take him away and bring him into the filthy sewers, then dissect him piece by piece. Alas, death has to be divided. Fang Ming held his head and followed Lin Xie out of the second middle school, and Zhao Kongqing on the side of the road, seeing that his teammates had all walked out unharmed, also put away the unrestricted airspace. Red Tassel, Captain, this time Fang Ming and Lin Xie have both performed very well. Should we consider thinking about enlisting them into our official team? The set isn't for 2 days anyway. When Fang Ming heard about the intensive training, he instantly became excited. More than 200 Forbidden Ruins possessors. There was also that Bailey little fatty. His entire body was covered in forbidden items. This must not be a realm a day. Hey, little chargers, here I come. Chen Mai looked at Fang Ming's demented look. It's not a problem to send 7 knights, but this be. Why do I feel some danger? Zhao Kongqing, what's so dangerous about it? So many military training instructors can't control him. Wu Shangnan reminded. Don't forget the energy he exploded in the desperate situation at the mouth of the alley. This is going to be a psychotic offense to go on a rampage, and the damage will be incalculable. Si Xiaonan rested his index finger against his chin and looked at Fang Ming with a harmless look on his face. I do think he's quite reliable except for being a bit perverted. Hong Ying also agreed with Si Xiaonan's words. That's right, this time, the problem of the Nandu snake demon could be solved so quickly thanks to the precise information he provided. It's still got to be the 2 big and small Thunder sisters. Fang Ming suddenly crossed Zhao Kongqing's neck. Old Zhao, aren't you forgetting something? Zhao Kongqing? What? Lin Xie covered his face with a speechless expression. He asked you to buy him a drink. This bee has been talking to me for a few days. Zhao Kongqing thought for a moment. Reimbursement? Chen Mai, report you a mom honey You're going to buckle down and die you. Zhao Kongqing, harm is no problem. We'll hot pot tonight. Crowd, yeah. Here, small lighter, time to add fire. Zhao Kongqing's face was a little red from drinking and waved his hand at Fang Ming. The crowd celebrated a rare moment of relaxation by gathering around a large old-fashioned copper pot, underneath which was all dry wood and the fire was burning brightly. Fang Ming raised his fingertips with a speechless expression, and a tiny flame instantly ignited the newly added firewood below. Red Tassel directly clapped her hands. Oh ho! Brother Fang Ming, so handsome. Lang Xian, it looks like we can make hot pots more often in the future. Fang Ming, Nima, Lao Xiao, you are really stingy, you even save on the gas bill. Chapter 23, Fire Cupping. Are you Wu Jing? In the training room. Chen Mai did quickly, 7 knights, watch out for dodging. Watch out up there. Down there. Oops, that's Ed up. Lin Xie kept weaving in and out of the dense rain of rubber bullets. The 20 rounds per second overwhelmed him, and his crotch and buttocks kept getting hit by rubber bullets. Damn you, this kinda hurts when you take one. On the contrary, Fang Ming stood in the rain of bullets without panicking at all, as steady as a mountain, the purple energy on his body looming. Fang Ming watched as Lin Xie was wailing as he was beaten. After being spanked for 8 years, I'm finally going to let you brats taste what it's like to be spanked by a slingshot every day. Wu Shangnan pointed at motionless Fang Ming, feeling a bit strange. Doesn't he have any pain? Chen Mai pondered for a moment. It said that he was in a mental institution and was spanked with a slingshot for 8 years, so he's probably immune to it. Lang Xian, oh, it's really miserable. Chen Mai put both hands on his mouth and shouted towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie, you suck. Look at Fang Ming, he has to stand upright when he's beaten. Lin Xie rolled his eyes. He had the eyes of a blazing angel. He could clearly see that Fang Ming's body was wrapped in a layer of purple energy. You be cheating, aren't you? Fang Ming picked his nose. I don't want to, brother knight, but I can't shut him down. Lin Xie. Asterisk. You hanging wall. Half an hour later, Lin Xie was beaten and covered in bullet marks, lying lifelessly on the sofa. Si Xiaonan, take off your clothes and I'll take a look. Fang Ming, asterisk. Damn, how do I turn this bee thing off? So damn jealous. Lin Xie rolled over onto the sofa and looked at Fang Ming with a provocative expression. Lin Xie, little man, jealous, huh? Fang Ming. He found an empty glass jar from the side and slowly walked behind Lin Xie. Xiaonan, let me take a look at the injuries on Xie's body. Si Xiaonan stood up with some hesitation. With that, Fang Ming once again ignited a small flame at his fingertips and shook it in the glass jar. Have you ever cupped, knight? Lin Xie? Fang Ming held up the hot glass jar. Me. Build. With that, he clutched the glass jar in both hands and ran it over his back. Lin Xie, 6 ow. It felt like his soul was being sucked away. Fong Ming, brother knight, you're quite chilly, you need to cupping more often in normal times. He fingered his skin, which was already flushed with purple. Knight, there's usually too much LU, isn't there? Q. 20 minutes later. After Lin Qiye was treated by Si Xiaonan, he put on his clothes, and in contrast, Fong Ming's mouth was marked with a reddish glass jar. Next time you talk too much, I'll pull another can on your ass. Fong Ming rubbed his lips. It's over when you can't say it right. Lin Qiye rubbed his shoulders. It feels quite comfortable. You're good at this. Didn't practice much in the asylum before, did you? Fong Ming, that's a must. I'll be cupping that bald doctor every day. He then turned his gaze to Si Xiaonan, who was packing up the medicines. Minami. Si Xiaonan? Would you like to try? Snap. A small handprint was imprinted on Fong Ming's face. Si Xiaonan glanced at Fong Ming with a pout. Pervert. Afternoon, firearms training room. Lin Qiye and Fong Ming stood in front of the shooting platform, and a dozen targets were neatly arranged 300 meters away from the duo. Lang Xian, what are you wearing a mask for? Fong Ming, oh, I caught a cold, I'm afraid I'll infect you guys. Lin Qiye then walked up to him with a sinister face and directly stretched his mouthpiece with an extreme rebound. 6 ow. Fong Ming covered his mouth in pain and stomped his feet in place. Naya's up. With that, he pulled out a toilet plug and turned back to pluck Lin Qiye's lips. Fong Ming, alright, now we're all the same. Lang Xian, ahem, well this time it's firearms training, so let's see how basic your shooting is. Fire cloud technique. A fireball swept past Lang Xian, boom, destroying a target in front of him. Lang Xian, Q. I told you to use the gun. Oh. Lang Xian then handed over the shooting essentials and gun grip to the duo. Let me demonstrate for you. Fong Ming. Lang Xian extended his hand. He then took Fong Ming's gun and bang bang bang. 3 shots in a row. 3 rings. The corners of Lin Qiye's mouth stifled a smile into a slit. Fong Ming, on the other hand, had a serious face and was applauding. Lang Xian ran behind him and gave him a direct blow to the head with the butt of his gun. Damn you, what's the point of adjusting my aim? Report. Speak. If I die, I don't want my gun picked up and used directly by the enemy. Lin Qiye, 6. Lang Xian's mouth twitched in anger. And what if it was your teammate who picked up your gun? Fong Ming. Right-o. Lang Xian, transfer back. Fong Ming, yes. 5 bullets per person, free fire below. Bang. The duo began to shoot according to the movements taught by Lang Xian. Lin Qiye 40 rings, Fong Ming 10 rings. Lin Qiye turned his head toward Fong Ming and cursed, hit my target chicken feathers? Fong Ming looked at Lin Qiye with a grave expression. Don't worry, the Divine Gunner 4th Company is yours, brother won't. Lin Qiye. What the are you doing giving me a drama here? Wu Jing, right? Fong Ming, you're the Wu Jing, your whole family is netless. Is ing sick again? Lang Xian patiently sat aside and taught, I told you not many days can be set training. Practice well, do not give the 136 squad shame. Fong Ming turned around and saluted angle, degree, don't worry, brother Xian, I'll definitely cover Knight elder brother. Lang Xian glanced at him, he's not worried, it's mainly you don't give me a disease during the training set. Yes sir. 10 days later, the day before the rally. Fong Ming was lying on the sofa in Hong Liao's home sleeping, when he suddenly felt the tip of his nose itching, and once he opened his eyes he saw Hong Liao looking at himself with a smile on his face. Whoa! You, who are you trying to scare to death? The red color blushed slightly, and her hands were placed in front of her body with some urgency. I hear you. So, Fong Ming crossed his arms in front of his body. Big my, sister Hong Ying, I've always respected you, besides I like young girls. Bang! Said Red Tassel, punching him directly in the side of the head. Thinking about what? I hear you can cupping. It just so happens that I've been feeling a little sore in the back of my shoulders lately. Fong Ming rubbed his head. I'll go find some glass jars. A few moments later, Fong Ming sat behind Red Tassel, popping a few times, directly on her shoulders covered with 4 fire pots. The Red Tassel plopped down on the sofa with a face of enjoyment. You don't say, you're really good at this, better than the ones out there, it just hurts a little bit. The door to the villa opened slowly and Lin Qiye came back from the training room. Seeing the sofa with Shang Ming sitting behind the Red Tassel, the 2 feet underneath him with 10 fingers hooked together, he covered his eyes at once. WC, you two don't carry people in broad daylight? Fong Ming turned back at the sound. You old blind man, I'm ing cupping Sister Tassel. Chapter 24, Tiger Whistling God. In the evening, Fong Ming sneaked to the doorway of Lin Qiye's room, spread the blanket and stretched out comfortably. It's still Knight's kidneys that are good and don't have the habit of getting up at night. Inside the peace office, Shen Mai had already made 3 trips to the restroom tonight. Damn, how come I'm still pissing more and more after being surprised by that kid last time? When he finished cupping Red Tassel, Fang Ming felt as if there was a surge of cold and ice power surging through his body. Asterisk 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 won't really unlock Dragon Jian for me. I'm still more interested in getting Nightling Yuna, or that sizable cutie. Feng Yao would be fine too. Ladies and gentlemen, those who have seen Super Beast Armament know how powerful Nightingale's Cloud Bat shield is in the show. As the hardest shield in the universe, even the Ghost King's 10,000 evil robberies can be blocked, and it never even suffers a defeat. The Wind Yao, not to mention, in the drama proper Nebula body under the first person, mainly not in terms of combat power, but is heavenly passive. The more you fight, the more fierce you say angry, not people. Fang Ming closed his eyes in fear. Forbidden ruin energy detected around the perimeter. Absorption has begun. World of Ultra Beast armor has been linked. Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value. Current alien energy value 0. 367 black holes. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 100% power. Alien energy compressed to 1/10 carat 13. In the world of God Beheading, I've reached the peak of the late Jiantian realm. And you gave me a whole late peak of the Marigold realm? Ehe, currently the host's internal spiritual power has not reached the Pool realm. Asterisk 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 you're more or less mentally ill. Fire Lin Phase bonding degree reaches 100%, the system has automatically opened the character selection, and the character Long Jian is currently unlocked. Fang Ming really didn't want to unlock Dragon Jian, and while he was also very strong, the skills of Nightling Yun and Feng Yao were much more appealing. Can you change it? The host can make a random selection among the 7 Super Beast gods. Smoke it, hurry up. Random selection of characters and progress. Fang Ming silently prayed in his heart, Nightling Yun, Feng Yao, Nightling Yun, Feng Yao, Nightling Yun, Feng Yao. Smoke one of these here and I'll trade my life as a single person for it. Character extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Tiger Tsunami God, unlocking the skill Shining Spirit technique, and unlocking the passive War God. Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value. Wind Flare, 1% bond value. Current alien energy value 0. 367 black holes. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Mount, Tiger Flash, unlocked. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 100% power. Skill, Shining Spirit Technique 100% power. In the world of God Beheading, I've reached the peak of the late Jiantian realm. God of War, every battle can boost the alien energy within his body. Oh ho! Awesome! Wouldn't that mean I'd have to constantly find people to fight? He unconsciously remembered what that Dr. Han had said, the patient has severe mania. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this Feng Yao is afraid that he's not in the late stages of mania. Suddenly, Fang Ming felt someone slapping his mouth in his dream. Fang Ming opened his eyes and realized that Lin Xie, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan were looking at him with confused faces. Lin Xie, you're sick. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Why are you lying in front of my door if you don't have a room to stay in? Hey, my room is too far away from you to feel your scent. Lin Xie's heart trembled when he heard it, and his ass tightened. Bad, it really came at me. Si Xiaonan, pervert. Reddish curled her index finger in her hair. Why don't you two sleep in? Fang Ming, yes. Lin Xie, you're an egg. Get your ass back to your room right now. Fang Ming hugged his blanket with a disappointed face. Damn, how come I can't control myself every time I dream? Did you dog system do this? System? You're mentally ill, aren't you? Knight, are you sure you don't want me and you? Lin Xie, get lost. Okay, brother. Fang Ming returned to his own room, which was separated from Lin Xie's room by Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan's room. Although he was able to absorb the forbidden ruin energy of the Red Tassel, the growth was too slow. As more and more characters are unlocked and the realm becomes higher, the amount of energy needed to draw on for the bonding degree will grow exponentially. Ugh, looks like we'll just have to count on that freshman set. But the freshman intensive training is 2 rooms that Bailey Little Fat will definitely be arranged to live in a house with Lin Xie. Ouch, that hurts. Hair. In the midst of his bitter thoughts, Fang Ming entered dreamland. Wake up. A strong, powerful voice woke him up. Fang Ming opened his eyes and found a red-haired monster covered in black and gold armor in front of him. WC? Lion King? Holy, time and space messed up in the Ultra Beast armor world? System prompts, 1 more day of cooldown for temporal chaos. Phew, thankfully it was a dream. Originally Fang Ming had linked to the world of Ultra Beast armament, which would be a big loss if he messed in at time and space. The Lion King helped Fang Ming up. You recognize me? Fang Ming, then I definitely know you. You're the #1 general under the Underworld King. Come on, show me your Ultra Beast armor. That black and gold mech is awesome. The Lion King looked behind him at the soldiers of the underworld and lost some of his heart. I'm sorry, I don't know how to arm the Ultra Beasts yet. Fang Ming? As he looked around, a large number of underworld soldiers were gathered around him in the snowy surroundings, while on the opposite side were the White Tiger Clan soldiers led by Feng Yao. The two groups were raging as if they were going to do battle the next second. When Fang Ming saw this scene he immediately understood. It's 100,000 ing years ago. Vaguely he heard a sound that size cute. The voice was unusually arrogant. Lion King, you shouldn't have come to challenge me. Fong Ming slowly walked to the underworld soldier in front of a glance. It's really a this size cute. Lion King, don't be arrogant, I'm sure I'll knock you down head on one day. Fong Yao, oh? Is that so? Then let's show you the difference in strength between you and I. Ultra Beast. Armed. The snow-covered ground began to slowly tremble, and a white tiger field with a radius of 5 meters unfolded with Fong Yao as the center, and the pattern of the tiger whistling god slowly emerged in it, and a holy white tiger mecha appeared from within the field and fused with Fong Yao. WC? Start a fight without saying a word? The tiger whistling god roared, and the foreign energy within his body dispersed in all directions, and many of the underworld soldiers were knocked back a few meters away. Fong Yao, you don't even know how to arm a super beast? How dare you speak up? I'm a god of war. As soon as Fong Ming heard this, he was not happy. The Lion King was one of his favorite characters in his heart. How could he accept that he was being pointed out by Fong Yao? He immediately stood up for the Lion King and pointed at Fong Yao. Do you think you're the only one who knows super beast armament? Fong Yao looked down at the somewhat handsome teenager in front of him and reached out to point at him. Oh? Is it hard to believe that you can do it too? You already have the capital to fight me. Show me your super beast armament. Here's where I have to interject that the super beast god triad of Fire Lin Fei, Long Jian, and Tai Lei couldn't even beat Fong Yao, so here it was only possible to summon Fong Ming's tiger tsunami god and beat each other up, and it just so happened that Fong Ming wanted to try out the difference between pirated and licensed versions as well. Who the are you calling a pirate? Fong Ming lowered his head and let out a cold smile, then a white divine light erupted from both of his eyes as he slowly moved his hands to his chest. Then watch. Ultra Beast. Armed. Tiger Tsunami God. Fong Yao was shocked. What? Chapter 25, Sleepwalking, Burning Forest 7 Nights Later. At this moment, a white tiger domain unfolded beneath Fong Ming. A tiger mech that was no different from Fong Yao's own body slowly unfolded from the ground to merge with Fong Ming. The Lion King's golden hair stood up. How come you're exactly like Fong Yao's Ultra Beast armor? Fong Ming turned back and smiled, and the mech's expression turned lewd. He, the Snow Emperor gave it. Lion King, oh, the Snow Queen is your mom, huh? Fong Yao naturally do not believe. This white tiger ability lock is the Snow Emperor in order to reward him, specially awarded this reward. How can there be a second? Fong Yao pointed at Fong Ming. Don't give me the benefit of the doubt. I don't know where you learned the art of psychedelia. You can fool others but not me. Fong Ming scratched his head. Pull yourself together you low IQ gorilla. You don't even know that Ghost Valley is a good guy and a bad guy? And you still dare to make a blind chicken guess here? Fong Yao, how dare you? Only to see Fong Yao clenching his fists and charging towards Fong Ming. Shining Spirit Technique. Fong Yao. A powerful and forceful white energy converged from Fong Ming's palm, and then with both palms together, the Shining Spirit Technique Plus version struck out sharply towards Fong Yao. Here, because Fong Ming had the Fire Cloud skill, which had 100% of the power of Fire Lin Fei within his body, the power of the Shining Spirit skill was even more powerful than that standardized version of Fong Yao's. Boom! Fong Yao was knocked back several meters and looked at Fong Ming with an incredulous expression. Who the hell are you? And who the hell gave you your alien locks? Fong Ming, that's something you don't know too, right? When the Snow Emperor was a white tiger. Ahem, when the Snow Emperor built the alien locks, there were actually 2 of them. A handful of males and a handful of females. She gave the female to you and the male to me. The female naturally goes off when she sees the male. Lion King? You think the Snow Emperor gave birth to babies? 2 in one lifetime? Fong Yao became anxious. What nonsense. Today I must dismantle your trick. Watch the move. Bang. Ping pong. Ta-da. Hey ha. Fong Ming and Fong Yao fought fiercely together, you and I fighting each other, because both of them had the heaven-defying passive of God of War. The foreign energy in both of their bodies was soaring crazily. The aftermath from the battle caused the White Tiger clan and underworld soldiers to involuntarily retreat. Snow splattered and debris flew all around. The Lion King on the side saw that Fong Ming's strength was surprisingly so powerful, and couldn't help but begin to regret that if he had super beast armament, then wouldn't those tragic things have happened. At that moment, Fire Lin Fei fell from the sky, and the huge Phantom Lin mech smashed a deep crater in the snow. He slowly climbed to his feet to follow the sounds of the fight. What the hell? How is this the exact same mech fighting? Lion King? Sassy ignore. Fire Lin Fei disarmed his Ultra Beast and went up to catch up, and learned from the Lion King that just now Fong Ming could also perform the Tiger's Whistle armament and the fact that he didn't know how to arm Ultra Beasts yet. Fire Lin Fei was dumbfounded by what he heard. What? There's a male and a female in the ability locks? Really? The Lion King shook his head. It's definitely a fake. Every alien lock is unique. Even through imitation it's impossible to completely bring out all the potential of the alien lock. Then how did 2 Tiger Tsunami gods appear? These 2 are still fighting a bit hard. Lion King, there's no way to know that. Fang Ming attacked left and right, sweeping Feng Yao down with a low sweeping leg, grabbing the gap between his vacations and using the fire spirit technique. A ball of red and white flames erupted from Fang Ming's palm, instantly sending Feng Yao flying several meters away. Duong, duong, duong. Feng Yao's tiger's whistle mech crashed into the stone wall, directly smashing the hard rock to smithereens, and rolled to the ground immediately afterwards. Fang Ming waved both fists in front of Fire Lin Fei and played it cool. The enemy will either escape before me or lose. Fire Link fly? You stole my words. Feng Yao was almost knocked out of the Ultra Beast armament by this blow. He stood up with difficulty and covered his chest and coughed twice. Okay, I'm willing to bet. Come on, give me a hard time. Feng Ming? It hurts your mom. I'm not trying to kill you. Although Feng Yao is silly, but he is determined to be very positive hair evil inside. Feng Ming and Feng Yao both disarmed their Ultra Beasts, and the two of them stood face to face. Feng Ming, it's not that I'm saying that your battle power is traded for intelligence, right? I'm telling you that Old Man Ghost Valley is a bad guy. He's been stirring up the relationship between the Snow Emperor and the Underworld King in order to fight for cosmic supremacy when the two are defeated. Feng Yao shook his head, still not believing it. Even though I lost this time, I don't care who you are. You'll never even think of stirring up relations between us within the White Tiger clan. Then struck his hand. Withdraw. Damn you, what a awakening bullet walls. Fire Lily Fly, no dude, does this have walls as a kind of super beast? Feng Ming, haha, you're a quick learner too. Suddenly, Feng Ming felt his body turn transparent as he pulled out the alien lock he had in his arms. It should be that the two worlds are not connected. System, not connected, it's just a dream you're pretending to be. Feng Ming, IU. He then handed the allomantic lock to Lion King. Lion King do it gotta. Beware of this old Inbi, Enigmo. Saying that, whoosh. Sound, Feng Ming woke up on the bed, and then rolled over to the left side to lie prettily on the bed, reminiscing about this pretentious dream. Hey, I'm so handsome, he. Handsome? Lin Xiye's voice sounded from behind him. Feng Ming, winky face. He turned around and looked at Lin Xiye with a kind smile and immediately felt that something big was wrong. Feng Ming rolled onto the floor with a tumble and found the house in a state of disarray. Lin Xiye's white pants were hanging on the hanger with a big hole burned by him. Sleepwalking? Lin Xiye directly went up and yanked him by the collar and slapped him with a mouth. I'll ing make you stupid Ling Xie. And burning my pants with matches. What? He offended you. It turned out to be late at night. Feng Ming, sleepwalking when he fell asleep, sneaked into Lin Xiye's room, directly lifted, was tugging on his pants on the monkey skin band to take the fire. Lin Xiye was awakened and quickly took it off, then looked at Feng Ming with a horrified expression on his face. If it wasn't for Lin Xiye's timely reaction, there probably wouldn't even be any hair left. Only to see, Feng Ming pulled out a match from his pocket, lit his pants on fire, and yelled out fire spirit skill. Breakfast. Hong Ming looked at Feng Ming's bruised and swollen face and asked with concern, what's wrong, brother Feng Ming? How did you get this face injury? Feng Ming was a bit wiped out and kept stammering. Red Riding, huh? Lin Xiye, this kid. Seeing that the situation was not right, Feng Ming hurriedly went up to cover his mouth. Don't say it, night. Lin Xiye nodded. You swear? Lin Xiye raised 4 fingers. The moment Feng Ming let go of his hand. Lin Xiye, this kid burned my pants with fire in the middle of the night and let me beat him up. Red Riding, pft. Ha 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 ha. See, Xiaonan glanced at Feng Ming, pervert. Feng Ming, Nima. Don't you swear? Lin Xiye, you still have a point? Hong Ming saw this and hurriedly pulled the two apart. Alright, tomorrow is the set training, let's go to the mall and buy some clothes and supplies. Lin Xiye, I need to buy more pants. Feng Ming secretly vowed, just you wait, if you can have pants to wear during set training, I'll count you as buying more. Chapter 26, Lin Xiye buys 365 pairs of pants. Yuan Gang, psychiatric agent? 8:30 a.m. Sister Hong Ying, why did you buy me such a thick down jacket? Lin Xiye pushed the shopping cart, which could no longer fit the large bags inside. Winter in Shangjing is very cold. In case you catch a cold, you'll delay the set. Lin Xiye. I thought to myself, how can I train in this thing when it looks like a big loaf of bread? Hong Ying walked over to Lin Xiye and realized that his shopping cart couldn't fit anymore. What did you buy? She frantically rummaged through Lin Xiye's shopping cart. Lin Xiye immediately used his hand to stop her from turning it over. After all, it's not good to let a girl's family look at this thing. The redoubtable mouth quirked. Let me see. Pants. Or pants. Sigma. Lin Xiye. Feng Ming. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiye, laugh at your mom. It's not all because of you. Feng Ming, I can't burn it all in a year even if you buy so much. Besides, wasn't that an accident? On the contrary, most of Feng Ming's shopping cart was filled with wine, red, white, beer, and foreign. Chenmai, collective training does not allow drinking. Fang Ming picked up a bottle of 96 degrees water of life and looked at Lin Xie with a sinister face, who said, I'm drinking this, I'm afraid of training injuries used to kill poison.
Chen Mai. Wen Chi Ma. Lin Xie, guess what I believe? You think I don't know what you're up to when you're a fire user and buy all this booze? Chen Mai picked up a bottle of red wine. Damn, 99,999 yuan. Do you really think our vigilantes' money comes from the wind? Fang Ming, isn't it? Crowd. Beat him. Fang Ming, 6-0. The two sisters, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, were walking in front of them arm in arm, one carrying a pink bag, and the rest of the men were talking about the things about the intensive training, with only Fang Ming covering his face as he pushed the empty shopping cart behind him. If you don't give me a drink, then don't give me a drink. Why are you hitting people? No cats. Several people checked out at the exit and prepared to load the supplies onto the truck. Suddenly Chen Mai's cell phone rang, and Fang Ming smiled at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the training base is going to be placed in Sangnan City. What, isn't it in Shangjing? How come you suddenly informed in Sangnan?
As soon as he turned around, he looked at Lin Xie's shopping cart full of pants, and then looked at Fang Ming's empty shopping cart.
Ugh, forget it.
For the sake of 7 Nights' little brother not catching a cold from freezing, just buy it.
Captain, what is it? Zhao Kongcheng came over.
The training location has been changed to Sangnan this time. Red Tassel heard this and turned to Lin Xie and Fang Ming. Hear that? You guys don't have to go out of town. We can still cover you guys a bit in Sangnan.
Wen Qima, you think you can just go in and out of the training base? That's a closed type of management.
As soon as Lin Xie heard closed type management, he associated it with the kind of closed training camps on TV, where the instructors were all fierce and took small whips and gave them a beating.
Fang Ming suddenly burrowed out from between Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng. Look, if we're not going to Shangjing this time, then can we hold a send-off ceremony tonight? Zhao Kongcheng, I think you have a craving for alcohol, don't you? Fang Ming gave a ghostly smile and pulled out the 99,999 yuan bottle of red wine from his pants. TSK, drink it or not? Drink! What's for dinner? How about an iron pot of stew? Si Xiaonan, yeah. Fang Ming, why the iron pot again?
In the evening, the crowd gathered in front of a large iron pot. Small lighter, add fire.
Fang Ming sat next to Chen Mai with a gloomy face, his fingertips ignited a flame, boom.
With a sound, a blazing fire once again flared up underneath the iron pot, and the soup in the pot began to gurgle and bubble.
Don't you grab my tacos.
What's yours? It's clearly what I just made. Zhao Kongcheng and Wu Shangnan simultaneously used their chopsticks to hold the only piece of corn cake left. Neither of them would let the other go. At this time, Hong Lian knocked both of their chopsticks aside with a single chopstick and picked up the tortilla and placed it in Fang Ming's bowl.
Eat more, little lighter. Eat more meat. Fang Ming looked at the pot with a disgruntled look on his face.
The meat was bought on sale today, and the ribs were still pressed to go while people were closing for the night. These are the same vegetables you bought this morning while the old lady was closing her stall. You guys are really stingy when you even save on gas bills now. At night, a deserted suburb of Sangnan City. 039 Recruit Intensive Training Base, Instructor's Room. Yuan Gang, the chief training instructor, looked down at the list of training personnel in his hands. Hiss. What kind of people are these? And who is this Fang Ming who has been marked as highly dangerous? Instructor Hong poked his head out from behind him. Ayo, this person seems to have a bit of a mental problem and is prone to sleepwalking in the middle of the night. I've also heard of the habit of burning other people's pants.
Yuan Gang. That's pretty dangerous. Are the chains we keep our dogs on thick enough?
The dog leash doesn't seem to be able to hold him. According to the information provided by Squad 136, this kid is an agent of the 7 gods.
Yuan Gang's mouth was open enough to fit a large light bulb when he heard it. What play flute? 7. This is a ing wall hanging like never before. That Sangnan Squad 136 doesn't know what kind of blessing they practiced in their previous life, that this good thing could happen to them?
How? But the remaining 6 seem to be as if they were not awakened. According to the information, when he was at the end of his life, he suddenly awakened the 7 gods hidden within his body, but for the time being, as far as observation is concerned, only one god's ability has been awakened.
Oh, isn't that still dangerous? Which of the gods is he an agent of?
I think it's called, the Phantom Lin God.
Yuan Gang. Our great summer's Kirin god?
Hong Hao shook his head. I don't know, it's not within the range of gods that our night watchers count, but according to the ancient books, it seems that we really do have such a god of Qilin in Xia.
Yuan Gang calmed down for a moment. Whether it's true or not, this person is someone we need to keep a close eye on.
Yes. Then Yuan Gang continued to look at the list. Blazing Angel Agent, Lin Xie, Bailey Group, Bailey Tu Ming. This nigga, they sent us up here to suffer, didn't they? A divine agent, a Night's Watch majority shareholder, plus a 7 gods agent of psychosis. Hong Hao rubbed his hands together in front of him after hearing that. Sounds like it's a bit tricky. Yuan Gang wiped the sweat from his head. It's fortunate that I've invited Mask to sit in on this, or else I really wouldn't have been able to suppress these little brats a bit.
Mask. It's the one who once decimated the infinite mystery.
Yuan Gang revealed a smug smile. That's right, these little brats are, as I see it, at most a Jan realm, and can't make any big waves. Hong Hao, it's still the chief instructor who thought of it. Alright, go get ready. Tomorrow is the first day of reporting for duty, greet these pups well. Behind them the crowd of instructors stood at attention and saluted. Yes. Chapter 27, Training, Hong Hao, G, both of them aren't very normal. The first morning of intensive training. Outside of the training camps. In the military training barrier, a special forces soldier in camouflage uniform was observing the situation on the road with binoculars when suddenly two male figures appeared in the line of sight. Report, 2 men approaching up ahead. Report on them. 2 young males, one of whom looks a little bit like a high school student, and the other looks as if he's a little bit mentally unbalanced and is jumping up and down. Carrying a Hello Kitty suitcase and a piggyback suitcase respectively, the weapons were not visible to the naked eye. Mentally abnormal? Yuan Gang's puzzled voice came from the other side of the intercom. He and Hong Hao looked at each other. Could it be? Asterisk. Hurry up. Yuan Gang immediately instructed Hong Hao to hurry up and tell people to go forward with their weapons to take precautions. The sun was blazing hot. Lin Qiye and Fong Ming were walking on the muddy path, and he felt like his ass kept getting pounded by his suitcase. Asterisk. Can't you get the away from me? Aren't you hot? Fong Ming, it's okay, mainly because you smell so charming. I'm really convinced, you're so ing perverted IU. Lin Qiye could only pray that he didn't live with this psychopath, or else he would have to spend this year or so of intensive training in fear. Wow. Hong Wu led a platoon of guards and surrounded Lin Qiye and his duo. There were about 30 people by visual estimation, their faces were stony, and every one of them was holding an automatic rifle. Lin Qiye. No. Are we in the wrong place? Fong Ming observed the soldiers with guns around him. That's not right, there weren't this many people to greet them in the original. Is it because I'm so handsome? Hong Wu held the list and looked up at the duo, who was called Fong Ming. Fong Ming? Lin Qiye? He then raised his hand and, quickly, search his luggage. See if there are any suspicious items. Yes. Fong Ming was dumbfounded. Huh? In an instant, his suitcase was snatched over by the soldiers next to him, and the soldier checking his suitcase, seeing that there was a combination lock, asked without looking up, the combination. 12,138. Shirt, pants, pillow, toiletries. A soldier muttered as he rummaged through it. Suddenly, he touched something softly round, and as he pulled it out, a pillow with Lin Qiye's avatar was lifted out. What's this? Lin Qiye sniffed and looked over. Asterisk. What the hell are you doing printing my picture? Fong Ming carried his hands behind his back, his face reddening. Hey, that's not seeing things. Lin Qiye, report, I demand not to be in the same dorm room as him. Hong Hao, that requirement depends, your roommate is already scheduled. I'll let you know in a bit. Hong Hao muttered in his heart, it's confirmed to be that psycho without a doubt. He then looked up at Fong Ming and said, show us your ID, we need to verify the identity. Fong Ming didn't even think twice about pulling out a small blue book from his pocket and handing it over. Hong Hao took the small book, both eyebrows frowning slightly. Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, patient 005, Fong Ming? Lin Qiye, pfft. Ha. No, you're carrying this around, afraid people won't know you're mentally ill? Fong Ming hurriedly pulled out another small black book that Chen Mai had given him. Hong Hao looked at it and said, okay, diagnosed. Oh no, confirmed. Lin Qiye watched as Fong Ming organized his suitcase, then instructor, can we go? Hong Hao shook his head, yours hasn't been checked yet. Lin Qiye, huh? A soldier took his suitcase and found it surprisingly heavy. Look out. Pong. The suitcase exploded. The surrounding gun-toting soldiers immediately raised their guns and pointed them at the Lin Qiye duo. What happened? How could it explode? That soldier who checked Lin Qiye's suitcase, looking at the pants flying in the sky, his 3 views collapsed. Fong Ming watched the sky rain pants and was so happy that he couldn't catch his breath. He covered his stomach and pointed at Lin Qiye, tears coming out of his eyes as he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Hong Hao, damn, 2 psychos. What are you doing with all those pants? Lin Qiye pointed at Fong Ming, report, he has a habit of burning people's pants in the middle of the night. When these words came out, Fong Ming's laughter suddenly stopped, feeling at least 20 blackened gun barrels aimed at him, and immediately felt sweaty. Thanks to Lin Qiye's reminder, otherwise Hong Hao would have forgotten about that report that clearly indicated that Fong Ming loved sleepwalking and burning other people's pants in the middle of the night. Alright, load their suitcases back up. Really? The duo was brought back to the training camp, and Hong Hao gave them different dormitories after showing them the classrooms, training bases, and small stores in the camp. Hong Hao thought that 2 such dangerous characters should never be placed in the same dormitory, something that had been determined through their repeated consultations. Lin Qiye and Fong Ming walked into the dormitory and looked around, realizing that the environment here was extremely average and could even be said to be a bit harsh. There were no fans or air conditioners, even the bathroom was squatty, and there were little bugs flying through the walls and ceiling. It's not as bad as a mental hospital. Instructor Hong, huh?
Either get your ass back to your mental institution now, or shut the up now. Fong Ming, okay, brother. I shut up. Come with me, your quarters are here. Fong Ming, ********. Lin Xie could be happy, he could finally get rid of this old psycho. Hong Hao brought him to the room 5 dormitories away from Lin Xie, which looked to be that much better than just now. But why a single bed? Okay, you're staying here. Fong Ming? Why do I have a single room? Hong Hao, arranged from above, a pillar of the country like you, we have to cultivate it well. Then how else am I going to chicken steak to absorb the forbidden market energy? No way. Instructor Hong Fong Ming kept tugging on his arm at Lin Xie's door. Instructor Hong, I can't leave my night brother. Want to change dorms? Think. To think. No. Fong Ming. He then ran behind Lin Xie, who was making his bed, and at once Lin Xie felt his pants in danger. Immediately turned around. What the did you do? Brother Knight, can you? No. Previously, he had been harassed by this bee in the red tassel house. Lin Xie could finally look forward to the day of the training set and finally get rid of Fong Ming's harassment. He didn't want to be in a room with this psycho again. After all, of the 365 pairs of pants, only 70 or so were now left, and the rest were either stuck in mud and water or blown away by the wind. He also didn't know if these 70 or so were enough to spoil Fong Ming. Hong Hao urged, alright, Fong Ming, hurry back to your dormitory. Oh, by the way, instructor, do you drink? Lin Xie. What's wrong with the occasional drink? Nothing. Lin Xie, *******, this then won't steal the instructor's bars in the middle of the night. Looking at Fong Ming's back as he left with his pockets inserted, Lin Xie couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What the hell is this kid doing? At night, Lin Xie spent the night in apprehension. He saw a figure lying down in the doorway through the crack. Grass. I'm so convinced. He hasn't slept all night. Early the next morning, Lin Xie had a hard time falling asleep and was woken up by Fong Ming knocking on his door. Open up night. I brought you breakfast. Chapter 28, Soy Milk for Wine, New Roommate Bailey Chubby. Lin Xie struggled to get up and huffed to the door. I'm so impressed, you. He was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Fong Ming's harmless expression, and looking at the steaming buns and soybean milk in his hands, the fire instantly subsided for the most part. Brother Knight, this is the breakfast I brought for you. Fong Ming smiled and handed the punching bag in his hand to Lin Xie. Lin Xie looked at his sincere eyes, then reached out and took it, rummaging through his pockets for this change. Because the startup capital Chiang Mai gave the two of them this time wasn't much, Lin Xie didn't want to spend other people's money either. Hey, who are we to each other? We still need to be so polite. Fong Ming took advantage of Lin Xie's inattention and slipped into the dormitory with a flash. Lin Xie closed the door and sat on a small stool to the side, counting on you having a bit of a conscience. Thanks this time, huh? Harm, it's fine, eat quickly. When Fong Ming heard the words thank you, his mouth revealed a little cutie. Like smile, it really wasn't in vain for him to sneak out in the middle of the night yesterday. Lin Xie completely dropped his defenses and took a bite of the bun. It was the cabbage and meat filling that he preferred. The buns in this cafeteria are okay, they taste good. Fong Ming put his hand in his pocket. Indeed, I dazzle late this morning. Lin Xie. It is indeed your style. Fong Ming, quickly try the soy milk, I think it's pretty good too. Lin Xie picked up the paper cup, opened the small opening on the plastic lid, and took a sip to pour. The ploy worked. Lin Xie instantly, his face reddened, and a sharp burning sensation of alcohol traveled down his throat all the way to his stomach as a mouthful of wine spewed out. Put. Cough. UING. What, this wine tastes good, right? This is my midnight. Fong Ming was picked up by Lin Xie and kicked out of the room. Snap. A door slammed. He stood in the doorway scratching his ass, ********, moldy quality, no beaver. I thought about leaving you something so nice and you kicked me. Yuan gang, did you get up in the middle of the night and steal my wine? Hong Hao, no? He sat on the bed and picked his toes. That's odd, who gave me thatch to drink? Lin Xie angrily ran to the bed, intending to take a nap, and just as he closed his eyes there was another sound of a door opening from the doorway. Angry he directly sat up and cursed, your mom had. Are you finished? The chubby little man in the doorway had just pushed the door open when a slipper flew over and almost hit his little belly. Who are you? Lin Xie looked at the little fat man at the door and was confused. Sorry I didn't just scold you. I just, talking in my sleep. Sleepwalking. The little fat man was yelled at and froze, thinking that he did not offend anyone. How to just come to the school violence. Oh, sleepwalking, that's fine, you guys, carry all the gifts I brought for my new roommate. The little fat man dragged his suitcase and sat on a stool to the side, and only then did Lin Xie realize that the bodyguard behind him was looking at him with a sinister expression. Yes, Lin Xie? Hello, my name is Bailey Tu Ming, you can also call me Chubby. Lin Xie immediately jumped out of bed. After all, he had just stunk him up by his own mistake, and this was the time to redeem himself. Hello, Bailey. Classmate Bailey Chubby, my name is Lin Xie.
At that moment, the bouncer carried the mountain of gift boxes into the dormitory.
Okay, you guys go away and leave me alone to bond with my new roommate.
Young master, why don't we just go back? Look at this place, how can anyone live here?
That's just it, look at the banging bedpans, the ragged siding, TSK.
Bailey Chubby immediately yelled out, bull *******, hurry up, young master, I'm here to suffer.
No pain, no gain. The awareness of a few of you really needs to be improved.
Seeing Bailey Chubby's impatient face, the several security guards looked at each other and could only listen to him and turn around to leave the dormitory.
Fong Ming lay down in his single dormitory room and sniffed with his own dog's nose, smelling like feet.
Hey,
the fat guy is here. Fong Ming directly stood up from the bed with a carp and rushed straight to Fong Ming's dormitory.
7 nights, this is a bit of hometown specialty I brought for you, I hope you don't mind. Bailey Chubby casually pulled out a gift box from the gift bag and handed it to Lin Chie.
Lin Chie took the gift box, thank you I really don't mean to. Eerie music, upright arrow.
This, a box of Rolexes?
What a meal. Chubby time, Comet Omega, Comet? Don't like it? Then continuing to rummage through the gift box, so Patek Philippe? Cartier, Boucherer too.
Lin Chie, come on, bumped into big money.
Knock. Chubby 100 heard someone knocking on the door, I'll go ahead and open it.
Lin Chie was lost in thought as he looked at the assortment of designer watches in his hands and didn't even think about it.
Nope. Slow down.
The door to the room slowly opened, and Fong Ming immediately jumped onto Bailey Chubby's body with a monkey on a tree.
Wakey, suck it up. Ahem, just a bit of foot odor. My nose can't be the foot fungus it is.
Fong Ming immediately felt that he had a large amount of forbidden ruin energy pouring into his body, and his expression was as if he had committed an illness. Bailey Chubby was directly stunned, thinking how this person is more enthusiastic than me. Lin Chia's had a sinister look on his face as he walked behind Fong Ming, stripped off his pants in a swift manner, then tugged on an extremely elastic monkey skin band, accelerated, boosted, and let go dozens of meters away. The monkey bars snapped back sharply.
Pow! Fong Ming, 6 ow.
Fong Ming covered his buttocks and sat on the side, and Bailey Chubby looked at his two butt cheeks being penetrated by a straight red line and snorted out a laugh.
So you're all members of Squad 136 based in Sangnan City? The two nodded. Wow, isn't it super cool to be a night watchman?
Bailey Chubby's eyes were filled with expectations for the Night's Watch. In his perception, the Night's Watch was a mysterious organization that guarded Daxia, and even more so, a hero that protected the Earth.
Fong Ming unconsciously had a haughty smile on his face after hearing this. That must be.
Brother Knight, am not only the Night's Watch, but I am also the agent of the codename 003 Gods, the Blazing Angels.
Waku, so powerful?
Lin Chie, I'm happy when other people praise me. How come I'm a bit all over the place when this bee praises me?
And what about you, brother Fong Ming? Me? I'll be even better. I'm Lin Chie, he's a psychiatric agent, don't believe me.
After saying this, he handed Bailey Chubby a small blue book. Chubby Time opened the little book, Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, Patient 005, Fong Ming.
He couldn't help but take 2 steps back.
Fong Ming, *******, when did you take it over there?
Don't you forget, you were a psycho before.
I'll be damned if that was a misdiagnosis.
I was misdiagnosed too.
The two were arguing. Bailey Chubby saw the situation and immediately inserted between the two to ease the atmosphere. No matter what happened before, come here, are not all comrades under the same roof.
I recognize you two as big brothers.
Fong Ming looked at this naive little fat man and patted his shoulder. Ego, quite sensible, just for this big brother, I'll cover you in this training camp.
Lin 7 nights feel 100 miles fat pants dangerous, do not know if he brought enough.
In the evening, all the new students from the camp had arrived, and listening to the voices talking and laughing next door, he felt instantly lonely. Mother *****ing instructor, I'll buy more garlic paste when you can have wine later.
System alert.
Forbidden ruin energy detected in the vicinity, being absorbed.
Oh ho, right, I forgot to check the bond level. Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value. Wind Flare, 8% bond value. Current alien energy value 0. 398 black holes.
Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked.
Mount, Tiger Flash, unlocked.
Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 100% power. Skill, Shining Spirit Technique 100% power. Alien energy compressed to 1/10 carat 13.
In the world of God beheading, I've reached the peak of the late Jiantian realm.
Why are you so slow?
That's the speed. What an attitude you have. That's the attitude. Okay, you're good. Temporal chaos has finished cooling down. Is it time for temporal chaos extraction? Messy mess, hurry up. Loading.
Loading complete, randomly selected to the world of Jackie Chan adventures for 15 minutes.
Being experienced.
Suddenly, Fong Ming felt a blackness before his eyes.
Upright arrow, yikes. Jackie Chan. Chapter 29, Where's my horse? Where's my dog? Jackie walked up to Pops. What's up, Pops?
Pop. A scissor chop on Naruto's head. How many times have I told you to beat magic with magic?
Fong Ming rubbed his eyes and stood up to look around. WC? Pops? A upright arrow. Yeah, how did I summon psychosis? Fong Ming. Damn you, you're the ING psycho.
Pops huffed and puffed as he walked over to Fong Ming. Come on, tell me what these big words on your chest read?
Fong Ming looked down. WC, wasn't this outfit thrown away?
Xiaoyu looked at Fong Ming from the side with an innocent face. I do think he's quite normal. Pop sniffed and said slowly, you have a powerful scent on you.
Today is the day the Blade Dragon resurrects the Holy Lord. The heavens must have sent you here to defeat the Holy Lord.
But sir, I think he's dull. True looked at Fong Ming in front of him and scratched his ears.
Grass.
You are unaware of my strength. One more word and I'll make you fly.
Pops then took his spiny dolphin and led Fong Ming to Sheriff Blake's car. Jade ran up and pouted. Pops, I want to go too.
No, Pops needs someone to take care of his antique store. Jackie, behave Jade and come back this time to take you to the Super Moose show.
Oh, well then.
On the way, Fong Ming was searching for a mask or black aura that should not have been created yet, at this point in time.
Hiss. That'll just take away 2 charms. But what about taking those 2?
This path caused Fong Ming to have a hard time, throwing away some of the more ribald ones that couldn't be used in divine beheading and those that he himself possessed. He still chose to choose 2 out of the 4 talismans of snake, dog, monkey, and chicken. Hey, there shouldn't be anyone who wouldn't want to remove external forces and the 2 charms of immortality and eternal youth.
That's you too, ponies and puppies.
With these 2 talismans added, Fong Ming instantly felt invincible. Even if he couldn't fight, he could still stand in a place of immortality, and by scraping he could even scrape the opposite side to death. But most importantly, how can I get my hands on these 2 charms? Inside the altar, the Holy Lord wagged his tail to his former demonic kingdom.
My people, today is the day you will see the light again.
Then with a wave of his big hand, a vast and majestic demonic castle rose from the ground, and the scarlet and tall Hellgate stood in the center of the castle. Let our heirs be spread throughout the world, and let the day of glory return to the kingdom we once had.
Holy Lord, you promised me that you would give me half of the talisman as the price for resurrecting you. Blade Dragon stood behind him holding a brown cane that revealed a blue blow. Oh, I, the noble dragon.
As we all know, I never keep my word.
Blade Dragon smiled coldly. Then don't blame me. I can destroy you without a charm.
He raised his wand and shouted.
Gone. Man. Choi. Shan.
A blue mist rose from the ground, and Fin, Reizu, Zhou, and Fu appeared before them.
Reizu? Wasn't I eating a salmon burger?
Fin pulled a burger out of his pocket. Don't panic, man. I brought you one. Reizu picked up his burger and pointed at the Holy Lord. Thanks, man. Who is he?
Reizu, idiot, that's the Holy Lord. Our former boss.
When Blade Dragon saw these 4 naive batch, he was furious. Give it to me.
Master.
Alfred, Black Tiger pulls out heart, Tarzan presses down, Mantis punch, Lotus float, Ape bends branch, Elephant kicks leg, Head smashes walnut, Tornado destroys parking lot.
The Holy Lord punched Alfred straight away. Classy.
Suddenly, a beam of green magic laser shot from the distance, instantly wrapping Fin, Reizu, Zhou, and Fu within, and 3 seconds later, the magic attached to them by the knife dragon was lifted and they were restored to their original form.
Fong Ming, awesome. It's still got to be Pops.
He turned to the officers behind him and said, see, this is called professionalism. Your guns can be taken as burning sticks later.
Blade Dragon was shocked, then he turned to look. Damn old man, watch the move.
Pops immediately raised his own spiny dolphin to fire a magical beam to counter it.
Boom!
With a sound, the Blade Dragon was sent flying and slammed into the wall behind the Holy Lord.
Pops blew his spiny dolphin. One more thing. Fire cloud technique.
Seeing the Holy Lord standing in the distance, Fong Ming immediately wanted to try out his own abilities, or try to see if the horse and dog's abilities were really that heaven-defying. A searing ball of fire struck towards the Holy Lord at great speed.
The Holy Lord's eyes erupted with scarlet light. Fire? Boom!
The Holy Lord's huge body was instantly sent flying out, and his chest was pierced into a hole of flesh and blood, only to see the Holy Lord slowly climb up. The bloody hole in his chest that had been pierced through quickly healed, and in the blink of an eye, he was back to his original self. The Holy Lord looked over to Fong Ming's side, his arms raised above his head. Hee, you can't kill me.
Ma, keep me from dying.
WC, okay, I'll necessitate these 2 abilities.
Pops gave Fong Ming a handshake. Ow. Fong Ming covered his head.
Pops, I'll say it again, it takes magic to beat magic. He then pulled out a jar of green potion from his pocket and poured it onto Jackie Chan and Fong Ming's hands.
Oh ho, unbelievable.
Love is like a light, green as you panic. Pops slowly opened his eyes and pointed at the Holy Lord. Go.
Get the ING charms out of that old mudskipper for me. Jackie Chan, Fong Ming, yes, SIR. The 2 flew and leaped to the Holy Lord, and, first things first. I'll take the horse and dog, you do as you please. Jackie? System alert, 3 minutes left.
Asterisk is up. Fong Ming directly crouched down, and instantly the ground began to crumble. A sound cannon rang out and appeared in front of the Holy Lord, followed by a ferocious flame burning from his fingertips, a punch that sent the Holy Lord flying. He stood at the crotch of the Holy Lord and shook his hand. Hiss. I really don't know why Jackie's hand wasn't ruined before, this thing is so hard. Fong Ming didn't dare to delay for a second, directly plunging his hands into the Holy Lord's body and pulling it out recklessly. Rabbit? Don't. Chickens? Snakes? Pig? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's my horse? Where's my dog? Jackie Chan, on the other hand, was at the back and kept going back and forth to catch the talismans that Fong Ming threw behind him. Slow down. Tigers, dragons. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you dog, hide it there? At this moment, the Holy Lord struggled to stand up and blasted Fong Ming away with a punch. He spun through the air and landed 360 degrees on the ground. Hiss. Not bad for a bull, so much strength. Step by step, the Holy Lord walked towards Fong Ming. Kid, give me back the talisman. Fong Ming unfolded his palms and looked innocent. It's not in my place? The Holy Lord then turned his gaze back to Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan. System alert, 2 minutes left. Fong Ming watched as the Holy Lord was chasing after Jackie Chan, and with an assisted run, he took a flying leap. Holy Lord, demon little dragon is behind you. The Holy Lord turned around. Dai-chan? Duong. With a direct flame flying kick, Fong Ming kicked the sacred lord onto all fours and fell backwards heavily. Cattle, sheep. I found the horse. Fong Ming watched as Jackie Chan was lowering his head and pocketing the talismans one by one, before placing the horse talisman into his pants. In a pull-out, dog. My good doggy treasure. Fong Ming did another backflip to leave the Holy Lord's body and looked at Cheng Long beside him who was reaching out towards him. I'm not holding it, am I? Jackie, you fart. I saw you put it in your pants. System prompts 10 seconds to go. 10, 9, 8. When Fong Ming saw that Cheng Long was about to make a move to pull out his crotch, he immediately pointed behind him. Watch out for the Holy Lord. 3, 2, 1. With a whoosh, Fong Ming woke up in his own bed and looked at his cell phone at 5:28. Hey, it's still light out. Then he raised his hand and looked at the horse charm and the dog charm in his hand with a sudden joy. I'm ing awesome too, ha. When he turned around, he looked at Lin Chia, Bailey Chubby, and a dozen or so people he didn't recognize were looking at him with angry faces in front of his bed. Lin Chia, you're ing sick again in the middle of the night, and you're a horse? Where's your dog? I'll let you know today know where your father is if your horse isn't there. Beat him. Fong Ming had a raw look on his face. Maybe he had yelled again in the middle of the night. Fong Ming, brother, you guys be gentle. 6 Ao. Chapter 30, the training begins, and B-brother gets into a fight. In the distance, on a high building, Yuan Gang silently put away his binoculars and silently said, it seems that this Fong Ming is quite inviting people to hate him. What cause has been investigated? Instructor Hong stood beside him. It seems like this kid was yelling in the middle of the night, like he was calling something about my mom? Yuan Gang, oh, your mom? What, are you two related? Instructor Hong. No, it's Fong Ming talking in his sleep and calling out for his mom. Oh, I didn't realize this kid was quite homesick. It seems we need to give these new recruits some care when training them, but yeah, never be soft when training. It's for their own good. Instructor Hong immediately stood upright. Yes, guarantee to complete the mission. Yuan Gang, alright, inform them to gather after lunch. Yes, 11:30 p.m. Because Fong Ming had yelled and screamed in the office this morning, waking up all the new recruits on this floor, no one was willing to share a table with him during dinner. He could only carry his own small plate and sit in the corner eating to himself, his figure very forlorn. Che, what the hell? Just talking in your sleep. What's the point of hitting someone? Lin Chia turned around and left the room after calling on the recruits to beat him up. Fong Ming reached out and looked at the two talismans in his hand, and secretly celebrated in his heart. Damn, thanks to the horse and the dog, otherwise I'm afraid I'd have to be beaten to death. These boys are really ruthless that way. Hey, you say strange. While Fong Ming was pondering how to weld the talismans onto his body, the two talismans suddenly emitted a golden glow and actually merged into his palm. Thus, the unbelievable ability of dispelling external forces and immortality became his passive. Next to Bailey Chubby watched Fong Ming eating in the corner by himself. His heart was a little overjoyed. After all, he was still his roommate Lin Chia's best friend, and also the second friend he knew when he came to report, and gave himself a big hug as soon as they met. He used his elbow to dislike Lin Chia who was drying his rice. 7 nights, why don't we go over and sit with Brother Ming? He's so pathetic sitting alone in the corner. Didn't the instructor say let's help each other? We're all comrades in arms when we come in. Lin Chia chewed on a piece of ribs and looked over to Fong Ming's side, feeling that Bailey Chubby had a point. It wasn't that he hated Fong Ming from the bottom of his heart, it was just that sometimes some of his pranks were really too much for him to bear. Especially the matter of burning one's own pants, which directly gave Lin Chia a shadow for the rest of his life. Come on, let's go see him. Lin Chia finished picking up his own dinner plate and sat down across from Fong Ming, and Bailey Chubby also followed Lin Chia and sat down next to him. Yo, Brother Knight, you forgiven me? When Fong Ming saw Lin Chia come over, he instantly rejoiced, the complaints in his heart directly dissipating. Lin Xie didn't reply, he just picked up a piece of meat from his own dinner plate and placed it on his plate. Eat more meat when you've been beaten up so you can continue to be beaten up. These words directly moved Fong Ming to cry bitterly, Brother Knight, I know you love me.
Fong Ming hung onto Lin Xie like a wombat again. At 2 p.m.
All the recruits were pulled out to the training grounds. What the hell? Such a hot time to assemble. Just are these instructors out of their minds? I think so, look at them all, black as charcoal. There were quite a few complaining voices in the crowd, but the Lin Xie trio didn't complain, but were very excited. However, Fong Ming was the most excited, as a steady stream of forbidden ruin energy entered his body. Instantly he felt so dry that he directly transformed into a 7 times a night man. Beep. A whistle. On the podium seat stood more than 20 instructors, each with a straight posture and fierce eyes. Instructor Hon, hey, what's going on? One by one, you're dawdling. The old lady selling popsicles can walk faster than you guys. Now you have 10 seconds to gather the slow ones and run 20 laps for the training field. The words were spoken, and in less than 8 seconds, the collective recruits stood at attention. A downright arrow, that's right, wouldn't that be faster? Yuan Gang looked at the more than 200 rookies below in silence and was greatly disappointed. Lazy, too damn lazy, what's the point of letting people like you fight on the battlefield in the future? I'm telling you, our Xia soldiers must be strictly disciplined. It's because we have iron discipline that we are invincible. You guys think you're great just because you're the elite of every squad, every field? I'm telling you, here, at Training Base 039, you're nobody's ass. Fong Ming was at the back of the queue and could hear Yuan Gang's shouts very clearly. He glanced at Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby, both of whom were standing straight. Even if you guys reach the Klein realm, you're just going to go from being little trash to big trash. When these words came out, most of the recruits stared at Yuan Gang on the stage as if they wanted to eat him alive. Indeed, whoever stood here wasn't an elite anymore, who could endure such an insult, except for Lin Xie and the 3 of them, of course, who could endure it. Yuan Gang held a loudhailer. Which of you is in favor of what I say, and which of you is against it? Fong Ming, strange hey, talking so much, where's that prick? I object. It was at this point that a pretentious brother with an open uniform and military cap worn backwards began to speak. Recruit, what's your name? Xin Xingzhu. He held his head high with a defiant face. Okay, anyone else object? Me. I object. And me. As expected, as long as one person stood out, the others thought in their hearts that even if they were punished, they would have someone to accompany them, so they all stood out. Yes. Yuan Gang walked over to Lin Xie, Fong Ming, and Bailey Chubby again. Where are you 3? Lin Xie, I'm convinced. Fong Ming, me too. Bailey Chubby muttered in his heart, both of you are convinced. Then I'm convinced. 3 losers. A disdainful voice came into the ears of several people from the side. Lin Xie? Bailey Chubby. Fong Ming, convex, asterisk. Dish. Who the are you talking about? Xin Xingzhu, who serves me to say who? Damn you, don't you dare compare yourself to me. Playing b-boy, I'll shove an old 8-burger in your mouth. Xin Xingzhu, afraid of you? I'm not a good man if I'm afraid of you. Fong Ming rolled up his sleeves and was about to go up and beat him up, but he was stopped by Lin Xie. Lin Xie knew Fong Ming's methods. Even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't let Xin Xingzhu have a good time. I don't know if he brought enough pants. And Yuan Gang looked at Fong Ming's anger cannot be suppressed while patted his shoulder. He is also afraid of the 7 gods agent fight anxious eyes suddenly out of control. After all, he is not very normal mental. Alright, what's the point of infighting, if you're capable of going into battle and killing the enemy? Fong Ming and Xin Xingzhu both loosened their fists after hearing this. Seeing Fong Ming calm down, Lin Xie turned around and secretly said to Bailey Chubby, that kid, do you believe that you won't have any pants to wear for a year? Xin Xingzhu, kid, we have a lot of real time ahead of us. Fong Ming wasn't afraid of this be at all with the horse and dog charm. Have you brought enough pants? Yuan Gang? Xin Xingzhu? You're a ing pervert. Bailey Chubby, star. Ha, hey, luckily I didn't offend Brother Ming. Yuan Gang frowned. It seemed that it was impossible not to treat these brats, so he took out the walkie-talkie pinned to his waist and said softly, come down. Chapter 31, 239 verses 5, Fong Ming, how can I take off Wang Mian's pants? At this moment, Yuan Gang looked into the sky and found 7 black dots gradually enlarging. WC, you guys really dance. Yuan Gang's heart trembled and he immediately ran back to the podium seat. I can't pay for this ing fall. Some of the students on the stage, too, pointed to the sky and exclaimed, WC, look. Sky flyers? Let's go watch a meteor shower together? Quickly, make a wish. Lin Xie's trio also looked up as Fong Ming, GGG. My 7 good chargers. This absorbing the forbidden ruin energy of this masked squad could be much faster than absorbing these 200 plus recruits. Fong Ming could not hold back the excitement in his heart at this point. Dang. There were 7 loud bangs, and all of a sudden smoke rose from the front of the stage. Yuan Gang, come on, you guys are all pretending. The smoke cleared and the recruits on stage got a good look at them, each wearing a gray cloak and a black box, each wearing a different mask. Could it be one of the 4 special squads, mask? My god, I can't believe I ran into them here. Yuan Gangs looked at the reaction of the recruits on the stage and became more and more pleased. Now, these little brats will suffer again. Wow! Maelstrom's legs went straight to the ground, and she plopped down on her knees and threw up. Crowd of recruits, wow oh! What a special ceremony. Masked crowd. Not what they're doing? It's an imposter, isn't it? The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence, and Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. It's really finished nah. Swirl immediately wiped her mouth. WC. Whose feet stink? Lin Xie glanced at Chubby Bailey. Is it yours? What? I just washed my feet last night, okay? Besides, how could he smell it from this far away? The crowd began to whisper crickets in the face of this pale explanation from Maelstrom, while others questioned the authenticity of the masked squad. Ahem. King Face coughed. We are the mask special squad. The crowd of recruits sucked in a breath of cool air, and Lin Xie could clearly feel the divine might radiating from Wang Mian. What a powerful divine might. Fong Ming, do you feel it? Fong Ming. Fong Ming? WC, where is everyone? Wang Mian, since you guys are not convinced, then I will give you a chance. A chance to touch the top geniuses. Whoa, what the are you doing? Just a moment ago when the smoke was rising, Fong Ming directly darted towards the stage. At that time, the members of the masked squad were all immersed in the world of self-pretending, and didn't even think that there could be a new recruit who would dare to climb onto the stage. Fong Ming hugged Wang Mian's leg. It's so cool, my little charge. Asterisk. Why are you still charging? Here. He is the 7. You are talking about. Wang Mian looked at Yuan Gang and whispered, and made a 7 sign with his hand. Yuan Gang nodded and tapped his head with a finger to indicate that his brain wasn't working very well. Wang Mian also instantly understood and immediately exuded sympathy, being an agent of the 7 gods, because he couldn't withstand so much pressure suffered from mental illness. The recruits on stage looked at the scene in disbelief. He's the psycho you said was yelling in the morning, huh? Yeah, that's him. I heard he really ran away from the asylum. Been in a mental hospital since I was a kid. Hey, I wouldn't have hit him if I had known he was that bad. And you hit him, you really did. Wang Mian stroked his head. Missed mommy, didn't you? Fong Ming? Miss your mom. Behave yourself, you go down first, and in a little while your brother will take you to your mommy. Asterisk. Find your sister. It's all yours, and my sister's okay. Fong Ming looked at Yuan Gang with a speechless face while he looked up and whistled with a relaxed expression. Damn you, how many people have you told? The people under the stage also snorted out a laugh after hearing this, while Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby, who were standing behind the queue, looked at him with a sympathetic face. This scene, what's the difference between pulling asterisk in public? It's simply a large social death scene. Asterisk. Fong Ming grayly ran to stand behind the queue. He looked at Shin Xingzhu, who also threw him a look of pity. I'm sorry brother, I shouldn't have scolded you for being a waste just now. Fong Ming, your mom has. I'm not sick. At this moment, Yuan Gang began to speak again. Aren't some of you not convinced? He looked at his watch. It's now 2:30 p.m. Before 9 p.m. All 239 of you new recruits, no matter what means you use, as long as you can remove the masks of any member of the mask squad within the allotted time, it will be counted as a win for you. If you guys win, just finish up and I'll personally organize your retirement ceremony. But if you lose, then you have to obey our orders unconditionally, and you're not allowed to say a word even if you're told to go to the Mountain of Swords or the Sea of Fire. As the words fell, the recruits on the stage exploded. Soon enough, a freshman found the bug of confrontation. They are basically all Chuan realm, or even high realm powerhouses. And we're basically all in the Marigold realm. This confrontation is inherently unfair. It was important to know that the gap between each realm of spiritual power was extremely large, except for those like Lin Xie and Fong Ming who had awakened most of their divine power under special circumstances. Yuan Gang had anticipated that there would be recruits who would make an issue of their realm difference. Want to be fair, huh? This time, I'll let you all lose in a convincing manner. The mask squad will compress the realm into the same Marigold realm as you. Now that's fair. Now there were even more voices of disbelief on the stage. They're both in the Marigold realm. Who's afraid of who? That's 239-7. The advantage is mine. Wang Mian looked at the new recruits on the stage, his tone extremely arrogant. You don't even need 7 people to deal with you. 5 of us can you over. Afterwards, only Wang Mian, Maelstrom, Rose, Tianping, Ghost Moon, and Tanaka and Starscream were left on the stage to follow Yuan Gang and the others back to the restroom to rest. Hey yo, give them hell. Too arrogant. The recruits on the stage spoke out in dislike back at King Face. Chubby Bailey, it seems like we're going to win this time. 239-5, even if a mouthful of spit from one person could drown them, I guess. And Lin Xie kept his eyes on Wang Mian on the stage, since they said so they must have full certainty. Do you think that a squad that has survived battlefield killings can lose so easily to us new recruits? Both the fit and the trust that the members have in each other far exceeds the loose ends that we have. Downright arrow, then aren't we bound to lose? Hearing Lin Xie say this, Bailey Fatty immediately felt that there was little hope, and he still wanted to hurry home to enjoy the Shufu days. As Lin Xie lowered his head and thought, it's not like there's no chance of winning at all. Really? Fang Ming looked at this worried look of Bailey Chubby and patted his little meaty butt. Don't worry, Chubby, I'll cover you. At the moment, he was thinking about how to keep King Face out of his pants. All that was heard was a scream. A freshman flew backwards as if he had been hammered by an invisible giant hammer, directly spitting blood from his mouth, feeling like half of his life was gone. The scene was a mess. Asterisk. How do you sneak attack? One of the recruits accused Wang Mian and the others of their lack of martial virtues for sneak attacking. Wang Mian looked at the recruits on the stage and spoke slowly. I've been merciful to you, and I'm still here listening to your half-hearted chatter. Didn't you hear the instructor? From just now until 9 o'clock at night. That means it's on now. Chapter 32 Yuan Gang. No, how come he didn't die from the fall? Lin Xie, what are you waiting for? Run. Waiting to be named by them. Hearing Lin Xie's words, Bailey Chubby scattered his legs and ran. WC, is this practically killing people invisibly? How can we possibly beat them? Brother Ming, think of something. Ming? WC, where are the people? Lin Xie, this kid just said he would protect you, and now he's running faster than anyone. Now it was directly divided into two groups of people. One group was the Lin Xie Junzi Revenge, not too late in 10 years faction, while the other group was the self-imposed, unbelieving faction. At this time a shout rang out from the pile of recruits. Let's go together. I don't believe they can take out these dozens of us at once. Okay, follow me if you're not afraid to die. These shouts instantly ignited the desire to fight within many middle-aged teenagers, and instantly flames, frost, berserk, lasers. All kinds of attacks swarmed in. Wang Mian smiled at the corner of his mouth and sighed as he looked at the recruits' loophole-ridden attacks. Ugh, just this kind of attack, it's simply too humiliating. Maelstrom, over to you. Maelstrom shrugged and took a step forward. Alright, let me meet these new recruits. With just a flick of his hand, a deep purple vortex suddenly blossomed in midair, directly across the crowd, directly sucking away the attacks of the new recruits on the stage. In the next moment, a pink sledgehammer directly swept the battlefield across, and dust flew up. Countless buildings were instantly shattered, and nearly 100 recruits were directly overturned, most of them losing their ability to fight. Bailey Fatty turned around. Take me, how to fight this TM? Brother Knight, why don't we just surrender? Bailey Chubby ran wildly after Lin Xie, his obese body to slightly cute at this time. Lin Xie, we can't give up, surrendering now is too demoralizing, we can't let them look down on us. Let's go to the armory first, after all, people are heavily armed now and we can't afford to be without weapons. Okay, I'll listen to you, Knight. Ouch, that's exhausting. In the thick smoke, 5 figures clad in gray cloaks slowly walked out. Swirl looked down at the miserable recruits on the stage and shook his head. Ugh, I really don't know where they get their confidence. From Jennifer Liang? It looks like it'll be time to go back to resting soon. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Wang Mian spoke slowly. Their next target will definitely be the weapons depot. Moon Ghost will leave this matter to you. Yes. The Moon Ghost's figure shifted and disappeared in place. Captain, what are you worried about? Chance stood aside with her hammer. In her opinion, the recruits on the stage were simply unbeatable. I'm worried about that recruit who just climbed up on the stage. Chance, huh? The psycho? What's there to fear from him? Although I heard that he's an agent of the 7 gods, but how powerful can a mere Jan realm be? All in all, there's no harm in being careful. You guys also have to watch out for that guy called Lin Xie and Bailey. Hiss. Bailey, what's that? It's that little fatty. Wang Mian said with his hands clasped in front of his chest. Aye, Captain. At this time, Fang Ming saw the right moment to jump out from behind the stage, and within his palm was a ferocious white alien energy, and with a wave of his hand, this energy rapidly swept towards the 5 masked team members on the stage. Shining Spirit Technique. King Face. Look out. The 5 players jumped away in all directions, only to hear a boom. The hard teaching platform collapsed, and the ground was destroyed into a huge crater. Countless debris and dust instantly flooded the few people present. Fang Ming looked at the 5 people in the air. WC, reacting so quickly? It's really worthy of mask. Fang Ming's left foot stomped, and the stone slabs underneath his feet instantly shattered as a flaming fist struck towards Chance. The left side of the scale slammed down, double the gravity. Fang Ming only felt the air around him sink instantly, while his own was unaffected. Upright arrow, ya. What a great horse. Tempest, how can that be? Chance raised the large pink hammer and made a turn in the air to directly engage Fang Ming in a passionate sparring match. Use a hammer? Why don't you use a weapon if you have one? Fang Ming felt like his fists were going to shatter, but thanks to the horse charm, his own fingertips were spared. Asterisk. Then I'll have to whip your pants monkey bars for a slingshot. Fang Ming directly let out a sinister smile, and his hand directly reached towards Rose's waist. Rose blushed profusely and unconsciously touched her ass with her free hand. You pervert! For the safety of his pants, Chance directly roared and swung Fong Ming out with a big swing. "Ah, I'll be back." As the five settled, Chance spun the hammer in his hand and wiped the sweat. "That was close. I'm so convinced." King Face, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face as he opened his mouth and said to Tian Ping, "Is your ability ineffective against him?" Tempest, at Winky Face. "Seems like it. He seems to be unaffected by gravity." Wang Mian looked in the direction where Fong Ming was hammered away. "It's still a bit tricky, we don't know anything about his abilities right now, so be careful." Intensive Underground Foundation. The instructors were looking at the screen, with a pile of information in their hands, and alas, it looks like this duel will be decided soon, less than 10 minutes and nearly half the people out. Still, Mask is so strong that inviting them is like hitting a mosquito with a cannon. If you ask me, it's really a good idea to cure them of this high-mindedness. Several instructors pointed to the screen and murmured. Only Yuan Gang sat in his chair and watched as Fong Ming was whacked away, breaking out in a cold sweat. "WC, go see how this psycho is doing, don't fall to your death." A few seconds later. Report. Recruit Fong Ming is fine and is with Lin Qiye. Yuan Gang then breathed a long sigh of relief. "Phew, scared me to death. I thought it was just the first day of training and there were casualties among the recruits. We'd all be court-martialed if the higher-ups found out about this." Instructor Hong rubbed the stubble on his chin. "But this kid fell from such a high place and he's still okay? I'm afraid that even those in the Chuan realm, or even the High realm, or even those with similar flying abilities will not be able to withstand this, right? I really don't know how many secrets this kid has." Yuan Gang listened to a few instructors behind him talking about Fong Ming, then he took out his own little notebook and wrote on it, and Seven Gods Agent Fong Ming, currently known to be similar to the god of the Kirin of Daxia, ability, play with fire, can't die from falling, extremely dangerous. P.S. Not quite mentally normal yet. Lin Qiye and Bailey Chubby had just arrived at the armory when they heard 7 words floating from the sky. "I'll definitely be back." Duong. Fong Ming's legs were facing upwards, and he plunged into the ground in an inverted position. Lin Qiye. "Damn, that scared me, I thought something out of the sky was coming." With a muffled sound, Fong Ming pointed at his leg. "Quickly help me pull it out." Lin Qiye and Bailey Fatty looked at each other, and with one foot pulling hard, Fong Ming was pulled out of the ground with a gray head. Now he felt a little dizzy in the head. Lin Qiye crouched his ass on the ground. "! Are you made of iron? You fell this high and landed on your head?" Fong Ming shook his head and poured the dirt out of his ears. "You're disappointed that I didn't die, huh?" Lin Qiye, ********, I'm afraid that I won't have a way to explain to the captain if you die. He turned to look at the arsenal made of concrete plus 32-gauge rebar, guilty of kicking the large tin door with his foot. ******, Are we breaking any laws with our weapons? At that moment, a very, very wonderful female voice came from the side. "Get out of the way, let me see." Chapter 33 Fong Ming, how do you sneak attack? Fong Ming looked at Sister Delay in front of him, his eyes glancing at the monkey skin bandolier on her body, and his hand began to stop reaching out, then reacted by immediately hitting himself in the face. What the was I thinking? I don't care who you are, get out of my body immediately. You can't get out. Lin Qiye's trio watched as Fong Ming smacked himself in the mouth. This chicken steaks offenses are a bit frequent. Molly pointed behind her with her thumb. "Is he a friend of yours?" Lin Qiye hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'm not familiar with him." Molly then stretched out those white palms and gently pressed them against the surface of the warehouse. The next moment, this warehouse shook with it. Crackle. Lin Qiye watched as the big iron door was denting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and as Molly lifted those big long legs, the bang! The big iron door hardened as she kicked it open. Molly patted the dust from her hands and walked into the warehouse. Fong Ming exclaimed, "Ha, awesome. Sister Big Thunder. Lin Qiye, ultra-high risk forbidden ruins?" Bailey Chubby pulled on Lin Qiye's coat. "Brother Knight, she's so handsome." Lin Qiye blanked him. "You're looking at the other two." Subsequently, several people walked into the warehouse. Lin Qiye chose a standardized straight sword, while Molly walked straight to a large taijutsu in front of her, took it in her hands and waited with great satisfaction and walked out of the warehouse. As for Fong Ming, he liked to use his fists, and he didn't know if it was the aftermath of the Ultra Beast armament, so he directly picked a pair of Kirin spikes. He looked at the taijutsu in Molly's hand, and unconsciously the words came to his mind. Crumbling bonds turned into sharp blades, the prison of destiny. He shook his head. How come it's still war double messed up? Lin Qiye gazed at Molly before stopping in front of her and extending his hand. "My name is Lin Qiye." "Oh." Molly had no intention of shaking his hand and then walked forward around Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was a bit embarrassed and stopped Molly once again. "Want your sister's Weebly? But now is not the time." Fong Ming rushed up with a healthy step. "A serious nonsense bar column. My name is Fong Ming, I am a divine agent, so is my night brother, and this little fat guy he is also." "Molly? Who are you fooling? There are only 2 divine agents in this set, where are you going to get me a third?" Lin Qiye calmly spoke. "I am indeed an agent of the Blazing Angel, who is a psychotic agent. Asterisk 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 asterisk, your mom now. Molly looked up and down at these three people. She had just seen Fong Ming clearly landing from a high altitude, according to common sense not to die but also disabled, but stood in front of her intact, not to say how strong the strength, in a moment of crisis to do a meat shield is quite suitable. This Lin Xie, she seems to be able to feel that he has a different aura from others, the kind of aura of contempt that higher dimensional creatures have for lower dimensional creatures. As for this average little chubby guy, he does seem average to her. Molly half-heartedly shook Lin Xie's hand. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076, all elements frequency movement, can control the frequency of all objects in direct or indirect contact with me within the Forbidden Ruins.
Lin Xie nodded. No wonder you want to use a taijutsu.
Where's your weapon?
Lin Xie looked at the empty hand of Bailey Chubby.
I don't know how to use any weapons. Lin Xie came to his ear. This way, go find a corner to hide in to save yourself from getting punched.
No, Knight, I want to fight. I don't want to be a salted fish.
Fong Ming scurried over to Bailey Chubby again. Brother covers you, you're done if you follow me.
Really, Ming, you're still good to me.
That's right. Fong Ming proudly looked at the forbidden objects on his neck, wrists, pockets and even in his crotch. With this little fatty by my side I'll see who else can get close to me. But, Ming, I don't have any monkey bars in my pants.
Grr, I'm not ing for this.
Lin Xie looked at the duo in front of him and covered his face as he shook his head. Molly, right now we have to gather all the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruin holders or we have no chance of winning.
Molly thought for a moment and spoke. If I remember correctly, there is another ultra-high-risk Forbidden Market holder.
Who? That's the one who just jumped out and sang the refrain when the instructor spoke during assembly.
That Tugger Fong Ming asked.
Molly, that's right. Lin Xie nodded. I do have an average impression of him. Fong Ming wrapped his arm around Bailey Chubby's shoulders while looking at the green water ghost in his hand that he had given him. Hiss.
How come it hasn't come yet? Molly? Who are you waiting for?
Suddenly, Lin Xie's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked towards Fong Ming's side. Be careful.
Fong Ming smiled grimly. Coming.
He quickly turned back to a straight left jab that felt as if it had hit the top of a sword.
Clank.
Molly reacted quickly with a direct forward roll, immediately placing the taijutsu behind her neck, her right hand gripping the hilt ready to strike at any time.
WC, you really are Lucia. Molly, _? Is that a nickname?
The moon ghost was taken by surprise and jumped directly backward, then his body and short sword gradually appeared in front of several people.
Looks like I was careless, kid. You can see me? Fong Ming, can't see it? Moon ghost, so how do you? I'm blinded. My night brother can see you.
Moon ghost this time turned his gaze to Lin Xie. Oh, I remember, you're an agent of the Blazing Angels, and the aura on you is very similar to the captain.
Fong Ming, cut the ing crap. You're a little thing and you're doing a sneak attack. Is there some martial virtue? The moon ghost sneered. Do you talk about martial virtues with your enemies even on the battlefield?
With an angry expression, Molly slowly drew out her taijutsu, and Lin Xie could feel that the air was trembling violently, and the stones underneath her feet began to vibrate unceasingly. What's the point of wasting words with him? Eat my sword first. Swish! At the same time as she swung the terrifying airblade, Molly popped out of her spot with a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, and immediately afterward swept past the moon ghost with lightning speed. At that moment, the air seemed to be torn apart, and the airblade driven by the swinging sword split the earth into a deep gully, and the wall of the warehouse next to it was blasted out with a hideous knife mark. With the crisp sound of a taijutsu being sheathed, Moon Ghost's right arm had disappeared.
Bailey Chubby, wow, Brother Knight, handsome indeed. Only, we're not going to pay for his arm, are we?
Lin Xie fixed his eyes. No, he's fine. Fong Ming was also eager to try. He also rushed up and threw an underhook jab. The sharp tip of the jab was about to penetrate the Moon Ghost's neck at the same time as it ignited a blazing fire. The ferocious tongue of fire instantly wrapped the Moon Ghost.
Clank!
Moon Ghost raised his hand blocked with his short sword and stood on the side of the rubble with a very fast backflip.
2 divine agents, plus an ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruin is still a bit tricky.
The Moon Ghost spoke faintly, and the hazy moonlight surged through the air, instantly recondensing into an arm.
Chapter 34, Moon Ghost and Tianping have been defeated. You're good, you're on? Fong Ming looked at his regenerated arm and his eyes fell to the ground in shock. You're a ing gecko, aren't you?
Carrying her taijutsu, Molly looked at the Moon Ghost with a bit of shock in her eyes as well, then sneered. Heh, so what if it's a gecko? Then cut him into 100 pieces. I still don't believe he's still an earthworm. Lin Xie immediately stopped. He's not a regeneration ability. It's that the moment the blade touched his body, half of his body split into moonlight and was in an unselectable state in order to avoid your attack. Because of the blazing angel's eyes, he was able to see everything that happened just now clearly. Asterisk 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 never mind moonlight, daylight, I must strip you naked today.
Fong Ming pointed at the Moon Ghost and shouted. Crowd of recruits, go back and lock the door.
I hear he loves other people's pants. That Lin Xie didn't seem to have gotten a bad rap from him in the past, and he seems to have brought more than 70 of them with him for this training set. Lin Xie, asterisk 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 asterisk.
He seems to be the only one now. If we can just take off his mask, we win.
Hearing Lin Qia's words, Molly's gaze instantly flamed with energy, and the dozens of recruits who had just taken out their weapons from the armory instantly looked at the moon ghosts in unison. Bailey Chubby spoke up at this time, "Finish him off, and I'll take everyone on a 7-day tour of Guangshan after the training. The funds are all on me. I'll take care of all the expenses, and we can pick whatever we want from the famous watches and forbidden objects." He had gone to great lengths to stay out of the intensive training, and as the saying goes, a heavy reward will bring a brave man. The recruits stared at the moon ghost as if they were a hungry wolf. Moon ghost, ********, how is that different from what I thought? Because of his stealth ability, he could hide well and harvest recruits one by one, but Lin Qia's blazing angel eyes could be considered his nemesis, rendering this ability completely ineffective. Bailey Fatty waved his big hand and pointed at Moon Ghost and said, "Brothers, him." The recruits picked up their weapons and ran towards the moon ghosts with great vigor, their eyes revealing that they were full of eagerness to stop training. ***36 plans, walk on." Moon Ghost cursed and directly turned into a ray of moonlight and ran away. "Brother Knight!" Fong Ming yelled, "Watch him." Golden divine might erupted in Lin Qia's eyes as he looked towards the fleeing moon ghost, lightning-like disappearing from his original position and waving the straight blade in his hand to spread straight towards that nothingness. Clank! Moon Ghost turned back and directly raised his short sword to block Lin Qia's attack. "Dude, there's no need to with me like that, is there?" Lin Xie smiled faintly, "Little Mingzi. Fong Ming, coming hey." The moon ghost immediately felt a coldness behind his back, and a cold hand was put into the waist of his pants. Fong Ming leaned close to his ear and licked the side of his face with a lewd face. "Want the pants, or the mask?" Moon Ghost's eyes gradually shifted to the side, some tiny beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead. He was never expecting to come on an assassination mission this time, and even if he was cracked into invisibility by Lin Qia's blazing angel's eyes, he also ran into the pervert who loved other people's pants. He couldn't help but swallow. When he came back to his senses, Lin Qia's large hand was about to remove his mask. Isn't it just a pair of pants? I've got plenty at home. Moon Ghost's heart crossed, and his body dived violently, jumping into the air with a staged jump, and fleeing the scene in a panic with his left foot directly on his right foot. Give it up. Lin Xie looked at him running while lifting his pants in a somewhat comical manner, and when he turned around, Fong Ming was holding a pair of pants with a red print of 3 squirrels on both hands. Fong Ming looked at it then threw it to the side. Kid this year, right? The recruits in the back who were looking foolish felt an instant feeling that Fong Ming was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. After all, he didn't have as much backup hidden energy as Lin Xie. At that moment, Tenpin stood high above the warehouse looking down on the crowd, clapped his hands lightly, and whispered, "Force field transformation." Whoosh! The sound of the crowd's weapons have unconsciously floating in the air, only a very small number of people in the powerful force field with which to do resistance. The ground crumbs, the warehouse collapsed, debris, bricks, and tiles are floating in the air, as if a strung arrow can be shot out at any time. Double the gravity. As soon as Tian Ping said this, dozens of recruits felt as if they were pressing a huge mountain on their backs, struggling to take a step, and even breathing was difficult. He looked to the woeful moon ghost on the side and scoffed, "No? Why are you this dish?" Moon Ghost responded defiantly, "Damn, it's just being restrained, and I ran into a pants-stealing pervert." As the saying goes, the rash are afraid of the horizontal are afraid of the lifeless, and the lifeless are afraid of the psychopathic perverts. Tempest pointed to the red outline on the ground. Is that yours? Moon Ghost. Tian Ping looked at the recruits below. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of smugness. His gravity control could be described as very buggy. The same realm couldn't do resistance at all. Except for that psycho. He looked around and realized that there was only one recruit still standing straight up in the crowd. I think I'm looking at the pervert who stole your pants. Crowd. Fong Ming, no? Why are you bowing? Paying their respects, huh? And you, what's the point of kneeling? Bailey Chubby held his hands on his knees. Brother Ming, it seems like I feel like my body is very heavy. I can't straighten my back at all. Lin Xie was also fighting against the gravity that was nearly 2-3 times the usual. He glanced at Fong Ming and gritted his teeth. Why are you okay? Molly was also grasping the hilt of her taijutsu on the ground with both hands, while the blade was already deep into the ground, and her face was hard. That's right, why are you okay? Fong Ming looked at everyone in this state and immediately thought that it was the gravity doubling effect of the scales. He walked slowly to the recruit, thinking, can this horse work on anyone else? Now that the talisman didn't have a body, it had fused with Fong Ming as a body, and since this talisman had once been a visualization of the Holy Lord's abilities, it was as if he himself was now as if he were the Holy Lord. He held his breath, his hands slowly traced through the air, his fingertips driving a trace of airflow, and gradually there was a powerful pneumatic force visible to the naked eye between his hands. Tempest fixed his eyes. What's he up to? Moon Ghost shook his head. But kind of ability never seems to be seen. Fong Ming suddenly brought his palms together and crushed the vapid air mass. A powerful aura scattered in all directions, setting off a cloud of dust. instantly disintegrated the gravity doubling of the scales. The recruits slowly stood up and looked at Fong Ming with incredulous eyes. WC, bro, you're awesome. True to form, the 7 agents of the gods, do you have any other stunts you haven't shown us? That's it. The moon ghost looked at Tenpei with a gloating expression. Pohahaha, yours is letting people restrain it too, isn't it? Veggie dog scales? Tempest, eyes closed face? You're happy oh? Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby, and Emily also gave him a thumbs up. Lin Xie, you're still somewhat useful. Fong Ming proudly looked at the scales and moon ghosts above the warehouse. If that guy hadn't run so fast, I'd be straight up with my pants on. Boom! A huge pink hammer swept by with a loud bang. Lin Xie pointed behind Fong Ming. Be careful. Fong Ming turned back with a smile on his face. Huh? A huge shadow had overshadowed him, and Chance grimaced. *******, you wash pervert. Go wash. Fong Ming wanted to dodge but it was too late. His body was slammed into the air by the tremendous force, and he quickly looked out of sight. All the crowd heard was a cry, I'll be back. On the south side of the road, Maelstrom walked nonchalantly, his hands in his pockets with extreme arrogance. Immediately after Rose appeared on the western road and the hands of the giant hammer suddenly became smaller, stationed on the ground, coldly looking at the crowd of recruits. To the north, Wang Mian had stood there at an unknown time and slowly spoke, you have been surrounded by us. For surrounded by 40 sounds like a lot of bull *******, but it is what it is. Without Fong Ming, Tian Ping once again used gravity doubling, making the new recruits suffer. Maelstrom, is it still that much work for 2 people to take on new recruits? Tisk, TSK, really? Moon Ghost and Tian Ping looked at him with a swish. You're good, you go. Swirl. King Face, okay, cut the crap and hurry. Clear the battlefield. Chapter 35, The Vortex eats a defeat. Fong Ming, hey, pulling in another one. Lin Xie yelled, finish that woman first. At this point, the new recruits had seen Lin Xie and Fong Ming's outstanding battle performance just now, and were already convinced of their group, immediately picking up the weapons beside them and attacking towards Chance. The hammer in Chance's hand grew larger once more, already the size of a residential building, and the shadows that covered the sky slammed down with the whistling gale. Seek death. Ode. A dumbfounded recruit looked at the shadows above his head and made every effort to resist as a colorful glow erupted from beneath the hammer. For a while it was surprisingly indistinguishable, the two forces were frozen together, and the gusty wind swept through the gusts of dust. The other 4 members of the mask squad, all together, moved in Rose's direction, and the encirclement narrowed drastically. Just as Molly grabbed her taijutsu and made an offensive stance forward to help. Lin Xie, quickly dodge. Molly slipped right on her feet and almost stumbled. When she looked back, Lin Xie had already run away, and Bailey Chubby followed behind, unable to catch his breath. ********. Molly cursed, carrying her taijutsu and closely following Lin Xie's figure. Captain, there are recruits running south. Tian Ping stood on top of the warehouse and had been observing the movements of the recruits below. Wang Mian just took a cursory glance towards Lin Xie's and initially judged that. Let's take care of these dozens of rookies first. Maelstrom, you go ahead and take care of the 3 of them. Swirl, aye. Captain. Then with a sharp break he turned around and ran in the direction that Lin Xie had escaped from. On the other side, Chao Yuan was sitting quietly at the edge of the playground, his eyes slightly closed, one hand placed straight on his chest, was silently reciting Mahayana Buddhism. Even mommy ho. Duong. Fong Ming descended from the sky, still plunging headfirst with precision in front of Chao Yuan. He slowly opened his eyes. Goodness, why does the monk have this look? This time the insertion was not deep. Fong Ming held the ground with both hands and pulled his head directly out of the ground. Giver? Fong Ming looked at the teenager in front of him. Sure, your mom. Why don't you run? Sitting here waiting to get out? Chao Yuan sighed deeply, his eyes closing once again. I have too many killings on me, and I no longer have the heart to fight. It's a relief to phase out before it's too late. Fong Ming suddenly realized, oh, you're that crazy batch Chao Yuan, right? He remembered that in the original story there was a monk named Chao Yuan, codenamed Lin Xie's dog. You know me? That must be recognized. How about I take you to Lin Xie? Fong Ming was overjoyed in his heart. It wasn't bad to be able to absorb the 031 Forbidden Ruin energy. Also, this little madman once opened the Forbidden Ruins, launched crazy, even their own people cut. As long as you bring a knife in danger while he is not paying attention to throw him, he slipped away on the line. Anyway, this be bare beat, the general public cannot beat him. Lin Xie? Chao Yuan's pupils were shocked, and he immediately recalled the words that Master had instructed. The 2 would stand on end, the 8 gods go to 1, enter the night for 10 years, and ferry my world. He muttered, could he be my nobleman, my savior, as the Master said. Okay, I'll go with you. Fong Ming held a dog's tail grass in the corner of his mouth and patted his shoulder. Figured it out, old brother? Figured it out. Not being a salty fish anymore? Not doing it. Good. You're better than that LOL player who hasn't read a few years. Chao Yuan, oh? And where did you get that dog's tail in your mouth? He hadn't even looked around to realize that plants like this still grew at the gathering. The author added it to me. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Yuan's arm and ran towards Lin Xia's direction. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out not far away. In the black mushroom cloud, Maelstrom came out of it grimy, his hair having been blown into an exploding head and his face covered in charcoal. At this time, Wang Mian and the others finished resolving the dozens of recruits and followed the fire from the explosion to the battlefield. Is everything okay, Swirl? Chance stepped forward and handed him a wet wipe. King Face looked at this wretched appearance of Maelstrom. You're still careless. Ahem. Damn, this one called Lin Xie is shady enough. If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, I'd have hiccuped long ago. Moonghost spoke up at this point. I already knew that Blazing Angel agent wasn't easy to handle. Swirl, then you didn't tell me. Tempest and Moonghost smiled at each other and fell silent. Rose, both of them have suffered losses at the hands of Lin Xie and Fong Ming, so of course they want to give you a taste of what it's like to be defeated. Asterisk. Then it seems like the captain hasn't suffered any losses now. Swirl squinted at King Face and patted the dirt on his body. Chance? I haven't suffered any losses either? Cut? Your pants were almost cut off by that Fong Ming. Duong. A sledgehammer was slammed towards Maelstrom's head. Don't give me that pervert Wang Mian snapped at this point. Ahem. Now you can be sure that Lin Xie and Fong Ming are a tough act to follow, as well as that Bailey. That little fat guy, I just noticed he's covered in forbidden objects and 2 super high hazards. Other than those, the other recruits are good to deal with. The rest of the mask squad members nodded after hearing that. Wang Mian continued, right now, our realm is compressed into the Marigold realm, which doesn't allow us to engage in wheel-to-wheel battles. That would be too exhausting for us. While we're still in good physical shape, let's get the tough bone of the dormitory building. Maelstrom touched his protesting stomach. Why don't we attack the cafeteria first? It'll be a dry meal after the fight. Moonghost, you just know how to eat. There are many hidden corners of the dormitory building for ambushes, and now you're saving your strength to not fight, and then you'll fight later when you don't have the strength? Swirl, okay, so after hitting the dorms, can we go to dry dinner? Wang Mian slowly stood up. Just follow this battle plan. However, after such a long time, it is estimated that there are many new recruits ambushed there, and although we don't know if there are any ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, we should not be careless. You must be careful, don't get caught in the gutter. Yes. Underground base. WC, is this Fong Ming still okay? That's the second time you've landed on your head. If you were a normal person you'd be dead already, right? Yuan Gang held his chin with both hands, staring intently at the big screen as the instructors behind him chattered. This person's physical strength is a bit too perverted, isn't it? Even if it's a steel plate, it should have developed a dent after 2 high falls, right? Is it hard to believe that he possesses the forbidden ruins that can't be killed? This person must be properly cultivated and must not fall into the hands of the ancient god church. Yuan Gang remains unmoved. Chief, what are you thinking? Yuan Gang immediately cut the screen to Lin Xia's trio. This Lin Xia isn't simple that either. He almost blew up the mask of one of the mask squad. Instructor behind him, after all, how does one become an agent of the gods without some strength? Lin Xia, Fong Ming, Emoli, and Bailey Tu Ming, and even that Qin Xingzhu, these young people have an unlimited future ahead of them. Yuan Gang sighed. It seems that we old bones are really old. There's no telling how many capable generals this generation of recruits will produce. He then pointed to a teenager that Fong Ming had pulled together on the big screen. And who is he? Instructor Hong rummaged through a nearby file box and handed the file named Chao Yuan to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang glanced at the information, his pupils shrunk slightly, and his hand holding the document trembled a little. Forbidden Market Sequence 031, Black King Chopping Destruction. Chapter 36, Fong Ming, I'm going to be serious this time. Brother Shin, can we do an ambush like this? There, masks. A young man hid in the corner of the building and said to a teenager who was wearing a military cap backwards and chewing gum in his mouth. Inside the dormitory building, nearly a dozen young men had gathered together and were mulling over crooked ideas. What are you afraid of? There are many of us, besides, we are all in the Jan realm, we are all carrying one head on one shoulder. Who are we afraid of? Qin Xingzhu turned around and said to the recruit members behind him, let's just hide here, they'll definitely come, then we'll hit them by surprise and let them taste our power. That's it. Who's afraid of them? Asterisk. Wonderful. It's still Brother Shin who's great. A strange voice seemed to be mixed in with the barrage of ass-kissing. Qin Xingzhu's face changed as he turned his head and asked, who the hell cursed me? Stand out for me. The crowd looked at each other and said it wasn't them. AUV, you guys have the guts to scold me, but not the guts to admit it, right? Qin Xingzhu just wanted to continue asking for the offense. At that moment, a man wearing a crescent moon mask and holding a short sword appeared behind these recruits. Only the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. WC, it's mask. A recruit was knocked unconscious just as he tried to draw his own weapon. Qin Xingzhu reacted quickly and immediately drew his sword to slash away, only to see the moon ghost disappear into a ray of moonlight. Asterisk. What a counter-heavenly forbidden ruin. But, just a small trick. The corner of Xinxingzhu's mouth revealed a sinister smile, only to see him wave his big hand. The recruit next to him felt that his throat was strangled by a pair of invisible hands to death, his face turned red, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground.
If you don't come out, I don't mind killing you and them together, and you should end up in a terrible situation then, right?
Xinxingzhu's eyes were covered in blood, as if he was a ferocious beast. At this time Fong Ming rushed to the scene, while Chao Yuan was put by him at the dormitory door to look out.
Hey, you cheeky bastard, screwing around like that to win, aren't you? Get thee out of here.
Xinxingzhu looked at Fong Ming and became furious. While Xinxingzhu was conversing with Fong Ming, a short sword stabbed towards Xinxingzhu's neck.
Fong Ming's fingertips quickly ignited a ball of fire. Ode. The sound directly broke the moon ghost's invisibility. Brother Moon Ghost, have you changed your pants? Just in such a hurry to come here.
The moon ghost felt the cool air whistling out of his crotch. You.
Don't mention this to me,
or I'll make you look bad during the training session. Swish. Xinxingzhu immediately backhanded Moon Ghost's short sword and grabbed at the air with his backhand, and the surrounding air instantly contracted in Moon Ghost's direction, forming a high-pressure cage to trap Moon Ghost in it.
That psycho, burn him with fire.
I'll burn it if you tell me to.
I won't burn. Do you want to ing win?
Hey line, convinced. Fong Ming held the fire in one hand and flicked it in the direction of the Moon Ghost. The main thing is that he is not afraid of Xinxingzhu, a small marigold realm. How he this marigold realm pinnacle then? He also knows that set training cannot be escaped, but the Moon Ghost of this be to that set training when the days to threaten him, he must be the Moon Ghost's hair burned away. Moon Ghost cursed, and the next second, a violent explosion erupted before his eyes, shattering the glass on both sides of the corridor with the powerful impact. A recruit from another dormitory building heard the explosion and tried to help.
Suddenly, a purple vortex unfolded overhead. Hey, Santa Claus is here to give you a present.
The swirls descended from the sky, hands clasped together, the purple vortex grew brighter and brighter, and suddenly a horrific tongue of fire caught many shrapnel and bricks and mortar together and blew half of the dormitory to smithereens. Immediately after, a dozen or so recruits rushed out of the shadows towards Maelstrom, colorful attacks coming at Maelstrom from all directions.
Power reversal.
Tian Ping gently clapped his hands, and the crowd of recruits only felt their bodies lighten and suddenly flew into the sky, and what greeted them immediately afterward was the pink-colored giant hammer.
Dang! The strand of recruits was smashed straight away and declared a regiment.
Lin Chia looked at the group of completely annihilated recruits from afar and shook his head. Hey, it's our turn.
There's only one ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin left. We can't let them get taken out again. Go! Molly carried her taijutsu and tapped Lin Chia's shoulder, and the two of them immediately ran in the direction of the dormitory building.
Bailey Chubby lifted his pants and followed closely behind Lin Chia's ass. Brother Knight, wait for me. On the contrary, Xinxingzhu's side was in a fierce battle with the arriving Maelstrom and Heavenly Scale.
Only Fong Ming and the belated Rosebud remained on the staircase landing.
Since Scale's ability was ineffective against Fong Ming, it allowed Chance, who had hammer-flighted Fong Ming twice, to meet the battle.
Chance slowly walked towards Fong Ming carrying the 800-pound sledgehammer, a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. What? Don't you want to get whacked off by me once more if you don't run? This time, however, Fong Ming's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. Does sneak attack count? Ouch. This is the first time I've seen you so serious. Ready to experience trapeze again?
I don't know what a trapeze is, but I do know that your pants are in danger right now. Fong Ming lowered his head as the floor beneath him was crumbling in all directions with him at the center. A 10-meter radius, red and white field of the illusory Lin God and the Tiger's Whistle God gradually emerged underneath him.
Underground bases. Yuan Gang and the instructors stared dumbfounded as Fong Ming unfolded the domain of the twin gods within the screen.
Double.
Twin gods?
Doesn't it say that he just awakened a god? That pattern, it seems to be the white tiger of the four divine beasts. The instructors behind him were talking about it one way or the other, and Yuan Gang, who was the chief instructor, couldn't stop his hands from sweating. Having awakened the twin gods, I'm afraid that he has now reached the pool realm, and I'm afraid it's more than that.
Instructor Hong, then isn't he cheating?
At this moment, the foreign energy within Fong Ming's body was climbing, and his body began to display red and white energy shadows.
Rose's pupils trembled slightly. This is the Marigold Realm? Kidding?
The system has detected that the host's spiritual power has broken through the Marigold Realm.
Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value. Wind Flare, 11% bond value. Current alien energy value 0. 424 black holes.
Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked.
Mount, Tiger Flash, unlocked. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 100% power.
Skill, Shining Spirit Technique 100% power. Alien energy compressed to 1/1000000. The world of Zhanshen has reached the pool realm. In the next second, Fong Ming appeared on Rose's right side, a maniacal smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he clenched the 5 fingers of his left hand, ferocious fire snakes constantly surging out from the cracks of his fingers, striking at Rose's chest at an extremely fast speed.
Not good. Because Fong Ming's speed just now was too fast, it left Rose completely defenseless and could only rely on muscle memory to block. Boom! Only a black shadow flew out of the glass window in the building and landed heavily on the ground. Rose dropped to one knee and covered her chest with a cough. This is definitely more than a ING marigold realm. Tiger tsunami god. Fong Ming took a flying leap, his arms crossed in the air, then he roared. The tiger's whistle field covered half of the playground. A tall pure white mecha stood in front of Rose, only to see his body slowly floating in the air, gradually fusing with the tiger's whistle god. There was a flash of white light, and the eyes of the tiger whistling god emitted a faint golden light. Lin Xie just ran in front of the dormitory building and looked at the mecha standing in front of him and exclaimed, I knew this kid Fong Ming would be good. How do you play on the opposite side of the open Gundam? Originally it was a sparring match, how can we play with the opposite side of this mech? Bailey chubby eyes look at the majestic tiger mech, eyes in all worship. Knight. Brother Knight, is Brother Ming so strong? Or do you think that anyone can get me to prepare hundreds of pairs of pants? Next to her, Molly was also full of shock, looking at the taijutsu in her hand suddenly didn't smell good. She patted the shoulders of the two. You two have a good relationship with him, talk to him about giving me a whole mecha to play with as well? Chapter 37, finally, I've caught you with your black edges, haven't I? Eagle Duck sheathes her sword. The roar of the tiger whistling god drew the attention of all the mask squad members and recruits in the dormitory. Maelstrom slumped against the window, what the is this? You still have such characters? Tian Ping felt a chill on his back, is this that Fong Ming's Forbidden Ruins? What's the difference between this and having a small legal elephant on? Shin Shinju also dropped his jaw in shock, he had never heard of a forbidden market that could summon a mech, this TM should be a divine market, right? Looks like we're going to win. Moon Ghost, Captain? Is that cheating on his part? This is simply the strength of at least the pool realm, right? It might even be a Chuan. Wang Mian stood on the high platform, his thumb resting against the hilt of the eagle duck blade, ready to make a draw. Instructor Yuan, you still have this number here? Yuan Gang was also a bit flustered in the face of Wang Mian's questioning. He had originally invited them to calm the scene, but he didn't expect to force this Fong Ming's Dharma image out. Step by step, Fong Ming walked towards Chance, in front of the huge tiger mech. Ordinary humans were so small. Am I being too much of a bully? Quick! Finish her off! Remove her mask! And we win! The recruits on the dormitory floor shouted at Fong Ming. The dawn of non-collective training was right in front of them, and their faces were overflowing with joy. It's over, the pretense is too big, how can this end? I'll be scolded to death by them if I disengage my Ultra Beast form now. Most importantly, where am I going to find these 200 plus Forbidden Market holders to absorb their Forbidden Market energy? Fong Ming also let these recruits participate in the intensive training out of good intentions, otherwise with their own self-control they probably wouldn't be able to break through a few realms in their lifetime. Just like the original said, if you don't want to be killed by the enemy on the battlefield, you have to raise your realm through constant honing. But the most important thing is that in the training camp, one can absorb their forbidden ruins with impunity. The vortex upstairs watching the show couldn't hold back, and with a wave of his hand, a purple lightning vortex hovered over Fong Ming's head, and several lightning bolts struck down in one go. However, under the Jan realm, these lightning bolts simply couldn't cleave through Nightling Yun's protective energy, and could only bring about some small degree of wear and tear. Maelstrom looked at his ineffective attack. WC? What kind of pervert is this? Captain, I demand the liberation of my own realm. Tian Ping interjected at this time. What do you mean we're cheating? Look at him, does he look like he's in the Jan realm? It sure doesn't look like it, ha. While Fong Ming was racking his brain on how to lose to mask, the rose at his feet moved. A giant hammer that was as tall as the tiger mech stood in front of the crowd, and immediately after spinning around 3 times in a row, the giant hammer brought a strong hurricane towards Fong Ming and smashed him head-on. Drink! Chance roared and the giant hammer fell. Fong Ming hastily raised his hand to block, but realized that the attack wasn't very powerful. It should be because Rose hadn't liberated her realm. But isn't this a good opportunity to play weak yourself? Fong Ming held up the giant hammer, his legs constantly bending, his 2 mechanical arms constantly trembling, and he looked like he would not be able to support himself. This scene could be a big hit with the crowd. Che, I thought how strong it was. There's a shell in the middle of the day. That's just it. It's just scaring people. Maelstrom listened to the dismissive language of the recruits around him. Captain, what's going on here? Has Chance liberated the realm? No, it's just that Fong Ming's pretending. Ha! All the masquerade squads heard this and exclaimed their insider knowledge. Isn't this a proper pig disguise plot? Of course now it's just pretending to be a pig. Why is he doing this? Moon Ghost crouched on the roof of the dormitory building, somewhat puzzled. Wang Mian spoke slowly. He probably wants this group of recruits to have military training just like we do. Even if he's a strong man with the dual gods ruins, these new recruits are just fresh out of society. They need to grind.
Chance heard the rest of the team's conversation over his headset. Yo, if that's true, then he really doesn't think like a psychopath's mind. But perverted is true. Lin Chia's trio was also watching this unbelievable scene from the side, vociferously summoning a mech and then being instantly crushed by the huge powder hammer. Molly covered her head. Ugh, looks like I overestimated him. It's better to be on your own. While Lin Chia didn't think so, he could clearly see through his blazing angel eyes that Fong Ming's powerful aura fluctuations increased rather than decreased as the giant hammer smashed down. Fong Ming continued to act and whispered to Rose in front of him, quickly knock me away. You guys continue. Ha, you'll have to bear with me then. As the words fell, Rose lifted the giant hammer and used 200% of its force, which was enough to be the most powerful strike in the Gen realm. No need for this, no need for this. Fong Ming had just finished unloading his force, and the giant hammer had already reached his eyes. Duong! The tiger mech was smashed into white crystal powder, which of course was automatically lifted by Fong Ming. WC. Look, you guys, it's smashed to dust. What's going on here? Shin Xingju looked at Fong Ming, who was lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth, with a confused expression. Fong Ming, out. Fong Ming slightly opened one eye and realized that his body was plastered with a large red font by Rose before he pretended to get up. Thanks, bro. Chance walked up to him carrying the smaller hammer and patted him on the shoulder. You're strong, just ask for whatever payment you want. Fong Ming shook his head, his eyes slightly mesmerized. Then I can go on packing up the new recruits. Chance had just walked into the building when he felt a tightness in his waist. Chao Yuan, who was looking out from the side, also followed the tiger's body. Rose, not good. Winky face. Chao Yuan closed his eyes tightly. Ba Buddha, the word color is a knife. Please put down the color knife and become a Buddha on the ground. Fong Ming pulled the black lace edge dead center and smiled sinisterly. Finally, I've caught it, haven't I? Me. Make. The black edges snapped off in response, and there was a crisp sound of a belt pumping flesh in the hallway. Underground base. The instructors. We have a lot of female soldiers this time. What's this ING fetish? Instructor Hong looked at the information that Squad 136 had just provided over. Fong Ming is suspected to be inside a psychiatric hospital, and his sick friend has been spanking his ass for 8 years all day long with the monkey bars on his pants. How is it that you know every word, but you're so rusty when it comes to forming a sentence? Yuan Gang looked up and took that information. 8 years. Ugh, should be tortured and mad to get back at society. But this is a small problem. The strength he displayed just now everyone has already seen, the first human to awaken the dual divine ruins since the beginning of time. This is a blessing for my great Xia. The playground. Fong Ming sat on the side chewing the steaming buns one bite at a time and handed one to Chao Yuan. Are you going to eat it? No, thank you, I am a monk and do not eat meat. Eat it you. Fong Ming didn't wait for him to finish, a meat bun was directly shoved into his mouth. What is it? It's good, isn't it? In the dormitory building, the pinging and banging sounds of weapons fighting continued. The siege of nearly 50 recruits made the 4 mask squad members suffer, and numerous forbidden ruins of an offensive nature came out all at once at this moment, interspersed with rapid-fire bullets and powerful grenades. Facing the attacks coming from all directions, the purple devouring vortex above the mask squad's head quickly reached its load and was undergoing violent tremors. Seeing this, Shin Xingju continued to order the attack. Quick! Step up! He's only at the Jan realm now, he won't last long. Maelstrom clenched his teeth and grimaced. Captain, if you don't make a move we're going to hang. Clank! The sound of Go-Kite half-sheet. At the same time, the world seems to be pressed the pause button, all the recruits in the dormitory building as if they were on the debuff. Time old manny, the movement is extremely slow, the sky attack also seems to be static in the air. Usually the naked eye cannot be caught in the bullet at this moment seems to be at hand. Wang Mian quietly enjoyed the world that belonged to him at the moment and slowly drew out the eagle duck at his waist. Chapter 38, Melee, Chao Yuan, I'll overtake him to the western paradise of ultimate bliss. As Wang Mian put the eagle duck to rest in front of his body, a terrifying divine pressure rippled out from his body. He took a half step forward, his movements turning into a few lingering shadows. The intertwined blade light transformed into an incredibly sharp web of blades in front of him, stopping in front of him at the same slow speed. Click, eagle duck was sheathed. In a flash, the surroundings returned to normal. In the next second, this terrifying net of blades destroyed all 3 dormitory buildings in front of them with an unstoppable momentum, but precisely avoided each and every one of the new recruits. Boom! The dormitory building that was sliced into pieces collapsed with a bang, raising thick smoke that drowned everyone out, accompanied by gales of shock as all the buildings in front of them fell into ruins. The 3 of them, Lin Chie, who were far away from the dormitory building, could clearly see Wang Mian's movements as well as the incomparably powerful blade net. Asterisk. This ING is Jan realm? Lin Xia dropped his jaw in shock. If he was reduced to fighting, I'm afraid that only that Fong Ming would be able to fight with one at this time, but he was sitting on the bench next to him and Chao Yuan nibbling on a bun one by one. Alas, he can't be counted on. Lin Chia clenched his fists, being able to control time and chopping out such a powerful blade aura. This is clearly two kinds of divine ruins, right? How can we fight this kind of person? If we don't pay attention, we'll be killed. Molly stared tightly at the distant king face, unconsciously feeling some fear in her heart. Night brother, cheer up. Sister dare. Go for it. Go Bailey Chubby. Fang Ming narrowed his eyes at the trio while Chao Yuan beside him stared at Lin Chia with a demented smile on his face. He exerted all his strength, his face suffocating red. Lin Chia, rubbing waves. Hey, is that also your friend? Molly pointed at Chao Yuan in the distance with a slightly puzzled expression. Asterisk? I don't know him. It must be Fang Ming, this bee, starting to pull something again. One wasn't enough, now there's another one. Now Lin Chia's situation can be said to be precarious, and it seems like the future can be seen at a glance. Lin Chia shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this. We need to find out what his divine ruin is. Next to Molly with a sad face can be guilty, and Bailey Chubby as a knowledgeable Bailey young master is naturally a glance to see the divine ruins in cheats of Wang Mian. Actually, his divine ruin is just controlling time. The weapon in his hand is called Eagle Duck, a killing weapon capable of unfolding the forbidden ruins of serial number 301, which can coalesce one's own speed into a sword astral, and the faster one's own speed is, the more powerful it is. Although this weapon's forbidden market sequence isn't at the top of the list, in the hands of the mask squad leader, it can be powerful. Even if the realm is compressed into the Zhan realm, the strength of the physical body in combination with that perverted forbidden ruin is enough to explode with the might of the Chuan realm. Lin Chia couldn't help but gulp after hearing this. What about his divine ruin? Chubby time, 017, God of time, Chronos. This can't be beaten at all. Molly scratched her hair feeling hopeful of victory. Lin Chia, it's not like we can't fight, as long as we steal or disable that weapon of his, then. Jia. The laugh was kind of creepy. Lin Chia was thinking about how to disable the Go Kite when a roll of tape appeared in front of him. Lin Chia? You still have that fetish? Molly frowned. Rich people indeed, they play differently. Chubby time, oh, what? I'm pure, okay. This isn't just any tape, Lin Chia interrupted with a wave of his hand. He's the tape bearing the markings of your Bailey family? You listen to me finish it. This is a forbidden thing, called, the volume of the sealing of the forbidden, sequence 343. You take him in the king face of the knife wrapped around a circle, can directly let him cannot unfold the forbidden ruins of the field. The effect of it, with the usual chopping vegetables and vegetables knife is almost the same. Lin Chia half-heartedly took the tape and turned his head to look at Fang Ming. Damn, you're going to get some good fruit back there? Fang Ming felt that there was a bad gaze looking at him. Bah. At this point the smoke from the ruins cleared and the only remaining 30 or so recruits were fighting with the rest of the mask members. Boom! Boom! The setting sun is already approaching the hill. The battle has entered the white heat. Not far away from the two recruits will be buried under the bricks and mortar Shin Qingzhu plowed out. Ahem! Cough! Shin Qingzhu turned his military cap. Asterisk. This power is something that can be found in the Zhan realm? Dogs! He stared dead on at Wang Mian, who was hugging his arms to his chest on the high platform. If he hadn't intervened, it would have been over by now. Brother Shin, are we still fighting? Fight! Ing day has passed. I don't believe how long their mental power can last. Shin Qingzhu clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. The air around him shook violently and ran directly towards the battlefield. After Moon Ghost finished off the two recruits around him, he heard a cursing voice behind him. Asterisk. It's this little maniac again. Swirl, you fight him. Swirl? Why don't you go? Moon Ghost, your forbidden ruin is suitable for dealing with him. You go? Che, just making things happen. Maelstrom muttered, and bright purple lightning erupted from his palm once again, quickly charging towards Shin Qingzhu. Boom! Snap! Ta-da! Drink! Two residual shadows rapidly approach. One violent explosion erupts around them. With a clap of Tian Ping's palm, the rubble debris around him suddenly floated up, and as he tapped his fingers in the air, a piece of debris was carved sharp stone cones. Aiming at all the recruits present, his hand suddenly fell, and a sharp stone cone quickly stabbed around, instantly eliminating a dozen or so recruits. A few of them flew at Chubby 100. Whoa! As soon as Bailey Chubby covered his face, he only saw a sound of rubble bursting. Molly stepped in front of him, her taijutsu sweeping through the air to slash the stone cones as far as it would go. Sister Molly, you're so handsome. Chubby Bailey clenched his hands and put his fists on his face, with Molly in his eyes. Che, stop kissing ass and go hide. Alright. Chubby Bailey did a forward roll to hide next to Fang Ming. Fang Ming patted his round belly. Little fatty, you're here, come and get you a fresh meat bun. Increase, flick tongue, muscle and bone. Immediately after that, Molly stepped on the ground with her front foot. An intense wave of chi was unfolding in all directions. Her hands gripped the hilt of her sword, turned around, and swung her sword. Ode! The fierce blade swept toward Tian Ping rapidly. Duong! Chance's heavy hammer appeared in front of him, blocking Molly's full force. Tenpei, leave this imperial sister to me. I will definitely take her down. Saying that, she carried the sledgehammer to meet her, and a fierce wind rose up, and the raging attack slammed head-on towards Molly. Asterisk 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 you're sick, aren't you? Love men. Molly's eyes flashed with murderous intent, the air around her trembled violently, and the taijutsu in her hand began to ping-pong. Her left foot stepped on the ground with force, and she directly slashed at Chance with a one-handed sword. Boom! The huge airwave generated by the collision of the two's weapons destroyed all the stone cones floating in the air, and star sparks rubbed out from the collision. Scales. Asterisk 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 4 nothing. His gaze turned back to the harmless-looking Bailey Chubby. Brother Ming. He seems to be looking my way. Protect me. Fong Ming, I'm already out, okay? Elder brother Chow, you don't want 7 knights to think you're a salted fish, do you? Chow Yuan slowly spoke. This is reasonable, I will go talk to him. Bailey fat, asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the use of you talking about it? Take a knife and cut him. No, Shiho, I swore that I would never touch a sword again. My Buddha has no boundaries. Tian Ping was flying rapidly towards this side, and Bailey Chubby pointed behind Chow Yuan and shouted in panic, he's coming. Buddy! My Buddha has no boundaries, I have sworn to the Buddha that I. Just halfway through his words, Fong Ming stole a blunt knife from somewhere and shoved it directly into his hand. The moment Chow Yuan's fingertips touched the hilt of the knife, my Buddha is boundless. I will transcend him to the western world of ultimate bliss. Chapter 39, Daxia is promising. Fong Ming, rub his balls with Windex. A rushing black baleful aura erupted from Chow Yuan's body. Wisps of black flames kept pouring out from his palm, gradually wrapping his body, and in a flash, his clothes were burned out, revealing his sturdy and scarred body. Black flames intertwined beyond his skin, gradually solidifying into a bizarre humanoid coat. Ho ho ho! The corners of his mouth opened slightly, a stream of white smoke escaped from his teeth, and his eyes turned into blood-colored, eerily heavy pupils. Tempest braked sharply and almost crashed into him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really true that rich people rely on technology and poor bees rely on mutation, huh? Fong Ming pointed at the scales in front of him. Old Chow. Pull his pants down for me. As the words fell, Chow Yuan unexpectedly turned his head and walked towards Fong Ming and Bailey Chubby with his sword. Chubby Bailey was so scared that he took a step back. No, brother, why did you mess with him? Fong Ming, I didn't smack his monkey skin either. Hurry! Flash! He directly shouldered the soft body of Bailey Chubby and ran away in a puff of smoke. Roar! Roar! Crazy demon Chow Yuan turned back to look at the scales behind him with another jerk. No, dude, let's calm down. In the next second, a ghostly blade filled with black flames appeared at his neck. Welp, upright arrow. Tian Ping instantly felt like his life was counting down and was about to liberate his own realm when Wang Mian appeared in front of him with a sword. Clank! Boom! The Go Kite and the Ghost Blade collided together, and the aftermath that erupted was enough to lift up dozens of square meters of lawn. Immediately after that, Wang Mian swung the Ghost Blade away with force and delivered a terrifying kick that sent crazy demon Chow Yuan several meters away. He slowed his hand knife. Tenpin, you're too big. Suddenly his waist tightened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Mian directly a back stomp, even his own pants with Fong Ming kicked flying. The playground. A psychopath is frantically running away with a red pantsuit. King Noodle, your mom has. Tempest, Captain, you're in your natal year too? At that moment, crazy demon Chow Yuan struck a black flash and flashed in front of Tian Ping. King Face, you with him first. I have to teach the psycho a lesson. Just as Chow Yuan was about to cut Tian Ping at the waist, he leapt and floated high into the air. Chow Yuan, asterisk 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 asterisk. On the other side of the battlefield, Fong Ming was still frantically fleeing, and behind him, Wang Mian was chasing after him angrily with his eagle duck. You little BY, stand there for me. I have to cut you to death today. Ah, you think I'm mentally ill? I'm standing there and you're not hitting me? Fong Ming didn't forget to taunt Wang Mian as he ran. Brother Mian, you're in your current year, aren't you? A dog, right? Do you want me to send you to Pan Hans to fly your kite for a few days? King Face, hashtag. Suddenly an intense flash of light erupted from beneath his mask. Swish! Fong Ming's movements directly changed to turtle speed. Wang Mian scurried to his side in a flash and snatched his red pants over and put them on. Because of the Jan realm, the time mob's domain wasn't that big, and Bailey Chubby and Lin Xie could clearly see Wang Mian taking off his pants and putting on his pants in full view of everyone. Chubby time. Knight, you still have to say that Ming really did steal King Face's pants off. Lin Xie. The priority now was how to get that little maniac under control. Chubby? Will this tape of yours be able to disable that little maniac's knife? I'll say it again, I call this a ban. Alright, sealing the tape, since you said it works then I'll go too. You take care. Whoosh! Lin Xie disappeared in place. Suddenly, the necklace on Bailey Chubby's neck erupted with shining golden light, directly nearly blinding the moon ghost behind him. Bailey Chubby turned around and pulled out a small pair of glasses from his pocket and put them on the bridge of his nose. You old six, I didn't see you just now. I knew you weren't holding your farts. Moon ghost, you can see me too? Oh, sorry, I cheated. Look at my big broom. Moon ghost. How did you fit it in? Bailey Chubby held his eyes. Take off your pants and I'll tell you. Asterisk 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 UING infected that psycho. Phew. The sound of a wild wind mixed with the power of thunder roared towards the moon ghost. A moonlight flashed as he transformed into a shadow, barely dodging the blow. Chubby Bailey scratched his head. Good stance. Then I can turn on my self-aim. After saying that, another large sword appeared in his hand. Moon ghost. You're a doryman. Look at the sword. Swish dash. Bailey Chubby raised his greatsword high, and all of a sudden Moon Ghost felt the sky darken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm so convinced. Instantly, countless starbursts appeared in the sky, transforming into a long dragon of swords that roared and rushed towards the Moon Ghost. The Moon Ghost pulled her legs out and ran. Swirl. Help me. Maelstrom heard Moon Ghost's cry, and his hand suddenly opened up, absorbing most of the sword's awnings for Moon Ghost. Shinjuyi took the opportunity to move forward with his sword and once again fought with it. Back to Crazy Demon Xiao Yuan continuing to practice touching the heights. And Tenpin pulled out his pocketed melon in the air and threw the rinds into his face one at a time. On the contrary, on Fong Ming's side, the unicorn thorns on his fists were in a stalemate with King Face's Go Kite. Ultra Beast. Woo. King Face spoke up. You're ing cheating. Fong Ming? Asterisk 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 and you won't ing let me open a band market? Wang Mian raised his chin to signal Fong Ming to look at his chest. Look at your mom, you don't know how to read. Sunshine Mental Hospital. King Face, then ing read out. You're out, get the hell out of here. Righto, why did I forget? Fong Ming put away the illusory Lin domain underneath him and scratched his butt as he walked away. Stop. Yeah, upright arrow. X, winky face. It was Fong Ming's turn to tighten his hindquarters. Under the mask of the king's face was as lewd as possible. GGG. It's my turn, right? The sky is completely dark at the moment and Fong Ming, 6 ow. Basement. The instructors all wiped their sweat as they watched the scene of several people mixing it up on the big screen. The screen was occasionally hit with snowflakes, and the signal shot straight up to 999 milliseconds. Boom! The underground base shuddered, and the chandelier overhead emitted a zippy current. Why do I get the feeling that it's not quite safe here? Don't worry, it's 10 meters underground, they're only in the Jan realm now, they can't fight their way in. One of the instructors pointed to the melee of various attacks on the screen. You think this is the Jan realm? And that Fong Ming was actually able to get tough with King Face, his strength really can't be underestimated. Yuan Gang leaned back in his recliner and looked at the big screen with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is the scene I wanted to see. I can't help but say that in the future, one of them will be selected to become a member of the 5th Special Squad. Chief, you think so highly of them? In these 2 years, the number of mysteries that have descended upon our great summer has been increasing, and the 4 squads stationed on the front line have become more and more stretched, so the higher-ups have begun to plan for the formation of a 5th Special Squad. Look! Yuan Gang pointed his finger at the big screen. These young men have shown potential for excellence that they shouldn't have at their age, whether it's battlefield resilience, tactical analysis, or the strengths they possess that other recruits don't have. I see in them the hope of a new era of young people. The instructors behind him also nodded their heads after hearing Yuan Gang's analysis. It seems that the heavens have truly blessed my daxia. The sun has completely set and darkness replaces day. Outside the chaotic battlefield, Wang Mian was as if he was an outsider at the very edge of the ruins, watching everyone who was fighting furiously in the center of the field. Fong Ming, on the other hand, was plotting something big with Lin Xie on the bench, and the two of them were still glancing at Wang Mian's buttocks from time to time. First you do this, then you do this. Put. That's not good, is it? Lin Xie leaned on his sword and snickered. TCH, you believe me, you take these 2 tubes of Windex, and when I cover for you during the battle later, you just rub it right on his balls. Okay, let's do this. At this moment, Lin Xie was carrying a sword with an obscene smile as he slowly walked towards Wang Mian. When Wang Mian saw the visitor, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 40, Windex spreads crotch. Fong Ming, not good. There's a thief. Lin Xie stopped and slowly raised his head as he opened his mouth. I hear, you're in your natal ear, huh? King Face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you possessed by Fong Ming? I don't care who you are, get off of Lin Xie immediately. Lin Xie flicked his thumb and sheathed half of his sword. The thing about winning this battle would be to find the enemy's weakest point and hit all of his battle strength to attack it at one point. But as one of the 3 divine agents present, he did want to know just how strong Wang Mian really was. Lin Xie said nothing with one hand behind his back. A cool breeze blew through. King Face, don't you dare pretend to be a master there with your hands behind your back. With your current strength, it's not enough to remove my mask. Lin Xie pointed at the eagle duck on Wang Mian's waist. It's not so bad. You have that cheating device of yours, of course I'm no match for you. What? Are you afraid? Shucks. I'm afraid I'm hacking at you. As the words fell, Lin Xie directly drew his sword and catapulted off. The descent of the night allowed Lin Xie's Starry Night Dancer to maximize its power. The stumps flew across the playground. Clank! Wang Mian made a magnificent turn and drew out the Go Kite with great speed, a powerful and ferocious sword astral deity slashing out from the blade while unfolding the god's domain. Lin Xiye's eyes once again erupted with a golden flash, and as the sword dangles swept in front of him, he violently sidestepped and dodged the deadly blow. Phew, that was close. He looked down, the blade astral unfurled the ground in a straight slash. If he moved a little forward, he was afraid that Kiki would not be protected. Boom! Lin Xiye's afterimage could catch a glimpse of the building behind him that had been chopped in half. Yoo-hoo, not bad, but if you can dodge once, you can still dodge this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Women's marketing, women's marketing, women's marketing. A dozen knife shadows flashed in front of Wang face. Every swing of the knife Lin Xiye saw clearly. In the face of the dozen or so knife daggers gathered into a terrifying knife net, he hurriedly bent down and drilled through the bottom of the knife net, then his right foot violently stomped on the ground. A stream of air erupted from the bottom of his foot, and being in the air, the time god ruins were lifted. Ping back. Countless residual shadows traced through the air. Lin Xiye's pupils contracted extremely dramatically, his arms' veins rippled, and he increased the speed of his sword swing to the extreme. King face, is this kid high on drugs? So fast. Under the Starry Night Dancer enchantment, Lin Xiye was like a phantom in the darkness, almost unmatched in the same realm. Just as Wang Mian snapped his left foot back and was about to unfurl the time god ruins, he seemed to notice a small person behind him. Oh, a basketball-sized fireball whistled. Wang Mian hastily dodged Fong Ming's attack with a side roll towards the right, and then he pointed at Fong Ming standing in front of the bench and cursed, "You've mom. Why are you still striking when you've been eliminated?" Fong Ming, huh? I'm not, I'm throwing matches. Can your matches burn this big? Swish. Lin Xiye saw the right moment to slash violently with a horizontal slash, but he was dodged by Wang Mian with a backflip. Lin Xiye quickly pulled out 2 cans of Windex from his pocket and took advantage of Wang Mian's backflip when his crotch was exposed and directly hammered it with the hilt of his knife. Spread. The green Windex was all sprinkled on Kingface's crotch. 6 ow. At once, Wang Mian felt a cool wind whistling in his crotch. Originally his joyful pants had been ripped by Fong Ming. Plus this incomparably powerful wind oil essence. At once, he wanted to die. Wang Mian's legs clenched. You. I knew you two weren't holding back any good farts just now. Hee, over the top. In order to be able to go back earlier to change his pants, Wang Mian intended to quickly resolve the fight, but every time he moved a step, his lower half of his body felt as if it was being madly destroyed by countless cold fans. Wang Mian cursed in his heart and unleashed the time god ruins once again. Lin Xiye's back felt a bit chilly. He could clearly see Wang Mian coming behind him from the reflection of the sword. Ready to get out? Nishinai. Wang Mian looked at his blade when he didn't know when it had been wrapped with several circles of tape and was confused. What the hell is this? The scroll of sealing? Lin Xiye gave a ghostly smile, turned around, and chopped. Clank. King Face was knocked back a few meters. It looks like it was our mistake not eliminating that little fat 100-mile guy first. Lin Xiye looked at a short distance away. Bailey Chubby was chasing after the moon ghost with that several meter tall large treasure sword and slashing furiously. Big brother, don't chase after me. Exempt. Ah. The great treasure sword cut directly through 0.1 centimeter from the top of the moon ghost's head, and the moon ghost braked sharply and bent over towards the whirlpool next to it. This bug man. Who Bailey Chubby panted as he put down his big sword and leaned on his knees. He had never been so tired since he was a child. I can't. I'm tired of not fighting. At this time, the two of them, Maelstrom and Shinshiju, were sitting on the side to rest. The two of them were holding a can of beer and you took a sip and I took a sip. Looking at the moon ghost who was running towards him, Maelstrom patted Shinshingju's shoulder. Look, someone's coming to share the wine. Shinshingju bent down and took out a can of Bravehearts from the cardboard box and threw it towards the moon ghost. Where did that come from? Moon Ghost grabbed the thrown beer with one hand and looked at it, unusually puzzled. Buying alcohol shouldn't be allowed in the training camp. Mumble, there it is. Swirl pointed under the ruined flagstones, along with 2 cases of beer and 2 cans of thatch. Bailey Chubby chased after him with small, broken steps immediately afterward, lying on the ground. Ahem. Harm. Cough. Quick, give me a drink of water, I'm dying of thirst. Suddenly he felt a coolness on his face, and when he opened his eyes, the words "brave to the end of the world" appeared in front of his eyes. That's a good one. Where did it come from? Picked it up in the ruins. Fong Ming's dog nose seemed to smell the aroma of wine, instantly feeling as if his home had been stolen. Turning his head to look, 50 meters away 4 people were leisurely drinking and chatting. Someone stole the wine. Fong Ming huffed over and pointed at the wine in their hands. This is mine. 4. Swirl, I picked this up. Fong Ming snatched the beer can from his hand. What pick up? This is clearly what I took from that old Yuan head house last night. Underground base. Yuan Gang looked at the 4 people on the screen with a gloomy face, and the instructors behind him had their mouths pursed into a slit, holding back their laughter and trembling. So it's this little bise, I said, who's so bold to steal my wine. Shoot. Shoot them straight. Instructor Hong, that's not good, is it? After all, it is an agent of the 7 gods, which... Yuan Gang clenched his fist and tapped the desktop with his knuckles. He couldn't die even if he fell from that old height. What can a few bullets do to him? Seeing that Instructor Hong was about to arrange someone, Yuan Gang went soft again and shouted at the door, forget it. It's just a couple bottles of wine, isn't it? Consider it a refill for these boys. Look at the other instructors, they have a nice mouth and a tofu heart. On the other side, Chao Yuan was also lying on the ground with his eyes starry, and the black baleful aura on his body had disappeared. Cough cough cough. But I'm exhausted. It was then that the scales slowly descended from the air. Damn, it's cold on this day. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you've been TM stoned on melon seeds all afternoon. Chao Yuan had a disgruntled look on his face, and that melon seed skin threw itself all over his face. It would be nice to have some wine at this time of year, Tenpin said slowly. Gollum gollum. A can of beer rolled to Scales' feet, and he looked down at it directly in both eyes, then heard the words, brothers have a drink. Bailey, chubby hands holding a skewer, a face of satisfaction, did not expect the training camp can still eat barbecue, while Fong Ming is sitting on the side of the tearless look at the pocket of a few coins. Asterisk 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 asterisk, drink my wine and now the string costs me money. You guys are more stingy than one another. Chubby Time came up at this point and wiped the oil from the side of his mouth with his hand, mainly my card, which is in my backpack right now. Don't worry, brother Ming. I'll cover all your expenses for the year from now on. Really? Really? At that moment, Molly and Rose also came over from the side hand in hand. Why don't you guys fight too? I love watching women fight. Swirl chewed on a meat skewer with a slight regret in her eyes. You guys are making me hungry with all the beer and kebabs here. Chance sat down next to Swirl and picked up a kebab from the floor and ate it. Besides, it's not a wasted trip to run into such a valiant imperial sister. The expression she looked at Molly was full of demented looks. Crowd, yelp. Scales, you are only as good as Fong Ming. Nonsense, I'm not that perverted. Fong Mingchi pointed at the duo, asterisk 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 asterisk, eat and drink my food, and in the end, you still scold me. You two spit it out immediately. Tian Ping looked at Fong Ming with a slightly guilty expression. Spitting is not possible, but I can pull it out for you. Crowd, vomit. In the center of the playground, Lin Xie was still in a fierce battle with Wang Mian, and the frequent exchanges had caused both of them to lose most of their physical strength. Captain! Go for it! Captain! Fighting! The crowd of the mask squad began to cheer for Wang Mian from the sidelines. 7 Knights, go for it! Bailey Chubby also shouted out in a defiant manner. Suddenly a growl rang out from beside him. The Chao Yuan ripped his voice. 7 Knights, go for it! 7 Knights, coughing. 7 coughs. Awesome. 7 Knights, ahem. Go for it. Dude doesn't have to be so desperate. Shin Shinju reached out and hastily stopped it. It's not worth it if you're going to horse yourself. Fong Ming glanced at him and muttered in his heart, it really is Lin Xie's dog. But he had it in his mind. He stood up slowly and put both hands to his mouth. 7. Night. Use. Absolute. Trick. Chapter 41, Lin Xie, Super Beast Armed, Crowd. Jedi? Trick. The few remaining people present looked at Fong Ming in unison. Bailey Chubby stood up with a surprised look on his face and came over to Fong Ming's side. Brother Ming? What stance? Fong Ming intended to sell a secret. Well, you'll know later. Shin Shinju didn't have a good face, Che? Playing God, I don't think Lin Xie will be able to hold out anytime soon. He looked down at his watch, 4 minutes shy of 9. I don't think we'll be able to get away with this. Bailey Chubby immediately drooped a head. Dota, I don't want to set training. Chao Yuan, on the other hand, looked at the duo in the battlefield with a grave expression. I believe that 7 Knights won't lose. How about? Chao Yuan's hand went to his waist, ready to strike his sword when Lin Xie couldn't fight back. Bailey Chubby hastily pulled his arm. You can pull to it. You start off like a mad dog, who can stop you? While the mask squad as people panic, they have been Fong-ming this old imbi to the in fear, not moving is gripping people's pants, Windex white crotch, and that oozing cheating mech. Swirl disliked Chance with the arm holding the can and asked in a low voice, you fought Fong-ming, what's his said stance? Rose was also confused and shook her head. She didn't know what other tricks Fong-ming had besides gripping his pants. I don't know. Hell knows what he's got up his sleeve. Scales, we can't lose, can we? For his part, Moonghost said slowly, have faith in the captain. Battlefield. Clank. The two had just sparred and separated, jumping to a position 3 meters away from each other, and after such a long fight, both Lin Xie and Wang Mian were a bit distracted. Lin Xie stared intently at Wang Mian, opening the divine ruins so many times in a row. You're about to run out of mental energy, aren't you? Doesn't it feel like, right now, the crotch of your pants is whistling and leaking? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you too old s. But then again, your body, too, is almost exhausted, right? Wang Mian gently raised an eyebrow, his hand still holding the go kite tightly. to have such strong strength at such a young age. I really admire you. 7. Night. Use. Jedi. Strike. Wang Mian had just made a gesture of holding his sword when he was interrupted by this yell from Fong Ming. You still have a trick up your sleeve? Wang Mian didn't have a bottom in his heart, and his fingers holding the knife had turned white. Lin Qiye smiled faintly, the empty hand reaching into his pocket. Guess if I have a trick up my sleeve? I'm a ING kid and I'm guessing. At this time Shen Xingzhu spoke up, that who? Hurry up, it's almost time. Hearing someone urging him on, Lin Qiye cranked up the forbidden ruin energy in his body to its peak, and this all-out strike had to cut through King Face's mask. Whoosh! Dull sonic cannons rang out as the black ghostly shadows continued to attack towards Wang Mian, and the knife in Lin Qiye's hand glowed with a gust of cold light. Next, white ripples of incomparable power swirled under the mask of the king's face, and a powerful divine pressure entered Lin Qiye's mind. Instantly, Lin Qiye's movements froze, but after all, he was an agent of the codename 003 Blazing Angel, and he immediately reacted, and dazzling golden flashes of light erupted from his pupils as well, as if it was a furnace that was burning, emitting a divine might that made people shudder. Boom! A gale swept across the battlefield, and the aftermath of the two powerful divine mights colliding together even caused space to distort. Bailey Chubby covered his eyes with his hand. WC, this sparring match between divine agents is different. Shen Xingzhu also revealed a jealous gaze. It's truly terrifying as. I'm kind of jealous of this kid. Captain, go for it. Captain, go for it. The members of the mask squad started cheering for Wang Mian again. Chao Yuan stepped forward. 7. Night. Dry. It's got. When the two of them were about to run out of physical strength, the competition was about the forbidden ruin energy left in their bodies. After a few seconds of the Blazing Angel's divine might and the God of Time's divine might blasting against each other, both of them had blood streaks all over their eyes, and after a few seconds, Wang Mian took a step back and let out a cold snort, and the God of Time's forbidden ruin shattered all of a sudden. Swish! Lin Qiye seized the time to step forward and swung the final blade. When the blade was about to touch the mask, Wang Mian let out a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. 7 nights, time is almost up. I'm so sorry. An intense time field erupted around them once again. Time mob unfolds and everything around it is like a turtle. This knife swept in front of Wang Mian. Shen Xingzhu gazed at his watch. It's over, 10 seconds left. Lin Qiye's hand, which was in his pocket, erupted with a powerful alien energy, and a rushing red and white energy wrapped it up, instantly breaking the time thug field, and then a two-colored alien lock appeared in front of Wang Mian's eyes. King Face, what the? Lin Qiye, heh, don't you care? Ultra Beast. Armed. Crowd. King Face, huh? Is this even possible? Only Fong Ming stood in place, his left hand raised and snapped his fingers. Tiger Whistling God. Although Fong Ming had temporarily handed over the exotic energy lock to Lin Qiye to cheat, he still had to rely on the permission of the exotic energy in Fong Ming's body in order to use the exotic energy lock. Suddenly the earth began to tremble, the ground centered on Lin Qiye, unfolding a more than powerful two-colored field. The marks of the Phantom Lin and the White Tiger slowly emerged from the ground. A 10-meter-tall white mecha roared out from the ground and gradually merged with Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, Tianping's eyes were as wide as light bulbs. Are you ING kidding me? Maelstrom pointed at Fong Ming. You ING took him over? Rose instantly recalled the cheating mecha in the afternoon. Its power was as terrifying as it was. If she didn't liberate her realm she couldn't possibly be Fong Ming's opponent. How could he use a forbidden ruin with Fong Ming? The moon ghost spoke slowly, as I see it. Well, the most important thing is that square piece of iron that just surfaced. That weird red and white energy on the battlefield, I'm figuring it all comes from that thing. Molly looked at the pure white tiger mech in front of her with two eyes. I told you, this thing will surely allow others to play. She ran to Fong Ming with a face full of anticipation. Fong Ming, why don't you play for me next time? Fong Ming looked at the crowd's stunned faces, his inner vanity would be satisfied to the extreme. Ha 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 ha, well said. In the underground base, all the instructors stared blankly at the big screen. How is this possible? The divine ruins are still transferable? This has never been found before. It's truly a once-in-a-century wonder. Han Hao slowly walked over to Yuan Gang. Chief, what do you think? Yuan Gang also rubbed his palms together and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How the hell else can I look? I'll look with my eyes. Look. He hit the pause button with his finger and zoomed in on the alien lock. It's the stuff that matters. When that Fong Ming was traveling his ability, this thing also appeared at his wrist. But what exactly is he? An instructor behind him analyzed. Could it be that this one contains the 7 gods sealed within Fong Ming's body? Han Hao stroked his stubble and spoke slowly. This analysis feels very likely to me. Yuan Gang turned to the instructors behind him after hearing this. When this battle is over, bring these guys in for a good talk sometime. These boys really caught my eye. Yes. 10, 9, 8. Shen Xingzhu looked at her watch and anxiously read the countdown. On the battlefield, due to the presence of the blazing angel divine might within Lin Xia's body, the tiger whistling god was simply like a tiger with wings, and Fang Ming estimated that the alien energy transformed by the spiritual energy within Lin Xia's body was already approaching his critical mass. He maneuvered the tiger mech, his arms circling in front of him for a week, white starlight converging around him in his palms.
7, 6, 5. Shining Spirit Technique.
An intense white wave of air rushed towards Wang Mian, and the ground that the energy swept through appeared to have a hideous gully.
4, 3, 2, 1. Time retrogression.
Faced with this devastating blow, Wang Mian's mask gradually shattered as he was forced to unravel his realm to resist this powerful attack.
Time traveled back to before Lin Xia's transformation.
Just when Lin Xia was in the air and ready to fuse with the tiger mech, Wang Mian bent down and grabbed a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his mouth.
Ultra Beast. Eat dirt. Lin Xia picked at the dirt in his mouth with his hand, blah blah blah. Damn you, cheating.
At this moment, a loudspeaker voice surrounded the field from the bleachers of a tall building in the distance. Time's up.
The Mask Squad wins. Chapter 42 Fang Ming, there's something for everyone. Yuan Gang, what, it's not awesome anymore.
Everyone present, with the exception of Fang Ming, Lin Xia, Chubby Bailey with the Eye of True Sight, and Wang Mian, seemed to have forgotten that devastating strike had shattered Wang Mian's mask with its aftermath in the air. The crowd of instructors in the underground base were panicked as they watched Wang Mian's mask shatter a second before the countdown. It was fortunate that Wang Mian liberated his realm in time and used time regression to erase the memories of everyone present. Yuan Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. If we let these little brats escape the set training, the higher-ups will have to skin us. Instructor Hong spoke slowly, but this time regression doesn't seem to be an ability that can be used in the Jiang realm, right?
He cheated. TSK, you dead brain, you didn't see that Fang Ming's such a big cheater? He's at least in the pool realm now.
If we're going to cheat, he's the one who cheated first. Then Yuan Gang turned his head and,
that's it, I've made the announcement, and this is something you all pretend you didn't see. The instructors collectively saluted. Angle, degree, yes, Chief.
On the battlefield, Lin Xia threw the exotic lock to Fang Ming, and the tiger whistle mecha behind him disappeared into a ray of white starlight.
Yay! Captain won.
The Mask Squad all showed joy when they saw that time had come and King Face's mask was still on his face.
You're gentle. Fang Ming reached out and caught the alien energy lock, instantly integrating it at his wrist. You can't afford to pay for it if you throw it. Molly rushed up at this time, her eyes all eager for the tiger tsunami mecha. Fang Ming, can you lend it to me for 2 days? Omega, that mech of yours is too cool, isn't it? She kept this pulling on Fang Ming's arm in a petulant manner.
Well said, when tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, there's something for everyone present. In fact, they didn't know that it wasn't that anyone with an alien energy lock could summon a mecha, but that the key lay in Fang Ming himself, and that only the alien energy in his body could be the key to unlocking the alien energy lock. Fang Ming was currently pondering when he would run into the world of Battle Twin Pamish, steal the Thunder Hair's taijutsu, and sell it at a high price to Chubby 100 miles before he turned around and gave it to Molly. With her character, wouldn't she go crazy with joy at the sight of this cool taijutsu, and then just merit it herself?
I'm too sweet for that. Chubby time, really dear. Shinxinju, you keep your word. Chao Yuan, okay.
Shinxinju's face turned to the color of frustration again. Alas, still can't escape the set. That transformation of yours was too long before, more than 10 seconds before the transformation was completed. Asterisk. You put. Fang Ming suddenly thought of Wang Mian liberating his own realm. Alas, there's no way, maybe it's just slow on others, I'm using it quite fast.
Chubby time? It's not 7 nights. Fang Ming immediately went up and covered his mouth.
He felt like he was about to choke, his face suffocating.
Don't talk yet. Fang Ming muttered in a low voice. Chubby time nodded.
You swear?
Bailey Chubby put up 4 fingers. Only then did Fang Ming let go of his mouth and whispered, you have to pretend that you didn't see it, otherwise what about those eliminated rookies if you don't set up training? And watch them die on the battlefield later? Bailey Fatty suddenly realized, oh, Brother Ming, you still have this realization. Fang Ming, that's that. No more intensive training, whose ing forbidden ruins am I going to suck? No, what do you mean?
Lin Xia picked at the dirt in his mouth, cough.
I'll ing report you.
Wang Mian came to him in a flash and covered his mouth with his hand. Lin Xia only felt as if he had swallowed a large amount of E. coli.
Shoo, don't tell the recruits about this.
A few of you are good at what you do, but think of the others, what would they be like in battle without training?
Lin Xia pondered slightly after hearing this. That makes sense, but don't give me some compensation? What compensation do you want? You say, 100 W? Lin Xia, my principles.
They can also give you a bit of strength in the forbidden things.
This, plus I owe you a favor. Deal. Subsequently,
The rookies were all brought to the training grounds, and all the surrounding buildings had been restored to the way they were before the sparring match by Wang Mian's use of time rewind. Because the time interval was too long and too much mental energy was consumed, the current Wang Mian felt like he had done a night of living. Captain, let's accompany you back to rest first. Maelstrom held Wang Mian's face a little guilty. After all, after Wang Mian told the truth, this time, he still let these new recruits pose to lose the match. King Face's lips turned white. Okay, that mask, squad crowd? Did you bring enough pants? I'm feeling a little sandy right now. Lin Xie and the 6 of them looked at Wang Mian's current appearance of not daring to walk, and the corners of their mouths were stifled into slits. Lin Xie, pfft. You're good enough. Windex wipes the crotch. How did you think of it? Fang Ming was also shaking with laughter. I don't know, the idea suddenly came to my mind. Maybe the author has experienced it. Chubby time. Xin Xingzhu, huh? At this moment, there were more than 20 instructors standing on the stage, while most of the freshmen had their heads bowed, looking like they had lost the battle. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, stood high on the platform with a tuba in his toe. Not great? Ha? No more clamoring? Ha? Where's the arrogance you guys just had? Look at the ups of each and every one of you right now. How can you still go to war if you're like this? Yuan Gang's 5 senses twisted together in extreme disgust. 239 versus 5 actually fought like this. If this is on the battlefield, waiting for me to collect your corpses. Tactical chaos. No organization. Can't keep up with the thinking either. Oh, sorry, I wasn't directing that at you, I was directing it at all of you recruits here. Of course, a few of the recruits are doing pretty well. After Yuan Gang finished speaking, his gaze drifted towards Lin Xie and Fang Ming and the others standing at the end of the queue. Then lose. Be a loser, put down your pride, and for the next year and a half I will train you in the harshest way possible to build you into a sword. A sharp sword. Sheathed in sea blood. Sheathed in victorious. Is anyone curious about how we train? Well, let me give you a heads up here. The training was divided into 2 parts. The first, physical training. First of all, you must have a strong body, and this strong body is fundamental to acting. In this training, you will despair, bleed, and break down, but don't cry for me. Yuan Gang couldn't help but be happy himself when he said this, and the instructors behind him were serious, because this was how the instructors had trained them when they were new recruits before. Bailey Chubby looked down at the swimming ring on his stomach. Physical fitness again. I really kind of regret coming here. Fang Ming took the opportunity to pat his small belly, just in time for you to lose weight. You're going to be skinny as a ball lightning bolt. Sneak in an effort to wow everyone. Chubby Time raised his right fist to cheer himself up. I will, Brother Ming. This second part is the theoretical and practical training in the control and tactics of the forbidden market. It certainly won't work on paper alone, so once you've gotten through the first part of the physical, I'll talk to you in detail about this second part later. Yuan Gang looked down at his watch at 10:48. Between you guys have been tired all day. Now, dismissed, back to your dormitory for the rest of the day. The instructors, Yuan Gang made a gesture of silence and turned his back with a bad look on his face, and instantly the instructors understood what he meant and Instructor Hong muttered, looks like tonight, it's not going to be a good night for these new recruits. The recruits had just been dismissed and were ready to go back to the dormitory to wash up and rest when Yuan Gang raised his horn again. To add, please, all the rookies, lock the door in the middle of the night and keep an eye on your pants. 1 second Fang Ming was walking back with Lin Xie and the others talking and laughing. The next second he felt that the recruits walking next to him collectively stiffened their eyes sharply looking at themselves, and then took a collective step back. Asterisk. Fang Ming cursed, then turned back to Yuan Gang. What do you mean, little green bean fly? Yuan Gang pointed at Fang Ming and cursed back. Hey upright arrow you little bee cub, with whom to? I'm not done with you for stealing my booze. Yeah. Hey, that wasn't, like, an accident, hey. Yuan Gang, he's the one who stole my wine, beat him up. Fang Ming, 6-ow. In the middle of the night, Fang Ming finished washing up and lay alone in the single room, rubbing his nose, thanks to the horse talisman, otherwise he wouldn't be able to carry the angry wax of this bunch of Chuan realm people. Asterisk won't let me drink, I'll drink. System prompt, host has successfully broken through to the pool realm, rewarded with a chance to mess with time and space. Yes or no? Fang Ming, you little system, you want my big dreams to mess up hard? 18 banned. Yes or no? Grandpa. Loading complete, randomly selected to the League of Legends world for 10 minutes. Being experienced. As soon as Fang Ming opened his eyes he felt that he was spinning in the sky without stopping. Has Surya resonance, it hurts. Chapter 43, Robbing the Fairy Witch's Magic Wand. System podcast, Blaster Swordsman kills Nunu and Willemf. Fang Mingzhang found himself in darkness before his eyes, with a large snowman lying beside him. Asterisk, how's that for a headwind again? He tapped the equipment bar, Steel of the Heart, Vibranium, Ice Heart.
How is it that every time I cross over I end up in this kind of meat-loving person? No development out of meat. Steel of the heart, vibrancy, icy heart soul through, plus 2000 plus gold in his backpack, great hat, legal wear, plus a torment in blue and purple, okay. Teammate number 1, don't hang up, come out and defend the tower. With extreme hand speed, Fong Ming typed on the comment, you called your mom. Stop bossing me around and read more. Soon he rode Will Lump to the lower road and was crouching in the triangle of grass next to the small dragon pit. Daughter of the Void, mark the enemy ice archer. Fong Ming rubbed his hands together, this is going to be the biggest snowball in history. Only to see a small snowball rolling bigger and bigger in Wilhelm's hands. At this time Fong Ming didn't know what kind of evil he had been hit by, and his mouth was saying some unknown incantations. Cabda Ultra Bright Drum Washer, destroys old Indian mosquito boutique. Daughter of the Void? Fairy Witch. This guy's mentally ill, right? This largest snowball in history directly sent the enemy's ice archer flying. Fong Ming, I'll directly turn on the Great Jedi. Tropicana la *de *king, a 360-degree, no death-defying night of blowing up the tank. Fong Ming only felt a purple figure swept past him in an extremely fast attack. What the thing? System broadcast, the Daughter of the Void has killed the ice archer. How many do you grab? Void Archer, I'm Uzi. Fong Ming, you're not even good at INGUs. Daughter of the Void, don't you know the saying, Uzi playing Kasha is like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts? No insight. Fong Ming, what skin do you have? Turning to the lower river grass. Ouch. Has sigh. There is no cure for stupidity. Fong Ming was patiently waiting for Party B's nine-tailed demon fox to strike. Fong Ming typed, kiss him, bro, I'll let you have the head. Only to see the ethereal fox hit an E-flash and charm Yasuo with lightning speed. Fong Ming struck out. He pushed an oversized snowball and rolled it towards Blaster Swordsman. Strong attacked the Olympic pole vault site in his breakout brand smart wheelchair. Blasted Swordsman, what the thing are you muttering about? Ugh. An oversized snowball sends Aso flying, and then a handful of soul orbs from Fox finishes it off. System broadcast, the nine-tailed demon fox has killed Blaster Swordsman. Nine-tailed demon fox, nice. You stay away from me. Fong Ming's two eyes were glowing as he looked at Fox's stunningly beautiful big white legs, and the glamorous low-cut red tights. Geez, you're more S than Sable. Nine-tailed demon fox, pervert. 1 minute later, the upper grass. Fong Ming, Nuwa, beat him up. Hand of Noxus, okay. Only to see him go up EWAQ outer circle scraping, directly hitting Bleeding Fury. The enemy Swift Scout turned his head and did a cartwheel, flashing to escape from the noob's attack range. Can't hit me. He also returned a blinding, go blind. I'm Venezuelan Iron Crutch Bowling, and I'm Stephen Hawking spacing out. Swift Scout, what's that noise? Way off. He immediately felt as if he was flying, and his blood vessels were directly halved. Fong Ming used his snowman-y skill. I'm gingerly riding a motorcycle injected with goldfish salad oil. The Swift Scout only felt a million little snowballs smashing into his face. Fong Ming, quick, no. Chop him. The Hand of Noxus turned on his sprint and raised his axe of Noxus high, sign. Hand of Noxus has killed the Swift Scout. With Fong Ming's deft ganking time and time again, Party B gradually turned into an advantage, with all three lanes at a huge advantage, and the economy gap gradually widening by 60-100 blocks. Ha, Fong Ming is simply a gaming genius. La, the spring breeze can't blow my willow waist. Red buff in front. What mental hospital did this guy run out of? Asterisk. After Fong Ming heard this, he directly took a punishment. Red buff, ugh. System alerts 2 minutes to go. Oh yeah, forgot about business. Fong Ming opened the panel, which gathered all the items that could be taken away, equipment, gold coins, the hero skills and passives, and enemy hero skills and passives. Hiss. This makes me a dyslexic person to choose? Heroes of B, Hand of Noxus, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Nunu and Willumple, Daughter of the Void, and Bobby the Garlic, Fairy Witch. Enemy heroes, Swift Scout, Torso, Torso's brother, Ice Archer, Deep Sea Titan. I guess you said handsome people are not dreaming to have Lulus become bigger, jia. In fact, Fong Ming thought the same thing, but this function was not useful except for doing. Ahem, it wasn't very useful in the world of god beheading. Alas, it would be good if I had a girlfriend, or I would take the red-tasseled sister. Fong Ming was racking his brain to think of what items to take away too. Can we take the fox back? He. System, 18 bands detected in the host's mind, 1 special warning. Fong Ming, your mom has. I have a plan. Jia. Fong Ming walked behind the fairy spirit witch with a lewd face, knowing that in the game her magic wand could designate the hero to change into a goat, but it was unknown if it could turn into anything else. But with it, when you meet a difficult enemy, you can just turn into a sheep with one hand and make him bleat. I'm a ING genius. The first item is you. In front of the enemy's portal tower, the Daughter of the Void was frantically attacking the enemy's retarded brothers. Double sword Hua Chop.
With a flash, Yang Yan arrived in front of the Daughter of the Void and swept towards Kasha in a hurry with his hands gripping the demon sealing blade. Change Mo spell. Lulu waved her magic wand and directly turned Yan into a bleeding lamb. Immediately after that, grow bigger jutsu. The Daughter of the Void increased in size, bouncing away the Gale swordsman who had come over to pick up the big one. Daughter of the Void kills swordsman, soul of the sealed sword. The Daughter of the Void wiped her sweat and stood in place, ready to return to the city. Phew, scared the hell out of me, almost died. Thanks Lulu-san. At this moment, Lulu was doing vision in the grass in the lower half of the area, responding in a whiny voice, it's fine, it's a small thing, go for it. With a whoosh, Kasha went back to town and purchased a reminder of vanity, the last whisper. After Lulu took her magic wand and entered to check the last eye position, she was also ready to go back to the city, when she suddenly felt a cold and piercing sensation behind her. Fong Ming rode Willump with a wicked smile, little sister, give your magic wand to uncle to play with, will you? Lulu, no give. You pervert. System alerts 30 seconds to go. Seeing that time was about to run out, Fong Ming directly went up and yanked the magic wand in Lulu's hand. Give it to me. No. Give it to me. No. Change Mo technique. Whoosh. Fong Ming directly changed into a large black sheep. Teammates can be chosen too? System prompts that it was the host who first attacked his teammate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then don't blame me. You purple garlic. Fong Ming took a hard, deep breath, and Absolute Zero unfolded underneath Wilhelm's body, an extremely cold field wrapping Lulu. Whoa! I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Freezing. Seeing that her blood bar was about to bottom out, the fairy spirit witch immediately handed Fong Ming the magic wand in her hand. That's good. You're going to be a good garlic. At this moment, the Daughter of the Void rushed to the battlefield. Despicable villain, you dare to bully my Lulu sister. Fong Ming, oh yes, and you. Mortal reminder of a series of armor-piercing equipment can be said to be a tank killer in LOL. Fong Ming wanted to be the equipment back, face some enemies with super high defense is not a handful, directly to the other side of the internal injuries. 4, 3, 2. Fong Ming slammed a snowball attack into Kasha's face, and then bent down and pulled out the armor breaker bow she was holding with a backward glance. Swish. Fong Ming woke up from his bed. The first thing he did was to check if there were any other recruits around him. What had happened before had caused Fong Ming's heart to palpitate. Phew, thankfully, no sleep talking this time. He looked down at the magic wand in his hand and a green crossbow could be described as being in a happy mood. My Fong Ming is simply a ing genius. The time came to 2 a.m. Why hasn't the instructor blown the whistle yet? Fong Ming was lying on his bed and was wondering. Logically speaking, the first night was definitely going to be a torture for them. It was impossible to let them have a good night's sleep. But now he was in an agitated mood and couldn't sleep. Why don't I try to see what this magic wand can actually change into? Jia. After saying that, he opened the door to his room with a lewd face and walked towards Lin Xia's dormitory. Chapter 44, 100 changes Fong Ming, changing sheep, Yuan Gang, what superlative forbidden thing? He tiptoed to the door of Lin Xia's dormitory. At this moment, standing on a high building not far away, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao were inside the dormitory building that they were observing with binoculars. You have to say, these girls are in great shape. Yuan Gang gave him a squinty stare, then slapped his brain, asterisk. You let that psycho infect you too. Instructor Hong rubbed the back of his head somewhat aggressively, who let some of the dormitory girls forget to pull the curtains. Yuan Gang looked at him with a speechless face, then his gaze turned to the boys' dormitory. After all, the boys' dormitories were not equipped with curtains, and they had a clear view of the corridors and the interior of the house, and the purpose was to counteract any bad ideas these little brats might get up to. Yuan Gang took the binoculars and hastily tapped Instructor Hong's shoulder. Look. Which? Look at the entrance to Lin Xia's dormitory. Instructor Hong glanced over. WC. What is this Fong Ming up to? What's that weapon in his hand again? Pink magic wand? Yuan Gang was a little uneasy in his heart. He's not going to go in and steal Lin Xia's pants again, is he? I see the two of them are quite harmonious in today's battle, huh? Instructor Hong's hand also pinched a sweat for Lin Xia. If he had known that this kid Fong Ming was so capable of being so bad, he shouldn't have checked Lin Xia's suitcase in the first place, and now there were only 70 or so items left in stock. I don't know, but looking at his leering face I have a feeling it's not good. Let's watch and observe first. Anyway, I feel that his heart isn't bad, he just loves to play some pranks. He looked down at his watch. 2:06. We're going to have to call them up later anyway, so let's just ignore him for now. Fong Ming gently turned the door handle. Squeak. An overwhelming smell of feet made him barely pass away. Fong Ming covered his nose. Cough. Asterisk. Is this little fatty Bailey the reincarnation of a ghost-faced man? He pulled a piece of toilet paper out of his pocket, followed by tearing it in half and stuffing it into his nostrils. Because they were stuffed, he could only breathe through his mouth. Upright arrow. Fong Ming took a large deep breath, and immediately felt that his voice had received a violation. Asterisk. He could only take small breaths and enter the room quietly, one step at a time. Lin Xie was on the upper bunk while Bailey Chubby was on the lower bunk. Fang Ming came forward and after confirming that both of them were sleeping, he stretched his face in front of Bailey Chubby. He was seen showing a big belly and mumbling, Molly, grunt, hoo. Drool ran down his chubby little face and onto the pillow. What a cute little licking dog. Fang Ming's mouth quirked as he looked at the sleeping Chubby Bailey and pulled out the pink magic wand in his bosom. Change sheep. Chubby Time rolled over and scratched his butt to continue snoring. Change sheep. Hurry thee up. Change goat. Asterisk. Malfunction? Oh right. Fang Ming suddenly thought of something. Normally to use magic in anime, the great wizards have to chant a few silent magic incantations or set up a few circles of magic spells before they can take effect. Fang Ming scratched his head, hiss. So what do I recite? In the distance, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao were still looking at Lin Xia's dormitory, and they observed Fang Ming sit down in front of Bailey Chubby's bed and then wave his magic wand twice, after which there was no follow-up. Yuan Gang snorted and grinned. This kid doesn't think he's a great magician, does he? What's with all the waving around with a pink magic wand? Hong Hao was also confused, guess, sleepwalking. There. Fang Ming had an idea, slightly closed his eyes, placed the magic wand in front of his chest and gripped it tightly, his lips slightly opened as he silently chanted, "O magic garlic hidden in the darkness, show your power in front of me. I command you as your new master, the seal is lifted." After silently reciting, the magic wand in Fang Ming's hand emitted a starry fire-like pink light. Yuan Gang. Hong Hao. The two said in unison, "Ah." Fang Ming, I'm damn straight, turning into a sheep. Whoosh bang. Bailey Chubby directly turned into a small fat sheep, standing and lying on the bed dumbfounded. Time Lam, Ba, WC. He turned his head to look at Fang Ming next to him who was holding a knife and fork, looking at himself with two glowing eyes, as if he was his plate of food. Don't, Ming. He jumped out of bed with a whoosh and sprinted for the dormitory door, hitting his head directly on the door as he turned into a sheep with no hands and clumsy hooves that didn't open wide enough to open the door. WC. Who? A loud ringing noise woke Lin Xia up. He jumped to the ground with a flip and the dormitory lights turned on. Lin Xia pointed at Fang Ming. Why the are you here? Where's Chubby Time? Fang Ming pointed behind him, and Lin Xia would turn around and look down. Whoa, where did the sheep come from? At this moment, Bailey Chubby collapsed on the ground with two starry eyes, when suddenly two black shadows appeared in front of him. In the next second, saliva also appeared at the corners of Lin Xia's mouth. Fang Ming, you can use fire, right? Fang Ming nodded, a smile on his lips, of course. A small, faint flame flared at his fingertips. Bailey Chubby wanted a diehard, did not expect that one day he can become a sheep, become the dish of his comrades. Do not Ba, I'm never eating lamb kebabs again, oh. Fang Ming looked at Bailey Chubby's horrified eyes and felt like he was going to break. Hey, okay, I won't tease you. He pulled out his pink magic wand once again and recited the incantation in his mind once again, change back 200s of fats. Whoosh bang. The freshly fattened lamb turned back into 100 miles of fat. Immediately, Bailey Chubby sat on his butt on the ground hugging Lin Xia's thighs and cried out all of a sudden, "Whoa, Brother Knight, scared me to death. I thought you guys were really going to eat me. Oh. Fang Ming patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't cry, Chubby, I'm just teasing you. People are so innocent, and you're still teasing them? Lin Xia accused Fang Ming as he held Bailey Chubby, who was filled with tears. Oops, brother was wrong this magic wand will be lent to you for a day tomorrow. Hearing this, Bailey Chubby instantly stopped crying, as if clutching it in his hand as if it were a treasure. Really, Brother Ming? He took the magic wand, Fang Ming recited an incantation in his mind, and with an attempted wave of Bailey Chubby's big hand, a beam of pink light transformed the pants that Lin Xia had hung on the hanger next to him. The plain gray pants instantly turned into pink pants with Molly's avatar printed on them. Bailey Chubby looked surprised. Oh, Brother Ming. I've seen so many forbidden objects, but they really aren't as powerful as this one of yours. Seeing this, Lin Xia cursed loudly. Asterisk. You change back. Fang Ming hurriedly snatched the magic wand back from him. What are you afraid of, wearing it inside and others can't see it? With a twinkle in his eye and a hint of lewdness at the corner of his mouth, he simply used a blindfold immediately, turning his magic wand gray, yikes, out of energy. It's not going to change back today, tomorrow. Lin Xia's fists hardened. Your mom has. This mustn't make Molly think she was a pervert like Fang Ming if it was spread out. He walked over, heartily stuffing his pants into the closet. Throwing them was out of the question. There hadn't been much in stock. Alright, hurry up and roll back to bed. Lin Xia waved his hand and walked towards the bed. Bailey Chubby came to Fang Ming's ear. Brother Ming, you promised to lend me a hand tomorrow. Well said. Fang Ming gently raised his eyebrows and patted his soft back, then turned around and walked out of Lin Xia's dormitory. When he went out again, his eyes stayed glued to the hiding place of the pants with Molly's head on them. Jia jia jia. Fong Ming really couldn't hold back his laughter. At this time he already had images in his mind. On the high floor, Yuan Gang and Hon Hao wiped their saliva and stood frozen in place.
Yuan Gang put down the binoculars and stuttered a bit. This. What the is this forbidden thing? Over the top. Chapter 45, the Phantom Lin armed man pretending to be more than stealing chickens but not being overtaken. Fong Ming stood in front of the dormitory entrance. The pink magic wand in his hand had disappeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These instructors slept through it? Why don't you blow the whistle yet? Beep 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 dash. The shrill whistle echoed in the dark night sky, breaking the silence of all the dormitory buildings. Lin Xia woke up from his bed with a chagrined face just as his two eyelids were about to close. Upright arrow asterisk 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 asterisk. Originally was Fong Ming this kid tossed a little on the gas, and now in the middle of the night have to be pulled up to set training, put who on who can stand. Lin Xia immediately jumped out of bed to change into his uniform, when he heard a flash of white light in the corridor. Phantom Link's flash chi.
A buzzing sound of a locomotive rang out, accompanied by the sound of crisp glass shattering. Fong Ming rode the Phantom Lin flash chute out of the window, stepping into the darkness of the night traveling in a non-stop circle on the playground. Lin Xia flopped onto the corridor window and watched as the two instructors stood below with extremely ugly faces, while Fong Ming was like a savage constantly flapping his lips.
Oh minion 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 minion.
Lin Xia, asterisk 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 asterisk, you're awesome. He quickly rushed into the dormitory to pick up the slippers on the ground and slapped on the face of the fat in the 100 miles. It's only been a little while, you sleep so much. Lin Xia didn't want to care about him either, but as he walked to the door, he smiled back. I heard that Molly likes women. Chubby Time woke up like a dream and looked up at the empty bed before realizing what had happened.
I've only just fallen asleep, little master. 7 nights, You wait for me,
Bailey Chubby limped out while wearing his military cap and carrying his military shoes.
The playground. Oh ho ho, Fong Ming was still circling the playground on his motorcycle. Center of the field, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao. Where the did a wild man come from?
Hong Hao quietly said to Yuan Gang, let him go crazy for a while. I'm afraid he'll take advantage of our inattention one day and turn us into sheep. This was a shocking statement that made Yuan Gang break out in a cold sweat as he swallowed, then let him ride a little longer, but we, as instructors, must not be intimidated by such things. In less than a minute, Lin Xia moved very quickly to stand in front of the instructor because of the Starry Night Dancer enchantment.
Yo, Brother Knight is here.
Fong Ming made a drifting break to rush towards behind Lin Xia. Yuan Gang pointed behind Lin Xia with a horrified look on his face. Quick TM stop. The other recruits who ran out were stunned by the sight of the.
Where the did he get a motorcycle? It looks rather handsome.
Xin Xingzhu carried his pants and also hurriedly ran to the edge of the playground. This your mother, this kid is the doryman, right?
Dang Wei and the three of them were panting behind Xin Xingzhu's ass.
Seeing Fong Ming's waist and horse united, he directly put the motorcycle up and leapt in the air shouting, Phantom Lin armed. In an instant, a pair of reddish golden armor appeared on Fong Ming's body, glowing like a starburst in the dark night, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Immediately afterward, Fong Ming landed straight next to Lin Xia with an aerial 4,680 degrees rotation.
Reporting to the instructor. Recruit Fong Ming. Come and gather. Yuan Gang. Hong Hao.
Lin Xia, alright, this sum is all for you to pretend.
But, you do look handsome in that red and gold armor.
The recruits behind them also ran towards the playground one after another. Deng Wei or Brother Shin, when I got up to pee in the middle of the night, I seemed to hear a goat bleating in Lin Xia's dormitory.
Xin Xingzhu? Li Jia, huh?
Where did they get the sheep if not them?
Li Liang, I think you're sleep-deluded and hallucinating, aren't you?
Deng Wei squeezed his eyebrows and sophistically said, TCH, you guys don't believe it, I heard it clearly, and I even hid in the corner to peek at it.
Guess what? That Fong Ming came out of Lin Xia's room not long after. Xin Xingzhu? Does that mean they're having sex behind our backs?
When the few recruits in the final squad arrived, Instructor Hong expressionlessly looked at the sleepy-eyed recruits in front of him and walked up to the high platform with his hands behind his back. Lazy, if an enemy attacked the dormitory, with your tortoise-speed execution, you'd already be dead. Instructor Hong's voice was loud and clear, and it resounded through the playground.
Later, when you hear the whistle whatever you are doing, you must arrive at the scene within 3 minutes, do you hear me?
The new recruit stood at attention with a swish and his voice rang out like thunder. I hear you.
Instructor.
One of the recruits raised his hand in the back. Report before you speak.
Report instructor. Speak. What if we're pulling asterisk? Lin Xie? Where's the guy that's more psychotic than you? Fong Ming, asterisk. You're cursing again?
Fong Ming was considering hanging that pantsuit with Molly on it high above the building, but after Lin Xie scolded him like this.
I have to show you what my old Fong is all about.
Hong Hao heard this recruit's brain-dead question, is your ing brain filled with asterisk?
I say again, when you hear the whistle, whatever are you doing?
Even if you're sh** ting, you've got to run over here with your pants up for me. Hear me clearly. Crowd of recruits, listen up. Instructor Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. Below, those who take more than 3 minutes give me an automatic exit and run 10 laps underweight. Report. Speak. What if I don't know how much time I took? Instructor Hong revealed a kind smile. Then you can bet on it. I have records here. It's okay to bet on the right one and run 20 laps if you're wrong. Hearing this, the recruits who did not have a bottom in their hearts went out of the column, and Bailey Chubby also had a frustrated face. He estimated that with his speed he must have exceeded the time limit. Seeing the dejected look of Chubby Bailey, Fong Ming quietly said to him, "Cheer up, Chubby, it's not that brother won't help you, brother is doing this for your own good. If you don't work out, you'll die in the battlefield later on. And, Molly, like to be skinny." Hearing this, Bailey Chubby's eyes lit up. "Ah, Buzz. I want to be skinny. I'm going for it." Chubby Time made a mad dash toward the weight zone at a speed comparable to Usain Bolt. Lin Chia slanted a glance at him. "Stop teasing him quickly." "Hiss, I'm trying to motivate him." "But you don't want this pantsuit to be seen, do you?" Fong Ming pulled out the pink dime from his pocket with a wicked smile. Lin Chia, *******. Lin Chia similarly revealed an expression of a sinister smile. He slowly walked over. Brother Ming, who are we with? There's something to discuss." Fong Ming, on the other hand, had a haughty expression on his face. That's that. Suddenly, Lin Chia flew and pulled out Fong Ming's arm that was stuck in his pocket, raised it high, and with all his strength super shouted, "Everyone, look! What is this?" The crowd followed Lin Chia's voice in unison, and a pink triangular cloth with Molly's avatar fluttered in Fong Ming's hands. Fong Ming, ********, US, US, grass SU. Ha. The collective boys had a good laugh at the huge scene of social death. "Laughing my ass off at this pervert. He's got a crush on Molly, can't tell. He does look pretty good though." Fong Ming shivered in his heart and immediately used the fire to destroy the stolen goods. Turning back to look, Molly stood behind herself with a gloomy face, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Yuan Gang covered his face. "Ugh, I'm so convinced. You guys hurry up and run laps first. Don't laugh." Nearly half of the recruits heard Yuan Gang's voice and immediately put on their weighted backpacks and picked up their weapons to run laps around the playground. On the contrary, Fong Ming's side, which was held down by Molly and beaten on the ground. "You, don't hit the face. Sister Molly. I was wrong. 6 Ow. Chapter 46, Fong Ming, when did Sister Honging become mine? Mineral water filled with Mao Tai. Suddenly, Fong Ming felt the raining fists that landed on him turn from heavy to light. "Hiss, you didn't eat?" Fong Ming asked Daily, to the back. "This, in the extra effort, I'm straining. Online massage by a beautiful royalty." Molly felt herself lose part of her strength as she rode on top of Fong Ming, and was in a bit of a trance. She stood up and said to Lin Chia next to her, I can't seem to feel my forbidden ruins." "Me too. I can't feel it anymore either. It's kind of hard. I didn't even realize it until you told me. What's going on here? This should be the forbidden substance that Instructor Yuan said could suppress the forbidden ruins in the body, right?" Lin Chia froze. "Ha? You can't feel the forbidden ruins anymore? Then how could Starry Night Dancer still work just now? Could it be because he was a divine ruin energy that was too strong, so that kind of forbidden object that suppressed the forbidden ruins didn't work?" He turned his head to look at Fong Ming, who was leisurely lying on Chao Yuan's lap, while Chao Yuan was like a foot presser giving him a shoulder press. "Ming, you promised me about printing the 7 Knights avatar on my shirt, pants and..." Fong Ming's eyes narrowed slightly with a face of enjoyment. Well said, all well said." A dark shadow appeared in front of him. "Hiss, who is it? Don't block me from enjoying the moon." Fong Ming's eyes opened. Night, what's wrong?" Lin Chia had a fatherly smile. "Whose avatar did you say you wanted to print?" Fong Ming felt cold sweat rising behind his back. "No, Brother Knight, listen to me. 6 Ow. He then wiped his nosebleed looking at the recruits running laps around the training field with pity before pulling out the magic wand he had in his pocket. Bailey Chubby with a gun, carrying a bag, meaty body running around, living like a camouflage little meatball. Hachi, I'm exhausted. I'm so tired." He turned his gaze toward Fong Ming and mouthed as if to say, "Brother Ming, help me." And the instructor took the submachine gun. A bullet hit by the foot of Bailey Chubby. Quickly, you want to drag your teammates into trouble later on the battlefield? Report. I don't want to. If you don't want to, run away quickly. Yes. And the recruits resting in place were emboldened to sit on the lawn and silently watch it all. Alas, poor little fat boy, let me help you. Oh magic garlic hidden in the darkness, show your power before me. I command you as your new master. Yuan Gang snapped forward and gagged him with his glove. The blah blah blah. What's that smell? You just got done beating the... Yuan Gang gripped him by the collar of his neck and shouted, "If you want him to die on the battlefield, then help him." Fong Ming felt like there were countless spit flying stars attacking his tender face. Okay, I know, I won't help okay.
Besides, didn't you guys seal our forbidden ruins with forbidden objects? I can't use it either. Yuan Gang loosened his collar. Hell knows if you can use it. You're now a level 1 danger in the training camp. Oh. Fong Ming put away his magic wand and stood motionless in place before pulling out a bottle of mineral water from his arms. Facelessly, he said, Instructor Yuan, you are thirsty, drink some water. Instructor Yuan glanced back at Fong Ming, thinking that although this kid is usually out of tune, but now his awareness is still quite high, and he also knows that he feels sorry for the instructor. He took the bottle of mineral water unguardedly and patted him on the shoulder. Very good, you're very aware now, you're a good one. Just as Yuan Gang unscrewed the mineral water bottle to drink, Lin Xie snatched the bottle directly with a single healthy step. Fong Ming felt bad. What are you doing, you? Instructor Yuan is working so hard and you don't even let him have a drink of water. Then he immediately rushed up and squeezed and whispered, give it to me quick as. Lin Xie smiled evilly, then in front of Yuan Gang, pulled out a lighter from his pocket. Boom! The sound of the bottle was ignited directly. Fong Ming felt an unknown object behind him watching him. Don't, Instructor Yuan, I'm messing around. Seeing that you're working so hard to find that bit of Tsungnan specialty for you to try. Instructor Yuan, calm down, 6 ow. A minute later, Fong Ming sat on the ground and wiped his nosebleed, the wound quickly returning to its original state. Lin Xie squatted on the ground and poked the left side of his face with his finger. Wow, so amazing, you can recover so quickly from your injury. Molly came over and poked the right side of his face again, full of questions. Indeed, is it hard to believe that you still have the forbidden ruins that heal wounds? Fong Ming didn't have a good face for the two of them. That's right. Not only can I heal myself quickly, I can also heal others. Really? Molly's eyes were glowing. In her opinion, the forbidden ruins in Fong Ming's body was already far more powerful than normal, especially that super handsome mech, something a middle-aged teenager would dream of owning. Fong Ming nodded proudly as he moved to Molly's ear. Actually, my cupping technique is also top-notch. Tai. Lin Xie gave him a brain hammer. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind, ULSP. Isn't it enough that you have Sister Red Riding Hood? Hearing this, Fong Ming became anxious and rushed up to argue loudly with Lin Xie. Since when do I have a red-headed sister? When was Sister Red Riding Sister mine? Which chapter explains that Sister Red Tassel is mine? Lin Xie, Then I can chase after Sister Honging? Fong Ming went up with a big flying kick. Screw you, no way. Molly, straight face? Red what? Tassel? Underground of Peace Office, Sangnan City. Chenmai got up in the middle of the night to pee and saw the red tassel on the sofa. Why don't you go back this late? Red Ruffles was dressed in a white nightgown, legs tucked up to her chest, her head tilted against her arm while her long hair fell casually down her back. She looked at her phone at the group photo she had taken a few days ago when they were partying and shopping together. Red Raider, of course I'm worried about these two brats. And I wonder how they're doing at the camp? Speaking of this, she touched the screen with her hand and giggled as she looked at Fong Ming and Lin Xie. Chenmai sat down beside her. I've heard that Fong Ming and 7 Knights performed well on the first day of the intensive training, and the instructors took it very seriously. And, together, they gave False Face a run for their money. Honging snapped her head up to look at Chenmai, her face showing joy. Really? I knew these two boys could do it. Chenmai held her shoulders, but the life of intensive training can be very hard. I hope they can hold on. She then nodded slightly, clasped her hands together, gently closed her eyes, and prayed in her heart, may the heavens bless Fong Ming and 7 Knights to return safely. Yuan Gang looked at Fong Ming's troublemakers. These boys are really interesting. A sip of the spiced wine from the mineral water bottle followed. Tisk, TSK, it's good mineral water bottles for Thatch, the lad's got it made. But just how many secrets does he have in him? The 7 gods, the wizard, and the self-healing, all of these anticlimactic forbidden ruins have been allowed to hit him. Instructor Hong naturally sniffed over and very naturally took the bottle and took a sip. Yuan Gang. Hong Hao, compared to him, these recruits are a bit overshadowed. He looked at the recruits who were running laps and yelled at the top of his voice. Hey, you guys run quickly. Says you, Xinxingzhu. Shopping, guy, it. Xinxingzhu symbolically ran 2 steps, and then his body began to sway again. Seems to blatantly not put the words of the instructor in the eyes. Still I do what I want. A very tugging appearance. Living a yellow-haired gym student appearance. Asterisk, not running, right? Add 10 laps, run it in half an hour. If you can't run it, add another 10 laps. Instructor Hong seemed to be genuinely angry and had to cure Xinxingzhu's stinky problem. If you don't finish your run today you'll die of exhaustion here. Xinxingzhu, I'm so convinced. He cursed in his heart before he began to run in earnest. Without the enchantment of the forbidden ruins these recruits would be no different from ordinary people. Some of them were usually pampered now in exchange for physical destruction. By the time the last recruit had finished his run it was close to dawn. Bailey Chubby planted himself on the ground like a dead pig, letting Lin Xie and Fong Ming scream all they wanted without getting up. Destroy! Just let me lie here and leave me alone. Lin Xie and Fong Ming's eyes locked, only to see that pink magic wand appear in Fong Ming's hand again. He tapped Time's chubby potbelly with his magic wand, and with an evil look on his face, get up or I'll turn you into a toad. FYI, Molly can watch. Chapter 47 IQ 160, Fong Ming hand-roasted steak. Chubby Time bounced off the lawn with a carp, then wiped the sweat from his face. Go! Let's march towards the dormitory. Lin Xie. What the hell, can't you think of anything serious in your head? Bailey Chubby didn't take 2 steps before he almost fainted due to low blood sugar, thanks to Fong Ming and Lin Xie holding him back in time. You're heavy enough, you little fatty. Lin Xie looked at his miserable white lips, immediately realized that he should be low blood sugar. After all, in the middle of the night was pulled up for a few thousand meters of weight training, can adhere to it would be good. Now most of the new recruits' stomachs have long been empty, there are also a lot of walking wobbly need to be assisted by others to go back. Do you have any food for him to eat first? Lin Xie asked Fong Ming. Fong Ming pulled out his pocket and actually pulled out a Snickers bar. Snickers sweeps hunger, be yourself. Here, eat quickly. Fong Ming carefully sent the Snickers to Bailey Chubby's mouth, his eyes as doting as if he was looking at his own son. Lin Xie smiled. TSK, I didn't expect you to have this heart. Che, that's a must. The duo helped Chubby Bailey into the dormitory hallway. Fong Ming turned his head to look at the 2 dog instructors, who were fiddling with their whistles with a sinister expression. Let's stay in the building for a while. Lin Xie? Why? Chubby Bailey, no, I want to hurry back to bed. I am not wanting to be out there at all. Fong Ming pointed at Yuan Gang behind him. Look, those 2 lewd men must be plotting something bad there. I'll bet you 5 pairs of pants that they'll definitely blow the whistle for assembly again when we get into the dorms. Lin Xie, get lost, who's betting with you on pants? He rubbed his chin again. What you said isn't unreasonable, those instructors definitely can't make things easy for us. Let's just stay here for a while and save the energy of climbing the stairs. Bailey Fatty came to a realization. Oh, so that's how it is. Better for you two to think comprehensively. Not 2 minutes after the words were spoken. As Instructor Hong watched all the recruits enter the dormitory, he and Yuan Gang smiled at each other and picked up the whistle hanging around their necks. Beep beep beep. Charge. Bailey Chubby took the lead and rushed out from the building, his eyes fierce and resolute. I'm going to be the first this time. In less than 10 seconds, he ran in front of Yuan Gang's duo and Yuan Gang, WC. Instructor Hong, WC. Chubby stands up straight, head held high, hand by his ear, and salutes. Report. Recruits are assembled in front of the Centurion Tumming. Lin Xie and Fong Ming ran all the way in the back, not looking anxious. At this time the other recruits may not have just dipped their heads on the pillow. Yuan Gang looked up and down at the 3 men standing straight in front of him, stroked his stubble, and began to circle around the 3 of them. You 3. Back to the dorm? Fong Ming, yes, instructor. Then Yuan Gang came up to him and, then why are you guys so fast? He suddenly raised his voice, and countless spittle flecks splashed onto Fong Ming's face. Yuan Gang, you have broken the record for the fastest assembly ever held at the training camp. Fong Ming still maintained his smile. You're the one who told me to be so fast, instructor. Yuan Gang, ********* ing Fong Ming. That's the most satisfying answer I've ever heard ever. ******** ing Fong Ming. You're a ing genius. You must have an IQ of ing 160. Rookie Fong Ming. If you weren't the new rookie, I'd recommend you to go straight to the Shangjing squad to become the captain. Lin Xie. Pfft. Bailey Chubby let out a deep breath after seeing Yuan Gang leave. That was close. I was almost discovered. Yuan Gang then watched the other recruits run out with a disgruntled look on their faces. An almost perfect assembly. 99% of the people assembled in less than 3 minutes. Only individual recruits fainted on their way to the assembly due to physical exhaustion and were carried to the infirmary on a stretcher. Instructor Hong looked down at the stopwatch and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very improved this time. Come on, the next half hour is your mealtime. Hearing this, the faces of all the new recruits showed a look of joy. Having labored most of the night and finally being able to have a nice full meal, Bailey Chubby felt that he could eat a cow right now. All of them. Swish. The recruits stood at attention. Target cafeteria. Proceed. Bailey Chubby's 2 eyes revealed a ferocious color, like a hungry tiger pouncing on food, rushed into the forefront of the front. Kill. When the crowd of recruits arrived at the cafeteria and saw the scene in front of them, they suddenly froze in place. In the large cafeteria, there was a square table with 2 large pots, one of which was filled with white bread, while the other was filled with raw meat with a few traces of blood. The recruits were dumbfounded at the scene in front of them, and as Lin Xie, who had watched too many TV dramas, a sentence emerged from his mouth. They won't make us eat this, right? That's right, how do you eat this? This totally treats us like savages. Maybe, shabu shabu, or barbecue later. What? Where's the pot for that? And those mean instructors can give you barbecue? Don't even think about it. The recruits protested, one by one, that get out of the way. The crowd of recruits turned their heads at the sound of the voice, only to see Fong Ming pinching his waist, his legs half a meter apart, and holding his pink magic wand high. Exempt. What's he up to? I don't know, maybe it's happening again. Fong Ming lowered his head and grinned, it's just white buns and raw meat, this problem is not difficult for me. Bailey Chubby asked Lin Xie in a low voice, what's he going to do, Brother Ming? Lin Xie seemed to have an answer in his mind, can't that magic wand of his turn you into a sheep? Then surely we can still turn these buns, raw meat, into a great meal, watch. Fong Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Under his breath, he muttered, O magic garlic hidden in the darkness, show your power before me. I command as the new owner of. The magic wand in his hand gleamed, and the dimly lit cafeteria was suddenly transformed into a pink house of magic. Turn me into a lobster, abalone. Ada. Yuan Gang flew over from the distance and flew up and kicked Fong Ming, who was about to cast magic, over 10 meters, and crashed headfirst into the wall without moving. All the new recruits. Damn it, how dare you cheat, letting you eat a big meal now, will there be lobster and abalone for you to eat in the battlefield later? Yuan Gang shouted in a stern voice, if you don't want to eat, just all give me hunger. After saying that, he went to the table and broke off a piece of steamed bun and tore off a piece of raw beef and put it into his mouth and ate it with relish. Anyone else protest? The crowd of recruits were silent with their heads bowed. At that moment, that Special Forces-born Zhang Zhong walked out and sat at a table with an expressionless face, picking up a piece of raw beef and gnawing on it. Seeing this, Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. Very well, there is a representative. Now immediately sit over there and eat them all for me. Clatter. Most of the recruits sat down at the table, grabbing the food in front of them and chowing down, with only a few still standing and fighting with their thoughts. Lin Xie picked up a piece of steamed bread and handed it to Bailey Chubby. Eat it, you won't be able to carry on with today's training without eating. Chubby Bailiff glanced at Molly next to her, who had also picked up the steamed buns and raw meat and chewed on them one bite at a time. I'll eat it. Bailey Fatty took a bite and almost didn't choke to death, but fortunately Chow Yuan behind him slapped him on the back and spat out that mouthful of steamed bread. Eat slowly, here's some water. Lin Xie secretly placed a bottle of mineral water in front of him, and Xin Xingzhu, who was observing from the side, frowned slightly and also grabbed the food in front of him and nibbled on it. Fong Ming forcefully pulled his head out of the wall and angrily walked to Yuan Gang. You old den, are you taking it personally? Yuan Gang, I'm not targeting you, I'm targeting all of you. If you don't suffer now, you'll have endless suffering in the future. Are you eating? Fong Ming put his magic wand away and looked at Lin Xie and the others who were chewing hard on white flour buns in large mouthfuls. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't let them look down on us. After all, they were in the same squad, sharing the same blessings and running away from each other in trouble. He sat down by Lin Xie's side in an exasperated manner, grabbed a piece of beef and ate it. This action shocked a few people for 100 years. Bailey Chubby, WC? Brother Ming Kana. Lin Xie? Didn't realize you could really eat. Fong Ming, asterisk 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 asterisk, just kidding, who am I? Not long after, the piece of beef in Fong Ming's palm was moist with oil. Molly? That's okay? Lin Xie blanked him, you're ing cheating again. Fong Ming's palm was like a small fireplace roasting the raw beef with an aroma. Anyone else want a steak? Chapter 48 Mobile Oven, Fong Ming, I'm afraid of them? The recruits raised their hands. Good talk, good talk. Fong Ming picked up another piece of beef breast meat and slowly placed it in his palm. Boom! With a sound, the blazing fire wrapped it up, emitting an aroma that tickled the cravings in the stomachs of countless recruits. Yuan Gang glared viciously at the recruits around him who raised their hands and, anyone who dares to eat a cooked one immediately goes out for a lap. Swish! The recruits who raised their hands immediately put their hands down again, and there were also some recruits who were very sensible and didn't raise their hands. They also knew the instructor's good intentions. As Lin Xie lowered his head to nibble on a steamed bun, he kicked Fong Ming with his foot. You're also too arrogant, going against the instructor at every turn. Hishu Fong Ming pretended to burn his mouth and took a hard bite of the cooked cow's breast, then raised his eyebrows. Harm, one day I'll bring him a couple of bottles of good wine and match him with a knot. Why aggravate your stomach? Wine. Yuan Gang seemed to have heard the call of fate and feigned inspection as he slipped around the recruits, casually sneaking a note into Fong Ming's pocket when he slipped to Lin Xie's table. Fong Ming pulled out the note with a confused face. What the hell? The note reads, you're allowed to give the people at your table a cooked bite, but I heard your squad 136 had a nice $99,999 bottle of wine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Moral kidnapping. Fong Ming turned his head and stared angrily at Yuan Gang, while Yuan Gang was walking forward with a big stride with a smug look on his face. Blanche, does that count as forcing me to pay a bribe? Lin Xie blankly froze him. You stole so much wine from people to drink, it's time to bring them a few bottles. Fong Ming looked embarrassed, but, I don't have any money. He made up his mind that if the next time space and time messed up, the first thing he would do would be gold coins, and glean all the gold coins in it. Brother Ming, I want to eat cooked. Bailey Chubby looked at him miserably from across the room, his eyes filled with a desire for cooked meat. Fong Ming said helplessly, alas, that wine money is on you. Chubby time, okay? Fong Ming whispered to the others, anyone else want some? Molly, me. Chow Yuan, me. Lin Xie, me.
Fang Ming also glanced at the tough-talking Shen Qingju who was beside him. TSK, drag brother, don't fight hard, look at your 3 little followers.
Give them some even if you don't eat it.
Shen Qingju looked back with a haughty face, and those 3 people were about to vomit from eating.
Give them my share, I don't need it.
Bailey Chubby gave Shen Qingju a thumbs up, or my drag brother atmosphere dash.
Fang Ming tore off a few egg-sized pieces of raw meat from his own and roasted them in his palm to distribute them to the few people in front of him, while Shen Zhuqing's share was thrown to Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei behind him. Li Liang turned to Shen Qingju still chewing the raw meat in one bite and felt guilty, so he bit a small piece of his own portion and then turned to hand it to him. Shen Qingju turned around and said, "Get lost, I love eating raw food, you 3 hurry up and give me food, don't say a word." Woo woo. Fang Ming pretended to wipe his tears. Drag, you're really too good. Cute. Shen Qingju, Blanche. Don't have a fart on your throat. I don't care about anyone's charity.
And Lin Xie sat on the opposite side, looking at this Shen Qingju who was filled with a brutal atmosphere. He felt that this person had a knife mouth and a tofu heart, belonging to the hedgehog, extremely aggressive on the outside, but softer than anyone else on the inside.
A good man.
Gradually, an aroma wafted from the back kitchen of the cafeteria, only to see Sun Lao dragging a large grill and carrying bags of cut sirloin steaks and abalone lobsters. He quickly walked over to the large round table next to him.
Bailey Chubby whispered to Lin Xie, "Eh? Who is he feeding this to?" Lin Xie glanced back. "I don't know, it should be a big shot with a big name, right?
But who else in this camp besides the instructors can eat this stuff?" Not long after, the members of the mask squad came over and made it to the round table.
Swirl drooled at the ingredients in front of her. "Wow. So great. Thank you, elder son."
Sun Lao smiled kindly, his calloused hand wiping on his apron. "The little cubs come back once in a while, I must give you a whole lot of delicious food."
"Thank you, elder son. Thank you, elder son. I'll get the musket later, ha."
Sun Lao put down a sentence and was about to turn around, just taking a step. Wang Mian immediately got up and called elder son to a halt. "Don't bother, elder son, we'll get it ourselves."
Good, good, good. You guys eat, I'll leave you alone."
After Sun Lao finished speaking, he walked toward the back kitchen.
Scales came up next to Chance. "Did you bring a lighter?" "No. So how do we eat?" Wang Mian slowly clipped the charcoal out of the bag and placed it underneath the grill, keeping his eyes on Fang Ming's back. "Not good. Winky face."
Fang Ming instantly broke out in a cold sweat, immediately putting down the meat in his hands about to get up and go out.
"Fang Ming!" Wang Mian immediately shouted.
Fang Ming cursed in his heart, ********. Then very mechanically, he turned around. What, noodle?
Buy you a roast. Right, 7 nights you sit over here too. Lin Xie, oh.
Fang Ming put his index fingers together in a gesture compared to a gun, aimed at the carbon underneath the grill and ignited it with a boom.
Swirl, whoa-oh, bull-oh. But why, your forbidden ruin is not inhibited by the forbidden objects. Fang Ming sneered, don't get it, I can still turn you into a sheep. Whoosh. Rose exclaimed, whoa, it's really a sheep.
Swirl sat back in her seat with wide eyes, bleh.
Bah. Blanche, to be. Mom.
In less than 5 minutes, the aroma of roasted meat spread over every corner of the cafeteria. Fang Ming hated it so much that he gritted his teeth. He became a lighter again. Damn, I must go back and burn Zhao Kongqing's pants clean. The tantalizing aroma of the meat drew the displeasure of more than 200 freshmen in the entire cafeteria, each eyeing Wang Mian and the others intently.
Wang Mian instead naturally placed the go-kite on the table, coughed, and continued to eat.
The strength displayed by the eagle duck paired with the sea realm was too terrifying, and the recruits could only smell the scent and take a hard bite of the raw meat in their hands. Lin Xie, on the other hand, just took a bite of the raw meat he was holding and refused the small mountain that the mask squad had put on his plate.
Wang Mian looked at Lin Xie's mouth opened and closed as if he had something to say. Ask, this is a favor I owe you. When Lin Xie heard him say this, he opened his mouth and asked, what exactly is the relationship between an agent and a god? This question of yours, I can only go by my guesses to tell you.
Wang Mian opened his mouth to answer. Every god will sign a contract with their agent when they are looking for them. They don't appear directly in human society. One of them may have physically perished or for some reason it's not convenient to show up, so it's time to find someone to exercise a mission for them.
As Fang Ming listened, he was confused. What did Flame Lin Fei want for himself? Or what do people in the Ultra Beast armament want? It's not just pretending to be a bully, he was accidentally crossing over and didn't need to complete the contract for anyone.
Next, Wang Mian used himself as an example to tell about the God of Time and something about the Church of the Ancient Gods. The Church of the Ancient Gods is dangerous. Both of you are divine agents, you must be extra careful.
Especially you. Fang Ming. Wang Mian pointed at him in warning. With half a lamb chop in his mouth, Fang Ming pointed at himself, me?
Now that you're the only multi-god agent in Daxia, they're sure to kill you if they can't recruit you.
Fang Ming smiled disdainfully. I'm afraid of them? I'm afraid you guys don't know my methods.
Lin Xie glanced at him, full of concern, and said, what other means do you have besides pants gathering? ********.
I'll just pick their Lanzi off and use it as a walnut dish. With a grin, Swirl and Scales gave him a thumbs up. Okay, bro, I look forward to your walnuts. Chapter 49, Instructor Han, what is the weapon you are? Report, Pink Magic Wand. The shrill whistle outside the cafeteria sounded again. Beep 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 dash. Maelstrom was about to rush out with his grips, and when he ran halfway back, the other members of the mask squad were looking at him with the same eyes as looking at a monkey. Wang Mian's chopstick stayed in midair, his hand trembling a bit. You're running away? There's Fong Ming behind you? Fong Ming, who had just run to the door, turned back and cursed, CNM. Swirl scratched her head and sat back down at the table, giggling, heh, conditioned. The surrounding recruits put down the hands of the steamed buns and raw meat, all rushed to grab the table on the military cap to run outside. After all, also do not want to be that Yuan Laodang and the punishment dozens of laps wait running. That who, Fong Ming? Wang Mian suddenly called him back. Fong Ming snapped back, asterisk, what are you doing? Isn't your fire burning brightly here? Come over here. Wang Mian gestured with his hand to signal him to come to him. Fong Ming had a reluctant look on his face, asterisk, I'm going to be late for a while to run laps. You run for me? It's fine, let's talk to Instructor Yuan and say we're looking for you for something. Tian Ping crossed his arms on his chin with a wicked smile. Fong Ming swallowed, these few then definitely didn't hold back any good farts. But he still walked over to Wang Mian's side. What is it? What is it? King Face lowered his voice. You have a magic wand that can turn enemies into any object? Asterisk, this old Yuan B, he said it again, right? No, as you all saw I can only turn other creatures into sheep. Fong Ming lied. Don't you care who said it, can you lend it to me? Wang Mian had a flattering face as he wrapped his arms around Fong Ming's shoulders, with a pleasing appearance. The North had recently appeared another Sea Realm mystery. Wang Mask sought to have Fong Ming's magic wand to be able to cope with it a little easier. Of course, if he didn't borrow it, it didn't matter. With the strength of the false mask, he was completely able to him up by cooperating. Fong Ming swept around the mask squad's faces. It's not that I won't lend it to you, this thing won't work without a spell. Chance, then won't you just tell me the spell? Fong Ming glanced down at Wang Mian and said to him, Then I'll tell you about someone. King Face lowered his head and came over, whispering, say it. Swirl, Che, what the hell? Still afraid we'll pick up your stuff and not return it? Fong Ming came to Wang Mian's ear. The incantation is, blah 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 energy, oh blah blah blah, your pants are gone. Fong Ming's quick hands directly grabbed Wang Mian's new pants, whoosh a stretch, followed by a snap sound. The sound of the leather band pumping flesh resounded through the cafeteria. In the next second, Wang Mian held him down on the ground. Damn you, I have to cure you today. After saying that, he was about to sheath his go-kite. A gentleman moves his mouth. It's not that I won't lend you a hand. Fong Ming lay on the ground and stroked Wang Mian's soft hair. Wang Mian knocked his hand away, hiss. Go! The main thing is to put this thing too far away from me, he doesn't work. Don't believe me. Fong Ming pulled out his magic wand and threw it forcefully towards his back steel. At the position 5 meters away from Fong Ming, the pink magic wand suddenly turned gray. King Face then got up and pulled him to his feet, walking over and picking up the magic wand and examining it. Hiss. So much for that, okay then, back to you. He walked over to return the magic wand to Fong Ming. Fong Ming hooked his index finger, sip. King Face, asterisk. I'm on a horse. On the training ground. Fong Ming arrived late. He wiped the nosebleed on his nose and sat down next to Lin Xie. Yuan Gang, who was watching next to him, was looking at him and snickering. Fong Ming twisted a circle of handpaper and stuffed it into his nostrils, looking at Yuan Gang. Old bidang, you'll have a good time in the future. Lin Xie turned his head and asked, why are you late? It's fine, I got laid out by those guys from Mask. It was then that Fong Ming remembered that he had a horse charm, and in an instant, his nosebleed stopped and the bruises on his face returned as before. Bailey Chubby, Ming, did you mess with them? Why did they beat you up? Ugh, enough about that. Who's that? The new instructor? Why haven't I seen him before? Fong Ming pointed at the instructor on the stage. Little guy looks pretty strong. Instructor Han is concentrating on his lesson on the stage. Mysterious creatures from myth, legend, and countryside rumor are the main enemies of our Night's Watch. They have a wide variety of abilities and abilities ranging from the marigold realm to Klein. Suddenly, he noticed a couple of guys in the back row of the queue whispering crickets. That recruit? What's going on? Instructor Han pointed at Fong Ming and Bailey Chubby, who were talking and laughing in the back. There was a swish and all the recruits turned their heads to look. I'll talk up here, you talk down here, you can talk up here? Fong Ming scratched his head. You speak, I'll shut up. Instructor Han coughed twice, then immediately picked up the wooden knife on the side. Among the Night Watch, except for a small number of people who have extremely lethal forbidden ruins, most of them still rely on the standardized weapon, which is the Star Blade. There are many benefits to a straight blade, but instead of going into detail today, I will now explain to you the techniques of using a straight blade. So cool. Instructor Han waved his wooden sword sharply on the stage. The strike must be fast.
There is no firmness in martial arts under heaven, only speed. Loud and clear. Immediately afterward, Instructor Han swung violently toward the front. Secondly, it must be accurate and ruthless. Speed without power is also a scrape for the enemy. The recruits could feel a few strong astral winds passing along their cheeks, followed by a gasp of surprise. In the following 10 minutes, Instructor Han demonstrated several ways for the recruits to make and retract their swords, while Lin Xie and Fong Ming were drowsy from listening because Chen Mai and the rest of the group didn't find it very interesting due to the remedial lessons. Hiss! What are you doing? Instructor Han looked at Fong Ming and Lin Xie napping and immediately scolded loudly. The Fong Ming duo woke up like a dream, and immediately straightened their backs. You both know the gist of what I'm talking about? Fong Ming, should, could, probably, maybe, not likely, almost. Not much? Lin Xie. You normalize Then come up here, and the two of us will spar to see if you've memorized the points I've made. Instructor Han immediately called him up to the stage. Not far away, Instructor Hong and the other instructors were watching the situation in the training ground with binoculars. Instructor Hong, It's not good who he picked to go up and demonstrate, he had to call Fong Ming. Other instructor, it should be fine, after all, it's with a wooden knife, no big deal, right? Instructor Hong grimaced and said, Ghost knows, this Fong Ming is thinking of something else in his mind. And don't drink old Yuan's wine these days, he offended this kid today, maybe he'll run out and piss in the wine one day. Roger that. Fong Ming walked onto the stage with trepidation in his heart, and more than 200 pairs of eyes under the stage were staring intently at him. Instructor Han threw him a wooden knife. Here, does it work well? Fong Ming took the wooden knife. Teach. Instructor, I don't usually use straight knives, so what do you like to use? Fong Ming grinned, put his hand into his arms and pulled it out violently. Instructor, I usually like to use this. A half-meter long pink magic wand appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Is he going to laugh mystery to death? Or are you going to brush their teeth? Did you guys just forget that he can really turn his opponent into a sheep with this magic wand? The unseen recruits on the stage burst out laughing when they saw the pink magic wand, and some of them had already come up for air from laughing. Fong Ming, on the other hand, gently raised his eyebrows in the face of the skepticism from below and bristled. Mortals. Never seen the world. On the other hand, Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby, who had seen the power of this magic wand, were staring. Lin Xie, ugh, it looks like there's no chance we'll be able to add a meal tonight? Bailey Chubby, huh? Brother Knight, we can't eat human flesh. Lin Xie covered his face after hearing this. Ugh, your IQ. Instructor Han on the stage grimaced, are you looking down on me? Who are you fooling with this? That's when one of the recruits warned, Instructor, he can really turn you into a sheep. What? Instructor Han, on the other hand, was incredulous and, Bull I've lived most of my life and I've never seen such a forbidden thing. Afterwards, Instructor Han held his knife and aimed it at Fong Ming. Put this thing of yours away, pick up the knife, and use your true strength for us to spar. Instructor Han was under the impression that this new class of recruits only had the Jan realm, and although there were a few high-level forbidden ruins and divine agents, they had never been systematically trained in close combat, and being powerful couldn't be powerful enough. Hearing this, Fong Ming slowly put away his magic wand, but did not bend down to pick up the knife. Instructor. What? Are you sure you want me to use my real strength? That's right. Instructor Han gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and was ready to fight. Fong Ming flung his wrist and a two-colored alien energy lock appeared at his wrist. Are you sure? Instructor Han, cut the crap. What can you do to me with a Jan realm? Marigold realm? Fong Ming grinned with great confidence. Then you can see well. Fong Ming's right hand slowly crossed in front of his chest, a raging and surging power of blazing flames encircling his wrist, and his entire body exuded a terrifying divine pressure. Phantom Lin arms. A pair of red golden armor appeared out of thin air around Fong Ming, and immediately after, it flew and attached itself to Fong Ming's body, armoring him from head to toe. The recruits on the stage are looking dumbfounded that, WC, so handsome? Why is his forbidden market still working? Bull It looks like this is clearly a divine ruin. Fong Ming's right palm condensed an extremely powerful crimson-colored foreign energy, and as he raised his right hand high to strike the crimson-colored foreign energy into the ground. When Lin Xie saw this, his pupils contracted extremely quickly. Not good. At this moment, Instructor Han could feel the space around him distorting rapidly, and the stones under his feet began to vibrate rapidly, and he realized that this energy was clearly a descending crushing pressure that had erupted from transcending the gods. Super Beast. Armed. Chapter 50, Fong Ming, no more pretending. Unleash 7/10 carat 13 times the alien energy. Ground. A field with a radius of 20 meters unfolded with Fong Ming at the center, and the imprints of the illusory Lin God and the tiger whistling God gradually emerged. There was a gasp from the recruits sitting on the stage, some even stood up, dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. The last time he had sparred with Chance, Fong Ming had summoned the tiger's whistle mecha directly in the air, and most of the new recruits hadn't seen it clearly, but this time they could truly feel the gap in strength between Fong Ming and them. Such a terrifying energy fluctuation, how could he be so powerful for a small Jan realm? I'm afraid that we really have to let Mask maneuver around with it to have any hope of victory, right? I don't think so, the pressure on him is too much stronger than King Face. At this time, Bailey Chubby was holding Lin Xia's hand tightly. Night, the last time I watched Brother Ming transform, the aura on his body wasn't this terrifying. It's only the second day. How did this happen? Lin Xia was also in a daze. How come this Fong Ming was as high as he was on drugs, and his strength was rising wildly like a rainbow? Now he felt that he was no longer in the same realm as Fong Ming, and now he could see with his blazing angel's eyes that the inside of Fong Ming's body was like a supernova erupting, with a constant stream of energy gushing out from it. Could it be that he's been hiding his strength? With his current strength, dealing with that Ghostface King once was simply easy. But why is he hiding his strength? To pretend? This was something Lin Xia really couldn't figure out. Yuan Gang, who was far away on a high building, had his mouth open like a goose egg as he immediately called Hong Hao with his pager. Hong Hao, did you see it? He actually has strength that rivals the Klein realm. This energy is simply terrifying. Hello? Hear that? Hello? Instructor Hong and the other instructors who stood not far away to watch the show looked dumbfounded. They had trained so many classes of recruits in the military, and it was the first time that they had encountered such a tough opponent. No, it should be the first time that they had stumbled upon a real god. Hello? Yuan Gang shouted again, which made Instructor Hong slow down. I saw that. I see, he's more than just the Klein realm, isn't he? Yuan Gang, what do you mean? I mean, a real god would have such a terrifying pressure. Yuan Gang's face changed greatly and he looked surprised. What kind of person is he? How come it's completely different from yesterday's sparring session? Could it be that he has compressed his realm as well? On stage, Fong Ming smiled with the corner of his mouth. Last time, I showed you the tiger's whistle mecha, so let's change it up this time. By the way, liberate the 7/10-13 alien energy. System alert, host has liberated 7/10-13 alien energy. With his right hand spread out in front of his chest, he bellowed, Mirage! Lin! God! Accompanied by a roar that shocked the heavens and earth, the Phantom Lin mecha slowly emerged from behind Fong Ming's red gold armor in its super beast form, and Fong Ming pressed down and rose into the air, his body gradually fusing with the Phantom Lin mecha. Roar! The Phantom Lin beast let out a roar, and the hard teaching platform collapsed, and the recruits sitting underneath the platform were almost beaten to death by the debris swept up by this airwave. Instructor Han's hand holding the wooden sword trembled a little. This still plays your mom. And no one told me there was such a person when I came here? Xin Xingju's arms that were covering the flying stone slowly lowered. That's not right, wasn't he white last time? Why is it red this time? Lin Xie also shook the dirt off his head on his head. He's an agent of the 7 gods, but only 2 of them have awakened so far. Xin Xingju, W what? 7? He's ing sicker than even you. Fong Ming once again leapt to high altitude, and the Phantom Lin Ultra Beast state shifted into a humanoid mecha form. Boom! The sound of the Phantom Lin mech landed in front of the crowd, and once again 2 deep craters were stepped out of the ground, the dust once again obscuring the view. Lin Xie's eyes were already sore beyond measure, and the blazing angel's eye was no longer enough to support him in peering into Fong Ming's body's foreign energy again. The dust clears. The scene is deathly silent. Whether it was Yuan Gang on the high building in the distance, Hong Hao and the crowd of instructors in the near distance, or even the said recruits under the stage, all of them were dumbfounded and just stared blankly at this vast mecha on the stage. Either that, or it's still our Tugger. Damn, if it wasn't for this bee pretending to be a pig in the first place, we wouldn't even have to set up training. Bailey Chubby pouted and walked over to him, toppling him with his thick waist. Tugger, save it. It's okay if my Ming doesn't set, people have strength. If you don't have military training, what if you run into a mysterious one with the same strength as him in the future? Can you blow up this mech with that airman of yours? Xin Xingju, if you say so, it makes some sense. At this moment he was determined to become a man like Fong Ming. It doesn't seem right. Well ho! Fong Ming is too handsome. Molly, on the other hand, was dancing excitedly on the side, already eager to go up and touch this red gold overlord mecha. Fong Ming turned his head towards Lin Xie and the others, waving his hands in the air, low profile. Stay low. Lin Xie, *****, and you're telling us to keep a low profile, you're pretending to be a big deal, aren't you? Fong Ming scratched his head, Mirage Lin scratched his head. No. It was Instructor Han who told me to use my real strength, huh? Then he spread his hands and muttered in a low voice, besides, where has this just been liberated to? These words made Instructor Han unable to hold back, stepping forward and tapping Fong Ming's toes with his wooden blade. Don't underestimate me. I am not going to be intimidated by you. Although he said so, his legs had begun to tremble a little. He then leapt a few meters away in a defensive position. Come on, Fong Ming, are you sure? Okay, it's gonna kill me? I'll think about it. Instructor Han shook his head, his eyes showing ferocity. come on, even if it means letting us see the power of a true god. Afterward, Fong Ming cocked his head and looked at the mountain peak behind him. Alright, this is it. Only to see the illusory Lin god's palms come together, a shocking red-colored foreign energy slowly surrounded between the palms, and a huge red-colored fireball with a dazzling light converged between the palms. Instructor Han swallowed. For those on stage, remember to collect my corpse. Lin Xie, I'm afraid that if this takes a hit, there won't even be any ashes left, right? But he also knew that Fong Ming simply couldn't really make a move against Instructor Han, and that he was aiming for the mountain peak in the distance. At this moment, the illusory Lin god was already poised to strike, and the fireball was thrown behind his head. Fire! Cloud! Knack! The fire meteor once again set off a heat wave rushing towards the distant mountain peaks and swept away rapidly, everyone's gazes all gazing at that pile of tall peaks. Rumble! The hard rock crumbled in response, even causing a slight earthquake, and the hot flames melted everything within range. The abrupt mountain corner was completely obliterated by this casual strike from Fong Ming. In the midst of a burst of exclamations from the crowd, Fong Ming disarmed his ultra beast and slowly walked over to Instructor Han, saying with a kind face, "My strength in this marigold realm should still be ranked, right?" Chapter 51, Instructor Han, Two Perverts. The corners of the eyes of the stunned Instructor Han quivered, and he slowly exhaled a breath of, "You're in the ing marigold realm, so what are they?" He spoke as he pointed to a clueless face on the stage. Fong Ming, I'm just a little bit stronger. The crowd of recruits under the stage let out a burst of boos. Each of them were also clear that right now with Fong Ming's realm there was no need for intensive training. Even if there was no tactical knowledge with hard power, they could also fight against 99% of the mysteries. Instructor Han, okay, go down. He thought to himself that this person was definitely here to smash the scene, but an instructor was an instructor after all, and he couldn't lose to Fong Ming in terms of majesty. Instructor Han looked at Fong Ming's back as he walked off the stage and shouted, "Fix this teaching desk for me after class, you hear me?" Upon hearing this, Fong Ming stopped his steps and turned back sharply. What do you want to do?" This shocked Instructor Han into a cold sweat. This teaching platform was originally destroyed by Fong Ming, and it wasn't wrong for him to let him repair it, right? He's going to be hard to fix, so, had to fix it myself. In the next second, Fong Ming grinned, this is good to say. He then pulled out the pink magic wand from his arms once more and muttered an incantation. "O magic garlic hidden in the darkness, show your power before me. I command you, as the new master, to restore the teaching platform to its original state." In a flash, pink magical energy wrapped the broken stones on the ground, and that hard stone slab that had been trampled by the Ultra Beast God was pieced together in one piece at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all the slag on the ground disappeared. In the twinkling of an eye, the teaching platform was restored as before. Behind them, the group of red-eyed recruits started whispering crickets again. What did he do in his past life that the heavens favored him so much? Hard power is nothing to sneeze at, and a magic wand that can change in 100 different ways, it's unbelievable. Maybe if you went to a mental institution for 8 years you could do the same. On stage, Instructor Han began to continue demonstrating the essentials of progressive fighting for the recruits again, and the recruits under the stage listened as intently as they did just now, because the strength that Fong Ming had just displayed was too powerful, and it was simply impossible to shake a tree with a mayfly, and the vast majority of the people's talent wouldn't be able to break through more than a few realms in their lifetime. So if they wanted to improve their strength, they would have no choice but to learn on the ground and take it one step at a time. After all, not everyone can be born in Rome, and most end up as cattle and horses in society. Yuan Gang also walked to Instructor Hong's side. Old Han is still senior. If this were a young instructor, he must not have been scared to pee just now. Instructor Hong subconsciously touched his crotch. It wasn't wet. It's really dangerous. That move, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire Grand Xia who can catch it, right? Yuan Gang used his binoculars again to look at the mountain corner that had been destroyed by Fong Ming. The molten lava that had been boiling hot just a moment ago had now completely solidified and turned black. A dark irregular shape was so incongruous to be placed between the emerald green trees. I always feel that this is not his true strength. What the hell? Instructor Hong's mouth widened once again, his three views completely collapsing at this moment. The instructors were surprised but thankful at the same time, thankful that Fong Ming belonged to their daxia, to their side of the Night's Watch. If it had been some Western god, or one of the ancient god religions, the consequences of this would have been simply unimaginable. Then how strong is his real strength, say? Yuan Gang squinted. You're asking me? Who do I ask? In the end, don't we still have to ask him? Yuan Gang raised his finger and pointed at Fong Ming, who was sitting in the queue of recruits. And Fong Ming sat beside Lin Xia, leisurely humming a little song. Catch that last bolt of lightning before the world ends. The mind trembles, another reincarnation of 100,000 years. Who would be good to awaken next time? Wings? Or arms? Or legs? Lin Xia glanced at him. What the are you humming? Nothing, the Ultra Beast theme song. Ahem. Instructor Han on the stage coughed, That who, you shouldn't disturb the other recruits listening to the lesson. As strong as you are, think of the other recruits. Yes, sir. Fong Ming was pondering which Ultra Beast Warrior's ability to unlock next time. System, check the bonding degree in the Ultra Beast Armed World. System alert. Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value. Wind Flare, 46% bond value. Current alien energy value 0. 887 black holes. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Mount, Tiger Flash, unlocked. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 100% power. Skill, Shining Spirit Technique 100% power. Currently compressing ISO energy to 1/10 carat 13. In the world of God Beheading, he has reached the peak of the late pool realm. Only 0. 887 black holes? That's quite a bit short of the 5 black holes that produce nebulas. In the world of Ultra Beasts of War, Pluto's alien energy reaches 10 black holes in order to dominate the 7 parallel universes, but the prerequisite for dominating the universes is that you have to unlock the nebulas. Then, if you do the math like that, then one must reach an alien energy value of around 6 black holes to have the capital to dominate the universe. Ugh, so annoying. Sure enough, the experience bar progress is getting slower and slower. Suddenly there was no sound from the stage end. While Fong Ming was in a daze, Instructor Han had already finished teaching all the basics of close combat. He scanned the stage and was preparing how to salvage the face he had just made. After all, it wouldn't look good for word to get out that the instructor had been crushed by a new recruit. Well, you're it. Instructor Han said as he pointed at the harmless Bailey Chubby. Bailey Chubby's heart tightened. Me? Not good, instructor. Instructor Han looked at his naive appearance and his confidence rose. If I can't abuse that pervert, I can't abuse you? It's okay, I just asked you to come and demonstrate with me so the people on stage could see it better. Lin Chia, on the other hand, patted his shoulder. It's fine, Chubby, this is just a demonstration. The instructor won't hurt you. Oh, I'll go then. Chubby Bailey lifted his pants and clumsily climbed onto the stage, picking up the wooden knife that had been placed aside. Come on, little fatty, did you memorize all the moves I just taught you? Bailey Chubby was trying to remember the moves, didn't remember too much. But I have money? This statement drew the displeasure of Instructor Han. How do you play mystery with money? Replace it with a few tons of dime to kill him? Bailey Chubby, it's not impossible. Instructor Han had a serious look on his face as he prepared his battle stance. Alright, then I'll see how you can kill mystery with a dime. Out with the sword. Bailey Chubby looked at the wooden sword in his hand. Instructor, it's better for you to attack, I'm better at defense. Instructor Han spat 2 mouthfuls of spit into his palm. Okay, then you have to be careful. Swish. Instructor Han rushed out with lightning speed and a residual shadow fell. A golden shield suddenly appeared, covering Bailey Chubby in 360 degrees without any dead angle. Bang! In the next second, the wooden knife broke into 3 pieces. Instructor Han looked at the hilt of the knife in his hand, and then at Chubby Bailey in front of him. What is this? Bailey Chubby hurriedly took off the necklace around his neck. Sorry, Instructor, I forgot to take this off. Why don't you do it again? Instructor Han looked him up and down, and suddenly remembered that one of the list was the young master of the Bailey family, which was known as the Museum of Forbidden Objects, and there were more than hundreds of forbidden objects there. What's your name? Bailey Tu Ming. I'll do it. Instructor Han's face was helpless as he waved his hand toward the stage. You go down. No, Instructor, you haven't hit me yet. Get off. Okay. Instructor Han rubbed the corners of his eyes a little confused. Come on, Hanli, you can do it. These 2 people are special cases. Other rookies are definitely not so perverted. He swept his eyes over Lin Xie. This person he heard Yuan Gang say is the agent of the Blazing Angel, surely also not good to deal with the hard stump. His eyes then fell upon an ordinary teenager. He pointed at Chao Yuan. You, come out. Chapter 52, Mummy Chao Yuan. At this time, Chao Yuan is in the back row stretching his neck to look around, hearing the instructor shouting at himself before he slowed down. Me? Yeah, just you. You're up. Chao Yuan walked onto the teaching platform with a bit of apprehension in his heart. Instructor, it's not that I don't want a knife, it's just that. In the middle of his sentence, he was interrupted by Instructor Han. You don't have any mechs, do you? No. Where are the forbidden things on your body? Neither. Instructor Han was overjoyed in his heart. Nice. Finally I found a normal person. Well then, as a commoner you have to work hard to practice the fighting essentials. Let me see if you remembered them just now. When he finished speaking, he threw the wooden sword on a martial arts stand in front of Chao Yuan. Come on, this time you attack and I'll defend. Chao Yuan looked at the wooden knife on the ground and shook his head. Amit Babuda, Instructor, I really can't touch the knife. What do you mean? Despise me? No, I'm afraid I can't control myself. It's only a wooden knife, it's fine, and besides, you can't hurt me. I really can't touch. I told you to pick up the wooden knife. That's an order. Alas. Chao Yuan sighed. After all, the words of the recruit instructor could not be disregarded. At this moment, the faces of the recruits under the stage changed and stepped back a few meters. Instructor Hans turned his head to see the recruits' panicked backward movement and felt bad. ********. Finished. By the time he turned his head, Chao Yuan's hand on the opposite side had already touched the hilt of the blade. Roar! A roar like that of a wild beast came out of his mouth. The black baleful aura erupted with Chao Yuan at the center. A pitch-black pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky, and although it wasn't as strong as the terrifying god's pressure that Fong Ming had just seen, this kind of strength wasn't something that the new recruits on the stage could withstand. Black flames filled Chao Yuan's body as he lowered his head, and the wooden blade in his hand was completely wrapped in flames. Under the stage, Fong Ming was the only one left who didn't retreat. Che. I didn't even run when I transformed just now. What are you running for now? Lin Chia pointed at crazy demon Chao Yuan on the stage. Can that be the same? The difference between a human being and a madman is that the latter will attack indiscriminately. And the crazy demon Chao Yuan on the stage had already dodged in front of Instructor Han. Bang. Instructor Han raised his wooden sword high with both hands to block the powerful blow. A strong wave of air washed over the teaching platform again. I just fixed it. Fong Ming stood up and dropped the melon peel in his hand, stomping his feet in anger. He leapt and blocked in front of Instructor Han. Get out of the way and leave him to me. Are you any good? Hiss. What do you say? Fong Ming rolled his eyes, his feet stepped on the stone slab and rushed up with a single healthy step. Just one punch sent Chao Yuan flying off the stage a few meters away. Chao Yuan, who had fallen to the ground, shook his head and struggled to stand up. Roar. Roar. It looks like he's pissed off. Because of the presence of the forbidden substance that suppressed the forbidden ruins in their bodies, most of the new recruits were now no different from ordinary people at all, and they were urgently evacuated away by the instructors who were watching from the side. Fong Ming on the stage gripped the alien lock at his wrist and walked to the edge of the teaching platform to look at the crazy demon Chao Yuan below and said, "Against you, I don't even need the Phantom Lin arms. But dude, you really don't recognize who I am?" Crazy demon Chao Yuan scratched his head. Roar. If you don't wake up, I won't print Lin Chia's avatar on your pants. Lin Chia immediately pointed at Fong Ming and cursed, "Damn you." At this moment, Fong Ming had a question. Why had Chao Yuan's pants not been incinerated by the black flames burning on his body? His pupils shrunk slightly as he rushed down the teaching platform at breakneck speed and dodged behind crazy demon Chao Yuan. Swish! Crazy demon Chao Yuan slashed back but was caught by Fong Ming with his bare hands. At this moment the crimson flames in Fong Ming's palm completely suppressed his black flame. Xin Xingzhu looked at the duo in the distance. WC, empty hands catching white blades? Or with fire? He's not afraid of heat? Molly reminded, he plays with fire too, huh? And the spiritual power in his body has to be unknown how much stronger than Chao Yuan's. This little fire can't hurt him yet, right? Immediately after that, the hand that Fong Ming had followed the wooden sword with gripped it with force, and the wooden sword snapped with a sound. He hooked Mad Demon Chao Yuan's waist monkey belt in his hand and pulled it. Hiss, the quality is quite good. What brand? Parisienne? Fong Ming had thought that by destroying the wooden blade in his hand, Chao Yuan would be able to change back to his normal self, but no, he drew another steel straight blade from his back. He looked at Fong Ming with a somewhat hideous expression. Loud and clear. The straight sword was once again covered in black flames as it hacked towards Fong Ming's extremely fast neck. Bang! With a sound, the straight blade stopped 1 centimeter in front of Fong Ming's body and made a crisp sound when the swords met. AI, Night Ling Yun's body protection energy is just great. In the next second, Fong Ming stood still with both fists clasped and allowed crazy demon Chao Yuan to slash madly. Ping back. Even if he suppressed the foreign energy within his body, Chao Yuan's current realm alone could not harm Fong Ming a hair at all. Is this the confidence that comes from strength suppression? Flesh strength that perverted too? In the distance, the recruits only saw a madman wielding a straight sword swinging at a man's side at breakneck speed, but it didn't do much good. Mad Demon Chao Yuan held the black flame blade and hacked from head to tail. Finding that he couldn't break Fong Ming's defense at all, he became infuriated and charged towards the direction of Bailey Chubby. Fong Ming yawned and looked at Chao Yuan, who was getting farther and farther away from him. Look, there's a rush. Bailey Chubby looked at Chao Yuan, who was charging towards him, and directly ran away with his legs. What, Night Brother, save me. Instructor Han heard Bailey Chubby's shouts and hurriedly picked up the straight sword next to him to follow closely behind crazy demon Chao Yuan. While Lin Chia protected Chubby Bailey, his eyes once again erupted with golden light, seeing that the straight blade in Chao Yuan's hand was about to chop in front of the two of them, while Chubby Bailey pulled out a straight blade in his pocket and handed it to Lin Chia. Clank! Lin Chia raised his sword with one hand and directly blocked the fatal blow, and immediately the straight sword in Lin Chia's hand flashed white at first, suppressing the black bane on Chao Yuan's arm for a few minutes. Bailey Chubby, who was hiding behind Lin Chia, let out a long breath. Phew, scared me to death. This Chao Yuan even cut his own mother when he's mad, right? Lin Chia backhandedly swung away the straight blade in crazy demon Chao Yuan's hand, but what came face to face was another chop. Immediately after, Lin Chia dodged and pulled Bailey Chubby aside to avoid the knife. The next second, only to see Fong Ming rush forward and fly up to kick Chao Yuan back. Fong Ming waved his hand in front of Chubby Bailey. Did you bring that scroll of sealing with you? Chubby Bailey touched his pocket and pulled out a roll of tape from his pocket and handed it to Fong Ming. Stab! Fong Ming held one end of the tape in one hand and pulled it away by more than a meter. Bailey Chubby looked at him with a heartbroken expression. Brother Ming, save your money, that's all I brought.
Fong Ming grinned. Harm, your Bailey family is so big, it's not that bad.
After saying that, he threw the tape to Lin Xia, and the two of them smiled at each other. Mad Demon Xiao Yuan stood up on his sword and shook his somewhat dazed head, when suddenly he felt a tightness in his waist and was inexplicably wrapped in a circle of tape.
Roar! Roar! With the suppression of the scroll of sealing, the baleful aura on Xiao Yuan's body instantly subsided by a large margin.
Fong Ming and Lin Xia centered on Xiao Yuan and ran at breakneck speeds, and within 5 seconds, they had wrapped him into a mummy.
Duong!
Xiao Yuan fell straight backward, the fury in his body disappearing abruptly, and his eyes gradually becoming clear.
From the slits in the tape at his eyes, he saw the faces of Fong Ming and Lin Xia, and he slowly spoke.
Brother Knight, Brother Ming, I just seemed to.
Felt like someone was tugging on my pants. Chapter 53, Instructor Han is enlightened. Yuan gang, drink, why don't you drink?
Fong Ming reached out and pulled Xiao Yuan up from the ground, untangling the sealed scrolls that were wrapped around his body, and then looked at the lower half of his body.
Nice, the last time one was this resistant to building was Hulk's.
Bailey Chubby ran over and looked at the few remaining scrolls of prohibition, wanting to cry without tears. You guys really think this is toilet paper which is so used?
Let's just say you can't build like that with money. Lin Xia walked over and rubbed his little belly.
Harma, this thing your family won't just have this one roll, right? That's not true, I still have a few boxes of this stuff in stock at my house. Next to him, Instructor Han walked over and looked at a few people, feeling a bit guilty as he asked Lin Xia, no injuries, right?
No. He then looked at Chubby Bailey. What about you?
I didn't either, but was scared to death. When Fong Ming saw Instructor Han turn his head to look at Xiao Yuan again, he immediately felt a bit unbalanced in his heart.
Why don't you ask me?
I was just slashed by him a couple dozen times too. Instructor Han turned back at the sound and looked him up and down. I know about your strength, you shouldn't be in any trouble.
Fong Ming, is it wrong to be invincible?
He then walked to Xiao Yuan, while Xiao Yuan lowered his head with a guilty look. Instructor, you don't have to say anything, I'm to blame for this one. I ordered you to draw your sword, it's none of your business.
After saying that, Instructor Han turned around and walked towards Yuan gang on the side, his back a bit forlorn.
Bailey Chubby stood beside Lin Xia.
Brother Knight, what happened to Instructor Han?
Can't be. Lin Xia was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Fong Ming. Maybe he thought it was his own fault that caused this accident? I have to say, this Instructor Han can handle better than that old Yuan B.
And after hearing this, Xiao Yuan sighed helplessly and put his hands together in front of his chest. Amat Babuda.
He walked behind Fong Ming, patted his shoulder, and said softly, Brother Ming.
Fong Ming turned around and looked at his somewhat aggravated look, and then looked at the destroyed teaching platform.
Harm, little thing. I'll take care of it. There was a flash of pink light and the teaching platform was once again fully restored. Fong Ming had a wicked smile on his face as he plopped down beside Xiao Yuan. Hey, go back and look at your pants.
Clueless Xiao Yuan was confused. Huh?
He pulled back his pants and looked at it, a large avatar of Lin Xia.
Oh ho 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 ho. So great. Fong Ming, ahahaha. That must be, you owe me a favor. Xiao Yuan, well said, well said.
Lin Xia looked at these two people getting together, smiling more obscenely than one another, and thought to himself that these two people were designated as not holding back any good farts. Yuan gang and the others in the distance were also relieved. It's really thanks to Fong Ming and Lin Xia being there, otherwise it would have been really easy to have an accident. At that moment, Instructor Han came face to face with his head hanging down.
Instructor Han, what's wrong, Lao Han?
What's with the look? Instructor Han, letting out a long sigh, I still don't think I'm cut out for teaching.
Yuan gang raised an eyebrow? It's your first day on the job and you're thinking of quitting?
I have found that teaching and killing the enemy on the battlefield are two different things. Out on a mission, I can kill the enemy to my heart's content, no matter what kind of danger, and I won't even frown. But coming here to teach, within a few minutes I'm getting dusty and nearly causing an accident.
Yuan gang and Han Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud as they looked at his dejected expression. Yuan gang stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder and flirted. I do think you have a talent for teaching. The Fong Ming, Bailey Tu Ming, Xiao Yuan, and Lin Xia that you just smoked and the one who made a move just now, those are the best of these new recruits. Even the not so seemingly in tune Shin Xingju, and Molly. These guys gang can be the ones who made a big splash in yesterday's cut with mask. Especially that Fong Ming. Now I've concluded that he's definitely compressing his strength. You've seen that pressure just now. We've never had an agent of 7 gods in Great Xiao before. Instructor Han was stunned, his features twisting together. What? 7? How is this possible?
He looked back to see that the teaching platform had been repaired and the recruits had all been reassembled to sit under it in silence.
You question his identity? Instructor Han asked in a small voice. I don't think so, right? Didn't you guys say you had information on him, that he was just a patient who spent 8 years in a mental institution? Yuan gang nodded. This matter, I have not yet reported to the top. Are you planning to hide it?
Yeah, we can't do anything rash until we figure it out. After all, this is the first case ever. However, what I can be sure of is that this person Fong Ming must be on the same side as us. Instructor Han looked at his look of certainty and nodded his heart. Instructor Han, regarding the matter of close combat, these new recruits still have to be taught by you. At this time, Instructor Hong stepped forward and looked at Han Li and said, "These little brats don't even know what kind of weapons are suitable for them right now. The point is to teach to have a set of their own unique fighting style. Looking at Dasha, only you, Han Li, have the ability to teach them. Besides, wouldn't we enjoy making them a sharp sword and watching them grow step by step?" Instructor Han nodded, then gripped the star blade at his waist tightly, his tone serious. "Good. Then I'll try again. Go on, these rookies are still waiting for you to train." Instructor Hong patted his shoulder. Instructor Han took a deep breath, followed by a large stride towards the teaching platform. After all, there were many new recruits who had their first contact with cold weapons. Everyone was listening intently. Fong Ming was no exception. After all, one must be humble. Soon the morning passed and everyone's stomachs were rumbling with hunger. "Alright, that's enough theory for the morning. We'll start the practical exercises in the afternoon. Now everyone go eat." Swish! All the new recruits stood up in place, like an arrow off the string, and ran towards the cafeteria at a fast pace, their eyes full of desire for food. Instructor Han put the straight sword in his hand aside and looked at this group of lovely but somewhat headache-inducing rookies. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. In them, he felt the hope of the newborns of Dasha in the future. In the cafeteria, it was still white bread and raw meat. Bailey Chubby fell headfirst onto the tabletop. "Whoa, how come it's all this again? I want to eat fried chicken, burgers, delicious egg tarts, magic garlic hidden in the dark." Swish! The sound of a delicious crab burger appeared in Fong Ming's hand. Chubby Time sniffed, "WC. Food." He rubbed his head and jumped up, running to Fong Ming's face, his mouth already drooling. "Nabla, brother Ming. Come on, give me a bite, just one bite." Fong Ming glanced at him. "Alright, just one bite, Now in the eyes of Chubby Bailey, Fong Ming was like a divine angel, illuminating the darkness in his heart and giving him the motivation to live during the intensive training. Just when Bailey Chubby's mouth was about to touch this delicious crab burger, Yuan Gang appeared between the two with a gloomy face. "Fong Ming, *******, how come this old dang is always shady?" Yuan Gang snatched the delicious crab burger away. "Fong Ming, you're trying to cheat again." "Hey, Instructor Yuan, I'm not taking care of my comrades." He said so on his lips but thought in his heart, ******, if you can, don't drink for €1. Yuan Gang didn't say anything more and took Fong Ming's arm to bring him to the next room. There was a small round table in front of this room with a few wine glasses on it, and Instructor Hong was sitting on the side with his hands clasped on his chest, his eyes looking at Fong Ming like he was looking at prey. "0. No, Instructor, there's no need for that, is there?" Yuan Gang held him by the shoulders and pressed him down next to the round table, picking up his own treasured Moutai and pouring him a glass. "Welp up right arrow?" Fong Ming looked at the somewhat yellowed wine in the cup in front of him. *****, isn't this the bottle I peed on? Yuan Gang raised his hand, signaling Fong Ming to pick up the glass. "Drink, why don't you?" Fong Ming had a hypocritical look on his face. Instructor, I actually don't like drinking, I was just fooling around before." The three of them just sat there, the atmosphere a little awkward. A few seconds later, Yuan Gang opened a new bottle of Mauzi. The glass was full of aroma as he slowly spoke. "Fong Ming, who exactly are you? Where in the world did you get such strong spiritual power in your body?" Chapter 54. With Fong Ming moves a stone to hit his own feet. Lin Xie, really crying? Fong Ming's face suddenly turned grave after hearing this, picking up his chopsticks and placing a piece of the cow's trotters in front of him in his mouth and chewing hard, using a pair of extremely unfriendly eyes to keep staring at Yuan Gang in front of him. This made Yuan Gang stare at his body, and he and Instructor Hong swallowed their saliva. Instructor Hong came to his side and asked with his hand covering his mouth, "Are we too hasty to ask him so directly? That's not going to be easy to handle if you piss him off." Yuan Gang also blocked his mouth with his hand. "Then tell me how to ask? I feel like there's something wrong with this bee, for sure. Why did he come to our set if he's so strong?" The two of them just crickets in a whisper, "You and he." Fong Ming slammed the table and stood up, giving the two instructors a jolt of fear and yelling, "You two pretend I don't exist, don't you?" The two instructors were yelled at, and they had trained so many recruits, this was the first one who dared to call them out like this, but he did have the strength to do so. Fong Ming inwardly, I'm so handsome." Yuan Gang hurriedly got up to calm down. "Calm down, Fong Ming, we're just curious about where you got such powerful spiritual power in you. After all, the future of Dasha is at stake." Fong Ming strangled his waist with a big wave of his hand. "Where did I get such powerful spiritual power? Where did you guys say it came from?" Yuan Gang and Hong Hao looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. "You guys go to a mental institution for 8 years, you'll have to suffer from psychosis too, maybe even more violently than me." Fong Ming bent over with an aggrieved face and waved one hand and made the gesture of 8 at these two instructors. *****, 8 years. Do you guys know how I've lived these 8 years? Yuan Gang. Hong Hao. Wake up and get spanked with a slingshot, eat and get spanked with a slingshot, take a lunch break and get spanked with a slingshot, go out and look out and get spanked with a slingshot, even sleep. That mental Alzheimer's had to take a slingshot to the old man's ass. You think I'm not mentally strong? If I wasn't, I'd be a lightweight. And that security guard still beat me indiscriminately. Put now I must electrocute him into polio. And by the way, there's that doctor who's just jealous that I have more hair than he does. Fang Ming began to speak at length again, and in the whole 10 minutes, the words appeared no less than 100 times. Yuan Gang picked at the calluses in his ears and calmly took a sip of his wine. You mean you had such strong mental power in the Spirit Academy? That's not good. Fang Ming was also tired of talking, and without thinking, he picked up his own wine glass and drank it all in one go as he put it down heavily. What are you guys looking at me for? Could it be? Fang Ming grinned, I'm too handsome? He pulled out his phone and examined it from side to side, handsome indeed. Instructor Hong gave a thumbs up, okay, brother you're a tough guy. Fang Ming cocked his second pair and waved his hand, that's. He looked at his own empty glass in front of him. I drink? Yuan Gang, Ang. Is it really me drinking? Hong Hao nodded, Ang. Vomit. Fang Ming covered his mouth and ran frantically towards the restroom. The crowd of recruits in the hall who were still eating watched as Fang Ming ran out with an uncomfortable face, and they all expressed their doubts. What about him? No? Didn't Instructor Yuan take him to another room just now? I see all the food laid out in that room, why did you throw up? Who knows? He's been suspicious all day. Vomit. Super loud. Bailey Chubby put the pickles in 2 slices of steamed buns and chewed them with gusto. He glanced at Lin Xie, Brother Knight, that old Yuan too was ruthless enough to give him a whole vomit. Lin Xie turned his head to look at the restroom. Hell knows what they did in there? But it seems like I'm hearing it's Fang Ming all the time. Molly, huh? You can't torture a confession, can you? Bailey Chubby waved his hand. No. Just based on the strength that Brother Ming just showed in the training ground, who among us here would be his opponent? Fang Ming vomited in the restroom, feeling that even his own bile was about to be vomited out, and his eyes were filled with tears of remorse. These 2 killjoys are getting back at me like this. No, this can't get out. How about Jia. Kill someone? Exterminate. And then destroy the body. Jia. Hey, forget it. How can I, as a citizen of Daxia, do such a shameless deed? And Yuan Gang and Hongwu proceeded to sit at the round table and eat, and what's he throwing up? Yuan Gang looked at the bottle of wine was a little yellowish. He picked up the wine cup in the mouth of the bottle and sniffed. This wine what flavor spoiled? Hong Hao scratched his head. How can this wine go bad? Guess who dropped this wine? Yuan Gang carried the bottle with a disgusted face. Throw it away. It's definitely undrinkable. Pop. The bottle that Fang Ming had urinated on was thrown into the trash. But do you think he's acting or does he really not know? Yuan Gang picked up a peanut and threw it in his mouth. Instructor Hong lowered his head in contemplation. I feel half and half. It's true that he was in a mental hospital for 8 years, and this is supported by the information provided by Squad 136. Squad 136 can't hide it from us, can they? Yuan Gang nodded. Could it be that he got such powerful mental strength from being slingshot on his big ass? This is too much bull ********. It must not be psychic power that gets knocked out. That's called psychosis. Hong Hao, hey, 8 years, this Fang Ming spirit has to be said to be quite powerful as well. If it was placed on an average person it would have gone crazy long ago. Whether he's truly crazy or faking it, or deliberately hiding it for whatever reason, we can't let our guard down. After all, he is the #1 danger. Hong Hao, understood. Fang Ming came out of the restroom trembling, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, sitting on his butt next to Lin Xie, his head lowered without saying a word. Lin Xie bent down and probed at him. No? Really crying? Molly shoved the last bite of beef into her mouth, both cheeks bulging like a big bun. What? That's vomit. When a person is throwing up, the action of vomiting causes compression of the nasolacrimal ducts, which leads to tears coming out of the eyes, hence the watering of the eyes. Bailey Chubby, oh wow, Sister Molly you are so cultured. It's common sense, okay? Fang Ming snapped his head up and switched to a lewd smile again as he looked at Chubby Bailey and Molly. Molly, do you like those cool red powerful taijutsu that discharge electricity? That's natural. Why? You have? Not yet, I'll just ask. Chubby 100? Beep 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 dash. A shrill whistle sounded outside the cafeteria. All the recruits hurriedly put down the food in their hands and scurried out. In less than 2 minutes, they're all assembled in the playground. Instructor Hong looked at the serious-faced recruits in front of him and nodded. Not bad, the speed of assembly is already passing. The original close combat drills in the afternoon have been changed to extreme physical training. Many recruits puzzled over this statement. Extreme physical fitness? What does that mean? I don't know, it can't be supposed to be one of those TV shows where you run until you run out of steam, right? I should have known I'd eaten more. Lin Xie looked at the instructor's impish expression. His heart was a little puzzled. Physical training, he was not afraid. After all, it is now the afternoon. As long as you stick to the dark as your own home turf. Instructor Hong looked at their dumbfounded looks with a sincere face. Attention. Swish. There was a moment of silence. Do a lot of people not understand what extreme physical training means? Now let me explain to you. Extreme physical training is to squeeze the last ounce of stamina out of all of you. Don't stop until the end. Otherwise the consequence is well. Instructor Hong smiled lewdly. You'll know in a moment. Do you all hear me? The crowd of recruits replied in a loud voice. Yes. Depart. Chapter 55, Turning in Cheaters. Fongming, there are bad people among the masses. As the words fall, many of the recruits thought they were running laps around the assembly grounds until they were taken outside the assembly camp and saw several black buses. Out of the camp, Bailey Chubby's eyes lit up with some anticipation. Shouldn't it be? Lin Xie looked at the several buses in front of him and instinctively resisted a bit. Run for the hills, right? Bailey Chubby heard what Lin Xie said. His heart trembled. Once he had never even climbed a mountain, and now he had to run for the hills, which was not killing them. Fong Ming held behind him the somewhat weak-legged Bailey Fatty. Don't worry, it's not just running for the hills. Brace yourself for some obstacles, rocks, trees, whatever, and at best a couple of cute chorizo bars, and I'll just burn the mountain to the ground with a fire cloud trick. Yuan Gang walked to Fong Ming's side. If you dare to set fire to the mountain, what will you restore to me after you burn it? Fong Ming bristled. Che, isn't it just restoring the original state? I have this. No cheating of any kind is allowed, or you're straight out. Okay, you're tough. Moments later, recruits began to board the bus. Yuan Gang reached out his hand toward Fong Ming, who was standing in the back row of the queue. Bring it. What? What do you mean, you're two cheats? Fong Ming didn't have a good face. You don't trust me? No trust. Yuan Gang came up to his ear and the demon whispered. You don't want to be told you won your training by cheating, do you? Fong Ming slammed his backpack down. Fine, who's afraid of who? Just give it to you. With that, he gave Yuan Gang his alien lock and pink magic wand and headed for the car door. At the last moment of closing the door of the car, he was still fondly looking at his cheater in the box, and he pointed at Yuan Gang. Take good care of it. If you lose it, I won't spare you. Yuan Gang stood in place and gave him the OK sign as a helicopter stood ready to fire. The instructors gathered around to look at the alien lock that sealed the 7 gods, and all of them were a bit eager to try it out. Yuan Gang picked up the alien lock and scrutinized it, followed by turning him upside down. It's pretty heavy, huh? This thing really seals 7 gods? Not quite, huh? One of the instructors said to Yuan Gang, Chief, why don't you bring him along to try? Yuan Gang glanced at him. If it's not ours, we can't touch it. Even if you have the key to unlock the seal of the gods, can the gods recognize you if you are not summoned in person? Instructor Hong nodded and said to the instructor from earlier, not just anyone can become a divine agent. If it were as easy as you say, then everyone in our daxia would be a divine agent. That instructor quickly stood at attention. Yes, the chief taught me a lesson. Yuan Gang carefully placed the alien lock into the case, keep his things safe and return them to the person when the training is over. Hong Hao, yes. Chief. Yuan Gang waved his hand and turned toward the helicopter. Let's board as well. This afternoon is destined to be an interesting one. In the car, Fong Ming remembered through his foreign energy senses the same instructor who had let Yuan Gang try to summon the super beast god. Ha, little traitor, if you really dare to touch my things, I will let you die without a burial place. But do you really think I can't use my arms without the alien lock? Really haven't seen Ultra Beast. After about half an hour, the vehicle stopped. The recruits got off the bus in good order. Fong Ming followed behind Lin Xie as he patted Lin Xie's shoulder. Jinnan Mountain? Sangnan City was in the Great Plains of the southeastern part of Daxia. There were no high mountains per se, and this Jinnan Mountain was only about 4,000 meters, but it was connected to a not-so-small mountain range due to the fact that there were many small and large peaks surrounding it that wrapped around the main peak. It is known as the best place to train because of its remote location, which itself is not visited by many tourists. Lin Xie looked up. It's still true, really running for the hills. Bailey Chubby, Epsilon, A3 don't I quit okay? Lin Xie stepped forward and bent down to whisper a reminder. What are you talking about? We're men, can a man not be able to do it himself? Look behind you, Molly. Bailey Chubby immediately straightened his waist and puffed out his chest. ITM surely can. At this moment, the helicopter slowly dropped down, and Yuan Gang and the instructors came down from the ladder. Everyone should have a number in mind. Now, we're going to do extreme physical training. He pointed to the mountains behind himself and, see the mountains behind me? In a moment we'll equip you with 35 kilograms of weight, and the requirement is to cross this mountain range before dawn tomorrow. Report! The retired Special Forces soldier shouted. Speak! Just plain weighted cross-country? It's not that simple. Instructor Hong beckoned, and a number of small drones flew out from the cabin behind him, each equipped with microscopic gun holes. You all have weights on you with locator functions, and when you start training, these drones will follow you all the way into the mountains, and you will be eliminated from the game by being hit by the drone's pigment-equipped guns. Out well. A lewd smile appeared on Instructor Hong's face and, Jia, will suffer the harshest punishment ever. This obscene laugh sent shivers down the spine of many recruits. There are a few other points that I need to emphasize. Firstly, you are not allowed to throw away the weights on your body, once we find out that someone has secretly thrown away the weights secretly directly out of the game, but you can exchange or temporarily give them to other people to temporarily replace your weights. Secondly, and most importantly, no attacking drones. No attacking drones. No attacking drones. I know there must be pricks among you. Shin Shinju chewing gum looked up and blankly froze a glance at Instructor Hong, ********, there are offended. The third point is that you may train in groups, but you may not interfere with the normal actions of the others. These are the 3 points that need attention. Did you hear and see everything? Listen up. As the words fell, each of the recruits began to come forward to receive their weighted packages. Then Instructor Han distributed a machete to each of them. These knives are for you to overcome the terrain, not for you to kill each other. When it was Chao Yuan's turn, he looked at the spoon in his hand and cursed, "Are you kidding me? Is this about me digging myself a grave?" Instructor Han scratched his head, "You can't use a knife, make do for now." Chao Yuan pointed to the shears beside him and asked, "Will this work?" Scissors are also knives. Chao Yuan. When it was Chubby Bailey's turn, Instructor Hong ran up to him, "Hand over all those forbidden items you're carrying to prevent you from cheating." Bailey fat tiger body a shock, their own not much combat power, plus these life-preserving cheats and do not allow to use, if the danger how to do. Instructor, I'm afraid of running into danger. No, you won't be in danger with our drones monitoring you at all times. Well then, Instructor, these things are very valuable, you must protect them. Don't worry, I'm not stealing from you, hand over what kind and give you back what kind. Didn't that Fong Ming also hand over his cheater? Fong Ming looked at these instructors with a disgruntled face as he held the machete and warned, "Be careful, there are bad people amongst the masses." Instructor Hong, "Okay, can't lose it, don't worry about you." Seeing this, Bailey Chubby also had no choice but to hand over the white plastic bag in his pocket to Hong Hao's hands, and the forbidden things he carried on his body were also handed over. Waiting for the last recruit to enter the mountain, Hong Hao returned to the monitoring room and sat down next to Yuan Gang. Looking at his serious face, he should be thinking about something. "Chief, what are you thinking about?" Yuan Gang just silently watched the screen as the recruits fled through the mountains and fields, and after a few seconds, he looked up and said to Hong Hao, "Bring Fong Ming's things to us, and I'll personally watch over them." Chapter 56, Fong Ming Under Siege, Flaming Arrows. Inside Mount Tsunami. Fong Ming, Lin Chia, Bailey Chubby, and Chao Yuan walked in a group with a tacit understanding. Bailey Chubby didn't walk a few steps before he started gasping for air, looking at the endless mountain road, not paying attention to flopping and tripping over the vines under his feet. "Exhausted me, how come this thing is so heavy?" Fong Ming looked at him and reached out to pull him up. "No way, little chubby guy, time to lose weight." Bailey Chubby climbed up and patted the dirt on his butt, following Fong Ming. "Brother Ming, aren't you tired? Why do I see you like nothing else?" Fong Ming bumped the weighted backpack on his back. He couldn't feel the slightest pressure at all. Walking the winding and rugged mountain road was as easy as walking on flat ground. "Maybe I'm stronger." Lin Chia swung his sword and cut the branches in front of him, glancing back at the trio. "Hurry up and go, the drones will be chasing after them soon." Fong Ming as leisurely in the back waved his hand, afraid of what? "Well, rest assured that there I am, I directly afire." The loudspeakers buried in everyone's backpacks began to blare. "Attack drones are automatically out." Lin Chia's face was sinister. "You don't want to be the first one out, do you?" Fong Ming, ********. Does he even know what we say? Chao Yuan took a step forward with effort, crushing the thorns under his feet. "That's for sure, how else would we know if we did or didn't cheat?" Fong Ming cursed, then dragged Bailey's big fat ass upwards. These old inbi. I'll go back and have to make your pants physically and chemically disappear in both senses of the word. On the airplane. Hearing that Fong Ming's be still dared to talk tough, Yuan Gang turned back to Instructor Hong with a ghostly smile. "Cure him of this stinking problem." Instructor Hong also grinned from the corner of his mouth. "Understood." So he picked up the walkie-talkie at his waist. "Attention all units, concentrate your fire on Fong Ming." Over the intercom, "Roger." At this moment, Fong Ming was still carrying his loaded backpack and unhurriedly following behind Lin Chia's trio, humming a little tune. And the dozen or so recruits behind him were also following him without any hurry. Fong Ming looked back and skimmed his lips. "These big idiots, do you think you guys are like me? I have protective energy, what do you have?" Suddenly, he looked at a new recruit with a rather lewd face. "I'll see that you boys are good. I'll see what kind of embarrassment you'll have when you get shot." Buzzing dash. Nearly 30 drones flew towards Fong Ming's end altogether, similar to the loud beeping sound that sent chills down the spines of the crowd of recruits. Lin Chia snapped back. "WC, so many? Run." After hearing this, Bailey Fatty Chao Yuan did not care if there was an obstacle in front of him and pulled his legs out to run. What's the point of panicking? Fong Ming looked up at the densely packed drones. There are so many recruits here, they can get a few shots off. At this time, Fong Ming was already nearly 50 meters behind Lin Qiye's trio, and suddenly, he looked around. The recruits were all 10 meters away from him, as if they were terrified. One of the recruits kindly pointed a finger towards Fong Ming's head. Asterisk 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 huh? What? As Fong Ming raised his head, all 30-odd drones gathered over his head. WC. Swish swish swish. Colorful pigments shot out from tiny syringes underneath the drone, and Fong Ming jumped horizontally from side to side in place, hastily raising his machete to parry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You old Yuan, screwing me like that, huh? Seeing a few paintballs about to hit him, you guys are forcing me to do this. Fire cloud. Inside the loudspeaker, no attacking drones. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fong Ming hurriedly retracted half of his force, and ferocious flames surged out from his palm, instantly vaporizing the falling pigment into gas. Call. Support, bring me another 20 units and attack from all directions. Roger that. Fong Ming looked at the drones pouring in from all directions. Damn you. More than 50 drones surrounded Fong Ming. Thanks to Fong Ming, it was possible for the dozen or so new recruits to take a breather. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Ming's trio looked at Fong Ming as he struggled to fight. TSK, that's so invitingly ruthless that Lin Qiye had a sympathetic look on his face as he looked at the hand-to-hand Fong Ming with pity. Bailey Chubby, harm, really thank you brother Ming, otherwise we really can't handle so many drones. Chao Yuan also narrowed his eyes slightly and folded his hands in front of his chest. Scholar Fong, sacrificing yourself for others, your merit is boundless. The recruits who gathered around to watch the show, saw the instructor can be a person's scourge, also gradually relaxed their vigilance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yuan Gang was furious as he looked at the new recruits watching the show on the screen. These brats are still in the mood for theater. Finish them off for me. Instructor Hong, yes. Within a few seconds, the 20 or so drones surrounding Fong Ming suddenly reversed their direction, and the guns equipped with pigmented bullets fiercely fired rapidly in all directions. Dodge! One of the recruits reacted quickly, shouting and dodging a couple of paintballs with a forward lunge. But the other reacting recruits weren't so lucky, and in less than 10 seconds 3 of them were killed in action, their bodies falling straight down. Fong Ming also seized the opportunity and stomped hard on the ground with his right foot, a sideways roll lying in a dense bush. Suddenly, several instructors sprang out of the grass in the distance to lift the 3 recruits onto stretchers, gloating as they ran down the hill. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sure enough, there are anesthetic bullets in here. Seeing the bad situation, Lin Qiye hurriedly patted the duo's shoulders and warned. If you don't want to get caught, run while you can. Oh, good. Wait for me night. At this moment, Fong Ming plucked away a few leaves to check the situation around him afterward. Damn. So close. Suddenly, he felt a hot breath on the side of his face and felt a chill run down his spine. Not good. He slowly turned his head and came face to face directly with an instructor wearing camouflage makeup. Instructor, are you here to pull? Whoa Fong Ming let out a shout and climbed up to run, but he was directly grabbed by the instructor's ankle and fell on his ass. There's nothing in the rules that states that instructors can capture recruits. Fong Ming turned around and looked at the instructor in front of him who was leaping into action and hastily reminded him. Yes, there's no such rule, but there's also no rule that we can't arrest recruits if we get caught. Fong Ming, what the are you doing stuck in a bug with me here? What? No? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Speak out of turn, the person who captured me isn't even born yet. Fong Ming finished even put up a defensive stance, had a few flames around the wrist that had slowly appeared. Yuan Gang looked at Fong Ming's use of fire to ward off the pigment projectile just now, and now he was mobilizing the energy within his body to counterattack, and then he looked down at the 2-colored alien energy lock. He's out of this thing? And can still use fire? Instructor Hong stroked his stubble and analyzed, maybe, this thing can make him mobilize faster, or perform mecha summoning. He must have the existence of the divine ruins within himself. This thing should just make it more fluid for him to use. Yuan Gang nodded, I agree with you. But what is this kid going to do? Is he really planning to take a shot at the instructor? At this time, the stream of inflammation already at his wrist had moved to his palm, and a bursting nova coalesced in his palm. The instructor on the opposite side looked at the raging fireball and his heart fluttered. You dare to take a shot at the instructor? After saying that, he unconsciously took a step back, and at this time in the monitoring room, everyone looking at the big screen sweated for this instructor. Is this considered martyrdom? Yuan Gang shouted into the intercom, his tone even carrying some anger. Fong Ming, this is just training. If you strike out at the instructor, do you know what that means? Fong Ming acted as if he hadn't heard the shouts, placing his right hand in front of his chest and stretching it out, and placing his left hand on his ear. The ferocious fireballs were transformed into wisps of fiery arrows that were ready to be fired. Fire! It was too late for Yuan Gang to rush over at this point. He could only anxiously shout, Fong Ming. Cloud! The instructor in front of him looked around him, isolated, with the nearest reinforcements still 100 meters away.
From afar, Lin Xie was also startled by Fong Ming's actions. No way? He really dared to take a shot at the instructor? The consequences of this could be wanted by the Night's Watch en masse. Chubby Bailey put his hands on his mouth. Brother Ming, don't do anything stupid. It's just training. It's not worth it if you take this life. Fong Ming grinned sinisterly. Are you ready, instructor? The instructor standing in front of Fong Ming gulped. The divine pressure that Fong Ming had erupted now had made him unable to walk. In the next second, Fong Ming's pupils contracted violently as he fought to shoot the fiery arrow out. Decision. Chapter 57, Murmuring, let me see how you're doing? Fong Ming, Phantom Lin Nebula. At this moment, all the instructors in the airplane monitoring room and Lin Xie and the others covered their eyes, not daring to look at this scene. After all, the ferocious blow that melted the mountain peak in the morning was not something anyone could withstand. 2 seconds later, that instructor standing in front of Fong Ming slowly lowered his chest-blocking arm, cold sweat pouring down. His legs were shaking a little now, and he suddenly felt a tightness in his loins. Yoo-hoo, Piggy Peach. Fong Ming squatted behind him and yanked hard on the monkey bars on his pants, turning around and yanking. Pop resounded through the jungle. Those original fiery arrows had completely dissipated when they detached Fong Ming's hand, and they didn't shoot towards the instructor at all. Fong Ming was carrying a pink pantsuit in his hand, jumping up and down and frantically fleeing through the mountain wilderness. Upright arrow, hey, yahoo, ahahahaha. Inside the monitoring room, Yuan Gang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This psycho. What a shock to the old man. Behind a few instructors, wiped the sweat on the forehead. This joke is a bit big. This if he really moved to kill. Why don't we just take him out of training? He's strong enough as it is. Yuan Gang shook his head. No, training looks not at strength, but responsibility. The responsibility one should have to the country, to the people, its faith, one's faith in the nation. We need to nurture them, focusing on that. If you look at strength, and it's uneven, then those who are weak deserve to be eliminated? Then the strong ones shouldn't be trained? But, look at this man, is he looking toward being responsible? Yuan Gang turned his head to look at the several instructors behind him. Don't jump to conclusions so early. If he didn't want to come to training, none of us here could have trapped him, but he still chose to stay in this camp with the recruits. Then it can be concluded that he's not bad at heart, despite his usual cheating and pranks, but that's pretty good for a patient who's been in psychosis for 8 years. Instructor Hong, Chief, you think highly of him. Yuan Gang turned to look at the big screen with his hands clasped in front of him. It's not that I'm bullish on him, I'm bullish on every recruit here. He then intoned, maybe with him in this time, this class of recruits may have far fewer casualties in the future. By this time, several of the captured recruits had been delivered. Yuan Gang, yo, the express is here. You guys know how to do this, right? Instructor Hong and several instructors understood, promised to complete the mission. Inside the mountain, the drones were still frantically chasing each recruit when suddenly the instructor's voice came from the weighted backpacks behind each man. Hello? Can you hear me? Crowd? Bailey Chubby had a disgruntled look on his face. What are they going to do again? Here is the most cruel punishment. Put the ring of truth on him. Ahem, your name is Wang Liang, right? What's the most unseemly thing you've done in your life? I peeked at my neighbor's big sister in the shower. Oh, what's the body like? Fantastic. So have you ever stolen a picture? Yes, there are times when I'm still on my cell phone. The corners of Wang Liang's mouth twitched, his facial muscles exerted themselves frantically, but he just couldn't control his mouth, and his limbs were tied tightly to the chair and couldn't move. And the instructor Hong in front of him was asking all sorts of social death questions with a sinister face. The soldiers in the mountains twitched with laughter at such a reply. I didn't expect this kid Wang Liang, who looks quite naive, is actually like this behind his back. I'll have to get him to show me that picture when this set is over. Afterwards, Instructor Han looked to the other recruit on the side, who was already trembling with fear, looking at the several instructors beside him with extreme fear. Instructor, I was wrong, can we not ask such a social death question? Instructor Hong took off that ring on Wang Liang's hand and put it on him with his backhand. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you, Jia. How many little movies are on your phone? 256G. Whose are they all? Pale. Ichika. Hakata. Who's your favorite person to watch? A flower. Soon, some of the recruits realized that something was wrong, a chill surged through them, their faces extremely ugly. Chubby Bailey swallowed. Could this be the punishment for being hit? It's too evil, isn't it? Lin Xie also couldn't help but speak, this forbidden object that makes people speak the truth. There's no one else with this trick. As for Fong Ming, he was extremely indifferent, holding a baked and somewhat burnt spicy noodles in his hand. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid of the shadow, Bark bark. Lin Xie, WC, where did you catch this thing? Mumble. Fong Ming pointed to a small dirt nest not far away, right there. I have several more snake eggs, will you eat them? Bailey Chubby and Lin Xie hurriedly waved their hands and refused. No, you eat.
Subsequently, a few more drones flew over this way, and Lin Qiya's trio scattered. They absolutely couldn't be shot at, or they'd be finished. Fang Ming was still chewing the spicy noodles in his hands. Che, what are you afraid of? He looked down again, hiss. Why do I feel like I'm eating Li Yifei's head? Inside the Asylum of the Gods, Li Yifei was reading a bedtime story to Nyx. Achoo. Who's muttering about me? Next time. The recruits within the mountain were fleeing frantically. They didn't dare to think that these dog instructors could even ask about the size. What else were they afraid to ask? Inside the base, Instructor Hong nodded with satisfaction as he watched the recruits' hands and feet on the screen. He said to Instructor Han beside him, "How's that? That's a good move, isn't it? How nice to serve the purpose of training them and hearing stories." Hanli covered his face muscles that were sore from laughing. "Awesome, or you guys know how to play." At this moment, the drone in the sky swept over Fang Ming's head and headed quickly towards the recruits who ran away. "What do you mean? Not hitting me? Is it looking down on me?" Fang Ming broke the charred chili fries in half in a fit of anger. Suddenly, Fang Ming felt his body lighten, while the piece of the screen in the base belonging to Fang Ming instantly turned black. "What's going on?" Yuan Gang muttered as he looked at the darkened chunks of glass on the screen. "Bad?" Instructor Hong went up and cocked his head, tapping the machine. "It shouldn't be, everyone else's is normal, ah? So what? Is it Fang Ming's doing again? Quickly, send surveillance drones to this location. We must investigate clearly." Yuan Gang pointed at the black screen, looking a little panicked. The consequences of a Seven Gods agent, out of their surveillance, were self-evident. Fang Ming sensed a powerful aura behind him. He sidestepped and glanced with his afterimage. It was a man in a black tuxedo with long hair falling down his back and a purple kite brooch pinned on his chest. Fang Ming turned his body upright and spoke indifferently. "And you are?" He struggled to recall the episode in his head. "I see. Your dog be raving. Looks like a human demon. Raving." As one of the three oldest gods of the Church of the Ancient Gods, he wasn't angered by Fang Ming's insults. An agent of the Seven Gods doesn't look like much. "Ha! You're out so soon?" "Against you, a new recruit who is only in the Marigold realm. It's simply a big deal for me to use nightmare projection, but in deference to the fact that you're an agent of the Seven Gods, I'm still going to recruit you myself." "Recruit me, so what if I say no?" "No? Then you're only going to die." Fang Ming snorted and laughed. "It's the first time in my entire life that someone dares to say something like that to me. Really, maybe today this is the last time you will see the sun." Murmur's gaze was fierce. "However, before I kill you again, I want to know how you became an agent of the Seven Gods." Raving thought to himself that killing a Marigold Realm recruit with his own nightmare projection of peak C realm strength was simply easy. But he must first know the secrets of these Seven Gods. Suddenly, a piercing ghostly light blossomed from Rumor's eyes, forcing his soul into his mind. Fang Ming only felt a little dizzy, and slowly sat down against a tree. Fang Ming's brain mind. In an opulent palace, 7 giant pillars stood above the lobby, and the totems of Phantom Lin, Green Dragon, Phoenix, Thunder Elephant, Cloud Bat, White Tiger, and Black Panther were carved on the surfaces of the 7 stone pillars emanating 7 different kinds of starlight. And above the Great Hall was the 18 steps of gilt stone slabs built into the path of the gods. A blood-colored red carpet slowly spread down the 3 thrones of God at the high platform. The gods on the 2nd and 3rd thrones stood up slowly and Genji, Holy Glow, Nebula. The Underworld King and the Snow Emperor stood in front of the thrones on both sides, their hands clasped together, and a wave of alien energy that was more than 20 times the size of a black hole erupted above the Great Hall, which actually shook this divine king's palace to its core. This terrifying divine pressure made the ravings gasp for air. His knees unconsciously knelt down, and a little blood even spilled out from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the god on the first throne with a grimace on his face. On the first throne, Fang Ming lazily reclined on it, his right hand resting on the side of his face, and as his eyelids slowly lifted, his left hand gently lifted, and a ruddy nebulous body of mighty power slowly surfaced behind him. Phantom Lin, Nebula, Chapter 58 Nightmare Projection Erased, Contracting Longing, Fang Ming earns numbness. An even more terrifying pressure of God's might pressed Rumor hard to the ground and couldn't move. Only to see his hands on the ground, his body had almost completely flopped onto the red carpet, using all his strength to resist the pressure exerted by the 3 gods in front of him. The pupils of the ethereal knight were already covered in blood. Fang Ming slowly rose on the first throne and walked to the gilt stone slab of the first step, scornfully looking down at the ravings of the bowed heads below. At this point the ravings were desperately trying to raise their heads, and the breaks had begun to occur at the neck. The god of a mere molehill dares to look up to the true gods. Fang Ming sidestepped and raised his hand. The illusory Lin Nebula behind him erupted with an even brighter starburst, and the thick, red-colored arm that flowed from it was the strongest bloodline in the universe. One could only see the illusory Lin god's hand of nothingness extending to the top of Rumor's head, ready to fall and annihilate this nightmare projection in the world. Fang Ming turned back to sit in the center of the throne in an imperial stance. "I think you're too weak. Next time, remember to drag a few others along with you so I can save you the trouble." Rumor felt the pressure on his body slightly reduced by a few points, so he slowly raised his head, with an extremely exaggerated expression on his face.
Arrogant and conceited. Even if you can defeat a projection at the peak of the sea realm, that doesn't mean you can defeat my main body. Fong Ming smiled faintly. How dare you, a hunted mole, say such things. What a big mouth. With just a single look, Fong Ming let the pressure that pressed down on Rumor completely tear his limbs apart. Put. A dull popping sound came out from Rumor's chest, and blood flowed all over the place. Because Rumor was planted on top of the red carpet, the blood was not so sudden. Fong Ming raised his eyebrows lightly, his gaze becoming even more contemptuous as some mockery appeared at the corners of his mouth. Don't you call yourself a god? God? Does it bleed too? It seems like you're still not clear about the difference in strength between you and me. The nightmare projection fell to the ground staring blankly, already dying. Alright, I don't care to talk nonsense with you, this time I'll make you remember what it means to be a real god. With a casual wave of the illusory Lin god's hand, the God King's palace shuddered violently, and countless pieces of debris fell to bury Rumor's body. Boom! A crimson beast's palm slammed down, erasing the buried rubble along with this projection. A faint wisp of red crystal ink drifted in the wind. Fong Ming got up and stood between the Underworld King and the Snow Emperor, gazing at the 7 super beast god stone pillars in the middle of the Great Hall, the light emitted by the illusory Lin and the white tiger shining even brighter. System alert, stifle nightmare projection to gain a chance to draw super beast god, with an additional bonus of temporal chaos. Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value. Wind Flare, 78% bond value. Current alien energy value 1. 21 black holes. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Mount, Tiger Flash, unlocked. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 100% power. Skill, Shining Spirit Technique 100% power. Currently compressing ISO energy to 1/10 carat 13. The late stage of the Chuan realm has been reached in the world of Zhanshan, compressed package. Fong Ming, you're so sweet. It looks like completing the difficulty event is going to be a lot faster than absorbing the Forbidden Ruins. Fong Ming felt that his 5 black holes of alien energy targets were close at hand. Want it? Just give them all a kill. Hiss. Rather, it will seem a bit boring. Forget it or smoke it first. Role randomization is in progress at the request of the host. Character extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Dragon War God, unlocking the Skill Cold Shadow technique, unlocking the Dragon War Flash Shoot, and unlocking the Ultra Beast God Duo. Long Jian's bonding level is 1%. With Fong Ming, an ing attached? From now on you're my real mom. System, Barley. Bonus, Redemption. A piece of parchment slowly floated down in front of Fong Ming. He picked up the parchment, and a magnificent flowery face leapt onto the paper. It was engraved with, sign a contract with Long Ying. You can make a summoning at any time, and your body and soul are at the disposal of the host at any time. Yes or no? Fong Ming looked at the paper. Long Ying, probably because it is the relationship between the face of the real person, looks much better than in the anime. The most important thing is that she has white hair wearing black silk plus that thin waist. This is a man cannot resist it. That must yes. The contract has been completed. The host can verbally summon at any time, with unlimited storage time, or recover at any time, storing the medium alien lock. I'm ing direct. Nice. Super loud. Fong Ming's shout echoed in the lobby of the Hall of the God King. This time when he ran into Rumor, not only did he erase the nightmare projection and save countless villagers at the bottom of the mountain, but he also unlocked the Dragon Warrior God and Ultra Beast God Doppelganger, and also attached the contracted Dragoning, and also gained a chance to mess around in time and space. Fong Ming is making money how he wants to. Ahahahahaha. Yahoo! Fong Ming sat on the first throne giggling with joy. WC. I am the son of heaven's destiny. Pluto. Snow Emperor. There's still one more chance for temporal chaos, so I'll have to make the most of it. Little Tubby, if I can get that taijutsu, you'll have to buy me a wedding drink when it's done. But what if? What if he awakens? Forget it, whatever, one has to have fun in time. Fong Ming stood up once again and looked at the Snow Emperor's long, white, flawless god's long legs, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Just as he walked up to the Snow Emperor, pow! Instructor Hong slapped Fong Ming to the ground, and Fong Ming opened his eyes to find a dozen instructors surrounding him, looking at him with surprised faces. I up right arrow down right arrow. Fong Ming got up and grabbed Instructor Hong's neck collar, eyes full of remorse and unwillingness, as if he was in a hurry to cry. You ing early now to fan late, have to wait for me to do things fan, all you. Yuan Gang saw this and hurriedly went up to pull Fong Ming away. Fong Ming. Present. Instinctive reaction made Fong Ming stand at attention and salute. What just happened to you? You were unconscious under a large tree when we arrived, and why did the video monitoring you go offline? And, this thing of yours, how come it's 3 colors again? He held the exotic lock in front of Fong Ming. It turned out that while the instructors were hoofing it towards the location where Fong Ming had broken the line, Fong Ming's ability lock had turned into a red, white, and blue ability lock at a speed visible to the naked eye in front of Yuan Gang. This scene had given Yuan Gang a great deal of fright. Originally, the 7 gods in Fong Ming's body had awakened 2 of them when they were in 2 colors, and if they were in 3 colors, there was a 99% chance that the 3rd god in Fong Ming's body had already awakened.
He thought to himself that if Fong Ming were to suddenly fall, he would have to blow the entire mountain flat. Fortunately, by the time the searching instructors arrived, Fong Ming was only unconscious, and according to the instructors who came back to report, they claimed that the aura of the Church of the Ancient God had been found nearby. When he heard what Yuan Gang said, he came back to his senses and looked down to think, this well.
I should have run into ravings. Chapter 59, The Happiest Thing. What are you talking about?
Not only Yuan Gang, the 10 or so instructors present all showed horror after hearing this. Raving is one of the 3 ancient gods of the Church of the Ancient Gods. His strength had already reached the Klein realm. Within the training camp, whoever touched it would be a dead end, but it so happened that Fong Ming had survived. At this moment, Fong Ming felt that the eyes of this group of instructors were looking at him in a somewhat less than friendly manner, and even some of his hands unconsciously touched the pistol at his waist. Encountering ravings, being in a coma, awakening a third god and coming back unharmed, all of these strings together look suspicious to anyone who puts them together.
Fong Ming? No, what are you guys looking at me like that for?
I had nothing to do with him, I beat him off. Yuan Gang circled around Fong Ming straight away. He knew that Fong Ming was really compressing the realm, but a recruit that could beat away the Klein realm, this could all be something that would be recorded in the annals of the Chinese vigilantes, and he even felt that he could step into the realm of the supreme god.
Is everything you said true?
Yuan Gang questioned again. This matter was too unbelievable for all the instructors to believe. Fong Ming found a stool and sat down. The instructor sitting next to him immediately got up and moved a few meters away from Fong Ming. Gee, why don't you guys believe me? After I ran into the nightmare projection of ravings,
Yuan Gang suddenly interrupted. Are you saying you just stumbled upon a nightmare projection of ravings? Fong Ming nodded. Ah, that pretty much makes sense then.
The nightmare projection was at most at the peak of the sea realm, while Yuan Gang presumed that Fong Ming's strength should be at the limitless realm, or even a half step into the Klein realm, and with the body's 7 deities, it was not surprising to take out an enemy at the peak of the sea realm. When Fong Ming saw these instructors nodding, he felt relieved in his heart. Damn, the peak of the sea realm is nothing. Old me has so many plugins. Beating a few little broken gods, that's not a snap. Suddenly Instructor Hong pulled out the Ring of Truth from his pocket. But you still need to wear this.
Fong Ming, you don't trust.
Stop, this counts as your punishment for not completing your training. You wouldn't have something unseemly, would you? Jia. Instructor Hong revealed an extremely lewd expression.
Asterisk, bring it on.
Fong Ming snatched over the Ring of Truth and put it on his finger. However, it didn't seem to work for him. Fong Ming could still say whatever he wanted because the horse charm could cut off all external influences. Instructor Hong pondered for a while. After all, he knew Fong Ming's proclivities, and since they were all fully aware of what happened at the mental hospital, there really didn't seem to be anything embarrassing to ask.
Only to see him speak slowly. Fong Ming, what is the happiest thing in your life?
Fong Ming felt that this person was simply psychotic. He woke up in a mental hospital and had been abused for 8 years, so there was no such thing as happiness. But suddenly he seemed to remember something. He bowed his head with a serious face and his lips parted.
The happiest thing in my life is, I met Lin Xie. I met everyone in Squad 136 stationed in Songnan City, Chiangmai, Wen Chiemo, Wu Xiangnan, Sister Hongyang, Si Xiaonan, Leng Xian, Zhao Kongcheng, and the instructors who came to set up the training to meet and you guys. As Fong Ming spoke, he unconsciously looked towards Bailey Chubby and the instructor and his party who were standing dumbfounded on the side. Xin Qingzhu's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. Crooked, don't speak such meaty words at this time. Yuan Gang and the instructors all carried a pleased smile on their faces after hearing this. By this time, it was completely dark and Fong Ming pondered that Lin Xie should be the only one running frantically in the mountain right now.
It had been nearly 10 hours since Lin Xie had entered Mount Zinan. All the drones had long since run out of power, and the medics behind him could only run behind him as hard as they could.
Yuan Gang looked at the fast-moving red dots on the map and sighed. Doesn't this Lin 7 Knights get tired? Are all divine agents this perverted? He unconsciously looked towards Fong Ming.
He was seen fighting the landlord with Instructor Hong and Hanli, surrounded by all kinds of snacks transformed with pink magic wands, and Bailey Chubby, Cha Yuan, Emoli, and Xin Qingzhu were all watching intently as they ate their food.
4 twos. Yeehaw. I won.
Fong Ming immediately raised his hands and cheered, while on the contrary, Instructor Hong and Hanli had notes plastered all over their faces.
Bailey Chubby, still my brother Ming is great, worthy of being the god of gambling. Damn you, are you cheating?
Instructor Hong tore the note off his face and pointed at Fong Ming and questioned. In 31 consecutive games, Fong Ming had only lost 2.
That's right, I seriously doubt you cheated. Hanli slammed his cards down and walked away in a huff.
A plaque suddenly appeared in front of Fong Ming with the words God of Gamblers written on it. Hiss. How can you say that, Dish, just practice more.
Yuan Gang smiled faintly. These little cubs had been tired for a day, it was time for them to take a rest. At that moment, the sound of a soldier reporting came over the pager. Report, Chief, Lin Xie is coming out soon. Hearing the sound, all of the instructors and recruits came out of their airplanes to the exit of Mt.
Zinan and waited quietly. Suddenly, under the black mountain peak ahead, a muddy teenager slowly walked out from it. The uniform he was wearing had been scratched by thorns, his trouser legs were covered in dirt, his cap was long lost somewhere, and he was clutching the machete in his hand, with a small amount of blood dripping from it. Right now, Lin Xie was still 30 meters away from the cordon of the exit, only to see his figure swaying, threatening to fall at any moment.
Chubby Bailey suddenly shouted, "Knight, cheer up, you'll win soon. Chao Yuan, 7 knights. Go for it."
Shin Xinju, who had always been high and cold, also shouted loudly, "Lin Xie, the last hope of the new recruits, go for it." And Fang Ming touched the pink magic wand in his arms and wanted to pull it out, but then put it back in his arms. As Lin Xie's legs stepped over the cordon, Bailey Chubby and the others rushed forward to support the frail figure. Even though the Starry Night Dancer was the master of the night, for a high school student, a few hours of mountain road had already almost drained the only trace of energy left in his body. Instructor Hong hurriedly unscrewed a bottle of water and ran forward to feed Lin Xie. Lin Xie gripped the mineral water bottle and greedily drank all the water in the bottle. "Drink slowly." Instructor Hong looked at the teenager in front of him with a smile on his face and gently held his back. "Instructor, is this a win for me?" Yuan Gang walked up. "Count on it. You've made history among the recruits. You've become the first among the freshly assembled recruits to complete extreme physical training." Suddenly, Instructor Hong took out the Ring of Truth and waved it in front of Lin Xie. "Want to try this?" Lin Xie's pupils suddenly dilated. "**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
them all. Fong Ming gave him a blank look, asterisk 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 isn't that what you forced Lousy to bring? What? Want to try?
Instructor Hong remained persistent as Fong Ming's words surprised them all, a soft heart hidden beneath the psychotic exterior. Lin Xie took the ring of truth and put it on his hand, only to hear Instructor Hong slowly speak. Lin Xie, what is the happiest thing in your life?
He thought long and hard about. I fell to the ground when I was a kid looking at the moon and went blind. Didn't have a childhood as pleasant as other children. Was institutionalized as a heretic. Failed to make a good life for my aunt and cousin. It seemed as if his life had been a tragedy at every turn, but a few seconds passed and he bowed his head and spoke. I have a happy family, aunts and cousins. And you guys. Chapter 60, Can't Eat, Fong Ming, Want Some, Fresh Squeezed Popping Ice? At 5:30 in the morning, Lin Xie and his group soaked in the medicinal bathtub for the whole night. Ah Shu Tan.
Bailey Chubby's two little chubby arms were resting on the sides of the wooden barrel, with a moist towel on top of his forehead, which was still faintly bubbling with hot air, and his expression was very soulful.
Lin Xie.
No, can you not make such a deadly noise so that people in the other dorms hear it and think that our dorm is full of perverts? Bailey Fat scratched his head. Hey, that's not can't help it. Set training these 2 days tired to death. It's not easy to relax a little. He had felt incredibly sore from last night until now, and his body felt like it was falling apart, but now it felt relaxed.
Ah! Fong Ming let out the same soulful cry. The heat in the barrel he was in seemed to be even more vigorous.
Lin Xie turned his head at the sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
How come the water in your bucket seems hotter than ours? Fong Ming was filled with shock. You're a fool to run for the hills. I play with fire, remember?
Oh yes. Lin Xie really soaked a little difficult, although this medicinal bath is the night watchman carefully developed to increase muscle and bone, relieve fatigue of the miraculous effect, but the bubble time is really a little long. Fong Ming stood up from the medicinal bathtub and spoke to the duo. I heard that there will be no intensive training today, and the instructor informed us to go to the cafeteria to eat when we are hungry. Bailey Chubby Egu, I really don't want to eat in the cafeteria. Daily steamed buns and raw meat are not attractive to me at all. I might as well sleep more in the dorm without the rally.
Today it's buns, soy milk and donuts. Oh, wow.
Bailey Chubby and Lin Xie stood up in the medicinal bath bucket at the same time. Bowsy.
Soy milk. Oil.
Strips. The two looked at each other and cried out in pain.
Bailey Chubby, Epsilon, AAA, 3 damn, is this seeing the light of day? It's so ing hard.
Squeak. The dormitory door was pushed open by Chow Yuan, who had his toothbrush in his mouth and looked at the 3 naked men in the dormitory.
Sorry, 10 minutes.
The 4 of them walked out the door of their dormitory in full gear and the early morning sun shone on their faces without being very harsh, and everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Bailey Chubby squinted in the direction of the rising sun. It feels like today's sun is even better looking than the previous 2 days.
As for that, be careful that the candy you give today will give you a whip tomorrow. Lin Xie reminded from the side.
Bailey Chubby spread his hands.
That's better than being a whip all the time, right?
The animals still have to be coaxed into working. A few people came to the cafeteria and found that the inside of the cafeteria was already crowded with new recruits. Everyone was as if they were a hungry wolf, their eyes rolling red as they grabbed their plates of food and stuffed them into their mouths. Lin Xie straight-faced this scene. It's really good. The 4 of them found an empty table and sat down. Chow Yuan set his military cap aside and said to the 3, what kind of stuffing do you want to eat?
I'll go get it. Fong Ming raised his hand, sauerkraut and pork one.
Lin Xie, I'm fine with everything. After all, he had lived a bitter life for over 10 years. Lin Chia now felt that it didn't matter what he ate. For his part, Bailey Chubby stood up and decided to follow Chow Yuan. I'll go get it myself, I'm afraid you can't hold it.
Chow Yuan, oh. In less than half a minute, Chow Yuan held 3 drawers of buns and walked in this direction of Fong Ming with a speechless face.
Lin Chia raised his head and pointed behind Fong Ming, the corners of his mouth twitching a bit. I suspect that he's the reincarnation of the heavenly Puff Marshal.
Fong Ming turned back with a puzzled face. WC. No buddy, can you eat it?
Only to see Bailey Chubby holding 5 drawers of buns, walking with difficult steps towards the side.
Bam! A bang.
Bailey Chubby placed the cage drawer in his hand on the table, and the table unexpectedly shook slightly.
I have to be able to eat it or I won't be able to eat it.
Lin Chia, alright, I'll see how you eat. 10 minutes later, Fong Ming, Lin Chia, and Chow Yuan had already eaten all of their drawers of buns, while Bailey Chubby's expression was a little tough when he reached the 4th drawer.
Lin Chia, aren't you not going to be able to eat it? Swish.
Chubby Time pulled a plastic bag out of his pocket and
so much for going around in circles, huh? Fong Ming stretched out a paper towel and wiped his mouth. Do you guys want to eat fruit popping ice? Chow Yuan scratched his head. What the hell is that?
Bailey Chubby put the bun into his pocket and looked at him with a look of disgust. Bumpkin.
It's just a cold drink similar to ice cream. What's ice cream?
Lin Chia looked down at the Rolex on his wrist. You guys eat, I still have some things to do. After saying that, Lin Chia got up and walked towards the entrance of the cafeteria.
Ming, what's up with Night?
Fong Ming knew with his toes that he must have gone to look for old Yuan B. He also had no intention of answering Bailey Chubby's question, and just patted his shoulder.
Get that little Tug, and Molly too, to your dorm room. Ha! Isn't it just going to the grocery store to buy a shaved ice? And you have to bring it into your dorm room to eat it?
Fong Ming whispered in Bailey Chubby's ear. Tisk, how unhealthy are the ones sold in the supermarket? Brother will get them for you now.
Ha! We don't have a machine either, how do we get it? Ha! You forgot my brother had this.
Fong Ming lifted his clothes. It was a pink magic wand. After Fong Ming's careful study, he realized that this was a really good thing. As long as he had seen it and could imagine the shape in his mind, it could change it.
Well, wouldn't you just change into one? You want to stay with Molly or not, don't you?
Bailey Chubby turned back to look at Molly, who was concentrating on drying her rice. A little rushed, her face instantly turned red. Brother, it's not good for the girls' dormitory to enter the boys' dormitory, right?
You deadbeat, wouldn't it be better if I made him a guy? It's not like anyone else can see it in the dorm anyway. Don't you want to get closer to Molly?
Bailey Chubby, want to.
But I still don't dare. Fong Ming sighed deeply. Forget it, I'll go talk. Fong Ming sidled up to Molly's side and sat down, revealing an expression. Sister Molly?
What? Do you want freshly squeezed fruit pops? After Molly heard this, she also thought that the idea was good. She hadn't eaten any fresh fruits even after coming here for a few days, and another reason was that Fong Ming could use his magic wand to change any food and it tasted good. This was undoubtedly the biggest temptation for a glutton who was in her flower season.
Deal. Fong Ming then made it to Xin Xingzhu's face again. Tug brother. Don't take it from me.
Aya, please have some shaved ice. Fong Ming said while signaling him to look at the 3 little followers behind him, indicating that he could also get them a few servings to eat. Xin Xingzhu turned back to look at the 3 pitiful faces, really convinced.
Fong Ming, since the awakening of the dragon warrior god, the power of cold and ice in the body more and more intense, and even last night idly nothing, the right hand manipulate a fireman, the left hand manipulate a man of ice, so that the 2 people fight each other. But it was always fireman who was victorious, and Fong Ming complained from time to time that Iceman wasn't competitive. After the success of pulling Molly and Xin Xingzhu together. Thus, Fong Ming took advantage of the crowd's inattention to turn Molly into Lin Chia's appearance, and this operation was a fool's errand for Bailey Chubby and the others. He swallowed and looked at Fong Ming. Brother Ming, I suddenly have an idea. You get the hell out. Chapter 61, Lin Chia appetizer piece, white hair black silk longing. Lin Chia dormitory. A long table with melon, mango, dragon fruit, watermelon, honeydew, cantaloupe, juicer, ice, blender. WC, your dormitory is really cool. Xin Xingzhu scattered around and surprisingly found an air conditioner in the corner. Fong Ming sat on the side with a smile at the corner of his mouth. See, brother Drag, this is the benefit of having a cheater. After a burst of Fong Ming's pounding, hand-rolled shaved ice, bowls of delicious fresh fruit popping ice were placed in front of everyone's eyes. Frog fun. Molly looked at the shaved ice in her hand and took a spoonful into her mouth, then a surprised expression appeared on her face. This is indeed better than the ones bought outside. I didn't realize that you had this mastery. Chow Yuan, I didn't expect this icy cold stuff to taste really good. That must be. Fong Ming's vanity was greatly satisfied, his tail prying into the sky. Even the always serious Xin Xingzhu unconsciously nodded. Delicious. After all, who would say no to a bowl of cold desserts after dinner?
Fong Ming then condensed a pile of ice in his palm and put it into the blender, whose feels that there isn't enough ice to squeeze it for themselves.
Molly looked at the ice in Fong Ming's palm. Aren't you playing with fire? You can still use ice? Chubby 100, ice? Fire? Just then, bam. With a bang, Lin Chia opened the door and entered.
The 5 people in the room stopped their hands at the same time and looked in unison at Lin Chia standing in the doorway.
Lin Chia? He took a half step back and looked up at the dormitory sign number to make sure it was correctly his dorm. No? Freshly made shaved ice. And, Molly? What are you doing in the boys' dormitory?
Molly was all but unconcerned. Hey, Fong Ming told me to come here, saying that there was fresh fruit popping ice.
As it happens, here's one we saved for you.
She pushed the table filled with shaved ice bowls towards Lin Chia. Lin Chia closed the door and walked over to the crowd, speaking in a serious tone to Fong Ming. Not that I'm criticizing you, Fong Ming, you get so many people to come to our dormitory and lead girls in, even though it's a day off today, you know.
Eat up you.
With a flash, Fong Ming held up a scoop of shaved ice and quickly shoved it down Lin Chia's throat.
Cough cough cough.
Lin Chia froze, unconsciously swallowed the shaved ice immediately followed by 2 coughs. A trace of surprise suddenly surfaced on his face.
How was it? Delicious, isn't it? In the next second, Lin Chia also joined Fong Ming's queue, crazily stuffing shaved ice into his mouth. Bailey Chubby whispered to Fong Ming, Brother Ming, did you drug him? How is that reaction too scary than when I eat a bun? Hey, I just slipped something into that bowl of his that would whet the appetite. Chubby 100.
He was about to say something when Fong Ming stopped him. Hey, don't worry, there are no side effects. After saying that, a lewd smile emerged from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the Lin Chia appetizer tablet in his hand. The time of leisure, which passed so quickly, the boys' dormitory was lit up at night and everyone didn't want to let go of this rare day. Fong Ming was lying alone in his dormitory, leisurely watching the TV. The previous humble bedroom was now decorated by him to be comparable to a luxury apartment. Soft leather sofas, luxurious ceiling, and refrigerator, washing machine, microwave.
Yuan Gang looked at his dormitory with binoculars, and Fong Ming didn't forget to wave hello out the window.
The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched a few times, and Instructor Hong beside him slowly lowered his binoculars. Which one of him is here to set up training?
This is clearly a vacation.
Yuan Gang looked down and crushed a few small stones under his feet. Let him be. He decimated the nightmare projection of rumor, which should have been a great achievement. Let him off the hook even as a reward for him, as long as he doesn't bother the other recruits. Instructor Hong nodded. Indeed, the decapitation of an enemy of Sea Realm strength at the recruit station would have been the first case since the establishment of the Night's Watch. It would also make it clear that he is completely on our side of the Night's Watch.
Yuan Gang, yes, that's the point. But, Chief, haven't you responded to the top brass yet? Yuan Gang shook his head. Let's wait a little longer, it's not the right time yet. Come on, let's go back and have a drink. These pups have been idle all day, we should relax. Continue training as usual tomorrow. Yes, Chief.
Fong Ming was leisurely lying on the bed watching the TV staging of I Am the Special Forces of the Fire Phoenix, and now it happened to be playing to the part of the Valentine's Island gunfight, and his eyes were looking straight up. Hey, the plot is bull asterisk 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 asterisk, but these women are in real good shape. Asterisk 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 almost forgot about you. Fong Ming got up, and a 3-colored alien energy lock slowly surfaced at his wrist. Longing? It's really something to look forward to. The alien lock suddenly erupted with an intense green light, followed by a humanoid silhouette appearing in front of Fong Ming, gradually turning from virtual to real. It was a tall, hair color pure white stepping on black silk imperial sister. She was wearing a black leather jacket half kneeling in front of Fong Ming. The next second, Longing slowly raised her head. Fong Ming looked at her extremely handsome face. I do not know how many times better than in memory. Like jade like snowskin is rare in the world. The body of that poisonous temperament is also completely faded, and in its places is some tender eyes. Fong Ming looked towards the word longing that slowly surfaced in his mind and was ecstatic.
System alert. Indentured, longing, loyalty, 100%. The current alien energy value follows the host's changes, taking 40% of the host's alien energy limit. Skills, Demon Grievance, Dark Canopy.
Alien energy compressed to 1/10 carat 13.
Hiss. A bit of a short introduction. Is the alien energy taking 40% of me? That's also 0. For black holes of alien energy, killing that kind of ordinary god in seconds would be easy.
Fong Ming crossed his legs and lay on the bed. From now on, you'll work for me.
It won't condemn you to food and clothing. Longing, yes, master. Fong Ming, can't we get along as equals? Master comes and master goes. Okay, Ming. That's right, Dragon Sister.
Although Longing had summoned the Scorpion King, the bloodline of the Dragon Clan still flowed in her own body, and it was only right to call her a Dragon Sister. In the underground base.
3 threes. Bring a pair. I bomb.
Instructor Hong had a pair of jokers and pinned Yuan Gang to death, followed by a single 3 to win the game. Yuan Gang grasped the cards with a grim face. The wine is a bit empty these days, go buy some.
Instructor Hong?
Suddenly, the detector detected an unusual energy fluctuation.
WC. What's going on? Yuan Gang rushed to the big screen. Where is it?
The instructor beside him pointed to the boys' dormitory, then locked the place of the energy fluctuation on the floor where Fong Ming was.
Yuan Gang's face was filled with doubt. It's this Fong Ming again? What the hell is he doing?
The instructor at the side explained to, this forbidden ruin energy is exceptionally powerful, but it's nowhere near as powerful as Fong Ming's. Visualized tentatively as infinite, half-stepped into decline, but only existed for a second and disappeared.
Instructor Hong, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. Huh? What do you mean by that? There's one more limitless realm powerhouse. And now in a dorm room with Fong Ming? Instructor beside me, it can be so identified.
Yuan Gang immediately grabbed his hat and Instructor Hong rushed out of the base and stood on a high building and looked through binoculars. They saw that a white-haired black silk beauty was playing futsal with Fong Ming in his dorm room.
Yuan Gang pointed at Fong Ming's room and asked, who is that girl? Which dormitory?
Instructor Hong hurriedly turned over the file in his hand and checked that there was no such person. Reporting to the chief, she seems to.
Not a recruit from our intensive training camp. Chapter 62, the sure winning formation of 5 in a row. Fong Ming, this is my dragon sister.
Yuan Gang's face was filled with incredulity as he stiffened and turned his head to look at Han Hao.
Not. We. Recruits? Then how did she get in here? Where are the guards around?
Seeing that Yuan Gang was about to lose his temper, Instructor Hong hurriedly explained, just now, I asked them all one by one, and none of them found anyone who noticed any suspicious people around. This is said to make Yuan Gang's heart chilling. Far away in the suburbs of the heavily guarded training camp, even individuals come and do not know. The spread out shall not let people laugh off teeth. Besides, if the higher-ups found out about it, they'd definitely have to raise hell and blame them for not being able to monitor the situation properly. Instructor Hong looked at Yuan Gang's slightly worried expression and pondered, Chief, do you think this woman could have suddenly appeared from the training camp?
Yuan Gang? What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that she's still a cabbage and turnip growing out of the dirt all by herself? Instructor Hong, straight face, could she have been summoned by Fong Ming?
None of the surveillance detectors around the camp picked up any sign of her coming in, so that means she must have emerged directly from the camp.
Yuan Gang listened and pondered a little, thinking that what he said made some sense.
But it must be asked, it's not normal for a woman to appear in the training camp out of nowhere.
You go get Fong Ming for me. Yes, Chief. Fong Ming's room.
As Longing dropped a white piece, she connected her 5 pieces into a string.
Brother Ming, I won.
Fong Ming, on the other hand, looked at the chessboard in front of him with a gloomy face, I'm blind, it's so obvious I didn't see it.
No, one more hand.
On the second move, Fong Ming played chess while looking at the instruction in his cell phone, which played, 5 pieces must win the formation Pan's formation, the formation is formed no one can break.
Fong Ming, this sounds like it's pretty awesome.
Jia, you're going to lose.
Longing?
On the cell phone, play the first random one in the opening round, don't bother with how white plays it.
Fong Ming, okay. Pa.
Fong Ming played the black disc to the center of the board. Longing then slowly picked up the white pieces and played them next to the black pieces.
On the cell phone, second one down and to the left.
Fong Ming looked at his cell phone and placed his second black disc on the fourth dot to the left of the first black disc. Longing, on the other hand, stuck to the top of his first piece and dropped the white disc. In the phone, white chose to block us, no need to pay attention to it, let's make a crucial step. The Pan's formation will take shape and the world will be invincible. Fong Ming placed the third black disc on the dot 2 rows below the center of the 2 black discs. Longing as calmly then played his third white disc on top of the second white disc. At this time Longying's 3 white discs have been connected to a line. On the phone, white down on the side, we live to attack.
Fong Ming concentrated on his cell phone and placed the fourth black stone below the third black stone.
Longying's hand shook a little when she saw this, and her eyes suddenly took on a hint of care when she looked at Fong Ming. Yes, the kind of care that one would look at a mentally ill person. She slowly placed the white disc on top of her third piece, at which point the winner was decided.
Fong Ming was still immersed in the formation taught in his cell phone at this time and couldn't extricate himself. Sister Dragon, why don't we make a bet? Whoever loses takes off a shirt. Longing, yeah. Fong Ming saw that the video in his cell phone had reached the end of its playback before he slowed down. His 2 clutches on the black sun jerked up in the air. Sorry for the dedication. Fong Ming's black disc fell onto the board, his movements froze, and the corners of his mouth even twitched a little. He looked at the field of 4 white stones and a string and broke into a yell, asterisk. What a few pants formation. Let's see who this 2-bit blogger is. Wong doggy right, don't let me find you. Suddenly, Longing leaned forward to embrace Fong Ming into her arms. Brother Ming, we're not angry. I will find this king dog egg for you and Nagi Group TE. The side of Fong Ming's face was tightly pressed against Longying's chest, the intoxicating aroma entered Fong Ming's nostrils, and as Longing got harder and harder, his face was directly buried in it. Fong Ming, is this the boob kill that men dream of?
No, I can't apologize to Sister Hong Ying. During normal times, Fong Ming took the time to report to his family about him and Lin Xie, and when his cell phone was turned in, he secretly turned out a spare cell phone to send messages to Chen Mai and the others. Chen Mai, on the other hand, urged Fong Ming to take good care of Lin Xie. After all, he was a strong man. Red Tassel also said that she would come to pick him up after Fong Ming and Lin Xie finished, and the two chatted more and more frequently, and even had some small ambiguities. Just as Fong Ming was brainstorming, Hong Hao broke through the door and saw Fong Ming's face buried in the arms of a woman with white hair, black silk, long legs, and a face that was still somewhat juvenile, and his heart trembled. "I'm sorry." Instructor Hong was just about to close the door when he said, "Eh? That's not right, I'm the instructor." He opened the door again roughly. "Fong Ming, what are you doing?" At this moment, Longing looked at Instructor Hong with rather venomous eyes as she slowly opened her mouth. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Green energy vapors continued to emerge from her body, and the pressure she emitted was not as great as the time Fong Ming had transformed in front of the crowd, but it was not something that this group of instructors could withstand either. Instructor Hong immediately moved away from her at a glance, his feet unconsciously taking a step back. An involuntary cold sweat broke out behind Instructor Hong's back. "I can't die here." Fong Ming broke away from Long Ying's arm and took a deep breath as he hurriedly explained to Long Ying, "Don't be like this, he's my instructor." Friend. He was truly afraid that Long Ying would give him a punch to death. It seemed that Long Ying was only friendly to himself, and was still just as vicious to those he didn't know. Long Ying immediately dispersed the energy in her body after hearing this. Her face changed faster than a playwright, and she immediately replaced it with a gentle look, looking no different than a little sister next door. "Oh, excuse me." She smoothed a strand of white hair from her face behind her ear, followed by bending sideways. "So you are a friend of the master, I'm sorry to have missed you." Instructor Hong listened to slightly put down his heart. Just now that the murderous aura still disappeared, he views shocked open mouth. "Lord. Master? Fong Ming, I'm his master and brother? She's my, dragon sister. Don't just stand there, quickly come in and sit." Fong Ming hurriedly greeted, "Make a cup of tea Guanyin for Instructor Hong." Longing smiled rather sweetly. "Yes, master." Fong Ming didn't correct his title this time either. After all, meeting with an outsider for the first time calling it that makes one rather dignified. Instructor Hong walked in warily. He looked around. The room was better furnished than his own home. "You kid, you really came to enjoy your happiness. That's a nice couch." Instructor Hong sat on the leather sofa and felt his body relax, even his soul sublimated. "Right, this still comes with a massage." Suddenly, the couch moved on its own, targeting the body's acupuncture points with forceful pressure. A few seconds later, Instructor Hong's face was enjoying himself, even forgetting what he had come for. Then he took a sip of the tea handed over by Long Ying. "Ah, comfort." Upstairs, Yuan Gang stood alone beside a wooden stake, his figure a bit forlorn. He slowly put down his binoculars, the corner of his mouth twitching a bit. He pulled out the walkie-talkie on his belt. "Hong Hao, what are you doing?" Chapter 63, Longing, Scorpion King Agent. Yuan Gang's sudden shout brought Instructor Hong back from heaven to reality. He scrambled to his feet. "First, Chief." Yuan Gang gazed at Fong Ming's room with extremely jealous eyes. "Are you going on vacation? Hurry up and call out Fong Ming to me." "Yes, Chief." Fong Ming, on the other hand, was lying on the side in a kudzu position and looked at Instructor Hong, who was on the phone. "Hey, bring a bottle of Mauzi to old man Yuan." "Wow." A bottle of 82 Mauzi appeared in his hand. Instructor Hong put down the walkie-talkie as he looked at Fong Ming. "The chief wants you to go for a moment." "Okay." Fong Ming heard this and jumped off the sofa with a flip and posed. Long Ying, on the other hand, was standing next to her with an anti-smile on her face and clapping her hands in succession. "Wow, great. Instructor Hong, really, women change their faces faster than the speed of light." In less than a minute, Fong Ming straightened his uniform. "Oh right, does she used to go?" Instructor Hong pondered for a while. He was afraid that the woman in front of him would give the gang of instructors a tear at their first meeting. After all, he had just seen the Forbidden Ruins ability in this woman's body, and she was extremely bad to be messed with. And Fong Ming could see Instructor Hong's concern and hurriedly explained, "It's fine, if you need her to go, it's no problem. I've already explained to her that I'm in the middle of my intensive training, and it's a good thing that the instructor is being a bit strict with me." Long Ying, yes, the master and I have told me you are all his friends. I will no longer generate hostility toward you, right? Fong Ming nodded. Instructor Hong hesitated, but he still planned to bring Long Ying forward. After all, this incident was caused by the energy that erupted from her. The three of them walked out of the dormitory towards the main entrance, and Lin Xiyan, Bailey Chubby, Xiao Yuan, and Xin Xingzhu were playing mahjong in the dormitory at the moment. 5 cakes. Eat. What are you eating? I'm touching it. Your mom has. Suddenly, an unfamiliar and powerful aura entered Lin Xiya's field of vision. He looked towards the door. Instructor Hong, Fong Ming, and an extremely beautiful woman. It couldn't be this Fong Ming who's up to something again, could it? That woman's strength, it's strong. When Bailey Chubby saw that Lin Xiya was a bit frozen, he pushed Lin Xiya's arm. Brother Knight, it's your turn. Lin Xiya slowed down. Ow, touch.
I hula. Xin Xingzhu, ********. Lao Zi lost again, why do you keep winning? Lin Xia's mouth smiled in an unspoken manner. Because of the existence of the mortal dust divine realm, he was able to see the undercurrents of everyone here. But he was very curious about the woman's appearance. Since the instructor had also found out about this matter, then he himself would find Fong Ming tomorrow and ask him about it. Then he smiled wryly. Lin Xia secretly pulled out his cell phone and sent a text message to Red Lasso. Sister Red Lasso, this kid Fong Ming is having an affair in the training camp behind your back. 1 minute. Fong Ming sat upright in front of Yuan Gang, while Longing also stood quietly with a smile in her eyes and her hands crossed on her waist. Longing gave Yuan Gang and the others the impression that she was a well-trained flight attendant, and an extremely beautiful one at that. Yuan Gang rubbed his eyes, hiss. What should I say, looking at her harmless appearance? Instructor Hong came up to his ear, this woman is at least Klein. Yuan Gang immediately stood up and extended his hand towards her. Hello, Miss Long. My chief instructor in charge of Fong Ming's training, Yuan Gang. And Longing also extended her hand very politely. Hello, Yuan. Instructor Yuan, my name is Longing, I am the master's indentured servant. Contract? Yuan Gang looked at Fong Ming with disbelief. You contracted a white-haired royalty? There are also quite a few myths passed down in Daxia in foreign countries that have things to do with contracts, such as contracting souls, contracting gods, contracting demons. But Fong Ming had contracted a white-haired imperial sister which Yuan Gang had never expected. So that means you were summoned by him? Longing smiled and nodded. And do you have a forbidden market? Or an agent of any of the gods? Instructor Hong reminded, she's just about to be a god herself, or an agent of someone who is. Oh yeah. The words forbidden ruins and agent were somewhat unfamiliar to Longing. She didn't really understand the meaning of these two words, but you agent was a word she seemed to understand semi-perfectly. Agent? Meaning my race and origin? Fong Ming, almost? Longing nodded after hearing this and explained, I am of the White Dragon Clan myself, but 100,000 years ago, a war broke out between our White Dragon Clan and the Blue Dragon Clan, and all my loved ones were killed by the Blue Dragon Clan's people. When I was lost, it was Fong Ming, my master, who saved me with a contract and gave me this Scorpion King armed. White Dragon 100,000 years ago Green Dragon's Scorpion King armed. These words impacted all the instructors present in their hearts. They couldn't believe that this seemingly meek young girl had this such a powerful origin. Yuan Gang settled down, simply put, you have a dragon bloodline and then have lived for 100,000 years? Long Ying's eyes rolled, you could say the same thing. The instructor beside him hurriedly moved up a chair and put it in front of Long Ying. Quickly sit, quickly sit, quickly sit. The son of the 100,000-year-old dragon bloodline was not one they dared to offend. And your forbidden market is? Scorpion King arms? Long Ying nodded. Why is it that you're from the Dragon Clan and your forbidden market is the Scorpion King? It may be that I have been blinded by hatred and my character has become as vicious as a scorpion, so my forbidden market will change along with my character. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively, you're vicious? Why didn't I see it? Instructor Hong once again whispered, I've seen it, just now I stood in front of Fong Ming's room, her eyes almost didn't tear me apart. Yuan Gang, okay. There is another most important issue. Longing smiled as she sat in her chair and replied, go ahead. You must be on the side of our great summer vigil, right? Instructor Hong reminded again and again, her masters are standing. Yuan Gang looked up without a good face, ********. Am I the chief instructor or are you the chief instructor? Why don't you be the chief instructor? Longing spoke indifferently, I don't know what a daxia is or what a vigilante is. I will always follow my master, I will go wherever he goes. This answer made Fong Ming quite satisfied, and he didn't forget to pull out a bottle of Mauzi from his pocket. Instructor Yuan, this is for you. Yuan Gang took it half-heartedly and kept putting him under the light to scrutinize it. He seriously suspected that Fong Ming was taking revenge on himself because of what happened last time. Fong Ming, don't worry, it's unopened. Yuan Gang put the maze into the container box behind him. Ahem, that's fine, that. You guys go. I believe you're on our side. But this you two need to keep a low profile these days. You've just decimated the nightmare projection of rumor. You're sure to draw the ire of the Church of the Ancient Gods. Beware of their retaliation. Fong Ming was unimpressed. As far as that gang of petty gods were concerned, he would come and kill one by himself, and he still had the two major conceptual talismans in his hands, and his longevity was equal to that of the heavens. Okay, thanks for reminding Instructor Yuan. Just as Fong Ming was about to leave, his phone rang. It's a red tassel. Fong Ming stopped his steps and looked at the cell phone with a puzzled face. Why is she calling at this time? Longing also probed at the cell phone in his hand, his face full of curiosity. Hello? Red Tasseled Treasure. On the other side of the phone, Red Tassel yelled, Fong Ming. You bastard. What did you do behind my back? Chapter 64, Red Tassel's Inquiry. Yuan Gang and Hongwu and the others heard Fong Ming on the other end of the phone. The Red Tassel was raising an accusation, and snorted out a laugh. Yuan Gang crossed his legs and looked at Instructor Hong with a melon-eating expression. he can still be kept in check? What an eye-opener. Instructor Hong, this is called the strongest of the strong.
But, he's doing it with the Red Raiders.
Yuan Gang whispered crickets with him. I guess it's a done deal, or else could she react that much?
It's called a typical fear of his wife. Instructor Hong stroked his chin. This can't be called being afraid of his wife, right?
Fang Ming's face full of pleasing expression does reflect that he does like other people's red tassels in his heart. Why else coax her?
The instructors watching the show from the side nodded their heads in agreement. This is love. It seems that the ones who understand men are still men. While Fang Ming held the phone with a dumbfounded look on his face, Red Tassel on the other side was still spouting a deadly barrage of questions.
You're good, Fang Ming. How many days has it been? How dare you do such an unseemly thing? Fang Ming? No, White hair is that good? I can't believe I brought it to your dorm. Why are you so powerful? Drifting off as a divine agent yourself? And percent and hashtag at asterisk hashtag.
Fang Ming was still frozen in place. No, you listen to my explanation.
Inside the Peace Affairs base,
the members of Squad 136, with the exception of Red Tassel, had a fried chicken leg and a bucket of popcorn in their hands, and sat in the kitchen for 10 minutes watching the bickering in extreme silence. To say that it was a noisy scene was better to say that Red Tassel was unilaterally crushing it, never giving Fang Ming a chance to return the favor. And Red Tassel was getting angry, sometimes sitting down, sometimes standing up, sometimes circling back and forth in the living room with his left hand in a chokehold, even wiping his red tassel with a rag. Zhao Kongqing saw this situation and asked Chen Mai sideways. Do you think that boy Fang Ming is really screwing the female soldiers? You can't, can you? I have a feeling that although he's a bit neurotic every day, I still trust him when it comes to this whole relationship thing. After saying that, he also took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and placed them on the table. When Chima heard Zhao Kongqing's analysis and smoothly picked up a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth, barf I think so, barf. Although this kid is a bit into psychosis, he's never been out of order, he's reliable and those instructors have a high opinion of him and Lin Xia.
I agree with you, Fang Ming definitely won't do that.
See Xiaonan didn't think so, she pouted and said, I don't think so, you men are all big piggies. A little achievement and the grass starts growing inside. If he dares to fail Sister Hong Ying, I'll let him be a woman for the rest of his life. Hiss. The other men listened and involuntarily tightened their pants. Wu Shangnan began to analyze again. According to the grapevine, Fang Ming revealed his strength beyond the Klein realm yesterday, and seems to have stepped into or even surpassed the realm of the gods, and also killed Rumor's Peak C realm possessor strength nightmare projection.
What the hell?
Zhao Kongqing barely held the popcorn bucket in his arms.
Beyond the gods? He just joined the set a few days ago? That's it? Isn't that bull asterisk? Is he a Popeye? You can get stronger by eating spinach?
Chen Mai, on the other hand, nodded. I've also heard about it. He seems to be hiding his strength. And those instructors already know Fang Ming's true strength, which isn't a good thing. Although Yuan Gang hasn't reported to the upper echelons yet, I have a feeling that this matter can't be hidden for long. If the upper echelons know about it, Fang Ming will definitely be transferred under strict guard. After all, such a strong strength will definitely be monitored at all times, and Lin Xia.
Ahem, he might also.
When Chima interjected, this can't be done, it's not easy for our squad to look forward to such powerful two divine agents, we can't afford to mess it up. Besides, I have a feeling those special squads will definitely be thinking about our two babies as well.
Like that dinosaur from Phoenix Squad. Chen Mai. That's not a good thing to say.
Nearly 20 more minutes had passed, and Red Tassel was like a Gatling with unlimited bullets pumping out an output into the phone. Suddenly, her voice suddenly raised an octave. Red Tassel.
Where is it inferior to that white hair?
In the underground base. Long Ying stood stupidly next to Fang Ming, listening a bit clouded. She pointed a finger at herself. White hair.
Me?
Fang Ming, on the other hand, held up his cell phone somewhat helplessly, not returning the favor throughout, feeling that his ears were going to be scolded out of their calluses, waiting until there was no movement on the other side of the phone before he slowly opened his mouth. No, Tassel treasure, listen to me and explain to you.
What else is there to explain? Lin Xie told himself.
Fang Ming, it's this be Lin Xie again, he's really shady. Red Tassel ruffled her hair behind her head and yelled, Fang Ming, I'll give you one night to explain yourself properly to me, or else, I'll directly kill you at your training camp and flay you. She then hung up with a grunt of exasperation and the process lasted a full half hour. She snapped back to the eating crowd. What are you looking at? You've never seen a relationship breakup. With a crash, all the men hugged the popcorn bucket in a matter of seconds and all of them hid in Chen Mai's room. Si Xiaonan, on the other hand, stood up and received a cup of warm water and walked over to Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, don't be angry, Fang Ming definitely wouldn't do that.
You're so pretty, so there are more attractive women than you in the camp?
Red Riding looked at the glass of water in her hand and realized that her throat was dry and smoking. She took it and took a sharp gulp, then slapped it down hard on the table.
Tonight, if he doesn't explain himself to me, he's done for. Inside the training camp,
Fang Ming leaned against the wall, looking with a depressed face at the red exclamation mark in his cell phone that had been blacked out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This doesn't even give me a chance to explain? Immediately afterward, he caught a glimpse of Yuan Gang and a few instructors looking at his gloating expression from time to time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at the set of trade have not seen the emotional breakdown of Yuan Gang and the few instructors then whistled in unison to disperse their gaze in all directions, pretending to be busy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fang Ming huffed as he walked out the front door. A cool breeze blew past, causing him to shiver. Those 5 fingers he was holding the cell phone turned a little white. Lin Xie. You dog. I have to kill you today. Longing, leave it to me. After saying that, her body was once again filled with a murderous aura, and her gaze was stern as if a sharp knife could swing this training camp apart at any time. Don't be so serious, you're tired too, aren't you? He pointed to the tricolored alien lock at his wrist. Why don't you go into my alien lock first and rest? Longing immediately withdrew that powerful aura after hearing that. She nodded. It's a bit tired, then master brother, good night? With a whoosh sound, Longing turned into a ray of green light and drilled into Fang Ming's exotic energy lock. Phew, that was close. This little girl is too serious. Fang Ming sighed, lowered his head and stroked his alien lock, then walked into the boys' dormitory building with a gloomy face. Chapter 65, Fang Ming and Lin Xie in close combat, red tassel, Mua. Ha, I won again. With Lin Xie's thumb slowly moving away from the mahjong tile again, he directly doubled 10 times the red center of the self-draw in one hand, winning away the last chips in Chao Yuan and Xin Xingju's hands. The duo grimaced. This must be open through, otherwise how is it always what we play what he wants, finished what he plays we want not on. Xin Xingju depressedly tore off the 30 or so IOUs on her face and threw the mahjong in her hand on the table. No more games. Bailey Chubby hurriedly pulled Xin Xingju's arm. Drag brother, one more lap. It's just 11 o'clock. It's not easy to take a day off. Tomorrow there will be intensive training. Lin Xie laughed and put the chips into his own pocket. That's it. This time I'll lighten up. Pull the plug. All 3 of my little brothers are going to eat dirt if we play. Bailey Fat Eyes a turn. So, I package you half a year's food expenses, and then a circle, enjoy it. Xin Xingju looked towards his arm full of Rolexes, and after thinking for a few seconds, alright, then we'll play some more. Suddenly, the door to Lin Xie's dormitory was kicked open. Only Fang Ming stood in the doorway carrying a kitchen knife in a fierce manner. The 4 men stopped what they were doing and looked at the door with puzzled faces. Bailey Chubby, brother Ming, what's wrong? Is the mahjong too loud? Chao Yuan came up to his ear and reminded him, we are high-end silent mahjong machines. Oh yeah. Fang Ming grimaced and waved the kitchen knife in front of his chest. Swords don't have eyes. Idle people out. Xin Xingju scratched his ears. What does it mean? Who's a loafer? Bailey Fatty looked at Lin Xie's expression of stifled laughter and immediately realized that something was wrong. It must be that he had fooled Fang Ming somewhere. Go, let's go. A big battle is going to break out in a while. Bailey Fatty pulled up Chao Yuan and Xin Xingju and ran out. Clang. The dormitory door was slammed heavily. Xin Xingju still didn't forget to watch the show with a lewd face lying in the doorway. I'd like to see which of these 2 divine agents is more powerful. Inside the house, Fang Ming walked over to Lin Xie's side, slowly placing the kitchen knife on the mahjong table. Talk about what? I feed you guys, I play with you guys, and when I'm done, you bees report me to Tasseled Treasure for having an affair. Where did you see me having an affair? Lin Xie immediately stood up and pointed his finger at both of his eyes. You saw it in your left eye, your right eye, and your ass asterisk? Hiss. Lin Xie felt a sharp pain as he slapped his own butt. The reason for this was that the Lin Xie appetizer tablets that Fang Ming had given him had made him wildly flaunt 7 bowls of shaved ice, so much so that he had been going back and forth between his dormitory and the toilet from the afternoon to the evening. Fang Ming slapped the table and stood up. Bowl asterisk. My ing, that's a woman from an otherworldly contract. Your ing saying I'm having an affair. You just don't expect me to be good. Lin Xie, I ing know she's indentured. Hell, I don't know what you're up to again. Besides, that white-haired girl is so good looking. Can you hold it? Fang Ming, I'm going to your mom. Do you believe I'll burn your pants off? You burn, and I'll spread the word all over the camp that you've got your feet in 2 boats. I% at asterisk at hashtag. Because of you, I was scolded by Tasselbaugh for a whole half hour. Ouch. Also Tasseled Treasure, I was scolded by Tasseled Treasure for half an hour. Lin Xie had a gloomy and beaten expression. I'll be damned. Fang Ming directly raised his hand and picked up Lin Xie in a chokehold. Lin Xie was no slouch either, and in the air he used his legs to clip Fang Ming's head in a 360 degrees turn to throw him off. Clang! Fang Ming directly smashed the clothes rack on the side, and 5 or 6 of Lin Xie's pants fell from above. Asterisk. Did you ing wash it? It smells fishy. With that, Fang Ming took out his magic wand and imprinted the several pants in front of him with the avatar of Chubby Bailey. Ahahaha, you're fooling around. I'll leave you without pants if you do. Lin Xie clenched his hands into fists. I'll hang your mom.
A big flying kick directly in the air flew towards Fong Ming's face. Heh, naive. Hula. Fong Ming's palm erupted with the power of cold ice, turning Lin Xie into ice in the air, and then sprinkled candy on top of it. Fong Ming stood up, walked over to the side of the ice cube, and licked it with his tongue. Not bad, quite sweet. Boy, looks like you're on fire, let me cool you down. Lin Xie's eyes moved back and forth, suddenly filled with divine fire, and 2 seconds later, the ice was melted into water. Boom! Lin Xie threw a back body hook, directly hooking Fong Ming over onto the ground, then clapped his legs around the hand he was holding the magic wand in. I'll let you see how powerful I am today. Fong Ming rolled over with force and raised his head, his face right on Lin Xie's ass. You forced me to do this. Only to see Fong Ming's right index and middle fingers together, his eyes aimed at Lin Xie's buttocks. Super invincible whirlwind finger destroys old chrysanthemum 1000-year kill. I'd build. The 3 people watching the drama outside the door couldn't help but tighten their legs. Chao Yuan grimaced and frowned. Hiss. If you have a little of this, you'll never be constipated again. Xin Xingzhu, indeed, but it's a bit painful, isn't it? Chubby Time was at the bottom, and all he could feel was the hands of these 2 stroking back and forth behind his back. After a few rounds, the battle entered white heat. The 2 bodies were tangled together on the ground. After all, Fong Ming could not use his real strength, otherwise he gently swung. The square miles shall not be blown to pieces in an instant. It's just a means to play with the kids. Suddenly, Fong Ming's cell phone rang, and it was Red Tassel. He reached for his pocket with one hand, while the other hand still not forgetting the suppressed Lin Xie underneath him. Shoo, don't talk yet. Fong Ming grabbed a handful of the scattered pants on the ground and shoved them into Lin Xie's mouth in order for him not to make a mess. Woohoo! Don't talk you hear? Or I won't get it out for you. Lin Xie nodded. Fong Ming took his pants out of his mouth and then picked up Red Tassel's phone. Hello? Coma baby? Lin Xie suddenly yelled. Red. Fong Ming, *******. He quickly covered Lin Xie's mouth to keep him from making a sound, and then explained with Hong Ying, that white-haired woman is a helper that I contracted in the other world. I really don't have a relationship with her. In the peace office, Red Tassel sat on the couch with her legs curled up and Attack on Titan still playing on the TV in front of her. Heart say hey yo. Alright, I know, Instructor Yuan called me just now and explained that the woman's name is Long Ying, right? Or a 100,000-year-old son of a dragon. As Fong Ming rode on Lin Xie's body, he felt his body lurching. This fiery horse was extremely difficult to tame. He said all this? Yes, I was wrong about you this time. It's fine, it's all trivial. I, Fong Ming, can bend and bend. Red Rumor snorted out a laugh at that. I hope you mean character. It's getting late, get some early rest. You have training tomorrow. Good night, Mua. Fong Ming, okay, Tasseled Treasure, good night, Mua. Lin Xie, you o Mua, that's meaty. He put down the phone and slapped Lin Xie's ass. You know, a chicken steak. Hear me, rumor and slander are null and void. Justice will be late, but it will never fail to come. It doesn't seem right. Is not going to be absent, you silly baby. After the fight was over, Fong Ming returned to his dormitory and leisurely lay on his bed. System, do I have one more chance to mess with time and space? Yes, host, is it now? Yes, hurry up and smoke. Loading. Loading complete, randomly selected to the world of Battle Double Pamish for 15 minutes. Being experienced. Fong Ming slowly woke up and unsurprisingly realized that he had become the chief commander. The voice of a gentle imperialist came to his ears. By this, he swears to carry out a purge. Chapter 66, Supercomputer Time Stop and Night Brilliant Taijutsu. Let's start by popularizing the background of the world of Battle Twin Pamish for all you readers out there. If you don't like this part you can skip it, huh? There's an accompanying picture at the end of the chapter. The story is centered on the struggle between humans and constructs against infected bodies. The Pamish virus, Red Tide, can infect both machinery and humans, causing machinery to attack humans and cause them to die. Tectonics are half mechanical, half biological organisms that are transformed from human individuals, and have a powerful fighting ability through the Sea of Consciousness system, which completely reproduces the basics of the human mind. Boom! Cannon fire roared. Fong Ming stood up, and the surrounding guards and members of the Grey Crow Squad gathered around him. There was an inexplicable smell of evil and death in the air, and the stench of decay had drifted out into the gale. This is the episode Ashes to the Sea and Beyond? Fong Ming looked at the pistol in his hand, and then at the sea of scarlet in front of him. A steady stream of xenomorphs were coming frantically from the bottom of the sea towards the land, and the guards were resisting to the death along the coastline. Smoke rolls in as far as the eye can see. Commander. Bianca walked up to Fong Ming's side. I'll go face Confusing Sand, a humanoid xenomorph monster. The rest of the coastline is in your hands. I'll go with you. When Fong Ming said these words, he had already thought of the 2 items to take away in his mind. He first scanned the system panel, the character's weapon, passive, and skill effects. The first item to take away was the long-intended Lucia Crimson Prisoner's Shadows Taijutsu, Night Brilliance, and the second was Bianca Deep Scars, Hypercalculated Time Stop,
similar to King Face's time stall effect. With the skill of supercomputing time stops, Wang Mian must not be shocked looking for how the god of time derailed. Little King Face, next time you meet, widen your doggy eyes. Bianca took Fang Ming's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm with her cheek, her eyes filled with a resolute determination. Yes, Commander. Let me offer you a victory. Fang Ming turned his head to Lucia and the others, then the rest of the coastline is temporarily in your hands. Lucia promised with a grave look on her face, don't worry, Commander. We will fight until the last moment, without dying. No rest. In the distance, an endless ocean of scarlet, with the sky tinted the same color, Bianca was clad in a pure white floral wedding dress, as gossamer as a light point on top of the churning sea of blood. An ectomorphic creature with 4 mechanical arms and a ghostly face and snake body slowly burrowed out from the surface of the sea. System alert, 11 minutes to go. Fang Ming mentally cursed, I'm really convinced, next time take longer. You don't get to say it. Fang Ming turned his head to Bianca, who was poised at the side, give me your sea of consciousness, Hurry. Bianca held her sword staff in her hand, her eyes closing lightly, then snapped open, her consciousness merging with Fang Ming. Snap. Fang Ming maneuvered Bianca slowly towards a heteronormative creature, each step set off ripples around her feet as she raised her hand and lightly snapped her fingers in the air. Within the field of vision, everything stood still, and time was as if it had stood still. As the sword staff in Fang Ming's hand fully recharged, he held it in front of his chest, witnessed the final light. In a flash, dozens of sharp white blades descended from the sky trapping the xenocomplex creatures within them. The sword staff was unsheathed and immediately transformed into a rapier form. Fang Ming leapt high into the air, his hands waving the rapier in his hands rapidly, countless sword lights chopping out of the blade at great speed, the pure white flower wedding dress dancing a magnificent sword dance in the air. Seeing that the blood bar of the heterosynthetic creature was at the bottom, Fang Ming held his sword, his left foot lightly tapped the surface of the sea, his hands tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, and where the blade of the sword gathered the power to cut off everything, a burst of white light appeared, and the blood-colored surface of the sea was torn into a hideous rift. Fang Ming muttered in his hands, thus proclaiming, the disintegration of the nightmare. A majestic sword chi fell, and the xenoharmonic creature was split in two down the middle. The sharp blade of the sword ran through the confused sand hidden within the body of the xenomorphic creature, purple and crystalline blood spilling onto the surface of the sea as the red tide slowly receded, replaced by an abyss of black sea mingled with lightning and thunder. An even larger humanoid xenomorph rose from the surface, a former comrade in arms, Chio, who had been infected by the red tide and turned into a xenomorph. Chizuko's head was wrapped tightly in a pair of ghastly white xenoharmonic arms. The xenoharmonic creature's black arms were dancing wildly in the air as a hiss of extreme pain escaped from its mouth. Van. Anka. Bien. Ka, kill me now. Fang Ming, your sea of consciousness is fluctuating, if you can't lay your hands on it. Please give me your sea of consciousness completely. Bianca's heart was extremely sad, she held the sword in her hand with a death grip, her former comrade was now corrupted into this ugly and hideous state. Commander, I can do it. Bianca then aimed her sword at Chico. The sea raised shocking waves, a tsunami strong enough to destroy the city came head-on, the sky was dim, dark clouds interspersed with 10,000 pounds of thunder swallowed the last light, followed by the appearance of dozens of 10,000 feet deep abysses on the sea surface, emitting a beastly roar, as if it wanted to obliterate the earthly world. Fang Ming maneuvered Bianca to stand above the ocean, the holy light on his sword flickering, help her free herself. Bianca, yes, Commander. Saying that, Fang Ming met the dense black whirlpools against the current, his sword blade cutting through the huge wall of water in front of him, and several water snakes roared from in front of Thousand Sun's body as they rushed towards Fang Ming in a hurry. Break! Another incomparably powerful holy light knocked down several water snakes in front of him, followed by Fang Ming stepping through the air and continuously closing in on Thousand Suns. The pale arms carried a gust of wind and struck towards Fang Ming with precision. Snap! A ringing finger. Supercomputing stops. The sword in Fang Ming's hand once again erupted with a bright and divine radiance, and a pillar of pure white light shot straight up into the sky, breaking through the dark clouds that shrouded the dome of the sky. A sliver of sunlight shone on Chico's eyes, and for the moment, tears of pain streamed down that twisted face. Once a scene of fighting with her comrades came to her mind. I'm not a monster, my name is Chico. It's the vice-captain of the cleanup squad. It's Bianca's comrade in arms. Next, the sharp sword had arrived in front of him, and as Fang Ming swung out two crisscrossing huge sword lights, Thousand Suns fell. In the last seconds of her life, she transformed back into the smiling Chico, Bianca. Thank you, my comrades in arms. As Chico's shadow dissipated, the red tide faded for the moment, and the sunlight found its way back to light up the coast, a moment of temporary victory belonging to the human side of the battle twin Parmesan. On the calm coast, Bianca gazed quietly out to sea. Fang Ming walked over to Bianca's side and slowly sat down, pulling out a lily brooch from his pocket. This is for you. Bianca gently took the brooch in Fang Ming's hand and pinned it to her heart. Her eyes were full of love as she looked at Fang Ming, gently leaning her head on Fang Ming's shoulder, silently watching this piece of coastline she was guarding. Thank you, Commander, for this gift, which which I will keep. System alert, supercomputing time stop skill has been awakened, 6 minutes remaining. Fong Ming, do you understand anything? What's the atmosphere? You sprung a line on me? As Fong Ming's body gradually turned transparent, only the figure in a pure white floral dress remained on the shoreline. The camera pans out to a dark forest where a bright moon hangs high in the sky. The crumbling bonds turn into sharp blades, and the prison of destiny is cut by me. A white-haired adult female wearing a fur-collared cape coat and one-legged leather pants stood at the edge of the cliff, her hands raising her night brilliant teisho, scarlet thunder interspersed with deep blue currents incinerating everything for miles around. The corpses of the xenocomplex creatures piled up behind her, and those reddish-blue xenocomplex pupils emitted a faint murderous intent. Fong Ming walked slowly towards her with his taijutsu in hand. Crimson Prisoner Shadow's mouth smiled. It's the commander of Grey Crow Squad, huh? Are you healed? Fong Ming smiled faintly. It's not bad, only, this time I'm here to help Lucia get her back. You and she are too weak, I advise you to. Fong Ming swung his blade violently, and a wave of blade asters chopped sharply at the Crimson Prisoner Shadow's neck. Bang! Night Brilliant sheathed his sword and chopped out a scarlet current to cancel out Fong Ming's attack. You're strong enough to fight me for the time being. Her pupils contracted extremely dramatically as she arrived in front of Fong Ming with lightning speed, her hand rising and falling. Bang! Fong Ming jumped violently to the right and dodged the blade, while the ground just now had already been chopped out with the tens of meters of blade marks, splattering countless pieces of debris. In the air, Fong Ming forcefully reversed the taijutsu in his hand, and a ferocious fiery flame wrapped the blade. I'll make a bet to you that you won't be able to catch this blow. Crimson Prisoner's Shadow smiled disdainfully, a mouthful. She stuck her taijutsu in the ground with her left hand, her right hand gently passed over the blade and several bright currents swept through her body, followed by both hands holding the blade behind her neck, from which scarlet thunder that covered the sky erupted. She stomped the ground with her right leg and violently rushed towards Fong Ming in the air. Boom! The two energies collided together to produce a violent explosion, countless debris turned into black powder, and the square miles were as bright as day. A few seconds later, the Crimson Prisoner's Shadow was on one knee, with a bit of ash remaining on his body as well. Fong Ming had only exerted a slight amount of force, and the energy generated was not something that anyone could withstand. He stepped forward and pulled Crimson Prisoner's Shadow to his feet. Well, fairly strong? Crimson Prisoner's Shadow raised her head proudly, her mouth pouting. You win this time. Want to be paid for what? The corner of Fong Ming's mouth quirked as he pointed at her night brilliant taijutsu. Can you give me this blade to play with for a while? System alert, 1 minute to go. Crimson Prisoner's Shadow, on the other hand, graciously handed Night Brilliant to him. You like it? Sent you. Ha! Fong Ming didn't expect her to be so generous. What are you going to use if you give it to me? After saying that, Crimson Prisoner's Shadow pulled out another identical Night Brilliance behind his back. My weapon is full essence. It wouldn't hurt to give you one. Fong Ming received Night Brilliance with great joy in his heart. It seems I was overthinking. Thanks to the big guy who gave her a full-fledged fine weapon. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, Crimson Prisoner's Shadow left the scene on his own red motorcycle. All that was left was, take care of Lu, and remember to send blades to Dead Planner. The time for temporal chaos had arrived. Fong Ming woke up from his bed with a smile on his face. The house was still so cozy. He looked at the giant handsome red taijutsu in his hand and muttered, Little Chubby, how can you thank me for this? Chapter 67, Bailey Chubby throwing $1,000, Molly almost becomes female Chow Yuan. The morning assembly whistle came as promised. Today's subject is a cut and thrust training session in the art of knife fighting. Day. There was a steady stream of clashes between wooden knives on the training ground. Fong Ming, on the other hand, was lying on a vacation bench on the side, wearing sunglasses and drinking coconut juice leisurely basking in the sun, while Long Ying was sitting demurely on the side, silently watching the training of the new recruits on the field. Lin Chia held his sword in one hand and walked at a steady pace with a confident expression, while the opposite side, Bailey Chubby, wasn't so lucky and was constantly being chased by Lin Chia and beaten on his ass. Splat! There was another sound of a wooden knife smacking his ass. Chubby Bailey threw his wooden sword on the ground and started panting heavily. No way, brother knight, I surrender. He now felt sore all over and half of his ass was numb and unconscious from the beating. Why don't you and Ming practice against each other? Lin Chia glanced at Fong Ming who was on vacation to the side and rolled his eyes. We can't learn from him. If we don't have the skills, we need to practice more. He pulled Chubby Bailey up and continued the abuse. On the side of Shen Qingzhu holding a wooden knife is practicing against Chow Yuan holding a spoon. Chow Yuan is worthy of being a good knife player, has reached the realm of human spoon unity. No knife in his hand is better than a knife. Shen Qingzhu even lost in the sparring. Fong Ming took a sharp sip of the coconut juice in his hand, then waved his hand towards Yuan Gang, who was high up in the building. Instructor Hong frowned slightly with both eyebrows. Chief, are you really this indulgent with him? So will the other recruits be unbalanced? Yuan Gang put down the binoculars in his hand. What imbalance do they have? If they can, they also take out their strength to decapitate the ravings. Just practice more if you're a vegetable. Besides, isn't that kid Fong Ming still following in the morning run? He can practice as much as he wants. After all, We are the ones who have nothing left to teach him in terms of raising his strength.
However, those classes on tactics and knowledge of forbidden ruins he must attend.
Yes, Chief. 10 minutes later, Chubby Time was paralyzed on the floor again.
Fong Ming scurried towards his chair and waved at Chubby Bailey. Chubby, come over here for a moment.
Lin Chia then racked Bailey Chubby along with him, and in the process he picked up a drink on the side and took a sip.
Fong Ming?
No, why are you so out of touch? After Lin Chia carefully tasted it, the corner of his mouth quirked. What's wrong with drinking a bottle of your drink?
Stingy. It's just fine if I don't snitch on Sister Hong Ying.
Fong Ming stood up in the bamboo basket and picked up a bottle of drink and handed it to Bailey Chubby, looked at Lin Chia and said, You still have the nerve to say that, you dog. If it wasn't for the fact that you're going to jail, I wouldn't have spoiled you.
Lin Chia?
You're sick.
No more BB with you, I'm going to train.
Bailey Chubby helped Fong Ming climb to his feet.
Brother Ming, what's wrong? Call me for something? Fong Ming smiled evilly and pulled a cool red taijutsu directly from his arms.
The shiny red body of the blade carried a hint of scarlet current, and the burst of blade light struck straight into Bailey Chubby's mind.
Chubby, what do you see here?
WC, this.
Where did it come from?
Bailey Chubby immediately walked forward and put his face over to scrutinize Night Huang.
This knife is just cool.
This blade is called Night Brilliance. Extremely powerful. She gave it to me. Fong Ming then turned his gaze to Long Ying, who was sitting on the side.
Long Ying.
I don't like to play with knives, and she doesn't like to use them.
So,
Bailey Chubby suddenly realized.
I see, you want me to give it to me, right? Then I thank.
*********.
Do you want to go further with Molly? That must be thought of. Sell you what you want. You name your price. 500 million. Fong Ming looked at his somewhat surprised expression. Could it be that I want more? Actually 300 million.
Bailey Chubby held his arm and was moved to tears. Brother Ming, you're really too good.
500 million, just 500 million. Fong Ming, where did this landlord's stupid son come from? This knife is worth $500 million?
Ever since Fong Ming woke up, he already knew the power and usage of this blade like the back of his hand, and could even create another one exactly like it through his magic wand. But, in business, you have to have integrity, and this knife is genuine. Okay, swipe your card.
Fong Ming pulled out a POS machine from his arms. Ding dong. The transaction is complete. PayPal arrives with $500 million.
Looking at Bailey Chubby's gleeful back as he hugged Night Huang, Fong Ming felt that he was going to be less, and should have added another 250% on top of that. Afterwards, Fong Ming reclined on the chair again and put on his sunglasses, quietly looking at Molly who was training in the distance. The morning sun shines on some of Molly's face, with some beads of sweat look quite good. She herself is a beauty embryo, the sun is the best bottom. She stepped forward and pulled her fallen roommate to her feet. Sorry I'll be lighter next time. Molly-san, Chubby Bailey clutched his taijutsu and rushed over towards her with a run.
Molly turned around at the sound and saw that Chubby Bailey had run up to her. It's you, what's the matter?
Bailey Chubby looked at her a little shyly, a little embarrassed to open his mouth as he turned his head in Fong Ming's direction. Fong Ming and Long Ying clenched their fists with one hand and raised them high above their heads. Go for it.
Go for it. Go for it.
He then made up his mind and reached out to hand the Night Brilliant to her.
I've heard that you've been lacking a handy weapon. So, I asked Ming to find you one. Now for you.
Molly looked at Chubby Time squirming and snorted out a laugh. Thank you, Chubby Time.
Fat.
Chubby, she called me chubby, ehehe. These words were the words that made his blood pressure soar and he felt his blood boil. The moment Molly's fingertips touched the coconut Night Brilliant, she was attracted by the powerful force contained there. She could feel the extremely ferocious torrent of energy sealed in this taijutsu.
A good blade like that should have a name, right? What's it called? Bailey Fatty scratched his head. What was it called? Oh yeah, from what Ming said, this blade is called Night Brilliance. Night Wing? What a cool name.
Molly took the taijutsu with surprise in her eyes, and suddenly her body sank halfway down. Hiss.
So heavy.
Just as she was gripping the hilt of the Night Brilliant blade, a stream of voices rang out from her mind.
The prison of destiny is cut by me.
Her pupils then changed color drastically as a rush of blood-colored energy surged from Night Brilliant's blade to Molly's body in a steady stream.
No way. It's a bit overwhelming. Molly lowered her head and looked embarrassed. Her hand holding that knife couldn't stop trembling.
She gritted her teeth as she struggled to suppress the energy pouring out of Nightwing.
Clank!
Suddenly, Molly violently unsheathed her sword, and the originally clear sky darkened, with blood-colored flashes of light interspersed with countless ferocious thunderbolts splitting the sky in two. Lin Xie frowned and looked up. What's the situation?
Someone's transiting?
Xin Xingju and Chao Yuan also stopped cutting and turned back to see that Molly's body was filled with scarlet thunder power, and the taijutsu in her hand that she didn't know where it came from was flickering with a very murderous blood-colored blade aura. She slowly walked towards Chubby Bailey with a knife in both hands, while Chubby Bailey was scared out of his wits and directly sat on his butt on the ground and kept backing up.
Ming! Knight, save me!
Shin Qingju pointed at Molly and said to Chao Yuan, she is your twin sister, right?
One of your own people are chopping. Chao Yuan, double your mom. Get help. Yuan Gang and the instructors in the distance also changed their faces. Not good. Go and see what's going on. Don't let anything happen to this little fatty.
Yes, Chief. Molly's own will struggled to suppress the ghostly shadows emanating from the night brilliance, when suddenly, only a black shadow flashed by. With one hand, he snatched the night brilliance from Molly's hand and backhanded it into the sheath of her other hand. In an instant, the rushing blood-colored thunder sweetly disappeared. Molly's demeanor gradually returned to normal, and her pupils returned to their original state. She looked down at the taijutsu on her right hand, a look of amazement appearing at the corner of her mouth. It's really great. That's the kind of feeling I want. Chapter 68. Molly promises 2 favors. Genmai worries about Red Tassel's marriage. It's your ass.
Fong Ming snatched the night brilliance and inserted it into the sheath, flicking Molly's brain in the process.
At once Molly felt her head buzzing. She covered her head and looked back at Fong Ming. This, and Chubby Bailey was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His hands that were tugging on Fong Ming's legs were still shaking. Brother Ming, oh whoa.
Coor. I almost didn't get to see you.
Molly looked at Bailey Chubby with a sniffle and a tear. Her heart was very guilty. She walked up and squatted next to Bailey Chubby, and used her finger to point at his back. Chubby, I'm sorry. At this time there were recruits gathered all around watching the show. After all, this was the second time since Fong Ming had revealed his strength that he had shocked their 3 views. That blood-colored thunder was just too shocking, so much so that many of the recruits were still immersed in the lightning that had covered the sky just now and were unable to extricate themselves.
Molly frowned slightly with both eyebrows. I'm sorry. I can fulfill whatever compensation you want. Just now, she also knew that if Fong Ming hadn't made a timely move to seize the night brilliance in her hand, she might not have really given Bailey Chubby the chop. Bailey Chubby was still tugging at Fong Ming's leg and crying, but in his heart, he naturally knew what to do. So, how about I buy you dinner for a month? Chubby time, oohoo. Those 2 months? That's 6 months. Plus I owe you a big favor. Fong Ming, deal. Chubby 100? Molly? Fong Ming, no, look, he's not crying anymore.
Chubby Bailey had wanted to add some more chips, but after all, Fong Ming had said so he had no choice but to give up. He wiped the tears from his eyes and turned around. It's okay, Molly, the meal won't be necessary.
You just owe me 2 favors.
For her part, Molly agreed without hesitation, when Instructor Hong and Han Li ran to follow.
What happened?
Instructor Hong looked down at the cool large taijutsu in Molly's hand.
Where did you get such a handsome knife? Molly held the knife up to her chest. This is what Fong
Bailey Chubby gave it to me.
Chubby?
Bailey Chubby started to wear a demented grin again. Han Li gazed carefully at the night brilliant, on which a wisp of blood-colored current still remained, and on which a dozen bloody eyes were tightly closed, as if it were a sleeping ferocious beast.
That thunderous power just now came from because of this knife? Han Li asked.
For her part, Molly looked up a little embarrassed. Yes, it's just that it's hard to suppress at my realm.
No, this thing where did you get it from?
Instructor Hong looked at Bailey Chubby, and the recruits watching the show next to him were also very curious, but thought that Bailey's family was so big that it wasn't unusual for him to give away a sword. Bailey Chubby woke up as if from a dream. This was given to me by Brother Ming. All eyes were on him, waiting for his answer. Fong Ming on the other hand was a bit speechless. This fatty had betrayed himself so quickly. Then he looked at Longing who was on the side. She gave it to me. Longing, Russian nesting dolls. She then made up a blind story attributing the blade to the White Dragon clan's treasure of the clan, hiding it from the instructors and recruits.
However, Lin Chie's group would not believe it. Fong Ming, if you have something so good, take it out and share it.
Look at the other person, Chao Yuan, he's also good at playing with swords. Lin Chie crossed her arms and said to Fong Ming.
Fong Ming looked at him with a disgruntled expression. Do you think this is a wholesale market for me? It's the same 365 pairs of pants you bought, as many as you want.
I grabbed this thing from another world, just this one, and I'm still doing it for my brother's happiness.
Ahem.
He stole a glance at Molly followed by a digression.
Without further ado, you guys practice, I'm going to make a call with Koma Bao. With that said, he walked off to the side with a haughty stride.
Lin Chie skimmed his mouth and said in a conspiratorial manner, also tasseled treasure embarrassing death. He glanced at Fong Ming then carried the wooden knife and led Chubby Bailey away, continuing to abuse his obese body. All the recruits were sweating it out on the large training ground, while not far away in a shady corner, a man and a woman were enjoying a cozy morning.
Hello? What's Koma Bao doing? Fong Ming looked imploringly at Hong Ying's stunningly beautiful face in the cell phone.
Red Tassel put his red-tasseled spear aside and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his arm. I just finished training. How was it?
Are you tired of training over there?
Fong Ming immediately bounced up from the bench and flipped the camera around. But I'm tired. Look at Lin Chie, this kid is still training. He then turns the camera back on himself and lazily reclines on the bench.
Red Riding, huh?
Then why don't you go train? The instructor said that I don't have to participate in the training about improving hard power. No, I've heard that the strength you showed in the training camp is extraordinary, but you can't be proud of it, you must learn with an open mind. What if something happens to you in the future? Wouldn't that make me a widow? Fong Ming smiled faintly. Aya, you're also too cute. You are now unaware of my strength. Since you said it, then I'll listen to you. I'll show you what I'm made of when the set is over. Red Riding walked to the kitchen with her cell phone in hand and sat down on the couch with a big smile on her face. Okay then, I look forward to your return from your studies. Oh, I'm going to go help the captain and the others cook. Forget it for now. Go train. Fong Ming made an okay gesture in front of the camera. Okay, you go ahead. Come and give me a kiss. Muah. Muah. After dropping the call, Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng have coaxed. Io really sweet. Oh. Zhao Empyrean City was still playing Happy Dissipation next to him. Our tassel has a name so soon. It's really cheap for that kid. Chen Mai in the kitchen and dumpling filling. Yes, Red Tassel. When do you plan to get married? Zhao Kongcheng bounced up from the sofa in one go. Why don't? Let's do the wedding ceremony when he finishes his intensive training? Chen Mai, I think it's fine. The training set is finished. Plus Hong Ying getting married, that's like a double happiness. The red-cheeked Red Rider walked over to them, blushing slightly and saying somewhat sheepishly, oops, what are you talking about? That's not even an 8? Yo, look at you still embarrassed. Zhao Kongcheng put his cell phone down and also walked over to help Chen Mai cook. Chen Mai, do you know how to cook? Zhao Kongcheng, it won't. Chen Mai, then go help me wash my clothes. Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head. Oh. When he left, Chen Mai said to Red Tassel with a gossipy expression, you two are serious, aren't you? Red Rumor picked up a crust and looked up at him. That's for sure, of course we're serious about this relationship thing. I'm not the type to joke about my feelings. Red Riding. That's fine, wait until he finishes his intensive training and take some time to tie the knot. Chen Mai spoke with a hint of movement in his expression. After all, there wasn't much time left for him. He's also thinking about witnessing a love affair between the players before he's erased. Red Coma, Aya, how do you honestly worry about this matter? Time is not still long. Chen Mai exhaled a deep breath, pinched a dumpling and put it in the basin, and slowly opened his mouth. Yes, the time is still long. Inside the fairgrounds, Fong Ming was holding a wooden sword against Lin Xie. Lin Xie's mouth smiled. What? Been scolded by your family's tasseled treasure? Fong Ming, and %% at hashtag you and at. I was seeing that no one was training with you. I was playing with you out of the goodness of my heart. Why don't you appreciate that? Lin Xie waved his hand. Okay, then you're not allowed to cheat. No arming, no magic wands, no fire, no ice. Turn off your body protection energy. Fong Ming gripped the wooden blade tightly, always ready to fire. Hey, okay, if you don't say it I wouldn't even know I'm this powerful. As the words fall, there was a sudden sonic boom, and Fong Ming rushed at Lin Xie with his sword like a cannonball. Chapter 69, The Unprudent Sword Technique Duel. Lin Xie's pupils shrunk slightly. Fong Ming's figure was so fast that even the mortal dust divine realm couldn't capture it. He could only see Fong Ming's movements when he came to a meter in front of him. Bang! The two men's wooden swords snapped at the sound, and Lin Xie was knocked back several meters before stopping with his wooden sword thrust into the ground. He stood up slowly, with a real sword, right? Could be. 2-star blades immediately appeared in Fong Ming's hands, throwing one in front of Lin Xie. Just as Lin Xie was bending down to pick up the knife, the whistling of a gust of wind came head-on. Lin Xie immediately sidestepped and dodged as the sharp blade brushed his clothes in front of his body. *******. Your mom, no martial virtues, is it? Fong Ming held the hilt of the blade and turned his wrist in a circle. Instantly the blade was filled with an extremely ferocious fiery flame. AI, on the battlefield will the enemy speak to you about martial virtues? Lin Xie's hand holding the hilt of the sword gradually gathered a divine light as he held the sword in front of his chest, and the sharp blade was also filled with a blazing fire. Fong Ming, you're using fire, so I'll just use ice. As the words fell, a bone-piercing cold aura converged from his palm to the blade, a biting extreme cold swept around, and the shoots on the lawn were frozen into ice crystals by this extreme cold. On! Fong Ming muttered. In the next second, the sharp and piercing ice blade chopped in front of Lin Xie. He raised his hands to block. The mutual collision between the blazing fire and the cold ice sent out gusts of white smoke. The afterimage that erupted from the contact of the blades attracted the attention of all the recruits present, and without realizing it, the recruits formed a circular field with a radius of 20 meters on their own. Chubby Bailey exclaimed with wide eyes, is this a cut between divine agents? It's really too strong. The energy that casually bursts out is not something we can withstand. Chow Yuan held Bailey Chubby's shoulders. Yeah, I feel like this isn't even a sword skill cut anymore. It's a real competition of the gap between the gods and the body. Then who do you think will win? Bailey Chubby turned his head to look at him. Shin Xingju interjected, it must be Fong Ming then. You didn't see it, although these two seem to be evenly matched right now. But judging from the movements, Fong Ming was all about casual offense and defense with an extremely relaxed expression. It's not the same with Lin Xie, who has to focus to counterattack every time. Bailey Chubby nodded. I didn't realize that you still have this power of observation.
Xin Xingzhu. What do you mean you?
Suddenly, a burst of aroma drifted in, and Longing appeared beside a few people, and just as her front foot stepped out, the terrifying pressure on her body filled the minds of everyone around her. Chao Yuan came between the two and whispered, I heard that this one is the daughter of the indentured dragon clan. Bailey Chubby glanced at her and felt that this woman was simply rare on earth, bright eyes, skin that was superior to snow even under the sunlight also gave off a faint shimmering light. Huh?
Such a good-looking little female dragon?
It's true, it's a jealousy. Fang Ming and Lin Xiye were still entangled in the center of the field.
Boom!
Fierce light once again erupted from the center of the field, and after the two held their swords in a stalemate for 2 seconds, Lin Xiye turned around and threw a sidekick, and Fang Ming immediately brought his arm up to block.
Dang! Fang Ming was knocked back a few meters, followed by a crystal-clear dragon of ice hovering from the hilt to the blade, and as he gently swung the blade, the dragon of ice roared and charged at Lin Xiye ferociously.
Lin Xiye also held his sword and drew a flame vortex in front of his chest, which kept spewing ferocious fire snakes inside. A dazzling white light erupted from the collision of the two forces, and as the forces countered each other, the two of them rushed out from their original positions at the same time.
Clank! 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 The two of them swung the star blade in their hands rapidly, and sparks flew everywhere. Most of the recruits could not see the movements of the two of them swinging their blades at all, and could only see that there were countless shadows of the blades crisscrossing in the air, emitting bursts of roars. Clank! Dang!
Fang Ming grabbed Lin Xiye's opening in his defense and grabbed his neck collar with his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, Lin Xiye was flung several meters high. Fang Ming's left foot exerted force, and the ground was once again stamped out with a hideous crack as he rushed towards the midair Lin Xiye at an extremely fast speed.
Next moment,
explosions erupted from the air once again, and as two strands of red and blue novas landed on the ground, Lin Xiye grimaced a bit, and the hand holding the sword began to shake a bit. After all, Fang Ming's current strength was too different from his, and just a simple sparring match was something that hadn't even exerted much force yet, leaving him overwhelmed. Fang Ming sheathed his sword and pulled out a can of Red Bull from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xiye, who was holding the ground with one hand. Here, drink.
For restoring stamina, go with Red Bull. Kid, fair strength.
A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiye's mouth as he took the Red Bull that Fang Ming handed over, pondering. For a few seconds, in the air, he tried to suppress it with the Killing Angel divine power, but the next second the Killing Angel erupted. He saw an imposing Phantom Lin nebula floating in the universe, and the pair of dominant powers that contained an entire galaxy were annexing everything in the universe. In front of this vast and incessant sound that annexed everything, one was so small.
It's time for dinner, too.
Han Yuri, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, blew the whistle hanging on his chest.
Beep beep beep. Training is over. Dinner is served.
With a crash, the new recruit rushed towards the cafeteria after placing the wooden knife in his hand. After Instructor Han had organized his wooden sword, he walked over to Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong. Where's the promised sword skill sparring session?
How did it turn into a cut and thrust of the forbidden ruin energy in the body? Instructor Hong, an instinctive reaction that erupts in battle, right?
You see, just now, Fang Ming dealt with it with extreme ease. He seems to have with inexhaustible forbidden ruin energy, while Lin Xiye's side was a bit strained. Yuan Gang nodded. After all, Lin Xiye is now at the Zhan realm, so it's already good to be able to spar with someone who has surpassed Klein. But I'm afraid that if Fang Ming gets serious. Instructor Hong and Instructor Han spoke in unison. That's not a good thing to say. Inside the cafeteria, Molly looked at Night Huang on her lap with a depressed expression. Fang Ming's few people sat across from her and continued to chat and bowl *********. Lin Xiye noticed Molly's worried expression. What is it, Molly? Saying that, he touched Chubby Bailey's leg with his leg. Ah. Bailey Chubby instantly reacted, clipping the chicken leg in his bowl to Molly's bowl.
Thank you, I can't eat much right now.
Molly repeatedly stuck her chopsticks into the bowl of chicken thighs, looking like she didn't have a good appetite. Fang Ming spoke. Aya, it's just that you can't suppress a sword.
It's fine, you can definitely do it when you've raised a realm.
Molly let out a long sigh. It's so annoying to have such a good blade and only be able to look at it. As she spoke, she ran her hand over Night Brilliant's blade. The terrifying energy really fascinated her immensely.
Then what realm are you in now?
Molly asked Fang Ming. Being able to easily suppress this blade should be a very high realm, right?
Fang Ming pondered for a moment. Me? Marigold realm, huh?
The crowd was speechless when they heard. Chaebol *******. A few months later, the cold winds were picking up and the bitter winds were arriving. After a few months of training, all new recruits have faded that tender face, sweat, blood, tears. These months of hardship will be all the people off the bone. Just as Yuan Gang and several other instructors were roasting groundnuts around the fireplace, Chen Mai slowly walked in through the gate of the training camp.
The guards cut him off with one hand. Who is it?
Captain of Squad 136 in Songnan, Chen Mai. I have something important to discuss with Instructor Yuan.
Chapter 70 Crisis. Red Tassel came to pick up the people.
In the steam-filled cafeteria, Fang Ming was still wearing short sleeves and dry eating with Lin Xiye and the others. Hissu Fang Ming picked up a piece of hot beef and put it into his mouth. speaking to the few people in front of him. Do you guys think they can give us a vacation this new year? Lin Xie, who was on the side, looked at the instructor standing guard at the door and snorted coldly. Didn't you hear what was said on the first day of intensive training? The set will continue uninterrupted until the set is completely finished. Bailey Chubby sat across the table and swallowed a steamed dumpling with a sad face. Hey, after coming out for so long, I've almost forgotten what the flavor of the dishes on that side of Guangshan is. The meals here are generically not to my liking. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan looked at the 3 empty cage drawers he bought years ago and fell into deep thought. Xin Qingzhu came to Chao Yuan's ear and whispered, eating so much is still not appetizing, how much does he have to eat in one meal over there in his hometown? Fang Ming, on the other hand, said with a confident look on his face as he ate the last grain of rice in his bowl, I think the instructors will give us a few days off for the new year. Lin Xie waved his hand, it's impossible. Definitely not. What's the bet? Bet you still have 67 pairs of pants left. Chubby Bailey's eyes widened, no way? Brother Ming, you even know how many pairs of pants Brother Knight has left? Fang Ming laughed lightly and stood up, that must be, ouch me. Lin Xie stood up and kicked Fang Ming a few meters away. Damn, you dead pervert. Every day you don't think about good things. Fang Ming hurriedly stood up and angrily glared at Lin Xie, *******. Burn me. Exempt. Lin Xie's crotch lit up with tiny flames, frightening him so much that he hurriedly grabbed the clear water on the table and splashed it towards his crotch. Damn, wanna fight, huh? Come on, is it hard for me to be afraid of you? In the meantime, Chen Mai was talking to Yuan Gang about the New Year's goods he was going to buy for the new year. He gathered around the fireplace and take a cigarette through the fire in the fireplace. Instructor Yuan, did you buy pork for the house? Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong looked at each other in disbelief, then leaned back in their chairs and hugged their arms. Captain Chen, you didn't find me just to talk to me about this, did you? Let's get to the point with what we have to say. Chen Mai let out a deep breath. In that case, I'll be straightforward. Instructor Yuan, you must take a vacation this time. Yuan Gang was just about to open his mouth when his thoughts were interrupted by the 10 strips of huazi in front of him. Chen Mai handed it over without lifting his head. Give the instructors a point. Instructor Hong silently took it and put it aside as he gave Yuan Gang an okay sign. No, Captain Chen, this time. Chen Mai took out another bottle of $99,999 of red wine in his hand. Yuan Gang's face was full of doubt. Hong Ying is getting married? Must take a vacation? It stands to reason that the set never takes a vacation in the middle of training. Unless something happens to the recruits at home, we'll grant special permission, otherwise anything will have to wait until after intensive training. Chen Mai saw that softness wouldn't work, so he could only explain like he did, there are too many thorns in the side of too many people among the new recruits this time. We've noticed a number of rats infiltrating Songnan City. You should know better than me who they're running to. Hearing Chen Mai's words, Yuan Gang pondered a little. Their target is our training camp? That's right. Ridiculous, we have nearly 100 instructors in our intensive training camp, all of whom have extensive combat experience and tactical reserves. And that pervert Fang Ming is still in this training camp. How did they dare to come and attack the training camp? Chen Mai reminded again, yes, I've heard about Fang Ming's strength, and ordinary gods can't help him. But what about the other recruits? They are merely a Jan realm, and from what I understand those people have been carefully preparing for 5 months, and even if they can't take Fang Ming's life this time around, the actions taken will wipe out the rest of the targets. Now Lin Xie should be an agent of the twin gods, right? Yuan Gang held the sides of the cigarette with both hands, thought deeply for a long while, and slowly spoke. So what you're saying is that this vacation will protect those few main targets. That's the idea. Moreover, the location of your intensive training camp this time is so hidden, there is no contact from the outside world. How did they know your exact location? Besides, after we investigated, from the first day of the intensive training they made a move. This explains. When Yuan Gang heard this, he immediately stood up, his tone filled with some anger. Captain Chen, I hope you can pay attention to your attitude. Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. You mean to suspect that there are people with bad intentions within us? Chen Mai instead leaned back in his chair with a calm tone. That Bailey family's heir. Do you know that there are people in the market alone who spend $800 million to buy its head? Do you know how much my yearly salary has just been? If it weren't for, ahem, word to the wise. And there are a number of gods in the Church of the Ancient God who specialize in compulsion. After Fang Ming wiped out the nightmare projection, it was also considered to give them a kick in the pants, but they definitely won't let up. They'll definitely frantically look for an opportunity and won't stop until they reach their goal. Yuan Gang looked at him, and Instructor Hong on the side also had a grave look on his face. Chief, this time the matter is important. We must pay attention to it. These 200+ recruits can't afford to miss a beat. Yuan Gang nodded heavily. You're right. Is your intel accurate? Chen Mai, on the honor of Squad 136. Inside the cafeteria, Fang Ming was pressing down on Lin Xie's body and whipping his ass hard. I'll ask you if you're convinced? I called you Night Brother before, I really think I'm Night Brother. Lin Xie was lying on the ground, his face reddened. Damn, don't make me get up, I have to you to death if I get up. The recruits next to him watched the undercurrent with interest. Suddenly, the door to the cafeteria was heaved open. Instructor Hong stepped in with a heavy snow boot. He took a look at Fong Ming and the two of them who were behaving intimately on the aisle. His brows frowned. Hiss, what a time to be fooling around. Only after hearing Hong Hao shout did Fong Ming get off of Lin Xie, who also stood aside with a disgruntled face as he patted the dust on his body. The new recruits eating in the cafeteria immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at Instructor Hong with a speechless face, speaking from usual experience. Unless there was some kind of emergency or urgent training mission, the instructor basically wouldn't show up during their mealtime. Instructor Hong looked at the recruits in front of him and took a deep breath before clearing his throat. Ahem. Gather at the playground in 10 minutes, there is important news to inform you. After saying that, he walked out of the cafeteria quickly with a grave expression on his face. What's going on? It's not, like, running for the hills again, is it? You can't freeze to death in this cold? A few of the men recruits worried. Fong Ming looked at Bailey Chubby and the others with a smug expression. No chance it's going to be a vacation, oh? Bang! Lin Xie clenched his fists and walked to his back to take advantage of his inattention to deliver such a heavy blow towards his head. Fong Ming covered his head. 6 ow. Q. Just as he was about to fight back, Lin Xie pointed at his back. Look. What's behind you? The gazes of the crowd immediately gathered on a beautiful woman at the entrance of the cafeteria, only to see her walking towards behind Fong Ming with her hands behind her back and a playful face step by step. Fong Ming smiled disdainfully. No. How old are you to be playing such childish tricks? Do you think I'm mentally ill? Red Tassel stopped a meter behind him, the smile on her face even brighter as she softly shouted in an extremely gentle voice, Fong Ming, did you miss me? Chapter 71 Red Tassel's love is deep, sudden enemy attack. Fong Ming's fists that were clenched in midair gently released, his pupils trembling slightly as he listened to this familiar yet unfamiliar voice. He knew that he was on vacation this New Year's Eve, but he didn't expect that Red Riding Hood would actually come to the training camp to pick himself up. Tasseled treasure? He spoke slowly. Fong Ming immediately turned around. Hong Ying was standing there in a bright red down jacket looking at himself imploringly. All the recruits who were eating in the cafeteria were very sensible and put down the chopsticks in their hands to walk towards the entrance of the cafeteria. A few seconds later, the cafeteria was left with Fong Ming and Hong Ying and Chubby Bailey who was still wolfing down his food. Lin Xie glanced at him realizing that he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, then grabbed him by the back of his neck collar, picked him up and headed out. People are so eye-catching. Why can't you fat little man see the occasion so well? After saying that, he dragged Bailey Chubby's round body towards the door. Wow, Night brother, be gentle, my pants are going to fall off. Bailey Chubby fell to the ground struggling and shouting, still holding 3 steamed dumplings in his hand and stuffing them into his mouth. Hong Ying snorted and laughed out when she saw Bailey's chubby appearance. He's quite cute. She then took a light step forward and opened her arms. Her eyes were like crescent moons as she looked at Fong Ming. How was it? Did you miss me? Because the two were in Fong Ming's set training through daily chatting, day by day, Fong Ming also changed out a carrier pigeon occasionally also send some small gifts over. But this is not much different from online love. Now the Red Tassel very enthusiastic to stand in front of him, so that Fong Ming is still a little embarrassed. But he still rushed up and hugged Red Sakura around the waist in place. Ah! Quickly put me down. Hong Ying smiled even more brightly in Fong Ming's arms. Fong Ming then put her down. What brings you here? Is it? Red Rouge laughed and gently nudged his nose with her finger. Of course I miss you. Well, one other thing is, recently there are some things. Hong Ying was a bit stumped. She didn't want to tell Fong Ming about something that threatened his life as soon as they met. Fong Ming naturally understood it in seconds, and it was time for the plot to progress to the shelling of the training camp. It's fine, just stay with me, they'll all be fine with me being within this training camp. Fong Ming gently stroked Red Tassel's face to wisp her hair behind her ear, then cupped the side of her face. This action made the heart of the Red Tassel dear, and then her lips gently raised, her eyes slightly closed to meet up, and Lin Xie and the others were now lying on their backs in the doorway peeking at the juvenile images. Bailey Chubby was in an incredibly excited mood. It's coming. Coming. Brother Knight. Chow Yuan face lewdly stroked Bailey Chubby back. Wow, look at people as a soldier can still get a beautiful daughter-in-law TSK. Bailey Chubby raised his head. If you peek, you peek. He barreled down the hand holding on his back. What are you doing touching little master's flesh? Chow Yuan scratched his head. Hey, can't help it. Molly felt that the two were somewhat compatible and chimed in from the side. Don't look at Fong Ming who is usually big-headed and often gets into mischief, but he's really responsible when it comes to serious matters. It's really good cabbages let pigs arch over them. Shin Xingju flirted jealously. After a few minutes, Fong Ming told Red Tassel to go and join Chen Mai and the others first, so that the attack later would not accidentally injure her. The playground. Some of the recruits wondered what bad intentions the instructors had. After all, they were used to being scourged. The instructors on the stage stood straight with their hands behind their backs in unison. Instructor Hong slowly walked onto the stage after carefully counting the number of people. Good, after 5 months of training, you've got some soldiering going on. The recruits on the stage held their heads high, their eyes like swords.
Today I'll make an announcement.
Instructor Hong looked at Yuan Gang, who was standing at the side, and the two of them exchanged glances. Ahem, I'm announcing that the physical portion of the training set is ending early, which means we'll be leaning towards tactics, hot weapons, and band markets for future training. As the words fell, the new recruits on the stage showed their surprised gazes.
Chubby Bailey was so excited that he was on the verge of crying. He kept shaking Fong Ming and Lin Chia's arms. Brother Ming, Brother Knight, do you hear me? Our days of misery are over. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Fong Ming didn't care. In these few months, he didn't feel much tired. Perhaps this was the benefit of hard power. Lin Chia also breathed a long sigh of relief. He no longer had to exhaust himself doing all sorts of physical training day after day. It certainly falls into the category of being good for other recruits.
And Instructor Hong's loud voice resounded once again. After our research, before the next phase of training, we're giving everyone a small vacation.
From today until the second day of the new year is your vacation, but there are requirements. All recruits are not allowed to leave within the confines of Tsangnan, and are automatically withdrawn if caught.
Did you hear all that? The recruit immediately stood at attention, his voice resounding, heard and understood. You have 10 minutes to pack your bags, now dismissed. Wow! With the exception of Fong Ming and Lin Chia, all the new recruits were happily running towards their dormitory buildings. These few months of hard life had suffocated them, and they couldn't wait to rush out of the intensive training camp the next second. Fong Ming waved his hand towards Lin Chia, who walked over somewhat strangely. What? You also feel that this vacation is a bit sudden?
Fong Ming didn't answer this question of his, but only spoke to him in a low voice. If you don't have any luggage to pack, why don't you come with me outside the training camp first?
Lin Chia?
Brother, it's not good to have a field day in this cold.
Fong Ming? What the do you think I am, a man or a woman?
Come on over here, I'll tell you something important.
Oh.
The two of them then walked out of the gates of the training camp, and suddenly Lin Chia felt his body lighten up, and his spiritual energy seemed to flourish even more.
I made a breakthrough?
Fong Ming looked at him with an expression of an old father's kindness, and the value of the foreign energy in his own body had currently reached 67 black holes, only one step away from unlocking the nebula body. On the small broken ball he was already the existence of an absolute god. Even in this universe he was an immortal existence. After getting stronger and stronger, Fong Ming realized that the effect of absorbing the Forbidden Ruins energy was getting slower and slower. He was looking forward to the arrival of that ravings every day to let himself complete some difficult tasks so that he could improve his strength as soon as possible. But he never came. He himself also occasionally escaped from the training camp to look for it. But he never saw those outer gods and those people from the Church of Ancient Gods. He was
wondering if some of the events wouldn't have happened if he didn't follow the main line.
At this moment many black fans are already waiting here for the purpose of sending the recruits out of the camp.
What? Missiles? Lin Chia's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief.
Fong Ming nodded. He knew that he had obliterated the nightmare projection and his strength had been exposed. Perhaps this sudden attack was going to be quite a bit more ferocious than in the original, but it couldn't be done with nuclear weapons, could it?
How did you know?
Lin Chia looked at Fong Ming with some contempt. He felt how this person was always one step ahead of him, and every step was so accurate. From the time he awakened the divine power in his body he had suspected that Fong Ming had the ability to foretell things, and now that Fong Ming had displayed 1,000 different abilities, he was gradually getting used to this elusive person. 10 minutes later, the recruits had arrived at the entrance of the training camp. After stepping out of the entrance of the training camp, due to the realm breakthroughs have revealed the color of surprise, now all the recruits in the training camp have reached the pool realm. Yuan Gang and the others on the side also unconsciously had a hint of a smile at the corner of their mouths as they watched the look on the faces of these little brats. Just as Bailey Chubby rushed ahead and couldn't wait to board the vehicle, he was stopped by Lin Chia.
Brother Knight, what is it?
Chubby Bailey scratched his head. Fong Ming, on the other hand, stood high up silently gazing at the sky.
Get back on later, something's up.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Dense black dots in the sky were rapidly approaching over the assembly camp, and all the recruits heard the sound of whistling winds in the air and looked up as the missiles came closer and closer. Bailey Chubby looked at the sky, his pupils shrinking slightly, guided.
Missile! It's a missile!
The recruits all showed a look of horror. So many missiles were afraid that they could level a big mountain. Hundreds of missiles are like the scythe of death to harvest all the lives in this training camp one by one. At this time, Lin Chia drew out a black box behind his back and the star knife, dead grip on the hilt of the knife. He forced a step forward, guillotine. With a sound, a flaming sword dipper swept towards several missiles in the sky at great speed. Boom! 2 or 3 missiles exploded violently in the sky, and countless pieces of shrapnel flew down into the heavy snow several hundred meters away, emitting wisps of black smoke. A few of the missiles were already approaching a few hundred meters above, and Lin Chia's forehead began to break out in a weak sweat. Not too many. At this time, all the instructors have used all their strength to smash the missiles one by one in the air, but the number of missiles is too many to finish, and the speed of the missiles is not something that every instructor can accurately grasp.
All stay where you are.
only to hear Fong Ming roar. A monstrous golden light erupted from his palm, and intense pressure erupted from his pupils, and as his palms closed together, a golden dragon shot straight up into the sky, and then the giant dragon's body descended to hover in the sky above the training camp.
Fong Ming muttered under his breath, "It's time for Morex to show your strength."
The invulnerable golden feather dragon scale, descend.
Chapter 72 Golden Feather Dragon Scale, Missile Attack Failure.
Within these 5 months, Fong Ming hadn't used the opportunity to mess with time and space since then except for the last time he used it to enter the world of the original god, but instead slowly accumulated it. Currently Fong Ming had accumulated 10 times of temporal chaos, saving it for later to use slowly, but with his current strength he could already be called an invincible existence in this world, so he wasn't in a hurry. In the world of the original gods, Fong Ming stole the Heart of the Earth from Morex and the Thoughtless Slash from Barzabub. After stealing the Thoughtless Slash, he always felt that it was always a bit abnormal for a big man to pull out a sword that flashed with purple lightning from his chest, so he always turned into a Barzabub look to use the Thoughtless Slash. Initially, Bailey Chubby and others thought it was where the purple-haired Big Thunder's sister. A few people scrambled to chase her, and finally found that it was actually Fong Ming became suddenly feel as if she smelled more.
Outside of the training camps,
a magnificent golden shield was like a giant bowl covering the training camp, with dense light golden stripes constantly swimming on the surface of the shield. Bailey Chubby looked at the golden shield around him and instantly felt that the Yao Guang on his neck didn't smell good anymore. This is simply Yao Guang's father. Chow Yuan reached out and pinched his little tummy. Your father probably gave him the real Yao Guang.
Bailey Chubby gave him a blank look. Bull *******. I'm a real Yao Guang. It's just that I can't utilize its full strength in my current realm.
The crowd of recruits looked at the swarm of missiles rushing in the sky, and couldn't help but sweat for the golden shield in their hearts, because with their knowledge base they hadn't seen a forbidden object that could withstand the bombardment of hundreds of missiles. The golden energy surged around Fong Ming, and an extremely dazzling golden flash erupted from his pupils.
Boom boom boom.
The first missile exploded instantly when it came into contact with the shield formed by the golden dragon scales, and countless pieces of missiles scattered around with fire and smoke, followed by a second and third. The energy from the dozens of missiles currently exploding melted all the snow and ice within view, shattering the road in front of them and sending smoke billowing out. After casting the shroud, Fong Ming instead slowly walked down from the high platform. He looked at the crowd with a shocked expression and straightened his hair, then winked at Red Tassel in the distance. Yuan Gang was the first to slow down. He walked over to Fong Ming's side. I really have to thank you this time.
If it weren't for you, those of us who are here might be buried.
Fong Ming waved his hand, then pulled out a few cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to him and the other instructors beside him. It's fine, let me return the favor this time.
Yuan Gang scratched his head, thinking that he didn't owe himself any favors, did he? Could it be that he was the one who explained the white-haired dragon lady to Hong Ying? Alright, this one's preachy.
Check the nearest missile base to this location. I'm afraid it has fallen if they can use such a large swarm of missiles. Fong Ming finished his reminder. He looked at the recruits on the stage, feeling a little unsure of what to say. If he hadn't wiped out the projection of the ravings, possibly this attack would have been on a much smaller scale. But rumor also didn't expect that through such a long period of forbidden ruin energy absorption, Fong Ming's current strength was already the pinnacle of existence in this world, in this universe, and that these few missiles alone could not help him at all. The missile barrage lasted nearly 7 minutes, and the ground around them was barren of fragmented missile debris everywhere. After Fong Ming saw that there were no more strange noises in the sky, he waved his hand, and the golden dragon disappeared in an instant, and the impenetrable golden shield dissipated with it. At this moment, all the members of the 136th squad that had come walked up to Yuan Gang, and Shenmai had an expected expression on his face. And Hong Ying wrapped her arms around Fong Ming, her eyes filled with admiration. Fong Ming, I didn't expect you to be so strong now.
Fong Ming, on the other hand, revealed a haughty expression. That's right. But that's not the only place I'm strong.
Red Koma's expression was a bit petulant after hearing this. The two of them hadn't discussed that aspect of theoretical knowledge behind their backs for such a long time. She whispered, oops, let's talk about this matter at home. After these few minutes of the missile's baptism, the recruits held a long sigh of relief from the aftermath. Yuan Gang clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the vast scorched earth in front of him, his eyes filled with rage as he interrupted Chen Mai's opening. Captain Chen, you're right, there are indeed traitors among us.
Hong Hao.
Hong Hao came running from behind him with an extremely grave expression. Chief, arrange the recruits out of camp first, and afterward gather all the instructors together, and let none of them go. To clean house.
Yes, Chief.
Instructor Hong then arranged for a few trustworthy instructors to bring all the recruits to the van to settle down in Songnan City, while Lin Xie followed Fong Ming back to Squad 130's access secret base.
Missile Base 39. Missile Base 39. Please answer when you hear me. 39.
Ear-piercing alarms resounded inside and outside the base, and under the dim and bright lights were pools of scarlet blood, with guns and bullets strewn messily on the ground. An enchanting woman sat inside the control room, and beside her were several stone statues with extremely exaggerated expressions. She raised her head and looked at the satellite surveillance image, her pupils shocked. What exactly is this Fongming? An attack of hundreds of missiles he defused so easily? Suddenly a phone call breaks the dead silence. The caller, the operation failed. They still got wind of it. Things are bad down there. Medusa, is it a bit of a bad idea to just do an assassination? I'll make a trip to Tsungnan to kill them all. On the other side of the phone, well, I'll go with you. Lord Rumor has explained that even if we can't kill the one called Fongming, we must get rid of that dual god agent. Otherwise the consequences will be endless. Medusa looked to the several stone statues beside her with an extremely exaggerated smile as she sputtered her scarlet tongue. Understood. Boom! She swung a thick tail body to sweep a few stone statues off to the side. Immediately afterward, she left Missile Base 39 with a furious look on her face as she plunged her dagger into a fallen body on the ground. In the peace office, Lin Xie was sitting on the couch with Zhao Kongqing playing Forest Ice Fireman, while Si Xiaonan was sitting on the couch holding a large pillow and watching the duo play the game. Lang Xian, Wu Shangnan, and Wen Qimo were still patrolling outside, while inside the kitchen, Fong Ming and Hong Ying were rolling out the skin and wrapping the dumplings, looking very much in love. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening, and Shen Mai shook the snow from his body and set a few pieces of information on the table. Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing put down the handles in their hands and came over. Captain, how is it? Is the investigation clear? Shen Mai picked up a cup of hot water and took a sip. Well, they saw several broken stone statues at Missile Launch Base 39, and all the guards inside were sacrificed. It has now been tentatively determined that it was the Snake Woman of the Church of the Ancient God who did this. Lin Xie gazed at a shocking photo on the document, his pupils trembling slightly. Stone statues? A snake woman? Those with such abilities must be Medusa's agents, right? Chen Mai nodded. That's right. Their targets are none other than you, Bailey Tu Ming, and Fong Ming. After he finished speaking, he turned his head towards Fong Ming and shook his head, then looked towards Lin Xie again. It's probably because the strength displayed by the nightmare projection that Fong Ming decimated last time was too terrifying, so this time the missile attack has expanded in size. Now that they know that Fong Ming is impossible to kill, their targets will focus on you and Bailey Tu Ming. Well, so you must be careful how you act these days, and you've been out and about a lot lately. Chapter 73 Lin Xie becomes bait, Fong Ming becomes the team's pill of confidence. Lin Xie? You guys want to use me as bait, huh? Shen Mai nodded. That's right. We don't have that much time to go wasting time with the people of the Ancient God Church. We must rush to take them all out in a hurry in the few days you're out of camp. Chen Mai had originally thought of having Fong Ming join Lin Xie, but after the strength Fong Ming had displayed today, if he was there, those followers of the Ancient God Church would definitely not dare to make a move, which would greatly lengthen the timeline. When they returned to the training camp, if they were using weapons of mass destruction, even if Fong Ming could defend himself for a day, he wouldn't be able to focus every day's energy on preventing enemy attacks in the future. Lin Xie naturally thought these things through completely, and he agreed to this matter of Chen Mai turning himself into bait. With a crash, the dumplings came out of the pot. Fong Ming walked out from the kitchen. He naturally heard the Chen Mai duo's speech. He said to Lin Xie, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you in the shadows. I'd like to see if those believers all have the same mark printed on their pants." "No, you can't go. Once they are alerted to your scent they won't make a move no matter what." Chen Mai refused. Hiss. "Alright, but I have this." Fong Ming pulled out a white coffin board glowing with holy light from his pocket. Lin Xie? Chen Mai? Zhou Kongcheng? Oh, Si Xiaonan. You got his coffin board ready for him so soon? Fong Ming placed the coffin of sacred radiance heavily in front of them, the mark of the white tiger glowing with sacred radiance on top of the lid flickered, and as the lid slowly opened, the sacred radiance disappeared. "You see that this size suits you, right?" Fong Ming stood next to him, looking at Lin Xie with a sinister smile on his face. "I thank you, but I won't be able to use this in my life." Lin Xie's eyes were firm. For the sake of his aunt and cousin's future life, he must not die. Fong Ming introduced, "I would have hoped that you wouldn't be able to use it, but this isn't an ordinary coffin board, it can bring the dead back to life. Whether the soul, the body is intact or not, it can bring the dead back to life." Zhao Emporian City listened and then lay down on the coffin and carefully observed it. The rune paths engraved on it were fine and incomparable, it was just a bit cold. He turned his head to Fong Ming. "Then what if it turns into ashes?" "Lin Xie, has your thought process always been this strange?" Chen Mai also looked at this stupid big man with contemptuous eyes. Ever since that Ghostface King incident, he felt that Zhao Kongqing's brain was a little bit not so good anymore, and often asked some strange questions. And this question also gave Fong Ming a hard time. "This question, it's quite a good question, why don't you try?" Saying this, his fingertips ignited a wisp of fire. Zhao Kongqing, ******* "Oh, I'm not trying. If you want to try, let me Nami try too." Si Xiaonan raised his head, _. Lin Xie suddenly thought of something. "Isn't this thing similar to the one you once gave to Zhao Emporian City called the famous sword Sifu?" Fong Ming waved his finger in front of him and explained, No. The essence of the famous sword Sujetsu is to allow a person to ward off their first death. This one is to allow a person to rise from the dead and come back to life. The essence of the two things are not the same. If you want to experience what it's like to come back from the dead, you can try this. If the real thing doesn't match the presentation, you can get a refund. Lin Xie? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a real B word to say. You might as well give me the fact that you still have a famous sword, Zell. I gave the tassel treasure. Red Ruffles smiled in the kitchen and brought out 2 plates of hot dumplings and set them in front of a few people, a glittering heart pendant around her neck. Let's all eat first. Red Cherry looked around and realized that there was no figure of Lang Xian's trio. Where are those 3? When Fang Ming saw the dumplings served on the table, he immediately put away the coffin of sacred radiance. I heard they went on patrol. Back at night then? Chen Mai shook his head. Maybe he won't come back tonight. That old Zhao, you'll go and bring some dumplings to them in a while. After all, eat some dumplings to warm up your stomach on this cold day. Zhao Kongcheng stuffed a hot dumpling into his mouth. Issue. Good fizzle, Captain. On the dinner table, Fragrant, Lin Xia and the cafeteria also ate hot dumplings, but always feel that something is missing. Always feel and eat at home is not the same. Sister Honging, the dumplings you made are just delicious. The plate of dumplings in front of Lin Xia had already gone down most of the way. It's delicious, right? If it's delicious, eat more. Red Tassel replied and continued to pick out a few from the pot and place them in front of Lin Xia. While Fang Ming had already finished dazzling 2 plates, Honging picked up the napkin on the table and wiped the grease stains on the corners of his mouth. Eat slowly, there's more. Fang Ming quipped, then I must eat more of my wife's dumplings. Chen Mai and Si Xiaonan also very praise Red Tassel cooking is getting better and better. Have housewife that flavor. Captain, I want to check on Chubby 100 and the others later. The 2 words chubby made him freeze. Oh, Bailey Tu Ming can. Fang Ming immediately raised his hand. I'll go too. No. Why? Chen Mai hugged his arms and replied, I just said that it's best for you not to show up outside again in the next few days. What if you show up and they run away? Then our plans don't all go out the window. Fang Ming clamped dumplings, chopsticks shaking, asterisk 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 asterisk, invincibility is also wrong chant? Tell you what then, I'll let her go? He finished by looking at Red Ruffian with a slight request in his tone. Red Ruffles also understood what he meant. That dragon lady? Fang Ming nodded. Because of my existence, they may send a more menacing enemy. The dragon lady is not as strong as me, but she is now one of the most powerful existences in the world. For the realm, let's just barely put it at Klein. Fang Ming naturally wouldn't talk about the realm too high. Chen Mai pondered, with such a powerful person suddenly appearing, won't they get suspicious? Fang Ming was speechless as he repeatedly stuck his chopsticks into one of the dumplings in the bowl. Hey, you guys are really hard to serve. Tell you what, I'll stay at home and if a powerful enemy shows up you guys let me know, okay? I'll be there in 2 seconds. Chen Mai nodded, that's a good idea, but it also has to wait until we've locked down all the enemies. Okay. The crowd had agreed on the battle plan, saying that it was a battle plan was better to say that it was a peace of mind for the few people present. If Fang Ming made a move the enemy was basically a case of being killed in seconds. After the meal, Lin Xia went out the door while Zhao Kongcheng stood at the door with 3 pockets of dumplings. A few minutes later, a rider in a yellow takeout suit stopped in front of him. Hello Mr. Zhao, right? On the roof of a building, the dark barrels of guns were watching the situation in a few hundred meters around. The snow had already buried half of Lang Xian's body, and the 2 Wu Shangnan beside him were quietly observing. When GMO exhaled a mouthful of hot air, I heard that we're having dumplings tonight. Wu Shangnan moved a bit. You know all about this, the captain said to send us a few plates later. Alas, that demon Fang Ming has returned. Do we still need to be so bitter be to spy here? Lang Xian narrowed his eyes at him. With his current strength the captain definitely won't let him come out and startle the snakes. Just stay. Besides, it's a little too impersonal for you to let him out on a mission when his young couple just met. When Shima bristled, hey, I just read a sentence, and I didn't complain. Alright, the dumplings will be here in a while, hold it in a little longer. Wu Shangnan took the binoculars and carefully observed the surroundings. A few minutes later, drip! A sound of an electric car rang out, and 3 insulated plastic bags were placed in front of Lang Xian's trio. Rice dumpling takeout, here are the dumplings for the 3 of you, enjoy your meal and remember to rave about it. Chapter 74, Chen Mai loses $200 in chess, Bailey Tu Ming creates assassination. Snow, still falling. Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. Lin Xie strolled through the silver-decorated streets, the dim light lengthening his figure, a neat snow footprint spreading several hundred meters behind him. He looked up at the snowflakes flying in the sky and shivered. Damn, it's so far, do we have to stay in a luxury hotel? He grumbled, then lifted his scarf up to his chin. A tiny monitor glowed faintly in the corner of the jacket. Is it really okay for him to go out alone? Red Rouge sat on the couch with a frown on her face, her eyes looking out the window every now and then. Fang Ming cleaned up the dishes then sat beside her, but with a very relaxed look. He pinched the Red Tassel's face and spoke, there's nothing wrong with it. I put a monitor on his body, so if he's in danger or can't beat the enemy, I'll have Longing go forward to help him. Red Tassel said what he said, slightly wrinkled eyebrows finally spread. After all, no one wants any member of their team to meet an untimely death. But what she didn't understand was that Squad 136, which possessed Fang Ming and Longing, had already become a vigilante squad that could decimate any god in the Great Summer, and its strength had long since far surpassed that of any special squad. Hong Ying looked back at Long Ying, who was playing chess with Chen Mai, her eyes filled with doubt. At this moment, Long Ying was all smiles as she stuck an IOU on Chen Mai's face. Captain Chen, this is the 19th hand, if you lose again you owe me. Owe me $200 now. And Chen Mai sat across the table with a somber expression, with 19 IOUs on his face, and was leaning on his chin in deep thought. How is she so good? Is that talent? Hong Ying looked at the dark clouds above Chen Mai's head, and then at the small sun above Long Ying's head, and smiled as she turned her head to look at Fong Ming. Is she really the daughter of the dragon? Fong Ming nodded his head and replied affirmatively, yes, she's about 40% of my strength I think. It's simply a bit too big to deal with those people. But why do I get the feeling that she looks harmless? In the Dasha people's impression, the dragon is a mysterious and noble symbol, the holy lord to be considered. Dasha people are also known as the heir of the dragon, but it is this Long Ying has a childish face, the body, but is quite imperial lady. Fong Ming came to Hong Ying's ear and quietly told her, don't look at this non-aggressive look of hers now. At that time when she didn't know Instructor Hong yet, that expression almost tore Instructor Hong apart. Red Riding was shocked to hear that. Really? That's hard to tell. So does her forbidden ruin have a skill about dragons, like fire breathing? This question was a problem for Fong Ming. He couldn't tell Red Tassel that a titular daughter of the dragon was playing with poison, could he? And the super beast armament was still in the form of a scorpion. Suddenly Fong Ming thought of something? Since Long Ying herself was a member of the White Dragon clan, and the subsequent arming of the Scorpion King was formed due to the hatred had clouded her mind and body, now that Fong Ming had redeemed her from her blood feud, then wasn't it possible for her to be armed for dragon warfare as well? No, make time, I have to try it. After a minute, Chen Mai tore off the 20 IOUs on his face and swept $200 to Long Ying. Long Ying, on the other hand, was clumsily tapping the cell phone in her palm, and since Fong Ming had only gotten her a cell phone this morning, she wasn't very skilled at using it yet. Chen Mai walked over in a depressed manner and sat on a small sofa to the side. How is this girl called Long Ying so good at chess? 20 games. I'm a hard hand without a win. Fong Ming, Captain, if you're a vegetable, practice more now. I even beat her twice once. Chen Mai, I've heard about it, that's backgammon for you. Can it be the same as chess? Fong Ming slyly said, hey, just tell me if backgammon is chess? Okay, you said yes. How is Lin Chia now? Fong Ming connected a wire to the TV in front of him. Let me see. Oh, don't rush. At this moment, the monitor on Lin Chia's body turned into a tiny fly following him, transmitting the image to that television set. I have to say that after having a magic wand it really is getting more and more convenient. The magic wand that could only change into a sheep can do almost anything after arriving in this world. It's the inaccurate description that will fail. Inside a 5-star hotel, Chubby Time was enjoying his lavish evening meal of abalone, lobster, caviar, and French pastries. Chow Yuan, on the other hand, was leaning in front of the windowsill, using one finger to gently lift the corner of the curtains to closely monitor the situation outside. After all, living with a Bailey young master whose head was worth several $100 million, the risk factor was really too high. He turned his head back, and Chubby Time took a big gulp of his nightcap with a look of nothing gripping him. Chow Yuan looked at him and spoke breathlessly, no, people are coming to kill you, how can you still eat? Bailey Fatty waved to him, what are you afraid of, you also come over to eat some. I've suffered not 1,000 but 800 assassinations since I grew up. Which time I wasn't fine. One has to live in the moment. I was suffocating in the training camp, and I'm sorry to come out and not eat for these few days of vacation. Besides, what's there to be afraid of with an instructor? Chow Yuan listened to this and looked at the window 3 times a step back. He slowly sat down at the table and picked up a lobster and bit into it. Know what's so good about this stuff? It's so hard. He looked up to find Chubby Time staring at him with monkey eyes. No, man, don't you even show them? Chow Yuan looked at the lobster that had been chewed up by himself. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Bailey Fatty blankly glanced at him, then picked up another lobster, skillfully broke its shell open, threw its head in the trash can, and handed the tender shrimp meat to Chow Yuan. Here, little master personally peeled it for you. Chow Yuan took the shrimp and dipped it in the bowl containing the sauce, after which he savored it. Average. Che, what kind of taste is that? You just want to eat the plain food in the cafeteria. Don't you eat quite well too? You're the one who ate the most of those buns and dumplings. Isn't that a no-brainer for me? Before Chubby Bailey could finish, there was a boom. Piercing flames burst out from the window, shattering the windows of the floor where the two were located one by one, and the earth-shattering explosions erupting to produce a rolling wave of air that directly rolled toward Will Bailey, Chubby, and Chow Yuan. The explosion, as loud as thunder, drew the eyes of the few pedestrians left on the street. After the explosion, black smoke billowed from the floor where the two were located. Suddenly, there was a burst of golden light that appeared from half of the building. Yao Guan. Bailey Chubby reached out and pointed, and 2 soft clouds brought the two of them into contact, directly removing most of the falling gravity and allowing them to land smoothly on the ground. Damn, it's still here. Bailey Chubby straightened the bath towel wrapped around his body and cursed, little master's life is something you guys say you want?
Chow Yuan settled down, that's exciting, being with you. Suddenly, an invisible shroud appeared above the duo's heads. Chubby Bailey looked to the sky and muttered, this is ringless airspace? Is the Night's Watch coming to help us? Chow Yuan immediately denied, no. He could clearly feel two assassins behind him slowly approaching with a strong murderous aura emanating from them. They seem to have found us. The two of them turned to look at the two black shadows walking in front of them, and Chow Yuan's right hand slowly reached for the hilt of the sword at his waist. Chapter 75, The Battle. May I ask Bailey too? Lin Xie stood in front of the receptionist's doorway before his words were finished. A violent explosion rang out from the top floor. WC. Lin Xie shivered and rushed down the side stairs straight to the roof of the hotel. Sitting in the underground base of the peace office, the crowd clenched their fists as they looked at the sea of fire and the two assassins who had assassinated Chubby 100 Miles as the camera came through. Fang Ming looked at Chen Mai who was sitting on the side and spoke, I'll let Long Ying go over? Chen Mai shook his head, let's wait on it, there's no hurry first, these two people's realms aren't high, they should be able to handle it. But, Lin Xie, this kid can climb such a high building in one breath, the intensive training really wasn't in vain. Battlefield. Bailey Fatty stopped Chow Yuan who was about to make a move. He stared angrily at the two black-clothed men in front of him. In order to kill me you went so far as to blow up the hotel. Are the lives of the people that worthless? Have you lost your basic upbringing as night watchman? The three-knife man in front of him looked at the roof of the building that was still smoldering with black smoke and opened his mouth. Don't confuse us with that gang of sons of Eos, if it's not for the sake of returning 100. Cough cough. A burly man beside him hurriedly stopped it. Watch your words and behavior, if you reveal it, we'll all have to die. Waste no words with them, kill them. The burly man immediately compressed his body muscles and turned into a withered dwarf after a few seconds. Then the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. His feet stepped hard on the asphalt pavement, leaving deep depressions, followed by an audible explosion. His fist slammed into Bailey Chubby like a cannonball. Yao Guan! Chubby Bailey shouted, and a layer of golden shield wrapped him firmly. Boom! With a sound, the powerful fist directly dispersed a lot of the golden aura of the shield. Immediately after that, the withered man threw another uppercut, heading straight for Bailey Chubby's door. Chubby Bailey nimbly rolled to the side to avoid this ferocious blow, and then his hand reached out to his bosom as if he was groping for something. Lao Chow, come and help me. WC, you'd better not come. In the distance, Chow Yuan's body was ablaze with black flames, and a horrifying baleful aura emanated from him towards the surroundings in a steady stream. In a blink of an eye he arrived in front of the man with the three swords, and the hand holding the sword swung across in front of him at breakneck speed. Clank! The third swordman also reacted immediately, holding the hilt of his sword in a deadlock with Chow Yuan, as he looked at Chow Yuan's horrifying appearance from close range, and that surging aura directly disintegrated the third swordman's body and mind. What the kind of monster is this? How did your mom give birth to you? The three knives man's arm veins rippled as he swung Chow Yuan's knife away with force, and just as he was about to slash at Chow Yuan's neck, a large out foot was now in front of him. Dang! The three-dagger man was kicked directly into the wall on the side, and immediately the wall was crushed by a huge force, and the crumbling wall collapsed to bury him directly. Roar! Chow Yuan's left foot stomped hard on the ground, and with a whoosh sound, he arrived in front of the pile of rubble. At this time, the man with the three knives had just climbed up from the rubble, and a white light flashed, and Chow Yuan's blade had already arrived in front of him. Clank! The three-sword man raised his sword sideways to parry, but Mad Demon Chow Yuan's force was raised several notches as usual. In an instant, the three-sword man was once again sent flying several meters by Chow Yuan, and the ground was cut with a neat slash from the knife. He clenched his teeth and looked at Chow Yuan in front of him with a horrified look on his face as he held his sword. Damn, are the new recruits so hard to deal with this time? As the words fell, he looked aside to the darkened roof of the building. Whoosh! An arrow shot extremely fast towards Chow Yuan's back. Chow Yuan violently turned around and swung this arrow away with a slash. Boom! This arrow exploded violently as it was shot down, knocking Chow Yuan back several meters. Followed by a second, and a third. Chow Yuan stared at the arrows that were shooting extremely fast in the air, placing his sword in front of his chest and swinging it violently. A fierce and incomparable black flames chopped out from the blade, immediately destroying several arrows. He then leapt into the air with a strong foot to avoid the rest of the arrows. At this moment, the female archer standing on the roof of the building held a feathered arrow in her hand and once again shot one fiercely towards Chow Yuan in the air, pushing straight towards Chow Yuan's heart. Chow Yuan turned violently in the air and once again swung out an incomparably powerful black flame towards this arrow. Boom! The black flames and the arrow exploded violently in the air once again, and the airwave swept up all the gravel on the side, and a gust of smoke filled the surrounding area. At this moment, Chubby Bailey was playing cat and mouse with the withered man, using his flexible positioning to dodge the withered man's heavy punches over and over again. He didn't forget to taunt, dude, you're not good at this boxing, are you? Learned it from your master's wife, didn't you? Chubby Time leaned against the wall behind him and with another dive dodged the withered man's fist again. Boom! With a sound, the wall behind Chubby Bailey was penetrated through a large hole by the withered man.
Then, Bailey Chubby appeared behind him with a traveling dragon and backhanded him with a mouthful.
Come and hit me, you can't hit me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You fat ass have the balls not to hide. You killed it. I hit you and you don't hide?
On the other side, the woman standing on the high building shooting dark arrows saw that she couldn't do anything with Chow Yuan, and then turned her gaze to Chubby Bailey who was on the side. Still, this is a large target area, shoot this. Just as she was just knocking the arrow on her bow and pulling the string to build up her strength, a flash of extreme darkness enveloped her surroundings, and all of a sudden there was blackness in front of her.
The woman put the bow and arrow in her hand down, then looked to the sky. Where's the moon?
Suddenly, the woman felt a powerful spiritual force invade her mind, and her pupils gradually turned black. The woman grimaced as she propped herself against the wall and turned her head to see a teenager in a white duffel coat standing behind her. The intense erosion sensation had caused the woman pain, her nails embedded deep into her flesh, and with a roar, the woman used her mental power to break free from the effects of darkness erosion. Lin Xie was also shaken back a few steps, then covered his head and settled down. The woman woefully picked up his bow and arrow, looking at the young man. How to look at the pressure on his body is only a newcomer just stepped into the pool realm. But just now that a strong sense of erosion is what happened.
The woman asked in some panic, how did you get in here? Where's old man Han? Lin Xie stroked his chin. Are you asking about your companion?
Unfortunately, he has been slaughtered by me. He then flashed his star sword, which still had some blood on it. The woman stared deathly at Lin Xie's sword and slowly spoke after a long time. I see, you're that dual god agent. It would be good to kill you. Afterward, she immediately took an arrow and drew her bow, and 3 arrows cut through the darkness directly toward Lin Xie's brow, neck, and heart in a rush. Lin Xie smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, his pupils once again turned dark, and behind him, an extreme darkness once again wrapped the surroundings, and those 3 arrows were as if they were fixed in the air, hovering half a meter in front of Lin Xie, and couldn't advance half a point no matter what. Seeing that her attack didn't work on Lin Xie, the woman immediately leapt towards the next floor.
Trying to run?
Lin Xie lightning fast chased after the woman, and with the Starry Night Dancer's boosting effect being utilized to its fullest extent at this moment, it didn't take more than a few seconds for him to catch up with the woman. Lin Xie stopped in front of the woman with a sharp break, his wrist flipped sharply, and in the blink of an eye the blade arrived in front of the woman.
Just as Lin Xie was about to kill the woman, a bullet was fired towards Lin Xie's face with a bang. And the enemy? Lin Xie's pupils shrunk slightly and he instantly sidestepped to avoid the deadly bullet.
The woman saw this and leapt down to the floor, mid-air, only to feel a strong green streak surround her. In the next second, the woman's body directly burst apart in mid-air, scattering broken flesh all over the place. Suddenly, there was a flash of green light. Bang! The glass diagonally across the room shattered in response, creating a mist of blood.
Chapter 76 One Punch for Long Ying. Yuan Gang is very efficient in his work.
Wu Shangnan watched the scene from another high building with binoculars, and after realizing that both the female archer and the sniper on the opposite side had been accurately shot, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Nice job, Long Xian. Not far behind Lin Xie on the top floor of a tall building, Long Xian and Wen Qimo looked at each other after hearing Wu Shangnan's voice through the intercom, followed by a face full of doubt.
You shot? Long Xian shook his head. Who the is that? Not our side, huh? Hearing the reply, Wu Shangnan's smile froze. Not you guys? Does that mean there are still enemies? No, why would they help us if they were enemies? When Qimo stood up, I'll go and meet up with Lin Xie and the others first. To be able to kill these two in seconds in the middle of nothingness, his strength is not trivial. Wu Shangnan hurriedly stopped it. Don't be impulsive first. The fact that the other party didn't lay hands on Lin Xie means that Lin Xie isn't his main target. Don't move. Can Lang Xian find out where that person is? I'm looking. At this time, Lang Xian's heart was also thumping. He was desperately searching for the location of the mysterious person. He raised his vision to a range of several hundred meters, but he still did not find any trace of the mysterious person. There were no gunshots, no figures, just 2 green energy clusters appeared to easily kill 2 people. This ability was too terrifying. Lin Xie, who stood frozen in place, also felt a chill on his back. The sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up at first glance. He swallowed his saliva and gripped the star blade, but did not dare to move a step. He fully mobilized his mental power to continue searching for the mysterious person hiding in the shadows, and finally found a white-haired woman in the corner of a 3-story attic 150 meters away. Phew, scared the hell out of me. It's Long Ying ah. Just as he was breathing a sigh of relief, Long Ying disappeared into place, followed by 2 bursts of flesh-bursting sounds. Downstairs, the 2 enemies who fought against Bailey Chubby and Chow Yuan were surrounded by green energy. The next second, their bodies were suspended in the air. A black shadow flashed, and the 2 of their bodies were hard broken by Long Ying. Blood and flesh flew, fresh blood mixed with countless broken meat splattered on the asphalt road. WC. What's the situation? Bailey Chubby had just pulled out his big own sword in his own bath towel, and then the withered man in front of him died so strangely, and died so tragically. While Chow Yuan, who had lost his target on the side, grew more and more hideous. The blood from the death of the man with the 3 swords splattered all over his face, and he looked towards the fresh and beautiful Bailey Chubby on the side. Ha ha ha. Hey, chubby 100? You've got no one to cut, you just cut me?
Lin Xie felt bad when he realized that crazy demon Xiao Yuan was taking a step towards Bailey Chubby. He leapt, and with the Starry Night Dancer, enchantment of the pool realm, he was already able to complete the low-floor jumping program. Dang! 2 deep footprints were made on the floor downstairs. At this time, Xiao Yuan's knife has already swung towards Bailey Chubby. Mama, with you this thin in a piece is really suffer old crime. He suddenly attached himself downward, and the knife swept over his head, chopping off a strand of Chubby 100's hair. Bang! Xiao Yuan borrowed Bailey Chubby crouching posture and knee lift. Directly Bailey Chubby flying several meters hit the side of the ruins next to the Bailey Chubby. At this time, Bailey Chubby feel head buzzing. He stood up with difficulty, but Xiao Yuan had already arrived in front of him, and at this time, Lin Xie was still 10 meters away, watching Xiao Yuan's blade about to fall. A dark shadow quickly swept past Lin Xie, only to see Long Ying clenching his fist in death and collecting his strength. Bang! The ground shattered in all directions with Long Ying as the center, directly knocking Xiao Yuan into the ground a meter deep to exit the Black King form. Bailey Chubby looked at the strong Long Ying in front of him in horror. Sister Ying, you have to be gentle. Don't beat him to death. Long Ying slowly walked out of the deep pit, clapped his hands and dusted his body, and spoke, don't worry, I've collected my strength. A few seconds later, Lin Xie rushed to Long Ying's side. Was Fong Ming call you here? Well, Master C thought I was too stuffy, told me to come out for a stroll. Peace office underground. Chen Mai looked at the image on the TV with a shocked face as he pointed at the screen and yelled, WC? One punch? That's a little too brutal, isn't it? Fong Ming, atrocious? But they didn't feel any pain at all. Chen Mai rubbed his temples. He now felt like Squad 136 could have just killed the outer gods by going straight into the mists to take them out, but that's just the way it was. But if he shows up, he's surely exposing his strength, isn't he? Then this way Lin Xie's planned to become bait. Fong Ming analyzed from the side. These few people are all targeting Chubby Bailey. Lin Xie just happened to meet him being assassinated in passing, so as long as it's handled cleanly enough, Long Ying won't be exposed, right? Besides, killing a pool realm in a second with one punch is possible even in the Chuan realm, right? Chen Mai blankly froze him, thinking that this kid was also too rampant, but he had no problem saying this, and also had the capital to say this. He then pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, the following ones will follow the original plan. Make sure to ensure the safety of Lin Xie's family. The 3 members of the team who were out on a mission said in unison, understood. When Shima's arm lying numb changed position. What realm do you think this white-haired woman is in the end? Human ceilings it is. Lang Xian opened his mouth. What the hell? When Shima revealed a look of disbelief, but then recalled her performance just now in the end, he didn't say the words he wanted to question. Lang Xian stood up and shook the snow from his body. Let's go, change location, go over there, that side is closer to Seven Knights' home. When Shima, good. Inside the training camp, Yuan Gang looked at the 10 or so instructors standing in front of him with an iron color as he slammed the document in his hand heavily on the table. He yelled at one of the instructors in the formation, Li Yaoguang. When these words came out, the surrounding instructors all shook their tigers. Li Yaoguang, enlisted in 1989, if I remember correctly, you were once still a soldier under me. He then grabbed a bunch of papers and threw them in his face. Take a look, what else do you have to say? Li Yaoguang's pupils trembled slightly as he looked at the document, which clearly recorded the time he tipped off the enemy with the amount of money that was credited to his account. He held the document pale, trembling. First, Chief, don't call me Chief. You will pay for your behavior. Yuan Gang turned around with a big wave of his hand and read out 2 more names immediately afterward. Wang Gui, Wu Ruotong. The instructors whose names were read once again shook their tigers, just as Yuan Gang expounded on their crimes. Wang Gui and Wu Ruotong had hideous smiles at the corners of their mouths, and in the next moment, their bodies expanded rapidly, with a red light looming in their bodies. Yuan Gang's brows wrinkled, his right foot heavily stepped on the ground, and a golden ripple rose up from the ground, like a golden bell covering the 2 of them to death. Next, the bodies of the 2 burst apart, the scarlet energy desperately crashing into the golden bell, but no matter what, it couldn't break through the hard line of defense. After the red light dissipated, the blood and flesh flowed down the sidewall of the golden bell, the ground was blown out of a deep crater, and some of the meat in the crater was still smoldering with wisps of white smoke. Chapter 77, Fong Ming's World for 2, Long Ying, have a bowl of braised beef noodle toppers. Toward the end of the night, because of Chen Mai's request, Fong Ming and Hong Ying didn't go home and had to deal with the night at the base. Fong Ming had just changed into his pajamas and was ready to rest, when unluckily his phone rang at that moment. Red Riding reached for the phone he had placed at the foot of his bed and looked at the name of the caller on it, Yuan Gang. Honey, Instructor Yuan called you. You can now, you even have the phone number of the chief instructor of the set. Fong Ming sat on the edge of her lap and picked up the phone. Oops, don't flirt with me. In his heart, he was thinking, this old Yuan B can't be calling in the middle of the night to flirt with me, right? He did press the answer button thoughtfully. Hello? Instructor Yuan, late night call, what can I do for you? At this moment, Instructor Yuan was taking out his civilian clothes. The mole has been found, and I've also told Chen Mai about this matter.
Fong Ming, your efficiency is quite high. Something goes wrong in the morning and you find out at night?
Yuan Gang, well, this matter started because of us, so I intend to resolve this matter myself.
Fong Ming looked up at the clock on the wall after hearing this. Instructor Yuan, you'd better not come out. What are you doing running all the way to the training camp?
Just stay in the training camp. Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. Have a good New Year. Yuan Gang immediately refused after hearing this. I appreciate your good intentions, but I am a soldier, and this New Year's Eve thing has slowly faded out of normal life for us, so I must. Fong Ming thought about it and said, let's do it this way. I'll take care of things outside. You just protect the training camp.
What if that one called Raving is sneaking up on the training camp?
During the day they used hundreds of missiles to bombard the training camp. You're leaving in case they're making a move on the training camp. We won't be able to return when the new year is over.
Don't forget that the instructor is only the main combatant of Sungnan City now.
Yuan Gang was silent for a while after hearing this, and felt that what Fong Ming said was not unreasonable. Then in that case, I'll ask you to take care of things outside. I, Yuan Gang, owe you a favor. What's so humane about it? Just get me a few bottles of good wine.
Okay. Have a good night then.
After saying that, Yuan Gang put down the phone. He looked at the heavy snow outside pondering. A chief instructor of the intensive training actually let a new recruit charge in front. This is a strange thing that is rare in 100 years.
Fong Ming looked at the phone in his hand and frowned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't know how many red envelopes to pack for me? No manners. Red Tassel, lying throughout listening, raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Why do I hear that you're the one who sounds like the chief instructor of this intensive training?
Fong Ming put his cell phone aside. Hey, this is called the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility.
But that's what makes life, pretending, interesting.
Now he felt the world was simply a better place now, except for the first 8 years. He lifted the quilt and lay down next to Hong Ying, while Hong Ying consciously leaned on Fong Ming's shoulder, her hair still carrying some fragrance. The red tassel can feel the fiery feeling on Fong Ming's body. After all, it is playing with fire. Hotspots are normal. A faint blush rose on her face as she brought her face to Fong Ming's ear and breathed in his ear. This behavior has made Fong Ming, who has been single for more than 20 years, blood spurting, and he immediately switched his attack and acceptance. Only the redhead was pressed against him, biting her lip lightly. You're a little hot.
Want to take a leak for you?
An hour ago, Longing cleared all the threats around her. Her fast and accurate attacks opened the eyes of the instructors present. Her sharp attacks and crisscrossing moves slaughtered the enemies in front of her in a few seconds.
A few of the instructors couldn't help but say, that's a ing demoness, isn't it? Do we still need to stick around here with her around? Why don't we go back for New Year's?
You can't say that. As soldiers we should obey orders. If the chief tells us to guard here we have to guard here.
Bang!
Longing turned back and punched the last enemy's head before shaking off the blood on his hand with an extremely disgusted expression. She crouched down and rubbed the stained blood on her hands on the enemy's corpse. Looking at the instructor behind her, the ruthlessness in her eyes had not dissipated yet, which made the instructor behind her break out in a cold sweat. If this was the same as Chao Yuan's indiscriminate attack, they would surely die. Longing looked at the panicked looks of the several instructors, and hastily rubbed her face and replaced it with a friendly expression.
Okay. You may go and rest.
Longing used his finger to compare to an okay, then kicked the body in front of him away and let down from the 100-meter high floor.
Dang!
The ground was once again made a deep crater by her step. At this time, Lin Chiye was resuscitating Chao Yuan's human center by strangling him when he heard a sound ringing out behind him and turned back.
No, can't she land lightly? Lin Chiye teased.
Bailey Chubby thought for a few seconds,
maybe this is more handsome? A few seconds later, Chao Yuan awoke and looked at Long Ying's face as he took a deep breath. Yeah.
He was afraid that he would never forget that solid punch in his life, which directly knocked himself out and exited his Black King form. Seeing Chao Yuan woke up, Long Ying was also relieved. This if he killed him back to the master shall not point at his own nose to scold.
You're awake? Hungry? Do you want something to eat?
Long Ying was full of smiles and cared for him. After all, he had beaten him up and it was only right to treat him to something. After all, Fong Ming was the one who offended the instructor and then gave him a bottle of wine, so he had learned it himself and had heard Fong Ming say that it was called the human condition. Bailey Chubby and Lin Chia's stomachs were also growling after a battle. They also wanted to follow, but they couldn't open their mouths and let a woman treat them to dinner, right? Long Ying vaguely heard 2 stomach growls, and she hurriedly pulled out the exam public essentials that Fong Ming had given her and flipped through it. Invitation to feast number 2. When you invite someone to dinner, if you run into his friends you should invite them along as well. Long Ying came to a realization, then stuffed the points into her pocket and immediately said to Lin Chie and Bailey Chubby, why don't you guys come along as well? Okay. But what to eat this late? Long Ying pulled out her cell phone and clumsily clicked on the rice ball takeout. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and it's late at night. Stores are almost all closed to prepare for New Year's goods. Lin Chie also took out his cell phone and flipped through it for a long time before finally seeing a noodle shop that was open on the map. Why don't we go eat noodles? Lin Chie proposed. Bailey Chubby, okay. Chao Yuan, okay. Long Ying, okay. Soon the four of them arrived in a noodle shop full of scents, looking up at the menu on the wall in silence for a few seconds. A bowl of noodles with shredded pork. A big bowl of chop suey. A bowl of braised beef noodles with large pork chops plus veggie chicken plus shredded pork plus egg plus dried spices plus noodles. Lin Chie and Chow Yuan looked at Bailey Chubby in disgust. A bowl of braised beef noodles. Longing looked again at the various lo mein and meat dishes in front of her. Add all of these. Chapter 78, Transformation Plan, Bailey Fatty employs Drag Brother. 5:30 a.m. On New Year's Day. Fong Ming lazily woke up from his bed, he rubbed his hazel eyes and got up to lean on the bed for a while. The months of intensive training had long practiced him into the habit of waking up early. He scanned down at the floor a few more times, his clothes were scattered on the floor, it looked like last night's battle had been a bit intense and he was still feeling a vague pain in his lower back. At this time, Red Tassel was sweating it out in the base training room, and last night's events did not affect her in the least from waking up early to practice her rifle. Fong Ming shuffled out of his room with his slippers and came into the living room, realizing that Chen Mai had also gotten up quite early today. Morning, Captain. Chen Mai was still looking at the documents in his hands with his brows furrowed. He casually answered, then handed the documents to Fong Ming and turned around to enter the kitchen. Fong Ming wiped his eyes again and lowered his head to read the document carefully. A minute later, this snake eye marking was found from around the Seven Knights house? Yes, today is the 30th day of the Chinese New Year. They think that Seven Knights will definitely go home to visit their families, so it's highly likely that they will ambush them around. Chen Mai received a cup of hot water and walked over to Fong Ming's side, pointing at the photo on the document and said. Fong Ming naturally took the hot water. Chen Mai? Fong Ming, so Seven Knights didn't come back last night for the last night? Chen Mai turned around and walked towards the kitchen to receive another cup of hot water. Didn't come back, probably with Bailey Tumming and the others. I'm relieved to have you longing around. Fong Ming immediately stepped forward to cover Chen Mai's mouth, squeezing his eyebrows and making a silencing gesture. Shoo. He then looked back at the training room's door still tightly closed and sighed in relief. You want her to ing poke me, don't you? Can't talk. When did it become my longing? Chen Mai broke away Fong Ming's hand, she was contracted over by you, so what do I say? Fong Ming pondered for a moment, his hand unconsciously touched Chen Mai's butt. Chen Mai? Deadbeat. He took a step to the side away from the psycho. Fong Ming was also confused. You can call Longing, Miss Long, Grandma Long or whatever, but don't bring mine with you. You don't want your beloved big pants to go down in flames, do you? After saying that, he turned around and strutted past Chen Mai. Jang Mile. Ugh, my ass. Suddenly, Chen Mai lifted his leg and kicked him in the back. Fong Ming only felt a sudden lull as his body fell forward and fell a dog star. Chen Mai then stood back and touched his nose. Dare to threaten lousy? It's still your turn to order me around in squad 136? Squeak. The door to the training room opened. Red Tassel walked out of the training room, his training undershirt already drenched in sweat, his muscular body lines looking even more competent as the light outlined them. Hubby? Why are you lying on the ground? How cold it is, get up. Fong Ming was still lying on the floor with his limbs forked. He silently replied, it's fine, my body is a bit hot, I'll cool it down. A few minutes later, Fong Ming's trio sat on the sofa to discuss their plan on how to deal with the ancient god church's sneak attack. Chen Mai still refused Fong Ming's request to go out. No, the pressure of your breath emanating from your outing will surely startle them, and this vacation will be meaningless in case they escape. Fong Ming, harm, that's what you're worried about, then wouldn't it be fine if I compressed the realm a bit? Chen Mai, they must have recognized your face already as well. Then wouldn't I just become like Lin Chie? Chen Mai, huh? Red Coma had the same reaction as Chen Mai after hearing this. You can still transform? Show me your hand. Naturally, Fong Ming pulled out his pink magic wand from his arms and muttered an incantation. Whoosh bang. A white mist manifested, and Fong Ming became like Lin Chie. One couldn't say it was very similar, it was practically gapless. Except for the blood test. WC? Chen Mai immediately came forward and pinched Lin Chie's cheeks, turning his head to look at Honging. It's still exactly the same, huh? Honging also went up to pose flabbergastedly at Fong Ming, who had changed into Lin Chie. Well, it's really exactly the same. But what are you going to do? Whoosh bang! The magic wand in Lin Chie's hand once again flashed with pink light, and in an instant, Lin Chie changed back into Fong Ming's appearance. Let Lin Chie stay out well these days, you can put 100 hearts at ease with longing around anyway. Tonight then, I'll take his form and go around their neighborhood, and if they try anything, I'll make them die a horrible death. Last night, Lin Chie's trio watched hard as Longing dazzled 2 bowls of the top-shelf version of braised beef noodles. He and Bailey Chubby whispered, crickets, someone fiercer than you has appeared, go for it. Bailey Chubby was also not willing to be weak, and once again asked for a large bowl of braised beef noodles, but halfway through the meal, he felt that he couldn't do it. I can't eat anymore. Bailey Chubby face, he was not expecting Longing figure so thin. Appetite is so good, really the dragon's appetite is not generally large. Lin Chie gave Bailey Chubby a look signaling him to go to the checkout. There is no reason to let a girl pay for dinner with a girl. Chubby time, my cards are blowing up at the store and our phones aren't smartphones. It's better if I do it. Longing got up after finishing her own top-shelf beef noodles and was about to go to settle the bill, but coincidentally, she half bumped into Shin Shinju and his follower at the doorway who also came over to eat noodles. Bailey Chubby immediately greeted, "Yo, Drag, you're out foraging in the middle of the night?" Shin Shinju froze and looked over there. "You guys? Why are you here?" Lin Xia, "Of course it's also out for dinner." A few people exchanged pleasantries, Longing paid the bill and then sat on the sidelines and watched a few people chatting. She possessed the noble bloodline of the dragon race, and she didn't feel tired even if she didn't rest all the time in this world, and she felt like it would be fun to be with these guys. Shin Shinju stuck her hand in her pocket and silently counted her change. "I'll have a bowl of noodles with shredded meat, a bowl of beef noodles, a bowl of noodles with big ribs and a bowl of noodles with bok choy." Not long after, the boss came out with 4 steaming bowls of noodles and placed them on Shin Shinju's table. Bailey Chubby looked at Shin Shinju's bowl of noodles with green vegetables and said, "Drag brother, don't you add a portion of meat?" Shin Shinju paused for a moment. "What do you know? I just like to eat light, eat meat long fat." Lin Xia. Several people also looked at the hard-mouthed Shin Shinju with a speechless face, while on the side of Longing silently pulled out the small book of examining public points. Turn to the page of Basic Imperatives, Article 14, even if we tighten our belts to live, we must let the people live well. Longing looked at it and silently got up and walked to the window pointing at Shin Shinju and said, "Add 1 serving of each meat dish here to that tug brother as well." Shin Shinju. Bailey Chubby, "Okay, Sister Ring preach, can place." In less than a minute, the owner of the noodle shop carried a large bowl of meatballs, meat chops, shredded meat, chicken legs, duck necks, all kinds of marinated vegetables onto the table of Shin Shinju's 4 people. Shin Shinju looked at the large iron basin in front of him that was as big as a face basin. "No, I can't eat it." He turned his head to look at Lin Xia and the others. Lin Xia waved his hand. "If you can't eat it, just give it to your brothers." Longing also nodded vigorously. Before he came out, Fong Ming told him that he didn't need to save money where he used it. Anyway, he could also find Bailey Chubby withdrawals again. A few minutes later, Shin Shinju's 4 people had basically finished eating the halibut in the large iron basin, and each person's stomach was already almost unable to even drink water. Shin Shinju walked to Longing and spoke, "Thank you, this meal I don't eat money for nothing, I will pay you back." Longing looked up at him. "This is not necessary." The master said that after spending it all he could get a fat withdrawal from Bailey. Just as Shin Shinju was about to leave, Lin Xia opened his mouth and called him back. "Tug. Shin Shinju? What's the matter?" Lin Xia pointed at Chubby Bailey and said, "That one I want to hire you as his bodyguard." "Ha? I'm willing to pay you $2,000 a day for your employment." Hearing this, Shin Shinju's lips trembled slightly and her eyes lit up. Bailey Chubby approached Lin Xia's ear. "No way? We're fine with Sister Ring. Why do we need him to protect us?" "Lin Xia, you can't just stay with her for the past few days. She's no longer a girl, she's the dragon's daughter of Fong Ming's contract. How big is your face to let her protect you 24 hours a day? That crazy Chow touches the knife and can't distinguish between the enemy and me. How can you do it without a normal stronger person?" "Ah." Bailey Chubby was enlightened. "I see." He turned his head to Shin Shinju and said, "Brother Drag, I'll raise you to 50,000 a day. What about protecting me 24 hours a day?" 5. 10,000. Shin Shinju felt his eyes go black. Luckily he didn't fall down thanks to the 3 minions. "No?" Lin Xia looked at him with the eyes of a landlord's stupid son. "This is a bit too much, isn't it?" "Bailey Chubby, the paycheck of my bodyguard has to be platonic." "What? Tug? Heartbeat or not?" Shin Shinju fixed his mind. He felt energized. "Deal." Chapter 79, Finding Anqingyu. "Boss, the shrimp is good. How do you sell it?" Red Tassel asked as she stood in the seafood market pointing at the shrimp in the water, while behind her, Si Xiaonan and Fong Ming, who had transformed into Lin Xia, were woefully followed by a large satchel each. Fong Ming was panting with exhaustion. "No? Is she this good at shopping all the time? Why do I feel a little pain in my heel right now?" Si Xiaonan was also a girl, but she felt that she was simply weak compared to Honging. Who knows? Sister Honging might be unusually excited since she hasn't shopped in a long time. "I'm dying. I need to find a place to sit for a while." After saying that, Fong Ming sat down on a small bench on the side, but he did not know is that there is a danger is approaching towards him. Ka-ching! With a sound, a crab scurried out and used its sharp crab pincers to directly clamp onto Fong Ming's butt. "WC?" Fong Ming yelled and jumped straight up. He touched his butt to pull the crab off. "Grandma, how dare you little thing pinch my ass?" "No one dares touch my ass except that slingshot player." Fong Ming's hand carrying the crab violently ignited a burst of fire. Boom. In less than 2 seconds this old SP crab was completely roasted. The crowd next to the scene thought it was an acrobatic show and stood by and applauded. Others even threw a dime at his feet. "Ah, thanks guys, thanks guys." 2 hours later, Red Tassel finally finished strolling through the last place, her backpack full of fresh ingredients, as well as the 2 huge satchels on Fong Ming and Si Xiaonan. "Hey, hubby, Nan, it's been hard on you guys. I'll go back tonight and make you a delicious meal. Tonight, we won't get drunk." Fong Ming was now tired as hell, but it was not good to discourage her, who made her his wife. He forced a smile and said to Red Riding, "Wife is awesome." At this time, Fong Ming noticed a silhouette flashing by on a high building not far away, and a dart shot sharply towards Fong Ming's side. Whoosh! Bang! The dart hit the pavement and bounced, stumbling and rolling to the feet of Red Riding. This botched assassination simply didn't seem like the work of a professional assassin, but more like a message of some kind. What kind of person? Red Coma was immediately alert. Dare to make a move in front of me? After saying that, she put her satchel over Fong Ming's body and was about to go forward to chase after him. Fong Ming's eyes flashed with a glint. Good opportunity. As soon as he slung the two satchels around Si Shanan's neck, "I don't feel comfortable with her going alone. Shannan, you take these ingredients back first." In the blink of an eye, Fong Ming was out of sight. The only thing left on the spot is two arms and a big satchel hanging on the neck of Si Shannan. _theta. _theta. The black-robed man who threw the dart was rapidly weaving through the roof of the building after he saw that he had shaken off the red tassel, and he muttered in his heart, "Phew, that was a close call, I almost got caught." Tai. He felt him hit something bang hard and fell on his butt. Hiss. It hurts. He covered his forehead and grimaced at the person in front of him. How could he find himself so quickly? He looked up and fixed his eyes. Lin Xie? But the next second he vetoed his thoughts. "You're not Lin Xie, who are you?" An Qingyu, who possessed the unique positive explanation, could clearly see Fong Ming's body structure in front of him, and the abilities contained within his body were enormous, as if it was a bright and incomparable star river, vast and mysterious. "Yo, you're a pretty good judge of character." Fong Ming complimented him by immediately lifting his own Lin Xie disguise. And Qingyu looked at his features. Aren't you that psycho who steals girls' underwear? Ahem. Let's not mention the past. Now I'm a night watchman just like Lin Xie. Fong Ming told him what had happened recently in a shoddy manner, and Qingyu nodded. "You're saying that you're going to start a siege against those ancient god church people, that's why you came out as Lin Xie to lure them into action?" "Exactly." And Qingyu half-heartedly sized up Fong Ming in front of him. He was truly unable to believe that the mental illness that was once there was now actually a vigilante just like Lin Xie, and was unprecedentedly powerful. He sighed, "Ugh, what a stupid person." Fong Ming, *******, what do you mean? It's not much fun. What about Lin Xie? Fong Ming thought for a moment. Should it be at the Dream Butterfly Country Sentimentalist Inn? They're safe, if Lin Xie doesn't run around. At this time, room 308 of the Dream Butterfly Country Lovers Hotel. 4 twos with 2 kings. I won. Long Ying was very excited to have won this fighting landlord. Bailey Chubby looked at her somewhat speechlessly. "No, Sister Ring, if you play like this with a low multiplier, we'll win less." Long Ying, oh? Ha? I typed it wrong? You should have played 4 twos and then king bombed. We win more money that way. Ow, well da. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan should be thankful that Long Ying didn't know much about the rules of 4-player landlord, or else this hand could win them all their pants. Shin Xinju, on the other hand, belongs to the collect money and do the job gang, has been on guard by the bedside. Bailey Chubby glanced at him. "Tugger, it's fine for you to be so dedicated last night. You don't need to be so vigilant now that Sister Ring is around." Chao Yuan also nodded. "That's right, get some rest. You haven't slept much since last night." Shin Xinju, "No way. I've collected the money and must do my job well. A bodyguard is a bodyguard." Lin Xie, ha. He's really dedicated, ha. Hiding in the Lovers Hotel monitoring room, boss looked at a few people fighting for a few hours landlord behavior into a deep thought. He would have thought last night 4 men and a woman came to open the room should be for him to play an extremely wonderful picture. After all, he looked at this woman as simply a rare in the people of the very best kind of young face, extremely imperialist body, but also wore black silk. But he never thought that last night they even opened 2 rooms, male 1 female 1, it was not easy to wait until they shared a room, even played the landlord. What a waste of resources. The sun is gradually setting in the west, the golden sunlight will be outside dyed into a warm color, and white snowflakes reflect very good. There's no one out there. Lin Xie was a bit tired from playing. He looked out the window. "You guys play first, I'll go out for a bit." "Chubby time? You're a highly protected figure now. The people hiding in Sangnan City's ancient god church haven't been purged yet. It's dangerous for you to go out now, isn't it?" Lin Xie lowered his head and thought for a moment. "It's fine, it's been over half a year. I also want to go back and see my family. You guys play first." After saying that, he got out of bed and put on his shoes and walked out of the room despite Bailey Chubby letting you stop him. "Sister Ring, how about?" Bailey Fatty asked tentatively. He wanted Long Ying to go forward to secretly protect Lin Xie. Long Ying shook her head. "He's fine, an outsider has found him now." Lin Xie went downstairs and was about to walk out of the hotel when a familiar face appeared in front of him, startling him. "Lin Xie, remember me?" Chapter 80, When Shima, let's go, give him some pussy. Fong Ming blows Scorpion 3's head off. 1,000 meters away from Lin Xie's house, Fong Ming's incarnation of Lin Xie was humming a little song as he skipped through the streets with a 6-parent pace. "Hey ha, hey ho, kung fu practice. Ha 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 ho." The goober's mech returns to its place. Fong Ming shook off his hand. "What moves will be used to kill those 9 people in a moment?"
Why don't we give them a dry old man's dunk in the ass? Hiss. Think about it. High up in the distance, Longshan looked at Fong Ming as he shook his head with a look of contempt, asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't he be normal? If this can bait the enemy, I'll just rip my head off and kick it as a ball. Wu Shangnan kept observing the surroundings with his binoculars, but never found the location of the enemy's buried sniper. Asterisk 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 hurry up and finish this order, go back for dinner afterward, damn I'm starving. I heard that Red Tassel himself cooked the New Year's Eve dinner tonight. When Chi-Ma, really? Her cooking is edible? Wu Shangnan glanced at him, tisk, how do you talk? People's Hong Ying has been practicing her cooking skills for a long time for Fong Ming's return. You have to say it's good even if it's not. Hey, okay, hurry up and find it, it's freezing cold, people are at home for New Year's Eve and we're the ones doing the work outside. Lang Xian's body trembled, attention. Fong Ming has stepped into sniper range. Wu Shangnan and Wen Qimo were immediately alert, but it was fine not to be alert, the enemy couldn't beat him anyway. At this point, a black van was parked not far away, having been on guard here for days and nights. The black car has been specially treated so that people outside can't see inside through the glass. The man sitting in the driver's seat with a cigarette in his mouth slowly lowered the binoculars in his hand and raised the walkie-talkie in his hand. Scorpion 3 reporting, no sign of the target in sight. Immediately afterward, another voice came over the other intercom, the Scorpion 9 remittance report, the target home all normal, the woman is still in the kitchen cooking in a cold shen opposite the roof of the building, a man wearing a white combat suit prostrate in the snow, holding a sniper rifle, said in a deep voice. Scorpion 8 reporting, all is normal in the target's home, the boy is moving around the room. Another sniper watched from behind a pane of glass in the building at the intersection and spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, Scorpion 3, who was sitting in the car, frowned slightly and turned on the intercom. Scorpion 1, we've been here for several days, eating, drinking, and pooping in the car, when exactly do we have to wait? At this moment, the plastic basin in the back seat of the car emitted a pungent stench. Scorpion 1, MS. Snake Woman said that if the target doesn't show up tonight she'll hold the woman and child hostage and put them at Snake Woman's disposal. Snake Woman, snake her paralyzed. She is just a biaozi, scratching her head all day long. I think it's good for her to go and become a lady if she's not a member of the ancient god church. Scorpion San said with disdain. Scorpion 1 was furious upon hearing this. Shut up, if you let that one hear this, do you know what the consequences will be? Not only will you die, but you'll drag our entire wild scorpion squad down with you. Scorpion 7, Scorpion 1, the dual divine agent, can a few of us do it? He's the second polytheistic agent ever. Scorpion 1, what are you afraid of? It's not like it's that pervert, he's just a small pool realm recruit. Moreover, we still have the 16th seat of the believers here, there's no way he's a match for us just by himself. After hearing Scorpion 1's analysis, the others also felt that it was right, and their hearts seemed to have a bottom. Suddenly, a voice came over the end of the intercom. Target is in range to shoot. Scorpion 1, intense surveillance, no shooting without my order. Scorpion 3 had a different opinion again, it's a good opportunity, why don't you shoot? MS. Snake Woman said that recruitment would prevail first this time, do you want to disobey orders? Scorpion I roared over the intercom. I'll MS. Snake Girl, if the recruitment had come to fruition she would have claimed credit for it, do you think she'd have given you half the benefit of the doubt? As long as we kill the dual god agent and carry his head to those three, we'll definitely have a great chance of being promoted. Listen to me. Shoot. Scorpion Geo is also torn between listening to Scorpion I or Scorpion 3, after a brainstorming session, he still feels that Scorpion 3's words are reliable, after all, who will think of you when you get credit? He slowly turned his sniper rifle to aim at the head of Lin Xie, who Fong Ming had transformed into. Bang! A bullet shot out sharply and managed to hit Fong Ming's head. Fong Ming felt something hit his head for a moment at this moment, looking down it was a bullet, he hurriedly pulled out ketchup and smeared it on the side of his face, and fell back down with it. Ah, I'm dead. He flopped to the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the black van in the distance. Scorpion 9 immediately laughed maniacally, I hit it. I hit it. Bang! Lung Xian shot him directly in the head with another shot from a distance, and because of the silencer, the others didn't hear any sound. Immediately following Lang Xian's shot, another enemy sniper's head was blown off, and a cloud of blood mist was scattered on the clean white eaves. Oops, let's go. When Shima slapped Lang Xian's but, finish off 2 when you're done, go back and eat. Leave the rest to him, or he'll have to say we didn't give him a chance to pretend again. Lang Xian snorted coldly and then left the scene with Wen Qimo and Wu Xiangnan. Scorpion 3 sat on the co-pilot looking at the killed target gleefully screaming, look at that. What did I say about coming? That's the way to do it. Ignoring the voice on the other side of the intercom, he carried his knife and was about to go forward to cut off the head of the killed target to claim the reward. Scorpion San looked at Fong Ming, who had fallen to the ground, with a sinister smile on his face. Aya, double god agent? You're nothing more than that. If you can't kill that pervert, you can't kill you? Fong Ming muttered in his heart, pervert? Who's a pervert? Me? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Clank!
A machete fell and chopped at Fong Ming's neck, not cutting it down.
WC?
Said Scorpion 3, holding his blade up in front of him and looking very skeptically at a crescent-shaped gaping hole.
What the? Can't hack it?
Just as he froze, Fong Ming's virtual shadow stood in front of him.
Whoa,
You, aren't you killed? Scorpion-san was horrified when he saw Fong Ming standing unharmed in front of him.
fraudulent?
Nope.
Fong Ming rubbed his slashed neck, making the sound of crunching bones rubbing together.
What kind of assassin are you if you can't tell the difference between blood and tomato juice? As the words fall, by the time Scorpion-san reacted, the sandbag-sized flaming fist had already struck towards his neck.
Put.
There was the sound of a muscle popping. Scorpion 3's head was then hardened, brain blood splattering everywhere and melting some of the snow on the ground. The blazing flames on Fong Ming's fists gradually died out as he spat towards the headless corpse at his feet. Bah, disgraceful. Just as he was about to go find the other members of the Mad Scorpion Squad, 5 figures had quietly appeared behind him. Fong Ming lowered his head with a hint of a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Tisk, that's good, saves me from having to look for you guys.
Chapter 81, Exploding and Killing the Mad Scorpion Squad. Come on, baby scorpions, show me what you're made of.
I'm mentally ill and love to steal my roommate's big pants.
Right. My name is Lin Chiye.
Fong Ming turned around and laughed maniacally, shouting at the several members of the Mad Scorpion Squad in front of him.
He's sick, isn't he?
What inexplicable words were said there? Scorpion 2 pointed at Fong Ming and turned his head to Scorpion 4.
Waste no words with him. Him. Scorpion 4 immediately pulled out a machine gun, its pitch-black muzzle aimed at Fong Ming. Seeing this, Fong Ming hurriedly stopped it.
Aren't you all going to introduce yourselves?
Like if you're Zhao Si and he's Wang Wu? Introduce your mom, die you. Ta-da-da-da-da.
Scorpion 4 really didn't want to talk nonsense with him. The machine gun spewed out tongues of fire and countless bullets shot towards Fong Ming's body.
Fong Ming's face sank as he thought, isn't it good to let you guys live for a few more seconds? Do you have to seek death? Suddenly, Fong Ming's figure disappeared in place, and dozens of bullets hit the snow splattering a few places. Scorpion 4's pupils dilated at the sight as he looked around. Where is everyone? In the next second, he felt a blackness in front of his eyes. A large palm quickly appeared in front of him. He only felt that the force was extremely strong, and in an instant his body fell backwards. Put.
Scorpion 4's body fell heavily to the ground, his head having been crushed by Fong Ming, blood splattering onto the clothes and faces of the other Mad Scorpion squads, the clean white combat uniforms instantly drenched in blood. Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 7 froze in place at this moment. They didn't know when Fong Ming had come over, and in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of them from a position a few meters away, and had even brutally murdered his own teammate. Bang! Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 7's heads were slammed together by an invisible force. At the moment of bursting, their features were twisted, their skin and flesh were squeezed to the extreme, and their two heads were like two high-speed rolling watermelons colliding with each other, with the watermelon juice stirred up and lifted up in the air. 2 more headless corpses fell to the side of the street, and the white-hot blood couldn't stop flowing from the broken necks, melting a large area of stagnant blood. Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6 couldn't stop their bodies from shivering as they watched the 4 corpses of their teammates fall to the ground.
Had the strength of a dual god agent reached such a terrifying realm? How is this the Pool realm? They'd believe you if you said it was the Klein realm.
Scorpion 5's hand, which was gripping the sword towards his waist, had stopped working, and he looked at Scorpion 6 beside him in bewilderment.
Are you kidding me? This kind of strength makes you let us take the lead. Are they crazy? I don't care. I don't want to die.
With that said, Scorpion 5 turned around at a 100-meter sprint, bent over, and took off. As he turned around, he could clearly hear another burst of muscle from behind him, followed by Scorpion 6's head rolling down in front of him, dead.
Ah, help, mommy!
Scorpion 5 had just run out a step when he felt the sky spinning, and a hot current came from his neck, as if his body was spinning at high speed. In the next second, he could see his body fall straight before his eyes, blood still gushing from his neck. Fong Ming lowered his head with a cold face as he gazed at his head flying in the air.
Bang!
Scorpion 5's head rolled to the side, his eyes went black, and he died completely. Fong Ming expressionlessly wiped his hands and counted the corpses on the ground. 1 2 3 4 5 6, plus the 2 who were just killed by Lung Xian.
1 more to go.
At this moment, Scorpion 5's unconscious head was kicked to Fong Ming's feet as if it were a soccer ball.
A bunch of losers who can't even kill a Pool realm? Fong Ming, you didn't see me kill them just now? Scorpion 1, I was just taking against you. Do I need to analyze your moves? Fong Ming covered his head and felt a blackness in front of his eyes and staggered a bit. He was never expecting to be so powerful. Okay, you are powerful. Your Scorpion 1 chant? Exactly. What's your move?
Ha! Scorpion 1 sneered and immediately took off his own combat suit to reveal his tactical undershirt. After seeing this, Fong Ming, pay attention, I'm a married man, I'm not good for you. Scorpion 1 then picked up the silver name tag on his chest and placed it in front of his mouth for a gentle kiss, blood boiling. He murmured the name tag and his palm trembled violently, an eerie aura emanated out, Gurgling blood like a crimson river drifted out from the several corpses around him and dipped into the name tag in his hand. Blood boiling. Forbidden Ruin sequence number 209. Absorb the blood of dead creatures around you for a short period of time. Get their power from their life and stack it. Boy, your time to die has come. Our Fong Ming mortared and yawned. Either that or you it. They couldn't even beat me when they were alive combined. You still expect their power? Speaking out of turn, does the power of several people concentrated in one person know what effect it has? Scorpion 1 sneered as he stabbed the nameplate into his palm. His body's veins rippled, a few hints of blood even appeared in his eyes, and the tactical undershirt on his body was shattered by his strengthened muscles. I never expected a couple of them losers. As long as I can kill you, I'll have a place in Believers, so boy, be my stepping stone. Scorpion 1 drew a dagger from his own snow boots and assumed a fighting stance. At the moment he was eyeing his prey with the death glare of a wild animal. However, the beast seemed to be looking for the wrong prey. Finished? Fong Ming picked at his ears. Scorpion 1 didn't think that he would be able to say such uninformed words now. Whoosh! A residual shadow swept past, the sharp dagger pointing straight at Fong Ming's chest. Oh, little cutie. Go to hell. The corner of Scorpion 1's mouth had revealed a triumphant smile when he saw Fong Ming not moving a muscle. Clank! The dagger stopped in the air less than a centimeter in front of Fong Ming's body. What? Possible. Scorpion 1 held the dagger in a death grip, his pupils shrinking slightly as he felt there was an invisible wall in front of him hindering the dagger's progress. Unbelieving, he took 2 steps back and stared into Fong Ming's eyes, constantly searching for a break. Come, again. Fong Ming waved his hand to signal him to continue. Scorpion 1 appeared behind Fong Ming in the twinkling of an eye, and his sharp dagger with some astral wind rushed at Fong Ming's neck and viciously stabbed. Clank! Again, the same result as earlier, the dagger once again stopped less than a centimeter in front of Fong Ming's body. Scorpion 1 had now collapsed in 3 ways. His own power plus the combined strength of several members of his team couldn't even hurt this dual god agent in the slightest. His lips trembled. Is this the dual god agent? Fong Ming slowly turned around and held Scorpion 1's wrist in a death grip. Click! Scorpion 1's wrist bone had been crushed by Fong Ming. Intense pain swept through his body along every nerve. Fong Ming looked at him with a full smile on his face. Twin gods? Open your doggy eyes and see who I am? After saying that, Fong Ming immediately removed Lin Xia's disguise, revealing his true colors. The traders from the training camp had already transmitted most of Fong Ming's information to the Ancient Gods Church, and as such, Fong Ming's picture was well known to everyone in the Ancient Gods Church, having been marked as untouchable below the Klein realm. You are? Scorpion 1's pupils were shocked as he looked at the person in front of him. He was that agent of the 7 gods. I am? I'm your father, you traitorous teammate. If you had just been with them I could have considered thinking about giving you a quick death. But now I don't think you need it. Afterwards, Fong Ming held Scorpion 1's neck in a death grip. Aren't you blood boiling? I'll let you feel the true boiling of blood now. An inexplicable burning sensation assaulted Scorpion 1's entire body, and his skin began to show signs of scalding, and gradually the outermost epidermis had begun to melt, revealing lurid flesh and blood. Ah! Scorpion 1 screamed in pain, his face twisting, his hands gripping Fong Ming's wrists tightly in an attempt to get out of his control, but he felt that his neck was as if it was being clamped in a huge iron vise, unable to shake it in the slightest. As a fire of anger continued to pour out of Fong Ming's pupils, wisps of fire snakes continued to pour into Scorpion 1's body along his 5 senses, and at this moment, his blood was boiling. The whole thing lasted nearly half a minute. Finally, Fong Ming crushed the black charcoal in his hand as he did so, and the tiny carbon powder fell to the ground as if someone had once again sacrificed and burned yellow paper in a pile. A gust of wind blew and the black powder was swept into the air and dissipated. Suddenly, Fong Ming's phone rang. He straightened his clothes and picked up the phone, and Red Tassel's extremely nice voice came from over there. Hello, hubby? Are you done? Come back for dinner. Chapter 82, Family. Are you saying that Fong Ming changed into my appearance and went to my house? Lin Xia asked as he stood behind the inn building, up listening to Wen Xingyu's analysis. His eyes looked around every now and then, wary of any unsuspecting people appearing. Yes, at first I learned the location of a few ancient gods churchmen who invaded Songnan through my seed, then I thought of helping you out. Who knew that the one on the street wasn't you? And that psycho was so fast he caught up with me in the blink of an eye. So where the hell did you go after that time with the Nandu serpent demon? Why do you want to help me? And what's with the seed you mentioned? Lin Xia looked him up and down, feeling that something subtle had changed in him. And Kinjiu, that's a problem. It's a bit tricky to explain to you. Something happened after the last time you guys rejected me from joining the Night's Watch. So why don't I talk to you about it later when we meet? And aren't you anxious to see your family? But I reckon they should be fine, no one's going to hurt them with your teammates around. Only then did Lin Xia react after hearing this, not bothering to chat to Wen Xingyu anymore. He pulled his legs up and ran towards the direction of his home. And Xingyu silently gazed at Lin Xia's back, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "This world is really getting more and more interesting. I hope we don't become enemies in the future." The sun was nearing the horizon, and the evening sunlight was reflecting the silvered sky and earth. Lin Chia ran frantically through the streets. Damn, it's the ancient god church again. I'll definitely get you all killed later.
Auntie, cousin, you must be alright.
The cold wind blew his face raw, but he couldn't care less about that, and the moment the sun fully set, he unleashed Starry Night Dancer and arrived around his home in less than a few minutes. To his shock, there were several headless male corpses lying on the street not far from his house, blood soaking a large portion of the snow. To be able to kill these people with such cruel means, that person must be extremely ruthless. His pupils trembled slightly. The first thing he thought was to check back home, but between his status as a vigilante he leapt up to the short building next to him. Jean, take this lucky character and stick it to your brother's room. Auntie was in the cozy living room, holding a red lucky character in her hand and handing it to young Jean. She then sat down at the table and looked at the photo of the trio that was set aside with a look of vicissitude in her eyes, and the kitchen was still steaming. You say this child Xiaoqi, when he joined the army he left without saying a word, and now it's New Year's Eve and he doesn't know to give the family a call. Are the benefits of joining the military that good? Just 6 months and $200,000 were wired over. Yang Jin clumsily pasted the blessings. He walked over to his aunt's side. Mom, the benefits of joining the army have always worked well, and my brother must have his own reasons for leaving in such a hurry. Maybe he's at the frontier now. It's a desolate area and the signal is not good. Auntie nodded as she listened. Even when you're busy, you have to report home. Yang Jin, why don't you try calling your brother? Maybe he'll pick up. Crouching on the short building, Lin Chia looked at the only two left in his family. His heart was filled with guilt. He couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. One day he would remove all the evil things in the world so that he could return to his family without a care in the world. On the other side of the sea, there is a group of Smurfs. They are lively and clever. They are naughty and sensitive. Lin Chia's cell phone rang. Hello, Auntie? You child, you have joined the army for so long and you don't know to report peace to the family. Have you been outside for a long time? Don't you want your aunt anymore? A series of familiar voices reached Lin Chia's ears from the other end of the phone, his aunt's voice he would never forget for the rest of his life. Lin Chia looked at the duo through the window, and although there was some loss in his eyes, he still pretended to be fine with his voice replying, No, Auntie, now that the army is heavily tasked with training, the cell phones are all put away, and they were only sent down today for the new year. Oh, so, is the training tiring? How's the food? You're all starving and thin, aren't you? No, Auntie, I'm much stronger now, so I'll hit you with a video sometime. The corners of Lin Chia's mouth involuntarily rose slightly as he listened to the tone of concern on the other end. Good, by the way, Xiaoqi, Auntie made a lot of delicious food today. Your cousin is already in the kitchen right now already craving for it. It's just a pity that you won't be able to eat it this year. Yeah, well, Jin is growing, so you need to let him eat more. Well, by the way, do you want to talk to your brother for a minute? Yeah. Auntie called young Jean over with her cell phone. Come, Jean, talk to your brother. Yang Jean ran over and took the phone. Hello, brother? Then he ran to the balcony to look at Lin Chia's lonely side on the short building not far away, and he could feel that Lin Chia's aura was even more powerful than when he left. Jin, you weren't clumsy when I wasn't home, were you? Yang Jin turned back after hearing this and looked at the somewhat crooked fortune character affixed to the door of Lin Chia's room. No, brother, how could I? How's your life there? It's fine, my comrades are taking care of me. Yang Jin scanned around the headless corpses again. Originally he had planned to let Xiao Heilai bite them to death himself if Fong Ming didn't make a move. It seems that he was overly worried, that Fong Ming was very reliable. That's fine, brother, you be good out there, we're safe at home. Lin Chia was silent for a moment after hearing this and let out a hum. The two brothers were just silent for a long time, during which no one was talking. You kid, you haven't been separated from your brother for long, why are you still rusty? Seeing that young Jean didn't say anything, Auntie simply brought her cell phone over. Xiaoqi, let's not talk about it for now, the fish I made will be ready soon, I'll bring him out first. Okay, Auntie, have some more. Well, Auntie, I'm fine, Happy New Year. The corners of my aunt's eyes were slightly moist, and her lips quivered a little as she said, Take care of yourself out there, and Happy New Year. Lin Chia, who had put down the phone, took a deep breath and let the cold air enter his nostrils, which would clear his head a bit. He wiped the corners of his eyes and was about to leave when suddenly a large hand rested on his shoulder. You didn't leave? Lin Chia turned his head to look at Fong Ming. It's just that you're here, so I'll just eavesdrop for a while. You and your family are so affectionate. Fong Ming stuck his hands in his pockets, and a few hints of envy actually showed in his eyes. The two of them jumped down from the short building, and walked slowly in the direction of the peace office. Didn't you have any family before you went into the mental hospital? Lin Chia asked. These words caused Fong Ming to freeze. To say family, the family of this being that he was hosting had already died long before he became mentally ill. If we talk about the world before he crossed over, he had a cozy family with a loving mom, dad, and a cute younger sister who was in middle school. At the funeral, he could clearly see his mom, dad, and his sister hugging their bodies and crying in pain. He rushed over to hug them, but as the spirits passed through their bodies, he knew that it was impossible for human and ghosts to meet again in that world. After awakening the system, he had often wondered how to return to the original world. Because it was possible for people who died in this world to meet their loved ones, they could only rely on dreams, but with the failure of time and space messing up time and time again, it also made him gradually accept the fact that he couldn't go back. Lin Xie looked at Fong Ming's eyes a bit dazed as he waved his hand in front of him. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Fong Ming's eyes were a little bloodshot as he swallowed. Actually, I do have a family.
But the entire 136th squad is my family now. Chapter 83, New Year's Proposal.
So, did you kill those people?
Lin Xie asked. Fong Ming nodded his head gently as he listened.
Lin Xie looked at Fong Ming's somewhat forlorn figure. He opened his mouth and wrapped his arm around Fong Ming's shoulders. Thank you this time.
Come on, let's go home.
Instead of the moon, the sky is filled with stars, and the family members we've been missing may be watching us silently from the sky right now. Creak, the door to the peace office was opened and the aroma of fresh food wafted to the pair's noses.
Yeah, 7 nights, Fong Ming, welcome home.
Wu Shangnan stood behind the door holding up this large red lucky character and greeted the duo when he saw them return.
All kinds of colorful lights, fireworks and red New Year's decorations in the house decorate the bland living room very festive.
Fong Ming raised his head and looked at the chandeliers that were all hung with colorful blessings on the canopy. You guys can do it, you're moving really fast. At this time, Hong Ying laughed as she took out a golden shrimp ball from the kitchen and ran over to Fong Ming. Quickly, husband, taste if the golden shrimp ball I made is good. Fong Ming bent down slightly and swallowed the golden shrimp ball in Hong Ying's hand into his mouth with a single bite, then closed his eyes to savor it as he looked at Hong Ying's expectant eyes and opened his mouth. That was fantastic, wife.
It's absolutely fantastic. I've never had anything so good.
Hee, I'm glad you like it. You've worked hard. 7 nights, you guys sit on the couch for a while, dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Red Riding finished and rushed back into the kitchen with her apron on. Lin Xie sat on the sofa and looked at Zhao Kancheng and Si Xiaonan who were playing Path of Valor. Hiss, people are helping, why don't you go?
Xiaonan beat him, ouch, dead again.
Zhao Kancheng put down the handle. What's the matter? Today's home up and down the health can be me and Xiaonan cleaning. We also wash the dishes, now rest for a while so what?
Okay, you're right about everything.
Lin Xie was helpless and picked up the raisins on the table and ate one. These raisins are good. At this time, Chen Mai, who had just been busy in the kitchen, took off his apron and walked over. Fong Ming.
Grandpa is here.
***********.
Fong Ming smiled and looked up to avoid it. What is it, Captain? What are the instructions?
Nothing, just instructions. You worked hard today and did well.
He. Fong Ming let out a giggle. Thanks for the compliment, Captain.
Chen Mai, however, there's still no news from that snake woman, so we still need to be careful these days. Fong Ming pulled out a lollipop from his arms and stuffed it into his mouth. It's fine, I'll rip her head off tomorrow and give it to you.
Do you know where he is? I don't know. Fong Ming waved his hand and pointed at Lin Xie. Wouldn't I just change into his appearance again tomorrow and go out and wander around twice?
They've already had several taken out, so I guess they're going to have to sit down soon.
Sting.
A fish went into the pan, hot oil splashing, the dead fish still flopping twice in the frying pan.
Whoa!
Red Riding hit the fish in the frying pan hard with the spatula.
Boom!
Bright flames erupted from the kitchen. Chen Mai shook his head. Alas, it's better for me to go. She doesn't seem to be very good at cooking fish. And Wu Shangnan, who had finished hanging the last lucky character, came over to the side of Wen Qima and Lang Xian and skillfully pulled out a deck of playing cards from the drawer. Look, doesn't this have quite a homey flavor? Lin Xie pointed at everyone who was busy around and turned his head to Fong Ming and said.
Fong Ming nodded mechanically. Indeed. Where's Long Ying? She's not coming back today?
Lin Xie looked around and didn't even see her figure. She is now playing with the Bailey Fatty and those people. I guess she doesn't want to come back too much.
Okay then. At this point,
inside the Lovers Inn, cheers. Bailey Chubby and the others bought a lot of cooked food, duck goods, and a few cases of beer from outside, and a few people moved the tables within a few houses to their own rooms to piece together a small dining table.
Good.
5 minutes later, Longing had already drank a small half a box of beer. Her face was not red and she did not gasp as if she was nothing.
This made Chow Yuan and Bailey Chubby drop their glasses. No?
Even if you have a good appetite, you still have such a good capacity for alcohol? So true to form, daughter of the dragon. Longing pinched and deflated the finished can and threw it into the trash can. It's a small thing.
Keep going on.
Bailey Chubby threw a can of beer to Shin Xingju. Drag brother, come have a drink. It's New Year's Eve today.
Shin Xingju which waved his hand and refused. It's not advisable to drink during work.
At these words, Long Ying's movement of reaching for the wine froze in place.
Am I working too?
Chow Yuan picked up a piece of cold pig's ear in the plastic bag and put it into his mouth. Hey, this is not good. Work and leisure are not missed.
Oh, put.
Longing started to open another bottle of Bravely Default to gulp it down.
Drink a little, drag. Look at the people drinking. Don't spoil the fun.
I'll give you double pay after you drink today.
Put.
Shin Xingju took over the bottle of wine and started to open it, directly drinking a can of pain. Bailey Fatty raised his eyebrows. Hey, that's right.
Sister Ing, aren't you going back tonight? Longing copied the marinated pork claw on the table and took a bite. Me? Master said to give me the day off and do what I want. I thought I'd look around and see what was going on, and I was supposed to protect you guys, so I stayed. Bailey Chubby raised his glass again. In that case, that's good too. With you around we won't be afraid of enemy attacks at all. Come, let's toast to the new year. Cheers. The peace firm. All the members of Squad 136 were gathered around a large round table, on which nearly 20 delicious dishes were emitting a tantalizing aroma. This is too much, isn't it? Fong Ming sat beside Hong Ying and sighed as he looked at the delicious food in front of him. After Chen Mai poured the 99,999 yuan red wine, he said, your family's tasseled treasure can prepare for this meal for a long time. You can't spoil her fun. Hearing this, Fong Ming turned his head to look at Hong Ying, who was covered in grease and smoke, and thoughtfully wiped her face with a wet paper towel. Tough job. Hong Ying smiled and shook her head. No hard work, everyone eat. It won't taste good when it gets cold later. At this moment, Chen Mai raised his glass and stood up, and the crowd did the same, standing up and raising their glasses. Chen Mai, but I'll say a few words first. Today is New Year's Eve, and it's also the first New Year's Eve that Fong Ming and Lin Xia have come to our Squad 136. On behalf of the veterans of Squad 136, I would like to congratulate the two new members. Wow. The crowd applauded. You two have worked hard at the training camp, so let's relax today. Come on, cheers everyone. Cheers. There was a crackle and crash of glasses as the crowd began to move their chopsticks. Everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles, and this was the first time Fong Ming had felt the warmth of home and the world he had traveled to. Halfway through the banquet, Fong Ming's face vaguely appeared a bit burgundy. He borrowed some wine, from his arms pulled out a pigeon egg diamond ring. At this time the red tassel is still in the side of the Si Xiaonan concentrated on chatting did not notice Fong Ming's action. Will you marry me, Red Riding? Because everyone was gossiping a bit noisily, coupled with Fong Ming's voice being a bit low, Hong Ying did not hear what he was saying at all. At this time Chen Mai, who was sitting across the table, realized the scene and hurriedly shouted, "Shat, a poof." The crowd froze slightly, looking at Chen Mai for an unknown reason. Captain, you've had too much to drink, huh? Zhao Kongshan was still holding half a chicken leg in his hand. Hong Ying, will you marry me? Fong Ming's voice broke the quiet atmosphere, and Hong Ying turned around in a daze, looking at him kneeling on one knee, a diamond ring emanating an incomparably sparkling light at his fingertips. There's a little too soon for that. Red Riding stood up and covered her mouth as she cried tears of joy. Fong Ming firmly red-tasseled, repeating the words just now, red-tasseled, are you willing to marry me? At this moment, everyone's mood is incomparable. I did not expect that this year's New Year's Eve actually staged a different drama. At some point, a gift tube appeared in everyone's hand. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. As Hong Ying nodded her head heavily, tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, which glistened with some tears, and then she extended her hand in front of Fong Ming. I do. Chapter 84, Fong Ming takes an oath, longing above the ceiling. Vomit roar. Zhao Kongcheng immediately jumped up from his chair and twisted the switch at the bottom of the salver with his right hand. Bang! Gift shredded paper spurted out, followed by the sound of several more gift tubes bursting, accompanied by the collective members of Squad 136 uproariously. Fong Ming put the diamond in his hand on the ring finger of the left hand of the red tassel. By now Red Riding had burst into tears as she looked at the ring glittering on her finger. She hadn't thought she could be proposed to when she was young and in the Night's Watch. Fong Ming looked at her fondly as she slowly got up. He used his thumb to wipe the tears from the corner of Hong Ying's eyes. Don't cry, it's not beautiful if you cry. Hong Ying snorted out a laugh after hearing this, and the crystal tears then fell onto Fong Ming's hand. She then wiped the tear tracks from her face with the back of her hand and nodded her head vigorously. Fong Ming wrapped his arm around Red Tassel's shoulders and turned to Chen Mai and the others. I swear on my life, as long as I'm on this earth for one day, I won't let Red Tassel receive any harm. I will guard her with everything I have, even if it costs me my. Idiot, don't say that. Hong Ying immediately covered Fong Ming's mouth with her hand after hearing this. Chen Mai looked at the duo in front of him with a fatherly smile on his face. Kid, we believe in you, you must be good to Hong Ying in the future. Si Xiaonan, that's right, Sister Hong Yao, we can leave it to you. If you dare to fail her I'll be rude to you. Fong Ming smiled and promised, don't worry everyone, I, Fong Ming, am true to my word. Zhao Kongcheng, however, this table is full of ceremonial shredded paper. I haven't had enough. After Fong Ming heard this, he pulled out a magic wand from his pocket and waved it with a big hand. The crumbs of paper on the table were all gone, and there were even a few more bottles of red wine. It's no big deal, everyone drink as much as you want, there's plenty of booze tonight. Vomit ho! The crowd erupted into shouts of extreme joy, everyone almost forgetting their troubles in the joyous moments of the night. Bang bang bang! The 12 o'clock fireworks show opened on time, stunning fireworks bloomed in the dark night sky, colorful lights lightened fireworks reflecting the smiling faces of everyone in the city. In this moment, the whole city is happy and joyful, and even though some of us are missing our loved ones far away, as long as the belief of going home is not extinguished, we will all meet up with our nearest and dearest. Longing was sitting on the roof at the moment, still holding a bottle and a half of cans of Bravely Default in her right hand, while inside the house, Bailey Chubby and the others were lying sprawled across the room that was piled up into a mountain with cans. Chow Yuan lying underneath Bailey Chubby felt an unknown gas enter his nasal cavity, then sniffed, what so stinky. Asterisk 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 Q. A fat. Son, sleep. Sleep, put your feet out. What are you doing next to my nose? Sub? Chow Yuan forcefully pickpocketed him a bit, while Bailey Chubby full of spring hiccups, hiccup Lao Chow then. Continue to drink. I drink your grandfather you a small party dishes, people tugging brother are better than. All better than you. At this time a flushing sound sounded from the restroom, Shin Qingjua's eyes filled with tears, he walked to the table and drew a tissue to wipe his mouth, and then looked at the 14 empty boxes in the house, and shakily sat down holding the table. Asterisk 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 asterisk, livestock. RING livestock. Suddenly another wave of vomiting rushed up his throat, vomit. He covered his mouth and ran into the restroom again. Whoa. He hugged the toilet and vomited frantically, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth, asterisk 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 asterisk. Give me bile all over the place. A minute later, Shin Qingju staggered out of the restroom and planted herself on the other bed in a deep sleep with 2 black eyes. On the roof. Longing picked up the can and poured it into her mouth. She took the easy open can and shook it again, it's gone? Then she squinted one eye down the opening of the can and peered inside. Ugh, looks like I'll have to get some more. Longing pulled out her cell phone and struggled to find the icon for rice dumpling takeout. I don't think anyone will be open today, right? She slid her white, slender fingers over it. There really is one open. Place your order. Place your order. Bravely plus. Longing pondered for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then another box for each. Your order has been sent. After turning off her cell phone, Longing's legs came together in front of her chest, her hands on her face staring blankly at the fireworks blooming in the sky. The colorful fireworks illuminated her fair face, and now the whole city was filled with a thick fireworks atmosphere. Father, I'm really happy right now and I hope you're happy over there too. By the way, my current indentured servant, he's really nice, he saved me completely from hatred and taught me how to make new friends, he's really nice and good. If you're alive in heaven, be sure to bless these friends of mine to be happy and joyful all the time. After Longing closed her eyes and made a wish, drip. Meituan takeout, MS. Long, this is the 4 cases of beer you asked for, remember to give a good review. Ha! Longing felt a man carrying 4 cases of beer running wildly towards his side when he closed his eyes to make a wish just now, and he didn't expect him to appear in front of him in just a few seconds' time. Who are you? Longing immediately stood up. This perverse delivery man made her alert once again, and her pupils were once again filled with raging killing intent. A delivery man can dodge to the top of a building this high to deliver a delivery to himself. Just kidding, this is not. At this time, Lu Wuwei swept the killing intent in the eyes of the white-haired black silk woman standing in front of him, and he forced a stiff smile. Miss. I'm just an ordinary delivery man he said as his feet unconsciously took a step backward. It was clear to him that he was no match for her. Long Ying's mouth grinned, still not telling the truth? Suddenly, a few wisps of green energy surrounded her wrist. Ultra beast. Slow. When Lu Wuwei saw the monstrous energy fluctuations behind the woman in front of him, he immediately placed his hands in front of his chest and danced haphazardly. I am the Night's Watch. Road to nowhere. Longing immediately cancelled the armed back swing after hearing this, and she lowered her head and flipped through the divine beheading raiders that Fong Ming had given him. Hiss. Road to nowhere. Road to nowhere. Oh, found it. One of the human ceilings of the road to nowhere. Oh, okay, you go. Road to nowhere. And, thank you, ma'am, and remember the favorable comments. In the next second, Longing felt that he was frantically fleeing in the alley, and she muttered. As for that, she muttered, leaning down and lifting the 4 cases of beer in front of her in a flying leap to the balcony of Chubby Hundred's house. Longing rushed at the frost on the glass and hailed the hot air, seeing the 3 people who were already unconscious inside. How did all go down? Afterwards, she threw Bailey Chubby aside, then picked up and threw Shin Qingju in the middle of Chow Yuan and Bailey Chubby, placing the 3 people neatly on a bed. Then she reached out and opened a case of beer. No more food? She looked at the empty plastic bag in front of her, fell into a deep thought, followed by opening the rice group takeout in the phone. Peanut rice, cooked food, stir-fried vegetables, all order. Far down the street, just about to take off his takeout costume, Lu Wuwei heard his cell phone ding. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't be that white-haired girl. Not that white-haired girl. Not that white-haired girl. Pulling out his cell phone to see the recipient. Longing, grass. Where's the wine mongrel? Chapter 85. A memory. Honging, who is Mu Fong? Fong? Fong Ming heard a familiar voice. He slowly opened his eyes. A kindly middle-aged woman was standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile on her face. His pupils shuddered and his heart stopped for a moment. Mom, is that you? Fong Ming immediately sat up. He looked around in surprise. The familiar living room was furnished with an old coffee table, refrigerator, dining table, and even the air in the home was so fascinating. Why did you fall asleep here? It's your sister's birthday. Why don't we go pick her up from school together? Fong Ming froze as he listened to his mother's voice, and in the next moment, his eyes immediately became moist.
He had thought about this day for 9 years, more than 3,000 days and nights. He rushed over and hugged his mother. All the aggravation he had suffered and the thoughts he had deposited in those 8 years poured out like a flood at this moment, and he choked and, "Mom, I missed you so much. Do you know how much I've suffered outside? How much aggression?" Fong Ming fell into his mother's arms and cried out. The last time he cried was as a ghost when he watched his family hold his corpse. The mother looked at her son crying so sadly, she patted Fong Ming's back. "Little Fong, you just graduated not long ago, it's not easy out there, come back to see if you miss home, Mom misses you too. This will always be your home." During the first 8 years in the world of God beheading, everyone had always ostracized him as a psychopath, and even the members of Squad 136 had always thought Fong Ming was a psychopath when they first met him. And in his mother's heart, he will always be her loving son, and she will stick behind him as the only one who loves him when the world rejects him. Little Fong. His mother called his name softly while Fong Ming lay in his mother's arms. Right. My name is not Fong Ming. My name is Mu Fong in this world. His mother cupped Mu Feng's face in her hands and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Little Fong, let's go, you haven't been back for a long time, go see your sister." Mu Fong nodded his head vigorously, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. How he wished that this was real. Right now he would rather give up the invincible and everlasting body that he had in the world of God beheading and live forever. If he could, how he would have liked to bring all his friends and their families in Chopper God with him to start a new life in this world with the world. In front of the middle school. "Brother!" Muyu ran towards Mu Feng's side with her pink school bag bouncing on her back. "Brother, I've missed you, you didn't know to come back to see me after a year. Do you know how much Mom and Dad miss you?" Mu Feng touched his sister's face, his eyes filled with tears once again. "I'm sorry, little feather, brother was wrong. My brother will not leave you in the future. Forgive brother, will you?" Muyu looked at his brother who was shedding tears in front of him. For a moment he didn't know what to say, he could only take out his handkerchief and wipe away the tears on his face. "Let's go, little Feng, little feather, your father has booked the restaurant, don't keep him waiting." Mu Feng and Muyu nodded. A happy birthday greeting made of colorful balloons hangs on the wall in the brightly hung, soothing booth, and a 24-inch piece of fruitcake sits on the round table in the middle of the booth. Mother led Mu Feng and Muyu into the reserved private room. "Dad. Egu, brat, usually you don't come back on New Year's Day, but today your sister knows to come back for her birthday." Mu Feng scratched his head. "Hey, Dad, I'll come home more often to see you two in the future. You've really grown up, you know to visit home often, ha ha ha." Father patted Mu Feng's shoulder, then he said to the waiter at the door, "Waiter, serve the food." "Okay, Mr. Mu." The family took their seats at the round table, which was supposed to be more spacious for 4 people, but Mu Feng had to propose to be next to each other. Mu Feng knew that this might be the only chance to meet his family, and he didn't want to be too far away from them. Today's dishes are all Mu Feng's favorite: sweet and sour pork, braised carp, pot roast, and kung pao chicken. "Little feather, blow out the candle and make a wish," Mu Feng said as he lit the candle and touched his sister's head. "Yes." Muyu closed her eyes and folded her hands. "I hope that my mom and dad and my brother can be healthy and work well, and that the family can live happily ever after." Phew. As Muyu blew out the candles on the cake, the 4 people began to move their chopsticks. "This meal, Mu Feng ate very well. This child must have suffered outside," Father said with a smile as he watched Mu Feng wolf down his food. "That's right, you cried with me this afternoon?" Mother said with some heartache. "Yeah, so grown up and still crying. TSK. Father teased. And Mu Feng listened to his parents flirting without caring at all. It was a great fortune to be lectured by them now. "Little Feng, come back if you can't stand it outside." Mu Feng shook his head, a whole chicken wing still stuffed in his mouth. "It's fine, Dad, you two just take care of yourself." And Muyu, who was on the side, looked at her brother and asked, "Brother, is it tiring to go to work?" Mu Feng gave a beat. "It's okay, compared to the past few years. Amount is actually not very tired." Muyu doesn't understand how hard it is to go to work right now. She nods. "Brother, I'll definitely study hard, and I'll share for the family in the future." "Good, little feather, with this heart of yours." Brother is relieved. Mu Feng then picked up his cell phone as if in a dream. "Dad, Mom, and Xiaoyu, let's take a group photo." "All right, boy," the father said with a grin, then wrapped those sturdy arms around the backs of the 3 men. Ka-ching! The happy time of a family of 4 was forever frozen in Mu Feng's cell phone at this moment. After dinner, the father got up to settle the bill, while the mother accompanied Muyu to go to the restroom. Mu Feng was once again left alone in the large private room, staring blankly at the leftovers on the table and the few pieces of cake left. He reached out his hand but grabbed a piece of nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding walls collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, while Mu Feng remained frozen in his seat. Suddenly, his mother's voice echoed in his ears. "Little Feng, remember to come home often, this home will always be a haven for you." Mu Feng's dull pupils fluttered slightly, and in the next moment, he rose from the bed in shock. "Honey, what's wrong?" Red Riding was dressed in a loose white nightgown, one of the few times she hadn't practiced with her gun this morning. Fong Ming looked at her worried face and smiled as he pinched her cheeks. "It's fine, just having a nightmare." Don't you have to practice your gun today? The redhead smiled and shook her head. No need, I'm giving myself a day off today. Fong Ming, well, rest more if you're tired. Just as Fong Ming was about to lie down. That's right, hubby. Who is Mu Fong? Chapter 86, Going out to look for the snake woman. Longing kills 3 Chuan realms in seconds. Mu Fong? Fong Ming was a little uncertain as he listened to this name. He really couldn't recall who this person actually was. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? The redhead coiled her hair behind her head. You were talking in your sleep last night. Fong Ming was a bit puzzled. What did I say? You just said the word Mu Fong. Is he your friend? Red Coma asked with concern. If it was a friend he had once had, and could make the usually big-headed Fong Ming able to call out his name even in his dreams, then this person must be very important. Fong Ming shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's just a dream. He smiled and patted Red Riding's shoulder. Lie down a little longer if you're tired. I'll go make you breakfast. Okay Thank you husband. It was not easy for Hong Ying to rest for the day naturally. She lay down nonchalantly and put the quilt over her head and slept back to sleep again. Fong Ming wore slippers and got out of bed, opened the bedroom door and came to the business consultation hall. The originally clean floor was now full of bottles and sundries. On the 2 sofas used for hospitality, Wen Qima, Zhao Kongcheng, and Wu Shangnan slept there like dead dogs, while Si Xiaonan was back next door to Fong Ming and Hong Ying's room. Ever since Fong Ming had returned he had expanded the underground base with a magic wand, and there were so many rooms that they could already accommodate everyone resting. Lin Xie and Chen Mai, on the other hand, were very diligent in washing dishes in the kitchen. Yo, up so early? Lin Xie teased as he looked at Fong Ming who was somewhat still awake. Was it intense last night? Fong Ming scratched his head and pulled out his magic wand. Lin Xie's mouth was immediately sealed by a sturdy piece of tape, which he then took a lot of effort to tear off. What are you doing? Fong Ming blankly froze him. Damn, let you talk too much. Don't you guys wash it, it's weirdly laborious. I'll do it. The pink magic wand then glowed brightly once more, and in a few seconds the hall was swept clean of bottles of wine and last night's filth. Lin Xie. Chen Mai. Told you so. Fong Ming, you didn't ask either. He put on his apron and walked to the kitchen. I'll make some breakfast. Will you guys eat? Chen Mai and Lin Xie spoke in unison. Eat. Lin Xie immediately stepped aside. Wouldn't you just use your magic wand to change some directly? Fong Ming skillfully took out a few eggs, slices of bread, beef, and some leafy greens from the refrigerator. What do you know? It's the thought that counts when you make it yourself. Lin Xie probed his head and looked at him with a shocked expression. No way? How come your old man is so intentional? Chen Mai disliked Lin Xie with his elbow. You think this meal was made for you? Got it. You're busy. Fong Ming did not pay attention to just busy himself. Less than 10 minutes, 10 nutritionally balanced beef sandwiches were ready, of which there were 2 more that were heart-shaped. Captain, tell them to come out for dinner. You, come out with me. Fong Ming pointed at Lin Xie and said. Lin Xie chewed the sandwich in his hand. Bleh, hiss. Let's go get that snake lady. Hearing this, Lin Xie was filled with energy. He immediately changed his clothes, walking, and Chen Mai is still a bit worried. Will you two be okay? What if they have an ambush? Fong Ming took off his apron and hung it on the wall. Captain, are you questioning a god? Fine, but you must be ever so careful when dealing with those people anyway. Well, let Koma-chan sleep some more if she's not awake. I'm off, haha. Fong Ming and Lin Xie changed their shoes and waved their hands towards Chen Mai, then walked towards the door. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the air seems to be filled with the smell of festivity, with firecrackers sounding one after another in the distance, and large lucky charms plastered on the doorways of every house. The two of them stepped through the snow towards the lovers and where Bailey Chubby and the others were staying. Where are we going to find her? Lin Xie lowered his head and walked beside Fong Ming against the cold wind. Asking you. Lin Xie looked up at Fong Ming when he saw that he didn't respond. Whoa! Zhao Kongcheng, when the are you? Just a moment ago. Fong Ming had now changed into the appearance of Zhao Kongcheng to follow Lin Xie. That snake lady sure wouldn't make a move if I showed up, so. Fine, you didn't say anything about it either, it scared me. Lin Xie said after smoothing out his emotions. Fong Ming came close to Lin Xie's ear. Let's play with that snake girl first. By the way, just so you know, that snake lady is a riot. Lin Xie's pupils widened in disbelief. He picked up his cell phone. Hello, Sister Honing? Fong Ming he. I didn't mean that. I mean, don't finish her off so quickly. First circle around with her in case there's an enemy more powerful than her behind her in ambush. Oh. Lin Xie put away his cell phone and half-heartedly walked forward as he muttered, dancing with snakes? Jia. The roof of the Lover's Inn. Longing looked at the 3 Chuan realm enemies in front of her, her eyes narrowing slightly. You are? One of the men in the lead was a bit puzzled to see this woman who wasn't on the wanted list, and he asked his accomplice, how come there's an extra one? Please, isn't there a fat man, a thin man and a monk on the paper? He asked as he pulled out 3 pictures from his pocket. I don't know, I heard that rich people play with flowers all the time, it's not likely that this chick is the woman that the crown prince of that Bailey family is keeping. He stared at Long Ying's slightly convex figure and those long black legs that stepped on black. Long well, not bad, or not. He felt a heat in his neck before he could finish his sentence, and immediately felt the sky spinning, while the other two companions were looking at themselves with shocked pupils. In the next second, that white-haired woman appeared next to her body with a grim face, some blood still remaining on her hand. You! Put! There were two more sounds of muscles bursting as Long Ying turned around and landed a hand slash and a side kick, the heads of the two remaining enemies instantly separating from their bodies. In less than 2 seconds, 3 heads rolled to the ground while the 3 headless bodies fell in different directions, blood drenching the white snow under Long Ying's feet red. Long Ying stood in the center of the 3 corpses stepping on one leg to ruffle her hair from a side chair, then she looked aside with her eyeballs. Shin Xingju appeared behind her with shocked pupils carrying a knife, and next to her were Chao Yuan and a staggering Bailey Chubby who was all drunk. No? That's the end of it? Shin Xingju stared blankly at the 3 corpses at her feet. These 3 enemies were all in the Chuan realm, with the strength of the 3 of them the chances of winning were extremely slim, and he had immediately woken up Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan when he felt threatened, who knew that in less than a minute these 3 people would be dead. No, fatty, what did you hire me for? Drinking? Bailey Chubby face is still a little red, that is not want to cross the new year with you. Just tell me if you had a good time drinking last night. Shin Xingju, happy you are, I'm dying from the pain. Right now he could still feel his stomach turning over. At this moment, another man slowly walked from behind Long Ying. He scanned the 3 corpses in front of him with a lowered head. 3 losers, can't even kill 4 pool realms? Because the foreign energy within Long Ying's body was elevated based on the foreign energy within Fong Ming's body. Fong Ming had not only compressed the foreign energy at this time, but also controlled the aura he emitted at the pool realm, so to the unfamiliar foe, she appeared to be merely a woman at the pool realm. Chubby Bailey scratched his head. 4 pool realms? No, big brother, do you have bad eyes? There are only 3 here. Just as he was about to speak, he was immediately covered by Shin Xingju. Hush, that person seems to be in the sea realm. We can't beat him. The man snorted coldly, still talking big when you're dead. Yuan Gang didn't come, I don't know who else can stop me in Sungnan City right now. As for the pervert, he's probably still sleeping with his wife. Pervert? Who is it? Long Ying leaned her fingers on her chin and looked up at a 45 degrees angle in thought. Bailey Chubby immediately farted to come forward, it seems. Like, he's talking about Brother Ming. As the words fall, he could feel Long Ying's arms veins rippling. Swish! Shin Xingju and Chao Yuan immediately carried Bailey Chubby back a few meters away, and there was sympathy in their eyes for this strange man. Humph. Classy, Jesus couldn't keep you all today I say. In the next second, Long Ying appeared behind him with an eerie smile. Chapter 87, Snake Woman Molestation. Fong Ming, do you think you and he can lay an egg? The two of them, Fong Ming, were walking in an alley not far from the Lover's Inn. No? Does your plan work? Lin Chiye shrunk his neck with his hands in his pockets somewhat questioning his plan. TSK, you don't believe me, there isn't much time left now before returning to the training camp, those people definitely can't sit still. Fong Ming was leisurely and full of unconcern. The duo left a narrow line of footprints behind them, and several scarlet snake eyes suddenly appeared at the entrance to the alley. Ah! A miserable scream came out from the Lovers Inn where Chubby Bailiff and the others were staying. What's going on? Lin Chiye couldn't help but have some cold sweat seeping out behind him, but logically with Long Ying as a battle force, nothing should happen to them. Fong Ming waved his hand. Don't worry, they'll be fine. That sound was just from the enemy. Lin Chiye also immediately calmed down and carefully pondered for a while. This miserable scream really didn't sound like those 3 people. Shoo! It's coming! Fong Ming leaned toward Lin Chiye and whispered with his head lowered. After Lin Chiye heard this, he immediately looked around vigilantly, not knowing when the entire alley was densely covered with scarlet snake eyes. He asked, somewhat bewildered, when did this start? Did? Ha 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 ha. Finally hooked. A harsh feminine laugh came from above the heads of the two. Lin Chiye put down the black box behind him and pulled out 2 star knives, immediately making an offensive stance. Suddenly, a humanoid snake-bodied monster appeared at the entrance of the alley in front of the duo, and then slowly walked towards this side, its long black curly hair naturally scattered over its shoulders, as if a black snake was strangely swaying in the breeze, while its snake-tailed body shed a sinuous curve on the snow, and those 2 evil snake pupils quietly gazed at Lin Chiye and the duo. Fong Ming transformed into Zhao Kongcheng. See what I'm saying? How much this female snake loves you. Even if you don't come out today, she's going to get under your covers sooner or later. Lin Chiye, ******, say what the... Seeing that it was this snake woman, Lin Chiye relaxed quite a bit. After all, it wasn't too tricky of an enemy. The 3 just stood in silence. Do you want to say something? Fong Ming disliked Lin Chiye. I have nothing to say to her. Have you ever seen the White Queen? Haven't seen it. Do you think what you had with her was an egg? Or is it an egg? Lin Chiye said breathlessly, ******, it's ing sick again. The snake woman narrowed her eyes when she heard the conversation between the two as she pointed at Lin Chiye next to her and said, this little handsome guy is the existing dual god agent,
right? The Fong Ming duo did not reply. That's a handsome look, if you and I had. Lin Xie, sang you paralyzed That weird uncle, I advise you to be sensible and leave. I've read your profile, Squad 130 CXS Watcher Zhao Kongcheng. You are no match for me, don't interrupt my date with this handsome young man. Fong Ming, okay, sis, you two are busy. After saying that he turned around and was about to leave, but Lin Xie grabbed his wrist. If you dare to run, believe it or not I'll immediately tell what you said to Sister Hong Ying. For the first time, Fong Ming had a murderous intent towards Lin Xie. Ugh, okay, I'll listen to you and not run. Oi, that little snake, do you have a sister? Snake girl? Look at you Green, is your name Green? Snake woman, asterisk, that's a lot of crap. Why don't I just kill you and then I'll be in a private meeting with my little hottie. As the words fell, the snake woman twisted her wrist, and a sharp claw came towards Fong Ming's throat, and in the blink of an eye, she had already appeared on Fong Ming's flank. Asterisk him. Brother Knight. Fong Ming possessed a flash, dodging the snake woman's fatal blow, and ran behind Lin Xie in the process. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, it was just because snake woman she was female and extremely revealingly dressed. He couldn't let this villain Lin Xie have any more leverage. Lin Xie? You hit her. What are you doing running behind me? Swish. A pair of sharp claws once again came towards the duo, clang. Lin Xie raised his star blade to counterattack, the sound of weapons interlocking blades resounding through this alley. Lin Xie swung away the snake woman's sharp claws with his sword, and in the process, he reversed the grip of his right-hand star blade and directly chopped both arms toward the snake woman together. Where are the people? Just as the two blades were about to decapitate the snake woman's head, the snake woman's figure abruptly disappeared. Next, the snake eyes around them then began to stir, and thousands of scarlet snake eyes began to wriggle along the walls, on the ground, and even in the large trees to the side. Handsome boy, this is how you repay me for all my heart for you? That's really rude. I've changed my mind, now I'm going to trap you in my cage and dance for me like a little canary. Lin Xie, yuck. Ugly, look at that look you have looks like that. Kobayashi, will. Fong Ming, Isn't that my word? The snake girl listened to Lin Xie's ragged tirade, so excited. Little handsome boy. Come on, please ravage to your heart's content. She was coiled on the trunk of the tree with her hands constantly grasping the snake scales on her body, constantly twisting that slender bite, with an extremely excited look exposed on her face. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Fong Ming. This snake doesn't seem to be normal, or Li Yifei is better. Fong Ming, you give people a good scolding. Inside the asylum of the gods. Grandma, how would you react if your son laid you an egg? Nix was lying in a rocking chair and Li Yifei was fanning him there. You're an egg? Lin Xie turned his head toward Fong Ming. Are you going up? A bench suddenly appeared behind Fong Ming. You go on first. See how bad it is for me to go on when people are so rare. I'll buff you later. Snake girl, come on, handsome boy. Lin Xie was holding his sword in his backhand and crossed it in front of his chest. Dog, take your life. He twisted his right foot, stirring up a few snowflakes underneath it, and instantly appeared in front of the snake woman. Clank! A dagger appeared in the snake woman's hand and directly blocked Lin Xie's chopping attack horizontally. Lin Xie smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth as a flash of extreme darkness spread out in all directions with him at the center, and half of the alleyway snake's eyes were swallowed up by this flash of darkness. Lin Xie had wanted to use supreme darkness erosion to manipulate this dagger, but realized that this smudge of darkness couldn't intrude. A forbidden object that can resist erosion? Lin Xie then turned sideways, immediately picking off the dagger in the snake woman's hand, and the hand that was gripping the star blade in reverse chopped at the snake woman's neck at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xie chopped and stumbled again, and the snake woman disappeared once more, appearing on a wall not far away. What an annoying forbidden market. Within my forbidden ruins, and you still want to win me? The snake woman let out a piercing laugh once again. In an instant, she disappeared once again. This time she appeared behind Lin Xie, and when the sharp snake teeth were about to pierce through Lin Xie's neck, Lin Xie hurriedly turned around and crossed the two-star knives in front of his chest against the sharp snake teeth. That was close. Lin Xie's forehead couldn't help but break out in some cold sweat. You've got quick reflexes, but you can't beat me with just quick reflexes. When she finished, the snake woman's pupils flashed a shade of gray. Please look me in the eye well. Pop. A ringing finger. Supercomputing timeout. A pure white clock appeared directly above the sky, several sharp sworn swords were poised from the sky, and several quills slowly fell around the duo. The hour hand of the pure white clock fluctuated slowly at that moment, as if time had been suspended. Fong Ming walked over to Lin Xie's side, his right hand slowly raised and fell, and the several sworn swords stabbed towards the snake woman's body at breakneck speeds as if they were alive. Crash 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 nonsense. The snake woman's arms, palms, the ribs of her abdomen and even the snake's tail on the lower half of her body were all penetrated by these sharp swords, firmly pinning her to the wall. Chapter 88 Ice and Fire Snake Woman, Longing Abuses Sea Realm Enemies. WC. Lin Xie realized that the few seconds that had just passed were extremely long,
and he felt like all of the world's time had stopped at that moment, an effect that was surprisingly stronger than Wang Mian's time thug. You also signed a contract with Kronos? The supercomputer time stop ended, and he looked at Fong Ming's back and asked. Nope, I made a pact with Bianca. Lin Xie rolled his eyes speechless, thinking what nonsense is he talking about again, but he turned his mind to look at it. It should be a new ability that he got from somewhere and always gives people a surprise. At this moment, the snake woman whose limbs had been pierced by the sword of oath hissed in agony, her face grimacing as blood continued to trickle down from her wounds and drip onto the snow. This pain that pierced into her bones stimulated every nerve. No! You're not Zhao Kongchang. Who are you? Snake woman was now feeling these swords stuck in her body as if they were being pounded continuously by a person carrying a hammer. She wanted to release her petrification ability, but her mental power had been nearly completely eroded by this pain. I am Zhao Kongcheng. Ah. You're out of your ing mind from the pain you. After saying that, Fong Ming went up and gave Snake Woman a mouthful, hitting the corners of her mouth and spilling some blood once again. Ah! The Snake Woman let out a soul-crushing wail. Lin Xie. Hurry up and get her killed. The sound of that is what makes you think we've met the enemy, and what you don't know is that we're mistreating A. Fong Ming nodded, feeling that Lin Xie had a point, only to see him walk over to Lin Xie's side to receive a star blade, then turn around and slowly walk towards the Snake Woman. Snake girl, slow down. You can't kill me. She used all her strength to try to break free from the bondage of the Sword of Oaths, but the realm was too low, she couldn't break free at all, and every time she struggled the Sword of Oaths stabbed an inch into her, causing her to wail repeatedly in pain. Fong Ming buckled his ears. Stop ing screaming, it's so hard to hear. Do you have any last words before you die? Lin Xie. Ouch, you're quite polite. Fong Ming smiled back, pretending to be a bully. Shut up you. The Snake Woman could only rely on Han Xiaoyun to save her, but he never showed up. Fong Ming also waited for Han Xiaoyun to show up so he could change back to his original form, but he still didn't show up. The Snake Woman looked at Fong Ming with fierce eyes as she lowered her head and attempted to mobilize the only trace of spiritual energy within her body. Fong Ming saw that she didn't respond and shook his head. Then I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. The moment the Starblade was about to chop off her head, the Snake Woman's eyes snapped open with a flash of gray in her pupils. When Lin Xie saw the Snake Woman use her last ounce of spiritual energy to use the petrifying eye, he loudly reminded Fong Ming, not good. Close your eyes. And without dodging, Fong Ming met her face, only to see the phallic totems of the illusory Lin God and the Dragon War God flashing out of his two pupils, and two surging pressures of the gods broke through the petrifying eye's spiritual attack. The Snake Woman now felt that the left side of her body was as if she had been thrown into a rolling fiery furnace, letting that Mirage Lin divine power burn her body, while the right side of her body was as if she had fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet of coldness that was icy cold and piercing to the bone, and the Dragon Warrior divine power kept sweeping through the bone marrow of his body. Now this half of her body had been frozen. Numbness could not feel a trace of pain. In less than 5 seconds, the Snake Woman's arms and tail trembled a few times before she fainted. Fong Ming looked at her drooping head and patted her face with the blade. Why did I faint just by looking at you? He saw that the Snake Woman was completely unconscious, turned to Lin Xie with a wicked smile and said, Brother Knight, your good chance. Lin Xie, *****, you're sick. Not a decent line. If you won't kill, I will. Lin Xie, on the other hand, was very eager to that this person's head. After all, if he killed her with his own hands, perhaps there could be a new caretaker that could be added within the Asylum of the Gods. Fong Ming could see Lin Xie's thoughts as he smiled and stepped out of the way. Lin Xie held his sword forward with a cold face as the shadow of the sword flashed by. Clank! Lin Xie's starblade was knocked to the ground. Only to see the man in the distance stepping forward with a gun, a black shadow flashed, and the Snake Woman was actually torn from the wall by his hard work, shedding a layer of snakeskin. Fong Ming's mouth smiled, finally showing up. Lin Xie inwardly cursed, *****, old man head ah. Han Xiaoyun rotated his lance with one hand to aim it at the duo. She looked sideways at the snake girl she was holding on her arm and shook her head. Suddenly 3 men in black appeared behind him. Bring Miss Snake Girl back to medical treatment. Here. Leave it to me. Yes, sir. Swish. The venue that the 3 black-robed men fled from with the heavily unconscious Snake Woman, just as Lin Xie wanted to go up and chase after her, was pulled back by Fong Ming. Don't worry, they can't run away. Deal with this stupid big guy first. In the distance, Longing held the Sea Realm man's arm with one hand, grinning hideously, then pressed it down with force, and a crisp bone-cracking sound came from his arm. While Bailey Chubby and the others stood to the side looking at the man who had been compressed into a tape measure, they all showed their sympathy. It's so hard. This too. Shin Shinju muttered as he twisted his features. This is hard power crushing ah, when will I be able to play this Sea Realm enemy in the palm of my hand? Bailey Chubby said. You, wait until you've been practicing for a few years. At this time, the man's pupils dilated has no life. Longing single-handedly handheld the ball madly smashed into the ground. Ka-ching! Several sounds of bones breaking resounded once again, and after a few strokes, this time even the divine Dr. Hua Tua couldn't catch it. Dead? Longing lifted him up and patted his drooping head with his hand. Hey, don't die. Haven't had enough fun. Shinshinju, tisk, tsk, tisk, atrocious to the extreme. Longing saw that the man was really not breathing. She had a maniacal face and casually threw the man's body to his feet, then raised that long black silk leg high and stomped hard. Eggs. Accompanied by 3 shrieks, they felt the lovers in under their feet shudder violently, and the head of the man in front of them had already been stomped on, blood mixed with debris splattering in all directions. Afterwards, Longing ruffled her hair again and leaned over to wipe the blood from her feet. She turned her head to look at the 3 Bailey chubby, that am I too rude? 100 miles chubby, X, winky face, no, it's cool. Shinshinju also nodded with effort, simply too handsome. Cha Yuan, why do I feel like she fights like a madman even more than I do? Shinshinju, _ Words will say more, so beware of turning you into a tape measure as well. Longing smiled awkwardly, and suddenly Fong Ming's voice appeared in his ears. Stop those 3 people and bring me back the snake woman. After Longing nodded her head in reply, she immediately said to the 3, I have something to do, go and come. Before Bailey Chubby could react, with a swish, Longing disappeared into thin air. Chapter 89, Fong Ming, I'll give you 2 choices. Han Xiaoyun, how about I be your opponent now? Lin Chia muttered inwardly, believer, seat 13. See Realm Powerhouse? That strike just now made it clear to him the difference in strength between the 2 sides, and he turned his head to Fong Ming, who was getting high on melon seeds to the side. If he hadn't been there, he might have had to summon Nyx to run away himself. When Han Xiaoyun saw that the 2 didn't respond, his right hand couldn't help but tighten his grip on his lance. I'm talking to you. Asterisk. Han Xiaoyun began to explode, and it was true that the power of cold violence was difficult for even believers to resist. A watcher and a dual god agent of the pool realm are no match for me at all. I don't know how you guys managed to critically injure the snake woman unharmed, but that kind of strength is a piece of cake for me to handle. Are you guys dumb? Fong Ming spat out a mouthful of melon rinds. What a lot of nonsense. If you want to fight you go, if not you get lost. Don't delay me from going home for dinner. Fong Ming was getting a little hungry as he touched his stomach. Han Xiaoyun grimaced, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Speaking out of turn. He rushed towards the duo with lightning speed, the halberd in his hand emitting a piercingly cold light against the snow. Suddenly, an invisible canvas covered the sky, and at that moment, the 3 of them could clearly sense several energy fluctuations rapidly approaching this way. Ringless airspace? Han Xiaoyun looked up at the sky. 7 silhouettes clad in dark red cloaks quickly crossed the sky to land behind Han Xiaoyun in an extremely handsome pose. Chen Mai raised his head slightly, his sharp gaze landing on Han Xiaoyun's body, his hands resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Han Xiaoyun looked back, and the entirety of Squad 136 was walking toward him not far away. You! He turned to look at Fong Ming again. How could there be 2 identical Zhao Kongchengs? Zhao Kongcheng held a cigarette in his mouth, and the star knife in his hand glowed with a light blue cold light. Kid, be careful, I'll sue you for violating my portrait rights. Oh. Han Xiaoyun was shocked in his heart. The Zhao Kongcheng in front of him had changed into a different person, a rather handsome-looking teenager in his 20s. You are that pervert. Fong Ming. You the hell are the pervert. Now how do you feel about a couple of us as your opponents? If a person to deal with the 8 people outside of Fong Ming, he can still cope with and even have some chance of winning, because only Chen Mai's realm is still quite good and can be hard to fight. But with the addition of this pervert Fong Ming, he knew that he wouldn't be able to win no matter what. Han Xiaoyun's hand that was gripping the halberd actually appeared to slacken. Ha, being able to die here today can be considered heaven's relief for me. Suddenly, his gaze once again focused on Lin Chia's body as snow splattered under his feet and a figure swept past the crowd, his sharp lance stabbing towards Lin Chia's neck. 7 knights, be careful. Chen Mai's gaze flashed with a hint of refinement, and his red tassel violently slapped the black box behind him, a flaming lance popping out smoothly. Lin Chia gripped the star blade with both hands and looked towards Fong Ming. Don't make a move yet, let's fight him. Suit yourself. Clank. Han Xiaoyun in the air and Lin Chia stalemate. Chen Mai and Red Tassel has appeared on the left and right on both sides of the Han Xiaoyun, the long gun with magnificent color flame and the long knife to form an encircling trend at a very fast speed to cut to Han Xiaoyun's waist. Han Xiaoyun bit the corner of his mouth and rolled backward, the whistling gale drove the tips of his hair, and just as he stabilized himself, Lang Xian behind him took aim, and a Reaper missile swept toward Han Xiaoyun's neck. Bang! Han Xiaoyun immediately turned around and held his spear across his chest to block Lang Xian's attack. At this moment, Red Tassel and Chen Mai's figures approached once again, and suddenly, flanked by Zhao Kongcheng, he drew his sword from his waist and chopped at Han Xiaoyun. Only Han Xiaoyun struck a sweeping blow, swinging away Zhao Kongcheng's attack, then he leapt into the air, he gazed at the bright sky, his heart was extremely calm, he slowly raised his halberd, a whirlwind suddenly appeared, rolling up the snow all over the ground to fly in the sky monkeys that, covering the sky and the sun. Within 10 miles, the wind and snow were blazing. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 079, Great Windstorm. The 136th Squad had trouble stabilizing themselves in the midst of this powerful gale with the exception of Fong Ming. At this time, the gusty winds rolled with flying snow, filling every corner of the street, and the large trees on both sides of the road had been uprooted. If it weren't for the unrestricted hollow overhead, I'm afraid more innocent people would be caught up in it. Red Tassel was just about to use her arms to fend off the wind and snow blowing towards her, when suddenly Fong Ming appeared at her side, and she instantly felt that the wind field around her had grown eyes like they were circling around her. A void of white energy wrapped the duo. Remove some of the external forces of the concept of magic, horse charms. Xiao Nan, Wu Shangnan whispered in a low voice. All of a sudden, a white film enveloped the skin of the crowd, and the resistance brought about by the gusts of wind completely disappeared. Lin Qiye only felt the vision in front of him gradually clear up as well. This is no fate veil, is able to attach itself to the surface of one's skin. It can isolate the outside world from external influences brought about by the outside world, and it can even repair injuries as well as have a certain amount of defense. Si Xiaonan stood up straight and hummed arrogantly. Lin Qiye gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Han Xiaoyun high in the air. Chen Mai was the first to speak, former leader of the Gusu City Vigilante Squad. You are Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoyun was silent for a moment. So what if it is? You were once a captain as well, so why are you now willingly degenerating into a traitor to the ancient god church? Chen Mai asked. You don't understand, and when you see your own team members killed one by one in front of you, you might understand my choice. I've heard something about the Gusu City Night Watchman Squad. Chen Mai's eyes narrowed. It is said that the Gusu City Squad 5 years ago met the ancient gods' churches, raving, head-on, 3 were killed, 3 were seriously injured, and 1 team member was disabled for life, and the team leader, Han Xiaoyun, disappeared in this regard, and then appeared 2 years later in the capacity of a believer. Han Xiaoyun, what are you trying to say? I want to know if you are a true believer or a false believer. Han Xiaoyun closed his eyes, recalling the tragic scene he had been in, his own team members dying in front of him while he could do nothing about it. You're overthinking it. Their soul contract is something you can't imagine, even if your willpower is strong, and then when you sign the soul contract, you can only unconditionally accept any orders they give you, completely becoming their puppet. Isn't it just a soul contract? What if I can help you break it? Fong Ming, who was standing beside Red Tassel, said. What? Han Xiaoyun's pupils were shocked. He knew that this person was very strong, but the soul contract was a shackle welded to the soul, and it was impossible to lift it except in death. I say, what if I can help you lift your soul contract? Fong Ming stared tightly at Han Xiaoyun in front of him. As long as he wanted to not to mention the soul contract, even if, raving, was standing here, he could still punch him directly to death. Chen Mai and Lin Qiye were also very surprised when they heard this. They hadn't heard anything about this matter of cleansing the soul. Fong Ming looked at the flying snow in the sky and whispered, I'll give you 2 choices. One is that you choose to live to forgive, or do you want to die and be free? Chapter 90, Tugger saves the day. Han Xiaoyun goes to his death openly. Chen Mai stood in the stormy wind with his sword, his dark red cloak being blown and hunting as he looked back at Fong Ming. Are you telling the truth? Fong Ming nodded. Captain, you're starting to question the gods. Again. Chen Mai, okay, this one's all loaded for you. He then looked back at Han Xiaoyun in the sky. You should be clear about Fong Ming's strength, since he said so. The chance is in your own hands. Whether you live to atone for the faults you once committed, or just die a meaningless death, the choice is yours. Han Xiaoyun's pupils were surprisingly somewhat moved, and the images of his former teammates falling in a pool of blood while he was powerless to do anything about it kept surfacing in his mind, while the transgressions he had committed over the past few years could no longer be atoned for. He gripped his halberd once more. Han Xiaoyun took a deep breath as the gale above his head gradually spread into an even more raging storm, and the surrounding roof ridges made of bricks had already been torn apart by this powerful gale. Countless brick walls and rubble were involved. Seeing this, Fong Ming whispered, it seems he's not prepared to live to redeem himself. Han Xiaoyun slowly opened his eyes. Do I still have a point to live? Spend the rest of your life in a fasting house? Chen Mai reached out to stop him. Han Xiaoyun, think clearly. Don't you want to kill raving to avenge your former teammates? Han Xiaoyun spoke slowly. It's already too late. I should have perished in the world with my teammates years ago. Now I am Han Xiaoyun, the 13th seat of the believers. I'd like to die clean if I can, and that's a request I don't deserve as a sinner. Fong Ming sighed helplessly. It's really to a cow. As the words fell, he flung his right hand and nailed the halberd in his hand into the ground. The blizzard sweeping around him suddenly quieted down, and the blizzard sweeping across the sky plummeted, scattering on the ground in an ocean. Han Xiaoyun clasped his hands in a circle in front of his chest, and a bit of deep blue appeared out of nowhere between his palms, gently rotating and growing larger. He frowned as he looked at Fong Ming, his lips slightly opened, and it was a mouthful of 3 words. If you want to do it, hurry up, there's not much time left for you. Lin Qiye and Chen Mai glanced at each other, and both sides agreed that Han Xiaoyun had no choice at this point, and it seemed that the soul contract of the Church of the Ancient Gods was just too much of a constraint on him. Just as Chen Mai was holding his twin swords, a terrifying dark pressure emanated from behind him, but he was stopped by Fong Ming. There is no need to unfurl your forbidden market. For safety's sake, I suggest it's yours to give me what you have on you for safekeeping. Chen Mai turned back to him, his pupils trembling slightly. How did he know that she begrudges on me? At this moment, the eye of the wind was getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding air kept gathering towards the eye of the wind, and in the face of such a powerful energy, the ringless airspace even showed some cracks. On the other side, Shinju, who was approaching the ringless airspace with Chubby Bailey and the others, looked up at the huge wind eye in the air. He hesitated for a moment, slowly extending his right hand and snapping his fingers towards the distant sky. The eye of the wind that had had its air drawn away by Shimin just disappeared. Han Xiaoyun seemed to sense that death was approaching, and he closed both eyes tightly as a scorpion-tailed poison needle pierced his heart. Chen Mai and the others' pupils were shocked at the sight, only to see Longing grasping the snake woman's neck with her left hand, and behind her, a protruding scorpion tail penetrated Han Xiaoyun's chest. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Han Xiaoyun's mouth as the extremely intense scorpion poison was injected into his body, and in less than 5 seconds, all of the cells in his body rapidly shriveled. His brain was already on the verge of death. With a flick of Long Ying's scorpion tail, Han Xiaoyun was thrown heavily to the ground. He stared blankly at the sky, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, the past of his life once lived with his teammates seeming to touch him. Han Xiaoyun opened his lips with difficulty, but his throat could no longer make any sound. Is this death? The entire 136th squad jumps off the roof of the building and walks towards the dying Han Xiaoyun. Fang Ming walked over and slowly squatted down, pressing his palm against Han Xiaoyun's chest that was still overflowing with blood, only to see his palm emit a faint golden light. Han Xiaoyun's eyes suddenly brightened as his soul, which had been bound for several years, was now freed. What you said is all true. Han Xiaoyun looked sideways at Fang Ming and let out a weak voice. Fang Ming looked at him very coldly. Now that the soul contract is lifted, do you still want to die? He didn't reply, only nodded his head gently, and as Fang Ming removed his palm, the scorpion poison soaked into his brain. Put! Han Xiaoyun coughed up a mouthful of blood, his arms lost strength, and his pupils gradually dilated without life. The cold snowflakes fell on his white face and melted into water. This ending was probably exactly what he wanted. Longing dropped from the air and threw the unconscious snake woman to the side. Just a few minutes ago, Longing had gotten Fang Ming's order to intercept those 3 black-clothed men. In the first round of the exchange, Longing kicked the heads of the 3 with a crushing force. She saw that the snake woman was not yet dead and suddenly had a murderous intent, but Fang Ming had explained that he had to leave the survivors alive. Master, I've brought you back what you wanted, Longing said with cold eyes as she looked at the snake woman who had fallen to the ground. Well, you worked hard. Fang Ming replied. Brother Knight, that snake woman is in your hands, dead or alive. Swish! Before Fang Ming could finish his words, Lin Qia's hand raised his sword and chopped off the snake woman's head, thus the snake woman died. Chen Mai reached out and closed Han Xiaoyun's eyes, then slowly stood up. Close ranks. The full force of their assassination this time should be these. How dare you come to assassinate at this level? The ancient God Church is nothing more than that. Fang Ming's words caused each of them to be more or less upset in their hearts. Lin Qia slapped his butt with his sword. Alright, how come you're still addicted to pretending? Fang Ming spread his hands. There's no way, the strength is that great. Ha ha. Lin Qia pointed at Fang Ming and looked at Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, you need to take care of your husband, always walk by the river, be careful of wet pants. Hong Ying, on the other hand, smiled faintly as she walked over and straightened Fang Ming's clothes. Converge, for people that, be humble, understand? Fang Ming stood at attention and saluted. Understood. I respectfully follow your wife's teachings. Chen Mai alright, go back. 7 nights. Fang Ming called those 3 up. Tomorrow you'll be going to the training camp. Get together today. After all, Sangnan is our home turf. We should entertain our guests. Lin Qia, understood. As the words fell, he immediately ran towards Bailey Chubby and the others. Fang Ming followed behind Chen Mai and the others, looking back at Han Xiaoyun who had fallen to the ground. If he wasn't recovered, his body would surely be sliced into bashfulness by that dissection maniac, right? He then took out a small black box from his pocket and threw it to the ground, and the small black box ran toward Han Xiaoyun's body as if it possessed life. Ha! Going to your house for a party? Bailey Chubby was a bit uncertain after hearing Lin Qia's words. Why are you buying us dinner? Lin Qia, this is what our captain ordered. Maybe he wants to meet the big shots of the Bailey family. He patted Bailey's chubby belly. A man as handsome and dashing as you is not something you can see just because you want to. Ah ha ha, that's right, that's right. Bailey Chubby immediately revealed a haughty expression. Walking. Lin Qia, Bailey Chubby, and Xia Yuan had just taken a few steps out, then turned back to look at Shinju, who was standing in place and not moving anywhere, with contempt. Lin Qia, what are you pretending? Go. Shinju scratched his head. I won't go. Oh, I'm actually a little sociopathic. Chubby time, 5 times pay today. Shinju ran forward. Let me tell you, I'm actually quite cheerful. Subsequently, Bailey Chubby just took a step, suddenly felt that there was something missing around him. He asked Lin Qia, 7 nights. That can you bring Molly ah? Chapter 91 Misunderstanding, Conceptual Artifact. Lin Qia's eyes lit up. Actually, I've already called out to her, she should be on her way here now. Bailey Chubby was overjoyed. I am Night Brother, you are really a roundworm in my stomach. Knows me too well.
Chow Yuan glanced at him. The roundworm in your stomach shouldn't be worried about food or drink.
At this time, Lin Xia's 4 people plus Molly, who had just arrived, were standing in front of Red Tassel's villa, with the large Xi characters still affixed to the front door. While other people's houses put up blessings on New Year's Day, the Red Tassel's house puts up double happiness, which can't help but make the crowd feel strange. 7 nights, you're hiding this kind of thing from us. Bailey Chubby pinched his waist with an indignant face.
That's it, that's you being unorthodox. Chow Yuan stood in place with his arm around Bailey Chubby's waist. Lin Xie. What's all this about? This is actually Fong Ming. Bam!
Fong Ming pushed open the door to see the few people in front of him and immediately smiled with joy. Quickly come in.
Quickly come in. Don't be a stranger, it's just like being in an intensive training camp here. Chubby 100. Chow Yuan. Shin Qingzhu. Molly, oh, ha, you and $$ him.
The 4 men looked at Lin Xie with wide eyes, their hands uncontrollably pointing back and forth at Lin Xie and Fong Ming. Fong Ming looked at the 4 people who were surprised and Lin Xie, who was covering his head with a speechless expression, and was puzzled for a moment. Eh? What? Oh, 7 nights and I have been living together long before the set, and to tell you the truth we're actually very close.
Put.
Bailey Chubby almost didn't choke to death after hearing this. He didn't expect Lin Xie to be good at this, and Fong Ming to be a man of both sexes.
He stepped forward fitfully and put his arm around Fong Ming's neck to bring him aside, whispering, Brother Ming. Ming, do you, him live with you, and your girlfriend?
Fong Ming, yeah, actually I haven't been dating my wife before the set, I've been dating 7 nights.
Enough.
Lin Xie really couldn't help it. If he didn't stop it, these guys would really think that they had a problem with their sexual orientation.
Tell them the truth, quick.
Fong Ming, what truth? The truth is that I live with my wife and you, and Xiao Nan. *******. Chow Yuan, 4 people. TSK, will play, really play, I didn't expect to see scenes from a first-tier city here.
Lin Xie wanted to die right now, shut up you. Just as he was about to tell the truth,
Hong Ying came out from inside with her apron on. Hey,
hubby, 7 nights, bring your friends in.
Okay, returned Fong Ming, don't stand outside, come on in. Afterward, they all pulled out money from their own pockets and stuffed it towards Fong Ming and Lin Xie. Congratulations.
Happy wedding. Happy wedding.
Lin Xie clutched the bill in his hand. At this moment he wanted to die. He looked sideways at Fong Ming and shoved the money into his hand. Happy newlywed for you.
Fong Ming looked at the backs of several people. What? Inexplicable? In the kitchen, Chen Mai, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Zhao Kongcheng were frantically busy with the meal, and Lin Xie sat in the living room after some introductions and spent 10 minutes talking about how he and Fong Ming lived in Hong Ying's house and Fong Ming's proposal of marriage on New Year's Eve. Searched dead inside.
Bailey Chubby stroked his chin as he listened and nodded. And Lin Xie said with a dry mouth, picking up a cup of water on the side to drink a mouthful of pain. Pfft.
Which dog switched the wine?
Bailey Chubby, that is to say, you don't have a problem with your sexual orientation, and you're just borrowing Brother Ming and Sister Tassel to prepare for their wedding room.
That's right. That means we missed Ming's proposal. You could say the same thing. That means you're an intruder. Nope. Into you. If you just said so, it would have been over. Did you guys ever give me a chance to talk?
Soon the kitchen smelled of various dishes.
Red writing, come and eat.
Bailey's chubby hand blocked among them. Wow, so many delicacies, sister-in-law, you guys usually eat really well. Hong Ying froze when she heard the title sister-in-law, then she blushed and smiled, entertaining guests, how can I condescend to you? Chow Yuan pulled Bailey Chubby, who wanted to dry his rice, and covered his mouth. Sister-in-law, you're welcome, it's our honor to eat your cooking. He then whispered to Bailey Chubby, rude, the people cooking haven't even been served yet. Bailey Chubby woke up as if in a dream, oh yes, I almost forgot. He then poured a dozen Rolexes out of his pocket and gave one to each member of Squad 136.
A small token of appreciation is not enough, everyone must accept it. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just let me know.
I'll be sure to take you all for a few days of fun when I get a chance to come to Canton. Lang Xian, when Shimo looked at the hands of the Rolex, the corners of the mouth twitching, this is the landlord's home, so big strokes Zhao Kongcheng, on the other hand, used the light to gather the Rolex in front of his eyes and scrutinized it. Longing looked at the shiny novelty in her hand and took a curious bite. Hiss. So hard. Below, everyone took their seats, except for Fong Ming Hong Ying who was in one piece. Bailey Chubby purposely switched places with Lin Xie who was next to Emoli, and the others sat together casually. The meal proceeded harmoniously, and, at this time, Chen Mai got up and walked behind Fong Ming and patted his shoulder. Come with me for a moment, there are some things I need to say to you.
Fong Ming? Blay?
With a puzzled face, he followed Chen Mai to the upper floor.
How did you know that thing was on me? Fong Ming, that? Wet.
He was just about to say those 3 words when he was interrupted by Chen Mai. Then he pondered for a while, this problem, in fact, I will divination, do you believe?
I believe it.
I'm convinced of whatever you say now, there's too many unexpected things in you. Chen Mai was now convinced of Fong Ming's strength, and he seemed to have taken Fong Ming as the saving grace of the entire 136th squad. But you said to give this to you, and I can say no to that. It was suppressed by the forbidden ruin within me, black impermanence, by borrowing the might of Yama Temple, and his terror is that he can obliterate any city or even a country. As long as he leaves me by half, all the gods in the mists will know where he is, and when the gods descend on the great summer frontier, it's not for us to deal with this.
Fong Ming, it's those weak gods? Weak god?
Chen Mai didn't expect him to actually be able to say something like that. Fong Ming, you're very strong, but I don't think you'll be able to withstand the combined efforts of all the gods in the mist, so,
Captain, how long do you have? It shouldn't be long now. Chen Mai was incomparably shocked upon hearing this. What do you mean?
I mean, there shouldn't be more than a few years before that Songnan cataclysm. I can save you alone, but I can't if I have the whole of Songnan. Although Fong Ming could use the two conceptual artifacts, the horse talisman and the dog talisman, to throw away all life and death and all external forces to save Chen Mai from that obliteration, Songnan City was too big. He couldn't just strike the talismans into the underground of Songnan City and then lose his permanent lifespan and undead body himself.
This is what saints are supposed to do. Chen Mai pondered over it. Can you really be unaffected by that thing?
It was also a conceptual artifact. One was the Shiva's grudge, that could obliterate everything in the world, and the other was the artifact, Horse Rune Spell, that could eliminate all external forces. Fong Ming wanted to see which side's conceptual artifact could win. I should, but I'm confident. At most, I'll save the lives of all of Squad 136, I just don't want to upset her. It's still up to you individually as to what you choose to do.
The two fell silent again.
In the end, it was Chen Mai who took the lead to speak. My teammates then, I'm counting on you.
Fong Ming. Chapter 92, The Illusory Forest Nebula completes the whole. Honey, I'm going to miss you. At the entrance of the villa, Hong Ying reluctantly bid farewell to Fong Ming. Chen Mai and the others stood at the entrance also with smiles on their faces as they watched Lin Xie and his companions load their luggage into the car. Fong Ming's eyes contained dotingly touched Red Tassel's head. I'm fine, although I think I can do without going to intensive training. That won't do.
Only after passing the final set of training can you become a true Night's Watchman, and even though you're strong now, there's still a lot of knowledge that you need to learn. Got it. Then when I'm not around you have to protect yourself well. Remember this pendant, don't take it off. Call me if anything happens.
Okay, honey, I know.
After Red Tassel nodded her head in agreement, she kissed Fong Ming deeply on his cheek, then Fong Ming carried his suitcase and waved his hand to bid farewell to Chen Mai and the others who were standing behind him.
Captain, Lao Zhao, Lao Wu, Praying Imo, Xiaonan, and Lang Xian are waiting for me to come back. Oh.
Yes.
Bon voyage. Bon voyage. Fong Ming put his suitcase into the bus and sat in the back row.
You still need to take the bus, this distance, you directly run to not finish it. Lin Xie blankly froze him. He just found that the ability in Fong Ming's body had risen quite a bit again. Does he drink water to increase his mental power? I'm not integrating into the group. A tiger is still afraid of a pack of wolves. The bus started slowly. Fong Ming could see Red Tassel waving goodbye to himself through the rearview mirror, and he stuck his head out of the window, waving at her in the same way.
Having a family is different. There are people who miss you everywhere you go.
Lin Xie said in a conspiratorial manner next to him, and next to him, Bailey Chubby and Xiao Yuan nodded along.
When's the wedding?
Hiss. Don't you know, fart a flinty voice. Oh, wait till you open that coffin panel in the ground too.
Lin Xie?
Asterisk. Don't curse me. Oh. It's getting dark. Along the way, the first half of the time, everyone was still talking and laughing. The second half of the time, because the road was bumpy, the temperature inside the car made people drowsy, except for Fong Ming and the driver all dozed off. By the time they reached the entrance to the assembly camp, the road that had once been blown up had been fully repaired. Yuan Gang and Hong Hao stood in the doorway, their gazes filled with the look of hope for their successors. The crowd got out of the car. Yuan Gang lowered his arms that were clasped in front of his chest and walked over to them. Boys, this time in the Battle of Songnan, you have performed very well and deserve to be praised. But don't be proud, especially you, Fong Ming. Although the people here are not as strong as you, there are many highlights in them that you don't have, so you still need to be humble and come to learn. Understood. Instructor. Well, it's so late today, go back and rest, and wait for training to continue tomorrow. The crowd stood at collective attention, saluting, yes, instructor. In the luxurious single room, Fong Ming was as usual drinking a small drink and watching TV. System check the custody level. Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value. Wind Flare, 100% bond value. Long Jian, bond value 93%. Current alien energy value 6. 25 black holes. Nebulosity activated. Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked. Mount, Tiger Flash, unlocked. Mount, Dragon Warrior Flash, unlocked. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 100% power. Skill, Shining Spirit Technique 100% power. Currently compressing ISO energy to 1/10 carat 13. The peak of the Klein realm has been reached in the world of Zhanshan, compressed package. Hey! Fong Ming grinned from the corner of his mouth to the back of his head with a long sigh. I really am. That was ing awesome. Fong Ming leapt to the center of the playground. At this time there were only a few monitoring lights patrolling the perimeter. Bright reddish-golden nebulae contained in his pupils slowly traced across the night sky with his fingertips. Next, he appeared in the vastness of the universe. Bright novas around him accompanied him as he burst into flames from the rising alien energy within him. His palms came together, and a hazy sphere of red-gold void energy slowly expanded. Phantom Lin Nebula. In an instant, the countless stars that surrounded him were caught up in an instant. A massive reddish-gold nebula in the form of a phantom lynx emerged behind him, and an immense, incomparable claw clutched a star 3 times the size of Earth in its hand. As Fong Ming raised his arm high, he clenched his fist in the nothingness. Bang! The star immediately turned into a cloud of gold dust and disappeared into the vastness of the universe. This feels fantastic. Suddenly, a satellite floated in front of Fong Ming, and on it was written Dasha Detection Satellite 045. Discovered? With a wave of Fong Ming's hand, the illusory Lin Nebula behind him immediately dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to the assembly camp's playground. He walked into the dormitory with his hands in his pockets as if nothing had happened. In the upper echelons of the Dasha Vigil. What? A scientific researcher with glasses held the image data that came from the satellite just now. Commander Yi, this is the image data observed by the satellite just now. In the video, an unidentified hazy humanoid nebulae is created near Earth, only to be seen casually crushing a star 3 times the size of Earth designated Halo 002. As the probe satellites approached it, it instantly disappeared back into the universe. Yifan looked at the blurrier video on the screen and felt a chill on his back. It was fortunate that the pinch explosion was not the Earth. If its target was the Earth, then all of them would have disappeared in this universe. Can you find out where it came from? The researcher shook his head. It seems like it's intentionally trying to avoid us, and what it's doing could be a wake-up call. It was very close to Earth at the time, but the target group was the much more distant Halo 002, which is enough to suggest that it should not have been aimed at Earth. Yi Fan immediately corrected. What do you mean should? Even if there is a 1 in a million chance, a 1 in a billion chance, we can't let our guard down. The senior members of the Night's Watch sitting below were silent as they listened. Commander Yi, do you think it could be some evil god warning us? I don't think so. We haven't found a god this powerful since we started keeping records. I'm afraid that a god that can appear in the universe and destroy a planet at random is beyond our latitude to understand. Yifan listened to the chatter, feeling irritable. This time they almost died in the void. That reddish golden hazy nebulous body, in the end, what is it? If it was targeting Earth, even if it lifted the entirety of the current Dasha's power, it wouldn't help, and they could only wait until their Dasha's gods were revived to be able to fight against it. Now Yifan felt no countermeasure. He could only hope that this mysterious creature would not appear again, otherwise the fate of mankind would once again be in the hands of others. This was no longer a war between man and the gods, it was a war between mankind and unknown creatures or even high-latitude creatures. Inside the training camp. Beep 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 dash. The assembly whistle blew again. Bailey Chubby woke up from the bed with a reluctant face. Suit up. Isn't it true that you don't practice physical fitness anymore? Why do you still get up so early? He sat up, and after the New Year time fatty seemed to have grown quite a bit stronger again. Lin Xie rubbed his eyes and got out of bed with flying speed to straighten his uniform. Get up, I heard that there seems to be some kind of ordination ceremony today. Chapter 93, Authorization, Longing has won too. Soon all the recruits were assembled within 5 minutes of hearing the assembly whistle. This time, not only Instructor Hong stood on the teaching platform, all the instructors stood neatly behind Yuan Gang with their hands behind their backs. Unlike before, today's instructors were very neatly dressed and wore medals of different colors, large and small, on their chests. Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the crowd below, and then he nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the pocket watch in his hand. Good, you guys haven't forgotten the rules in the intensive training camp on these few days off. Hearing this, none of the recruits on the stage straightened their backs and their gazes were filled with pride. Today's morning training is cancelled, and you've been called to come here so early in the morning in order to honor some of you. Ordination? The recruits were talking. They were all still recruits who hadn't gotten out of the intensive training camp. They weren't even real night watchmen, and people were getting medals in this situation? The gazes of some of the new recruits couldn't help but look towards Fong Ming and these few people, because here, only Fong Ming and Lin Xie, this small group, had the ability to get the medals. When Fong Ming and Lin Xie stepped forward to fend off the missiles when they were out of camp, the crowd watched and thought that it was well deserved for these two to be honored. Yuan Gang took a step forward and cleared his throat. Considering that some of you might not be clear on how the Night's Watch merits are divided, I'll give you a brief introduction here. Our Night's Watch's merit badges are different from the normal military. Merit badges can be divided into 4 types, from the degree of obtaining them from easy to hard to divide them into the Starfire Medal, Star Glory Medal, Star Medal, and Star Sea Medal. After some argument, Instructor Hong came up and handed him a document. Next, I'll announce the medal recipients. Fong Ming and Lin Xie stepped forward. The two took a step forward at the same time, and Fong Ming obliterated, raving, nightmare projection during intensive training, saved all the instructors and recruits by fending off a missile attack with Lin Xie when they were out of the camp, and later beheaded, Church of the Ancient God, Serpentine Woman and Believer, the 13th seat of Han Xiaoyun. Once again, the Order of the Star is awarded. As the words fall, there was a gasp of surprise from the stage. This was the Star Medal, which was second only to the Star C Medal. Even Instructor Yuan only had 3 of them. The duo walked up to the instructor's platform gravely amidst the envious faces of all the recruits. Shiny medals hung from their chests as the duo gave a collective military salute towards the instructors and recruits. Kid, don't be too complacent, you still have a long road ahead of you. Yuan Gang smiled and patted Fong Ming's shoulder to remind him. Yes, I honor the instructor's teachings. Afterwards, Fong Ming whispered to Yuan Gang, I still have a few bottles of good wine here. Yuan Gang. Ahem, come to my office that evening. The duo then walked off the stage to a round of applause from the crowd of recruits. Here is the third honoree. Shin Qingzhu. Shin Qingzhu was incredulous? Me? Shin Qingzhu, timely elimination of the destructive eye of the wind produced by the Great Wind Disaster, which spared half of the city from being killed, awarding the Starburst Medal. Hearing this, Shin Qingzhu couldn't quite figure out how he had been honored just by casually snapping his fingers. And Fong Ming didn't kill Han Xiaoyun quickly at that time just so that Drake could get a medal. Shin Qingzhu walked up to the stage in a daze, awarded the medal in a daze, and then walked back to the line in a daze. After the applause, Yuan Gang looked at the last person's name on the document with a furrowed brow. She was neither a vigilante nor a recruit in this set. Ahem. That and an honored mystery guest. Crowd of recruits? Mysterious? So that means she's not in this recruits group? In terms of the person who struck down the most assassins and Church of the Ancient God forces this time, it was Long Ying, who wasn't in the training camp. Hearing this name, many people were confused, because the name Long Ying rather sounded harmless, more like a soft girl. Just such a harmless name has abused numerous assassins in an extremely brutal way. Only Bailey Chubby, Cha Yuan and Shin Qingzhu knew that without Long Ying's presence, all 3 of them would probably have to die in the hands of those in the Chuan Realm and Sea Realm. Long Ying was awarded the Starfire Medal for successfully killing 18 assassins and forces in the Church of the Ancient God in Songnan City, and for successfully recovering the Snake Woman during her escape. Fong Ming was also surprised when he heard this at first. He didn't think that this group of instructors had even counted her in. At this point, there was a lot of talk among the recruits on the stage that, as long as Yuan Gang turned his gaze towards Fong Ming, who also understood, he immediately sensed Long Ying, who was currently gorging on food and drink in the dormitory. Long Ying. At this moment, Long Ying, with fried chicken in her left hand and a burger in her right, and a few small bottles of beer on the table in front of her, watched the TV in the house with gusto. Hearing Fong Ming's voice, she froze. I am. You'll come down to the playground now and you'll be given your medal. Master. Long Ying stood up, made a running leap to the playground, followed by a beyond distance aerial backflip, and finally landed smoothly beside Yuan Gang. The crowd of recruits looked at the white hair and black silk juvenile face and imperial sister figure of Long Ying in front of them, all questioned a little. Just her? Doesn't look like much of a threat. Is the instructor mistaken? Do you think she got in by the back door? Look, it looks like she still has some grease residue around her mouth from eating fried chicken. Long Ying frowned slightly and wiped her mouth with her hand carelessly when she heard the words being discussed below. Ahem. Yuan Gang coughed again, and the stage instantly quieted down. If you have any doubts, you can come to me privately. However, the facts I stated are 1000% true. Long Ying is Fong Ming's contractee from the other world, and is strong enough to decimate the mysterious of the Klein realm. Hearing Yuan Gang say this, the recruits were silent. After all, they knew how perverted Fong Ming's strength was, and the person who was indentured by him shouldn't be far behind. Originally, she should not have been awarded a medal for not being a set recruit, but she has repeatedly struck out to slay the forces of evil and is on the side of our Night's Watch, so she is awarded the Starfire Medal. As the words fell, the stage applauded again. Long Ying gazed at Fong Ming on the stage with an expression that said, "Listen to what they say, praise me." The expression. Fong Ming looked at her arrogant little expression and gave her a thumbs up as well. After the conferral ceremony, it was breakfast time, and Fong Ming, Lin Xie, and the others walked towards the cafeteria as usual. On Yuan Gang's side, he received an urgent secret telegram. What is it? Yuan Gang was also quite shocked as he watched an instructor run towards him with a level 1 encrypted document in his hand. Reporting to the chief, an urgent secret message from the higher-ups. He and Hong Hao exchanged a glance. Why, this is the right time for a secret message? Did something big happen? Instructor Hong also had a frown on his face, hoping that this time the matter was not related to the intensive training. Yuan Gang unwrapped the document, and the redhead text on it greatly read. It is suspected that high-latitude alien creatures have appeared in the middle of the universe. The duo flipped back and froze in place at the photo attached to the last page, unable to believe that this was actually happening, a photo of a massive red nebula crushing a star in the universe. Chapter 94, Yuan Gang's Little Fried Fong Ming. Yuan Gang looked at the document in his hand. What does it mean for the top brass to give this to me? Let me go him up. is that even possible? Instructor Hong wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. It's probably to serve as a reminder to all the vigils that what we perceive now is too small. Yuan Gang frowned as he carefully looked at the photo on top of the document. Don't you think this red thing? It looks a bit familiar. Look familiar? Aha. You look at Nebula's head and think about the pattern of Fong Ming's summon mecha. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It can't be him, can it? Yuan Gang's words caused Instructor Hong to wake up as if from a dream. They knew that Fong Ming's current strength was almost unrivaled in Daxia, but they wouldn't dare to think about destroying stars. How terrifying was this ability? Get that kid over here, Yuan Gang said to Instructor Hong. Yes, in the cafeteria. Wife, look what I ate for lunch, big chicken thighs and braised pork ribs, potatoes stewed with bean curd. Fong Ming was holding his cell phone and was videoing with Hong Ying. Red writing, the food is good, much better than when I was in intensive training. Ha ha, that must be, with me sitting here those instructors must feed us well. Look, you're talking big again. Next to him, Bailey Chubby was dazzling the 3 chicken legs in the bowl with a big mouthful, and he brought his face to Fong Ming's side with both hands in one hand. Hello sister-in-law. Red Coma looked at the adorable Bailey Chubby in the screen and also smiled and waved her hand. How are you guys? At this time, Chen Mai walked up next to Red Tassel. Let's go, Red Tassel, it's time to go on patrol. Another mystery appeared today. Yes. Honey, you guys eat first. I'm going on patrol with the captain. Okay, be safe, bye. Bye. The phone hung up. Lin Xia blankly froze him. Your wife's slave. This is just the second day apart. Sticky individuals. Fong Ming, hey, I can't love my wife. Little bachelor. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you old psycho. Damn it, I'll build it. Fong Ming copied the chicken leg on the table and shoved it into Lin Xia's mouth. Eating still can't plug that mouth of yours. Lin Xia immediately stormed out. Damn, bully. He waved his hand and a dinner plate slapped Fong Ming's face. At once, the two again in the cafeteria wrestling, and the recruits have long seen the strange. From the first day of training to now these two people in the cafeteria fight more than a dozen times. Everyone is accustomed to. What for? What are you doing? Instructor Hong walked in from the entrance of the cafeteria. You're not stopping for dinner, are you? Fong Ming's duo immediately stopped when they saw the instructor come in. That. Fong Ming, you come with me for a moment. Fong Ming, oh. Instructor Hong then said to the crowd of recruits, hurry up and eat, I'll give you 5 minutes. Go to the classroom immediately after eating. The underground office of the training camp. Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong looked at Fong Ming with the eyes of a monkey. How do you feel about Earth? Fong Ming was stunned by the question. My feelings for Earth? That must be nice. Blue Planet, our wonderful hometown. Hearing this, Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong looked at each other with their arms clasped and sighed in relief. They had an 80% probability that they could be certain that the huge red nebulosity was made by Fong Ming. But I don't know why he's casually crushing a star. Instructor Hong tentatively bent down and asked, where were you last night? Fong Ming was even more confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It wouldn't have been discovered by them. That, I'm in the dorm. What, did you guys lose your booze again? It's not like I stole it. Instructor Hong straightened his back. Look, don't tell the truth. Yuan Gang signaled to show the document to Fong Ming, although it was a highly confidential document, but in order to verify Fong Ming he had to give it a try. Instructor Hong walked to the safe on the side, opened it, and took out a document and handed it to Fong Ming. Take a look. Fong Ming swallowed hard and opened the file. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When was this taken? He looked at the red-headed text on it and thumbed through it. It probably meant that he was an alien and then subsequently crushed a star to give a demonstration to the stupid earthlings, and then followed it with a blurry 120p photo. The corner of Fong Ming's mouth twitched. This what situation? You guys are showing me this highly classified document and you're not afraid I'm going to leak it, are you? Yuan Gang bent over with a lewd smile on his face. Little Fong, adults can't lie. What do you mean? Yuan Gang carried the page with the photo in front of Fong Ming. Is this red nebulosity something you came up with? Me? Not me? How could I possibly get such a thing in the universe? And you guys think too much of me, don't you? If I had that power. Yuan Gang, it's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it now. Put the ring of truth on him. Yes. Fong Ming was extremely disdainful inwardly. Che, how can this crap be so hard for me? After Instructor Hong put the ring on Fong Ming, the interrogation began. Did you make that nebulosity in the picture? No. And do you have any idea how it came to be? I don't know. Is it cold in the universe? It's not cold. Fong Ming, asterisk 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 asterisk. Jia. I guessed it was you, kid. Yuan Gang took a look at the trickery to show a treacherous smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Yuan B, you swindle me. Yuan Gang, I knew that with your skills, ring of truth, wouldn't be able to help you. But do you really have the power to destroy a planet? Fong Ming, maybe. My power is now enough to protect the entire Daxia, but why didn't I make a move? Fang Ming stood up at this time and patted Yuan Gang and the two of them on the shoulder in a serious manner. You can't always rely on me, little Yuan and little Hong. While it's true that with great power comes great responsibility, what if I'm not there anymore, right? Yuan Gang now felt like a new recruit compared to Fang Ming's strength. Go, rude. He knocked Fang Ming's hand on his shoulder away with one hand. No big deal, we didn't live without you before. Fang Ming nodded with satisfaction. I'm now a family man. Oh, I won't make a move if I can, so how you guys also have to train new people to train new people. Yuan Gang, ***** used according to you line, this matter I will not react like the high level, but do not forget that you are now also the night watchman, there is an invasion of evil gods, to protect Daxia is also your mission. Got it. Okay, go to class. Alright instructor. Fang Ming lifted his butt and just walked to the door. Wait. What? You're good wine. ***** is really a weasel giving the chicken no goodwill. After saying that, Fang Ming took out 2 bottles of 99,999 red wine from his arms and threw them to the two. Drink up you guys just, who can drink over you two? When he's gone. It was only then that Yuan Gang and Hong Hao completely put their hearts down. It's really him. Where did he get that horrible power? Yuan Gang touched his stubble, then muttered, I think, he is not from this world. Chapter 95, Exercises. A little over a month later. The strength of the crowd of recruits had also received a substantial increase. Not only were they able to flexibly control the ACE, but some of them had even almost broken through to the Chuan realm. Early morning. A ray of sunlight passed through the window and sprinkled on Lin Qia's face. Why is it so quiet? He rubbed his eyes unconsciously and glanced at his cell phone. It's 6 o'clock, huh? Where's the assembly whistle? According to the past instructor's virtues, the whistle could only be early and impossibly late, but today there didn't seem to be any movement at all in the training camp, and it was frighteningly quiet. Swearan couldn't figure out what the instructors were up to, but since there was no assembly whistle, he was sleeping in. 5 minutes passed. Can't sleep. Months of training has made all the recruits develop the habit of going to bed early and waking up early, almost dragging their tired bodies to bed every day to fall asleep in no time, and the biological clock was broken hard by the instructors into 5:30 to 6 o'clock must wake up. Ugh, the set. Lin Xie cursed in his heart, then got up and got out of bed intending to go wash up. The corridor was still silent, and I happened to run into Chao Yuan. Good morning, Chao Yuan. Good morning, 7 Knights. Why hasn't the instructor blown the whistle yet today? I don't know, maybe a guilty conscience? After the two of them had shuffled together, a few more came out to do so, and by now it seemed to be fine, and almost everyone was glad in their hearts that the instructor hadn't blown the muster whistle to be able to get a little more sleep. Back at the dormitory. The time came to just after 7 o'clock, and there was still no movement outside. And Chubby Bailey was still sleeping like a dead pig. Not quite right, is it? 7 Knights. 7 Knights. Suddenly, the door to Lin Qia's dormitory was knocked on, and Chao Yuan and Shin Xingju stood at the door in a slight panic. What's wrong? Shin Xingju, I don't know what's going on with those people in my dormitory, and I can't wake them up no matter how I call them. The ones in my dormitory as well. Chao Yuan also explained the situation within his dormitory to Lin Xia. At this point, there were dozens of people on the entire floor, and now only a few of them were at the end of the corridor not far away discussing the current situation, looking very anxious. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie turned back and copied the slipper to huff towards Bailey Chubby's face. He just scratched his face and rolled over and went back to sleep. It was followed by 10 more consecutive swats, and still no wake-up call. Lin Xie frowned slightly. Could it be a spiritual type of forbidden ruin? Hurry up and see how many people are still awake in the entire dormitory. In less than a minute, the sober people in the corridor ran through all the floors, and the awake people were barely even 30%, and even Fang Ming's luxurious bedroom was empty of people? The whole thing made the waking recruits feel the aftermath. 7 Knights. Shin Xingju ran over from the stairway. The instructors outside are gone. All gone? Hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. Was there a powerful mystical or some evil force invading? That wasn't right either. Why was he still alive? Lin Xie understood the whole thing after a little thought. This could just be the instructor's test for us. Test? Chao Yuan was shocked. Doesn't that make it clear that those who pass out are out? Lin Xie shook his head. That I don't know, but it shouldn't be. And that Gue Fang Ming must be with the instructors now. Shin Xingju, why? Lin Xie, you're stupid nah, if it's the kind of test for resisting a mysterious invasion, if he intervenes, what's the point of taking the test? It's a direct pass. Now Lin Xie had seen Fang Ming's ability, during that time of the new year, with just the two of them, himself and Long Ying, he had wiped out the assassins sent by the Church of the Ancient God, and besides, he hadn't even put up much of a fight, and the shooting and use of hot weapons during these months at the camp ranked high. Oh, that's true. So this time, it's up to us. Inside a makeshift command post in the distance, Fang Ming sat there with a disgruntled look on his face, looking up at the surveillance screen, on which Lin Xie had just walked out of the dormitory building with all the awake recruits. The instructors next to them were busy with their own hands, only Yuan Gang, Hong Hao and Long Ying were fighting the landlord.
No, why don't you let me participate? Yuan Gang, who was fighting the landlord, put an IOU on Long Ying's face again, and at this time, Long Ying held a bottle of beer in her hand and her face was full of IOUs, and with the gradual force of her hand, the beer can burst open. This is already the 36th game that I have lost, although I am very proficient in all kinds of chess, but I am not very good at card games like Landlord. Hong Hao came over to Yuan Gang's side and whispered, let her win a few hands, I don't think things are going well. Hey, it's okay, a couple more. Seeing that he didn't pay attention to himself, Fong Ming walked forward, his face grimly pressed against Yuan Gang's face. Why don't you let me participate? Yuan Gang glanced at him. You have a number in your own heart. Oh. The mystery of this test is only the Chuan realm. If you were released, would there still be a need for a test? Then you have to give me something to do, right? Just leave me here to dry out? Tell you what, you let me out and I promise to stay out of it. No. You're so inappropriate. Fong Ming returned to his seat again in a huff. In fact, Yuan Gang was right. That Spider Boy almost didn't piss himself when he saw himself and almost fainted. And that Rubik's Cube, he almost shattered open after a few random fiddles by himself, thanks to his magic wand to restore him, or else there would be one less mystery in this ordeal. On the screen, Lin Xie and the others had just arrived at the warehouse ready to take out their weapons. All that was heard was a scream. Dash. Lin Xie. It's the cafeteria. Quick, take out your weapons and follow me. The recruits who followed Lin Xie quickly took out their weapons and ran towards the cafeteria. Originally this time of the year the cafeteria was filled with aroma and it was time for all the recruits to eat, but now it was plunged into a dead silence, and there was even some smell of blood. I thought it was just a drill. What's with the blood? Shin Xinju looked at the blood marks under his feet and his face changed drastically. Lin Xie didn't say anything and just went forward to open the gate. Inside the empty cafeteria, there were bloodstains all over the floor, the tables and chairs were all knocked over, clumps of spider silks intertwined with each other, weaving into a big white web that made people's scalp numb, and in the corner there was a half-chewed corpse lying. Seeing this scene, all the new recruits were sweating their hairs out. No one expected that this one exercise would result in casualties. Shin Xinju flew over to the corpse, and the crowd also hurried over to inspect it. After all, it was a comrade who had lived with him for so long. Yes, Wang Li, truly. There really is a powerful mystery at work. A shaky voice came from the crowd. Hearing this the crowd exploded. Able to kill, pull realm and not bad performance Wang Li. Then this mysterious at least Chuan realm start, and the realm of the crushing they are aware of, even if they are all together may not be able to be decapitated. The constant noise made Lin Xie, who was thinking, more and more annoyed. He immediately bellowed, quiet. The noise stopped immediately. Fong Ming looked at the crowd on the screen, holding the scoring sheet. Panic. 1 point for you. Chapter 96 Nightwing sheathes his sword again. Fong Ming, can this even tease a girl? After a vicious battle, the Spider Boy ran outdoors into the jungle in disarray. Woohoo! These bad guys, I was sleeping right there, why did they hit me? No, I can't stay here, I'm getting out. Just as the Spider Boy was about to flee, he seemed to think of something. No, that psycho named Fong Ming doesn't look like he's very nice at first glance, and he actually stabbed my butt with a burning stick. So annoying. But it won't be that easy for them to find me if they just keep running away, right? Just as Spider Boy was about to find a place to hide again, a tingling sensation came. What happened? Why is someone chopping my silk? The Spider Boy looked along the spider silk that he had extended to the boys' dormitory, and Bailey Chubby was holding the soul-severing blade, a little bit to cut the spider silk that bound the souls of the recruits. Once, twice. Bump, dish. Dead fatty, you're great. Spider Boy had burst out in pain. Give it all back, okay? The words fell, he manipulated the spider silk to return the soul bodies of the recruits. Anyway, those instructors did not say that they could not let go. Originally he was a drudge, could not hit the strike to quit. Inside the dormitory, Bailey Chubby faced ferocious light one dormitory in and out, as if killing red eyes. Shin Xingju. No, why are you chopping spider silk so hard? Knowing that you're the one saving lives, those who don't know think you're killing people. Bailey Chubby stared back and smiled. Hey, it's not easy to be a savior, must not perform a little fierce. When he finished, he gestured a yay toward the surveillance in the corner of the building. And Fong Ming and Hong Hao, who were watching the surveillance, both revealed kind smiles then nodded with satisfaction. Next to her, Long Ying angrily pinched Yuan Gang's neck, already red-eyed from losing, as she looked at the deck of concealed cards hidden in Yuan Gang's sleeve. I said, why do I keep losing, you cheating dog? I have to give you a taste of my power today. Yuan Gang, hey, calm down, Sister Long, I'm not kidding. Long Ying pointed to the 40 or so IOUs on her face. You're telling me you're messing around? With that, she tore the note off her face and shoved it into Yuan Gang's mouth. Eat it all for me. Yuan Gang's mouth is stuffed with IOUs, woo-woo, blah blah blah. Fong Ming, mind your little dragon man. At this time, Fong Ming and Hong Hao sat there already trembling with laughter. Hee. After all, he was a chief instructor anyhow, and it wouldn't look good to hang him up and beat him up for the other instructors to see. Fong Ming turned back and coughed, cough cough. Longing almost got it. No matter what, they are also a chief instructor, and they were still thinking of you when they were awarded the medal. After Longing heard this, she looked down at the Starfire medallion on her chest and her anger subsided by half. Alright, I'll spare you this time. After saying that, she put Yuan Gang down, then sat to the side and played with her cell phone. Yuan Gang straightened his clothes and looked at the instructors who were holding back their laughter. Laugh laugh laugh. What are you laughing at? You can you up. No can no BB. He then walked over to Hong Hao. What's going on? Hong Hao pulled up the crowd screen. At this time, Lin Xie and Xiao Yuan were fighting with that headless man in the girls' dormitory. And the recruits from the original dormitory had woken up all together. This Lin Xie kid can do it. His leadership skills are superb and his mind is also very bright. He looked down at the scoring sheet in Fong Ming's hand. Lin Xie's column, pants carry too much excess, affecting the image of recruits -1. Nothing shady -1. Yuan Gang patted Fong Ming's shoulder and said with a smile, Fong Ming. What for? Won't you guys let me score? Can't see, huh? Yuan Gang, so does that make sense? Fong Ming looked down to see that Lin Xie had already been deducted into negative points by himself. Unreasonable? Do I feel reasonable? Yuan Gang immediately snatched the scoring sheet and tore it into pieces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where is this reasonable? I let you score. I let you take personal revenge. Repeat. Oh. After he finished speaking, he rehanded Fong Ming a piece of paper for scoring. Instructor Hong, who was on the side, looked at the spider boy who was huffing and puffing with a gloomy face. Chief, what about this strike? Yuan Gang came over again. What else can we do? Chop up and eat braised spider hands when it's over. It's not good, is it? Instructor Yuan, this little thing is quite cute. It's fine if you don't keep it as a pet. Fong Ming said. Yuan Gang, splitting 2 of them with you. Deal. Time passed by. Fong Ming yawned as he looked at the screen. These battles were just too boring. It takes so long to deal with these little mysteries. If I just burn them all down in a single fire. To say that Fong Ming was most impressed is, Bailey Chubby heard that the girls' dormitory is in danger after only diving into the scene of running to Molly's dormitory. That is faster than going to the cafeteria. Suddenly, a familiar cry caused Fong Ming to instantly wake up. The Cage of Destiny. Chopped by me. WC? Gross Fong Ming looked at the screen. Molly was holding a sword in one hand, scarlet thunder power running through the entire dormitory, ear-piercing thunder resonating through the heavens and earth, only to see her pupils covered in blood, and a ghostly face slowly appearing on her sword-wielding arm. At this moment, her realm had already reached at least the peak of the Chuan realm with the energy boost in night brilliance. In a split second, she rushed at the headless man in front of her at breakneck speed, turning her blade and sheathing it the moment the blood-red thunder intertwined with the bright blue current. The headless man's body instantly burst apart, and countless bits of flesh were scattered in the girls' dormitory corridor. Yuan Gang. Hong Hao. The instructors. Fong Ming, this is not on me, this is something you forgot to collect. Yuan Gang clenched his fist with one hand. 1,000 calculations, but I still missed it. I'm really convinced. However, this can't be considered cheating. Fong Ming raised his head and looked at him with a wink. It's just a weapon. She couldn't suppress it at first, but now you guys see that Molly doesn't fit in quite well with the blade? On the screen, after decapitating the headless man, Molly knelt down on one knee and desperately suppressed the night brilliant in her hand with her own mental power. Air. Molly gritted her teeth and kept tapping her forehead. The ghostly face on her arm gradually disappeared, and the scarlet blood-colored thunder on her body also disappeared. Chubby time, Molly, you did it. He stood up in a state of disarray. If it wasn't for the fact that he went and blocked the headless man's fatal blow for Molly alone, I'm afraid that they all would have been killed by the headless man. Molly tore open the cloth on her arm to bandage Bailey Chubby's wrist. Silly or not, in case you cut off your hand, how to do? Isn't that better than losing your life? Molly froze, then with a haughty look tightened the cloth tied around his arm. Poor man. Okay, I think we're almost done with 7 nights, right? Molly muttered. Come on, let's go find him. At this moment, Fong Ming looked at Chubby Bailey on the screen with a different gaze. No, this kid can? That's all it takes to flirt with a girl? Chapter 97, the end of the show. At this time, the 7 Knights of Leyland had just decimated the chaotic demon cube resting on the roof of the building. Any lowering of the realm is still a Chuan realm mystery, and Lin Xie has already consumed a lot of spiritual energy by virtue of his own decimation. In the warehouse, Spider Boy was huffing and puffing, while Shin Xingju had already led the team to the warehouse door. Shin Xingju probed and peered around as he turned back to Li Jia and the others. You guys stand guard here. When I go in and beat it out of him, you guys will just him up. Ha! Brother Shin, this is a mysterious Chuan realm. Can you go in alone? It's fine, just listen to me. Didn't those masked brats eat their words back then? We're in the pool realm now. Deng Wei and the others still wanted to say something but were interrupted by Shin Xingju. Alright, just do as I say. A few people also shook their heads helplessly. Shin Xingju's character is stubborn. Once he recognizes something, it is impossible to change it. Having said that, Shin Xingju took out a chewing gum from his pocket and threw it into his mouth, walking towards the warehouse door with a 6-fold pace. Squeak!
The warehouse door was pushed open as he pushed it open, and a puff of ash fell from above, barely choking him. Between the large warehouse cluttered with densely packed weapons and equipment, but more are dense cobwebs, they walked into that crisscrossed in all corners of the warehouse. And a soft white bed of spider silk hovered in midair, with a little boy hazily opening his eyes. Help dash. Aw mom. The little boy immediately turned into a large 8-legged spider and instinctively reacted by spitting out dense cobwebs from his mouth. Shinshinju nimbly jumped away, and then when he was about to snap his fingers, he realized that the large white spider had already run to the warehouse door. Asterisk 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 quick, detonate the bomb. Asterisk 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 him. Big white spider, I've met you in my past life. Boom dash. Boom dash. Several time demolition bombs installed outside the warehouse detonated at the same time, and the entire warehouse was torn to shreds by the powerful explosion. Blazing crimson flames burned everything around them like a giant dragon, and the blinding firelight colored everything in sight. The earth trembled and black mushroom clouds rose. Suddenly, the large white spider, dragging its burning hind legs out of the flames, drew a parabola in midair and slowly plummeted into the distance. Ah! Hoo! My ass is on fire. It hurts so much it hurts. Shinshinju then chased out from the warehouse and looked at the big white spider that was fleeing all the way in the air, and immediately lifted up a crooked machine gun towards the sky and began to burst. Fang Ming looked at Shinshinju with such bravery and directly jumped up. Exempt. You want to be a general, are you? If this were in Liangjian, you'd inevitably be promoted to battalion commander by Li Yunlong. Battlefield. Shinshinju shouted to Deng Wei, who was on the sidelines. Deng Wei, where's your Italian howitzer? Pull me out and fight. I'd like to see you make it. Shinshinju led the crowd to run wildly all the way, frantically chasing after the big white spider. No, are you guys done? You guys hit me even when I'm sleeping. What a vicious night watchman. Deng Wei set up the Italian howitzer with one eye on the large spider in the air and decisively pulled the trigger. Oh dash! An incredibly powerful howitzer drew a graceful arc in the air, and 2 seconds later, it directly hit the body of the big spider. Violent explosions burst from around the spider again, but unfortunately the blow did not bring it down. Whoa! You guys are still fighting. Are you still human? Ooh-hoo. Mom! I want to go home. Too late, an eerie white spider web descended from the sky directly covering the pursuing recruits. Soul Breaker. Shinshinju took out his Soul Breaker knife and directly sliced the spider web into pieces. Subsequently, countless bullets struck towards this large white spider, and although some of them hit its body through the spider web, they were not powerful enough to knock it down. Asterisk 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 this doesn't even die, it's a little strong. And within the surveillance, Fang Ming looked at the extremely abused spider boy and said to Hong Hao beside him, do you count this as persecution of minors? Do you know how old he is? Hong Hao asked. I know, a few 100 years old. Fang Ming replied. That's still a chicken minor, he could be your great-grandfather's great-grandfather. Then people aren't considered underage in size and mind right now. Hong Hao was just about to open his mouth. Stubborn. You're stubborn again. Any more stubbornness and I'll burn your pants at night. Hong Hao, I'll just % at asterisk hashtag asterisk. Suddenly, Fang Ming's phone rang, and at first glance, it was a video from Red Tassel. Hello? Honey, what's up? Thinking that must miss you. Instructor Hong blankly froze him, asterisk 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 asterisk, dog thing. The scene shifted and the spider boy and Lin Xie collided head-on. Lin Xie? Spider boy. Sorry. He was just about to run when he suddenly felt a darkness invade his mind, the divine pressure of the Queen of Darkness. By the time he slowed down, Lin Xie had already stabbed himself with the knife, and suddenly, Lin Xie felt a warm current enter his body. Weird, why is this spider so weak? Not long after, Shinshinju led the team to arrive to look at the tragic death of the big spider on the ground. No. After all the blood I've spilled, I finally let you collect it for me? Lin Xie scratched his ass. Hey, sorry, I picked up the slack. So far the mystery in the act has been hunted. Let's go? Stop making out and gather. Yuan Gang walked behind Fang Ming and patted his head. Fang Ming looked at the time, it wasn't even time for the evening meal, he actually finished so quickly. Hey, that was a bit quick, can you guys put in some Sea Realm mysteries next time? Asterisk 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 you're being really inappropriate, next time you'll be the instructor. Okay. As the vehicle slowly entered the assembly camp, the recruits on the playground all approached the instructors with hateful faces. What the hell are you guys up to? Someone died here, do you know that? A few of the girls stood up and loudly rebuked the instructor. Their companions had been mysteriously hunted and they had gone to fight the voice hunters with the determination of certain death. Yuan Gang didn't get angry after hearing this, just showed a look of approval. You guys are able to stand up for your companions, such as exactly what the Night's Watch should have. Also, your companions are not dead, this was just an act, and now the act is over. The girls looked at each other in disbelief, they all expressed their incredulity, they had clearly seen their companions being killed by the voice hunters with their own eyes. Finally, they were relieved when a couple of girls ran out from behind the instructor. You have done very well in this exercise, and to commend you, tomorrow, A day's vacation for you all, free to move about, but not out of camp. Immediately upon hearing this, the crowd chanted, hooray. Just as Fong Ming was about to go back, Yuan Gang called him back. Fong Ming. What? I can feel that something big is going to happen these days. Big deal? Fong Ming lowered his head and pondered. According to the plot advancement, he was about to reach the plot of the mudslide, but hadn't he decapitated the nightmare projection of rumor? Did he still have the guts to come over? Fong Ming then nodded. Alright, I know, I'll keep an eye out. Chapter 98, Strength Leakage. Tomorrow is the day of the closing vows. And today the recruits in the intensive training camp can be sprinkled with a lot of fun. The playground is full of basketball players, ping pong players, campers, and barbecuers. Even the instructors, who were always usually serious, joined in, except for Yuan Gang. Not far away on a small hill, Lin Chia was lying there chatting leisurely with and Bailey Chubby, when Xiao Yuan walked over with a bag of skewers. Why don't you go play with them? Lin Chia sat up and straightened his hair. It's not that I don't want to go, it's just that I'm afraid of getting too immersed in it and not being able to pull myself out. After all, he's already said goodbye to his closest family for 10 years without returning. Spread. Fong Ming suddenly hung upside down from a tree and violently appeared in front of Lin Chia. WC. He instinctively raised his hand and swung it forward. Pop. A slap mark appeared on Fong Ming's face. What the hell are you doing hitting me? Fong Ming immediately jumped down from the tree with an extremely dissatisfied expression. Who told you to scare me? The closing oath is tomorrow, why don't we have some fun today? Fong Ming picked up the skewers in his hand and distributed them to Bailey Chubby and Xiao Yuan. Lin Chia cursed in his heart as he looked at his outstretched hand that was empty, then shook his head. Time goes by so fast. Bailey Chubby took a bite of the skewer in his hand. No way, Night Brother, you still really want to stay in this miserable intensive training camp? I don't want to stay here. Lin Chia was a bit despondent. Don't you realize that staying here is the easiest day we've ever had? Out of the camp, we are the real night watchmen, dealing with mystery every day, and even the possibility of death. Fong Ming, what? Die? What does this word have to do with me? Lin Chia blankly froze him, except for you pervert. Don't worry. Fong Ming wrapped Lin Chia in his arms, then sniffed hard. You'll all be fine with brother. I can thank you then, I don't really need your protection, I'd rather have my family if I could, your power is much stronger than mine. As soon as he heard this, Fong Ming's heart thumped. During the Tsangnan Divine War, he could only ensure that Chen Mai, who was on the front lines, was not obliterated by Shiba's grudge, and as for Lin Chia's family members himself he was really a bit distracted. Clanking sound. A few people's cell phones suddenly rang. Xiao Yuan opened his cell phone and looked. Ouch. The total score rankings are out. What? Show me. Bailey Chubby opened his cell phone to see the total score of 74, in the battalion row 184. Amount. Asterisk. His face was a little hard to see. Not right, I was second in the theater when I acted. How come it's 184 now? Lin Chia raised his head somewhat speechlessly. This is a comprehensive score. Besides acting and shooting where your scores are higher, how many scores did you get for physical fitness, close combat, and strategy? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Ha 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 ha. Fong Ming laughed with tears in his eyes. It's okay, Chubby, this score doesn't mean anything. If you're willing to suffer behind you. Ming, you seem to be in last place. Fong Ming. What? Fong Ming looked at the leaderboard on Bailey Chubby's cell phone with an unbelievable face, and the last line with Fong Ming's name written on it was extremely obvious. Grass. On what grounds? Lin Chia spoke slowly. You don't usually train much, you congregate and drink alcohol, you didn't participate in the acting, you destroyed targets in the shooting program, you intimidated, threatened, and assaulted the instructor. Do you think your ranking can be high? I'm glad I didn't give you the boot. Xiao Yuan, seems a bit reasonable. Fong Ming, there's an ass. Damn, this old Yuan B, really give him a good face usually. Last place is last place, anyway, brother's hard power is there. Daxia border. Somewhere in the pristine jungle. Xia Siming looked at the ranking list of this recruit training set. Take it. This Lin Chia must be abducted to our Phoenix squad for me. Quick. Contact the plane, get me a pink sack and move tonight. Calm wound, Captain, human trafficking is against the law. What are you afraid of? Just abduct him back here and join the squad is your business. I'll take care of the population problem. Kung hurt. Xia Siming looked at her cell phone again and slid her finger on it. How come that agent of the 7 gods can't be seen? Where did it go? Whole wound, in last place. What do you mean? Last place. 7 gods for dinner. But anyone with a brain has to be in the top 5, right? Kong Ming, but it seems like I heard that he's very strong, just doesn't train much and then congregates to drink, intimidate, and beat up instructors and get. Xia Siming immediately cut it off. How is this Fong Ming like me? Kong Hurt carefully reminded again, Captain, but I heard that he obliterated the nightmare projection of ravings, and also united with Lin Chia to decapitate the snake woman of the Church of the Ancient God and Han Xiaoyun of the 13th seat, and then he also has an oversized mech that can still change colors, and under him there's also a white-haired, black filament. Xia how come I know all these words and I can't understand them when combined? Kong Woon looked at this stupid captain with a disgusted look on his face. To put it simply, it's a very strong color batch rogue. Oh. Send, Xia yelled. Kong injury, hard robbery Captain, we seem to be unable to beat him, and also he seems to be stationed in Sangnan City 136 squad of red tassels engaged. We seem to be fighting not to come. Xia revealed a look of pity. It's a pity, I still wanted to have a fight with him, in that case it's fine. But, how the do you know so much? Kong hurt, sweat actually. I slipped 2 cigarettes to the chief instructor of this intensive training. And the masked squad sighed. The ya! Wang Mian looked at Fong Ming's results and shouted out loud directly bouncing up from his chair. What did I say? This guy will never get a high ranking. Swirl and Tempest watched as their captain gloated and walked over to them. It shouldn't be. Did. Kingface managed his expression. Ahem, I've heard a bit about him as well. Even if he doesn't usually train, with his strength he would still take down a very high ranking. But this time the ranking must have been manipulated by someone behind the scenes. After all, there are too many agents of the 7 gods that are too dazzling. Chance came up with the little purple hammer spinning in his fingers. I'll have to give him a hard one next time. Kingface, that's only if he's willing to do so. Now with his strength, I guess even those 5 human ceilings can't be expected. Have you guys seen the paperwork on that recent destruction of the star? The rest of the team nodded. Although the top management doesn't know what's going on right now, I reckon it's not connected to this Fong Ming. Chapter 99 Redeployment, Frozen Mountains. A dark cloud that was unexpected to Fong Ming still came. The sun approaches the corner of the mountain. A shrill whistle sounded again, and all the recruits immediately stopped the recreational facilities in their hands and ran to the center of the playground to gather. The sound of the rally whistle had been etched into their minds for over a year of intensive training. In less than a minute, everyone had assembled. Yuan Gang stood on the teaching platform, and after shouting of at ease and standing at attention, Instructor Hong took out a piece of paper from his cowhide pouch and spoke, "Just a moment ago, your transfer orders have come down, and I'm here to announce them first, so you guys can get ready." The moment they heard the transfer order, everyone's heart was tightened, some nervousness and some anticipation. Even some people already had an idea in their hearts based on their own results. Zhong, transfer to Wudong City's 117th Vigilante Squad. Yang Zi, transfer to Vigilante Squad 152 in Highland City. Li Xiaoguan, transfer to. Lin Xie listened to the transfer order that Instructor Hong read, and looked around to realize that Fong Ming was not here. No, he was here a moment ago? How come it's gone now? Bailey Chubby also stretched his head and looked around. Yes, when the collection of time we are a force to the playground collection, a blink of an eye shadow is gone? Must have run off to play somewhere again. Lin Xie pondered. Molly, transfer to Gusuku City Squad 017. Lin Xie touched Bailey Chubby with his arm. Your sweetheart went to Gusu City, do you want to go too? Chubby time, I'd love to, but I don't know where I'm being transferred to yet. Bailey Tu Ming, transfer to Squad 010 in Guangshan City. Asterisk. Although Bailey Tuoming wanted to go home, he still wanted to be with Molly in his heart. And Molly, paired with the strength of Nightwing's taijutsu, has clearly stepped into the Chuan realm, and if the full strength of Nightwing is brought into play, it could be a promising future. Chao Yuan, transfer to Huaihai City Squad 007. Xin Xingzhu, transfer to Squad 006 in Shangjing City. Lin Xie, transfer to Squad 136 in Sangnan City. Fong Ming, transferred to Squad 136 in Sangnan City. Instructor Hong was looking at Yuan Gang with a helpless face, but after all, this was the idea of the senior management, and it seemed that the senior management didn't want to beat up on them. What they originally intended was to assign Fong Ming to a place where high realm mysteries frequented. Nay, it was vetoed by Commander Yi. How can a small Sangnan city be worthy of a 7-god and a dual god agent? Hearing this, everyone is also in the heart of a stunned. Sangnan City into a fine these two people, and that is not a big use? Shady. It's got to be shady. Fong Ming, you said in order to humanitarian not let him in red tassel perennial separation, and Lin Xie is even more puzzled. Why? Home and Sangnan? It is also too far-fetched. Drama, Sangnan God War, none of the gods who come will survive. Unsurprisingly, Xin Xingzhu, the prick, stepped forward again. Report. Instructor Hong raised his eyelids. Speak. Why were Lin Xie and Fong Ming both assigned to Sangnan City's Squad 136? One is first in grades and first in strength, they deserve to be rehired. Instructor Hong closed the document. Xin Xingzhu, this is a decision made by the higher-ups of the Night's Watch, not something we can influence. Soldiers have to follow orders, you know? Xin Xingzhu gritted her teeth and took a step backward. Yes, the border of Sangnan City, on the peak of a mountain. A raindrop fell on Fong Ming's nose, followed by a heavy downpour. His eyes were filled with rage as he gazed at the village at the foot of the hill. Those were countless innocent and fresh lives, and rumors coming this time was tantamount to killing people in front of him, something Fong Ming would not allow. Suddenly, a boulder on a distant peak loosened. Fong Ming's pupils shrunk slightly as a crimson energy converged from his palm, a blazing ball of fire vaporizing the surrounding rainwater one after another. Oh dash! The fireball struck quickly towards the falling boulder. Boom! The boulder was blown to smithereens. In an instant, hundreds of kilometers of soil on the peaks of the mountains began to loosen, the torrential rains having loosened the soil that had converged on the corners of the mountains. Boom! The dirt on the peaks on both sides of the mountain was interspersed with countless debris like a monstrous beast roaring from halfway up the mountain and swooping down towards the corner of the mountain. Suddenly, a golden shroud enveloped the village at the foot of the mountain. The tsunami-like mudslides caused by the torrential rain kept hitting the golden shield in front of them, but the roaring mud dragons a few kilometers away were already drowning the village at the foot of the mountain. Damn! Fong Ming gritted his teeth and cursed. Even though the shroud of bells and whistles he had acquired from the original god could completely protect the village in front of him, the mudslide was too widespread. Asterisk. Murmur, I'll make you pay for it this time. Finding a trace of rumination was the main task now, but he also knew that before Lin Xie appeared, as long as he was here he wouldn't show up no matter what. Now we can only try to save some villagers. Longing. In. Rescue the villagers within the range of the earthquake that occurred as fast as possible. Yes. In the next second, the two figures disappeared from the rainstorm. The second one, tens of kilometers away from the village Fong Ming had just protected. Fong Ming used the foreign energy in his body to accelerate his speed to the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, he was able to cut off the mudslide that was just about to arrive at the foot of the mountain. But there was still a steady stream of roaring mud and boulders converging into mud dragons sweeping down the mountain. Asterisk. You like to play so much, don't you? Suddenly, Fong Ming's black pupils instantly turned blue. He raised his hands high, two chills erupted from his body, two transparent ice crystals formed in his palms, only to see him crush the ice crystals in his hands. With a sound of glass shattering, behind him immediately appeared two giant dragons of ice roaring and drilling out of the ground, ascending into the air to keep circling. At this moment, there were countless ice crystals scattered above Fong Ming's head, and tens of meters around him had slowly frozen over. Cold shadow extinction. As Fong Ming's hands fell, the two cold ice dragons immediately roared and flew towards the mountain peaks on both sides respectively. Boom! Boom! The sound of the two cold ice dragons crashing into the mountain peaks drowned out the sound of the world's torrential rain. Next moment, the ice dragons shattered into countless ice powder, and hundreds of miles of mountain peaks were immediately turned into ice mountains by the ice powder. At this moment, the heavens and earth were bright and incomparable, and the torrential rain was instantly frozen into ice slag as it descended. The same enemy ambushed in the mountains is plunged into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Inside the training camp, another shrill whistle sounded, which caught the crowd, who had just returned to the dormitory to unpack, off guard. 1 minute, everyone assembles at the assembly camp. The low sound of an engine came from the distance as a green military convertible sped down the distant road, its bright headlights illuminating the dark, rainy night. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang immediately stepped onto the teaching platform. 10 minutes ago, due to the effects of the earthquake, a large-scale mudslide occurred near Jinan Mountain. All the surrounding villages were hit by the mudslide. Right now the only rescue team that is close to the vicinity of manhwaresumen is us from the training camp. In the face of a mudslide, time is equal to life. I know that your intensive training will soon be over and you will be heading to different cities, but don't forget that you will always be soldiers of Daxia. A soldier of Daxia is one who goes wherever we are needed. Now, use your ability to guard the city to save those in distress. All of them. The crowd swished to attention. Departure. To the rescue. On Fong Ming's side, almost all of the raging mudslides were frozen, and the assassins hiding in the mountains were all frozen into ice by the cold shadow jade. Below, it's only a matter of time before you're looking for ravings. At that moment, a dragon roared in manhwaresumen began to shake violently again. Chapter 100, Subduing the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon and Giving It a Name. Fong Ming stood between the two icebergs, carefully observing his surroundings. Boom! With a sound, the mountain range directly behind him on his right shattered open, and a huge brownish-red dragon roared out accompanied by a piece of broken ice hovering in the sky. The hot molten lava on the dragon's body continued to drip down from its wings, actually melting the cold ice on the surface of the iceberg by a few points. Inferno Vein Giant Dragon? Fong Ming raised his head to gaze at the giant dragon circling in the sky. How did this thing drill out early? It can't be the whole raving bee thing, can it? At this time, a car roar came from behind Fong Ming, and a military convertible stopped behind him. On the road, some instructors are wondering how the usually verdant green Jinan Mountain today turned into a block of icebergs, and exudes a gust of cold air. The headlights shine on the top of the direct reflection. And now that it's August, there's no way the heat is going to allow such a big pile of icebergs to exist. Ice and snow that can't be melted? Lin Xie should have known in his heart that it must be Fong Ming's doing. He's pretty smart in the head when it comes to freezing mudslides with ice. Yuan Gang immediately jumped out of the car and ran to Fong Ming's side. How is it? Did you find the ravings? Fong Ming shook his head. Not yet, but I found it. He reached out and pointed to the giant dragon of the Inferno Vein above his head. then gestured for Yuan Gang to look in both directions. Although I froze the mountain range, the mudslides are so fast that I can't guarantee that other villages around the area won't be destroyed by the mudslides. Raving hasn't shown up yet. Do you guys really want to go somewhere else to rescue them? Yuan Gang clenched his fists and looked at the slight ruins in front of him, countless fires of anger surging out of his eyes. Stay here unable to rescue, go to rescue in case the ravings show up in the surrounding villages, then these recruits who are about to leave the camp will be in danger. His target this time is Lin Xie. If there was an ambush in the mountains by now they would have been frozen. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth as he looked at the frozen mudslide that covered the village in the distance. You don't need to say anything, I'll guarantee Lin Xie's safety. We need to go rescue the villagers now. Fang Ming sighed helplessly. Fine, then you guys go leave the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon above your head to me. Yuan Gang nodded. Be careful, he's Klein. No INGC realm? Oh, who changed the script for me? Fang Ming cursed in his heart, but it doesn't matter, a small Klein is just not enough to worry about. Roar! The body of the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon tumbled in the air for a moment, followed by raging flames that cascaded down like a 10,000-foot waterfall. Yuan Gang's pupils shrunk slightly, and when he was about to unfold the forbidden market, he was interrupted by Fang Ming. Since it's an attack from the Klein realm, you can't block it, can you? Yuan Gang. Okay, you do it. Fang Ming's pupils exuded some golden light. Duong. A layer of golden shields would be enveloped in the square garden for 100 meters. You guys get out of here, go to the surrounding villages and rescue them, and contact me as soon as you come across the ravings. I'm going to skin him this time. Boom 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 dash. The ferocious tongues of fire kept hitting the layers of golden shields, but not even a single crack was left behind. Zhongli's elemental battle technique was almost an indestructible existence here under Fang Ming's foreign energy boost, and despite its small range, it was very hard. Yuan Gang pulled Lin Xie, who was just about to get out of the car, into the car immediately. Leave this place to him, we'll go to the surrounding villages to rescue them. Hong Hao. In. You take some recruits to the village to the west. We must hurry, Fang Ming has already bought us too much time. If there are villagers' casualties this will be our incompetence. Instructor Hong immediately saluted. Yes. The 6 cars in the back follow me. Yuan Gang said to Lin Xie, don't be too far away from us when you rescue the villagers, this time. Ravings are still targeting you. Lin Xie frowned. Am I that popular? It's a man who's coming to kill me. Yuan Gang, who made you a dual god agent? The rest of the military vehicles drove slowly toward the east at a rapid pace. After Fang Ming saw that the crowd had gone far away, he immediately put away his golden shield. You like to spit fire so much, don't you? Then let me see just how capable you are. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After all, this was the first Klein realm mystery he had encountered. He stepped hard on the ground with his left foot, a sound cannon rang out, his figure disappeared in place, and in less than a second he appeared in the air on the side of the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon. Fang Ming's eyes were filled with excitement as he quickly rotated his body, his toes igniting a wisp of reddish-golden blaze before he delivered a sidekick to the side of the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon's face. Whoosh dash! The body of the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon tilted and was instantly kicked away, slamming headfirst into an iceberg to the side, the huge impact surprisingly shaking the mountain range. Cough! The Inferno Vein Giant Dragon coughed, black smoke coming out of its mouth, its pupils filled with shock. What is this B-man? I'm in the Klein realm now. It instantly felt its face burning and hurting. It was just about to get up when it felt the sight of a purple flash. Fang Ming towered above the sky, a wisp of purple thunder emerging from his wrist, followed by a purple forged blade appearing in his hand, named Dream One Heart. He held his sword in one hand, and the surging power of thunder rushed straight into the sky, followed by his pupils gradually turning purple, and his body continuously emitting a terrifying divine might outwards. At this moment, the dark night sky was completely illuminated, and countless electric currents fell from the air shattering the ice on the surface of the mountain range as it were. As Fang Ming lightly lifted his arm, a huge sword astral deity that was purple with the power of thunder and lightning, and could split heaven and earth in half, slowly chopped out from the blade. The Inferno Vein Giant Dragon's pupils shrunk slightly in the face of this level of attack, and a sense of death surged to its heart. Knowing that it would surely die if it took this blade astral, it swung its wings and tried to grab and escape. Oh dash! Only to see Fang Ming place one hand in front of his body, a huge ice cone appeared from his palm then quickly attacked towards the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon. The body of the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon was pierced through by this sudden huge ice cone, pinning it firmly on top of the mountain range. The Inferno Vein Dragon struggled desperately, its miserable roar deafening, but the ice pick that was stuck in its flesh and blood pierced into it for another point. The blade astral with purple thunder was close at hand. Inferno Vein Dragon's eyes closed. It's over. Swish! Icebergs 1,000 meters above sea level were neatly chopped down the middle. Rumble dash! The icebergs on both sides were rapidly collapsing, only to see Fang Ming quickly wave his arm. A net of thunder blades condensed from dozens of blade diameters quickly running towards the front. Countless sounds of shattering ice resounded through the sky. The Inferno Vein gargoyle slowly opened. I'm okay? He rolled his eyeballs, and Fang Ming's face had appeared in front of him. Whoa! Good. Good man, spare your life. Fong Ming was unable to understand what it was blindly roaring, but he could tell that it was terrified. Sign this parchment for me if you don't want to die. The Inferno Vein Dragon looked at the worn parchment floating in front of it. It hesitated a little. Just half an hour ago, Rumor found it and forced it to sign a soul contract with it. At that time, it was merely a sea realm. It didn't think that Rumor would force a part of its own body to inject its power into it in order to stall Fong Ming, and it didn't think that it would break through to the Klein. With the added power of the soul contract, it would likely go up in smoke if it betrayed the ravings. Blanche, are you signing or not? Fong Ming saw the Inferno Vein Giant Dragon due to immediately going up and slapping it in the mouth. The Inferno Vein Dragon was hit with a raw pain, cure all. Oh robbers, these two, I don't want to die yet. Sign it and die, don't sign it and die. Fong Ming was eager to take in this big female dragon, killing it was a bit too unfortunate. Okay, I get it, don't sign it. No sign. The forged blade in Fong Ming's hand once again erupted with terrifying thunderous power. If you don't sign then you'll die. I sign. The Inferno Vein Giant Dragon roared and immediately swung its claws and pressed its claw marks on the parchment. Suddenly, she felt the soul contract within her body collapse, and unprecedented power was injected into it, and her eyes suddenly brightened up as well. System prompt, take in the Inferno Vein Dragon, inherit 3% of the host's energy, please give it a name. Hearing the system's voice, Fong Ming immediately let out an extremely evil laugh. Ah jia. I'm a genius. The laughter gave the Inferno Vein Dragon the creeps, and it had already anticipated its miserable life ahead, being dragged off to do all kinds of hard labor. Well, let's call it Long Ling, from now on Longing will be your sister. After the name was bestowed, the Inferno Vein Dragon slowly lowered its head, willing to serve Lord Fong Ming. The dragon spirit's eyes were tightly closed, and a shimmering white light suddenly emerged from his body. Immediately afterward, a red-haired, shirtless adult female stood in front of Fong Ming, an extremely bright flame-like luster flickering in her eyes. Fong Ming. He pulled out his magic wand and immediately changed into a white casual outfit and threw it to Dragon Spirit. Quickly, put it on. What a scandal. Chapter 101, The Dish. East of the Tsunami Mountain Range. Rumor frowned, how did that happen? He still has the ability to break my soul contract? How on earth could there be such a sick pervert? He thought of using the Klein Realm's Inferno Vein Giant Dragon to fend off Fong Ming for a while, but he didn't expect that dragon to be defeated so quickly, and it was even taken in as a pet by Fong Ming. Grass. Murmuring cursed and kicked the stone at his feet in impotent fury. Those losers should have been frozen to death by this cold air as well. He looked down at the slowly approaching vehicle. So soon? Suddenly a man came from behind the ravings. It was the believer's second seat. Lord Murmuring. An exasperated murmur addressed the second seat. Kill them all. Not one of them. One of the vehicles stopped at the half-destroyed village at the foot of the mountain. Get out of the car. Yuan Gang sat in this car assigning Lin Qia's crowd. Lin Qia, Shinxingzhu, Li Jia, and Deng Wei. You and I will rescue in this village, while the rest of you continue on to the other villages. Lin Qia, yes. Shinxingzhu, yes. Then the crowd jumped out of the car. Yuan Gang watched and observed vigilantly the surrounding darkness. Not far from the icebergs emitted the coldness in August to bring a hint of coolness to the crowd. Yuan Gang led Lin Qia's crowd to the destroyed village at a rapid pace. The cries of children were endless, and all before them was a ragged wreckage of mud and boulders that had taken the lives of dozens of villagers. The air was full of death. Shinxingzhu unconsciously clenched his fists as he looked at the tragic scene in front of him. Damn it! These inhuman guys! Lin Qia immediately moved a stone of several dozen pounds. Quick, there are still living people here. Shinxingzhu arrived at the sound and realized that it was a 12 or 13-year-old girl. He hurriedly held the little girl in his arms and turned to the medic and shouted, "Hurry! She's seriously injured and needs urgent treatment." At that moment, on the side, Li Jia stepped through the dark mud to a caller for help. It's okay. It's okay. We're here to save you. Shen. Before the word brother could be uttered, Li Jia's neck was severed by an invisible energy. Shinxingzhu turned back at the sound. What's wrong, Li Jia? Li Jia's head gurgled and rolled to Shinxingzhu's feet, and he was able to see his appearance through the headlights. Li Jia. Shinxingzhu froze in place. Suddenly, Yuan Gang and Lin Qia scurried out from the side to block him. Lin Qia's pupils radiated an extremely angry rage. Who are you? He swept the black-robed man in front of him with his spiritual power and couldn't help but draw the star blade at his waist. Instructor Yuan, he's Klein. Shinxingzhu looked at Li Jia's head that rolled down in front of him. His eyes were covered with blood, and he stared at the person in front of him with dead teeth, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Asshole! I'll kill you. He got up and hissed and was about to charge. Instead, Yuan Gang immediately stopped him. Don't act rashly. Quickly informed Fong Ming. Let's stall him. At this moment, a man in a tuxedo flanking Lin Qia walked out, his eyes still filled with intense killing intent. Leave this place to me. I'm going to personally kill this twin god agent. Seat 2, it's Lord Rumor. Murmur's low voice came out of his throat. You go kill the rest of those men, remember. Not a single one. As the words fell, that second seat figure raced at breakneck speed towards the direction the other vehicles were traveling. Raving, talking. Shin Qingju's eyes were filled with rage as he drew out the star sword at his waist and took a healthy step forward to slash towards Rumor. Heh, just you? Rumination smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, seeing that a sharp residual shadow was about to skim over Shin Qingju's body. Yuan Gang's body immediately erupted with a strong golden shock, quickly swinging away the residual shadow. Pop! Accompanied by the explosion from the ringing guide, Lin Qia's pupils were similarly drenched in darkness as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and appeared behind Rumination like lightning. Lin Qia slashed the air. He snapped his head back, only to see Rumination looking at Shin Qingju's neck with one hand on his angry eyes. Right. That's the look, the angry look. Hate me? I suddenly thought of an interesting way to play. Let's turn you into a believer as well, so that you can be immersed in this endless pain for the rest of your life. Shin Qingju face red, dead clutch Raving's wrist desperately struggled, but to no avail. He. Mums. Asshole. In the next second, Shin Qingju only felt his body stiffen as a soul shackle appeared in his spiritual realm. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart, and then a pair of large invisible hands reorganized the shattered soul. Soul contract complete. He threw Shin Qingju to the ground. At this time, the 13th seat of the believers, Shin Qingju. The infusion of the soul contract was extremely fast, only to see that Lin Qia's knife was just about to sever Raving's neck. Clank! Shin Qingju's knife deflects the attack. Lin Qia couldn't believe that the effects of the soul contract were so swift, turning his former best friend into his enemy in the blink of an eye. Tug! You wake up! Lin Qia swung away Shin Qingju's knife with force and slashed at Rumor again with a turn extremely fast. Pop! With a ringing finger, Lin Qia felt the air around him instantly plummet, his brows furrowed as a flash of extreme darkness erupted from his side, hardening him to receive the explosion. Asterisk. Why hasn't Fong Ming arrived yet? Now Lin Qia thought of Fong Ming being able to erase his soul contract while fighting Han Xiaoyun. Resonance dash. Lin Qia clenched his teeth, his nails snapped into his flesh and stared dead at the ravings in front of him. To lift the soul contract on Shin Qingju he had to rely on his power. Just as he was gripping the hilt of his sword again to make an offensive stance, Yuan Gang would clutch his wrist. Calm down. Now we must stall for time and not attack blindly. Buy time for Fong Ming. Suddenly, an extremely sharp thunderblade deity swept past Rumor. Raving. He turned back to see it was the pervert. WC. Coming so soon. Rumor's pupils shrunk slightly as a void door unfolded from behind him, and he pulled Shin Qingju's arm and immediately rushed towards that void door. Heck, goodbye. It's not nice to fight with your companions, is it? In the future, you'll have plenty of opportunities to meet. The moment Shin Qingju was pulled into the void gate, a ray of white light popped out of Fong Ming's palm and struck into his brow. A noble horse removes all effects from external forces. Soul contract unwind. Shin Qingju's cloudy eyes immediately brightened up as he looked at Li Jia's head and swore in his heart, believers I want you all to bury him along with this head up ravings. I want you to die in peace. The void gate will soon close. Damn! Stop the where you are. Lin Xie hissed. He couldn't just stand by and watch Shin Qingju be taken away by Rumor as he roared and rushed towards the void door. Shoo! Shin Qingju made a silencing gesture the moment he disappeared as he blinked at Lin Xie before his entire body entered that void gate. Lin Xie stared blankly at the disappearing raving duo. Without being? At this time, Fong Ming walked over to Lin Xie's side. Ever seen Dishonored? In the distance, other rescue vehicles stopped at the destroyed village. A bunch of trash from the Pool realm and the Chuan realm are just that. I really don't know what Lord Rumor is worried about. The second seat gazed at the rescuing crowd at the foot of the mountain with a face of contempt. You can die under me without regret. Just as he was about to make a move, Longing appeared behind him and tapped his shoulder with a white finger. She asked him with a face full of questions, dully. Excuse me, are you the second seat of the believers? Chapter 102 Interference with Fate. The second seat of the believers immediately looked back when they heard the gentle and weak voice. He carefully surveyed Longing, white hair, black silk long legs still wearing black silk. What, playing cosplay in this iceberg and mudslide? However, how did she come behind herself? Surprisingly, there was not a single breath, not a single sound, not even a bit of spiritual power could be felt, so it seemed that there was no threat. Just how did she know she was a believer? But it doesn't matter, those who know the identity of their believers must die. His face grimaced down, veins constantly rippled on his arms, and suddenly a Klein realm pressure erupted from behind him, followed by him swinging his fist at lightning speed. A powerful fist wind whistled towards Long Ying's neck. Long Ying's pupils suddenly shrunk, as a green energy surrounded his wrist. Police! An extremely loud sound of muscles bursting rang out from the peak of the iceberg. Next! The second seat's head was instantly sent flying through the air, his head spinning continuously. The second before he died, his pupils were shocked as he looked at the side of Long Ying's face, and he could see a hint of an evil smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Scamming. People. Right? Bang! The headless body in the second seat fell to its knees, its arms losing their strength and falling to one side, its blood slowly flowing down the iceberg. Afterwards, Longing kicked the body of the second seat down the mountain and turned around to disappear into the dark night. After hours of running and rescuing almost drained the last ounce of strength from the crowd. The total number of survivors rescued in this intensive camp was 359, and 201 victims were counted. This is also the first time many people have seen real death. The pain of losing loved ones is intertwined in the heart of every victim, and the haze of this brush with death also hangs over the hearts of every multitude who will leave the camp. The first light of morning. The first rays of the sun shone on the crumbling Xinan mountains, the tragic aftermath of the mudslide, a fact that no one wanted to recall. The car was silent, with only the sound of many snores brought on by exhaustion. Fang Ming and Lin Xie sat together while Lin Xie kept gazing out the window for a long time without speaking. He was worried about Xin Qingzhu's situation. The matter of Xin Qingzhu being released from her sole contract by Fang Ming was only known to Yuan Gang, Fang Ming, and Lin Xie. Even though Fang Ming had explained to the two of them about this matter of Xin Qingzhu going undercover as a believer for Li Jia's death, the two of them were still worried about it. The Church of the Ancient God was an extremely evil organization, and if Xin Qingzhu was exposed, then he would die for sure. Alas! Lin Xie sighed deeply and, this matter must not be revealed. Hell knows how many undercover agents the Church of the Ancient God had planted around them without them realizing it, so he had already discussed with Fang Ming and Yuan Gang to externally claim that Xin Qingzhu had been attacked by rumor, and had gone up in smoke on the spot. What's with the sigh, brother knight? Fang Ming pulled out a can of Red Bull from his arms and handed it to Lin Xie. Lin Xie turned back and took the Red Bull, poofing the lid open and taking a sip. Is he really okay? Fang Ming waved his hand. We have to trust our companions. What are you afraid of with me around? Lin Xie frowned. Now, it can only be like this. In the Church of the Ancient God, Rumor was sitting on his throne in extreme terror, while Xin Qingzhu, who was under his control, was kneeling on one knee in front of him. Lord raving. This time it was my fault for not killing the dual god agent in time for you. It took a moment for Rumination to realize that there was someone else in front of him. He settled down and felt his pants get a little wet. No, I don't blame you. That pervert has managed to grow to such an extent, it seems that we must be careful in the future. Murmur looked at Xin Qingzhu with contempt. You? Don't hate me? Xin Qingzhu lowered his head and frowned. No, my lord. The moment my soul felt your monstrous divine power, I thought the previous path was wrong. From this day forward, I will serve you, I will join the believers and serve you and the other lords. Internal PS, dog, when I get a chance later I must make you a ing salmon fillet and use your head as a piss pot, and then throw you into the ocean to feed the fish. Murmuring with surprise on his face, he hadn't heard such loyal words in a long time. He got up and clapped his big hands together. Yes. Do a good job in the future. If there is a mouthful of meat for me to eat, there is definitely a mouthful of soup for you to drink. Xin Qingzhu's mouth quirked. Thank you, my lord. Inside, stinks. Alright, you go down first. I'll bring you to meet some of your seniors later. You need to learn from them with a good dose of humility. It's Lord Rumor, my subordinate will retire. Upon returning to camp, each man dragged his tired body back to his dormitory. The little followers of Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Molly and Xin Qingzhu were still immersed in the sacrifices of their teammates and couldn't extricate themselves. There are 2 tear tracks on Bailey's chubby face. Night brother. Ming, Tug brother, he really sacrificed? Fang Ming didn't reply, and Lin Xie just nodded his head in acquiescence to Xin Qingzhu's sacrifice. Grass. Chubby Bailey clenched his fists and slammed them hard towards the wall, cursing, Ancient God Church. One day I will drive you all to extinction. Fang Ming also walked to his side, lowered his head and said very self-condemningly, I'm sorry fatty, it's me who came late. If I had come a few minutes earlier, maybe, Tug, he wouldn't be dead. Molly gripped the sidearm at her waist in a death grip and spoke through clenched teeth. It's not your fault, and you're not obligated to ensure the safety of every single one of your companions. If you want to blame us, you can only blame us for being too weak and not having the means to avenge our companion's death. Lin Xie, alright, I'll go back and take a rest. You've been tired all night, and you have to prepare for the swearing-in ceremony in the afternoon. Aha! Bailey Chubby grunted softly and walked quickly into her dormitory. The entire dormitory building was silent. While Fang Ming sat on the balcony smoking a cigarette, he reached into his arms with his other hand to stroke his pink magic wand and happened to lock eyes with Yuan Gang, who was standing in the center of the playground. Fang Ming felt strange. Are older people this energetic? And Yuan Gang, who was standing below, waved his hand at him to signal him to come down. The two walked shoulder to shoulder in the playground. Suddenly Yuan Gang looked at Fang Ming and spoke. The higher-ups already know about your matter. I'm sorry I didn't keep it to myself. Concealment? Why hide it? So what if they know? Fang Ming raised his eyebrows lightly, completely unconcerned about the situation where the Night's Watch hierarchy was unaware of his strength. It can't be how, but, this is for you. Yuan Gang pulled out a document from his pocket and handed it to Fang Ming. Fang Ming opened the file, and there were only a few words written on it. The day after tomorrow, go to the vigilante base in Shangjing City, signature, Yifan. This is in his own handwriting? Yuan Gang nodded. And with an expressionless face, Fang Ming lifted his palm up. instantly igniting a blazing fire to burn the document away.
Looking for me to then give them an errand? Or are you looking for me to guard the whole of Dasha? You guys may not think a little too highly of me too? Yuan Gang, can you bring back to life those villagers who were killed?
Fang Ming was stunned, just nodded. With that extremely perverse magic wand and the heaven-defying system in place, he could be said to be omnipotent, traveling through time and space, creating new worlds, coming back from the dead, bestowing ordinary people with the power to transcend the earthly realm and create their own laws. I just don't want to interfere with things. Dead is dead, so if according to you guys, life and death happens every day in the world, then I'll just resurrect them all too? So the order of the world isn't disrupted? I'm not that charitable, and just because I try my best to protect them doesn't mean I have to be a saintly mother. Yuan Gang nodded without saying anything. If you put it that way, it seems like you're just a watcher of this world who just happened to interfere with something.
Fang Ming smiled. What watchers? I'm just a new recruit brought up under you. That's not a bad thing to say. I never thought that I, Yuan Gang, would be able to bring forth a god one day. Alright, you go back and get some rest too. Prepare for the swearing-in ceremony this afternoon. You'll be a real Night's Watchman then. Whether or not you want to go to Upper King to talk, I'd still suggest you do it once. Fang Ming didn't refuse or nod. Since the moment he had the supreme divine power, he seemed to be in a bit of a funk. Just as he was about to turn around and jump into the dormitory, Yuan Gang said from Fang Ming, "Good luck."
Thanks. Chapter 103, Oath and Departure, Mrs. Chen's Pot of Trickery. Afternoon. The August sun is high in the sky. The recruits gathered in the training ground, on the other hand, could not feel a trace of heat at all. On the stage, there were many brand new and sealed metal boxes, while all the instructors stood on the stage with upright posture and serious expressions staring ahead. Instructor Hon took a step forward with a document. Those whose names are read, come up and receive your weaponry. As the words fell, the crowd under the stage was inwardly overwhelmed with excitement. After more than a year of training, they finally had their own weaponry. Yang Zheng, Moran, Li Xiaoguang, Chao Yuan, Bailey Tumming, Lin Xie, Fang Ming. Once everyone had been collected, the instructor opened the metal box en masse with a command. Unsurprisingly, the standard Night's Watch trio, Starblade, Cloak, and Coat of Arms. With a clatter, all of them pulled out their cloaks and draped them over their shoulders in unison. The dark red cloak was made of an unknown material, soft and cozy, and there was no noticeable weight on the body. Immediately afterward, Fang Ming waved the Starblade in his hand. This thing is quite light, but it doesn't compare to my Dream One Heart. He looked towards Lin Xie and handed over the Starblade in his hand, which had the two small characters Fang Ming engraved on the hilt. I know you like to use twin swords, so I'll give you this one. Send me? Lin Xie was surprised. According to reason, the Night Watchman's own sword can't just be given away. If the person in front of him wasn't called Fang Ming, he was really going to be disciplined. I'm not used to using the Star Blade, so I'll give it to you. Lin Xie happened to be in short supply of a handful, and since he had one delivered to his door, he himself was content to accept it. Finally, Fang Ming picked up the heavy coat of arms. This is something that I am basically not going to be able to use. Still, he tucked the coat of arms into his pocket. After all, he was proof that he was a member of the Night's Watch. Finally, Yuan Gang walked in front of the stage and slowly spoke. As I think you all know, these three pieces are the standard equipment of the Night's Watch, the symbol of our Night's Watch. The Starblade is the most effective weapon you can use to cut down the mysteries. It's made of extremely special materials, and you shouldn't ask too many questions because I don't know either. But the most important thing of all, it will never break, frost, rust, or melt, and it is your trustworthy blade, and no outside force can change its shape, including your names that can be on it. And this cloak, with top-of-the-line nanomaterials, while ensuring comfort, he has the ability to withstand harsh environments such as cold, heat, humidity, and germs. He is the first line of defense for your body's protection. And this coat of arms, I hope all of you will never have to use it. Because when you have the thought of using it, it means that you have reached the end of your rope. It allows you to break through the realm to die with your enemies, and it is also a means for you to protect your teammates and maintain your dignity. So, these three pieces of equipment are something as important as your lives, and that's what our vigil is all about. The swearing-in ceremony will now begin. A gust of wind swept by, blowing a red flag on the stage to the tune of. Each man's stance was erect and dignified. Yuan Gang clenched his right hand into a fist and tightened his coat of arms. His left hand rested on the hilt of the straight sword at his waist, and his low and grandiose voice echoed throughout the training ground. I, Yuan Gang, take an oath under the red flag of Dasha. All of them at the same time took the coat of arms in my hand and held the hilt of the sword in their left hand and swore a solemn oath. I, Wang Li. I, Xiaoguang Li. I, Lin Xie. I, Time Tu Ming. We, the parties, are mindful of the fact that I, Chao Yuan. Eventually, all of them converged into one sentence. Swear under the red flag of Dasha. If the dark night comes at last, I shall stand before 10,000 men, crossing swords to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven. They clenched their fists in death, their eyes fixed on the red flag of Dasha fluttering in the wind. At this moment they were the real Night Watchmen, the first line of defense to protect the city and the country. Inside the dormitory, Fong Ming waved his pink magic wand, and in the next second the luxurious room that had once been decorated by himself was instantly restored, with a simple single bed, dilapidated walls, and a couple of nuisance lamps hanging above his head. He closed the door and glanced through the glass in the door at the humble hut before him, then left without looking back. Brother Knight, you and Brother Ming must miss me. Chubby Bailey stood at the door with the suitcase in his hands and said to the two of them, "That's a must." Fong Ming wrapped his arm around Lin Chia's shoulders, then reached out and patted Bailey's chubby little belly as he spoke. "Old Chow, don't forget me too." Chow Yuan held the sheath of his sword in one hand and patted his chest. I can't forget you even if I forget anyone. I'm still waiting for you to show me a good time for 2 days when I go to Canton." "Ha, all come. As long as come I must bathe the dragon to arrange you." Fong Ming heard, "Really? Then I must." He stole a glance at Lin Chia. This person must be pondering how to snitch on Hong Ying. "That I mustn't go, I'm a family man." Yo, I'm a family man. Lin Chia began to yin and yang on the side again. "If you don't take back what you were about to say just now in time, you'll be waiting to go home and kneel on the scrub board." Ha. The atmosphere of parting was suddenly cheerful. "By the way, Brother Ming, when are you and your sister-in-law going to organize a wedding? I must accompany you with a heavenly red packet." "Harm, the day hasn't been chosen yet. Let's wait until I'm done with this bout of work. I have to notify you of the marriage." Lin Chia, busy? What else are you busy with? "Well, the Night's Watch HQ informed me to make a trip to Shangjing." "What? Up the capital?" Bailey Chubby was shocked. "Weren't you assigned to Squad 136? What's with the trip to the capital?" "Fong Ming, I was just notified to go to a meeting. I wasn't assigned to the Shangjing squad." After Lin Chia heard this, he bowed his head in deep thought. With Fong Ming's current strength, if he said that the headquarters didn't know a single bit of news, that would be impossible. "No chance something big is going to happen these days. I'll go with you?" Lin Chia proposed. But don't." Fong Ming pondered that if Lin Chia left Sunnan, then when he came back and saw that the city was gone, he wouldn't go crazy. "I'll go alone, no problem. You'd better stay home. Tasseled treasure needs to be taken care of by someone more powerful during my absence." Lin Chia raised an eyebrow after hearing this. "You mean I'm awesome? That must be, you're second only to me as an agent of the twin gods." Okay, I won't force you to take me now that you said that. Shall we get going? The drive out of the camp will be leaving soon. Bailey Chubby, go. Chow Yuan, go. In front of the assembly camp, several people got into different cars. "Knight, Ming, miss me." Chubby Bailey stuck his head out of the car window and waved goodbye to the two of them. And Fong Ming and Lin Chia stood beside their cars smiling and waving with Chubby Bailey as well. "You don't have to say, I actually really can't let him go." Lin Chia sat in the car and talked with Fong Ming. "I can't let go, after all, there's no such thing as an unbroken feast." The vehicle drove slowly. A few hours later, Fong Ming and his duo were sent to the entrance of the peace office. After the two of them got off the bus, Fong Ming couldn't wait to run into the underground base. He couldn't restrain himself from meeting with Red Tassel now. He yelled as he kicked the door to the underground base. "The old chief?" Fong Ming scratched his head and looked at an old man sitting on the sofa. "Nonsense." Chen Mai was sitting on the side chatting and drinking tea with Chen Fuzi, who knew that Fong Ming would kick the door of the underground base open at this time, frightening him so much that he was about to grab the star blade on the side. "This is..." Wu Shangnan, who was on the side, hurriedly introduced Fong Ming and Lin Chia after seeing them return. "I know, the human smallpox sealing Chen Fuzi well." Fong Ming interrupted. "What wind has blown you? Lin Chia looked up and down at the old man with a charitable face in front of him. He had once heard that there were currently 5 sealings in Dasha: a sword, a rider, a zun, a void, and a husband. I didn't expect to meet one of them so soon." Master Chen slowly put down the teacup in his hands and looked up at Fong Ming and Lin Chia, letting out a kindly laugh. Ha, is the old immortal's name so loud now? I'm sure you two are Fong Ming and Lin Chia, the bottom and top achievers of this recruit? Chapter 104, The Husbandman Leaves, Treating Wu Shangnan's Hand Injury. Put. Hearing this, Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan held their faces red with ridicule. Even Lin Chia couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from grinning as he tilted his head to cover up this awkward atmosphere. "Blanche, you don't have anything to say, do you?" As soon as Fong Ming entered the door and didn't see the Red Tassel, was already furious, and now that he was being counted by this old man, he really wanted to give him a fire to take a few hairs to burn away. "Hiss, Fong Ming, how are you talking to the husband?" Chen Mai frowned and pretended to scold. But in his heart, he couldn't wait for Fong Ming to blow this old man away. After all, he had already accompanied him for a day of tea. "What? That's what I said." He looked around and, "By the way, where's my wife?" "Chen Mai, Red Tassel is out on patrol, probably coming back soon at this hour." "Oh." Husband Chen stood up and looked at the Fong Ming duo in front of him. Not bad. Not bad. To be the agents of multiple gods at such a young age, you two have a bright future ahead of you." Lin Chia was very respectful after hearing this, and he could be said to be filled with awe in his heart when facing one of these 5 human sealings. "Chen Fuzi, you flatter me, husband. I'm going to have to work harder in the future to do that." Fang Ming, on the other hand, was filled with disinterest. He had heard this for I don't know how many times.
Still count on you to speak. Chen Fuzi was speechless. Young man, don't be so angry. You come in here and you expose me, and you don't let me get all fired up? Fine, this time it's considered that old me was wrong.
Husband Chen really couldn't do anything about this Fang Ming. After all, it was the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch who had entrusted himself to meet Fang Ming and Lin Xie, and the most important thing was to persuade Fang Ming to go to Shangjing the day after tomorrow. This time the old man came for two things.
This first one is for you. Husband Chen said to Fang Ming.
Me? Right. I think you have already received the document that Commander Yi gave you, if you go to Shangjing the day after tomorrow. Fang Ming thought to himself that these people were really hard to get. Knowing that he was not good at talking, he hired an old man to convince him.
Okay, I'll go. You guys are really persistent, and you're making a special trip.
Chen Mai interjected at this time. Then the second thing must be for 7 nights. Husband Chen nodded, and gave him a look. Something big is going to happen recently, and Songnan will probably be the main outbreak point, so your squad 136 must be on guard. Especially Lin Xie, everything revolves around you, so your fate is crucial to Great Xia. Thank you for reminding me. I'll pay attention. I'll strictly carry out the duties of a night watchman and guard every inch of the Great Summer's soil.
Very good. Husband Chen nodded in satisfaction. He turned around to bid farewell to Chen Mai and the others. Then I'll go back first. Chen Mai immediately got up and expressed his intention to see off Mrs.
Chen, but was politely refused.
You have accompanied the old man to sit for a day. Leaving will not trouble you to send. Today these two young people come back, you have a good nagging.
Seeing husband Chen's repeated excuses, Chen Mai had no choice but to give up.
Pop.
The door to the room closed. Chen Mai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can finally give this living Buddha away. Sitting for a day, the legs are numb.
Wu Shangnan, that's right. I feel like I've run to the restroom a dozen times a day.
Fang Ming scanned around the base and found that only Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan were at home. He sat down on the sofa with some hesitation. They've all gone out on patrol? Nothing much has happened lately, has it? Chen Mai shook his head. There's no big deal, just one strange thing.
These words aroused Lin Xie's curiosity. What strange thing?
It's the mysterious always inexplicably losing half of the bodies we kill. As soon as Fang Ming heard this, he thought of that Shaoan student who was hiding inside the sewers. He was the best at stealing corpses. If he could, he wouldn't mind giving him a whole secret base. There's also a recent case. There have been 4 murders this month. The last victim's name was Sun Xiao, and there's been no progress on the police's side and a paranormal discovery, so we've been asked to intervene by the vigilantes. Lin Xie heard this, pondering. Perhaps about stealing the corpse he could reply himself, but did he really want to vault and Qing Yu out? He even helped himself on New Year's Eve. We all call that body thief the secret thief. Half a year has passed. He seems to be living like a ghost in this city, and he even actively hunts the mysterious.
Lin Xie, isn't that a good thing? Someone is fighting for us, no matter who he is. At least he's on the side of our Night's Watch side. Let's talk about that case first.
Chen Mai, this case is mainly taken over by Wen Qima. When he comes back, you guys talk to him in detail.
I have to cook and go now. They'll be back soon.
After saying that, Chen Mai got up and walked into the kitchen. Wu Shangnan also rushed to give Chen Mai a hand. Now that their 136th squad had added 2 new tiger generals, their usual expenses were also a bit bigger than before.
Lin Xie disliked Fang Ming with his elbow and whispered, should we offer up the fish? What's the offering?
I don't think he's a bad guy. We'll have a lot of work to do if we supply him, so let him go.
Let's think about that case first after dinner later.
Fang Ming copied an apple from the fruit plate in front of him and nibbled on it.
Chow, how long has this apple been here? You don't know how to change it when the old man comes?
Wu Shangnan turned around and smiled at him. Hey, that's not limited funds, this is just for looking at. Fang Ming blankly froze him, and in passing, he got up and walked over. Give me your hand.
Wu Shangnan?
He touched the water stains on his apron and held out the hand that had no stab wounds.
TSK, that hand. Fang Ming pointed at his hand hanging down by his side.
Wu Shangnan hesitated for a moment. That hand had been cut by Takatenkura's Susanoo no man with the Tenso sword, and had since been left with an eternal scar, a scar that prevented him from ever holding a sword again.
Fang Ming muttered in his heart, the horse charm should be able to erase this scar, right?
The faint white light flashed as he held Wu Shangnan's hand, and Wu Shangnan could only feel a hook entering from his hand, breaking the layer of shackles sealed inside his body straight away. Wu Shangnan ate the pain for a moment, then immediately withdrew his palm. He shook it off, surprisingly realizing that his decapitated hand was miraculously healed. You! Wu Shangnan stared at her palm in wide-eyed surprise. How is this possible? The hand injury that had plagued him for many years was cured by Fang Ming in a matter of moments, and he kept rubbing his palm, inwardly incomparably excited. Is this
really true? I can use a knife again. He felt like he was dreaming.
Wu Shangnan went up to hug Fang Ming and said with a sniffle and a tear, thank you, Fang Ming.
Aya, this is also my little gift to you. No need to thank you, just have a few more drinks tonight.
Cheers. All the members of Squad 136 were neatly gathered around a large round table. On the table was a meal that had been carefully prepared by the Chunmai duo. This time Zhao Kongcheng was not absent from Lin Xia's graduation dinner. Tonight, everyone lives within their means. After all, the mission continues tomorrow. And Lin Xie and Fong Ming sat on the sofa to accompany Wen Qima to watch the videotape of when those few victims were killed. Late at night, inside the sewers, and Xingyu had just finished dissecting a small mystery, and as he watched the rats underneath his feet running and barking at him twice, he raised his eyebrows. Yo, you guys are finally back. Chapter 105, Appointment in the Sewers. Early the next morning, the sleeping Lin Xie suddenly felt as if something was crawling on his face. He scratched his face in a daze, as if he had touched something round and with a long tail, and opened his eyes. A big gray rat was staring at himself with two small black eyes in his face and a note in his mouth. Whoa! Lin Xie exclaimed as he directly rolled up from the bed with a carp, and he leaned against the wall in an effort to calm himself down. Damn, weird thing, what's with the rats in the base? He looked at the note in his mouth as if he understood something. Was this someone coming to deliver a message to himself? Lin Xie walked over and removed the note from his mouth and opened it, which read, "Come to the 8th sewer on the left in front of the main gate of the city center and I can solve the case for you." Blanche, what a sick place to make an appointment. Suddenly, the door to his room was kicked in. What's all the noise in the morning? What's the matter? Your time and space messed up too. Just last night, Fong Ming had once again used temporal chaos to randomly enter the world of Naruto. This is a problem for him. This game has just opened less than a year. What is there to steal? After thinking hard for a while, Fong Ming felt that Tsubaki's flower vine and the annihilation-type protagonist's moves were more practical. One is that you can use the flower trails generated by the Fanghua blooming embers to trap the other party, and the second is to put skills more handsome to play the role of pretentiousness, a convergence of energy that can annihilate the world's big hand directly pinch the other party to death. Think of it as exciting. Lin Xie looked at the note in his hand and said to Fong Ming, "And Xingyu conveyed a message to me." Fong Ming walked over and looked at the writing on the note. "This writing is not as good as mine." Lin Xie blankly froze him. "Together no?" Fong Ming, hiss. "Is not impossible." "Yo, you're leaving tomorrow and not spending time with your wife?" Fong Ming waved his hand. "It's not like I'm not coming back, besides she's been quite tired for a while. I'll go on patrol for her today. That said, I'm impressed with you and, can you keep your voice down at night? If it hadn't been so late last night, we'd both be home. Alright, get dressed and get out on patrol." "Okay." At 9:30 a.m. The duo arrived at the location written on the note. Fong Ming looked at the sewer manhole cover under his feet. "Do you really want to go in? I can smell that stench through the lid." Lin Xie pulled out a bunch of tissues from his pocket and handed it to Fong Ming. "Use this to plug your nose." "Thanks for thinking of it." Fong Ming took the tissue and tore it into two halves into his nostrils. The two of them first looked around to see if there was anyone, in case someone took them for stealing the manhole cover. The duo then lifted it off in a swift motion, jumped in, and closed it. Vomit. The pungent odor almost didn't make the duo throw up. The sewer was pitch black, only to hear a snapping sound. Fong Ming snapped his fingers and a ball of fire ignited at his fingertips. Boom! A violent explosion occurred directly in the sewer, while the manhole cover was blown directly into the sky, and then flipped a dozen times in the sky to cover the sewer again. Lin Xie was blasted with mud and lots of excrement. Don't you know that you can't light fires in the sewers? Fong Ming wiped his face. "I forgot." Suddenly, a figure walked slowly from the front. TSK, seeing you guys styled like this on our first meeting. What a mess. After 20 minutes of discussion, and Xingyu told them that she hunts mysteries and has been observing this case thing, and is very confident that she can help Lin Xie to solve the mystery. "You've been hiding here dissecting corpses?" Lin Xie was a bit surprised as he looked at the lab table in front of him and the mysterious corpses all over the place. "It's not like I'm hiding here all the time. I go out and get some fresh air once in a while." "Crooked, that one can't move." And Xingyu shouted when she saw Fong Ming jabbing his finger at the scalpel he had placed on the lab table. "Your knife is too small, I'll get you a bigger one." As the words fell, Fong Ming directly pulled out that Dream One heart from his arms. Boom dash! The sewer exploded again. Ahem! Lin Xie coughed out a stream of black smoke from his mouth. "You, try casually pulling out your broken again." Fong Ming straightened his smoking hair. "TCH, if I say so, it's still a bad place you guys picked. It stinks and it sucks." Lin Xie didn't want to compete with him much and turned his head to look at Xingyu. "You said you can solve the case, do you need us to cooperate with anything?" Xingyu pondered. "I want to go and see those bodies." A few minutes later, Lin Xie came into the hospital with the information material given by Wen Qima. In the empty and neat corridor, three figures came to the door of the morgue with a slight stench. A young man in front of the door looked around at the three men. "I'm afraid these three men aren't done pulling out feces. Why do they smell so bad?" "Crooked, what the are you guys doing? Get the out of the way and take a left in front of the tur." Upon hearing this, Fong Ming directly took an arrow step forward and grabbed this guard's collar. What the do you think we are? This is what we just got from. Back from fighting the Ghostface King. It's normal to stink a little. At this time, Xingyu pushed her glasses forward to stop Fong Ming. Hey, even though he's mouthy but we can't treat him like this. Fong Ming thought for a moment that it was also true. After all, his identity was different now, he was the true Night's Watch. He dropped the guard and stepped back. In the next second, Xingyu stepped forward and directly gave him a mouthful. Hurry thee up and let us in. Or I'll dissect you. Fong Ming's mouth grinned as he pointed at him and said to Lin Xie, look, he's better at this than I am. Lin Xie covered his head and was somewhat speechless. Ugh. Two psychopaths. He stepped forward to stop Xingyu's rough behavior, pulling out his vigilante coat of arms. We are the vigilantes. The police department has asked us to take over a case. Please let us in. The guard covered his reddened face and looked at the coat of arms in front of him, with the three small characters Lin Xie engraved underneath, before hastily apologizing. You are the new one of the vigilantes, much obliged. Fong Ming, right, that's right. Watch your mouth from now on. Oh. The trio arrived at the morgue. Lin Xie brought in Xingyu to the bodies of those 4 victims. From the information provided by Wen Shima's last night, all 4 of the deceased were killed by having their 10 fingers severed, followed by an iron nail running through their bodies. And Xingyu's gaze sharply observed this newly dead body in front of him. Overall, it looks no different from the previous 3 bodies, all of which were alive when the 10 fingers were cut off, fatal wounds in the chest. But the direction of the finger breaks on this body is different from the previous 3. He ran to the wall and simulated the crime with himself. A nail, driven through the center of the hand versus the back of the hand, creates a similar but subtly different wound, and the wound in this cadaver's hand wound was created by driving the nail in from the top down. That means the direction the nails were driven in is the opposite of the direction the vigil was cut off. At this point, Fong Ming suddenly jumped out and yelled. This means that he was nailed to the wall after having his fingers cut off first. Lin Xie, yo, you can still understand. Asterisk. Who are you looking down on? Lin Xie, but this is the opposite of the videotape, huh? From the information provided by Wen Shima, it was clear that the victim's fingers disappeared first, and then a nail pierced his palm. Like this? And Xingyu mused, then it would mean that the person who died in the videotape wasn't Sun Xiao. Because of the distance and the light, the videotape did not present a clear picture, and it was not even possible to see the dead man's face. That's not right either. Fong Ming looked at the information provided in Lin Xie's hands. Then why is Sun Xiao the only one whose blood DNA was extracted at the scene? And Xingyu once again fell silent again. Fong Ming looked at this 2 people were thinking, so he slowly spoke out. Do you think it's possible that the videotape was played backwards? Chapter 106 Sacrificial Ceremony, Fong Ming and Xingyu going to arrest someone. Play it backwards. Lin Xie and Xingyu looked at Fong Ming with incredulous looking eyes. That's one I didn't really think about. Quickly, you turn that videotape in and look at it. Lin Xie hurriedly said to Fong Ming. Fong Ming looked at him breathlessly. You made me a television set, saying that it's flipped out. Lin Xie, ******, don't I know you yet? You definitely have the ability to conjure up a television set out of thin air. And Xingyu looked at Fong Ming with astonishment after hearing this. He had never heard of a forbidden ruin that could change things out of thin air, so much so that his eyes turned from flat to curious as he looked at Fong Ming. He unconsciously pulled out his scalpel. Put away your perverted eyes, you can't hurt me with that little knife of yours. As the words fell out, Fong Ming pulled out a pink magic wand from his pocket, and with a hula sound, a television set was displayed in front of the 3 of them. WC, you're really good. Anqing Fish opened her mouth wide and looked at the 42-inch high-definition no-code television set in front of her. The videotape begins. Only to see that victim floating up in the air at a weird speed, then directly crashed down on the wall behind him immediately after his 10 fingers gradually disappeared. With a few nails nailed into his palm and chest, he lost his life with his head hanging down. At this time, Xingyu noticed that the nails flew from the air towards the victim with a certain arc from the bottom up, and the trajectory was extremely abnormal. If we look at the strength of the nail that could pierce the palm so quickly, at least for this distance the nail definitely flew parallel towards the victim's palm, and never with a certain arc. So the image is played backwards. A mystery that can heal itself quickly? Lin Xie muttered as he looked at the blurry figure on the television. Why couldn't it have been a human? Anqing Fish asked. That's a little too far out there? If it was a human being, what was his motive for killing? Suddenly, a ringing phone broke the trio's thoughts. Lin Xie looked at the phone in his hand and frowned. Fong Ming, it's gone. The captain has found mysterious traits about matching this crime. Mysterious? Is it possible that more than one person committed this crime? Fong Ming, alright, Mr. Shaoan, let's go first. Contact us by phone when you have time. The duo then left their phone numbers with Ang Qingyu about to leave. Crooked, you don't want your TV set? And Xingyu pointed at the television and shouted at Fong Ming. You're so bored in the sewer, here's a TV to take the edge off. Inside the peace office, the crowd formed a circle. According to the mysterious characteristics described by Wen GMO, invisibility, throwing objects in the air, and the richest characteristic, cutting fingers, it can be roughly deduced that he has the ability to cut children with 10 fingers, but he does not have the ability to be invisible and throw objects in the air. 10-finger cutting child, but he doesn't have the ability to be invisible with the ability to throw objects in the air. So this time it could be an undocumented mystery. Shannon Wu pulled out a box of papers. Back there I looked up some more about the rituals associated with cutting the fingers and nailing the bodies together. A long time ago, a certain religion in the West had an ancient rumor. The rumor tells about has been given the name of the wrong ghost promotion ceremony, which can transform weak wrong ghosts off their bones to become powerful ghosts, and it is also true that in history, there are 2 ghosts that have passed through this ceremony, and have been directly promoted from the Chuan realm to the Sea realm. And this ritual is also consistent with the killing method in this case. Every 2 days you need to sacrifice your soul and cut off your 10 fingers, and the time requirement is extremely specific. It has to be 3:33 in the morning. Lin Xie recalled the information that the time when several victims were killed was exactly between 3 and 4 o'clock. For ordinary human souls have now been sacrificed. As long as one more is sacrificed, the ceremony will be initially completed, and with the sacrifice of a powerful soul behind it, the weaker wronged souls will be able to shed their bones and become truly powerful ghosts. Powerful? Is it as powerful as him? Lin Xie asked, pointing at Fong Ming. This problem, there should be no haha. But, we won't allow his continued soul sacrifice either. If he can't find carriers for powerful souls, it is likely that more people will be persecuted for this purpose, possibly numbering as many as several hundred. The location of the dedication ceremony was also very special. After hearing this, the crowd flipped back and flipped through the information again, on which an extremely bizarre line connected the 5 corners of the city, while the location in the center circled by red notes was a high-class residential area with thousands of homes. You mean he will most likely complete the last rites here? Chen Mai asked. Very likely. Wu Shangnan replied. Lin Xie looked at his watch. It was now exactly noon. And since a day had passed since the last victim, and tonight was the 3rd day needed for the ritual, then that meant this person would strike again. The time is 3:33 tonight. The crowd turned their heads toward Chen Mai after hearing this. In that case, the next phase of our plan is clear. The red area on this side is not very extensive, so we'll spread out in different places tonight and keep a watchful eye on the situation here. Signal as soon as you spot the mysterious trail, and within 20 seconds, we may all be on the scene to kill it. Fong Ming raised an eyebrow. Actually, you guys don't have to go. Chen Mai frowned. Fong Ming, you're not the only vigilante in the whole of Dixia. Guarding this city is more of a responsibility for each and every one of us in Squad 136. Fine, I know. Fong Ming said carelessly. Well, everyone get ready. We'll crouch there in advance. We might be able to catch him before the ceremony. Yes. Toward the end of the night, the sun was nearing the horizon. Dots of lights bloomed in the city center, the aroma of meals wafted vaguely from the forest of high-rise buildings, and the streets gradually came to life. Clad in a dark red cloak, Lin Xie was on the roof of a residential building with 2 black boxes by his side, one for himself and the other for Fong Ming. Everyone, report back, Chen Mai said. Wu Shangnan, no abnormalities at surveillance site number 1. Si Xiaonan, no anomalies at surveillance site number 2. Red Tassel, no anomalies at location 3. Immediately followed by the sound of Wen GMO, Lang Xian, and Zhao Kongcheng's reports. Long Ying, no anomalies at location 7. Lin Xie? Chen Mai? Long Ying? Where is Fong Ming? Chen Mai said suspiciously. Originally this location was Fong Ming's responsibility, and his absence meant that he had gone off to fool around somewhere again. Hong Ying, do you know what Fong Ming did? Red Riding replied. I think he said he was going to the airport. The airport? Isn't he leaving for Shanjing tomorrow? Red Tassel was also very strange. Fong Ming told him that he went to catch the murderer in this case, but why did he go to the airport to do so? Wasn't he going to complete the ceremony here? Forget about him first, he must have his reasons for doing so. As long as Long Ying is there, our frontal combat power is enough, Chen Mai said. Inside the airport, Fong Ming took a cup of milk tea and sat in the waiting room with his legs crossed. He wore a duck-tongue cap to hide his appearance. He looked around to see if there was that hotel owner, the big fat man with bald hair. And the only person who can come in and out of the tavern at will to complete a murderous sacrifice is that hotel owner. Completing the ritual in the air, you can think of that too? Suddenly, the young teenager who was also wearing a duck-tongued hat sat down next to Fong Ming. The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward. Fong Ming squinted. Why are you here? On the other hand, Xingyu smiled evilly. Same as you. I've been spying on that hotel owner. I didn't expect him to really show his chicken feet. In the morning he booked a flight out of Chang'an. So I came to check it out of curiosity. You're quite smart in the head, a bit better than Lin Xie. Fong Ming complimented. A few hours later, Fong Ming took a China Southern Airlines 878571 ticket. Standing at the ticket gate looking around, the last sight of the queue suddenly appeared to have a person with a scarf wearing an extremely thick clothes of the hat dead on the head. Ah, found it. Seeing this, Fong Ming used his hand to pinch Xingyu's but in front of him. And Qinjiu? You ing pervert. Shoo.
Fong Ming made a silencing gesture. Look at that dead fat guy in the back. And Xingyu looked down at the back after hearing this. It's really him. What to do? Kill him now? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What if you kill him now in case you cause a panic? Fong Ming hooked his shoulders as he walked. Then let him get on the plane. What if there's an accident on the plane? And Xingyu whispered. Don't worry, these passengers will be fine with me. We'll play him to death later. Chapter 107, The Beaten Hotel Owner. On the airplane. Fong Ming was humming as he sat next to the tavern owner, his movements a bit inconvenient because he was in a window seat, while Xingyu was sitting directly behind him observing the hotel owner's every move through the gap between the chairs. At that point, the hatch closed and the flight attendant took one of the oxygen shields and began the normal pre-takeoff emergency instruction. Coincidentally, there was a sweet-looking air hostess with a pair of stunningly long legs who happened to be standing next to the hotel owner. The hotel owner looked up slightly at the long legs of the stewardess, then wiped his mouth. Was it good? The hotel owner unconsciously said, nice looking. No, who are you? Fong Ming raised an eyebrow, same as you, old SP. The stewardess heard the two talk but did not do too much to reflect. After all, is also sitting in the industry for several years. What kind of passengers have not seen? As long as not on the hands of the light and the eyes of the harassment will not generally call the stewardess. Nuts. The hotel owner muttered, then looked at the time on his cell phone at 3:09 a.m. In less than half an hour, the great, Baal clandestine, will take back his divine power and reappear in the world. Instead, all of the city will be reduced to an ultimate paradise, screams, wails, pain, excitement, and desire intertwined. What a wonderful scene that would be. Fong Ming frowned as he listened to his inner heart thinking, this dog is pretty damn middle class. Just as Fong Ming was racking his brain on how to toy with this hotel owner. Suddenly, a man walked up next to the hotel owner. This is my spot, so please get up and get out of the way. The hotel owner looked up at the man with the extremely poor tone. He pulled out his own ticket and double-checked it, and when he realized there was no mistake he spoke, this is my place, you're looking at it wrong, aren't you? The man waved his hand, not you, the one inside you. This is my spot. Fong Ming turned his head at the sound, your position? And I said this was my spot. The man's anger surged straight to his heart when he heard, open your doggy eyes and see, this is a numbered seat. If you have bad eyes, go to the hospital and get it fixed, get out of the way. Ouch WC? Fong Ming's pupils were shocked to hear this as he looked at the man and then at Xingyu behind him. Since I got out of the hospital, you're the first one to be so arrogant with me. As the words fell, Fong Ming immediately stood up and confronted the man, I'll sit here. If you don't like it you can get the down, give you face? The man is obviously not good. From his big gold chain small watch to look at the living a triad big brother look, then Fong Ming is still a few points stronger. Who are you talking to, little green fly? The man finished speaking and directly reached out his hand towards Fong Ming's head. Seeing this, Fong Ming smiled at the corner of his mouth and directly reached out his palm to clasp his fist downwards with a heavy fall. Dang! The duo's hand slammed down hard on the head of the hotel owner in the center. Grass! The hotel owner cursed, are you two sitting or not? If not you two get lost. Man, Fong Ming, AUV? Where did a bedbug get out? Beat him. In the blink of an eye, the two began to head toward the hotel owner's head. Crazy attack. You a punch and he kicked. Fong Ming also took off his own clothes directly covered in the hotel owner's head. Hard burst hammer. The hotel owner gritted his teeth and said nothing. The plane was leaving in a few minutes, couldn't ruin his plans because of these two psychos. Fong Ming saw that the hotel owner did not fight back, and then gave Xingyu a look signaling him to come up and smash two punches as well. The next second, it was a three-man round. The stewardess saw something bad and rushed to get the flight police. Stop it! What's going on? A few seconds later, the ride-along police arrived in a hurry with a pager. It was at this point that Fong Ming, the triad man, and Xingyu stopped. Mr. Passenger police, we're just messing around. This is my friend. He usually likes people to beat him up. He might be addicted. The passenger police looked at the snotty hotel owner with contempt. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the first time I've heard of someone who enjoys getting beaten up. I don't think you're a normal person. Ouch WC, said Fong Ming, looking at the passenger police officer's arrogant look. You're the second one to talk to me like that. However, mindful that this is your first offense, I choose to forgive you. The passenger police looked around at Fong Ming. I'm afraid this person is not mentally ill. Call the ground police and get these guys out of here. The hotel owner was shocked. Don't. Mr. Passenger police, he's right, I'm addicted. It's hard for me if people don't beat me up for a day. Fong Ming spread his hands. Look, am I right? Passenger police, sir, you don't have to be afraid. With me he can't threaten you, you tell me the truth. The hotel owner wanted to cry, and just then Fong Ming slammed another fist on his face. Gotta have it or not. The hotelier gritted his teeth. Gotta power. Fong Ming gave another mouthful. Cool or not? Hotelier, cool. The triad brother really does not want to argue with Fong Ming. He only wants a seat. Only if he is arrested by the police can be more than worth the loss. He simply walked away, then found the flight attendant and exchanged a couple of $100 bills from his wallet for a first-class ticket. As Fong Ming attacked even more fiercely, all that could be heard on the plane was pop. Duong.
Whoosh. And got it. Again. You didn't eat. The voices of the people were all over the place. After a minute, Fong Ming was a bit tired of fighting. He looked at the horrified passenger police. Now can you prove that he's my brother? The passenger police officer looked at the duo with a bit of a stutter. Next time this kind of thing you guys play in private, don't affect other people. Understood. And Xingyu, who was hiding in the back, was now doubled over with laughter. He was never expecting that man's appearance to cause such a situation. He rubbed his face muscles that had soured from laughing my ass off, ha ha ha. The plane is slowly moving. The hotel owner pulled a few sheets of toilet paper out of his pocket and wiped the nosebleed. After all, it was too inviting to unleash self-healing right now. He looked at Fong Ming angrily. I'll take you first in a moment. Within a few minutes of starting, the cabin was suddenly hot and dry, and Xingyu, who had always had a keen sense of smell, obviously felt that something was wrong, and now the passengers in the economy class were almost all in a sleeping state, and only that hotel owner, himself, Fong Ming, was still awake, and Fong Ming cooperated with him in acting to pass out. The hotel owner stood up when he saw that there was no movement in the cabin. He looked at Fong Ming. Damn, you just hit me, didn't you? Pa! The hotel owner slapped a mouth onto Fong Ming's face, and Fong Ming inwardly jerked. I'll damn well let you be arrogant for a while first. You waited a while for that. Drip dash. The alarm clock set by the hotel owner went off and he looked to his cell phone. 3:16 a.m. It's all because you almost ruined it for me. Words fell. The hotel boss hastily walked toward the cab, on the way to see the beautiful stewardess who just stood next to himself and is now drowsy, but also did not forget to reach out and ravage some. Asterisk. Pervert. Fong Ming opened one eye to see that the hotel owner's figure had already disappeared into the economy class. Hastily stood up. And behind her, Xingyu followed with the same movement and stood up. He's getting ready to strike. And Qinjie told him. Let's go him up. Suddenly, Fong Ming's phone rang. It was Lin Xie. Hello? Fong Ming. I see, he wouldn't have intended to perform the ceremony on the ground. He was targeting the hundreds of passengers on the plane. Okay, I know, I'm on the plane he's on with little fish right now, it's fine with me. Fong Ming replied. Asterisk. Sneaky action without me. Don't worry, I'll get it up for you later. Lin Xie was inwardly puzzled. He then looked to the sky at the airplanes flying in from the distance, and inwardly laughed. If there was an accident here, hundreds, if not thousands of lives would be lost. Inside the cockpit, the hotel owner maneuvered. The driver was heading towards the high-class residential area where Lin Xie was located. Is my great dream coming true today? I will witness the downfall of this city. Let the wails of agony resonate in every corner of the city. The more the hotel owner spoke, the more excited he became. Even his features began to distort as his heartbeat accelerated and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Dang! The hatch of the cockpit was kicked open by Fong Ming. Then I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Your plan stops here. But I have to figure out how I'm going to let you die first. Chapter 108 Agent Loki. It's you little buys. The hotel owner was furious as soon as he saw Fong Ming's face. He had already been beaten up by Fong Ming for a good while just now, and now was the time for revenge. How are you two going to stop me? The Great Bell. Aspect snapped his ears. Why your mom, open your eyes and see how many other people are on this plane. The hotelier looked back. The pilot in his hand had disappeared at some point, and he suddenly heard the roar of another airplane flying by behind him. How could this happen? Creating, transforming, and spatially displacing these abilities that only basic gods had. Fong Ming was now well aware of, and within a minute just now, Fong Ming had used his own energy to urge the magic wand to move all of the passengers and crew, including the pilot, to an airplane that looked exactly like this one. On the other hand, on the side of the airplane base, he had also followed the flight path to perfectly replicate the copied airplane, which had then become a dead airplane with no number and no personnel, now controlled by Fong Ming's mind. At that time, Xingyu was also incredibly shocked to see this scene, just like the hotel owner, but more than him, one of his moods was curiosity, and he couldn't wait to start fiddling with his old broken scalpel again. What on earth are you? How could you transfer everyone out of thin air? The hotel owner's heart was now ashen. It seemed that sacrificing the passengers on this plane was a lost cause, but he had a new idea. Since Fong Ming's abilities were so heaven-defying, his soul must be incomparably powerful, and just sacrificing one of his souls would surely be enough to rival the souls of the entire residential area. When Fong Ming heard this, he raised an eyebrow. What am I? Here, 7 nights you tell him. At this moment, Lin Xie, dressed in dark red robes, stepped out from behind him, holding 2 sharp star knives, his eyes coldly looking at the hotel owner. How unfortunate that you guys messed with a god. And a near-omnipotent god. Blowing a little too much. Fong Ming waved his hand, signaling Lin Xie to keep a low profile. Lin Xie, asterisk, isn't that the line you gave me? Hotel owner, gods? Joke, with you guys? Looks like he's still being tough-talking, night brother. Fong Ming hugged his arms and looked at this hotel owner who didn't know how to die. Swish! With a sound, Lin Xie handed the 2 star knives over his chest. Then kill him. As the words fell, Lin Xie stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the two star-strike blades erupted with the power of a god that was blacker than gold, slashing towards the hotel owner's neck with lightning speed. Clank! Suddenly a short, hideous and ugly monster emerged from behind the hotel owner. Heh, if you can't sacrifice the trash, sacrificing you guys would be a good choice. 10 ghosts cut the child, killed him. Ho ho ho! Only to see the 10 ghost-cutting boy's body quickly shaking, 2 doppelgangers began to split directly from both sides of his body, followed by 5, and finally 10. 7 nights. 7 nights. Did you see that? That's exactly what I wanted. And Xingyu could barely suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth at the sight of the 10 ghosts cutting child's ability already. Alright, that's one for each. Lin Xie's words fell as he once again attacked towards the hotel owner. No, one for both of you, what about me? At this moment, Lin Xie's knife slashed at the hotel owner's chest but was bounced off by an invisible sharp object. This is. The hotel owner smiled slightly. Sequence 351, Guile Silk, it can be stretched and split at will by injecting mental energy, and it's hard. It's the best for people like me who regenerate at a super fast rate. Lin Xie frowned as he looked at the densely intertwined mass of bizarre silk on his chest. Can't be chopped off? That's just your delusion. Lin Xie began to pour his entire body into deploying his spiritual power to the extreme. A flash came behind the hotel owner, the blade light flashed, leaving only 2 residual shadows, but it was resisted by the hotel owner maneuvering the guile silk. At first, the hotel owner was able to resist, but as Lin Xie swung his sword faster and faster, the hotel owner began to lose his strength. He looked at the sharp-eyed teenager in front of him with some horror. How could he be so fast, and his blade was able to bounce my guile silk away? Gradually, several more wounds of varying depths were added to his body, and although he had self-healing but obviously couldn't keep up with the speed at which Lin Xie swung his sword. Resonance. The hotel owner gritted his teeth and directly deployed all of the guile silk into his palm, followed by rapid compression to form an incomparably sharp blade, which surprisingly chopped the airplane in half as he waved his hands towards Lin Xie. No good. Lin Xie's pupils shrunk. If this half of the airplane fell, a high-class residential area below would be dead or injured. Fong Ming. See, don't rush me. Fong Ming squinted his eyes as he stood in the sky where the airplane broke off, the cold wind high in the sky blowing his hair around. He ignited an ice crystal at his fingertips and casually threw it downwards, only to see the ice crystal flying rapidly towards the wreckage of the plane, wrapping up the falling wreckage of the plane in just a second. As Fong Ming lightly snapped his fingers, the huge pile of ice instantly shattered into countless pieces of ice powder that floated down over the city. And Chen Mai, who was ambushed in the high-class residential area, scratched his head as he looked at the half of the airplane that had stalled in the air. This is a wasted trip. Fong Ming turned back to look at the 13 figures and the only remaining half of the cabin inside. Hey, hurry up, I still have to go to Shangjing today. As a 4-colored alien energy lock appeared at Fong Ming's wrist, a residual shadow quickly swept across the cabin as a gust of wind whistled past. In the next second, the bodies of the 10 10-fingered cutthroat children and the hotel owner felt like they were instantly burst apart by an invisible energy tear, and blood soaked the cabin. The 10-finger cutting boy's body and the guile silk scattered on the ground were recovered by Xingyu as much as possible, and the hotel owner, who had only half of his body left, was surprisingly still slowly healing his body. No, can't he be killed? Lin Xie said to Fong Ming as he pointed the knife in his hand at his head. Fong Ming looked at the hotel owner's disgusting limbs at his feet and pondered, simple, just burn them all. With Fong Ming's fingertips igniting a fire, he then squatted down and patted half of the hotel owner's head and said, in your next life, pay attention. Stab dash. The ferocious flames directly set half the cabin ablaze. Let's go, we should go back. Fong Ming looked towards the glass container that had tumbled to the side with a small golden bug sealed inside. He picked up the glass container then threw it to Lin Xie. This is for you, I have no use for this anyway. Lin Xie reached out and grabbed the glass container that Fong Ming threw at him. He looked at the small worm inside and thought, what could a worm do? Turn over soil? But after all, it's also a mystery staying in a mental hospital might be useful. Let's go, close up the line. Let's go home. The 3 black shadows leapt from the air towards the high-class residential area below in a quick flight, and that half of the burning cabin disappeared into thin air as the 3 swept down, completely obliterating the trail. Wow! Can't you have spatial abilities? Why are we jumping out of a plane? Lin Xie had a death grip on Fong Ming's wrist, and the strong wind generated by his rapid descent blew his cloak around. What do you know? It's called handsome. Isn't that how that masquerade made its first appearance? Fong Ming shouted in the air. On the other hand, Xingyu was inwardly excited, still immersed in the joy of recovering the 10 fingers cutting Tongyu guile silk. As the ground in front of him got closer and closer, all of a sudden, Lin Xie felt his body lighten up smoothly and landed behind Chen Mai and the others. On the other hand, Xingyu explained to the 2 of them that it was inconvenient for her to meet with them a few seconds before she landed, so she went ahead and returned to her sewer. When Hongning saw Fong Ming return, she hurriedly rushed over with open arms in excitement. Hubby, are you alright? And as Fong Ming looked at the smiling Hongning in his arms, he dotingly touched her head. I'm fine, I'm really sorry for making you guys squat here for so long. Chen Mai looked at Fong Ming and Lin Xie with a somewhat subtle expression.
Why don't you do all the work from now on?
I'm not afraid you'll be in danger, it's too conspicuous for so many people to go on an airplane.
Chen Mai also understood Fong Ming's thoughts. If he had this kind of ability, he would have acted alone and not involved other people. It's not going to happen again. By the way, you're not going to Shangjing today. When are you leaving?
Fong Ming looked at the faintly lit mountains in the distance. In a while, just now Yifan rushed me again.
Honey, so you're not going home?
Red Riding asked. Well, I'll go straight to the airport in a while. I'll be back tomorrow. It's not easy to finish the intensive training. I can't afford to leave you.
Lin Xie, Egu, don't be a meathead. Go back, I'm sleepy.
Alright, call it a day.
Go back and I'll get some rest.
Crowd, it's the captain. The 136 collective members were walking in front, while following behind. Si Xiaonan was looking at Fong Ming's back with an odd expression. She pulled out her cell phone and looked at the time. It was already close to 4 o'clock. At that moment, an eerie voice rang from her ears. After this person leaves today, find a chance to take away Shiva's grudge.
Yes, Lord Loki. Chapter 109, Fong Ming, it's your turn to question my strength?
Shangjing City, Vigilante Headquarters. Beside the empty conference table, Yifan was smoking a cigarette in a depressed manner, while the expressions of the several executives below were extremely odd.
Commander Yi, an older generation senior spoke. About this time against the enemy we didn't even invite the other 4 human sealings, but we invited this one Fong Ming? He's got too much face for that, doesn't he?
The other senior officers also expressed their incomprehension after hearing this. A newly promoted Night's Watchman who had just left the training camp, even if he's shown in this year's new spring and the battle against the enemy Ancient Gods Church, it could only mean that he was a genius that would be hard to come by in 100 years. But there was still no battle to decapitate the Klein realm mysteries.
Are you guys questioning Commander Ye's decision? He must have his reasons for doing so.
Zuoqing sat on the side and opened his mouth to scold. Zuoqing, what qualifications do you have to lecture me as a newcomer who has just been promoted to the upper echelons? In my opinion that, Commander Yi, this time you've looked away. Yifan looked at his watch. It was now 1400 hours PM. There were still 20 minutes before the meeting time, but Fong Ming still hadn't arrived. He had heard long ago that this man was an extremely difficult person to restrain in the set, not because of his out of character but his terrifying strength. Yifan snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and let out a deep breath. Alright, wait for a while. We'll continue the meeting if he hasn't come when the time comes. 10 minutes later, Yifan saw that Fong Ming still hadn't come, so he opened his mouth and said to the other executives, let's have a meeting now. This time it's about the safety and security of our entire Xia. It hasn't been long since the mists descended, and our great summer's gods disappeared without a trace. Now it's obviously unrealistic to fight against those outer gods with just us humans. I don't know if you guys remember the galaxy-destroying super-latitude power from the other day. The other executives' faces changed drastically upon hearing this. You mean that force is most likely an alien god in the mists? Yifan nodded his head in acquiescence, but then shook his head. I haven't investigated where he's from, but if he's in Daxia, he won't be able to hide that terrifying power, so. Although Yifan said this on his lips, he pretty much had a number in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the conference room door.
Yifan raised an eyebrow. Coming?
That's not right. If he's arrived, how come there's no news from those who went to meet him?
Enter.
Yifan shouted in a thick voice. The door slowly opened and a slightly handsome-looking man who appeared to be 23-4 years old stood in the doorway.
He walked into the conference room with a curious look on his face, looking around as if he was visiting a zoo.
Then he found an empty seat amidst the looks of disdain from the crowd. He Xingwen looked up and down at the man sitting beside him. Who are you?
Who let you in?
Guards.
Give me him.
Fong Ming didn't take care of him, just used his hand on his face to look at Yifan who was sitting on the conference table. You came looking for me, is there something you want?
You're Fong Ming?
Yifan recalled the photo of Ming on the Night Watchman's profile. At that time he was still wearing a psychiatric suit. His demeanor was a bit crazy, but the person sitting in front of him had a calm demeanor, revealing an overbearing aura.
Fong Ming nodded after hearing this.
At this time, one of the higher-ups saw Fong Ming's rude behavior and opened his mouth to reprimand him. Even if you were a guest invited by Commander Yi, then you should have reported it to the police. Just barging in like this without a sound and entering our base is really rude behavior. Fong Ming swept towards the senior who had just spoken and stood up. I'm sorry, it was me who was abrupt. Zuoqing watched as Fong Ming was apologizing to one of the executives, and he whispered to Yifan in a low voice, didn't this person say that he was always difficult to discipline? Why are you being polite now? Yifan was also a bit confused. He was already ready to engage in a war of words with Fong Ming. How come this person was still so good at talking? After Fong Ming sat down, he looked at Yifan. Now tell me, what's the matter of looking for me?
That's straightforward?
Yifan scratched his head. This time, it's about some things in Sangnan, and about the sudden activity of foreign gods on the coastline the day before yesterday. I've heard about what you did at the training camp, and people like you are geniuses that are hard to come by in 100 years. Later on, Yifan spent a few minutes telling Fong Ming about how Sangnan City had been obliterated by the Shiva grievance a few years ago but had been maintained until now by Lin Xie's mortal dust divine realm. and how Chenmai had used his own power to suppress the Shiva grievance. Fang Ming, on the other hand, pretended to know these things for the first time to cooperate with Yi Fan. As for some of the recent foolish alien gods, Yi Fan mentioned this made a mistake. In the absence of the great summer god, it was obviously unrealistic to try to defend against the foreign gods with just these night watchmen and the 5 human sealings. I've heard about your fight against the Church of the Ancient Gods, and even though you've just become a vigilant not long ago, I think your realm is at least at the level of a half-step ceiling. These words caused the crowd to tremble inwardly. So young to be a half-step ceiling? How come I didn't realize it before? Doesn't the profile show that he was in a mental institution before? Could it be another undiscovered human ceiling? The crowd began to murmur. Fang Ming was happy to hear this. So this time you want me to join you in fighting against the alien gods? Yi Fan nodded. I won't need you to tell me. After all, my family is still in Sangnan. Family? Didn't you grow up in a mental hospital? The information shows that you have been an orphan since you were a child, Zhuo Qing said as he looked at the documents flipping through his desk. Your mom #% #at#UN%. Fang Ming could be said to have cursed him 10,000 times in his heart, but he still didn't explode on this kind of occasion. I mean, the whole of Squad 136 is my family. Fools. However, you are wrong about one thing. I am not a half-step human ceiling. I am a true god. Kid, your words are a bit big, aren't they? A young senior questioned. If you're a god, what are you still doing here? More training? Fang Ming didn't heed his skeptical voice, but continued to look at Yi Fan. So, this time, when the outer gods come to the enemy, there's no need to be so panicked at all. I'm enough on my own. At this point, the senior Night's Watchman who had just questioned the situation slapped the table and stood up. Can't you hear me talking to you? You're a bit too arrogant, aren't you? Only after these words came out did Fang Ming turn his head to look at him. What realm are you in, you? Dare to talk to me like that? At this moment, Fang Ming's pupils turned an appalling red color, and along with a strong wind sweeping by, he suddenly disappeared from his seat, immediately appearing next to the young senior who had slapped the table and stood up. Only Fang Ming saw a 4-colored alien energy lock appear at his wrist. As early as 3 days ago, Fang Ming had unlocked the 4th Ultra Beast God, the Thunder Elephant God. Current physical attributes are Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value, Wind Flare, 100% bond value, Long Jian, 100% bond value, Terry, 16% bond value, current alien energy value 6, 98 black holes, Nebulas activated, Mount, Mirage Lin Flash, unlocked, Mount, Tiger Flash, unlocked, Mount, Dragon Warrior Flash, unlocked, Mount, Thundering Elephant, unlocked, Skill, Fire Cloud Technique 100% power, Skill, Shining Spirit Technique 100% power, Skill, Cold Shadow Technique 100% power, Skill, Running Thunder Technique power 100%. Currently compressing ISO energy to 1/10 carat 13. As long as you complete the main quest of the Tsangnan God War, you won't be far from unlocking the other 3 Ultra Beast Gods. Only Fang Ming was seen wearing a pair of red gold armor, filled with a chilling divine pressure, 4 types of energy as vast and boundless as the universe surrounded him, and his eyes revealed his contempt for this person. He subdued the man who had just questioned him with just a look, and the hint of energy behind him actually shook the building. Are you questioning my abilities? There was someone who questioned my ability in the beginning, but now he runs away mad when he sees me. Now you want to try it too? Chapter 110 Lang Xian, Xiaonan. Take me away. The meeting was adjourned. Only Yi Fan and Fang Ming were left in the empty conference room, and the man who had just stood up and tapped the table was carried out of the conference room by the other 2 executives. I really wasn't wrong. The picture taken by that satellite was really you. Fang Ming raised an eyebrow. That's why I said that you guys don't need to make a move this time. I'm perfectly fine on my own. And can you protect the safety of an entire city? You are strong in battle, but you don't have many means to protect people, and you are just as helpless when an alien enemy is holding a large number of people hostage. You will kill them all, but the people will also pay a heavy price. Guarding our families is not the only purpose of our vigil. Guarding Daxia and its populace is the mission of every one of my vigils. Engaging in these long-winded arguments again. Fang Ming frowned slightly. Alright, I get it. It doesn't matter if you guys are going to be in the war, just don't die. After saying that, Fang Ming left the conference room. At this time, Zhuo Qing came in from the doorway of the conference room to rub shoulders with Fang Ming. Commander, this person always gives off an overbearing feeling. Yi Fan smiled. It's normal for people with strength, but I heard Yuan Gang say that he got along well with Fang Ming. Maybe it's because we're not familiar with him yet. Fang Ming walked out of the Night's Watch headquarters building alone, always feeling that there was something wrong. Shiva Grudge also did not reveal obviously he was on the plane. Shenmai should not make such a stupid move. So why did those outer gods come? Just to attack Great Xia? That's too far-fetched a reason. Now it's more important to hurry back to Tsangnan. No matter which gods are coming, I will kill all of them without letting any of them go. The calm sea suddenly began to roll violently, and dark clouds in the sky came roaring in from afar like wild beasts, swallowing up what little light remained in the world. The entire city of Tsangnan was shrouded in dimness. The peace office is closed today. Si Xiaonan sat frozen on the sofa. The coastline was very abnormal today, except for himself and Chen Mai. All the other people gathered at the beach. Chen Mai frowned as he sat in front of the window looking at the extremely dark and dense clouds in the air. He slowly drew out the star sword at his waist and spoke, "Aren't you going to do it yet?" As soon as these words came out, Si Xiaonan froze and then stood up, his eyes extremely cold as he spoke. "You let the other team members go out just to fight with me alone? Chen Mai, you know you can't beat me. Still, I'd like to know how you knew who I was. Did Fong Ming tell you that?" Chen Mai took a deep breath, the star blade reflecting his face as he looked at Si Xiaonan coldly and spoke, "I have no reason to disbelieve him." "Then why did you have to wait until he left to poke me? I didn't even get a chance to do it with him around." Chen Mai tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and made an offensive stance. "I'm afraid you'll die." Suddenly, a figure of Chen Mai flashed by, and the star blade in his hand chopped towards Si Xiaonan's chest at an extremely fast speed. In the next second, the star blade stopped at 1 cm in front of Si Xiaonan's chest, and even if Chen Mai used all his strength, he could not advance a single bit, and if he wanted to use the Forbidden Ruin, he found that he could not mobilize a single bit of spiritual power. "Si Xiaonan, not killing me? If you don't kill me, then I'll take that with me." Si Xiaonan smiled devilishly as he took a step to the side to bypass Chen Mai's star blade, followed by pulling out the ancient parchment scroll from his chest. Losing the suppression of the black impermanence within Chen Mai, the horrifying evil aura in Shiva's grudge shot straight up to the sky. "Is this Shiva's grudge?" Chen Mai's body stiffened, and the star blade in his hand was taken away by Si Xiaonan. He gritted his teeth in death. "No, Xiaonan, you can't take him away. I'm sorry, this is my mission." As the words fell, Chen Mai only felt his eyes go black and he instantly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. "De. Si Xiaonan stepped down from the upper floor of the peace office with a parchment scroll in his hand and an expressionless face. When he opened the door and saw the person in front of her, her pupils trembled slightly. Lang Xian? Afterwards, she reverted back to her cold appearance from earlier. "Did Fong Ming tell you that as well?" Lang Xian lowered his head, his fists clenched, and his eyes stared at Si Xiaonan with complexity. "Xiaonan, why did you do this? I am an agent of the god of trickery, deception, and lies are what I am best at, and I have come to Songnan to investigate what was once obliterated by the Shiva spite, and in the process, the whereabouts of the Shiva spite. The man you once thought of as the Night's Watch, Minami, no longer exists, and I used you. All you have before you now is a Loki agent, and you're just an ordinary man, not even a Forbidden Ruin. I advise you to get out of the way. I don't want to hurt you. I don't believe you, you're lying. If the old you really didn't exist, then what about all this?" Lang Xian pointed with his finger at the group photos of Team 136 hanging on the wall and on the table in the room, a few of which were taken only after Fong Ming and Lin Xie had joined. In the photos above, Si Xiaonan is all leaning next to Lang Xian, flowers pinned behind her ears, smiling extremely brightly. A smile that comes from the heart can't be faked. From the beginning you've always longed to really fit in with us, and you truly did, because here you truly found the meaning of life. We met the enemy together, ate together, overcame many hardships, and lived together. Si Xiaonan gritted his teeth, his pupils trembling slightly as he listened to Lang Xian's words, and suddenly his heart twisted. She immediately raised the star blade and aimed it at Lang Xian's chest. "Shut up. Those are all my pretenses. I am an agent of the god of trickery, and disguising those smiles that you think come from your heart is easy for me. Then why haven't you killed me yet?" Lang Xian's eyes were filled with pity for Si Xiaonan as he looked at the star blade aimed at his chest and took a step forward. "You love it here, and on New Year's Eve a couple months ago, you, who never drinks, got drunk for the first time. Do you know what you said when you were drunk? You said you didn't want to get out of here." Si Xiaonan lowered her head, her lips trembling slightly. "No. You're lying." Suddenly, Si Xiaonan felt the star blade in his hand stab into a soft object. That was Lang Xian's chest. Lang Xian endured the pain that pierced his heart and took another step forward, his voice trembling. "Xiaonan, stay back. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Si Xiaonan's eyes were already rolling in their sockets, and her hand holding that knife had begun to tremble. Blood dripped down the blade a little onto the floor. Lang Xian's lips had begun to turn white as he reached out and gripped the blade, the sharp star blade having cut through his palm. He stretched out the blood-soaked palm, gazed at Si Xiaonan with eyes full of favor, and as his warm palm collided with Si Xiaonan's cheek, he opened his mouth and said, "Xiaonan, take me away. Wherever you go, I will always be with you." A clap of thunder cut through the dull sky. Chen Mai, who fell on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. He covered his head and subconsciously touched his chest. The parchment scroll sealed in his chest was still there. At the coastline, a monstrous wave roared up from the sea level, like a giant beast breaking through the dark clouds in the sky and roaring as it slammed into the coastline of Songnanhai. Ding dash! A sword roar resounded from all around. A sword light erupted from in front of a sword wielder, instantly bisecting the monstrous wave. Immediately after, the sword wielder chopped another sword. A tornado of sword chi forced the two giant waves back as if they were countless, and countless waves scattered around the sword wielder. He stood in the middle of 100 meters of coastline, his figure as small as a cornucopia when viewed from the air. Only to see this sword wielder holding his sword behind his back with his backhand, he slowly opened his eyes. Great Xia territory ahead, the gods have forbidden it. Chapter 111 Longing. Now, who is mortal? The sword chi broke through the thick dark clouds and a splash of golden sunlight sprinkled on Zhou Ping's cheeks, followed by the dark clouds closing instantly and darkness enveloping the earth once again. The monstrous wave that had been cut off by Zhou Ping gradually drew closer to the center of the sea, and along with the formation of a 100-feet-tall giant wave tornado, a magnificent figure appeared on top of the giant wave. It was a man with an exotic face. His upper body was naked and ethereal, his lower body was merged with the water dragon scroll. He held a Neptune's trident in his left hand, his long black curly hair fell down to his waist, and he raised his hands and feet and exuded a terrifying pressure. He stepped on a huge wave and keeled over to throw Poseidon's trident hard against the shore. Boom! The ground where it was inserted actually shuddered violently, the amplitude extending for several kilometers. Only Zhou Ping stood calmly by the shoreline with his sword in hand, his eyes sharp as he confronted them without the slightest hint of fear. Seeing that the Zhou Ping in front of him had no intention of retreating, he spoke faintly. Very well, there are such people in the Great Xia who dare to look directly at the gods. Do you know who I am? Divine Code Name 009, Poseidon, God of the Sea. Zhou Ping spoke indifferently. Poseidon was furious after hearing this, only to see him gently grabbing the trident in his hand and swinging it with great force. The horrible monstrous waves once again swept in with the momentum of covering the sky and the sun. Arrogant people, heartless, how dare you, a mere mortal, number the gods. Ding! The sword roared again. Zhou Ping holding the dragon elephant sword to run up the sword, a white sword chi followed and actually will be the giant wave again chopped in half. The sword chi dragon scroll again, accompanied by the wind from behind Zhou Ping whistled out will be divided into two giant wave intercepted at the shoreline. I am a child of Disxia, and I believe in no one but the gods of Disxia and the sword in my hand. What face do you gods who sacrifice your country's people have to call yourselves gods? Zhou Ping spoke. Poseidon looked at Zhou Ping from high above. It seems you do know something about us. Before you die tell me your name. Zhou Ping slowly spoke. Zhou Ping. Everyone else calls me Sword Saint. Zhou Ping. Poseidon spoke calmly as a divine pressure descended once again crumbling the ground Zhou Ping was stepping on. I'll admit, you're the strongest among the mortals I've seen, but a mortal is a mortal. Do you really think you can hold off the sea god with just your mortal flesh? Zhou Ping smiled disdainfully upon hearing this. The strongest? You're still really lifting me up. Before that one arrives, I advise you to leave the Great Xia territory to prevent losing your life. Unbridled. How dare a mere mortal speak out of turn? Words fell. Poseidon raised the trident halberd. The tumbling sea became even more turbulent. Countless deep-sea whirlpools from the eyes of the place to rise up. The sky covering 10,000 feet of tsunami pouncing on the face with a roar came to the face. Just as Zhou Ping tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and prepared to chop at it, a pillar of rushing green light descended from the sky and an impenetrable 10,000-meter barrier unfolded along the coastline. Rumble! The immensely powerful tsunami kept hitting this green barrier, loud but difficult to enter for a single point. This is... After the pillar of light, a silver-haired adult female slowly appeared in midair, only to see her feet stepping on nothingness, her pupils radiating an incomparably brilliant green light. With a casual wave of her hand, an energy fluctuation void enough to cut through a tsunami erupted from in front of her body, and instantly the 10,000-foot tsunami in front of her was knocked down into fine waves that splashed around. The waves dampened her silver hair, and the sea slid down her fair cheeks. The seawater stained with outer gods is still really disgusting. Zhou Ping recalled from the information provided by Yifan that the big shot with enough power to exterminate stars seemed to be often accompanied by a powerful silver-haired beauty. You are? The adult female turned back to Zhou Ping on the ground. My name is Longing. Leave this place to me for now. There's not enough manpower right now, and there's still a large number of Fae that have appeared in the city, so go help them. You alone? Is that okay? Zhou Ping was a bit uncertain. If the coastline was lost after he left, there would be tens of thousands of people drowned by the tsunami. But judging from her aura, this woman's strength was not bad, at least at the ceiling level of the celebrity human. Could it be that she is the entourage of that great man? Zhou Ping muttered. You go and help Fuzi. The gods of the Grand Xia don't have to make a move this time, my master, and I will guard every inch of the Grand Xia's borders. Zhou Ping was shocked in his heart and looked back. The dark clouds that were pressing down on the city were accompanied by earth-shattering thunder. A pillar of thunder fell, dozens of mansions were destroyed, and gradually the thunderous light coalesced into a tall humanoid, only to see the thunder lance in his hand was wreaking havoc with impunity. Zhou Ping is now a distraction, and since he has someone who can fight Poseidon in his place, he should go into the city to protect the unarmed populace. Over to you here. Could be. When Poseidon saw the two men push back so much, not taking themselves seriously, he roared, What do you take me for? How dare you belittle the sea god? Today I will turn the entire city into ruins. A pillar of azure-colored light fell. The sea surface once again set off huge waves, only to see the huge waves gradually converge at the tip of the trident to form a huge water dragon with a diameter of 100 meters. Mortal! I'll have you buried at the bottom of the sea today. Longing looked at Poseidon with cold eyes and a smile at the corner of his mouth. You deserve to call yourself a god with this kind of soft attack? Her hands unfolded, and a terrifying divine pressure once again erupted from behind her, only to see incomparably vast green nothingness erupt from within her body, and a pillar of light rushing into the sky rattled the dark clouds in the air into a huge void. With Long Ying's hands clasped together on his chest, he muttered under his breath, "Super beast armament." A scorpion king seal with a radius of tens of meters surfaced underneath her. The earth began to tremble, the sea rolled up once again, and a 10-meter humanoid mecha burrowed out of the ground to merge with Long Ying. Oomph, ridiculous human technology? A fool's errand. As the words fell, the hundreds of meters of water dragon roared and struck towards Long Ying at breakneck speed. Only Long Ying clenched his fists and bent down to crush the ground. Ode! A loud sound rang out from the ground, and Long Ying was like a bright meteor launching from the ground. Boom dash! It only took one punch to break up this water dragon, and the waves fell on the surface of the sea like a torrential downpour. What? Poseidon was shocked, and just as he tried to swing his trident again to manipulate the giant wave, an incredibly hard mechanical arm tightened its grip around his throat. Poseidon gritted his teeth and used both hands to hold down Long Ying's hand, desperately unfolding the divine pressure contained in his body, but no matter how he could not activate any energy, facing the terrifying aura emanating from Long Ying's own energy in his body seemed to be pressed by 10,000 pounds of boulders, making him generally gasp for air. As Long Ying's body gradually rose into the air, Poseidon also gradually detached from the surface of the sea. Losing the power of the sea, Poseidon was like a lamb to be slaughtered. No! You don't have the power of the laws. How can you be so powerful? The power of the 10,000 laws that Fong Ming possessed was certainly effective for the contractor, of course, and she inherited 40% of Fong Ming's star-destroying power in 10,000 laws. After Long Ying heard this, he laughed hideously. A horrifying sound came from within the Scorpion King arms. It doesn't matter that I don't have it, but it's enough that he does. She gazed with contempt at the terrified Poseidon and spoke slowly. Now you tell me, who is mortal? Chapter 112, Liberating Energy, Beheading God. Just as Fong Ming rushed back, he was told that the Yama Temple's divine might mobilized by the spiritual power in Chen Mai's current body was no longer enough to suppress the destructive laws of the Shiva's grudge, and that the evil aura had been exposed to attract the outer gods to descend one after the other. Sangnan Old Town. Lin Chiye's house. Auntie was cooking a delicious meal inside the house, precisely because Fong Ming's coming reminded her of Lin Chiye, who had joined the army outside. Fong Ming said he was impressed by his ambition to join the army and joined the army with him, and this time he rushed back because of his family's accident, and paid a visit to his comrade's family. Inside the bedroom, Fong Ming sat on a stool and looked at the little black mange in front of him, pulling out his own magic wand to change into an arm-thick meat bone and throw it to him. This puppy won't mind, will he? Yang Jin gazed at the golden barrier outside the window, outside the lightning and thunder, while the home is incredibly peaceful as if isolated from the world. Of course, only God can see this layer of golden shields. Did you get this? Yang Jin turned and asked Fong Ming. And Fong Ming, who was in the middle of a dogfight, stood up after hearing this and shrugged his shoulders and replied, well, he'll go crazy if you guys die. Also, your 100 years of reincarnation are still to come, and you are still needed to repair the laws of the Grand Xia and the Heavenly Court, so teach me about this time. I may be a little stronger than you guys. Yang Jin pulled the curtains closed and walked to the window to look at Fong Ming. You came here this time just to tell me this? Aha! Yang Jin opened the corner of the door to look at his mother who was cooking outside the door and then quietly closed it again. Can you keep her from disappearing? Hearing these words, Fong Ming's heart was seized fiercely. I can't keep her by my side. So, I know. Yang Jin's tone was a little sad. Fong Ming was not a holy mother, even if he used his magic wand to create an identical Sangnan and the people of Sangnan out of it, they were not their previous selves, and in the end if Sangnan City reappeared on Earth then this space would be repulsive. He also can't kill all the flesh and blood people he created. But I can try. After saying that, a coffin bubbling with pure holy light appeared in front of Fong Ming. Yang Jin. No, people aren't dead yet, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Fong Ming explained, where are you thinking? This coffin is called the Coffin of Sacred Radiance. As long as a dead person is placed inside, even if they have lost their physical body and merely have a soul, then they can be resurrected under the urging of a huge amount of energy. He couldn't save the entire city, but one was one if he could. After all, she was also his comrade's relative. I see, thank you, Fong Ming. Yang Jin looked at the Coffin of Sacred Radiance in front of him and bowed to thank him. Oops, no need, I'll lose my life if I let her Langshan bow to me. You guys get busy, I won't eat the meal, spend some time with your mother, I'll leave first. Bye, puppy dog. The little black mange barked twice at him in an extremely friendly manner. Woof. Woof. Immediately afterward, Fong Ming opened the window and disappeared into the bedroom with a long leap. A few minutes later, Auntie brought her prepared meal to the table, followed by wiping the sweat from her forehead and running her hands over her apron, before calling out towards the bedroom, Ah Jin, tell your brother's comrades to come out for dinner. Yang Jin slowly opened the door to his room when he heard, Mom, he said he had something to do and left first. He said as he sat on the table looking at the meal in front of him. Ah, so soon left. I still want to ask him to ask your brother in the army how it gone also for a while, although the army off into the home to play money. but the money is no longer as much as your brother's peace and quiet. Ants sitting at the table to look at their own cooking delicious food but not much appetite. Young Jean picked up a piece of ribs and put it into her bowl. Mom, eat more. If brother comes back and sees that you've lost weight, he'll scold me for not taking good care of you. Good. I, for one, am content to have you two understanding children. Sky. Another arrow of thunder blasted down, hitting a layer of golden shield, instantly shattering. But this layer of golden shield didn't even have a single crack. What kind of divine power is this to create a barrier? Indra stared dead in the direction of Lin Chia's house. The golden field unfolded by Fong Ming could be considered invulnerable to protect the masses of the square garden for several kilometers, almost completely enveloping the old city. After saying that, Indra once again raised his hands high to coalesce an even more terrifying arrow of thunder, lighting up the dim sky in a flash, raging electricity descending from the sky to destroy the buildings below. As Indra's hands descended, an arrow of thunder that was strong enough to penetrate any barrier, except Fong Ming's, shot out like the speed of light towards this golden barrier. Ding dash! A sword roared. An incomparably powerful sword chi once again chopped out from the roof of a building and swept towards this lightning arrow at great speed. As the sword chi collided with the thunder arrow vector, a violent explosion occurred in the sky. Instantly bright flames blew away a corner of the tumbling dark clouds in the sky. The heat wave generated by the explosion blew up Zhou Ping's lapel, while he, like a resolute tree, remained rooted to the spot without moving at all. The great summer sword saint is here. Don't be reckless. Apparently Indra was also attracted by the voice, and as he followed the voice, he saw Zhou Ping's tiny figure gazing at him. How dare a mortal stand in my way? Lend me another arrow. Indra transported 10,000 thunderbolts with both palms facing upwards, and 2 thunder arrows once again appeared in his palms. Oh dash! Oh dash! The 2 arrows were like meteors slicing through, and the thunderous power contained in them even distorted space towards Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping held his sword in one hand. A powerful pressure once again erupted from within his body. The first sword of the dragon elephant sword sliced through the air. The raging surges were like the sharpest blades in the world, intercepting the 2 arrows in the air. The thunder force created by the gods was surprisingly unable to advance by half a point in the slightest. Zhou Ping swung his sword again, and an even more terrifying sword chi rose up towards Indra in the air. This sword was powerful enough to heavily damage a god. Whoosh! With the sword chi sweeping across the sky, the dark clouds were cleaved through a gap of several miles. Please! Indra's shoulder was also cut with a hideous bloody scar, but a sword that hadn't become a god wasn't enough to cut a god. As the wound on Indra's shoulder flickered with tints of electricity, the wound that Zhou Ping had cut down was surprisingly healing rapidly. A mortal is a mortal after all. I admit that you're strong, but it's impossible to behead a god without an attack that contains the power of laws. Zhou Ping frowned slightly as he spoke. Even if I can't kill you, I can still beat you back to your India. He twisted his left foot and stared dead on at the outer god in the sky with sharp eyes as he placed the dragon elephant sword in front of his chest, accompanied by the popping sound of matter skimming through the air. A white shadow rushed straight up into the sky with a terrifying sword aura. Fong Ming, who had just stepped out of Lin Chia's home, looked around with a somewhat heavy heart. Except for the 100 miles of the square garden he was protecting, everywhere else was filled with rolling smoke, and the ruins of multiple buildings fell to the ground accompanied by exposed rebar and debris. Does this place cease to exist on this day? Fong Ming took a deep breath and watched as the bright thunderbolt in the sky kept colliding with a void white shadow, and once again that dream one heart emerged in his hand. A hint of gloom flashed between his brows as he lowered his head, and in the next second he appeared between Indra and Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's body was injured by thunder in many places, and the handle holding the sword was also badly injured from the scorching. On the contrary, Indra's whole body was cut out with countless wounds, and blood was spilling out. He gasped for air as he stared dead ahead at these 2 people. Humph, today counts as a win for you, but you remember that we Indian gods are immortal with the great summer. Along with Fong Ming holding Zhou Ping's wrist, the wounds on his body that had been struck by the thunder recovered as if they were the first, and he looked at Fong Ming incredulously. You really can? Fong Ming touched Zhou Ping's head like an old father pointing at Indra in front of him. What if he tries to run away? Zhou Ping's eyes reappeared with murderous intent. Those who come to violate my dasha's territory and injure my dasha's people will be executed even though they are far away. Indra heard. Fleeing footsteps accelerated a few more points. He is not. No, obviously the gods of Dasha has not awakened. He fought with these mortals even injured so woefully. Suddenly, Fong Ming appeared in front of Indra's body, his violet eyes erupting with monstrous thunderous might, and the dream one heart in his hand condensed thunderous light that was enough to distort space under the urging of energy enough to extinguish stars. He looked at Indra in front of him with great scorn. You like to use small currents to chop left and right, don't you? Today, I'll show you what true thunder power means. These words induced Indra to tremble inwardly, and the divine pressure on him was as small as a mayfly in front of this person. You, and you don't have the power of the law. The 2 of you alone can't kill me. Oh, yeah? Only one sentence appeared in Fong Ming's mind: liberate all of the foreign energy. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky were broken through a huge space, and an energy strong enough to devour a star blasted into the firmament from within. All the meteorites in the universe that surrounded the Earth crumbled to pieces, and a black hole big enough to destroy 10,000 galaxies stood ready to explode near the Earth. The thousands of threads of earthly laws are like a taut fishing line that can be broken with a little force. And the moment Fong Ming liberated himself, his body changed into a surging and vast sea of stars, a crimson nebula thousands of kilometers tall surfaced behind Fong Ming, and only a wisp of pressure was needed to make the gods in front of him burn in jade. Indra used his divine vision to look at the law that belonged to him as well as collapsing as he looked fearfully at Fong Ming in front of him. Where the hell did you come from, monster? How did you get the power of the law? Fong Ming didn't reply, he only said indifferently, against a god like you, using all of my energy is a bit too wasteful. I'm just letting you know how small you are in front of me. Since you've come here, there's no going back. Fong Ming held the Dream One Heart, and behind him, the illusory Lin Nebula made the same movement of holding the sword, and immediately a thunderous light appeared, and a blood-colored thunder spread across the sky. When Indra saw such divine might, the only word in his mind now was death, and he crushed and shrunk his body into a huge ball of thunderous light, wanting to turn around and flee, only to be chopped by Zhou Ping behind him with another sword. A scream echoed across the sky. Fong Ming's hand rose and fell, and the blood-colored thunder accompanied by the force of 10,000 pounds slashed at Indra. Bursts of fire annexed his body, and the next second the word Indra was erased from the Hindu god's tablet. With a wave of Fong Ming's hand, the pouring energy was re-inhibited, and only 3 seconds had passed between the energy's outward appearance and the decapitation of Indra. Only 2 tiny figures remained in the air. On the northern border of Great Xia, Yi Fan was confronting Hades, the king of the underworld. What's with that monstrous divine might? Hades muttered in his heart. The gods of Daxia shouldn't have returned. Yi Fan stood at the peak of the mountain with his sword and looked at the mass of ghosts in front of him. He seemed to have seen what Hades' heart was thinking, so he slowly opened his mouth. I know what you're thinking, even though our great summer gods are not here right now, there is one who is strong enough to decimate all of your divine veins. The territory of the Great Xia will not be violated by you foreign gods. Hades was furious, pretending, if the gods do not return, you will only die now. Yi Fan couldn't help but grip the hilt of his sword after hearing this, and the cold wind from the high mountains caused the cloak behind him to hunt. Suddenly, a slender red-haired adult woman stepped out from behind her. Yi Fan couldn't help but ponder, that's not right, then isn't the one following Fong Ming with silver hair? He opened his mouth sideways and asked, Fong Ming sent you here? The dragon spirit nodded, the master's side of the fight is heating up, so I, who am not strong enough, was sent here. Oh, you're all so humble. He asked you to help me? Yi Fan asked. The dragon spirit shook his head, to help or not to help your master didn't say, the master only told me to come and behead the gods. Chapter 113, Mission Accomplished, Behemoth Appears. Meanwhile, a McLaren was traveling at high speed on a remote side road in Sungnan City, and a dry, thin man with long, green, bubblegum hair looked at the otherworldly behemoths that kept surfacing on the distant battlefield with a smile at the corner of his mouth. A mere mortal, how can he stop my army of foreign beasts? But how did Poseidon's scent suddenly disappear again? Could it be that he's dead? Is there really someone in this city who can kill a god? He listened to the dynamic music and then ran his hair through his hair, his wrist constantly tapping on the steering wheel over and over again, his mind extremely complicated. Luckily I've got it, so I'll play along with you guys so I don't come here for nothing. Just then, a figure in a yellow uniform with a silver-haired, fair-faced woman followed her on an electric bike. WC, said Loki looking to the duo following him being taken aback. What kind of electric car do you have? It's so fast. He was immediately aroused by the spirit of victory and accelerated the car to 200 miles per hour, but the electric car has been following him like a ghost. And the woman sitting behind the motorized bike gave him a ghost of a smile, and then the young guy on the motorized bike took a pizza box out of the takeout box at his feet and handed it to Rocky along the window. Here's your takeout, sir. You're sick, I didn't order takeout. The delivery boy glanced at the name on the pizza box, it's Loki, the god of trickery, deity number 018, isn't it? Here's your takeout. The young boy threw the takeout into the car in one fell swoop, and the woman behind him pulled a bloody blue head out of the takeout box behind her. Dog, this is for me to give you a meet and greet gift. Loki's pupils narrowed as he looked at Poseidon's head in front of him, and just as he was about to open his mouth, the pizza box popped open automatically, and inside were rows and rows of explosives with a blue glow. Drip! Rocky! Boom dash! A violent explosion exploded behind the delivery boy and the expensive McLaren rolled down the cliff with a burst of fire. On the other side of the battlefield, a steady stream of frost giants fell from the thunder vortex in the sky. Terrifying roars accompanied by 10,000 pounds of thunder in the sky coming from the horizon, and grass and trees froze wherever the frost giants went. The first few frost giants were blasted a few times with artillery fire by the troops stationed at the front line, and took 2 steps back, and when the smoke cleared, the wounds of the giants that had been blasted by the artillery fire were rapidly healing again. They held a frost giant axe in their palms. In a false grip, a frost giant axe appeared in their hands. Whoosh dash! A giant frost axe was hurled from the giant's hand, whistling and splitting the air, splitting several vehicles carrying artillery fire in violent explosions. Just as a giant axe was about to destroy the frontline combat armies, a pillar of light with the divine might of the blazing angels descended from the sky. Standing in the center, Chen Mai held his sword on his side, exuding a terrifying Yama temple pressure, and behind him, Lin Xie, Red Tassel, Wu Shangnan, Zhao Kongcheng, and Wen Qima lined up in a row. Dasha Vigilantes Squad 136 in Songnan City is here, no traffic ahead. At this time in the sky, a transport plane whistled through the sky. The low sound attracted everyone's attention, only to see the transport plane hovering in the air for a moment. 8 golden figures leapt down from the sky in a single bound. Ah, Lin Xie, Fong Ming, old lady has come to arrest you. Behave yourself and don't resist. The blonde woman at the head of the group laughed maniacally as she descended, and the 7 people behind her cursed in their hearts, all of them stating that they didn't want to get acquainted with this woman. Red Ruffian looked up. A golden cloak? Phoenix Squad? How did they get here? Chen Mai looked up at the sky and squinted slightly. Looks like Arch Songnan is now the most lively place up and down the country. Knock knock dash. A few landing buzzes sounded, and 8 golden figures landed in front of the members of Songnan City Squad 136. Xia Siming looked at the several hundred frost giants in front of him and drew out the star blade in the black box behind him and pointed it forward. Dasha Vigilante Special Squad Phoenix Squad. No traffic ahead. Chen Mai? Crooked, Captain Xia, it's not a good time to come and steal the limelight, is it? Xia Siming turned back to the crowd of Squad 136 behind her. Sorry Captain Chen, where the battle is fought, it's by our Phoenix Squad. Swish. The 7 star blades behind them were collectively sheathed. Go! Kill them all for me. Yes. The 8 golden figures fired in unison, rapidly attacking towards the frost giant in front of them. Chen Mai lowered his head and sighed. This crazy woman, when will she change her nature? Wu Shangnan, Captain. Let's go too, this is our home field. We can't let them steal the show. Chen Mai nodded, a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Let's go. On the battlefield, blood splattered, blue limbs continuously raised up into the sky, a dozen or so stumps weaved in and out of the tide of frost giants, and the 2 squads were like a humanoid bulldozer cutting down most of the frost giants in front of them. Not far away, on a high building, Loki took a tall glass in his hand and drained the red wine inside, looking with a playful gaze at the crowd in front of him who were in the midst of a bloodbath. Since you guys want to die so badly, I'll play with you. Drip! A motorized cart pulled up beside Rocky, and Rocky's face froze as he looked back incredulously at the delivery boy behind him. Hello, your takeout. The corner of Loki's mouth twitched. How the do you find me over and over again? The delivery boy pulled out a pizza box from the holding tank behind him and placed it in front of Rocky. Here is written your name, Loki, the Norse god of Asgard trickery. And the name was written all over the holding tank behind him, ending with 2 big words in red pen: death. Rice mission takeout, mission accomplished. Loki scanned the area and didn't spot the silver-haired woman, the bloodied and battered head that turned out to be Poseidon's. Could it be that she really has the power to kill gods? Loki looked at the delivery boy in front of him. What's your name? Road to nowhere. Where's the silver-haired woman? Lu Wuwei pointed behind him with a raised eyebrow. Loki was inwardly shocked. Longing stepped out from a piece of nothingness with a sardonic smile at the corner of her mouth as her lightning-fast swing rushed at Loki's bowing with a whistling gale. Loki clenched both fists and a flash of blue light flashed as Longing hit the ground. Run away? She snapped her head back to look over the battlefield of the frost giants, where a young girl stood beside Loki, only to see the girl pull a parchment scroll out of her pocket and hand it to Loki. Minami! Lin Xie's twin swords were drenched in the frost giant's blood as he snapped his head up to look at the sky in front of him and realized that Si Xiaonan was standing with Loki. What's going on, Captain? The chains with a fury behind Chen Mai chopped off the heads of the 2 frost giants looking toward Lin Xie and sighed helplessly. Xiaonan, he's an agent of Loki, the god of trickery. The people who heard this were shocked that the usually happy, smiling Si Xiaonan was Loki's agent. When Lin Xie heard this, his eyes went black as if it was a bolt from the blue. Look out! A star blade quickly swept past his ear and plunged into the chest of a frost giant behind Lin Xie. 7 nights. Now is not the time to think about this matter. Chen Mai was confronting the frost giant in front of him with his star blade in hand. And as Red Tassel looked at the Loki duo in the sky above, his hands gripped his lance tightly, and a ball of magnificent colored flames filled it once again. She quickly swept across the battlefield, her feet on the bodies of 2 frost giants, and stabbed towards Loki in the air with a full fury. Loki, give me back my Minami. Red Riding, come back. Chen Mai was startled at the sight and hurriedly shouted towards her. The flaming lance was close at hand, only to see Loki's ghostly smile. An even more enormous blue vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above. A bright pillar of blue light broke through the thick clouds, and a terrifying roar of a huge beast came out from the vortex. A huge claw of a pitch-black beast slapped down hard towards Red Tassel's body. And suddenly, a black figure swept through the air to save Red Tassel from this huge claw. It was followed by a giant octopus descending from a vortex in the sky, its tens of meters long tentacles sweeping across the battlefield. Loki scanned Lin Xie in the center of the battlefield from the air, and suddenly a wave of energy entered Lin Xie's mind. You will never be able to protect the people you hold dear, the family, the companions who will die because of you. You can't stop the destruction of this city.
You're a sinner in this city after all. Loki's voice kept echoing in Lin Xia's mind as he gritted his teeth and plunged the blade into the ground, feeling a headache coming on. He looked at the crowd of bloodied men on the battlefield, each covered in the tainted blood of the giants, and he stood up through the excruciating pain to look at the expressionless Xi Xiaonan at Loki's side. Shut up! I can't stand by and watch Minami be taken away. Loki smiled faintly as he waved towards Lin Xia. Farewell, blasphemer. Chapter 114, The Miracle of the Miracle. Lin Xia's eyes once again erupted with a black and gold energy shadow as he leaned down and stepped on the ground, his sharp blade instantly decapitating the two frost giants that stopped in front of him. He chopped down towards Loki with full fury. The noisy battlefield in his ears suddenly quieted down, and he looked around blankly. He had somehow reached the Tsangnan city limits. Where is this? He looked blankly at the wilderness around him. Outside Canyon City. Loki's voice came from behind him. Lin Xia turned around violently as he looked in the direction of Tsangnan City. I wasn't just on the battlefield. Ha 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 ha, do you think the god of trickery is only capable of pulling off petty tricks? You entered my teleportation spell the moment you stepped into the air. Deceiving space is also my most skillful means. Lin Xia couldn't help but tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword after hearing this. He looked behind Loki again and didn't find Xi Xiaonan's figure. Don't look, she has left your dasha and has followed me back to Asgard. What? Lin Xia was shocked. How is that possible? What's here is just a doppelganger. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to risk my life? Loki taunted. Lin Xia's heart thumped upon hearing this and his expression instantly stiffened. So, you brought me here to kill me? No, no, no. Loki held up a finger and waved it in front of his eyes. You look back at your canyon city. Lin Xi heard the night after and snapped his head back to look at the city, which was emanating a bit of starlight that began to dissipate from the top of one of the tallest building towers. Why? Lin Xia blankly took another step in the direction of the city, his pupils shrinking slightly as he looked at the city that was gradually disappearing in front of him as if he understood something. Why had he never left Songnan as a child? Why was this Night's Watch recruit intensive training purposely set in Songnan? Previously, Fang Ming would take himself with him wherever he went, but this time he refused to take himself with him no matter what when he went to Shangjing for a meeting? Loki looked at the trembling Lin Xia in front of him and smiled faintly. It's because of your birth that this city was obliterated. Your mortal dust divine realm has truly performed a miracle, to be able to let this city, which should have been obliterated by Shiva's grudge, languish for 10 years. That's marvelous. Canyon City. A short old house like sand melted into a bit of golden light scattered in all directions. Some towering buildings are fading at a fast speed. The sturdy asphalt pavement disappeared to bare the muddy earth. Streetlights, green billboards, cafes, game halls, and any modern buildings along the street side dispersed in all directions with the wind. Everything in the entire Tsangnan city was like a bubble floating in the air directly shattered. Countless people in the city watched their loved ones turn into a wisp of golden light have been terrified. All of them stretched out their own hands in an effort to try to catch their cherished ones but were unable to do so. Streets filled with heartbreaking cries. Lin Xia's house. Yang Jin looked at his mother who was dissipating, trying hard to keep his head down to keep his tears from falling. Jin. His mother's voice trembled a little. She stretched out her own dissipating palms to cup Yang Jin's cheeks, and memories that had been dusty for a decade gushed out like spring water. Jin, don't cry, you and Xiaoqi have been great. I am truly blessed to have such special children as you two in this life. Yang Jin reached out and wiped the tears from his eyes as he hurriedly took out his soul nanobag and said to his mother, Mom, this is the soul nanobag. It's enough to hold the souls of the entire city. Moreover, Fang Ming said that he has a treasure that can bring you back to life again as long as your soul is still alive. So you may have to commit for a while, and after this war, I'll have you back. The mother's body had already dissipated most of the time. She looked at Yang Jin with loving eyes. Have labored all my life. I don't ask for anything else, as long as you and Xiaoqi can be safe. Yang Jin could no longer suppress his inner sadness after hearing this. He rushed over and hugged half of his mother's body and cried uncontrollably, while his mother was turned into a burst of golden light in his own arms and was collected into the nascent soul bag. Yang Jin then opened the window and placed the soul bag in his palm, his low voice echoing in every corner of the city. Spirit returns. The countless golden torrents seemed to have found their place and quickly surged into the soul-nurturing bag. On the battlefield of the giants, the underworld hound and the North Sea giant demon summoned by Loki were torn into pieces by Long Ying's empty hands with a hiss of pain, splattering blood for hundreds of miles. She carried the bloody head of the giant dog of the underworld, its spine still attached at the break. Long Ying watched as the portal in the distant sky fought to hurl the head of the giant dog of the underworld. As her palm traced through the air, a powerful and ferocious destructive force erupted from her palm, and an explosive nova as vast as a star swung out from her palm. Demon grudge robbery. The burst nova swept towards the portal, a shocking explosion bloomed in the air. The aftermath of the explosion dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, and the sky was clear up to this point. As the members of the Phoenix Squad looked at the torn-apart octopus tentacles in front of them and Long Ying's brutal method of killing the hunters, they couldn't help but feel a chill rise in their hearts. That's brutal. Kong wound, Captain, don't you want to compete against Fong Ming? Why don't you take him for practice first? Xia Simeng. I don't want my head and body torn apart. Now that the portal is interrupted and there are less than 200 frost giants left, push harder. Suddenly, a rapid flaming meteor crashed to the ground, the smoke dispersed, and Fong Ming's figure stood upright in front of the crowd. He silently gazed at the tide of frost giants in front of him, and a long, fiery blade with a blazing fire suddenly coalesced in the palm of his right hand. Accompanied by a roar, he plunged the flaming long sword into the ground and clutched the hilt with both hands in a death grip and twisted it with force. In a flash, tens of meters of fiery waves were raised, engulfing all of the frost giants in the battle line, and the giants' massive bodies were instantly turned into black powder that floated in the air. Captain, are you still going to compete with him? Xia Simeng. Lin Qiye. Where is Lin Qiye? At this time, the city behind the crowd was turning into golden light and began to dissipate rapidly. The member of Team 136 watched as Chen Mai's body was dissipating, and he knew that it was perhaps fated that he might actually have to return to this world. Chen Mai looked at the clear sky, his clothes were already drenched in the giant's blood, he collapsed on the ground with some fatigue, stretching out his hand to look at his fingertips that were being transformed into gold dust, he released a smile. Is this day still here? His vision was so blurred that he could no longer even make out the anxious look of his teammates looking at him, and all he could hear was the sad hissing of his teammate Ben in his ear. Suddenly, he felt a warm palm holding his wrist in place, and instantly his vision returned to clarity, and his dissipated body returned to its original state. He looked at Fong Ming's calm face. You can really. Fong Ming punched him in the head. Look, Captain, you're starting to question a god's strength again. This was the first and only person that Fong Ming had saved from being obliterated by Shiva's grudge. He looked somewhat guiltily at the disappearing city, then said to Longing behind him, clean up the scene first. Now, there's only one left. Chapter 115, Soul Scorching. Lin Qiye went crazy after all. Lin Qiye's heart raced as he looked at the dissipating Sangnan city, and he immediately deployed all the spiritual energy in his body to the extreme as he ran wildly in the direction of his home like a madman. Just after the blazing angel in his own mind told him the truth about Sangnan city, he rushed to his home as fast as he could. Lin Qiye stood in the middle of a wilderness looking at the weeds under his feet, where should have been his home, remembering all the short old buildings, notice boards, and the hustle and bustle of the past now returned to silence. His home is gone. The sun was already approaching the corner of the mountain, and the once towering city of Sangnan could now be seen almost as far as the eye could see. The golden sunset reflects the lonely figure of Lin Qiye. The autumn wind is full of bitterness, the street side of the lost children are still crying, some do not know the survivors are warming up, and now they are each other's only remaining dependents. No. That won't be the case. Impossible. Lin Qiye's body stiffened as he tried to calm down his tumbling emotions, 2 lines of tears slipping down his cheeks to drip onto the dirt below his once home. Bits and pieces of his life over the past 10 years flooded into his mind like a spring, and he flung himself to his knees, cupping his hands in the fine sand and hissing in agony. No. Killing Angel said that I have a complete, mortal dust divine realm, so I can definitely maintain it for a while longer. Lin Qiye climbed up, golden points of light converged in front of his body, a piercing light erupted in his eyes. At this moment, the mortal dust divine domain was being pushed to the extreme by him. As a pillar of light erupted from his body, he once again fell to the ground panting heavily. Lin Qiye looked at the front that was motionless, still barren. He knew that he had failed. He snapped his fingers into the dirt angrily, his eyes were bloodshot, and the corner of his mouth was already spilling some blood from his bite. Suddenly, he thought of something. Soul. There must still be a soul when the flesh is worn out. Fong Ming. Right. He said he could bring people back to life with just a hint of a soul. Lin Qiye stood up, he looked around and once again mobilized a strand of residual spiritual energy, but let alone a soul, there was not even a trace of the soul's existence. Lin Qiye grabbed his hair, unprecedented pain and unwillingness intertwined in his heart. Sometime later, 3 pillars of suppressed emotion magic light struck Lin Qiye's body, and Merlin's silhouette appeared in front of him. Lin Qiye looked at Merlin's figure. Thank you, Lord Merlin. He took a deep breath and spoke. He then turned to look in the direction he was running from and drew the star sword behind him. Since, right now, he couldn't do anything to resurrect his family, he looked at the endless smoke of the battlefield behind him, and his eyes once again erupted with endless killing intent. Loki, I want you to bury my family, everyone in all of Sangnan City. A golden aura exploded around him, and in the next moment, this body passed through space and arrived at the edge of Sangnan City. At this moment, Loki covered his incomparably painful chest and looked at Fong Ming in front of him with extreme horror in his eyes. You! Whoa! Loki coughed up a mouthful of blood violently. How? Why aren't you obliterated? Fong Ming kept looking at the half-kneeling Loki with scornful eyes. The bodies that should have been obliterated together survived under the power of the horse talisman, but the 2 conceptual forces collided with each other, tearing the 2 souls inside. The sealed memories from the original world were awakened, and a hint of sadness passed through Fong Ming's eyes. Instead of answering Loki's question head-on, he crouched down in front of Loki's body and spoke coldly. Answer me, have you ever experienced the pain of losing a loved one?
Loki half-kneeled and squinted at the cold face. So you're just like him, a poor man of this world. Pitiful? Fong Ming reached out and pinched Loki's neck, and as his 5 fingers exerted force, Loki's face rose red. He wanted to mobilize the divine might within his body but was suppressed by the terrifying aura emanating from Fong Ming's surroundings. Loki stared at Fong Ming with unwilling eyes, a few words emerging from his mouth with difficulty. Do you dare to tell me what your name is? Fong Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of a disdainful smile. At the point of death, I was not expecting you to still be able to speak such tough words. Then you should remember, my name is Mu Fong. A nightmare for your Asgard in the future. I know you're just a doppelganger now, and killing you won't affect you in any way. But I have many ways to make your very self feel pain. After saying that, Fong Ming's eyes once again flickered with the blazing fire that scorched the soul, and a soul blaze that obliterated the evils of the world surged into Loki's eyes. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, immediately felt an invisible soul flame burning his own divine soul, although not enough to be fatal, but it would also bring endless pain from this heavy injury. Behind him, Lin Chia walked slowly with his sword in both hands, endless killing intent still spreading in his eyes. He walked over to Fong Ming's side and slowly stabbed the 2 star blades into Loki's body, one in the center of his eyebrow and one in his heart. Accompanied by 2 red and gold flames and Loki's agonizing hiss, the god's body quickly dissipated, turning into a wisp of black powder that floated in the air. The edge of Daxia. Si Xianan's hand was placed on Lang Xian's chest, and she as Loki's agent could clearly feel one of his bilocations perishing in an abyss of extreme pain. She looked up at Lang Xian beside her. You may die in your body if you go back with me. And I can do it alone, you didn't have to come with me. It's not too late to regret it. Lang Xian stood by her side, some of his own blood still remaining on his hand, and he reached out to hold that tender little hand, his gaze not the least bit fearful. I told you I'd go back with you, you need me for your plan. Si Xiaonan didn't reply, only his gaze was filled with perseverance. The imprint of a divine soul cannot be erased, and even though he's heavily injured right now, it's not something the 2 of us can deal with. Then wait, even until old age, until death, and I will help you fulfill your mission. Hearing this, Si Xianan's eyes moved a bit, her lips trembled slightly, only spitting out 2 words, let's go. Fong Ming turned back to look at Lin Xie behind him, only to see that his body was stiff, and his pupils were devoid of the slightest bit of luster as he kept his gaze in the direction of Chang'an City. Jin. Jin. Lin Xie repeated these words over and over again. The 3 spell formations that sealed his emotions were about to shatter, and just as Fong Ming channeled the foreign energy in his body to try and maintain the 3 shattered spell formations, a golden light descended behind him. Scholar Mu Fong. Fong Ming snapped back to his iconic hat and surcoat. Monk Dawn? No, the poor monk of today is, under the dharma name Golden Cicada. Wouldn't that still be the same? What, are you going to stop me? Fong Ming asked with some dissatisfaction. And how do you know my former name before I crossed over? Only to see the Golden Cicada Z folding his hands. I have realized the cycle of the 10,000 paths and can see through all things in the world. Caster Lin Xie is destined to suffer a subjugation. If we forcefully intervene, we are bound to affect karma. Posturing. Fong Ming muttered. What about when he goes crazy? Scholar Mu Fong has his own answer in his heart. There's your mom. Fong Ming inwardly cursed, but in the end, he listened to Golden Cicada Z's advice. It was impossible for the magic array to suppress emotions to continue for a lifetime. That would turn Lin Xie into an emotionless and soulless machine. Despite the fact that there were horse runes that repelled external forces to repair his spirit, the memory of losing his loved ones would always be with him, and now that Yang Jin never came to find himself, then it meant that he had already used his divine power to activate the coffin of sacred radiance to bring his aunt back to life, but he was just unable to return to the earth at the moment. The 3 magic arrays shattered, and a hiss of pain came from behind Fong Ming as he looked at Lin Xie, whose body was convulsing on the ground with an incomparably heavy heart. The golden aura of that miracle flickered constantly in his eyes as his soul was constantly torn apart to put together the group, only to see the Golden Cicada Z walk over to Lin Xie's side. His fingertips flickered with a ray of golden light, accompanied by this golden light striking into Lin Xie's brow before quieting him down. By the time Lin Xie woke up, it was already evening. During this time, Fong Ming had been by his side. He opened his eyes to look at Fong Ming and muttered under his breath, Jean, how did you grow so big? Chapter 116, New Worlds. Fong Ming cursed. Is this Lenten asylum a must? He looked at Lin Xie, who was running madly all over the ground, both helpless and heartbroken. He casually changed into an Ultraman toy and threw it to Lin Xie. Alas, cured and committed. The pain of losing a loved one wasn't something that could be cured in a short period of time, and if divine power was used to treat Lin Xie's soul trauma, then it also allowed him to switch back and forth between normalcy and insanity. Instead of the moon, the sky is filled with stars this evening. The peace firm. Everyone's mood was incomparably heavy as they sat on the stone slab aside holding their weapons without saying a word, plus Si Xiaonan and Lang Xian's departure added to the heavy mood. There was a figure or 2 in the distance, one of which kept bouncing along pulling on the other's arm. That's Fong Ming in 7 Nights. When Shima noticed the duo's figure, immediately stood up and pointed in that direction, shouting excitedly. The other squad members also got up in a hurry and ran in that direction. Chenmai frowned at the sight of the somewhat insane Lin Xie and the constantly flickering golden light on his body. What is wrong with him? Fang Ming's voice was a bit hoarse. Crazy. Crazy. How? How did this happen? Wu Shangnan looked incredulously at Fang Ming, who was giggling. Can it be cured? Yes, but curing it will also make him crazy. His feelings for his loved ones far exceed those of others, plus the overly self-condemnation that this city has created because he was obliterated can't be erased. Fang Ming sighed. It's fine to seal the memories, but if there will eventually be a day when they're unlocked, on that day he'll probably go crazy again too. Then there's no way? Hong Ning pulled Fang Ming's arm to look at Lin Xie with sadness in her eyes. Fang Ming also had a taste of all the helplessness. He wasn't omnipotent, his divine power was useless in front of human emotions. Then he sighed. Now we can only see if the higher-ups have a way to cure it. In the firm, the atmosphere was extremely depressing as the people from Phoenix Squad and Squad 136 sat in the hall, having truly seen a city disappear. Everyone's gazes were directed towards a room, and in a short while, a figure in a white coat walked out of the room. Seeing the doctor walk out, Chenmai hurriedly went forward and inquired, "Doctor, how is he?" The others also stood up to see the ray of golden light through the doorway. It's a bad situation. The doctor shook his head. The pain of losing a loved one while his soul was so traumatized was too deep, and the obsession within him was deep enough to destroy a person's spirit altogether. Though he had awakened to consciousness, all he saw were scenes of life with his loved ones. In other words, he is now completely immersed in the spiritual world he created, and as a result, he keeps pushing the mortal dust divine realm to try to create another miracle, only to reincarnate indefinitely in failure. After hearing the doctor's words, Fang Ming frowned slightly. Do you have a way to cure him? The doctor followed the voice and looked at Fang Ming. Spiritual treatment is only an aid, most of it still depends on whether or not he can walk out of that pain. What if we add the infusion of divine power? Divine power isn't everything, I think you know that very well, and I wouldn't be here if your divine power worked. Also, his mortal god domain belongs to the ultra-high-risk god ruins, and it's easy to go berserk in a mentally unstable situation, so we're going to take him to the Lenten Institute for treatment. Fang Ming listened, *******. Sure enough, then can we go together? Chenmai spoke up at this point, not wanting to let his team members go alone to whichever place was known to hold criminals. All the forbidden ruins there could not be cast, which meant that criminals there were all equal, and physical strength depended on the results of their usual experience. You won't be able to do much when you get there, and the forbidden ruins within you will be suppressed. The doctor replied, and the Lenten Institute isn't a place where you can just go and leave if you want to. Do you not care about Sangnan City? What if I have to go? Fang Ming's tone was somewhat cold. At this moment, Fang Ming stood beside Red Coma and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. His memories of crossing over had already been unsealed. He didn't know how he could return to the world he once was in, but in this world, he had already treated Lin Xie, Red Coma, the other members of Squad 136, and the ones from the set training as his family. The doctor listens. I have no problem if Commander Yi agrees. After that Sangnan god battle, the two gods that his men had beheaded plus the one that he had beheaded himself had caused the foreign energy in his body to increase once again, and it had reached a terrifying 1246 foreign energy. Now it only takes a few minutes to get to any place he wants to designate, and short distances can even be reached in a few seconds. So, when are you leaving then? Red Rumor asked the doctor in a somewhat anxious mood. In an hour. That fast? Chenmai said. So, can we go in and see him? The doctor frowned, but then looked at Fang Ming and spoke, yes. The crowd immediately rushed towards the room that was filled with golden light, only to see Lin Xie calmly lying on the bed, and the room that had been set up earlier had long since disappeared. In its place, there were, instead, worn wooden floors, a stiff crib, and a moldy desk with a bookcase neatly arranged with a few scattered books. Some of the yellowed curtains next to it swung in the wind. How could there be windows underground when this room was the home that Lin Xie had subconsciously created with the mortal dust divine ruins, the home that he had once lived in? The crowd didn't speak, and even their movements were careful for fear of disturbing Lin Xie's rest. 1 hour later, the logistic army that had come to garrison and reconstruct Sangnan City had already arrived, and of course, Yifan had personally come to the scene, and he was accompanied by a red Sengoku woman. Master! Dragon Spirit walked over to Fang Ming's side and called out in a low voice. Well, you did a good job. Commander Yi, you even came in person. Fang Ming stood at the door while the other members, except for Red Tassel, all followed the army forward to pacify the crowd. It's not right for me not to come when something so big has happened. I'm sorry about Lin Xie. Yifan took off his military cap and turned to look at the crumbling Sangnan City. I heard that you're going with Lin Xie as well. It's not like we're going together. It's only a few minutes to go to the fasting center if I want to. I still want to stay home for a while to accompany Red Coma. Fang Ming said as he looked at the Red Coma beside him whose eyes were still reddening. Then, Yifan was just about to speak. However, to ensure Lin Xie's safety, I'll have Longing follow you. Hearing this, the corners of Yifan's mouth twitched slightly. That silver-haired woman who tore apart the giant dogs of the underworld with her bare hands? Don't worry, she's absolutely friendly to the friendly side, and I'm doing this in case anything goes wrong. Yifan had no choice but to give up when he saw Fong Ming's repeated insistence. After all, what could he do if he didn't agree? What if he didn't agree in case she dismantled the fasting house? Half an hour later, the car slowly drove off. Fong Ming and Red Tassel gazed at the car with Lin Xia inwardly complex. Wife. I'm sorry, Fong Ming's voice seemed to be a little choked. He no longer knew what tears tasted like. This feeling of powerlessness filled his heart. Redshift shook his head and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hand. I don't blame you, you've been great. You always face the world with an unruly posture. In fact, you are really the one who was soft inside. That night actually I lied to you. Actually, you didn't just say the word Mufeng. You had a cozy family once, didn't you? Chapter 117, The World Honging Aspires to, Longing Prepares to Awaken Lin Xia. As the magic wand in Fong Ming's hand erupted into a shining pink light, a seed symbolizing hope fell into the ground of Songnan City, and suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and several tall buildings rose up from the ground. Although it was not possible to restore the prosperous scene of the original Songnan City, these also already had the most basic living conditions. The logistical armies that came to the rescue marveled at the sight before them. That's great, for nothing. Chen Mai and the others followed the logistics army, explaining to this soldier just now, the most important thing now is not the living conditions, but how to pacify the people. All of them have lost their closest friends and relatives, and many of them are now extremely mentally unstable, and these tall buildings are merely shelters for their bodies. Zhao Kongcheng carried some rescue supplies and followed the group. Captain is right, the cost this time is just too much. That's a whole city of people. Quickly, the ones in the back follow. A leading officer at the front shouted from the front with a trumpet. After a day-long rescue and resettlement, all the surviving people had their own shelter for the time being, which was not enough to be called home. At night, Fong Ming sat alone on the roof of the peace office, his hands leaning on the roof boards looking at the dark sky, surrounded by dead silence. Once upon a time at this time, the scent of a meal should have wafted through the alleyway along with the cacophony of gossip from the other portals. And he's figuring out how to get back to the original world. Hey, honey! Red Tassel appeared out of nowhere by Fong Ming's side, wrapped his arm around him and sat down. Fong Ming was obviously startled, then he stroked Hong Ying's head with a doting expression. It's so late, you're still not sleeping? Red Ruffles shook his head. How can I sleep if you don't? Right now the captain and the men are still out there pacifying the people. Fong Ming looked towards the distance. It was the most prosperous place. Once there were 10,000 lights, but now there were only a few lights. I was going to pick a nice day to prepare for the wedding, but now 7 nights has been taken to a fasting facility, and Wu Shannon was ordered by the higher-ups to be transferred today to investigate the matter of Takatenkura in Japan. Red Koma stroked the hair that fell on her ears to the back of her head after hearing this. Weddings don't mean anything either. This peace office also often has things like young couples getting divorced after marriage. And aren't we fine now? You, me, and our companions are alive. In this era full of crises, the Red Koma's expectations have almost been reduced to the most basic: live, safe on the line. Fong Ming lowered his head and giggled after hearing this as he pulled out a photo from his pocket of a cozy family of 4. Yikes, is this you as a kid? It's quite handsome. Fong Ming took the photo and looked at the 4 people on the photo. Fong Ming stood beside his mother while his father next to him was holding his sister in his arms. The family was smiling so brightly. Is this little girl your sister? So cute. Fong Ming nodded. Yes, and I don't know if they're doing well now. If I can, I really want to take you, the captain, Lao Zhao, 7 nights, take all of you home to introduce to them and tell them that I have made a lot of friends and even married a beautiful wife. Hearing Fong Ming's words, Hong Ying hugged Fong Ming's arm even tighter as she giggled along with him. Then is there a mystery in your original world? Or is there a god? Fong Ming shook his head. No, the world I lived in was very peaceful. There were no difficult mysteries or alien evil gods. If you have the money you can still travel abroad on your regular vacation and see the outside world. Really? Is life so peaceful there? Red Ruffian continued to ask after her, as if she was longing for her original world. Not really, but it's a lot better than here. Inside an empty ward of the fasting facility, Long Ying stood beside Dr. Li, frowning at the instruments connected to Lin Xia's body and scratching his head. Can't read, can you? Dr. Li smiled slightly and puffed out his chest in a proud manner. Long Ying, just as long as you can read it? What's his condition? Dr. Li frowned and took a deep breath. There's nothing physically wrong with him, but it's still up to him as to when he wakes up. And you know this thing can't be forced. Long Ying nodded, then walked to the doorway of Lin Xia's hospital room to press her face close to the door lock on one side. Identity verification successful. Originally, the identity verification was unsuccessful in the beginning, but as a result, Long Ying directly dismantled this door lock with her bare hands, causing Dr. Li to put in a lot of effort to install it and then enter Long Ying's identity into it. This incident directly psychologized Dr. Li. He looked at Long Ying's back and muttered in his heart, this violent woman. Today was the 181st day that Lin Xie had arrived at the Lenten Psychiatric Hospital, and he showed no signs of waking up. Longing walked to Lin Xie's side and frowned. The uneventful days couldn't help but make her feel a little bored. She was tired of fighting the landlord and playing mahjong with those medical staff all day long. When she came, Fang Ming instructed her that she could try to go inside Lin Xie's spiritual depths to take a look, so Longing also tried a dozen times but failed. This time, she was going to try again. As Longing closed her eyes, a powerful energy fluctuation hit Lin Xie's mind. Inside the Asylum of the Gods. Chang. Succeeded? Longing looked at the several large letters at the entrance of the mental hospital in front of him. How is it still a mental hospital? Longing tidied up her attire and stepped through the gate of the mental hospital, where Nyx was still sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun, holding half of a black sweater that had been tentatively shaped. Apparently Nyx noticed the outsider as she put down the needle and thread in her hands and walked towards Longing. Where are you from? She asked cautiously, for this place was all a shelter for the dead souls of the outside world, and now the intrusion of a soul full of life made her wary. When she learned that Longing had come to help her child, she dropped her guard and brought Longing into the courtyard. Mei Lin looked at the Longing in front of him and bowed very gentlemanly in greeting. Greetings, Your Excellency Longing. You know me? Of course, I'm the god of magic who can see through anyone's past and future, and you contain a tremendous amount of energy within you, so having you on board might be able to awaken Dean Lin. Not far away, Li Yifei was sitting in the doorway with a spider with a sad face. Brother Fei, when do you think Dean Lin will wake up? How I feel about. Whoa! Fei, there's an intruder. Li Yifei was immediately alert upon hearing this. He looked towards Longing who was not far away and sighed in relief. Harm, what intruder? That's Dean Lin's friend. She's supposed to be here to help us wake up Dean Lin, right? Spider brightened up at that. Really? Can this pretty sister really help us wake up Dean Lin? Li Yifei stroked his chin gaze affirmatively. Definitely, look at her discussing with Grandma and Lord Merlin there. Her strength is definitely not inferior to them. The power of 3 people can always wake up Dean Lin, right? Longing nodded after listening to Mei Lin's plan. Listen to you, then let's do it. Alright, Sir Nyx and Sir Longing, please follow me. The duo then followed Merlin's footsteps to the entrance of the mental hospital building. Longing looked towards Li Yifei's duo standing in the doorway and greeted them with a smile. How are you guys, little snake spirit, little arachnid? Chapter 118. Lin Xie seems to be a bit manic. Li Yifei's face stiffened after hearing this. How does this woman know my essence? The 3 words little snake spirit made his memory fly back to that night, the old mental illness that appeared in front of him. All day long he yelled about the old man and the snake charmer having 7 gourds. Fang Ming. I don't suppose this woman is in league with him, is she? A spider tugged on Li Yifei's coat corner after hearing this. Brother Fei, she can see our instance, eh? Yes. Ha ha. Ha ha. Suddenly, 2 streams of skyrocketing divine pressure raged in the mental hospital. Nyx's Black Knight origin and Merlin's magic origin collided with each other. The aftermath of the erupted energy almost destroyed the courtyard, but Lin Xie's pupils sitting inside the mental hospital building radiated an even more terrifying golden divine power to suppress the 2 streams of colliding energy once again. Nyx and Merlin were originally patients who came to this mental hospital, and were themselves confined by this cage, so no matter what, they couldn't break through this layer of energy shackles, whereas Longing didn't belong here in the first place, and she was able to recklessly exert the terrifying foreign energy contained within her body. Longing's expression changed slightly after looking at it. Her hands were once again filled with foreign energy like vast stars, and the 40% energy she had inherited was now enough to unfold her own nebula domain. A pillar of void green energy light with the power of extinguishing stars instantly rose up from the ground. Is that? A spider felt that the entire world was trembling. She hurriedly climbed onto Li Yifei's back. The energy tornado of the 3 rushing energies colliding with each other kept rushing inside the Asylum of the Gods. The layer of invisible shackles in the sky was instantly torn apart. Sitting upstairs, Lin Xie's fingers trembled slightly for a moment, and his eyes seemed to be filled with renewed vigor. Dreams. Lin Xie was sitting at the dining table enjoying a rare cozy moment with his aunt and Jean. The hand he held the bowl of rice and kept trembling as his lips parted slightly. Auntie. 2 lines of tears ran down his face and dripped into the bowl of rice. Jin, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you all. Auntie and young Jean also put down their dishes at the same time and looked at Lin Xie reluctantly. Auntie looked at Lin Xie, who was stealing sobs, with some heartache, and then reached out those warm hands to hold his wrist. Xiaoqi, don't worry about Auntie. Thanks to your comrades, Auntie survived, and now Auntie is well, and so are those gods of ours who are waiting for you. Yang Jin, brother, I'm here, Mom's fine, go fulfill your mission, Dasha, the world needs you. When Lin Xie heard this, his body trembled even more violently, and everything created beside him began to rapidly crumble, and the shackles within his body opened up, and with a shattering sound of glass, he fell into an endless abyss. The surging spiritual power that was dusted inside his body was churning. Inside the Asylum of the Gods, Lin Xie walked out of the building wearing a white coat and frowned slightly as he looked at the mess in the courtyard. Then with a wave of his hand, the courtyard regained its usual calm. My child, Nyx cried tears of joy at the sight of Lin Xie, her eyes filled with tears as she rushed over and hugged Lin Xie. Lin Xie also smiled and cupped Nyx's cheeks. "I've made you worry, mother." Merlin came forward with his magic wand in hand, also very happy. "Congratulations, Monsignor Dean, on the inner shackles you have managed to break."
"Many thanks, Lord Merlin."
"There's no need to thank me. If it wasn't for His Excellency Long Ying's arrival, it might have taken a while to awaken you with our energy."
"Long Ying?" Lin Xie looked around but didn't find Long Ying's shadow. "Where is she?"
Merlin stroked his beard. "She should be gone by now."
"Inside the Lenton Psychiatric Hospital, Dr.
Li looked at the instrument in front of him, showing Lin Xie's body fluctuating violently, his face ugly. "Blanche.
What is this violent woman up to again?"
He rushed to the door of the hospital room and put his face close to the combination lock. Identity verification successful. The gate slowly opened, and the sight before him froze his expression as the corners of his mouth twitched. "This
is so nice, ha, ha ha."
Inside the hospital room, Lin Xie was sitting next to a pure white table with Longing eating a peeled apple. "Look, this is your attending doctor, Dr. Li." Longing didn't have a good face as she pointed at Dr.
Li standing in the doorway. "Hello Dr. Li."
Lin Xie held an apple in one hand and greeted towards Dr.
Li. "I'm awake, now can I go?" Dr.
Li covered his head and calmed down for a while. He didn't know what method this violent woman had used to wake up Lin Xie, and he guessed it wasn't a good one. During the period when Lin Xie didn't wake up, Longing would sometimes run to Lin Xie's hospital room to give him 2 punches when she was bored or lost the fight with the landlord, but she couldn't be persuaded by others.
"She shouldn't have woken him up, right, Dr.
Li shot Longing a look of contempt, then he replied to Lin Xie, "Ahem, not right now. Between the fact that you just woke up and your spirit is still not very stable, in the long 6 months of treatment, you have repeatedly forbidden the market to go on rampages, nearly destroying multiple therapeutic instruments valued at 800,000 yuan, and even chased after the medical staff to ask for food.
Due to its severe state of paranoia and self-isolation, as well as the potential for extremely bad external influence, we will need to keep you under observation for some time yet."
Lin Xie. He looked to Longing, who was at the side, and asked incredulously, "Is everything he said true?"
"Longing, indeed, you do chase after the paramedics' asses for food.
Then,
how long do I need to observe?"
Lin Xie asked with a bit of uncertainty. "Minimum 1 year, maximum 3 years.
"Shenma?"
Lin Xie asked with his mouth wide open in extreme surprise.
"A year? Then the cucumber dish is cold."
Lin Xie immediately stood up, but immediately felt a blackness before his eyes and almost fell. The long period of time without mental and physical training had left him in a much worse physical state now, and aside from the realm elevation to Chuan, the rest of his physical abilities were not as good as those of an ordinary soldier.
"Look, what can you do if you go out now?"
"Might as well stay here for a while, and then go out when you've fully recovered and we're sure you're mentally intact."
Dr. Li replied.
Lin Xie lowered his head and thought deeply for a moment. "It's not impossible."
Dr.
Li was surprised to hear this reply. He had already planned to persuade Lin Xie bitterly, but he didn't expect him to be so forthcoming. "Alright, then you rest well now. I'll go prepare some entertainment for you before you get bored."
Snap. Dr.
Li closed the door behind him and left the room.
A second later, Blanche. "A year? I don't want to stay at ING Day. Sister Longing, take me out. I know that you definitely can't be trapped here."
Lin Xie begged with a pitiful expression.
"This, I have to ask the master."
Longing refused. After all, Fang Ming had only asked her to come and accompany Lin Xie to avoid accidents, but he hadn't asked himself to take him out either.
"Good. No problem."
Lin Xie readily agreed. After all, he was well aware of his friendship with Fang Ming. He would definitely save himself out without hesitation. By the time Longing finished his call, Lin Xie had already unzipped the hospital gown on himself and was ready to go out.
"I'm sorry, the master said no."
Kidding? Lin Xie was furious. He picked up the landline on the table and called Fang Ming.
"No? What do you mean? Are you happy that you have to manage me for a year and a half?
Hurry up and get me out of here or I'll present you an asterisk at asterisk hashtag and at star."
"When I do."
Lin Xie cursed at the phone for a full 5 minutes. At this time, Fang Ming was in the northern part of Grand Xia clearing out a sea realm mystery, and he rubbed his palms together to find a clean place to sit. "Calm down, 7 nights old brother, look at you, mania IU.
I'm telling you, your mission in the asylum is not yet complete. I'm on a bull **** mission. Playing poker, huh?"
Lin Xie cursed as he looked at the poker cards scattered on the table. In the back, Fang Ming spent 10 minutes telling him that there were traitors in the fasting house, and that the ravings that ran away from him would probably sneak into the fasting house, and that he had kept him there in order to have an inside man.
"Like this?"
Lin Xie frowned. "You'd better not lie to me. If you do you'll be finished when I get out."
"Don't worry, you still don't trust me? Aren't you bored there? Why don't I send the dragon spirit over there as well, just to make up a table to fight the landlord?"
Chapter 119, Longing. "I dish I have reason, you dish I beat you up. Pull back, hang up." Lin Xie returned to the bed after hanging up the phone in a huff. The most important thing now was to restore his physical abilities. He could clearly feel that all his body functions had dropped quite a bit during the time he had been lying here. He attempted a few push-ups and began to gasp for air before he reached 100. Hoo, damn, it's really not as big as it used to be. He somewhat wretchedly climbed up just in time to see Long Ying on the side, who was looking at himself with a look of disgust. Long Ying muttered. Suddenly, Lin Xie thought of something. Since there was Long Ying here, wouldn't it be wonderful to have her as his chaperone? Sister Dragon. What for? Are you busy? Lin Xie picked up the peeled apple on the table with a pleasing look and handed it to Long Ying. Not busy, or even a little bored staying here. Why don't you come be my chaperone? I'll pay you a salary. Wage this thing I can't use at the moment. Oh. Long Ying took a bite of her apple and held out her finger in front of her face. Lin Xie frowned when he heard this. Long Ying really couldn't use a salary. She was a contracted person. She had nothing else to ask for other than to follow Fong Ming's orders, and it was even fine if she didn't eat for a few months. Just as Lin Xie was racking his brain on how to bribe Long Ying, the door to the room opened. Only Dr. Li was seen dragging a delivery van behind him with a huge cardboard box on top. What's in this? Lin Xie asked as he ran over and looked at and pointed at the paper box. Dr. Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. After all, it's a psychiatric patient that Commander Yi specially greeted, so it's only right to give you a little treat. Dr. Li tore open the tape sealed on the paper box. A stream of golden light flashed. The paper box was packed with 2 top configuration desktop computers, an 85-inch high-definition LCD TV, 2 Switch, 2 PS5, dumbbells, barbells. Lin Xie twitched the corners of his mouth when he saw that this tiny cardboard box was filled with so many things. It was simply not very convenient to be in a self-contained space. Why are they all for 2? Lin Xie asked as he looked at the cardboard box. Because I am. Long Ying interjected. Dr. Li nodded. If he didn't find something for Long Ying to do, he couldn't help but say that she would sit on the roof of the Lenton Institute to demolish the building for fun one day when she was bored. Miss Long, do you know how to use all of these? Although Long Ying's IQ is very high and she learns things very quickly, but looking at these electronic instruments that she has never even seen before she made a mistake. This well. Lin Xie immediately rejoiced as he looked at Long Ying's guilty expression. Nice. I finally found a way to bribe her. Sister Dragon, how about I teach you to play these and you be my chaperone? Deal. Vomit roar. Ahahahaha. Dr. Li sighed as he looked at Lin Xie jumping up and down in the room. It was right to keep him down. Also, patient Lin Xie, every day to the point will be someone will take you out to let off steam, but with the prisoners held in the fasting house, after all, the space of the fasting house is only so big, everyone can only share. The cafeteria, well, it's the same. Everyone can't use the forbidden ruins here, so you don't have to worry about being in danger, and Miss Long will be watching over you all the time, so you can rest assured of your safety. Okay. Lin Xie immediately agreed, then pushed Dr. Li out the door. What are you pushing him out for? Do you know how to load these things? Long Ying asked. That Dr. Li Yuan, come over here for a moment. Lin Xie immediately opened the door and shouted. It didn't take long for an elaborate gaming gym to be remodeled. Well, let's see how it goes. Dr. Li covered his back and straightened up after installing the last screw. Pretty good, pretty good. Lin Xie nodded in satisfaction after looking around, while Long Ying sat on the gaming chair and pounded the keyboard. The equipment is public, not counting your fee. You need to pay the installation fee, which is $3,546.87. Dr. Li tapped the calculator in his hand, then pulled out the PayPal collection code. There's a ING charge for this? The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched once again. Of course, after all, you get paid for being locked up here, or it comes out of your paycheck. Dr. Li explained. Okay, so it's coming out of your paycheck. By the way, how much is my salary a month? Lin Xie shouted as he looked at Dr. Li's back as he left. 4,000. Blanche. Lin Xie cursed in his heart. Installing such a piece of, he lost a month's salary. Traitorous businessman. It must be this Dr. Li stealing kickbacks. Within moments, the sound of snapping keyboards and both sides exchanging curses came from the hospital room. A road. You hit him, why are you so stupid? Lin Xie watched Long Ying abstracts maneuvering with his headphones, sweeping away 15 drops of blood with a single pike. Long Ying heard this and carried Lin Xie's collar to himself. You curse again? Be careful, I'll beat you up. Che, didn't you just scold me? You only allowed the officials to set fire to the people? Lin Xie defiantly argued. Hiss? You're still being stubborn? I'm justified in scolding me. If you scold me, I'll beat you up. Long Ying really wanted to slap Lin Xie's mouth right now. Alright, no more cursing, no more cursing. Lin Xie couldn't beat Long Ying, so he could only go soft. Shangjing City, Vigilante Headquarters. Several people in dark cloaks were discussing something in the conference room. You're saying that the gods of Dasha really exist? Yi Fan asked, frowning as he looked across at Fong Ming.
Fong Ming nodded, yes, it's just that they can't appear right now, they're probably preparing for the final divine battle.
The last God War? Zhuo Qing muttered.
This is just a guess on my part. Fong Ming replied.
So, have you seen the gods of Daxia?
Another senior member of the Night's Watch asked.
How can I put it? Having met the two of them, their godly bodies are not yet complete, and if they had struck out in the previous Sangnan divine battle they would have caused unavoidable damage to themselves, but of course, I had promised them that they would guard the great summer frontier for the period of time that they were not there.
Fong Ming replied seriously to this senior's question. Which means they were going to strike, only you stopped them?
Exactly. The stone in Yi Fan's heart was slightly relieved when he heard this. As long as the gods of Daxia truly existed, then Daxia would not perish, and it would be enough to have the backbone to fight against the gods of other countries. It's been hard on you these past few months, going all over the country to purge the mysteries.
Yi Fan felt guilty towards Fong Ming xin.
Letting a newcomer Night's Watchman fresh out of the training camp run around the country to the end, although he was terrifyingly strong, but if he kept going out so frequently, Squad 136 was afraid that he would have a problem with it. That's not much of a problem, and cleaning them up is all a matter of moments anyway, but there sure are too many mysteries these days to be annoying. I propose that since the Blue Rain Squad was destroyed, shouldn't we set up a fifth special squad?
Fong Ming proposed. A fifth special squad?
Yi Fan frowned. Now the truth was also as Fong Ming had said, the residual power of the gods left behind after the Sangnan Divine War had revived many of the mysteries that were slumbering, and the frequency of missions carried out by the Night's Watch across the country was also increasing.
And who do you think would be a good fit for captain? I guess it's not you?
Yi Fan said.
Fong Ming did shake his head. Do you think my strength would still care about the position of a special squad leader?
I'm nothing more than an outsider, and I'm here by choice to clear up some mysteries out of my heart. I think you should have an answer in your mind without me having to tell you about the choice of the leader of the 5th Special Squad. After Yi Fan heard this, he did have a candidate in mind. Well, I'll consider this matter, and you also take a good rest for a while.
Those vigilante squads can't grow up with you around.
Okay, you guys talk, I'll go back to my wife. After saying that, Fong Ming got up and left the conference room.
Commander Yi, is it really necessary to form a 5th Special Squad? A high-ranking officer asked.
Well, with the current rash of mysteries across the country, and the investigation in the mists put on hold a few years ago, the formation of a 5th Special Squad can't be delayed.
After all, we can't keep letting someone else, a god, exercise a mission for us, can we? Chapter 120 Good news one after another.
Inside the fasting house.
Approaching the time to go out and let off steam.
The paramedic knocked on Lin Xia's hospital room, only to see her walk over to the duo with a folder. Patient Lin Xia, it's time for you to let off steam. After Lin Xia heard that he could go out, he stood up as soon as he took off his headphones. Are you going? Long Ying ignored it and instead immersed herself in the game with full concentration as she waved her hand. You go ahead.
I'll play some more. Netflix girl, let's go, leave her alone.
Afterward, Lin Xia followed the medical staff out of the hospital room. In the hallway, he frowned at a wall off to the side and reached out to touch it, realizing that all the walls here were made of synthetic steel plates a few centimeters thick. The forbidden ruins that had suppressed the prisoners had also set up such a strong wall that escaping would not be easy.
However, this cell was fine for holding ordinary prisoners, but holding someone of Long Ying's rank was simply useless.
The paramedic led Lin Xia to the combination lock, one hand blocking the keypad, the other flying down a dozen buttons, and the thick portal slowly opened. Lin Xia's eyes scattered a ray of golden aura and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He was waiting for the moment when the guards here slackened, and he was also waiting for his own strength to return to its peak stage, and at that time would be the time for him to see the light of day again. Every detail in the corridor, Lin Xia had firmly engraved in his mind with his perverted memory, which also prepared him for the prison break. But when you leave, you must kill all the traitors here, and there is the ravings of the captive Shinxingzhu. Now that his family was gone, and although he had learned that his aunt was safe now, she was not on Earth, and he didn't even know when he would meet them yet. The small gang that had accompanied him through the year in Squad 136 and the training camp was now all that was left in his life. Suddenly, Lin Xia noticed a transparent glass. The arrangement inside was exactly the same as his own, it just didn't have as much extravagant gaming equipment.
This is? Asked Lin Xia, pointing at the glass in front of him.
Oh, it's also for holding mentally ill people with ultra-high risk of banning the market, like you.
But he left a few years ago. I think his name was something like Chao Yuan.
Hearing this name, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly, but quickly returned to normal. With Chao Yuan that launched into madness who all cut the forbidden ruins, not to be imprisoned in this lifetime would be very good.
Old Chao? I don't know if they're doing well now.
Soon, Lin Xia was brought to an expansive activity field, only to see a grassy area the size of 2 or 3 soccer fields decorated with various fitness equipment. It was also the first time he had seen sunlight in months of illness.
Lin Xia stepped onto the lawn in his hospital gown, good. Soft.
Breathing fresh air again, he didn't want to go back to the ward for a while. Suddenly a familiar voice came from the bench next to him. Good state of mind, night old brother. He snapped his head back, only to see Fong Ming lying on a bench with sunglasses in the sun smiling at himself, and next to him, Hong Ying also had a smile in her eyes. You guys, you came to see me. Lin Qiye's lips trembled slightly, and this was the first time he had seen his companions since his illness. Want to miss me, elder brother knight? Fong Ming took off his sunglasses and stood up to open his arms towards Lin Qiye. I missed you guys. Lin Qiye immediately rushed over and hugged Fong Ming, his eyes instantly moist. Perhaps this was the first gift the heavens gave him after regaining his life. After the three of them caught up, Lin Qiye remembered to say thank you to Fong Ming. I really have to thank you for my aunt's matter. Harm, you're welcome, it's a small thing, your cousin is safe now. I came here to inform you of something. What is it? Lin Qiye was a bit puzzled. At this time, Hong Ying said on Fong Ming's behalf, we're planning to hold the wedding next year. Really? After Lin Qiye heard this, he looked at the happy smiles of the two of them and immediately became excited. Congratulations, I'll be sure to do AO when the time comes. Actually, there is another thing. Fong Ming said somewhat cryptically, the higher-ups are preparing to form a 5th special squad to explore in the mists for Desya. A 5th special squad? What does this have to do with me? Lin Qiye was puzzled. After all, he was a newcomer who had just left the training camp and had participated in the Night's Watch for less than 2 years. This kind of thing wouldn't fall on him by any stretch of the imagination. Hey, you can't say that. You're an agent of multiple gods, your set training score is still number 1, and you fans very much thinking of letting you be the captain of this 5th special squad. Don't you want to avenge the people of Sannan City and your family? Going to the mists is just right for your heart's desire. Listening to Fong Ming's words, the desire for revenge within his heart intensified. The evil god of the misty foreign country not only took away his most caring companion but also destroyed the home he had lived in for more than 10 years. Them must die. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth. The formation of a new team is basically a done deal, but the players and your own strengths are the hard part, and I've got a family who can't be on the team at all times, so you can leave me out of it. Lin Qiye nodded. I see, thank you Fong Ming. I'll go out on my own strength. He also finally understood the reason why Fong Ming wasn't letting himself out right now. The presence of the ruin-suppressing tablet that suppressed the forbidden ruins could allow one's own mental strength to be greatly tempered. I'm relieved to have you say that. I'll head back first Don't forget to come to my wedding next year. Okay. Hong Ying also waved her hand towards Lin Qiye with a smile. Bye Qiye, take care of yourself. Good. I will definitely go to the appointment as scheduled. Afterward, Fong Ming turned around and pulled Red Tassel's hand towards the exit of the fasting house. He's in good spirits. Red Coma muttered as she looked up at Fong Ming. Indeed, however, he's too weak right now, so it's good to sharpen him here. Fong Ming replied. Anyway, nothing will happen with Long Ying. Aha. The Red Coma nodded. However, our wedding. I still want your parents to come and witness it together. You haven't found a way back yet? Fong Ming frowned. Not yet, but I've recently found a bit of a thought. At the end of the day, it's a toss-up as to whether or not it will work. Don't push yourself too hard if you can't. Things are still dangerous in 2 time zones. Hong Ying's heart was actually very complicated. She both wanted Fong Ming to be able to see his family again, but she was also afraid that in case something like this involving space and time went wrong, Fong Ming would leave himself forever. Well, I know, I won't leave you. I'll find a way to do both. Guangshan City. Chao Yuan was enjoying a sweat steam in a double room of a luxurious bath. This is the second day of his business trip to Guangshan. Because he had heard of Bailey Chubby said over to Guangshan to arrange for bathing a dragon, specially came to see him. This dead fat. All what crooked one looks big and thick. Chao Yuan cursed in his heart, not to mention dragons, he didn't even look at a decent dragon egg. Just now, the female technician who came to step on Chao Yuan's back was at least 300 pounds, and almost didn't step on her own waist. Just as Chao Yuan was pondering on how to get back at Chubby Bailey suddenly, a shot was heard. What the hell? Lin Qiye was put in a fasting facility? Chapter 121, The 3 Prison Robbers. What dash? A sudden terrifying howl shattered the goblet in front of Chubby Bailey, spilling all the red wine inside onto the table. Other guests at the bathhouse. Blanche, you! Bailey Chubby interrupted the phone call to go back to the private room angrily, and face-to-face with Chao Yuan collided face-to-face almost spelled bayonet. Bailey Chubby covered his crotch with a somewhat painful expression. Old Chao, can you put your ing pants on and come out again? Chao Yuan, on the other hand, had bloodshot pupils and grabbed Bailey Chubby's double chin and asked, what did you just say? 7 nights into the fasting house? Chubby Hundred looked at his reckless look and reached out to knock the hand on his chin away. Anon, it's like this. It's rumored that after Sangnan City disappeared half a year ago, 7 nights became mentally deranged and was confined to the Lenton Psychiatric Hospital. Your bull ting me. Chao Yuan grabbed his own hair after hearing this and turned towards the wall and punched it twice angrily, nearly giving it a big hole. You lighten up. I'll have to pay you back if the hammer breaks. Bailey Chubby turned towards his closet and was reaching for his clothes when he was once again pressed against his body by Chao Yuan. Chubby time. Sangnan City has Brother Ming, as well as Sister Long, the two great heaven-defying warriors. How could it fall? And even if it fell, how could 7 knights go insane?
Chow Yuan still didn't believe it.
Chubby Bailey, you just got internet at your house? I'm telling the truth, and Sangnan City was obliterated by the destructive conceptual forbidden object, Shiva's grudge, the same conceptual artifact. Ming couldn't have completely cancelled it out by virtue of itself. Listening to Bailey Chubby's words, Chow Yuan sat on the stool as if he was dumbfounded and lifeless.
So, what do we do then? He muttered. What to do?
Hey, old Chow, dare you do something big? Bailey Fatty put his own clothes on, quickly poking Chow Yuan's head.
Could it be?
Chow Yuan raised his head to look at him.
Exactly. It's what you think.
Bailey Chubby held his glasses as if he had insight into everything. Chow Yuan immediately stood up and moved his shoulders. You're thinking that I'll beat you into a psychotic state, then I'll send you in and we'll have an inside-out attack.
Right.
Asterisk. You let go of little master, don't do it. Bailey Chubby looked at Chow Yuan's psychotic look of wanting to make a move and hastily reached out to stop it. I mean, we're going to rob a prison.
Hijacking the prison.
Chow Yuan instantly felt that Bailey Fatty had gone crazy. After all, he had spent some time there himself. It could be described as heavily guarded, not a single fly could get in, and there was also one of the 5 ceilings, Husband Chen, who was in charge of guarding it.
Are you out of your mind? With the 2 of us, it's not like we can just go in.
Bailey Chubby shrugged. I like things that are challenging.
You wimped out? Ass. If you don't wimp out, how can I wimp out? Chow Yuan's blood boiled immediately after hearing this.
Good. Just do it. It's our turn to save 7 knights this time.
Prison hijacking duo. Move out. Canyon City.
A large number of rats suddenly sprang up around the peace office, and the squeaking sound made it more and more annoying. Fang Ming opened the door and stomped a rat to death with his left foot. Immediately after, a fierce flame surged from his palm. When he was about to overtake these rats, an extremely tender teenage voice rang out from the side.
Stop.
You killed them and I'm going to have to go through the trouble of creating a batch.
With Anqing Yu's ringing finger, all the rats scattered in all directions.
Fang Ming turned his head to look at him, his face somewhat grim. Why didn't you get rid of these things in the first place?
What are you doing here?
And Xingyu scratched his head towards a child who had done something wrong and walked up to him. Looking for you is of course for Lin Qia's matter.
Can you tell me where he is? I've searched the entire Sangnan without finding any trace of him. Locked up in a fasting facility. Fang Ming faintly opened his mouth and replied.
And Xingyu was a bit shocked after hearing this because he had Lin Xia mentioned this place in passing. The fasting house is a place where ultra-high-risk forbidden market criminals are held. But Lin Xia is the hero who guards Sangnan City. How could he be put into the fasting house? His family disappeared along with these buildings. He couldn't take the blow and suffered from mental illness. The higher-ups were afraid that he would have a nervous breakdown, forbidding the market to go on a rampage, so he was locked up in a fasting house for psychiatric treatment.
Fang Ming replied. Insanity? And Qin Jiu muttered. You want to go in and get him?
Well, yes, but I want to ask you, you have so much power you can't cure him. Can he be cured by being locked up in a fasting house?
Anqing Yu asked somewhat incredulously.
Divine power isn't omnipotent. It doesn't work in front of some people with extremely extreme emotions. There are very good psychiatrists there. After all, a professional should be left to a professional, and he's being treated very well right now. There's not much use for you to go.
Fang Ming explained.
He was not too keen on letting Xingyu enter that place, and he himself would have to make a personal trip to send him in. After all, he had just returned from there not long ago. I have a favor to repay, so here's the deal. You walk me in and I'll be in your debt.
What's the use of your favor? Fang Ming was unable to figure out what Xingyu's favor was good for.
Anqing Fish's eyes twinkled. Well, I don't know, but you might need it someday. These words caused Fang Ming to be stunned. He pondered inwardly for a moment, and Xingyu was a fragment of the key of the gate. Perhaps through his intervention he could successfully return himself to the original world.
But will he listen to himself when the time comes?
The key to reversing and traveling through time and space. Fang Ming had now mastered it. But searching for a long time without traces of traveling through the previous world, this couldn't help but make him feel that his memories of what he had done had been tampered with, and Xingyu's words had just awakened him, and perhaps in the end, he could successfully locate himself through the key of the door as a pathway coupled with his own ability to reverse time and space.
Okay, I'll take you up on that favor. I will send you in tomorrow, but...
Fang Ming surveyed the little white man in front of him.
But what?
And Qinjiu was puzzled. The ones locked up there can be poor and vicious people, and there are quite a few. You can't use the forbidden ruins. Be careful of getting stabbed in the SO.
Fang Ming began to be unorthodox again.
And Qinjiu was speechless. Don't worry, they can't touch me. Fang Ming nodded after hearing this. Since you said so, I'll send you in at night. Remember to come find me on time.
Good.
Seeing Fang Ming agree, and Xingyu also turned around and left the place. Fang Ming returned to the house and looked at the team members in the house who were happily talking. Inwardly he was immensely pleased. This would show that basically all of them had come out of that godly battle in Sangnan City. Due to Fang Ming sitting in Sangnan City, there hadn't been a high-risk mystery in the city for a long time, and the entire Sangnan City was now known as the safest place in the country. Fang Ming looked at Xingyu's back through the window and muttered, let's hope I bet correctly. Chapter 122, somewhat nervous password, longing, pay attention in your next life. After the release time, Lin Qiye was brought back to the mental ward. He pushed open the door and saw Longing still sitting in front of the computer screen with her fingers rapidly clicking on the mouse keyboard and muttering, asterisk 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 you sons of es. It's true that whatever the master does, the attendant does. Lin Qiye grumbled and didn't have the heart to disturb her when he saw her concentrating, then he walked over to the nooks and crannies where the fitness equipment was placed and started jerking up the iron. A few hours later, along with the sound of Longing stretching comfortably and Lin Qiye throwing barbells, the knock on the door came again. An escort wearing a white uniform walked in and looked at the sweaty Lin Qiye on the side and said, Patient Lin Qiye, dinner time is here, get ready and take you to the cafeteria in a moment, after that you will also have an hour of release time. Lin Qiye wiped his sweat with the towel around his neck, good. 10 minutes later, Lin Qiye walked out of the bathroom and realized that Longing had left the room. Hiss? Where did it go? He muttered and didn't think much about it, after all, with Long Ying's strength it was others who had accidents. After that, Lin Qiye followed the caretaker down the corridor to that coded door. In the corridor Lin Qiye could still cross the metal walls to survey by unleashing his mortal dust divine realm, spiritual perception, but when he waited until he reached this layer of several centimeters thick glass doors he hit a wall. The door was different from the metal door that had been out to let the air out before, it looked more delicate, yet it was like a psychic spacer isolating all psychic perceptions. The caretaker then stopped and pulled out his work ID for the overhead camera, seemingly waiting in for verification, before a low voice came from a nearby speaker. Job number 12138, please answer today's code word. 12,138? What kind of crappy work number name is that? Lin Qiye muttered inwardly. All that was seen was a soft grunt from the caretaker. What's the one thing that Bing Lightman wants to eat the most today? QQ99 is so good that it tastes like bapoof tea. The code word is correct, please pass. The green light above his head lit up and the tens of centimeters thick glass door in front of him slowly opened. Lin Qiye. This young lantern man isn't in the best of spirits. A dozen meters away was the outdoor playground for the morning's activities, and next door was the cafeteria used by the inmates to eat, so it seemed that there was more than just the morning's route to the outdoors. Lin Qiye arrived at the cafeteria via the escort's lead, and the smell of rice wafted vaguely from the empty cafeteria hall, while the escort turned away after sending him to the cafeteria. This couldn't help but make Lin Qiye mutter in his heart, don't you say regulation? What's the point of turning around and leaving now? He looked at the prisoners not far away who were burying their heads in dry food, still wearing their black and white prison uniforms, so that his own mental hospital gown was a much better look. Because most of the prisoners were active at night, Lin Qiye hadn't seen any other prisoners during the morning release time. He walked over to the sterilizer and took out his iron dinner plate and wooden chopsticks and walked over to the rice beating window. A small bowl of rice, a chicken thigh, a bowl of soup, and some down-home mixed vegetables. Lin Qiye didn't feel that the food was bad, after all, he had eaten raw meat with white bread for several days during his intensive training. He nodded his thanks to the rice chef and turned to find a seat where no one else was, tapping his chopsticks on his plate before beginning to enjoy his first meal. As he ate, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the 7 or 8 prisoners sitting on the sidelines, some of whom dined in a gentle manner, while others devoured their food as if they were about to be eaten. At this time, a prisoner who looked to be around 40 years old with 2 scars on his face sat down in front of Lin Qiye with a dinner plate. Lin Qiye froze for a moment as he looked around him. So many empty seats had to sit in front of him? This couldn't help but make him wary. Little white boy, how about sleeping with me for the night? The prisoner took away Lin Qiye's chicken leg and put it on his dinner plate. Lin Qiye raised his head to look at his golden incisor and didn't intend to pay him any attention. Right now his own strength hadn't recovered much and he couldn't even use the forbidden ruins yet. It wasn't a very good choice to start a conflict with this big and bold man. He picked up his plate and was about to eat somewhere else when he was stopped by the man. Where to? Little white girl, looking so civilized and quiet is really tempting. The man reached out his hand about to touch Lin Qiye's pale face. You're a ing pervert, aren't you? Lin Qiye reacted quickly, holding this prisoner's wrist back with one hand and pressing it to the table as fast as he could, then throwing the dinner plate into the air to grab those 2 chopsticks and stabbing them hard into the back of the man's hand. Please. The back of this prisoner's hand was instantly pierced through and blood flowed down the corner of the table, only to see his expression twisted as he let out a pained wail, and his other hand instinctively tried to grab Lin Qiye's clothes, only to be nailed to the table by Lin Qiye using his own chopsticks to nail his other hand. In less than 2 seconds, the dinner plate was caught by Lin Qiye as it fell to the ground, only spilling some soup on the ground. Although Lin Qiye hadn't fully recovered his physical abilities now, he could be considered someone who had fought many times with high realm mysteries, and his stance wasn't something a normal person could compare to. Lin Qiye looked at this person lying on the table wailing in pain and muttered, it looks like it's just a person who used a dangerous forbidden ruin. Prior to this, he heard Longing popularize that the ones imprisoned here were all vicious superhuman. One category of them were just ordinary prisoners who were dangerous to the forbidden market but with average hands, although the number was high but there was no augmentation from the forbidden market, and without special training, they were no different from ordinary people here. And the second category is organized criminals like believers, who can't use the forbidden market but have great fighting skills and can take out a dozen or so people with their bare hands even if they're unarmed. The last category is the night watchmen. Criminals but former soldiers who keep a low profile are the best people to manage in this prison. The criminals' wailing attracted the guards.
It's normal to have guards inside a prison, right?
Who's causing trouble here?
One of the prison guards rushed up with an electric baton.
Lin Xie turned back to look at the prison guard's electric baton, cannot help but think of once Sangnan City Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital that asked himself electric baton mental illness. I was eating right here and he had to come and harass me. Lin Xie innocently reached out and pointed at the prisoner with bloodied hands and explained.
He bull s, Mr. Prison guard, you can do it for me.
The prisoner showed his teeth and still wanted to argue. It doesn't matter which one of you started it, fighting in prison is an added offense, all of you come with me. The prison guard said to Lin Xie's duo as he waved his electric baton.
De. A sound of extremely arrogant sounding heels on the ground came from the doorway.
Lin Xie looked over and it was Longing. Longing walked up to Lin Xie and glanced at the prisoner again, then turned her head to the prison guards. What's going on?
Oh, it's Miss Longing.
The prison guards could be described as nodding their heads when they saw Longing. After all, the deed of tearing open a steel plate with his bare hands a few months ago had already spread among the prison guards, and even the human ceiling Chen Fuzi had to respect her 3 times. These two made a mess at dinner and I was about to put them back in their room.
Well, I know. I'll take it from here, you guys go back.
This. 2 or 3 prison guards looked at each other. Although Longing is a person outside the prison, but forced by Longying's position here they still compromised.
Subsequently, the 7 or 8 inmates in the cafeteria who were eating, seeing that the situation was not right, hurriedly stood up and poured the rest of the meal into the trash can and ran out to let the wind out of their sails. At this moment, the 3 people left in the cafeteria were Longing, Lin Xie, and the beaten-down prisoner. Longing walked over to the prisoner with a calm face, then a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she pressed her white, slender hand on the prisoner's head. This action was so frightening to the prisoner that his body could not stop trembling, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Only Longing could be heard whispering in the prisoner's ear, "In your next life, pay attention." Chapter 123, Lin Xie violently beats up Brother Ramang.
As Longying's hand pressed on the prisoner's head suddenly exerted force, an unprecedented sense of pressure pressed on the prisoner's face, only to see the prisoner's 5 senses twisted and just wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy.
Please.
With a sound of muscles bursting, the prisoner's head was hard pressed by Longing and crushed. Blood mixed with brain matter flowed down the 4 corners of the table to the floor. This kind of bloody means Lin Xie is still the first time to see, vaguely feel just eaten rice in the stomach turning over his top the throat. Longing picked up the toilet paper placed aside and wiped the blood on her face and hands, turned to look at Lin Xie and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Alright, go ahead and eat." Lin Xie waved his hand somewhat breathlessly, and hashtag, %, where else can I eat this? Longing frowned when she saw Lin Xie's delay in taking his seat with his dinner plate. Could it be that he's embarrassed to eat while I'm here?
Harm, what a big shy boy. That I'm off, you eat your food.
Oh. Lin Xie subconsciously agreed, listening to the sound of high heels on the ground. Longing walked out of the cafeteria. Silence once again returned to the empty cafeteria, and Lin Xie looked down at the tofu brain in his bowl.
Vomit.
He darted for the trash can and then vomited like crazy. Half a minute later, Lin Xie was lifelessly holding a napkin to wipe his mouth and the tears beside the corner of his eyes. Now he was unable to eat anything at all. The uncle in the cafeteria who was feeding him saw that Lin Xie had this kind of strength to rely on. He hurriedly picked up a carton of milk and stuffed it into his hand.
Ah, thanks.
Lin Xie looked up at the wandishan in front of him and hurriedly straightened up to thank the cafeteria uncle.
What an atrocity.
Lin Xie muttered and looked up at the clock hanging on the wall of the cafeteria. There's still 55 minutes of activity time, we have to hurry up.
Lin Xie went out of the cafeteria and walked into the activity field to find that it was much larger than in the morning, and the 2 sides were originally impermeable high walls while now the 2 high walls were split in 2 from the center and receded to the sides. The searchlights on the tower also began to swing back and forth in the air. Lin Xie slightly squinted his eyes and could even see the sentries above him holding sniper rifles again to monitor every move in the field in all directions, and the iron mesh hanging on the outer wall flowed with a silky electric current in the darkness of the night. In the face of such a heavily guarded guard, the probability of escaping here unarmed without utilizing the forbidden ruins was almost zero. Lin Xie walked forward along the pavement while observing the prisoners' every move around him, as this was the collective activity time for the inmates of the fasting facility, and the number of inmates moving around in the center of the field was extremely high.
There is a group of 5 big thick big man is not far away from the basketball court playing basketball. Know that they are playing basketball, do not know also thought they are playing football. Rampage simply no skill to speak of. A little further on is the morning activity area, which is also the place where the inmates are concentrated because of the rubberized track and the lawn. Lin Xie looked at the plastic runway, could not help but consciously trot up. Want to restore physical strength. Long distance running is essential to enhance the project. At that time in the training camp, which morning is not pulled up to run a few thousand meters. Just as Lin Xie devoted his entire body and mind to jogging, the eyes of several prisoners sitting on the steps aside couldn't help but look at him. Boss Han, how did another sick man pop up here? A scarred face came over to another burly man with a big body and spoke in confusion. Boss Han's gaze was fixed on Lin Xie, his jaw involuntarily drooling a bit as he said to the scarred face from earlier, "It's not bad looking, you could say it's an extremely good quality." Scarface raised his eyebrows and smiled somewhat lewdly. "Boss Han, I've also heard that he's often accompanied by a silver-haired beauty. Those looks and those thighs are simply amazing. It's rare to have such a beautiful chick outside." "Oh?" Boss Han immediately became energized upon hearing this. "Is this true?" "1,000 times true. Some of the brethren say that chick was in the fasting house with that sick man 6 months ago, and I think I heard that the family was uneasy about having her as a chaperone." "Chaperone? Are people treated this well nowadays?" Boss Han muttered. "Have time to spy on him, by the way, investigate which number that woman is in. Lousy has not touched a woman for more than 10 years, it's not easy to have the opportunity to must vent a little." The more Boss Han spoke, the more excited he became, and he could barely hold back his inner desires. "But, boss, anyone who can be an escort here is pretty good, right?" Scarface reminded. Boss Han frowned when he heard this, remembering the tragedy that happened in the fasting center a few years ago. Alas, this has to mention fourth brother. Fourth brother is miserable. Who knows that kid surnamed Shao is like a mad dog. Fourth brother just got into a little conflict with him and was stabbed alive by his cutlery knife. Scarface's eyeballs rolled. "Boss, why don't I trust someone to get some sleeping pills from the infirmary to put into their meals while this kid and that chick aren't paying attention, and then, jia. Yo, can't see that you still have this skill?" Boss Han patted Scarface's head approvingly with his rough palm. "That's right, after all, it's also someone who's been locked up here for more than 10 years, the means to get some medicine is still there," Scarface said proudly. Lin Xie looked at the few prisoners on the side who kept staring at him and giggling, and even whispered and conspired to drug himself and Long Ying, and immediately felt that it wasn't good for these people to be alive. Who was Long Ying? The person who tore apart the giant dog of the underworld with her hands. That body strength, even if they fed her all the medicine from the entire fasting house, she didn't even have a matter. Half an hour later, Lin Xie continuously increased his speed during the period. After 7 or 8 laps, the sweat on his back wet his psychiatric clothes a little. Then he ran to the position of the bar continuously did 30 or so pull-ups. While he was doing it, the prisoner next to him was carefully observing. Seeing that he had only done 30 or so, began to gasp. A little contempt surfaced on his face. Because most of the prisoners here before they were locked in are some professional training, and then not help is also an outlaw. The physical quality of the body is a lot stronger than the average person. A breath of 30 or so levels in most of the prisoners is simply not enough to look at. After doing 7 or 8 consecutive sets, sweat dripped down Lin Xie's forehead. He lifted up his clothes and wiped the sweat from his head. His white and contoured muscles presented themselves, drawing a stir from the surrounding prisoners. Just then, 3 burly figures stood in front of him. The man at the head was close to 2 meters tall, with 2 thick arms tattooed with green-faced, fanged evil spirits. "Boy, you're new here, huh?" Lin Xie raised his head, his gaze constantly moving over these 3 people. Seeing the less than friendly gaze of these 3 people, he spoke. "Is there something wrong with you guys?" The inch-headed little brother behind the lanky man saw the voice and spoke. "White boy, how do you talk to us? It's your honor that Brother Mang came over to say hello to you. Don't be ungrateful. What's wrong with not knowing what's good for you? Just with you guys still want to give me a hard time?" Lin Xie's tone was more or less contemptuous. These words immediately ignited the lanky man's anger. "What the? Who taught you to talk like that?" He took a step forward and grabbed Lin Xie's neck collar and threw it hard to the side, wanting to throw him to the ground. But he didn't expect Lin Xie to stabilize himself by just spreading his hands back a few steps. Seeing that he didn't give Lin Xie a downward spiral, Brother Amang immediately took a step forward with a big crotch, clenched his right hand with a deadly fist, and swung it violently towards the side of Lin Xie's face, even with a whistling fist wind. Lin Xie's pupils exuded some faint golden light, and now the mortal dust divine realm had become a part of his body despite being suppressed from using the forbidden ruins. The mortal dust divine realm's spiritual perception still existed. He quickly leaned back slightly as Brother Mango's fist grazed the tip of his nose, the wind of the punch swirling some of the dark hair that covered his forehead. Lin Xie took advantage of Brother Amang's opening to throw a punch and lightning fast step towards his back, bending his right arm at the elbow, and striking him hard in the abdomen with an explosive liver punch. Bang! Brother Amang immediately felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body fell heavily towards the side. Lin Xie did not give him time to react, as if he was a stray arrow scurrying to his side, and another heavy punch smashed him in the middle of his body. In an instant, 2 of Brother Meng's front teeth were knocked out. Lin Xia put away his fist and a hint of killing intent erupted in his eyes as he looked at the wretched Brother Meng beneath him and spoke quietly. Who the hell told you to test me? Chapter 124, Lin Xia, Sistering Save Me. The 2 little brothers beside Brother Ramang saw their boss being beaten up so badly by this little white boy, they froze in place and didn't dare to come forward to help, for fear that they too would be pressed to the ground and hammered with an explosive hammer. At this moment, Brother Mang was a bit skeptical of life. How could this little white boy who looked like a weakling be so strong? He covered his bloody mouth and tried to struggle to get up, but he was stomped on the chest by Lin Xia, followed by a heavy punch to his right eye. That punch almost gave Mango a concussion. Lin Xia spoke angrily as he picked up Brother Ramang by the collar. Brother Ramang, right? You're rampant, aren't you? Who told you to test me? Ramang brother was beaten in public this miserable, annoyed and angry. Damn, you a sick kid, do not be arrogant here again, wait for the old man to stand up to have you look good. Bang! Lin Xia slammed another heavy punch on Amango's left eye. Although he wanted to end Amango's life right now, his subconscious mind was reminding him that this Amango was just a minor character sent by someone else. Brother Ramang immediately felt both eyes burning with pain, and his immediate vision had been clouded with a blood color. Say it or not. Lin Xia hissed like a fierce beast as he doomed Brother Meng's throat. Not far away on the sentry platform, Fang Ming, who had just sent Xingyu to prison, was drinking tea with Chen Fuzi. I see he's recovering well. Fang Ming picked up the teapot and poured some into Master Chen's and his own cups, then picked up the tea and drank it down in one go. Cough cough cough. Husband Chen coughed twice. As he looked at Fang Ming drinking tea this rudely, he slowly spoke, you have to taste tea. You can't taste the tea like that. Only to see Chen Fuzi demurely pick up the teacup in front of his eyes a few times, and then put it into the lips and sniffed, followed by a small sip, his eyes slightly narrowed to savor. I can't reach the realm of your literati. Right, longing hasn't caused any trouble recently, right? Fang Ming took another drink. Chen Fuzi shook his head, there's no chaos, but the guards reported to me that she just killed an inmate. Put. Fang Ming immediately sprayed out the tea he had in his mouth, cough cough. He pounded his chest and wiped the sweat from his forehead, ha, ha, this is like her style. I'll go back and talk to him. Husband Chen flipped his palm to stop it. There's no need for this, that prisoner himself carried a dozen lives on his back, so this would be considered paying for his life. Okay. Well, then I'll have to tell her to keep it in check and not mess around either. Just as he finished speaking, Husband Chen pointed to his back, and Fang Ming looked back with some confusion. He saw Longing standing right above the fasting house, his eyes exploding with intense killing intent staring at the dozens of prisoners slowly gathering towards Lin Xia. Longing. Fang Ming muttered. Longing, who was standing there, seemed to have sensed something, and her gaze turned to Fang Ming's side instantly revealing a look of great joy as she instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, she appeared beside Fang Ming. Lord people. She frantically shook Fang Ming's arm. I'm so bored here. Fang Ming looked at her somewhat pitiful look. It's also true that you've been here for more than half a year. Why don't I switch with you? You go back and stay with them for a few days. Longing put away her own small nature after hearing this. Then, what about the main madam? She's fine on her end. I think it's just a matter of minutes before I go back. So go back for a few days. It's better to forget about it. Going back without a computer to play is just as boring. Longing again suddenly remembered that Lin Xia's hospital room was installed with 2 high-end gaming computers. Instantly she didn't want to go back again. You can still play with computers, can you? Fang Ming hadn't touched a computer for more than 10 years since he came to this world, and his previous superior gaming skills were rusty. Now he felt more like a primitive man. At this time, Lin Xia's direction began to stir. He turned his head to look and 40 or so people surrounded Lin Xia. He turned to Longing and said, that's fine, you can stay here if you want to, just tell me if you want to go back. By the way, I'll tell you, don't just kill anyone, even though most of the people here are inmates. We have to abide by the rules of this fasting house. Okay, I'll go then. After Fang Ming nodded, Longing disappeared in place. A moment later he also stood up to bid farewell to Husbandman Chen. Husbandman, it's getting late. I'm going to go and join in the fun. In a moment I'll go back as well. Good, remember to often come to drink tea with the old man. It is not easy to see you now. You are now the backbone of Dasha. Chen Fuzi stroked his beard and his eyes is the color of hope for the future of Dasha. Ha, since you said so, then I gladly accept. Fang Ming said without any modesty at all. After all, Fuzi was right, his own strength was there. Go on, I've got orders to go out and investigate today too. After the two of them said their goodbyes, Fang Ming turned around and looked at the restless crowd below, his eyes filled with amusement. On the playground, Lin Xia gazed at the burly man in front of him. You're the head of this gang of punks? Boss Han walked over to Brother Mang, glanced down at him, and kicked him violently in the face with his foot, and Brother Mang was instantly kicked a few meters away to lie on the ground without moving. Waste! He cursed in a low voice. Afterwards, Boss Han took a step forward, the surrounding minions also took a step forward. He looked at the weak Lin Xia with contempt in his eyes. Kid, quite capable of fighting. Look at your hands are good. Strokes, is also quite clever. You're the night watchman, right? Lin Xia's eyebrows rose slightly after hearing this. It seemed like this man in the lead knew a lot about the situation here.
We don't have a lot of watchmen here, and better hands than you abound, but do you know why I get to be the boss here? Because you're ugly? Lin Xie said as he flung his wrist. Because old me is stronger than them. Kindly remind you that the Forbidden Ruins are useless here. Without the Forbidden Ruins, you're just ordinary people who can fight better, and power is king here. Boss Han's eyes became even more ferocious, like a wolf with its eyes on its prey, about to rush up and tear it to pieces in the next second. By yourself, if you can fight, can you beat 40 or so of us? Lin Xie secretly clenched his fist after hearing this. Boss Han was right now he couldn't use the Forbidden Ruins. At best he was just an ordinary person with a relatively strong body. The 4 or so people in front of him were all fierce and poor villains, and were considered to be dominating people before. Faced with so many punches, it was obvious that he could not be their opponent. Now then, there is only one way out. Lin Xie took a step backward, took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. When Boss Han saw that Lin Xie seemed to be somewhat compromised, a lewd smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's right, just lie down and let me have a good time, so you'll have a backstage in this prison in the future. Lin Xie's face was suffocatingly red, the air he had just inhaled was building up in his lungs, only to see both sides of his cheeks bulge out in a loud roar. Ing. Sister. Save. Chapter 125, Fong Ming, haven't seen this kind of operation before, have you? Lin Xie's super loud cries for help echoed in the dark night sky, to the point that all the sentries set up in the playground heard his cries for help. The chowder. Dash. More than 10 searchlights gathered at Lin Xie's position, and the bright lights pierced one's eyes a bit. Boss Han and the other juniors immediately raised their hands in front of their eyes, and the light showed their teeth and cursed, thanks to the little kid for thinking of this. But as long as the sentry doesn't put a stop to it, it's useless for you to scream for your mom tonight. At this moment, from in front of Lin Xie, behind the 12 or so prisoners, the slender figure in the light was walking towards them step by step, because her back was to the light so she could only see her silhouette, only to see that she was pinching her waist and her gait was extremely arrogant. Yo! Let me hear who's calling for help. Seeing his savior coming, Lin Xie immediately ran to Long Ying's side and pointed at Boss Han's nose. Sister Ing. They bullied me. Theta. And talk about drugging us both. At this moment, Boss Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he met the light and looked at Long Ying, his lustful eyes sizing up her body as he wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth. The very best of the very best. I've played with so many women before but not this one. At this moment, 40 pairs of eyes looked at Long Ying in unison, and every prisoner's heart was restless. Long Ying's looks could be described as God's carefully carved beauty. Dirty eyes. Suddenly, Scarface, who was next to Boss Han just now, reminded in a low voice, Boss Han, the beautiful escort I'm talking about is her. How's that? Pretty enough, huh? Boss Han nodded in satisfaction. He rubbed his hands together and took a step forward. Kid, I'll let you off the hook, provided you let her sleep with me for the night. Otherwise. Before he finished speaking, a flash of strong killing intent flashed through Long Ying's eyes, but just now Fong Ming had told himself that he couldn't just kill anyone. If you don't kill, crippling should be fine, right? In the next second, she suddenly appeared behind Boss Han and lifted her palm towards Boss Han's spine to slash hard. Crack dash. A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out, and that fragile cervical vertebrae was shattered into powder by the powerful impact. Boss Han only felt that his body was suddenly unsupported, instantly feeling like he couldn't use his strength, followed by an unbearable sharp pain. With a flopping sound, he fell straight toward the front with dull eyes, foaming at the mouth, his body twitching for a few moments before he lost his movement. Long Ying's speed of many people present did not see clearly, they only feel how this woman suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared, and then knocked his boss's neck. He collapsed. At this moment, Wang Lu, who was just about to prepare for a heroic rescue, twitched the corner of his mouth, and he, who had previously been a night watchman, could certainly recognize that Long Ying must have used a forbidden ruin similar to space jumping so that he could move to Boss Han's back in an instant. But how was she able to move the forbidden ruins here? He was a bit puzzled. Fang Yanghui, who was standing on the sidelines watching the show, rubbed his chin and deduced, maybe she's not affected by the ruin monument? Wang Lu turned his head to him in surprise. What are you babbling about? As long as there is a forbidden ruin in the body, it will be affected by the ruin monument. Even a strong person in the Klein realm can't ignore the ruin monument, unless she is also one of the human sealings. But weren't there once only 5? Could it be that a new one has recently emerged? Fang Yanghui muttered. Wang Lu shook his head. I don't know about this, but it's certain that she is absolutely strong. A moment later, the leader's scar face slowed down, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists with both hands, staring deathly at Long Ying, who was standing in the same place. Brothers, give it to me. Take her alive and then we'll play together at night. Most of the prisoners surrounding the area were very robust in size, and had previously been wicked men who had burned, killed, looted, and done nothing wrong, so of course it was impossible for them to be afraid of a soft-looking woman. Although she didn't know what means she had used to knock Boss Han down, they still knew the truth that 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. Lin Xie looked at them jumping at the chance, and immediately felt that their names were flickering on Yama's book. Is it bad to be alive? But seeing that Long Ying didn't kill but only crippled Boss Han,
he knew that Fong Ming must have educated her that she couldn't just mess around here. At this moment, Longing looked at the leading Scarface with interest, and just as the veins at her wrists rippled to maim her, Fong Ming's voice came out from behind her. Lin Xie followed the sound. Sure enough, I told you that Longing doesn't have such a good temper, right? Who did I just hear wanting to capture who alive? Fong Ming's lazy voice came from behind Lin Xie. Fong Ming walked over to Lin Xie and winked at him. I've brought you something good. Good stuff? What? Lin Xie looked at his somewhat unsuspecting eyes with some trepidation. Don't tell me you sent me pants. Harm, you'll see in a couple days. Suddenly, Scarface interrupted the two. It's old me? What's up? And where did you jump out from? Fong Ming walked up and his body was almost attached to his body. Fong Ming's more than 1 meter 80 block still looked slightly smaller than many prisoners. He didn't get angry when he heard Scarface's words, but said in the tone of an adult coaxing a child, your handful of people have been knocked down. What's the matter? You want to usurp the throne? At this time, Boss Han had already been carried down by a few juniors and sent to the infirmary. Scarface said defiantly, I'm the boss if the boss isn't here. What, you want to be a hero? No, I just want to shove your head up your ass right now. The words fell, causing a wave of discontent from the surrounding minions, and Scarface turned around with a cold snort, his right hand sneaking into his arms. Suddenly, Scarface violently turned around, a dagger stabbing towards Fong Ming's heart. Clank dash. It didn't penetrate, and the dagger in his hand was still half broken. What? Scarface was a bit skeptical. It seemed that this person was not an ordinary person like Long Ying. Fong Ming swung his hand away and smashed his fist lightning fast at the head of Lai Scarface, and looked at Scarface with a kind gaze. I just said I'd shove your head up your ass, didn't I? Big brother. Scarface immediately felt that heaven and earth were spinning. Cold sweat broke out behind his back. He stabilized his stance and retreated back and forth a turn but was grabbed by Fong Ming's shoulders. Terrified, he shouted, give me on up. Don't all watch. And now none of them dared to make a move. The body that the dagger couldn't penetrate meant that he could use the forbidden ruins with impunity here. With their bare hands how could they possibly hurt him? Fong Ming grabbed Scarface's neck and brought his face close to his ear, whispering, are you ready? Big brother, I was wrong. Dash. As Fong Ming's hands gradually exerted force, Scarface let out a miserable wail, or had the surrounding minions seen such brutal images before? Although they had all been thugs before they came in, they had never seen someone stiffly bend someone's spine and then shove their head up the other person's ass. A few seconds later, Fong Ming crouched on the ground and looked at Scarface who had been folded into a ball by himself and smiled with satisfaction. He stood up and directly kicked Scarface into the distant soccer goal. Scarface's body instantly exploded with blood soaking the dirt under the goal. Che, and still won't let me kill people indiscriminately? You're having fun yourself. Longing pouted and complained, then she looked at the surrounding prisoners. What? Which one of you still wants to try? The inmates collectively shook their heads. Then get lost. Yes. In less than 5 seconds, all of the inmates surrounding the area fled, fearing that their faces would meet their asses a second too late. Afterwards, Fong Ming left the fasting house after exhorting Lin Xie a few more times. 10 minutes later the release time was over, and Lin Xie was right on time as he returned to his ward to casually eat some of the snacks in the house and start training again. At this moment, a man in a black trench coat escorted In Xingyu down the corridor to the door of an empty cell. The man looked at the paper in his hand, reaching up and lifting the hat on his head. Number 25038 In Xingyu, this is your cell. Chapter 126 In Xingyu's Fatal Problems. After the escort left, In Xingyu went up and held the bars on the prison door and looked around, and the cell he was in was the last one in the corridor. The chains cuffed to his ankles had already been opened by him with tricky silk, long ago. He was never expecting that a fasting facility that held malignant supernaturals would use the most primitive cuffing chains, whether they were confident enough in the place's defenses or were not trying to overly restrict the prisoner's movements in the first place. Not here? And Kinjiu murmured with a frown. On the way, he had been observing the movement of the prisoners on both sides and looking for Lin Xie's figure, but he still hadn't seen Lin Xie's shadow when he reached the end. And Xingyu looked at the opposite pugilist, who was sitting on the floor chewing bread and staring intently at himself. Without waiting for Xingyu to think more, the Ming pugilist took the lead and spoke. There's another little white boy. Hey, what's your offense in here? Stealing the mysterious corpse. And Xingyu answered truthfully, after all, there was nothing to hide here without knowing each other. You're the Night's Watch? And Kinji shook her head, no. Just now there was a night watchman white boy who was so powerful, and those two backers of his were perverted too. One of them instantly crippled a person, and the other actually shoved a person's head up his ass alive. As soon as Xingyu heard this, she knew that the latter was Fong Ming's masterpiece. After all, he was the only one who had an outrageous amount of perverted ideas, and the other Xiao Bailey mentioned by the prisoner in front of her was bound to be Lin Xie undoubtedly. Anqing Fish asked, where's the little white man of the Night's Watch you were talking about now? The pugilist swallowed the last bite of bread into his mouth, then grinned. What? You want to taste his ass too? It's true that white-looking people are Anqing Fish. He muttered inwardly, are all the people in this prison so perverted? How come they can't live with their asses? So can you tell me where he is? I'll tell you if you let me stab it tomorrow. These words couldn't help but make Xingyu think of what Fong Ming had warned her earlier. Watch your ass if you go in there. Yes. And Xingyu agreed without even thinking, and he even thought about where to bury the person on the opposite side. Before he was imprisoned, he pretended to have an urgent need to pee and deliberately went to the toilet to investigate. After all, only the toilet can be called a place of lax surveillance. And Xingyu found that the opening of the toilet's squatting potty was bigger than the one outside, and there were a lot of bloodstains left on it, so he deduced that human lives often occurred here, and then the prisoners would split the bodies of the people they killed into small pieces and pour them into the squatting potty and then use water to flush them away. But he had no way of knowing whether the broken bodies would be found by others or where they would be swept away by the water flow. The opposite side of the pugilist see this little white man agreed so painfully very happy. Cannot get on Lin Chie also cannot get on this newcomer who just came in? Early the next morning. And Xingyu was quietly lying on the bed and sleeping, while the big man across the street kept watching his body, his hand on his leg and kept scratching. Suddenly, a female voice came from the radio. All prisoners will immediately line up in the cafeteria to eat, and the following 3 hours will be your free time. Xingyu, who heard the broadcast, instantly woke up. He immediately sat up and stretched. The cell door snapped open by itself. Both sides of the prisoners have out of the cell door are orderly queuing to go out, because in Xingyu and the opposite man's cell is the most face-to-face, naturally after the queue. When the two of them walked to the corridor outside, and Xingyu was suddenly dragged into the toilet at the back of the diagonal by the big man who yanked the collar of his coat and covered his mouth with his other hand. And you lighten up. After being dragged into the toilet, and Xingyu broke the big man's hand that was covering his mouth, and instantly he felt that his ass was being stroked frantically. Don't be in such a hurry, just answer me a few questions and I promise I'll serve you well. The big man saw that Xingyu was unarmed and looked weak but also put down his heart. Hurry up and say it, I can't wait. He was thinking that Xingyu had already submitted to his lustful authority. Where is the other white boy you were talking about yesterday being held? And Xingyu asked. He's not in his cell, I heard he's being held in the mental hospital next door. Why? Do you have to find him? The big man's tone was a bit disgruntled. And Xingyu shook her head. Will you kill me if I don't cooperate with you? Hearing this, the big man instantly became furious and directly slapped a mouth on Xingyu's face. Damn, dare you fool me? I tell you, even if I kill you here, no one will know. And Xingyu spat blood foam. You killed me, where did you hide the body? You won't be able to run away if the prison guards find it as usual. After hearing this, the big man punched his fist directly through the wooden board next to him, and a hard axe fell out of it, only to see him holding the axe against Xingyu's chin, threateningly saying, kill you, and then chop you into pieces directly along with this. He pointed to the black hole in the center of the squatting toilet at his feet. Flush you into the ocean and who will know? Ah, so this black hole goes straight to the ocean. That's okay. And Xingyu listened with a relaxed look, his eyes gradually sharpened as he looked at the big man in front of him and said, I still have one more question, I'll let you play after asking. Asterisk. Last one. The big man knocked his head with an axe with an extremely dissatisfied expression, but he endured in order to enjoy such superb flesh. Xingyu's hand reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of glasses and put them on his ears to prevent his vision from being affected by the blood that would splash into his eyes in a moment. Which do you think hurts more, a pregnant woman giving birth or a broken egg? And Xingyu's face gradually grimaced, and a hint of gray light flashed in her eyes. The question was a big one for the big man to ask? What the kind of question is that? Suddenly, a pain intense enough to make all men faint came from his lower body, only to see this big man's expression grim, his features twisted to a piece, his body's sweaty hair standing on end, and his legs clamped together trembling unceasingly. He fell to the ground and roared his lungs out, his mouth making a crunching noise. Obviously his back teeth had been crushed. At this moment this big man has no strength at all to stand up again. Not long after the intense pain stimulated his every nerve. Soon this pain made him lose consciousness, eyelids flopped without movement. A thin invisible wire linked to Xingyu's wrist. The other side is through the big man's leg directly penetrate his high game. The corner of Xingyu's mouth smiled slightly, her wrist flicked sharply, an invisible and hard fine silk net ran from this big man's lower body through his head. A mist of blood exploded. The man's body was split directly into half fist-sized pieces, with a small amount of blood splattered on his face. And Xingyu pushed his glasses and wiped the blood off the lenses with his fingers, then kicked at the broken body parts scattered on the ground and muttered, it seems like it's the broken eggs that hurt a bit more than the labor and delivery. Outside the fasting house. Less than a kilometer from the range of the fasting house, on a small island. The two men with scuba gear swam ashore. Chao Yuan took off his own swimming goggles and gazed at the not-so-distant Lenten house with his arms crossed. Damn, I really didn't think that one day I'd come to this hole again, and ing stowed away. Chapter 127, Old Friends Reunited. Shinju, I'm an undercover agent. Fatty? Chao Yuan shouted softly. A few seconds later, there was no echo of Chubby 100 coming from behind him. Fatty? Chao Yuan saw that Fatty Bailey didn't answer and called out to him again. Hey? I said you're mute? Chao Yuan turned to look but did not find the figure of Bailey Chubby. He lowered his head and found that Bailey Chubby was motionless and collapsed on a large stone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong with you, fatty? Chow Yuan's heart suddenly thumped. He looked at Bailey Chubby collapsed on the shore, face a little white look inside incomparable panic. Fatty! Don't you scare me! Fatty! He unloaded the oxygen tank behind Chubby 100 and frantically slapped his fleshy face in an attempt to wake him up. After a minute of mouth attack, Bailey Chubby's face gradually reddened, and he weakly raised his arm. Old Chow, have you brought food yet? I'm a bit hypoglycemic. Chow Yuan immediately pulled out a piece of chocolate from his arms and skillfully tore the wrapper open and stuffed it into Bailey Chubby's mouth. With some physical strength supplemented, Bailey Chubby lips soon had some blood color. He climbed up with difficulty and patted his forehead. I should have known that before coming over, should have eaten more, since in the space there is also nothing to eat, which is but more than 1 kilometer swim. Almost did not want to take the life of the little master. Afterwards, Bailey Fatty looked towards the island's lush trees that were vaguely bearing a lot of fruits. He then swallowed and said to Chow Yuan, let's go, let's fill up our stomachs first. Maybe we can even run into wild chickens and rabbits or something. Chow Yuan followed Bailey Chubby's gaze. To be honest, this swim journey was indeed a bit far, plus he hadn't eaten much before he came, and at once he also felt that his stomach was a bit rumbly. Okay, let's eat first. The two just hooked up and walked towards the forest in front of them. Deep in the forest, Shin Xingju, wearing a fox mask, is sitting beside a campfire. The wooden branch in his hand is still skewered with a plucked pheasant, next to the third seat and the fifth seat, looking at the nourishing and bubbling oil of the roasted chicken, drooling. Wait a little longer, it should be cooked soon. Shin Xingju muttered and turned the wooden branch in his hand over. Damn, I'm starving to death after such a long swim, thanks to the pheasants in this forest, otherwise I'd have to go into shock if I swam another few hundred meters on an empty stomach. The third seat whined. But is it really no joke that Lord Raving sent just the three of us to attack the Lenten house? I heard that there's also a human ceiling guarding it. Shin Xingju had been gazing at the bonfire in front of him through the hollow above his mask. The third seat explained, don't worry, Lord Rumor has been working on this plan for many years, we just need to follow the rules. Shin Xingju nodded after hearing this. But won't we be discovered if we swim straight there? Right now we can't move the forbidden ruins yet in case we are discovered. That wouldn't be the end of it? Shin Xingju asked. Next to him, the fifth seat put the baked clothes on his body and introduced, don't worry, this diving suit of ours is made of a special material completely able to evade the acoustic detectors in the fasting house, and it won't be detected by the special radar either. Oh, Shin Xingju replied lightly. But, newcomer, why are you wearing a mask? We believers go out on missions with our real faces, so why do we need to cover up? Ayo, this is what Lord Rumor ordered. Shin Xingju touched the fox mask on her face. I'm too young and don't look fierce enough, so I put on the mask so that the opponent can't see the depths of the mask, and use it to deter opponents. Putting on a mask and pretending to be an expert? The fifth seat's words vaguely revealed a bit of disdain. Shin Xingju did not have a general understanding with him, just nodded. The roasted chicken is cooked, Shin Xingju said as she picked up the thin branch next to her and poked the roasted chicken in her hand. Shin Xingju then plucked the roasted chicken from the wooden branch and tore off a chicken leg and handed it to the third seat across the room, and tore off another and handed it to the fifth seat next to him. While he himself hugged the rest of the roasted chicken and nibbled on it, the third seat watched Shin Xingju wolf down his food and muttered, young people's teeth are just fine. You can eat a flavorless rotisserie chicken and smell so good. Shin Xingju chewed with a big mouthful. I and hashtag at him. Good at and hashtag to eat. I've asterisk and hashtag dollar eaten more percent at percent hashtag before. Okay, I probably heard you, so eat slowly. The third seat also chewed slowly on the chicken leg he was holding. At this time, not far away, Chow Yuan and Bailey Chubby poked out their two little heads from the dense jungle. He whispered to Chow Yuan, hear that? They're believers, coming to rob the prison. Damn, I can't even run into those sons of ES here. Ever since the duo heard that Shin Xingju had been taken captive by Rumor and planted a soul contract, they hated Rumor and the believers beyond measure. Asterisk, dry or not. Chow Yuan could no longer hold down his inner rage, and his eyes were already covered in blood. Bailey Chubby immediately pressed his hand. Don't you keep drying out, there are 3 of them and 2 of us, although neither of them can use the forbidden ruins, but the other party clearly has an advantage in numbers over us. What then? Wait a little longer, there might be a single one in a while, let's find a chance to break them one by one. Okay. Chow Yuan nodded. Not long after, Shin Xingju felt her stomach roll a little after finishing a large portion of the roasted chicken. Damn, it shouldn't have eaten anything outside freely. The fifth seat saw that Shin Xingju's face was a bit white and asked, what's wrong? It might be the problem of eating pheasant. I want to go pull asterisk now. Shin Xingju covered her stomach and immediately stood up. Go on, don't scurry into the water when you act later. Shin Xingju covered her stomach and casually jerked off a few leaves before running towards the grass behind her. After Shin Xingju gave a furious scurry, his stomach finally quieted down, and just as he wiped his ass to stand up, he suddenly felt a strange noise behind him. He jerked back as a sandbagged fist came at his jaw. Thunk dash. The bang. Chow Yuan's punch almost directly knocked out the masked Shin Xingju. Shin Xingju's eyes went black just as she wanted to scream, and a sock was stuffed into her mouth. In an instant, the mask was slightly cocked by the sock. Shin Qingzhu struggled to struggle. The strength of the two people firmly suppressed him. Tiny believer, touching the little master still not obediently suffer death. Shin Qingzhu heard Bailey Chubby's voice immediately sobered up a lot. He rolled his tongue hard to push the socks out of his mouth, whispered, Bailey Chubby? Bailey Chubby froze for a moment. He and Chow Yuan exchanged glances, then directly gave him a big mouth. Who the did you let you call little master by his nickname? Is Chubby 100 miles also something you can call? After saying that, he once again picked up the sock and stuffed it into Shin Qingzhu's mouth. After Chow Yuan and Bailey Fatty a meal operation, Shin Qingzhu was tied up on a big tree. Just you are still wearing a mask, huh? Bailey Chubby copied a nearby wooden stick and directly hit Shin Qingzhu's left arm. It's you group of raving traitors who caused little master to lose his most important companion. After that, there was another stick. Shin Qingzhu could only make whimpering noises with his sock stuffed in his mouth, and it was obvious that he was in a hurry. And Chow Yuan looked up and down at Shin Qingzhu's physique, and then to the cocked corner under the mask, always feeling that he had seen him there. He immediately stopped Bailey Chubby to pull him aside. Why do I feel that I have seen him somewhere? What do you mean? Bailey Chubby also seemed to feel that this height, body type, and this side face had been familiar after hearing this, but just couldn't think of it. Remove his mask and take a look. Bailey Fatty and Chow Yuan exchanged glances signaling him to go forward and remove his mask. The two of them cautiously walked forward, and Chow Yuan cautiously reached out to remove Shin Qingzhu's mask. Drag! Before the word brother could be shouted out of Bailey Chubby's mouth, it was covered by Chow Yuan. You want to die? What if those two hear you? Only when he saw Chubby Bailey nod his head did Chow Yuan let go of Chubby Bailey's mouth. Old friends get together. Two people cannot resist the excitement. Bailey Chubby also dropped the stick. Want to give Shin Qingzhu untied, but was stopped by Chow Yuan. Old Chow, what do you mean? Bailey Chubby was a bit confused. Don't forget that Tug is now a believer. Chow Yuan reminded. But, have you forgotten the three instructors whose souls were corrupted by the soul contract? A whimpering sound once again escaped from Shin Qingzhu's mouth, as if she had something to say. Bailey Fatty looked at Shin Qingzhu's appearance as very heartbreaking, no matter how to say that he is also accompanied by their own through more than a year of time comrades. Then is it okay if I say a few words to him? Bailey Chubby begged, wanting to take the sock off Shin Qingzhu's mouth. This, Chow Yuan is also very difficult at this time. He also misses this comrade in arms, but is afraid of the influence of the soul contract. He will call the two believers over. Don't worry, I have this. Bailey Chubby pulled out a piece of yellow paper from his self-space and ignited it in the air with a wang sound. The burning yellow paper transformed into a layer of transparent film to isolate the range of 5 meters around the three of them. This is our Bailey family research as a new type of forbidden object, sound isolation. With him any sound will never want to penetrate his isolation. Bailey Chubby explained. Looking at Bailey Chubby's confident look, Chow Yuan slightly lowered his heart. He nodded his head to signal that he could let Shin Qingzhu speak. When Bailey Chubby stepped forward to take the sock out of Shin Qingzhu's mouth, Shin Qingzhu immediately cursed. You two inappropriate people, why don't you just beat me to death? I'm a ING undercover agent. Chapter 128, Collective Kidnapping, Strange Psychopaths. Crouch. Woo-hoo-hoo. Before the bottom word was uttered, Bailey Chubby's mouth was covered by Chow Yuan again. Bailey Fatty struggled to pull away Chow Yuan's hand. What are you doing? I've applied a sound barrier. Ah. Sorry, I forgot. Chow Yuan scratched his head with a look of having done something wrong. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and untie Brother Tug. Bailey Fatty rolled his eyes and said to Chow Yuan. Ah. Yes, look at my brain. Chow Yuan was just about to untie Shin Qingzhu when he stopped him. Wait. You tie me here for so long, those two people will certainly become suspicious and come out to look for it. It would be better to make a plan. You ambush the side. When the two of them find this, you also give them tied. Anyway, you can't use the forbidden ruins here, so you don't need to be afraid of them, but don't kill them yet. If the two of them die and I'm still alive, rumor will definitely be suspicious. After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and thought that it was feasible, and that Bailey Chubby once again asked, then Brother Drag, won't you go back with us? Go back to. Go? Shin Qingzhu thought of this, thoughts went back to the night of the rescue. He watched as the juniors who followed him were killed without fighting back. He clenched his fists once again. No, I will never go back until I have killed the ravings and destroyed all the believers. Chow Yuan could only shake his head as he looked at that resolute look in Shin Qingzhu's eyes. That can only condemn you, Drag, bear with it. After saying that, Chow Yuan stuffed the sock back into Shin Qingzhu's mouth before putting the mask on him. Subsequently, Bailey Fatty lifted the sound isolation and ambushed with Chow Yuan nearby quietly waiting. The third and fifth seats had just finished the rest of Shin Qingzhu's roasted chicken, when the fifth seat felt something was wrong, and he poked the third seat's shoulder. Do you think he's running scared? The third seat looked down at the time on his watch. It's a bit long, but he doesn't seem like a greedy person to me. I've heard that he's been on many dangerous missions since he first joined the organization, and he's also been the first to rush in. Harm, can that time be compared to this time? The place we're going to this time is a fasting place, with heavy guards and one of those 5 human sealings in charge of guarding it. Being discovered can be said to be certain death. The fifth seat analyzed. I'll go look for it then. There's nowhere to run with his wetsuit still hanging out to dry anyway. Third seat said as he wiped the oil from his mouth. Okay, I'll go with you. After saying that, the two of them got up and stomped out the bonfire underneath them towards the place where Shinshingju had just run. A few minutes later, the third seat casually glanced to the right and discovered that Shinshingju was tied to a large tree with 5 flowers, looking extremely miserable. Look! The third seat hastily patted the fifth seat's shoulder to signal him to look in Shinshingju's direction. WC. What's going on? The fifth seat unconsciously muttered that he was about to run towards Shinshingju's place, but he was pulled by the third seat's arm signaling him to crouch down. Shoo! Watch out for an ambush. The third seat whispered to the fifth seat, crouching with his head down. Ambush! Damn, it's so hard to do anything right. Fifth seat complained. So what do we do now? The third seat's eyes rolled. Now we can only let him aggravate for a while. After all, he can quietly tie him up here. The strength must be very strong. We can't use the forbidden ruins now. We can't delay the big picture for this little thing. Yes, you have a point. The fifth seat nodded to agree with him as well. Chow Yuan and Bailey Fatty, who were ambushed in a dozen meters behind the two, were lying on the ground listening to the exchange between the two, and then Bailey Fatty frowned and lowered his voice. Damn, these people's hearts and minds are quite a lot, and if they go away drag is not beaten up for nothing. Lao Chow, what should we do? Bailey Fat watched the two believers stood up toward is about to return toward the original way dry anxious. At this moment, Chow Yuan clutched a slate in his right hand, bowed his waist, and his entire body was poised like a sharp arrow. Asterisk. Whatever. Whoosh dash. Chow Yuan immediately stood up and threw the slate in his hand up high, landing on the fifth seat's head with unerring precision. The fifth seat's head was struck hard, suddenly felt a blackout in front of his eyes and his brain buzzed. Fatty! On! Chow Yuan is a little madman who killed his way out of a fasting house, and he's not afraid of anyone when it comes to hand-to-hand combat regardless of realm. Chubby Bailey heard Chow Yuan's call and followed him at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The third seat's scalp went numb as he heard the yelling behind him, and as soon as he turned around, Chow Yuan's foot kicked him head-on. With Bailey Fatty and Chow Yuan sending out a bout of treacherous laughter, the third and fifth seats were dragged to Shinshingju's position and tied to the neighboring tree. Shinshingju looked at the duo's nimble movements, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile, thinking that these two people's cooperation can be At this moment, the fifth seat had a sock similarly stuffed in his mouth, and his eyes were staring at Bailey Chubby with extreme anger. Hiss, what the are you looking at? Bailey Chubby went up to give the fifth seat a big mouthful. I'm telling you, if you do anything rash I'll chop you up. Let's go, Chow. After saying that, Bailey Fatty spat towards the ground, fearing that he would stay and reveal a break, and then pulled Chow Yuan towards the direction of the fasting place. After 10 minutes or so, the three men tied to the tree finally spat the socks out of their mouths, and all of them felt a raw pain on the top of their tongues. Damn, that fatty is just relying on the fact that he has a lot of forbidden ruins to actually be so arrogant. The fifth seat cursed. Arrogant is as arrogant as it gets. Our order is just to wait until the time is already ripe. It's not too late to kill him when the ruin-suppressing monument is destroyed, when the forbidden ruins are restored. The third seat calmly analyzed. That's all we can do now. The fifth seat spoke somewhat unconvincingly. Without the forbidden ruins of the believers can only be counted as a relatively able to fight ordinary people. In front of the 100 miles of fat and forbidden things are simply not enough to look at. In case of a moment of bravado to be killed here, that would be too worthless. At this point, Lin Chia finished breakfast and ran around the training ground as usual. His mind couldn't help but think of the psychopath who ran into his dreams last night. According to that patient, he was also in this fasting house, and he revealed to himself the spoken code for the day. Call it the amazing and delicious mythical frog crunch, mythical crunch. As a result, when Lin Chia was brought to the password door, the caretaker was really talking about this spoken password, which couldn't help but make him think deeply. Lin Chia ran around the playground while searching for that patient. Suddenly, Lin Chia made another major discovery. The eyes of the prisoner who had picked on him yesterday seemed to look at him much friendlier. The corners of Lin Chia's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that Fong Ming and Long Ying's deterrence was enough. After a few laps, Lin Chia clearly felt that his body was recovering well and wasn't as tired as yesterday. After all, it was normal for him to recover faster now that he was a dual divine agent. He did 10 more sets of singles in a row, and the number of reps per set was increasing one by one. This couldn't help but boost his confidence. Half an hour later, Lin Chia wiped the sweat from his forehead, and immediately two prisoners ran up with towels and mineral water. One of the bald prisoners handed Lin Chia a towel and nodded his head, saying, "Boss Lin, wipe off your sweat if you're tired." The bald man snatched the water from another prisoner's hand and unscrewed it to hand it to Lin Chia. "Boss Lin, you drink water." Lin Chia took the towel and mineral water bottle. Recalling last night's events, these two prisoners were obviously Boss Han's men and were yelling to come up and beat themselves up. That's right. Lin Chia just wanted to drink water. Hesitated. "There's no drugs here, right?" No, we don't dare. We wouldn't survive if we drugged you," the bald prisoner explained in a panic. "It's good that you guys know." Lin Chia took a sip of water and casually placed the water bottle on the ground as he continued to search around the playground for the patient. He turned almost the entire release site around, finally spotting the patient in a corner wearing the same psychiatric outfit as himself. Just as Lin Xie approached that patient to crouch down like him, that patient spoke first. "Shoo. Be gentle, you don't want to scare my little flower away." Chapter 129, Meeting and Preparing for a Prison Break. Lin Xie. Still really sick. How can a flower run? Only seeing this patient slightly tilting his head sideways, Lin Xie looked at his weathered face, even his eyes were a bit hollow. His appearance and mental state was exactly the same as the one in his dream. "Shoo, he'll run when I say he will." Again that patient made the gesture of silence. A few minutes later, no matter how much Lin Xie questioned him about how he came to his dream and how he knew the spoken password for that coded door, he remained silent as he crouched there gazing at the small flower in front of him. Lin Xie's legs were a bit numb from squatting, and he had to stand up to soothe his paralyzed muscles. Seeing that further questioning was fruitless, he had no choice but to turn away, but finally stopped a meter away from this patient. "I'll ask one last question. Who sent you to me?" A breeze blew through the patient's hair, and his lips trembled as if he was thinking about whether or not to tell Lin Xie the truth. Lin Xie waited for a few seconds. See, the patient still did not open the door to leave. "It's a man named Fong Ming." Lin Xie immediately stopped when he heard those two words, and he in turn rushed back towards the patient once again crouching by his side. "Fong Ming? Why did he come to ask you to find me?" "Because soon, this fasting house is going to change. I have a premonition it will most likely be tomorrow or the day after." That patient didn't look towards Lin Xie, eyes still gazing at the small flower in front of him as if he was conversing with it. "I was going to tell you after watching for a while, but things are moving so fast you'd better keep an eye out." Lin Xie felt a bit cloudy after hearing this, but he could probably tell that the person in front of him was definitely not simple, and under the influence of the ruin-suppressing tablet could still use the forbidden ruins to invade other people's dreams. "Then may I ask Senior's honorable name?" Lin Xie asked tentatively. "My name is Hannah." Lin Xie was speechless. He didn't know if this person was pretending to be sick or really sick, but the fact that Fong Ming had looked for him meant that pretending to be sick was a higher chance, and it was just as well that he could contact Fong Ming himself to make a phone call to ask when he returned to the ward. Not long after, lunchtime arrived. Lin Xie rare outside activities all morning, and longing that internet-addicted girl has been in his hospital room to play CF. No matter how much he called her does not move place. Lin Xie touched his somewhat hungry stomach, turned around and stepped into the cafeteria, fetching plates and hitting the dishes like he always did. Just as his eyes turned to the empty seats in the cafeteria, a familiar face came into view. "And Hinga?" And Xingyu raised her head to look in the direction the voice came from, and looking at Lin Xie's surprised eyes, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. The two sat face to face. Lin Xie listened to the purpose of Xingyu's visit, and immediately felt some loss of guilt in his heart. "Actually, you don't have to come here to find me, I can get out on my own." Anqing Fish took a bite of the last piece of fish on her plate. "It might be faster with me helping you." Lin Xie looked towards Xingyu's bowl that contained the soup. It was no longer hot. He reached out and touched the wall of the bowl. It was already cold. The soup in the cafeteria is hot, and it takes at least 20 minutes or more to get here to the point where the soup is completely cooled down, whereas the food that the cafeteria serves to the inmates is ready to be eaten in less than 10 minutes. Apparently he's been sitting here for a while. "You knew I would come here?" Lin Xie asked. "Aha." Anqing replied softly. "Who told you that?" Lin Xie asked tentatively. "Strange, don't you think? I just came in yesterday and had a dream about a patient who was talking to Hannah, and he said he'd be waiting in the cafeteria at noon today, and that the person I wanted to see would walk into the cafeteria at 11:47. I was kind of clueless and had to beat a dead horse, but I didn't think I'd really be stuck here with you, and when you came in, I looked at the clock on the wall at exactly 11:47. Lin Xie was a bit shocked after hearing this, and he hurriedly inquired, "Is it a man with some vicissitudes, full of beard stubble, and looking to be in his 30s, wearing the hospital gown I'm wearing?" "Exactly." After hearing Xingyu's affirmative answer, Lin Xie muttered, "What the hell?" And Xingyu looked at Lin Xie, who was a bit sad. "What are you thinking about?" "No. Did you just say you'd help me break out of jail? Do you have a plan?" And Xingyu shook her head. "I just came in yesterday, and this morning I just pretty much touched a part of the prison, so I'm not really sure about your side of the mental hospital. Trying to break out of prison here is not that easy. First and foremost, you can't use the forbidden ruins, secondly the sentries on the sentry towers outside, and thirdly the high walls with electric currents." Hearing this, and Xingyu was also a bit worried. It's indeed a bit difficult to say so, but it should be a lot easier if there's a receiver outside. "There's more." Lin Xie seemed to have thought of something. "Fong Ming said that there are traitors in this prison." "A traitor? Then why didn't he take it upon himself to clean up? To tell you about this person who can't use the forbidden ruins?" Lin Xie stole a glance around to make sure it was safe and then whispered to Xingyu, "We night watchmen are going to form a 5th special squad that will be responsible for going out into the mists and investigating what's going on outside, so I'll have some tests." And Xingyu's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. "To the mists?" Lin Xie looked at his excited eyes and immediately hit him with a crooked idea, and Xingyu's head was unquestionably good, completely capable of taking on the role of the team's military advisor. "Do you want to join?" And Xingyu nodded her head vigorously. Exploring the truth and stuff is my favorite thing. Good. When I escape I'll immediately report to the higher-ups and make you a night watchman first. Deal. After the meal, Lin Xie was brought back to the ward by the caretaker and he called the caretaker to a halt. Sister nurse, I want to ask you something. The caretaker was happy to hear such a handsome little dandy call himself his sister. What is the matter you want to ask? Is there another mental patient in the mental hospital here? The caretaker nodded after a moment's thought and replied, that's right. What's his name? When did he come here? Lin Xie asked. Well, I think his name is Wu Tongshan, and he came here several years ago. Lin Xie murmured after hearing this, a few years ago? Could it be that they had laid out a layout for themselves a few years ago? Obviously impossible, at that time he was still just a blind man who couldn't see, but thinking that he could invade other people's dreams and also knew the password for the password door's spoken password, Lin Xie asked tentatively again. Sister nurse, do you ever dream about him? Her face was a little red, she didn't know why she kept running into this patient every once in a while, maybe it was the moon goddess pulling the strings? Sometimes, why? Hearing the escort's affirmative answer, Lin Xie nodded. At this time his pocket phone vibrated, he slid the screen to unlock it. It was a message from Fong Ming, jailbreak tonight. Only the corners of Lin Xie's mouth rose a few times. It's fine, sister nurse. At 5:30 p.m. It was getting dark. Lent in the restroom. The fourth seat of the faithful said to the sixth and 12th seats standing in front of him, there are still a few hours to go before the appointed time, and today is the day we give our lives for the Lord of Murmuring. 12th seat, are you ready? The 12th seat took a deep breath as he listened. Wait for instructions. When I die, please tell Lord Raving that it was an honor to give my life for him in this life. Chapter 130, Pretending to be a Believer, Under the Black Light. Xiaoyu is in the office non-stop walking, expression is very urgent. He looked down at the watch from the Ravings issued a signal time has passed more than an hour. To be because of their own mistakes did not receive the news led to this action screwed up, that cannot eat a pocket to go. At that moment, the phone in his office rang, and he rushed over to pick it up and inquired, what's the situation? What? 2 guys tried to rob the prison and you caught them? On the phone, yes, acting warden. Prison robbery. Xiaoyu muttered in his heart, Lord Rumor didn't say that someone was going to rob the prison either? He just said to create chaos outside. Did the plan change? Yes, acting warden, should we shoot on sight? Don't do it yet, a prison robbery is a big deal. Bring them to my office and I'll interrogate them myself. Yes. This situation Xiaoyu cannot dare to take the idea without authorization. To give the ravings sent to the believers killed then can make fun. At the main entrance, Cha Yuan and Bailey Chubby knelt on the ground with their hands raised in the air, admitting their mistakes with an extremely sincere attitude. After all, there were more than a dozen gun barrels pointed at their heads. The gate slowly opened and a slightly higher-ranked prison guard stepped out of it with a rifle in his stride. After seeing this, Cha Yuan muttered in a low voice to Bailey Fatty, Fatty, is your plan okay? It's too damn risky, hijacking a prison is a big crime. If I'm killed on the spot I'll you to death even if I'm a ghost. Bailey Chubby, on the other hand, revealed a smile that had long been expected. You're stupid, this place can't use the forbidden ruins, and there's no undercover agent inside to take over just by virtue of the fact that the 3 of them rushed to rob the prison? Cha Yuan nodded his head after hearing this. It's somewhat reasonable for you to say that. How are we going to meet the undercover agent, though? That's one I hadn't thought of. The prison guard who came out from the door walked up to Cha Yuan and the 2 of them and looked them up and down. He frowned as he looked at Cha Yuan's appearance. Why do I feel like I've seen you from somewhere? Cha Yuan, sweat. Maybe I'm a popular face, anyone who sees me says I look familiar. Officer, we all surrendered voluntarily, we shouldn't be shot, right? It's hard to say if you'll be shot or not, but you 2 won't be getting out of here for the rest of your lives. After saying this, the guard chirped to the other guards with guns, cuff them. Take them back to the acting warden for a personal trial. Yes. 5 minutes later, Cha Yuan and Bailey Chubby were honestly caught in Xiaoyu's office with their hands leaned behind them. Xiaoyu got up and looked at the front of the 2, a tall, a short, a fat, a thin 2 people how to see is not like to come to perform the task, which is clearly the movie funny duo with. Xiaoyu took his police cap off and scratched his head, his eyes traveling back and forth between the 2. After half a minute, he said to the prison guard at the door, you go out first, I'll report this matter to the warden myself. Acting warden. Clunk. The office door was closed. Xiaoyu got up and walked to Cha Yuan feeling a bit familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere? Cha Yuan, sweat, Bailey Fat see to be bad, if they are seen out of their own maybe to be locked up in this for life, at that time can only turn to Fong Ming to save themselves, now he can only bet that the person in front of him is the 2 believers, receiving undercover agents. Come on, what are you standing there for? Untie me. Is that how Lord Raving told you to treat the 3rd seat? Bailey Chubby raised his voice slightly, his eyes filled with anger. Xiaoyu. He was already too frightened to breathe, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Cha Yuan, awesome. Cha Yuan saw that this move completely shocked Xiaoyu also pretended to get up, quickly untie us, delayed the ravings of the Lord's business you bear the responsibility? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu hurriedly bent down and bowed to apologize, so it's Lord, believer, forgive me for my poor eyesight, I'm really sorry. He knew that the strength of the first few seats of the believers was extraordinary, and if it weren't for the marketplace tablet, they could have completely killed all the guards at the entrance. Xiaoyu panicked and took out the universal key on his waist and immediately ran behind the duo, while Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby exchanged a glance with each other, the corners of their mouths revealing a smile. Waiting for the handcuffs to be unlocked, Bailey Chubby moved his wrists up to give Xiaoyu a mouth. Next time pay attention to the point. Oh, this time to be arrested is entirely because of your reason. The old man almost ate a gun. Xiaoyu was blindsided by this mouth, thinking to himself, do all these believers love to hit people so much? But he didn't dare to offend, for fear that these two would recover their realm and find themselves in trouble. He looked at Bailey Chubby's expression of wanting to eat people once again, bent down and bowed. I'm really sorry, Lord Believer, it's a small negligence, you forgive me as an adult. Seeing that Chubby Bailey was still unforgiving, Chao Yuan hurriedly pulled his raised arm and whispered to him, don't forget the mission we came for this time. Oh yeah. Bailey Chubby came to a realization. That amount of believers to do what I forgot to ask. Bailey Chubby heart is a little puzzled. He should be able to surmise that the believers came to this as to rob the prison, but he does not know the specific content. Bailey Chubby looked at the left side of Xiaoyu's face in front of him, which had been reddened by his own slapping, and said, then Lord Raving has sent you a signal, right? It's already been sent. Xiaoyu replied. Then don't start yet. Yes. After saying this, Xiaoyu hurriedly walked towards the office door but did not close it, while Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan followed behind him back and forth. Xiaoyu heard the footsteps of the duo behind him as they followed. Shin, Believer-sama? Shouldn't you all be here waiting for the lights to be turned off and creating chaos? Hearing this, Bailey Chubby's palms broke out in some false sweat. Yes, but we are afraid that we will be in danger here. Can you guarantee that your men will not come up and find trouble with us after you turn off the lights? Xiaoyu explained, this you can rest assured, after turning off the lights there will be more tricky things to come up. It's completely impossible that there will be prison guards coming here, and with the realm of the two of you are still afraid of a few prison guards. Then you go quickly. Bailey Chubby only felt some information overload and some pig brain overload, after saying that he pulled Chao Yuan into the office to unlock the door. At this time, Xiaoyu completely avoided the capture of various cameras through his years of experience as a prison guard in the fasting center, and he walked like a ghost through the dim and empty corridors, finally stopping in front of a heavy metal doorband. He activated the identity verification system on the side, successively recognized the fingerprints, iris, and finally entered the 16-digit password, and with a snap, the metal door opened. Behind the door is the main control room of this fasting house. Xiaoyu turned in front of a large black mainframe and walked straight to the core console, took out a small USB flash drive from his pocket and inserted it into the port below the main console along with the socket. As Xiaoyu's fingers flexibly tapped on the keyboard at a rapid pace, 2 minutes later, the blue screen of the console went completely black. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and got up and walked over to a huge, pitch-black lever, which he then gripped tightly and pulled down hard. On the island not far from the fasting place, the four of them, Fang Ming, Red Tassel, Zhao Kongcheng, and Chen Mai, stood on top of a cliff wearing dark red cloaks. Zhao Kongcheng's face was a bit worried as he asked, Captain, you shouldn't be sentenced if you rob a prison, right? Gee whiz, what sentence? We came to suppress these prisoners out of the goodness of our hearts. They won't even be able to thank us when the time comes. Zhao Emporian City thought it made sense after hearing this. We're doing a good deed, and I kind of miss this Lin Chiye kid. In a moment, I'll go first and wait until you guys can use the forbidden ruins. Fang Ming said to Turning Head and the others as he stood beside Red Tassel. Good. Be safe. Red Tassel commanded, holding his lance. Buzz. With a sound, all the lights in the fasting house went out, and the place where hundreds of prisoners were held was completely reduced to darkness. All of the electronic cell doors holding prisoners were unlocked, and some of the inmates who hadn't been moving around on the outside swarmed out of the prison, which was an instant mess. Fang Ming frowned slightly at the sight and reminded the three, let's go. Pay attention to safety. As the words fell, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 131, The Beginning of the Riot. In the first floor restroom, the three believers who received the signal heard the cacophony outside and drew their legs towards the target location. A minute later, the trio arrived at a hidden corner somewhere. The fourth seat glanced along the doorway at the prison guards outside who were stopping the rioting prisoners, then turned to the sixth and second seats and said, in a moment, after I go up first and settle these prison guards, you guys hurry up and break through from that side of the east door with their keys. Remember to be quick. Yes. The two lowered their voices and nodded. The fourth seat then reached out and lashed a prison guard over, removing the key from his waist with great speed and tossing it to the sixth seat behind him. With almost all of the sentries and guards in the dark and open-air exercise yard stopping the rioting inmates, no one would have noticed three figures sneaking along the wall. They started off by taking out the machetes, hammers and other tools that Xiaoyu had placed under the floor tiles in the restrooms on the first floor, and then after circling around a few buildings, they stopped at a certain empty space. The fourth seat looked around to make sure the location was right, and then said to the 12th seat behind him with a grave expression, "Are you ready?" The moment you destroyed the ruined monument, your sacrifice was honorable, and the believers will always remember the day you gave your life. The 12th seat was in tears upon hearing this. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, only to see him immediately take off his shirt and lie down on the ground. Come on, don't forget what I said, it's the greatest honor in my life to give my life for Lord Raving. The sharp knife slashed across the 12th seat's throat, ending his life with little pain. The 4th seat then cut his body open and removed a black sphere the size of a goose egg, before picking up the hammer beside him and slamming it viciously towards the sphere. Knock dash. With a muffled sound, a bronze knife about 5 cm long was presented in front of him, with a weird black aura emanating from the blade. The 4th seat crouched down, holding the bronze blade in reverse, and carefully moved forward before stabbing at the nothingness in front of him with fierce eyes. The blade slashed through the air, surprisingly tearing a gaping hole in space, and the 4th seat pressed his face close to see a towering monolith of pitch black stone. It's really here. The 4th seat was overjoyed, and he also gradually accelerated his cutting speed. The serial number 035's, breaking blade of delusion, can really cut through Chen Fuzi's heart scene, so it seems like seeing the light of day again is today. A minute later, the gap had been cut to a size large enough to fit a man in and out. The 4th and 6th seats looked at each other, then dragged the dead 12th seat's body into the heart scene. As the 6th seat cut open the 12th seat's veins, a large amount of blood spurted out onto the hammer in his hand, only to see the ancient speckles on the hammer seem to come to life, completely sucking up the blood splattered on it. The 6th seat only felt his hand sink, gritted his teeth and gripped the hammer handle with both hands and took a step towards the marketplace monument, then used all his strength to smash towards the dark and towering marketplace monument in front of him. Dang dash! A hideous crack appeared on the surface of the ruined monument. Chubby Bailey, who was originally in Xieyu's office, was digesting what Xieyu had said. What did he mean by waiting for us to recover our realm? Could it be that they have a way to avoid the suppression of the ruined monument? He muttered. Chao Yuan shook his head. It's impossible. There's no way that we'll get rid of the ruined monument's suppression. So what does he mean? Bailey Chubby got up and walked over to the windowsill to look at the rioting crowd of prisoners outside and frowned. It doesn't look like they've restored the forbidden ruins either, huh? Could it be that they don't have a way to escape the ruined monument's suppression and are planning to destroy it? Chao Yuan explained after hearing this. This is even more impossible. No one has ever seen the marketplace monument at all, let alone destroyed it. Suddenly, with a loud sound, Chao Yuan instantly felt that the forbidden ruins in his body were traveling throughout his body, as if he wanted to break through that blockade. He subconsciously patted Bailey Chubby's shoulder. You seem to have speculated correctly. I feel that the forbidden ruins in my body have recovered a bit. At this point, the inmates who had gathered on the event grounds to be stopped by the large number of guards and sentries suddenly felt some of their suppressed realm restored. Most of the prisoners' realms had now been liberated to the Jan realm, but they still didn't dare to act rashly in the face of the pitch-black barrels of the guns, and it was obvious that this amount of strength was not enough to break through the blockade of the prison guards. Thunk dash! A second muffled sound came. The eyes of all the prisoners instantly lit up. At this point, their realms had been liberated from the peak of the Dao Pool realm, and now their gazes revealed a desire to kill, pressing the surrounding prison guards at every step. And the inmates who had been locked up in the fasting house for decades have long since been worn out of their humanity, and their desire for freedom is as great as it has ever been. Thunk dash! With a third muffled sound. Some of the prisoners who were originally at an extremely high realm had already reached the peak of the Tasi realm. At this point, those hot weapons of the prison guards and sentries alone could not completely stop them from escaping. Instantly, violent explosions roared through the grounds, machine guns and cannons were heard in an endless stream, and the entire Lenten house was transformed into a killing city. In a dark ward, Han Jinlong, who had been crippled by Long Ying, actually sat up again from the hospital bed, angrily tearing off the gauze wrapped around his body, his eyes full of vengeful fury. He turned his head to look at a sea of fire outside, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Little ninny, wash up and wait for my old man to take revenge. Inside the mental hospital, Lin Chie, who was playing Sif with Long Ying, suddenly felt that the sense of suppression in his body subsided by a large margin, and his pupils once again erupted with a piercing light. Suddenly he was slapped on the head by Long Ying. Hiss, what are you frozen for? I'm dead. Long Ying turned around and yelled. Sister Ying, I might have to go out. Lin Chie muttered as he turned his head to look at the blinding firelight outside the window. Long Ying followed Lin Chie's gaze as she took off her own headphones and got up and walked over to the window, looking at the bloodstained thugs outside. The corners of her mouth once again revealed a sardonic smile. Ha 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 ha. What a wonderful scene. Tonight, blood will flow in rivers, and all fleeing prisoners will not escape the judgment of heaven. In an instant, Long Ying's figure disappeared in place as if he had been instructed to do so. After Long Ying left, the door to the hospital room slowly opened and Wu Tongxian slowly walked in. Lin Chie sniffed and looked at Wu Tongxian, who was standing next to the door. His appearance was still so weathered. Lieutenant Wu. Wu Tongxuan's pupils trembled. Looks like you know my identity. Lin Chie nodded. Spirit Medium Squad. You have suffered for so many years. The corners of Wu Tongxuan's eyes instantly moistened as he listened. The last time someone said this to him was the leader of the psychic squad, Bully. He shook his head and wiped the tears from his eyes, and choked a little. This bitterness is nothing, you should go, this time, they are coming for me. Go? Where to? You're still here. Lin Xie said solemnly. Go back to your home and do what you've always wanted to do. Not only are you the future captain of the 5th Special Squad, but you are also an agent of the many gods. Your destiny shouldn't stop here. Wu Tongxian muttered. Suddenly a warm hand rested on Wu Tongxuan's shoulder. Senior, do you still remember the oath we took under the red flag of Dasha? Hearing this, Wu Tongxian clenched his fists and trembled a little. If the eclipsing night finally comes. Lin Xie muttered. Right. Wu Tongxuan's voice trembled, and those godless eyes once again brightened. The two said in unison. I shall stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the vault of heaven with blood. Since, as you all say, I'm the future special squad leader, it's all the more important that I don't see you in danger, nor can I watch those extremely evil people out there run out to plague the earth. The mission of the psychic squad will be exercised by us latecomers in the future. On the playground, the lawn was strewn with dozens of prisoners and guards' corpses, and those killing red-eyed inmates were like a beast breaking free from its bonds, hissing and frantically running towards the exit. Dozens of prisoners took the lead and rushed to a position less than 100 meters from the exit. Quick! We've basically killed all the night watchmen here. Regaining our freedom is today. I've waited 10 years for this. Kill them all. At that moment, Chen Mai's low voice came from the high wall. Who says all the night watchmen here are dead? Just as all the prisoners froze, 3 figures clad in dark red cloaks descended from the high wall with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Only the weapons in the hands of the 3 emitted a cold, chilling light under the moonlight as they said in unison, Squad 136 in Sangnan City, ordered to kill all rioters. Chapter 132, 3 Battlefields. The prisoners standing at the city gates looked at each other in dismay when they heard this. What squad? Don't they say? What Canyon City Squad 136? Where is Canyon City? I don't know, but I've heard before that it's like a 3rd or 4th tier city, right? A prisoner in the crowd wearing a pirate eye patch yelled. Originally, most of the prisoners looked at Chen Mai 3 people raging situation as still some fear, but heard that Sangnan City is a 3rd or 4th tier city when the fear of the heart swept away. I thought it was an expert from somewhere, but it turns out to be a 3rd tier city watchman. Your highest realm is a Chuan realm and you still dare to scurry out and disgrace yourselves? These 3 little cuties. Disdainful voices continued to reach Chen Mai's ears, only to see him aim his blade at the prisoners in front of him. You're right, but against you scum, we're enough. Those who don't can come up and try. The prisoner in the lead waved his tattoo-covered arm and took a step forward, moving his neck in the process, and grunted coldly, just as well I haven't killed enough. Since you guys really wanna die, I'm going to send you to the west. Brothers, give me a chance to them up. When the words fell, this flower-armed man with his 2 little brothers attacked towards Chen Mai's 3 people with ferocious eyes. Chen Mai sneered, red tassel. Zhao empty city. Yes, Captain. Those who go forward, leave no one behind. The words fell, the red tassel raised her hand and lightly knocked on the black box behind her. A long spear burning with magnificent color flames scurried out smoothly, only to see her gently leaping to catch the long spear. Her pupils erupted into a bearish fury, a ferocious vortex of flames burned from her whole body to the head of the spear. As she gripped the gun tightly and slammed down from the air, the burning head of the gun smashed the ground in pieces, and countless fiery fire snakes roared and swept towards the other side as they erupted from the hideous cracks. At the same time, Zhao Kongqing's left foot flicked backward, his right hand tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, and a terrifying pressure arose from behind him. Click dash! The blade slowly came out of its sheath, and with the help of the bright moonlight, a huge crescent-shaped blade astral deity chopped out from the blade. At this moment, on the other side of the free movement playground, Han Jilong was breaking out with 3 dozen or so of his juniors, and the guards' artillery fire pressed them a little too hard to lift their heads. Boss Han, this cannon fire is too fierce. A tall, skinny, pockmarked-faced junior brother hid behind a side fence and yelled, Damn, these guys are really shady. Han Jilong cursed. See that little ninny from yesterday. Apparently, Han Jilong was also a master with a grudge. No, Boss Han, has she been killed by the prisoners? If that's true, it's really a shame about that body. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted from the group of tanks in front of them, and another group of prisoners from a higher realm blew several of the tanks that the sentinels had placed in front of the cordon to smithereens. Ahahaha, heaven help me! Han Jilong shouted, waving his hand at the minions behind him. Hurry! Seize the moment! There was a cloud of smoke in front of them. The fragmented remains of the tanks were scattered haphazardly within the cordon. A dozen or so sentries had been killed, and some of the ones who had managed to escape the blast had been killed without mercy by the inmates. Just as Han Jilong followed behind the group of prisoners who had just broken out towards the other side of the gate, numerous sounds of muscles bursting rang out from the front, and the heads of the group of prisoners who had rushed ahead seemed to have been severed by an invisible steel wire rope, as their heads fell off their necks in unison. 2 dozen people fell in all directions without warning, blood running down their severed heads. Old boss, what's going on here? A junior brother looked horrified, pointing at the headless corpses in front of him as he trembled and shouted. Han Jinlong was obviously also frightened by the sudden change of events, the hairs on his entire body sweating. This was the first time he had seen this kind of unsuspected mass murder tactic. Years of practicing murder on the outside had taught him that this road was no longer available. When Han Jinlong turned around and wanted to find another way out, a shocking green foggy body landed from the sky, and the extremely violent impact of more than 30 minions was instantly killed. This time they're not even left the body, but directly into a wisp of black powder with the wind. In the center of the green foggy body, Long Ying's face was gloomy as she walked towards Han Jinlong, while the foggy bodies surrounding her quickly gathered behind her to form a vast human-shaped nebula. You! Are you? Han Jinlong shivered and stepped back. The fear of being killed in seconds still filled his fragile mind. He had thought of taking advantage of the large number of his men to settle the score with Long Ying, but he didn't expect that she would kill all of his minions in an instant, and she even made such a strange thing come out. That's what that is. He pointed at the huge green nebulosity behind Long Ying, his eyes filled with fear. Han Jinlong could feel that the nebulosity was eating away his soul a little bit like a bottomless black abyss. Oh, you mean this? Long Ying pointed behind himself with a thumbs up. They should be thanking me for using the nebula body to kill them. But, with your strength I didn't need to make such a big deal out of it. Against you I don't even need super beast armament. Han Jinlong listened to these two unintelligible terms, a little clouded. What nebula body, what super beast armament, he had never heard of them. What the hell are you babbling about? He yelled as his legs went out of control and he fell to the ground. However, in order to show you, an ant, the power of the world beyond, I intend to show you my other form. As the words fell, a green alien energy lock emerged from Long Ying's wrist. The world beyond? Han Jinlong had already been dumbfounded by what he heard, as one visual shock after another continued to destroy his worldview. Only Long Ying's pupils once again erupted with an intense green light, and the exotic lock in his hand began to continuously gush out a large amount of green beams of light. Ultra beast armed. The earth trembled, a scorpion-shaped totem slowly emerged under Long Ying's feet, and a mecha with a black surface and green light scurried out from the bursting ground to merge with Long Ying. Long Ying condescendingly looked at the feet of Han Jinlong, and did not intend to do too much conversation with him. Let him see the super beast armament has been considered a gift to him. Accompanied by Long Ying, mechanical giant foot slowly raised, revealing the shadow will be Han Jinlong's body completely shrouded. Knock dash. With a muffled sound, Han Jinlong was stomped into mush. On the other side, and in the open space of the heart seam that had been cut open, the realms of the 4th and 6th seats had also recovered most of their realms. Hurry up! Don't waste time over this garbage. Finding old Dogwu was the right thing to do. The 4th seat dodged the bullets spewing from the machine gun's muzzle by weaving continuously in the air. The 6th seat also followed behind like a ghost, when suddenly a bursting fireball rushed out from the side with hot molten lava towards himself. Boom dash! The flames rose again, and the 4th and 6th seats dodged the fatal blow with their skillful hands. And on the ground that was hit, instead of cooling down, the molten magma melted the surface at an alarming rate. Seeing this, the 4th seat's back went cold and muttered, "There are still experts." Suddenly, a pure white holy light illuminated a radius of 100 meters. The blinding bright light nearly blinded the two of them, and the next thing that followed was goose feathers like white snow falling from the sky. It's snowing? The 6th seat muttered as he looked at the huge clock in the sky. Snap dash! The sound of a crisp ringing finger rang out, only to see under the clock, a man wearing a dark red cloak stepped out. His wrists flickered with a four-colored alien light, and every time he stepped out his feet ignited a blazing fire, and as he stepped out, reddish golden armor floated around his body to quickly attach itself to the surface of his skin. That! The 4th seat watched as the man walking slowly towards him fled, filling his every nerve. That is the fear that Lord Murmur has etched into his soul. Chapter 133, The Night Watchman of Dasha. Lin Xie, who had rushed out of the door of the Lenten Asylum's mental hospital, was looking at the wisps of smoke from the battlefield with shocked pupils, and the pungent gunpowder in the air mixed with faint blood irritated his nasal passages. At this point, the circuitry of the fasting house was restored to normal, and a bright light reappeared on the dark sea. And the three people who were tied up in 5 different ways by Bailey Fatty also broke free from their bonds at the same time, and the 3rd seat moved his muscles and said to the 5th seat behind him, "Let's go. Go and fulfill our mission. Go! Damn it, I'm going to catch that fatty with my own hands and stuff the sock into his mouth." 5th seat's eyes revealed ferocity. When the words fell, the 3rd seat lightly waved his right hand and a void rift appeared out of thin air, just as Shin Qingju wanted to follow the footsteps of the two of them to step into the void rift but was stopped by the 3rd seat. The 3rd seat spoke, "Newcomer, keep a lookout here, a battle of this level is not for you to participate in." Shin Qingju nodded, thinking in her heart, still pretty damn polite. After the two left, Shin Qingju sat on the ground and stared tightly at the fire in the distance. Lin Xie looked at the main entrance of the Lenten Institute. The skyrocketing magnificent firelight and the familiar crescent-shaped sword astral caused his heart to tremble, and then his eyes showed joy. He muttered, "Sister Hong Ying. Old Zhao. The captain must be here too." Lin Xie didn't care about the corpses lying cluttered on the ground and stepped into the pool of blood. he transformed into a dark elf under the darkness of the night and crossed the entire playground in less than 3 seconds. He took a flying leap to stand at the top of the sentry tower, looking at the burned-out bodies of the sentries beside him in rage. If these extremely evil people were let out, there was no telling how many innocent people would have to die, and Chen Mai and the others must have come this time to stop these prisoners from taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Just as Lin Xie wanted to leap off the sentry tower, 2 star knives were placed in front of him from the side. Those were his own and Fong Ming's star knives. He looked sideways, and Xingyu's entire eyes revealed a gray glow, the corner of her mouth raised in a smile as she looked at herself. Let's go? My Captain Lin. Lin Xie looked at the 2 star knives handed over by Xingyu and slowly accepted them, the corners of his mouth lifting up in a similar smile as his pupils once again erupted in a sparkling golden light. Let's go. Let's kill these thugs without leaving a single piece of armor. At the gate of the Lenten Institute, the leading flower-armed man took an involuntary step back as he watched his 2 Chuan realm minions, one chopped in half and the other burned to a mere wreck. If he said that the 2 people in front of him were in the Chuan realm, he naturally wouldn't believe it, and at the strength displayed by Hong Ying and Zhao Kongqing, it seemed that they were at least in the high realm. Zhao Kongqing looked down at the ground that was chopped open by himself and was shocked. It seems that this bout of sparring with the dragon spirit is effective. It's really not worthy of letting my old man take a beating for this half a year. There's been a real increase in strength, and my mendicant Shining Moon is back. While Zhao Empyrean City was surprised, Red Tassel ruffled the hair around her ears as she aimed the red-tasseled gun in her hand at the dozens of prisoners in front of her and muttered, "Does anyone else want to try?" The flower-armed man looked at the duo in front of him who were at least in the sea realm and swallowed his saliva. With his own strength at the peak of the sea realm, he was not weak at all, but the man with the twin swords had not yet made a move. He also understands the truth that all hands make light of the fire, so he shouted to the prisoners behind him, "Let's go together. Dozens of us against 3 of them, the advantage is ours. If we go on one by one, we will surely be broken by them one by one, as long as we are united." Zhao Kongqing frowned after hearing this. Hey. What unity of heart said you guys with a decent like, you guys that is called, collusion party, woeful, pals then for treachery, collusion. Asterisk. Just them you went to college, right? One of the inmates in the crowd, whose diploma was only elementary school, shouted, "Brothers, let's him." As soon as these words were uttered, dozens of prisoners emanated different energies and hissed like a tidal wave of beasts as they rushed towards the 3 Chen Mai. Different moves, different energy beams, and different forbidden ruins were mixed together like a pot of smorgasbord. The number of sea realm powerhouses among the prisoners wasn't very large, but with the numerical advantage they still pushed forward a great deal. In less than a minute's time, the 3 of Chen Mai had decapitated more than 2 dozen prisoners, and more than 50 more, and most of those who died were still prisoners of a lower realm. At this time, a black figure toward the red tassel quickly attacked. The red tassel immediately will be the gun in the ground on the body back. A dagger quickly swept through the neck silk chopped down a strand of hair. The prisoner's fierce eyes and the red tassel eyes to meet, only to see the red tassel gun once again lit up the fire. With the red tassel body tilted towards the side of the smooth trend will be the long gun contraction, followed by a fierce towards the prisoner stabbed. The blazing fire instantly swept through his body, and the wail of pain ended abruptly as the fire was extinguished. Damn, there's a bit too many of them on the other side. Captain. Zhao Kongqing wanted to unleash Mendicant Flashing Moon again, but the opposing team didn't give him any time to cast the spell. And Chen Mai pulled off the twin knives that were inserted into the other side, and flew up to kick the 2 prisoners in front of Zhao Kongqing. Hold on a little longer. At this time, some of the bright-minded prisoners took advantage of Chen Mai's several people being distracted and quickly swept past a few people to the front door. For them such things as killing people were far less important than freedom. Just as they wanted to step over the last few meters, Wang Lu and Fong Yanghui blocked in front of them. The Great Summer Vigil, Wang Lu. The Great Summer Vigil, Fong Yanghui. Here to die in the last line of defense of the Lenten House. They were still wearing the same prison uniforms as the gang of outlaws. Only to see a sudden commotion erupt from the crowd. You two are stupid. You've been caught in a fasting center and you're still here playing the hero. Don't forget that you are now prisoners like us, and wearing the same black and white prison uniforms as us. The moment you take off your cloaks and hand over your medals, you are no longer vigils. If you ask me, the Night's Watch is just a bunch of idiots who only know how to show loyalty. What's the point of wasting words with them? Kill them and we'll be free. Wang Lu cursed after hearing this. Even if I take off the clothes of the Night Watchman, I'm 100 times 1,000 times better than you guys. You bunch of garbage that only knows how to burn and loot outside. After saying that, he grabbed the collar of the prison uniform with both hands, and with a roar the prison uniform was torn into pieces. Wang Lu was naked, and his bronze-seen body was covered with hideous scars. Knife wounds, gunshot wounds, burns. The same Fong Yanghui also took off his prison uniform and had even more scars on his body than Wang Lu's. The scars on my body are my cloak, and these bullet holes are my medals. Take off your prison uniforms, old man, and these cloaks, medals. What do you have left when you take off your prison uniforms? A disgusting body. As the words fell, Wan Lu's fists ignited into a blazing fire, raging flames wrapping his body like a fire god descending to the world to guard the last line of defense behind him. Chen Mai sniffed and looked behind him, the corner of his mouth revealing a pleased smile, his eyes not grinding blood staring at the dozens of prisoners in front of him, Red Tassel and Xiao Kongcheng holding weapons alongside them. He roared ahead, hear that? Pests. This is the Daxia Vigil. Even if you manage to escape, we will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Chapter 134. One after another explosions erupted from the city gates, blinding flames completely ignited the Lenten house at the moment, as if a flaming beast stood in the middle of the sea, and the field was filled with rolling smoke everywhere. On the city wall, the red-hot machine gun barrels spewed out raging tongues of fire, and a single bullet was fired toward the blackened mass in front of them. Chen Mai's side and Wan Lu's duo had once again killed more than 24 famous prisoners, and the city gates were already littered with corpses, but the beast-like prisoners were still pouring towards the city gates in an endless stream. As several people's physical strength was depleted, the role that Chen Mai and Wan Lu and the others could play was still limited, and the prisoners' escaping footsteps once again moved a dozen meters forward. Damn it, no one can stop me from getting out today. Break out of this son of a ****** fasting house and I'll be free. Knock dash. 4 figures fell from the sky, and the violent impact shook the thick chains locked to the city gates. After the smoke and dust had passed, the one at the head was a teenager, only to see that he was holding dual swords, and his eyes were burning like furnaces with golden pupils that were staring at the dozens of prisoners in front of him in death. When the prisoners saw this twin sword-wielding teenager standing in front of them, they were immediately terrified in their hearts, and their eyes looked around for the silver-haired woman who had been able to cripple Han Jinlong in an instant. Seeing that the woman didn't follow, some people began to reveal their nature, pointing at Lin Qia's nose and yelling, "Sick bastard, get the hell out of here. Do you think you're still the same boss Lin from before? I tell you, you're nothing without that woman. What's the point of wasting words with him? It's just 4 little kids, them up and we're free." Chao Yuan's face was gloomy as he listened to the shouts of the several unknowing prisoners in front of him, his hand already unconsciously reaching for the star sword at his waist. 7 knights, there's no need to talk to these wild dogs, right? Chao Yuan asked with a low voice. They're not dingoes, they're just a bunch of bugs, don't insult the dogs. Go! Lin Qia's words fell and Chao Yuan moved at the same time. The moment Chao Yuan's right hand touched the hilt of the blade, a heavenly baleful aura erupted from behind him, and his entire body was instantly wrapped in terrifying black flames, and his pupils shifted to horrifying scarlet alien pupils. Ha ha ha! Asterisk. Where the did this monster come from? I said, why does that man look so familiar? Isn't that crazy Chao Yuan from a few years ago? Some of the prisoners in the crowd who had been incarcerated for a long time recognized Chao Yuan's identity, and the memory of that one man with a sword drying out several strong men returned to that prisoner's mind. Who cares if he's crazy? Whoever dares to get in my way today, I'll kill him. The prisoners in front of them swarmed towards Lin Qia's side. Lin Qia's pupils were once again covered in extreme black color. The intense pressure of gods might suppress the several prisoners rushing over in front of them to death, and the tearing sensation caused by that representative of the Black Knight essence was destroying the bodies and minds of several prisoners. While Chao Yuan is a person with a sword to kill into the crowd, ferocious black flames even evaporate all the spilled blood. Less than a minute's time more than a dozen prisoners have fallen in front of him. Bathed in blood, Chao Yuan issued a more hideous smile. At this moment no one dares to get close to him. These two can't be killed. Let's go kill that fat guy and that little white guy. The 7 or 8 prisoners saw that the strength displayed by Lin Xie and Chao Yuan was too terrifying, so they turned their attention to Bailey Fatty and Xingyu, who were about to make a move. Asterisk. What the do you mean? Chubby 100 roared in defiance. Looking down on Little Master? Suddenly, Chubby Bailey pulled out a big golden sword from his waist. Sword transformation 3000. The great sword suddenly became several times larger, and a circle of golden energy arcs emerged behind him, only to see the dots of starlight in the center of the arcs gradually converge into densely packed golden sword awnings. What is this? Where did you pull that out of? A one-eyed prisoner who rushed in front looked at the dots of sword awnings in the sky, and in his heart, he couldn't figure out the strength of Bailey Chubby to take a few steps backward. Drop! Bailey Chubby stretched out a finger toward the bottom and flicked it. Countless swords fell from the sky, instantly killing several prisoners, while the 7 or 8 prisoners who had just come at him in a surprise attack were also stabbed to death by the chaotic swords. Damn, I can't beat this one either. A prisoner looked at the nearby gate of the fasting house and the golden swords in the sky, his eyes revealing extreme unwillingness. Doesn't that leave one? One of the inmates with good hands jumped horizontally from side to side to dodge most of the falling swords, then pointed at Xingyu and warned, "There's no way out. You two come with me." The unwilling prisoner pulled 2 somewhat withered prisoners towards Xingyu with a ferocious glare. "Ha, looks like I've been underestimated too? However, I'm not interested in dissecting the bodies of you trashy maggots." As the words fell, a flash of gray flashed through Xingyu's eyes as he quickly swung his wrist. The moisture in the air quickly condensed, and a large net made of guile silk converged to penetrate the bodies of the 2 minions. Please. The two bodies seemed to have been swept by countless lasers, instantly splitting into dozens of body parts, and the blood from the body bursting and splattering stained the white hands of Xingyu. The injured Wang Lu was assisted by Fang Yanghui to sit down at a side city wall, and the two of them looked at Lin Qiya's stance as he kept weaving through the crowd and exchanged glances. Wang Lu revealed an extremely pleased smile as he took Fang Yanghui's hand. Look at that teenager named Lin Qiya and those newcomers, that's the new generation of vigilantes, the hope for the future of Disxia. A few minutes later, the group of prisoners who tried to break through the city walls were all killed by Lin Qiya's 4 men. And Lin Qiya also led the 3 of Bailey Chubby to run quickly towards Chen Mai, who was not far away. Boom dash! Red Tassel held the gun with both hands and twisted it. The head of the gun once again erupted with raging magnificent flames to cut down the 2 prisoners in front of him. A golden figure swept past behind him, and the few prisoners circling Chen Mai and Zhao Kongqing were instantly forced back. At the moment, the dozens of prisoners were facing the top combatants in the collective training camp in Sangnan City's Squad 136. Captain, Sister Honging, Old Zhao. Lin Qiya stood beside Chen Mai and gazed at him with steely eyes. Good boy, you've recovered well. Chen Mai looked at Lin Qiya's radiant appearance, and the stone in his heart was let go. That's right, it's no good lying around all the time. Captain, how will these prisoners be divided? Lin Qiya swept through the crowd of prisoners in front of him with his spiritual power and realized that there were only a handful of Sea-Realm powerhouses, less than 10. How do you split it? It's up to you. With a swish sound, Chen Mai once again placed the 2 star blades in front of his chest. Kill them all. Meanwhile, the prisoners in front of several people once again gathered their strength to prepare for a fight to the death here, and a great battle was about to break out. On the other side, Fang Ming grasped the neck of the 4th seat with one hand with a frivolous expression, while lying next to him was the headless body of the 6th seat, and asked in a low voice, tell me, where is Rumor? The 4th seat grabbed Fang Ming's wrist and tried to break free, desperately trying to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body, but facing the immense foggy nebula behind Fang Ming, his own little spiritual energy seemed to be completely suppressed like a drop in the ocean. Raving about the language of the Lord. In Pulleys. With a sound of muscles bursting, the 4th seat's body instantly exploded, blood drenching the ground like a torrential downpour. Those who had been planted with a soul contract would be killed on the spot if they had even the slightest thought of betrayal. Asterisk. Fang Ming cursed, and then casually tossed the corpse of the 4th seat aside in a fit of pique. Listening to the successive explosions at the entrance of the city with the skyrocketing flames, his body shifted, and instantly arrived at the entrance of the city. He scanned the battlefield in front of him, took a deep breath, and raised his right hand above his head and yelled, Phantom Lin Nebula. 135. Elimination of hundreds of prisoners. Along with an earth-shaking Qilin roar, the ground began to shake violently, and the usually impenetrable walls began to quickly disintegrate. Lin Qiya's body swayed and subconsciously turned around to look at a huge, incomparable reddish-golden nebulosity standing above the firmament. Line, awesome. Everyone on the battlefield looked towards the unknown vastness of the nebula in the firmament. Is this a god? How did the gods come to this place? The highest realm that many of the inmates had come into contact with was the warden of this prison, for one of the human ceilings, Chenfu Zi, and in the face of such latitude-spanning creatures they had never even seen. While Shin Qingzhu, who was far away on that small island, looked at the illusory Lin Nebula, which was several times larger than the small island, with a shocked expression, and subconsciously said, what the, has Fang Ming's forbidden ruins all reached this level? Dharma heaven and earth. Looks like I'm going to have to step it up too. The sky changed color drastically, and a single reddish-golden cloud floated in the pitch-black sky, spilling golden light onto the earth. Suddenly, a pitch-black mecha quickly swept across the battlefield, taking everyone on Chen Mai's side away from the battlefield. Chubby Bailey looked at the black-on-green and even somewhat oozing mecha in front of him and screamed, ah, Sister Ing, is it you? Yo, you found out. Long time no see, little fatty, Mrs. Lord. Long Ying's gentle and delicate voice came out from within the mech. Red Tassel looked at Fang Ming's proud stance below in his mechanical palm and muttered, hey, still so handsome. This larder won't sink, will it? No, master has his own way. Only seeing Fang Ming's pupils explode with a very dazzling reddish golden light, the space around that fasting place began to distort, and the 5 fingers of the illusory Lin Nebula behind him gradually drew closer to the center of his palm, and all of the inmates within the range of the fasting place that were attempting to break out of the prison were all brought up into the air by an invisible force. In the air, the force had a death grip on the prisoners' throats, and it was impossible for them to break free no matter how hard they struggled. And the commander-in-chief and the crowd of sentinels commanding from the sentry tower watched this astonishing scene with dumbfounded amazement. Long. Sir, what's going on here? Even if the ruin suppression monument was destroyed, losing most of its effect of suppressing the forbidden ruins, the strength on display is too terrifying. One of the sentries asked the chief commander beside him. From what the warden has said, a new god has recently been born in Daxia, and the strength he possesses may be above that of any god. The commander-in-chief removed his own hat and looked at the vast red gold nebula in the sky. Today I finally got to see his power, as long as he wants to move a finger he can slaughter all the prisoners in front of him. He's probably giving some people some warning by making such a big deal out of it. At the gate of the psychiatric hospital, the third and fifth seats had just arrived at Wu Tongxuan's side, and just as the three of them were about to go at it with their swords drawn, the terrifying Phantom Lin Nebula behind them appeared with a roar, completely shocking the three of them. Suddenly murmuring voices echoed in the ears of the third and fifth seats, "Run!" The two looked at each other a little less than understanding, but after all, it was ravings that ordered them to obey. "Old dog Wu, count your life this time. We are not going to let you go." On the other hand, Wu Tongxian gazed at the two believers in front of him with a calm face and spoke coldly, "It's not certain if you'll be able to go back alive." At this moment, Fang Ming could hear the heartfelt voices of all their own prisoners trapped in the air. Let me go. I know I'm wrong. I repent for the sins I have committed before. I'd rather be locked up here for the rest of my life. I don't want to die." The various words of repentance that echoed in Fang Ming's ears did not receive the forgiveness of those innocent beings, only that Fang Ming indifferently gazed at the prisoners in the air as he ignored the pleas for forgiveness from these outlaws. As Fang Ming raised his right hand, a galaxy containing all the laws of the universe floated in the center of his palm. The galaxy changed instantly, and those prisoners hanging in the air only felt their eyes darken, and when they opened them again they found themselves in the vastness of the universe. There was no sound, no breathing, nothingness all around, and the shining blue star that had once been life seemed so small in front of it. Just as they were terrified, their bodies couldn't stop flying backwards at the speed of light, and the nothingness that surrounded them began to break apart, everything tearing that weak body apart. They suffered all the pains that worldly beings endure, and the intense mental shock destroyed the last vestige of their sanity, and a wail went up over the fasting house. The universe begins to compress until it reaches the size of a proton, and everything in the world returns to dust. A wisp of white smoke emerged from Fang Ming's clenched fist's fingertips. The crumbling fasting house was dead silent, and those prisoners who wanted to escape were completely erased as if they had not appeared in the world. "This," Zhao Kongsheng stuttered and muttered, "what divine power is this?" The aftermath of what had just erupted had even made the crowd outside the fasting house experience a cosmic journey as well, which of course was positive. A few seconds later, the cacophony of voices came from the fasting facility once again, and the peaceful prisoners were huddled en masse somewhere in the corner of the playground being escorted back to the prison by the sentries. That reverse cosmic trip just now was a wake-up call for them, and staying alive was a reward for not breaking out of jail. After calming the riot, Fang Ming walked slowly towards Red Tassel. He gently tapped the red head on the forehead and said with a smile, "Is your husband handsome?" "Handsome. So handsome." Red Ruffian planted his lance on the ground and cupped his shapely jawline, his lips nudging at the somewhat dusty cheek. Yelp! The crowd was up in arms. At this time, Long Ying, on the other hand, keenly observed two figures quickly speeding past the sea. She glanced at Fang Ming, who in turn nodded in greeting. As the third and fifth seats reached the shore, the sound of high heels was heard coming from the front. "Don't move! There's movement!" The third seat's keen hearing stopped the fifth seat's attempt to disembark. "Can't get on here. Let's change directions." The third seat had just turned around after he finished, when a white but sardonic face appeared in front of him. Whoa grass! After all, he was in the first few seats, his speed of clinical reaction was still very strong, only to see his wrist quickly turn, an invisible wind blade appeared in his palm. The third seat violently turned around, and that wind blade quickly chopped towards Long Ying's neck. Splash! The third seat's body fell straight to the side, blood drifting away with the sea. The fifth seat, on the other hand, took a few steps back, and, unluckily, tripped over a rock behind him and fell on his butt into the water, and he grabbed the underwater sea sand and kept backing up, his voice trembling, Give a chance." "Oh." Long Ying straightened up after hearing this and shook his hand to indicate that he could give him a chance. "Okay, you go, you have 3 seconds. "Just 3 seconds. The fifth seat was delighted to hear this and pulled out his legs. He is seen stepping into the jungle in the dark, the desire to live driving him to desperately try to escape. But 3 seconds later, the fifth seat felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, and he unconsciously reached out to touch it as a cold, sharp, spherical object pierced his chest. Long Ying immediately put away the scorpion tail and threw the corpse of the fifth seat high into the air as a green energy blast instantly disintegrated it. Xin Xingzhu unconsciously swallowed his saliva as he looked at the fifth seat that died in front of him. This tiny sound obviously did not escape Long Ying's ears. In an instant, she arrived in front of Xin Xingzhu. Xin Xingzhu used the moonlight to see Long Ying's face, but she seemed to be looking at herself with eyes that were not very friendly, while the scorpion tail behind her was high up and kept shaking. Sister Ing, don't! Chapter 136 Captain Lin and Supervisor Feng. Long Ying heard Xin Xingzhu call herself Sister Ing, and then sized up the skinny little body, then she did some quick retrieval in her brain, and immediately asked tentatively, tugging on little brother? Sister Ing, you finally recognized me. Xin Xingzhu sighed in relief, then removed the mask. What are you doing with the mask? Out of sight, huh? Xin Xingzhu also sighed with 100 helpless sighs. Wasn't I initially planted with a soul contract by rumor? Only 3 people, Fang Ming, Lin Xie, and Instructor Yuan, know about me being an undercover agent. I'm afraid I'll be recognized if I use my true face to see people, and being hunted down is fine, but it would be bad if some rash person went after the ravings and believers for me. Longing showed some appreciation after hearing this. Yo, I can't see it. You are quite considerate of others. And now what? Are you ready to go back? Shinshiju shook his head after hearing this. I'll never return to the team until I kill Rumor with my own hands. Maybe you can take me to. No. I'm going to finish him off with my own power. Avenge my dead companions. Unfortunately, Shinshiju still didn't say Li Jia's name. He didn't know how to face him without finishing off the ravings. Longing looked at Shinshingju's gloomy face, walked over and patted his shoulder and comforted him. Since you want to go back, I won't stop you. But all the believers who came here are dead, and I'm afraid you'll attract their suspicion if you go back so unharmed. Shinshingju nodded his head, feeling that Long Ying's words were reasonable. He then looked at Long Ying's evil eyes, immediately knew that Long Ying wanted to go after himself. Only Shinshingju took a deep breath. Sister Ing, gently. The door of the ancient god church slowly opened, only to see Shinshingju limping in, blood soaking his clean white shirt, followed by a scarlet bloody footprint. Damn, the hand is really not light or heavy, why don't you kill me? Shinshingju leaned weakly against the dark door and suddenly fell to the ground with a black eye. Murmuring immediately stood up from his throne when he saw this. He walked over to help Shinshingju up and inquired, what's going on here? Didn't I already order you all to retreat? Why are you still hurt like this? A dark mist wrapped Shinshingju. As the mist dissipated, Shinshingju slowly opened his eyes. His lips trembled as he said to Rumor, Lord, it's that silver-haired woman called Long Ying. We were attacked on our way to retreat. His strength is not estimated to be below Fong Ming. Murmuring was shocked to hear that it was the silver-haired woman who had instantly killed the second seed in Imte, Sunan, and he asked in horror, then how did you escape and come back? When the third seed lord unfolded the spatial rift to teleport back, that woman suddenly appeared and instantly decapitated the fifth seed lord. When she was about to strike at me, I was pushed into the spatial rift by a handful of the third seed lord, but that woman was so powerful that she even chased me all the way through the spatial rift, and in the end, it was only when the third seed lord closed the rift with her last breath and squeezed her out that I was able to escape. Listening to Shinshingju's narration, Rumination was overwhelmed with grief and indignation. The believers that he had built up by his own hand had died or been injured in a short period of more than a year, and all of them had been decimated by Fong Ming and Long Ying in one fell swoop. Damn it! Where the hell did those two come from? Murmuring thought left and right, his head was almost broken even though he didn't know just what kind of god Fong Ming was. The power he possessed was completely different from most gods and a completely different scale. That seven-colored beast pillar in the king's hall, that black and white duo that called themselves the overlords of the universe, the energy they erupted with even 1/1000% would be able to completely break his body apart. Ha. Shinshingju raised his eyes to look at Rumor's somewhat psychotic expression and laughed inwardly. Dog, you ing have your day, you kid is not far from death. Lin Xie brought the three of them, Cha Yuan, back to the place where he had once lived once again. Looking at the former prosperous Cangnan city, now only a few tall buildings towering, Cha Yuan and Bailey Chubby inwardly incomparably moved. Damn! These damnable outer gods. Sooner or later, one day little master will ride on their necks and on them. His eyes were filled with burning anger. After the pacification of the logistics army in Cangnan City's Squad 136, most of the people had gradually accepted the fact that their homes had been destroyed, and now all they could do was look forward and live the life they had today. Inside the hall of the peace office, Yi Fan was standing in the doorway with Wen Shi Mo looking at this city after the war. Commander Yi, what are you here for this time? Wen Shi Ma opened his mouth and asked. After a unanimous decision by the senior management, we are ready to form a fifth special squad to go to the mists to exercise our investigation. The preliminary candidate for captain is Lin Xie. Yi Fan took out an appointment document from her handbag and handed it to Wen Shima. Wen Shima looked at the appointment document in his hand after hearing this, somewhat not quite understanding. Why not Fong Ming? He's perfectly capable of any task. Yi Fan shook his head. Of course I know his strength, but the gods of Daxia haven't awakened yet, and the 100-year cycle of reincarnation still hasn't ended. We need him to stay in Daxia to fend off the foreign gods, and of course it's not impossible for him to join the 5th special squad if he wants to. Everything is up to him. Look, they're back. When Shima looked up at the sound and watched as Chen Mai and the others immediately shoved the documents into Yi Fan's arms and rushed to meet him. Subsequently, inside the living room, Yi Fan gave Lin Xie and the others a brief generalization of the requirements and main tasks of the formation of the 5th special squad. Right now, you guys aren't strong enough, so there's still quite a bit of a gap to become a truly special squad. Yi Fan reminded. The captain is at the peak of the sea realm? You still have to combine your efforts to kill a mysterious of the limitless realm, Lin Xie muttered. With his status as a dual god agent, it was a matter of time before he wanted to raise his realm, but beheading a mystery of the limitless realm wasn't something that was easy to do. If Fong Ming didn't join the team, then it wouldn't be possible to reach all the necessary conditions without a few years. Well, any interest, Captain Lin? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and asked softly. Of course. Lin Xie resolutely agreed. He had to become stronger. He had to become as strong as Fong Ming, and longing at that time he could avenge his aunt and cousin. Commander Yi, I've already chosen the candidates for the other team members, the original Guangshan City Squad 010, Bailey Tu Ming, Huaihai City Squad 007, Zhao Yuan, and En Xingyu. The three of them nodded their heads to Yifan after hearing this. You don't need to tell me about this picking of players, it's a right that comes with being a captain. However, right now, you're just a reserve team, and you can't create friction with the local night watchman when carrying out your mission, not to mention letting them know your whereabouts, so I'm going to send out a supervisor to you. Yifan said. Supervision? Are you not trusting us? Hearing this, Lin Xie was clearly a bit unhappy. He had never heard of a special squad needing supervision from others to carry out a mission. It's not that I don't trust you guys, it's to make sure you're safe. As the words fell, Fong Ming walked over, and Lin Xie pointed at the dejected Fong Ming and asked, the overseer wouldn't be him, would it? Yifan nodded. Blanche. What, I'm good enough to be your overseer? You still resent me for coming? Lin Xie shook his head. You don't want to hug your wife? This was highly recommended by Koma Bao. She didn't want me to be so strong and only stay in this small place in Sangnan City. After all, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Fong Ming turned his gaze to Xingyu as he spoke, even struggling a bit inside. I hope the favor you owe me will work. There's nothing wrong with what my husband said. The supervision was indeed recommended by me. Red Koma carried a few cups of tea and placed them in front of the crowd. Then she sat beside Fong Ming. At home, it's enough to have Longing and Long Ling. They can completely achieve the mission of protecting Dasha and cleaning up the mystery. Moreover, it's not a matter of minutes if Fong Ming wants to come back. This way we can kill two birds with one stone, and we can even take me out for a stroll during the mission. Lin Xie's mouth twitched as he listened to Red Tassel's words. I'm afraid that the last sentence is the most important, right? What is this? A honeymoon before marriage? Well, I don't have any problem with that since Sister Hong Yun is fine with it. Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Since you agree, this matter is settled. This is the first mission for your special squad since its establishment. Lin Xie took over the craft paper bag and took out a red-headed document, which clearly read, Go to the northern Antak County, purge the unknown mysteries. Chapter 137, Distinctive Treatment. Beep dash. A shrill train whistle sounded from in front of the high-speed train Lin Xie was sitting on. Lin Xie was sitting in seat 12A of the 6th compartment wearing a huge thick mountaineering anti-cold suit and big thick cotton shoes, while Bailey Chubby and Xia Yuan were also sitting next to him in the same full armor. Since Xingyu had gained the ability to resist extreme cold after dissecting the ice mines using unique positive solution, she only wore a relaxed shirt, only to see Lin Xie sip a mouthful of the milk tea placed in front of him, and said with a defiant face, why should the two of them be allowed to sit in the business seats? We can only sit in second class. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan brought his face over and whispered a reminder, we're just the reserve team now. The budget isn't enough so we can only do second class seats. You'll have to pay out of your own pocket if you want to do business seats. Then how can he sit in a business seat at public expense? Lin Xie asked again. He's supervising chanting? All expenses are reimbursed while doing the assignment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Convince me. Although Lin Xie was very upset about this kind of differentiated treatment, but now that he was under his control and needed to rely on his own ability to make the team become the real 5th Special Squad, the moment the official documents were issued, the injustice that he endured now was worth it. At this time, it was the middle of winter, all the provinces in the north were already almost shrouded in snow, and the outside was covered in silver, while Antak County, where Lin Xie and the others were going to, was the border of the northern border of Dasha, so even in summer, they couldn't feel much heat, and in winter, the temperature could even reach more than 40 degrees below zero. Inside the business compartment, Red Tassel was sitting by the window looking out at the flying snow and the sky eyes full of yearning. Honey, I've never seen such a heavy snowfall, eh? Fong Ming looked at Hong Ying's curious look and stroked her head favorably, then handed over a cup of warm milk tea. Honey, was it as pretty as this in your original world? She turned her head with a bright light in her eyes. Fong Ming nodded. My original world wasn't too different from here. My hometown was also in the northern part of the Great Xia territory, a province called Heilongjiang, and the winters there were the same as here. Really? That must be pretty in the winter too. Yes, and I don't know when the author will be able to come home on vacation from working outside. When a few people got off the bus, the bitter cold wind blew. The Red Tassel shivered. She couldn't help but lean towards Fong Ming's body. The warmth of that warmth surrounded Fong Ming's body like a big fireplace. Lin Xie walked in front. His neck couldn't help but shrink in his clothes towards the direction of the bus station. After getting off the high-speed train he would have to take another day and night's bus to reach Antak County. He looked back at the sweet little couple now and then, jealous. Sure enough, Fong Ming had brought him on a trip. Lin Xie had more than once asked Fong Ming to use his world-transcending abilities to bring them to their destination, but Fong Ming had refused Lin Xie with the requirement that justice did not allow cheating. It pissed him off, but he couldn't fight it and had to follow the route one ride at a time. At the entrance of the automobile, Lin Xie and the others bought their tickets and looked back at Fong Ming's duo who waved at them and asked, Aren't you guys going? Oh, I'll take Tasseled Treasure here for the day. and then I'll meet you guys when tomorrow rolls around. Lin Xie wanted to say something, but could only take the remaining 3 people in a car towards the direction of Antares County. After bidding farewell to Lin Xie and the others, Fang Ming brought Honging around in a city called Urban, where the church, Central Street, and the ice and snow world were played almost all over. And the local people, hearing Red Tassel's very southern accent, even affectionately called her the Southern Big Potato. In the evening, Honging strolled through the light-filled streets with Fang Ming holding a bunch of ice candy gourds. Would it be too unorthodox for us to do this? After all, you're out there to do the supervising. Fang Ming, on the other hand, didn't care much about this matter. It's fine, this time the enemy's realm is only a sea realm at best. They're strong enough now that nothing will go wrong. Besides, you haven't been up north to spend the day with you. Honging also nodded after hearing this, then raised the sugar gourd and handed it to Fang Ming's mouth, and the two of them smiled at each other. The figures of the two snuggled together in the streetlight as they walked quietly. How nice it would be if there was no war, and we lived happily together as a family, with no mysteries, no outer gods, and no so-called mists. Red Ruffian murmured. Obviously, this is not the wish of Red Tassel alone, but also the wish of all the night watchmen in the world. Well, I will work hard for this goal, and one day I will put an end to this chaotic era once and for all against all odds. On the empty coach, besides the driver there were only 4 people, Lin Xie. How come there's no one in this car? Bailey Chubby took off his Thunderbolt hat and looked around. And Xingyu pushed down her glasses just to open her mouth, but was interrupted by the driver. Your ticket is to Antac County. Not many people go to remote places like that in a year, only when it's close to New Year's Eve. People who work outside will go home. I was going to leave work early if you 4 hadn't bought tickets today. The driver Moncler outlet store was more or less disgruntled in his tone, but as a driver, it is also his duty to transport travelers. This is really sorry Grandpa. Lin Xie still politely apologized to the driver. Harm, what's the point, just driving a car, but I don't think you guys sound like locals. What's the point of going so far away? The driver asked. We're a spontaneous adventure team. Anqing Fish replied. Oh. The driver just agreed and didn't follow up. He looked at the clothes Xingyu was wearing through the rearview mirror and grunted coldly. Young people nowadays are really fit, wearing so little. After nearly 60h journey Lin Xie 4 people finally got off the car. Because the remote area on the road there are not a few service areas, a few people can only deal with a few mouths in the car. Exempt. Bailey Chubby looked around. The surrounding area is still snow in addition to snow. The sky is still floating down a few snowflakes from time to time. No wonder that Grandpa said that there are not many people come in a year. There's a mystery in this hole? Froze to death a long ing time ago, didn't you? Lin Xie pulled out a simple map from his pocket, and he pointed to a red mark on it and said to the 3 of them, we should still need to walk 5 kilometers before we can be considered to be within the boundaries of Antares County. What? It's not here yet? Chao Yuan looked at the markings on the map and was somewhat speechless. It can't be helped, there's too much snow on the road in front for the car to pass, just walk. Lin Xie rolled up the map and stuffed it back into his arms. After nearly half an hour of trekking, several people finally saw a wisp of smoke. We're almost there, Lin Xie said excitedly as he looked at a wisp of cooking smoke in front of him. Great. Tired little master me. Bailey Chubby itself is not very thin, plus such a thick mountaineering anti-cold clothing, the action is even more inconvenient. By the time the 4 approached, each face was grim as they looked ahead at a man sitting next to a pile of dry wood that was burning, only to see the man still holding a roasted chicken in his hand roasting it on a simple fire rack. He turned his head to look at Lin Xie at the sound of his voice. Yo! Coming, quite a bit faster than I thought. Chapter 138 Ranger. Want a chicken leg? Fang Ming pulled off a chicken leg and placed it in front of him and waved it around. The 4 people who hadn't eaten any meat stars for more than 2 days pounced like hungry wolves when they saw the chicken leg. Several people were munching around this pile of burning dry wood in the open wasteland. And Xingyu looked around, and then looked at the chicken breast meat that was steaming in her hand and asked, where did you get the chicken in this freezing weather? Fang Ming took a small wooden stick and gathered the firewood in front of him. I changed it, Chant. What else? Could I still be digging from the snow? Then why don't you just turn out cooked? Lin Xie took a chicken thigh and chewed on it, leaving some grease stains around his mouth. What do you know? It's the process of roasting raw meat to perfection that's the most fun. Gee whiz, that's redundant. A few minutes later, after a few people had devoured the roasted chicken, they intended to set off into the primeval forest to investigate the mystery. Shall we? Let's go to the Night Watchman's stronghold here first. Lin Xie organized his backpack and pointed towards the black dot in the distance. It's not good to directly contact the local night watchman, is it? Won't it be against the rules? Asked Chubby 100. Idiot, didn't Xingyu just say that we're adventurers who came to the area? Chao Yuan reminded. We'll just say the same thing later. Oh yes, but I always have a bad feeling about this. A few people walked step by step towards that black spot in the distance, and after a few minutes, the 6 big golden letters of Antac County Forest Ranger Bureau were placed in front of a few people, while inside stood a small, somewhat old, 2-story building. 7 nights, are you sure this is where those night watchmen live? Bailey Chubby had his hands in his pockets, and there was some incredulity in his eyes. Lin Xie pulled out the document and carefully looked at it, confirming that it was correct before saying to him, "That's right, this is it. I didn't realize conditions were so tough for the Night's Watch this far out. It's really hard on them." Inside the old, dilapidated building on the second floor, Chen Han was drumming on a broken heating pipe. Because this place was so remote, the heating was barely supplied, which couldn't help but make Chen Han feel that he came to this bird's nest to suffer. But because of his own unsatisfactory performance within the training camp, and the forbidden ruins weren't forbidden ruins with harmful properties, he was assigned to this mysterious place with few mysteries. At this time, the door of the old broken building room was opened, a cold wind poured in, only to see Li Dayang wearing a green military coat with a thunderbolt hat, stomped the snow on his feet and walked in, and in his hand carried a small heater. He placed the small heater on the floor. The room was leaking and it would be a bit hard to carry on without some heating equipment. Chen Han gave up overhauling the broken heating pipe and sat down next to the heater, taking off his gloves and stretching his frozen, raw hands toward the front, while Li Dayang looked at the map on the blackboard to the side and had a hard time. "Where the hell is that thing? Uncle Li, why don't we react with the top to transfer back to the city? The heating has broken down for the 5th time this month." Chen Han turned his hand over and exhaled a haze of air. Li Dayang shook his head. "No, that thing's whereabouts have not been investigated clearly. If we leave, it will most likely directly threaten the residents of the city. It's our duty to guard this place. I've already sent a message to the higher-ups, and they should be sending a special squad soon. Didn't I hear that a very powerful new Night's Watchman has appeared in the south? It's rumored that decapitating the Klein realm isn't even a problem." Chen Han asked. "That and other big people how will meddle in this and other small things. Besides, the mysterious here is estimated to be the highest only sea realm, laboring that big person to come to some of the big stuff." Li Dayang again in the map of the primitive forest west drew 8 times, also not here. Just see the map was marked by Li Dayang 5 or 6 places, the rest of the blank is the deepest part of the primitive forest. Without sufficient preparation he is not very dare to go deep. Dum 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 dum. The door of the room was gently knocked, Chen Han and Li Dayang almost at the same time to look toward the door, although the mysterious infestation here is not very frequent, but suddenly knocking on the door still attracted the two of them alert. After all, as a vigilante, life and death is often accompanied by the side. Li Dayang gave Chen Han a look, signaling him to walk in front of the star sword hanging on the wall if there is an accident. He can draw the sword in time to face the enemy. The knock on the door came again and Li Dayang carefully walked to the wooden door and observed the door through the gap, realizing that it was just a few young men wearing extremely cold clothing before opening the door. "You guys are?" Li Dayang scanned the circle and immediately brought them in after realizing that there was a young man with glasses wearing only a thin jacket. Several people gathered around the warm stove while Li Dayang enthusiastically made pots of tea for Lin Qia's few people. "Hello uncle, we are adventurers who organized ourselves into a group. Hasn't it been winter lately? We thought of taking advantage of the snow to come and experience life. It's just nonsense. I know you city kids pursue exciting ideals, and that's a good idea, but yet you shouldn't come here, and you, aren't you cold in such little clothes?" Li Dayang said to Xingyu while picking up an extra military coat placed aside and handed it over. And Xingyu scratched his head and took the clothes. "Thank you uncle, but I'm somehow not naturally afraid of the cold." Li Dayang frowned upon hearing this and muttered inwardly, "A forbidden ruin that can withstand extreme cold?" But it looked like he didn't know about the whole forbidden market thing. Are they vigilantes too? As a matter of fact, the Night's Watch spread out across the country were not allowed to just leave the city they were guarding, with the exception of some special squads that were out on missions. But looking at how the appearance of a few young people was not a special squad, Li Dayang loosened his tightly frowned eyebrows. He just thought that Xingyu was just a superpower who did not know about the forbidden market. "It's dangerous here, so for your safety, you'd better go back where you came from." Hearing Li Dayang's words, Lin Xie pretended to get excited. "Dangerous? That would be great, uncle. Don't you know that we just love to challenge the limits? Only with danger can we find the meaning of life." Li Dayang was speechless. It was the first time he had seen such a desperate young man, but as a night watchman it was his mission to stop the people from falling into danger. The neighborhood is often infested with wild animals, tigers, bears, and many of the people who have come have already lost their lives. "Really?" Lin Xie became even more excited when he heard this. "Uncle, I won't hide it from you, making documentaries for wild animals is also our hobby, you see." Lin Xie gave Bailey Chubby a wink. Chubby 100 immediately took out cameras, camera stands, drones, and other filming equipment from his backpack. This operation can be said to give Li Dayang. Two people looked dumbfounded. Chen Han looked at these several people who were not afraid of death. Some impatience said how many times, "Here is very dangerous, you do not understand is not it." "Hiss, how to talk," Li Dayang reprimanded. "As rangers, we are supposed to stop people from being put in danger." During the period, and Xingyu obviously noticed the piece of map painted in red times behind Li Dayang. He gently touched Lin Xie with his hand to indicate that the approximate map of the primitive forest has been memorized and the stay cannot get some information. And naturally, Lin Xie understood and stood up, saying to Li Dayang, "Uncle, since you said so, we'll go back first. Thank you for your kindness. Li Dayang immediately stood up when he saw that the persuasion was effective. Well, be careful on the way back, and be sure to go back the way you came. Okay, goodbye uncle. Fang Ming stood to the side, pretending to hold a scoring sheet. Well, the cooperation is good, but the night watchman here has a somewhat poor attitude and lives in excessively humble conditions. After watching Lin Xie leave, Li Dayang turned around and once again walked in front of the blackboard looking at the map and sighed, his hand unconsciously holding onto the heater pipe to the side. Hot. He mumbled. Ha? Chen Han immediately got up after hearing this and leaned against the heating pipes. How come? It was still cold just now. Ah? Weird. Lin Xie looked at the white primitive forest not far to his right, turned around and gave a wink to a few people, then quickly ran towards the primitive forest. At that moment, he noticed two figures appearing at the back left, an old man leading a little girl who was braving the wind and snow towards that small two-story building. Chapter 139 Investigation of High-Risk Areas. Apparently, the old man also noticed the figure of Lin Xie and the others, and he shrank his neck into his clothes muttering, do people still come to this hellish place these days? What a way to live. Grandpa, does Daddy usually work here? The little girl clutched the old man's hand and asked in a childish voice. Yes, Dad was in the military and it was his duty to guard the side. So this whole forest is under Dad's control? Yeah. Wow, Daddy's really good. Grandparents and grandchildren will knock on the door of the room, immediately feel a hot air puff. Usually some leakage of the house has now somehow become so tight, the heating effect is also good up. Pops, why did you come over on this cold day? Li Dayang froze when he saw his father and immediately stepped aside to let him in. Daddy! The little girl scurried out from behind the old man, opening her arms for a hug. When Li Dayang saw his daughter come, all his worries and sorrows dissipated, he picked up the little girl and smiled with a doting face. Come, Ting Ting, this is Daddy's comrade in arms, Uncle Chen Han. He picked up his daughter and introduced her. Hello Uncle Chen Han. Hello Ting Ting. Chen Han responded with a smile as well. The old man looked at the 5 teacups on the table and inquired, guests here? Li Dayang put his daughter down and poured out the water in his teacup replying, Ayo, just now a group of young people came and said something about coming here for an adventure, isn't this nonsense? And then I was talked back. The old man listened to his son's words and recalled the 4 figures that ran towards the forest and said, go back? But I saw them running toward the forest on my way here. Ha? Li Dayang was shocked, these young people, I really don't know what they're talking about. He put his daughter down, then once again wore his own military coat. Chen Han, you stay here and watch the house, I'm going out. Dad, are you going out? The little girl asked, a little lost. Well, Ting Ting be good, Daddy will be back soon, stay here and play with your Uncle Chen. Okay, then Daddy needs to come back soon. Li Dayang smiled and pinched his daughter's tender face with his hand, then picked up the gun on the wall and the star sword and turned around to go out. Team Li, is it worth it for these few people who don't know any better? Chen Han watched as Li Dayang wanted to enter the primitive forest again to risk his life, and tried his best to stop it. It was now an hour before the sun went down, the day was fine with plenty of sunlight, but at night the temperature in the forest would drop again, and if they encountered a dangerous mystery they would probably die in the forest. I'll go too, Chen Han said and was about to reach for the knife on the wall but was stopped by Li Dayang. You stay here and watch over my father and daughter for me, I'll be fine on my own and I promise to be back before the sun sets completely. Li Dayang opened the door to his room and ran towards the forest looking at the red sun in the sky near the top of the mountain. Dayang! Be careful! The old man shouted as he looked at his son's back. He also knew that he couldn't persuade his son, he could only instruct to make sure he came back safely. Don't worry Dad, Li Dayang responded as he ran. In less than a minute, Li Dayang found a row of fresh snow footprints, and that direction was the high-risk forest that hadn't been marked by himself. Damn! It can't be such a coincidence, can it? He cursed with some anxiety. A few days ago, the huge red ant-like mystery he saw was a Chuan realm to say the least. Even if he and Chen Han teamed up, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it. If these few ordinary young people encountered it, it could be said to be certain death. Let's hope you guys are still alive before I find you. Li Dayang muttered, then he looked at the neat footprints with determined eyes and quickly ran towards the front. Led by Xingyu's superb memory, the 5 people had arrived at the area over there that was not marked by Li Dayang. Are you sure the mystery is here? Lin Xie asked as he stepped forward. And Qinjie shook his head, not sure, but over there. He pointed with his hand towards the back left. It's already been marked by that vigilante times number, so that means that no mystery has appeared there, and the fact that it's not marked here is most likely because he is the one who didn't come to investigate, and that the mystery is very likely to appear here. Then we can only try to find it now, Lin Xie muttered. And after entering the forest, Li Dayang looked at the footprints underneath him, but did not see any silhouettes. Could not help but feel a little strange. How did these boys run so fast? He looked back, he had been running for a few kilometers at least, and there were still about 3 kilometers to go into the depths of the primeval forest that he had yet to investigate. Li Dayang stopped his footsteps and the crunching sound of stepping on the snow came to an abrupt end. He leaned down and tried to find some means of transportation that could quickly make his way through the snow, but there was only a neat row of footprints on the pure white snow. Blanche? The hell with it? The sky had darkened slightly by now, and the pine trees rustled in the cold wind. After some internal struggle, he was determined to step into the uninvestigated parcel. Lin Qiye and the others put down their speed and walked a few hundred meters deeper into the forest, and still no sign of the mystery was found, which made him wonder if the mystery here had been frozen to death. Ugh, it's a bit boring. Chao Yuan clutched the sheath of his sword and was also alert in all directions, but the boredom of not having a mystery for him to hack had made him a bit depressed. Hearing Chao Yuan's complaint, Lin Qiye didn't frown. Such a large primitive forest, if there was only one mystery then it was really as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. Plus he heard that it was an ant type of mystery, then he would definitely be able to burrow the soil. Searching for it was even more difficult to find. Just as the sun was about to set, there was a slight sound of weapons clashing in the distance. Lin Qiye immediately stopped his footsteps with a beat. Have you guys heard any strange sounds? Ha! Bailey Chubby followed suit. What's that sound? There's nothing? Are you too focused and misheard it? And Xingyu, on the other hand, had the same reaction as Lin Qiye. It seems like the sound of knives and guns clashing. No, right? How come I didn't hear it? Bailey Chubby perked up his ears and listened carefully, then Lin Qiye turned his gaze to Fong Ming, who was wearing a suit and had his hair slicked back, only to see that he was standing at the back with gold-rimmed glasses in his hand holding a laptop he didn't know where he came from. You're going to introduce yourself? Lin Qiye said breathlessly. Fong Ming, on the other hand, brushed on his notebook after hearing this, muttering as he did so, 5th Special Squad Reserve Team Leader Lin Qiye, insulting the supervisors, 5 points deducted. Blanche. Just as Lin Qiye was furiously trying to find Fong Ming to argue, clank, an extremely crisp clash of weapons came from the right rear. There really is. With a jolt, Chao Yuan was subconsciously about to draw his sword and charge towards the back. Wait, don't make a move yet. Your forbidden ruin is too intimidating. Wait until we can't beat you. Lin Qiye immediately stopped him by looking at his reckless appearance. Alas, fine. Chao Yuan had no choice but to follow Lin Qiye's advice. At this time, Li Dayang is holding a knife, sweating and staring at the big red ants in front of him. The white snow underneath him is also drenched in blood. He looked at the side of the shotgun that was chopped into 2 sections and swallowed his saliva. Damn, those boys didn't look for their own as planted here. Li Dayang's realm was not high, only the Pool realm. Facing the Chuan realm's mystery was naturally very strenuous. A few rounds of exchanges down only to leave a shallow. Only after a few rounds of fighting did he leave a shallow scar on his opponent's joints. This was still left at the cost of his own injuries, and almost 90% of this ant's body was wrapped in a hard shell, which could not be cut through at all with the force of the Ik realm. There can only be one way out now. Only to see Li Dayang struggling internally to pull out that coat of arms from his arms. He both represented the identity of the Night's Watch and guarded the last dignity of the Night's Watch. He knew that if he let the giant red ant go, it would likely endanger the people of the city in the future, and even his own father and daughter would not be spared. Only seeing Li Dayang's eyes firmly pressing that button on the bottom of the crest, 2 silver needles instantly popped out. In the face of this impossible enemy, he chose to sacrifice himself to protect the tens of thousands of people behind him. I wonder if anyone will remember me if I die in this remote place. Dad, Ting, please forgive me. If there can be an afterlife, I will make it up to you 100 times over with everything I have. Just as he was about to stab 2 silver needles into his arm, he was stopped by a strong hand. Li Dayang turned around violently, and it was the young man who led the way. Lin Qiye forcefully pressed his hand down and whispered, if we let the local Night's Watch use the heraldry while on a mission, then we'll probably be ruled completely unqualified, right? Chapter 140, Kill Them All. What doesn't work? How does he know about the Night's Watch? Li Dayang looked down at the pair of white hands that clutched his wrist, his eyes surprised. Although he was old, he was still the Night's Watch after all, and there was no way that the strength of the average commoner would be able to stand up to him. And what was the matter with the test this young man was talking about? Li Dayang had also heard that special squads would face arduous tests before they were formed, including teamwork, single-team combat, tactical analysis and the use of powerful Forbidden Ruins abilities. He frowned and turned his head again to look at Bailey Chubby and Xingyu, who were fighting the giant ants. That's not right. How come there are only 5 people in the special squad? He looked again to the one aside, Fong Ming, who was wearing a suit and holding a small notebook. This is clearly to introduce, and he did not want to strike. Suddenly, a sound of muscle tearing came from the front, and Xingyu utilized the Yi Guile Silk to harden the front legs of this giant red ant, while he used the Guile Silk to accurately go between each bone seam, while the hard outer shell on the surface did not have a single scar. This kind of precise cutting technique is to let Li Dayang look dumbfounded. His own just now a messy chopping also did not hurt the enemy in the slightest, and this young man just fighting less than a few seconds will be a front leg chopped off. This cannot help but not let him re-examine these few young people. The giant ant's body slumped and he lost his balance. And the forbidden objects in the hands of Bailey Chubby are endless: big broom, big sword, big hammer. Knock dash. The last hammer directly smashed the neck of this giant red ant. Green blood spurted out from the severed opening, only to see it fall to the ground, the rest of the 5 legs twitching a few times and no movement. The duo's sharp combat maneuvers and powerful attacks taught this remote vigilante a lesson. Fang Ming pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and brushed on the small notebook again. The fit is good, the technique needs some improvement. Li Dayang covered the wound on his abdomen and weakly fell to the ground, his lips a little white. Seeing this, Xingyu immediately ran up and pulled out a needle and a ball of surgical thread from his arms. He squatted down and said to Li Dayang, "Bear with it, it'll be done soon." The pain of needles and threads piercing into the skin was nothing to the vigilantes, and for half a minute, Li Dayang didn't say a word, but the wound was rotting at a slow pace. After Xingyu examined the wound, she realized that the needle in her hand had turned a little black. This mysterious bodily fluid is poisonous, and it's likely to have serious consequences if you're injured by him. Lin Qiye turned his head to look at Fang Ming after hearing this. He was the only one present who had medical means, and Fang Ming really didn't have the slightest idea of wanting to heal him. "If you guys weren't in the middle of the test, I would have stepped in, but now the situation is different. I just looked, these toxins don't have much of an effect on him, they'll just incapacitate him for a while. The young man with him has a forbidden ruin of the healing variety, and it is imperative that he be returned now." During the time that Fang Ming was speaking, Chubby Bailey had been rummaging around in his backpack for something, and suddenly, he took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Qiye. "Here's some medicine for the toxins I brought from home to treat, hopefully it will do the trick." Lin Qiye didn't think too much about it, after all, it was given by Bailey Fatty. He pulled out the stopper that was inserted at the mouth of the bottle and carefully applied the white medicinal foam to Li Dayang's wound. The intense burning sensation caused Li Dayang's expression to twitch a little, the stitches on the wound collapsed. Black blood flowed out from the wound, and the speed of the rotting that had started to slow down. Effective! Li Dayang looked at the several young men who were healing their wounds, and it was already clear in his heart that this must be a special squad sent by the higher-ups to practice, only that their realm wasn't very high at the moment. "Thanks. Thank you." Lin Qiye helped Li Dayang stand up as he looked at the night sky that had completely darkened. "Uncle, let's send you back first. Leave the mystery here to us. Can you do it? There are a lot of giant ants like these, and while you guys are more than capable of dealing with one or two of them, I once saw a reddish mass at the edge of the forest of at least a couple dozen of them." "Dozens?" Lin Qiye frowned. It would be a bit tricky if there were dozens of Chuan realm mysteries. But this was their first mission for the 5th Special Reserve Unit. They couldn't start with a failure. That would be too demoralizing. It would also put the mouths of those vigilantes higher-ups on their faces. "Trust us. By the way, Uncle, what is your name?" Lin Qiye asked. Although the upper echelons had told them the team number of the night watchmen here, they hadn't provided any specific information about them. "Li Dayang, that young man's name is Chun Han. Just now he was rather impulsive in his speech, don't take offense, he's also looking out for your safety." "It's okay, we didn't take it to heart, Uncle Li, let's send you back first." Li Dayang nodded his head. He also knew that in his current state he would definitely be dragging these youngsters down. A few people turned around while Lin Qiye carried Li Dayang on his back and walked quickly towards that small two-story building. When walking to the exit of the high-risk territory, there seemed to be a few black shadows flashing around, and the silky sound of quickly skimming through the snow constantly resounded from the surroundings. "Something's up." Lin Qiye stopped and unleashed his mental power, his senses instantly spreading out to 100 meters away, and found that there were a large number of giant red ants 100 meters away in all directions rapidly coming towards his side. These red giant ants seemed to be followed by a few giant black ants, which were obviously even bigger, with jaws like giant pincers that chopped off all the trees in their way, and the black shells on their bodies also seemed even harder. "Are these soldier ants?" Soldier ants that guard the queen in a normal colony and are responsible for fighting other tribes have more powerful killing weapons in size, and insects like ants know more about the importance of a team and will never fight alone if they can fight in a group. In an instant, several people gathered back to back, and Li Dayang was covered in the center. Soon, the moonlight returning from the white snow illuminated their appearance, a dense patch of giant red ants, at least 50 to 60 of them, waving their front claws with steel hooks, shaking their heads and surrounding Lin Qiye and the others at a position 20 meters away. "So many?" Bailey Chubby held the big golden sword in his hand and looked at these ants that were half the size of a basketball court again. "Much? Just in time for me to cut enough." Chao Yuan's face showed excitement, already unable to hold down his right hand. Only a hint of black flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes, and the 2 star swords in his hands were dipped in a ray of night color. He crossed the star swords to his chest, a blazing fire like a furnace once again emerging from his pupils as black and golden energy surrounded the 2 blades. Lin Qiye stared deathly at the soldier ants behind the giant red ants and whispered to the 3 people behind him, "Now, kill them all." Chapter 141. This squad is unfathomable. In an instant, the 4 of them swept towards the surrounding giant red ants in unison, only to see Lin Qiye transform into a ray of golden flashes, deploying his spiritual power at its peak, and extreme darkness spreading rapidly from around him in all directions. Intense spiritual erosion entered the minds of the 2 or 3 red ants in front of them, and they kept shaking their heads with hard shells, the extremely strong pressure of the gods might causing their mouths to emit ear-piercing wails. A few flashes of knife light flashed by, the blades slicing along the fragile bone seams of these red ants' legs. Please! The 2 or 3 red ants that had been launched in front of Lin Qiye suddenly lost their ability to fight. "Mickey, Spider, the old snake charmer. 3 blue magic arrays appeared together from under Lin Xia's feet, and a cute little mummy, a big white spider, and Li Yifei in human form stood on each of these 3 magic arrays. Li Yifei shouted at Lin Xia in dissatisfaction. And what an old snake charmer, I have a name too, okay? But wow, what the is this? An ant this big? As Li Yifei watched the 2 red giant ants in front of him had already raised their front feet, and the sharp iron hooks were immediately about to pierce through Li Yifei's body when a violent explosion erupted in front of him. Mickey, it's a forest, no bombs, use a gun. Mumu was obviously a bit disappointed after hearing this, but he had no choice but to obey Lin Xia's order. At this time, a spider used her spider silk to stick to a tall pine tree, a handful of Li Yi flying and swinging to the top of the pine tree. The stunned Li Yifei gasped, ouch, scared me to death. Where did all those big ants come from? Hey shoo! Only to see Mumu pop up behind Lin Xia, for gatlings popping out of his limbs together. Spider, give me cover! Lin Xia yelled at the duo in the tree. Yes, Dean. Only to see white spiderwebs spewing out from a spider's mouth with white fangs, instantly sticking 5 or 6 red ants. Whoosh! Lin Xia slid and shoveled at extreme speed with his sword attached as if he had entered a no-man's land and slashed furiously at these red giant ants, a few rays of the sword following the bone cracks of these red ants and chopping off their front and back legs as much as he could. Suddenly, a few more red ants stepped on the snowflakes and pounced towards Lin Xia. Dead. The life-threatening gatling erupted with blue fire, a bullet shot towards the red ants pouncing all around at great speed, the ferocious tongue of fire hitting the hard shell of the red ants with a crackling sound. After all, it was a Chuan realm mystery, even if the defense was strong, it couldn't withstand hundreds or thousands of ferocious gatling bullets. In no time, green blood splattered in the sky as these few red ants were beaten into a sieve. Good behavior, I'll give you more missiles in the future. Lin Xia's hand stroked Mumu's head on his back and said, Hey shoo! Obviously Mickey was pleased. On the other side, there is more brutal match play. The moment Chao Yuan drew his sword was as if the god of death had descended, his entire body was covered in this ferocious black flame, and a red-black figure directly swept past the 2 or 3 red ants in front of him. The hard shell that was usually difficult to break through with the star blade was actually hardened by the Chao Yuan forbidden ruins, and it could not be said that there was no skill at all, it was simply relying on brute force. Old Chao is brave. Bailey Fatty was also not willing to show weakness, his left hand golden big sword, right hand thunder big broom, purple thunder whirlwind mixed with the golden sword ons in the sky rolled up all the red ants that surrounded the area and opened up a path drenched by green blood. At this moment, Chao Yuan held his sword against the jaws of the 2 red giant ants, and suddenly, several ice spikes with a few transparent tricky filaments flew out from behind him. The ice thorns penetrated into the mouths of these 2 red ants straight to their abdomens, and with a twist of Nxingya's wrist, the hardened guile silk directly churned the innards of these red ants to pieces. He then lifted his backhand, and bright red entrails with sickening green blood gushed out from the mouths of these 2 giant red ants. Li Dayang's jaw dropped in shock as he watched these 4 young night watchmen fight so strongly. If we were to say that in terms of their strength, against these Chuan realm mysterious this kind of lethality is still not enough, but in terms of age there are almost no vigilantes in the whole of Daxia who are higher than them in the realm. He looked up at Fong Ming, who was standing beside him. Aren't you going on? A ray of essence flashed in Fong Ming's eyes, and the corner of his mouth quirked. Me? I'm not interfering in the fight between them this time, besides I'm going to get on you. What if these ants sneak up on me? And I can't carry your body to the old man and the little girl, can I? Li Dayan didn't say anything after hearing that. He didn't realize that he had been a night's watchman for decades, and for the first time he was fighting with such a young and special squad, and he didn't realize that he had become a liability to them. Despite Fong Ming's euphemisms and lack of mockery, his pride as a vigilante would not allow him to become a burden to his teammates. I'm fine, why don't you go help them? At this moment, the surrounding giant red ants were being decimated in a steady stream, the air was filled with some pungent odor, and the bodies of the 4 people in the center of the battlefield were more or less covered in green blood. Li Dayang stood up with difficulty on his own star sword, he gritted his teeth and wanted to join the fight, but every time he moved a step an unbearable and intense pain would come from his abdomen. You might want to hold still for now, the more you move the faster the toxin spreads, all you have to do is just wait where you are and be absolutely safe around me. And if you join, they'll have to distract themselves to protect you. Fong Ming swept a glance at this strong-minded vigilante with his eyes and also shook his head helplessly. Li Dayang's heart felt bad as he listened to Fong Ming's words, but Fong Ming's words were also correct. Entering the battlefield in his current state would only be a drag on these 4 young men. He raised his head and looked at Fong Ming as somewhat cold front and opened his mouth to ask, "What do you call it?" "My name is Fong Ming, you can also call me Mufeng, I have 2 names. What do you mean?" Fong Ming's words caused Li Dayan to be a bit puzzled for a moment, it was the first time he had seen someone with 2 names. Nothing. Suddenly, a violet vibrating sound rang out from behind Fong Ming, and 2 huge soldier ants covered in black shells took advantage of the night to break away from the attacking red ant swarm wanting to make a sneak attack on the 2 of them. The dark figure had enveloped the duo, sharp iron hooks and jaws like giant pincers suddenly slamming down. Hurry! Flash! Drive! Li Dayang reacted and wanted to pull Fong Ming to avoid, but it was too late. Less than a second was completely insufficient for Li Dayang to pull out the Night's Watch heraldry again to use the Ghost God lead. I going to die here? Dad. Tina. Li Dayang snapped his eyes shut, only to hear two muscle bursts ringing out in front of him, followed by the loud rattling sound produced by an object smashing into the ground. He slowly opened one eye, only to see that the two pitch-black soldier ants' heads were completely separated from their bodies, and their backs were smashed with a hideous bloody hole. His pupils were shocked as he looked towards Fong Ming, who still had a trace of green blood on his fist, while at his feet he was stepping on the head of a soldier ant, while the black suit on his body was not dirty at all. The strength to kill two peak Chuan realm mysteries in less than a second was at least peak C realm or higher. Didn't you say that the teenager was the captain? Is the one in front of him the captain? The teenager just now said that they were going to test. Could it be that this one who refused to put up a fight was one of their examiners? Are special squads treated this well now? Li Dayang pondered. Just as his mind was storming, a shocking explosion sounded from the direction of that small two-story building, followed by a mushroom cloud that was pitch black with extremely bright firelight rising abruptly. Chapter 142, Defending the Small Wooden Building. The moment the explosion sounded, everyone looked at the rapidly rising black mushroom cloud together. What's going on? Bailey Chubby turned to Lin Xie after sweeping away a patch of giant red ants with a thunder broom in his hand and shouted. Lin Xie sniffed and looked in that direction, and that direction was precisely the small two-story building of the Anta County Forest Ranger's office where Li Dayan was stationed. Damn it! Is there an enemy attack there? He knew that even though the young night watchman could delay for a while when he encountered a giant red ant of such a level, he could be said to be surely dead under a prolonged battle. Right now there were dozens of red ants in the depths of the dense forest. It was hard to imagine how many of them there were, and if the number of red ants reached such a horrible scale as on the battlefield, then it would even threaten the residents of the city. And Li Dayang also seemed to recognize that the direction of the mushroom cloud rising was that small two-story building, but they didn't have this kind of extremely lethal high explosives in their hands, and the red ants didn't show such a strong lethality. Does that mean there are other unknown mysteries? His heart was in his throat, knowing that at that moment his father and daughter were at home waiting for him to return. Resonance. Li Dayang gritted his teeth, endured the pain and straightened up his waist like crazy to run in the direction of home, but did not run a few steps because the eyes are a little blurred wobbly fell on the snow. Fong Ming walked over to help him up. He did not want to see such a dedicated night watchman die in this side of the barren forest. He immediately used the horse charm in his body to remove the toxins from Li Dayang's body and opened his mouth to say to him, "Don't worry, your teammate, your family is fine." And Lin Xie, who was on the battlefield, looked at Li Dayang's reaction and also seemed to understand that it was likely that something had happened to his home, so he turned to the remaining three and yelled, "Hurry! Speed up! Something's likely happened on that side. Ta-da-da-da-da-da! Police! Police!" Mumu was lying on Lin Xie's back, and the Gatling spewing tongue of fire seemed like the god of death as it reaped the few red ants in front of it, and in less than half a minute, a dozen or so more red ants collapsed at Lin Xie's feet. As the golden light in Lin Xie's eyes surged, the speed of the sword he wielded in his hand reached its peak, and the divine might he now erupted with was straight out of the half-step sea realm. After the three on the other side heard Lin Xie's shouts, they also mobilized the spiritual energy in their bodies extremely quickly so that each of their attacks could accurately slice through the bones of the giant red ants. At this moment, only nearly 20 red ants and 3 pitch-black soldier ants remained in the center of the battlefield. Suddenly, 2 huge black shadows enveloped Lin Xie's body, and the powerful mandibles of the 2 soldier ants quickly attacked towards Lin Xie in a left-right pincer attack. Whoosh dash! Whoosh dash! 2 balls of spider silk quickly shot up in the air to bind the giant black pincers that were about to come crashing down, and a spider stood tall in the tree pulling on the spider silk with his 8 legs in a deadly grip. He looked to Li Fei who was at the side. "Brother Fei, help me. I can't hold on much longer." The 2 black soldier ants can be described as the Chuan realm mystery in the most of the top of the battle force, and now is still in the form of 2 against 1, to the spider's current strength is naturally extremely strenuous. Coming! Li Fei quickly jumped up and grabbed a spider silk with his hand, and also exerted all his strength to yank it back. At this moment, Lin Xie's pupils once again erupted with 2 black and gold divine pressures, and his powerful spiritual power quickly invaded a soldier ant's mind like a tsunami. This soldier ant that was controlled by the 2 gods' mighty pressure shook its head like a madman and attacked furiously towards the front, and as Lin Xie stomped on the ground with his right foot and leapt into the air, the soldier ant directly pierced the head of the other one. The 2 soldier ants were now struggling violently in place as if they were set together like 2 rings of iron. The soldier ant that had been pierced through the head quickly paralyzed to the ground without moving after enduring the extreme pain of having its brain ripped apart. 2 golden blades flashed by and another soldier ant had its head chopped off by Lin Xie. He looked back, and the only remaining soldier ant had already disappeared into the night, leaving only a few crawling, serpentine traces on the white, shimmering snow. The battle between the remaining 3 also came to an end as Chao Yuan pierced through the abdomen of the last red ant. Ha ha ha! As the battle ended, Chao Yuan was still letting out that extremely oozing laugh as he rode on the body of a red ant and slashed madly. Chubby! Lin Qiye shouted. Chao Yuan chastity lock. With a few splashes of snow, Chao Yuan's neck was once again wrapped in a circle of tape being forced out of Black King mode. Cough cough. Chao Yuan covered his chest, his neck rose red as he tore open the tape on his neck. 7 nights, let's lighten up next time, strangling me. Not me, old Chao, can't we have some control? Every time, we waste my scroll of sealing. Bailey Fatty put the tape into his pocket and complained without a good mood. I'd like to, but I can't. Lin Qiye looked around, the surrounding snow was crawling with the corpses of densely packed red ants. He hurriedly ran to Li Dayang's side. Uncle Li, wasn't the direction of the explosion just now? Right. Something must have happened at home. I need to get back immediately. My father and my daughter are still at home. Li Dayang's heart was now burning with anxiety as he pulled Lin Qiye's arm and spoke to him, even with a hint of pleading in his tone. Lin Qiye held his hand and said in a firm tone, Don't worry, Uncle Li, we won't just sit back and do nothing. As he spoke his eyes unconsciously glanced at Fong Ming, who coughed and continued to act high and mighty, letting a soldier ant escape. 1 point will be deducted. Afterwards, several people ran wildly in the direction of that small 2-story building, and because of the physical strength Chao Yuan had just shown, Lin Qiye planned to let him carry Li Dayang. Normally, this journey would take 20 minutes, but due to the suddenness of the incident, Lin Qiye and his group took less than 15 minutes to reach the vicinity of the cabin. When a few people arrived, they only saw a huge pit with a diameter close to 100 behind the cabin, and the snow within 100 meters around the pit all melted to reveal black soil, and it was obvious that the heat wave generated by the violent explosion evaporated all the snow. And there seemed to be a few remnants of still burning giant red ant carcasses left in the deep pit. Air. This. Li Dayang looked at the deep pit filled with the smell of smoke. People are stupid. He did not know how such a powerful attack that weak little wooden building resisted. Inside the house, 2 men and 2 women were sitting in the shabby room drinking hot tea. Chen Han's face and body even had some green bloodstains. It was obvious that he had just fought with giant red ants. Lin Qiye's few people quickly ran up the stairs around the deep pit, and the moment they opened the door, a hot air greeted them, feeling somewhat warm. He peered into the room where a red-headed woman was sitting at a table, holding the little girl he had seen on the road in her arms. And that little girl was still holding a bunch of sugar gourds in her hand, smiling extremely happily. Lin Qiye wiped his eyes somewhat incredulously and asked, Dragon Spirit? Why are you here? Chapter 143, Heroes. Ha, surprised? Long Ling put the little girl down and looked at Fong Ming in the doorway and immediately stood up. Dad. The little girl turned her head to see her daddy returning and she immediately ran to the door and jumped into his arms. Yikes. Master, you're dressed like this? Dragon Spirit looked at Fong Ming's somewhat rare appearance in a suit with shiny hair. Ha, handsome, isn't it? Like. Introduced. Lin Qiye's words immediately caused Fong Ming's face to darken. Fong Ming grimaced and came up behind Lin Qiye and whispered, You've brought more pants with you again, haven't you? At this time, Chen Han saw that Li Dayang's abdomen seemed to be injured. He frowned and stood up and walked to his side. Captain. You are injured. Shoo. Li Dayang gave him a look signaling him to keep it quiet. After all, his father and daughter were there and he didn't want them to worry. But somehow, just as Fong Ming stood by his side in the forest, the wound in his abdomen didn't seem to hurt as much. He stood up and asked Chen Han and the others to make another pot of tea for Lin Qiye and the others. He planned to wait until his father and daughter left before discussing about these giant red ants with Lin Qiye and the others. Ting Ting, do you know what happened around just now? Li Dayang asked while looking at the woman named Long Ling. He could vaguely sense that this woman was closely related to that shocking explosion. After hearing this, the little girl looked at her grandfather and then at Chen Han, and then said with a slightly shaky voice, Daddy, I just saw a good-sized ant through the window. After I told Uncle Chen, he went out with his knife, and right after that I heard a few muffled sounds outside. When Grandpa took me to look through the window, he found that the snow outside had melted, and then the red-haired sister came in with Uncle Chen in her arms. Uncle Chen is still bleeding a lot. Li Dayang frowned. He listened to his daughter's words and looked at Chen Han. Except for a few cuts on his body's clothes, there were no obvious injuries, which should have something to do with his healing forbidden ruins. He stood up and said to his father, Dad, it hasn't been peaceful here lately. I'll send you and Ting Ting back first, and I'll come back to see you when this matter is taken care of. Obviously, after witnessing the supernatural ability of the dragon spirit, his father knew that the enlistment that Li Dayang was talking about must not be an ordinary enlistment, and he had also heard that there were some supernatural things in this world, and that there were also some mysterious people silently guarding their homes. After all, this was already the border area of Great Xia, and it wasn't uncommon to come into contact with something about the mist. The old man nodded, then got up and picked up the little girl's clothes to put them on her, then bowed deeply to Lin Qiye and the others. Thank you, my son is counting on you. He also knows that these several young people came to inexplicably come to this place certainly is not without reason. He can also see that these several people's ability to strong place, after all, can come out of the forest unharmed. The body hand must have been. Li. Grandpa, there's no need to be so polite, this is our duty. Lin Qiye stepped forward to help the old man up, his eyes still firm as he looked at him in response.
Dayang, shall we go?
The old man turned around and pulled the little girl's hand already out of the room.
Li Dayang also turned after his father to escort them back to the city. Dragon Spirit. Fong Ming opened his mouth. Yes, master, any orders? Why don't you go and see them off, so there won't be any accidents on the way?
Okay. The door to the room closed and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Beside the table, Chen Han lowered her head and her face reddened a little.
I'm sorry. Yes, it was my tone. It's fine, it's also your duty to protect the people.
Lin Xie picked up the teapot on the table and poured everyone a cup of tea, then he picked up a cup and placed it in front of Chen Han. Chen Han lifted his head, a touch in his eyes as he held the steaming cup of tea, feeling the pleasant temperature of the house, and asked, "Did you guys make this house too?" Lin Xie was stunned as he looked at Fong Ming to signal him to explain. "Well, I made it so that you should be made comfortable in such a remote and cold place."
"Thank you," Chen Han said. "Are you really a special squad from Dasha?"
Lin Xie nodded, then shook his head. "It's not quite right now, we're just the reserve team, we're undergoing an examination. And coming here was the first mission the brass gave us.
Let me introduce you first." In the following seconds, he introduced the team in turn, including Fong Ming.
"What?
You're Lin Xie, the dual god agent who experienced the Sannan cataclysm?"
His pupils looked shocked as he looked again at Fong Ming. "You're that newly emerged great man of Disya. Harm, what big shot, small shot, small shot, haha." Lin Xie rolled his eyes as he looked at Fong Ming's somewhat laughing mouth. "Let him pass on this matter for now, this time we have come mainly to solve the mysterious matter of the red ants in your place." After Chen Han heard this, he didn't hesitate to get up and walk to the blackboard to carefully speak for this special squad about the results of the investigation. He went out with Li Dayang
on the dark road, because the presence of the dragon spirit made Li Dayang's heart a lot more peaceful.
He received a cup of warm water for Long Ling after bringing his father and daughter to his old home in the city, and then sat down in the living room with his father while Long Ling was happily playing with the little girl in the inner room. The old man turned his head to look at his own son. "Dayang, are you in a profession where you often deal with monsters like that?" Li Dayang was silent after hearing this, only responding with a nod of his head. After all, his own father saw that kind of supernatural creature's concealment cannot be concealed. "I'm sorry, Dad, I lied to you. You've often said that I should change my job or communicate with my superiors about changing my workplace, but The old man reached out and interrupted Li Dayang's words. "I know you're a soldier, and soldiers themselves have the vocation of obeying orders. There was a time when our ancestors in Dasha also fought off Japanese invaders to guard our borders, and now you carry a heavy burden on your shoulders. Dad knows. Dad is proud of you. I didn't realize our old Li family had produced such a hero." The word hero was still a bit heavy for Li Dayang. After all, just now in the forest he had nearly dragged those young men behind.
"Dad, I'm not actually a hero, I'm too weak.
If it wasn't for those young men in tonight, it's likely that we would have all died there." Li Dayang still spilled his heart out to his own father just like a child. He was always vulnerable in front of his own parents. The old man listened and also patiently taught, "Heroes are not powerful in order to be called heroes, for the sake of others to sacrifice themselves, for the sake of the country to dedicate their own youth, to stand up to the ordinary people are also the same as known as heroes. In Dad's eyes, you will always be the hero of this family and Tina will be proud that he has such a heroic dad." Half an hour later, Long Ling lightly stepped out to bring the door of the room with her. She stood next to Li Dayang, not rushing but patiently listening to this father and son spilling their hearts out. Seeing the dragon spirit standing aside, the old man also urged Li Dayang to go back earlier to fulfill his due duties. "Well, then, Dad, I'll leave now, and I'll come back to see you when this mission is done." The old man nodded. After Li Dayang left, the old man opened the door and sat down next to the little girl. He looked towards the family portrait that was placed on the table and gently stroked on it with his pale calloused hand. Perhaps sensing her dad's departure or the old man walking in a little too loudly, the little girl slowly opened her eyes to look at her grandfather sitting on the sidelines.
"Grandpa, is Dad gone? Does Daddy get those scary monsters all the time?"
The old man put the family portrait back on the table, then touched the little girl's face again. "Yes, your father is killing monsters every day to protect us, to protect the people of this city."
The little girl blinked, then asked, "So is Daddy a hero for killing monsters?"
"Of course, Daddy's a hero to the whole town."
Chapter 144. Big or small?
The information available now is that these giant red ants are definitely not in the minority. The number we eliminated in the forest is probably around 50 to 60, plus the nearly 100 red ants that the dragon spirit eliminated. Lin Xie took a pencil and roughly calculated on a piece of paper, looking at the blackboard that was marked with a red times number as he wrote. Although dragon spirit said that the foreign energy in his body was far less than Long Ying, but at least he had inherited 3% of Fong Ming's foreign energy, and that black hole energy that was enough to destroy everything in the universe was very terrifying even if he had inherited 1/1000th of it.
"What? You wiped out 100 giant red ants by yourself?"
Li Dayang looked somewhat incredulously at the dragon spirit standing across from him.
"What's so strange about that?" Dragon spirit yawned, playing with the little sparks at his fingertips.
Just now after Lin Xia's introduction, Li Dayang had already known the terrifying nature of this special squad. Even that newly emerged great man who stood above the gods was here in person, so it was reasonable that the strength of his men against the district's Chuan realm mysteriously could do one person to kill 100 of them in a second. It's really a bit condescending for you guys to come here. Li Dayang quietly sat in his chair and sighed with emotion. It was obvious that the potential of this squad had far exceeded the scope of what he could imagine. Fang Ming pushed the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Don't say that, we are all night watchmen just like you, just responsible for different tasks. The priority now is to hurry up and find the nests of those giant ants." Li Dayang shook his head. "The place where I fought just now is already the deepest part of my investigation, but I can feel that deeper in the forest is the nest of those giant ants. There's no need to worry about this. I've already installed a tracking device on that escaping soldier ant a long time ago." And Xingyu walked to that blackboard and used a red marker to circle a red circle in the deepest part of the forest, and even to the extent that it had reached the border of Dasha near the mists. He glanced at the locator instrument on his wrist. A hint of gray flashed in his eyes. By now that soldier ant should have run back to the nest. If we go by the number of ants in normal nature, there are at least a few thousand more giant ants in there if we make a rough estimate. Thousands of them. Li Dayang frowned as he looked towards Fang Ming. He also knew that this time it was a special squad's assessment. Fang Ming would not make a move until he had no choice. While the dozens of giant ants in the dense forest made it a bit difficult for Lin Xie and the others to deal with, he didn't know how to win in the face of a few thousand Chuan realm mysteries. Thousands? Even a few thousand pigs can't be caught in 3 days and 3 nights, right? Bailey Chubby was also in trouble. If this number of mysteries came out in one go, then with their current strength they wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter what. And Xingyu shook her head after hearing this. A few thousand should not be reached. That's just the number of normal nature ants. If it's replaced with this kind of large and high-risk mysterious, it should be in the range of a few hundred. Now that we know their exact location, we'd better have some extremely lethal weapons capable of wiping out hundreds of the kind at once. Xiao Yuan reminded in Xingyu after hearing what he said. Where are we going to find a killing weapon that big? They're underground, so even with a lethal weapon that powerful it would cause quite an earthquake, wouldn't it? The words fell out, and the gang was in trouble again. I have another way. An Xingyu added. Tell me about it? Huge ant colony tribes usually have a queen. I think these giant ants are mysteriously the same. If we can kill the queen in one go, then these red ants and soldier ants will be swarming. It's only a matter of time to solve them then. And Xingyu spoke. That's a good method. I have transformation magic. I can disguise myself as a giant ant to go in and try it out. Lin Xie pondered the feasibility of this approach. It's risky, but it's also the fastest and most efficient way. After a few people discussed it, they all agreed to An Xingyu's plan of stealing the house as well. After fully arming himself, Lin Xie got up and prepared to take advantage of the night and take the initiative before those giant ants could take the next step. And Li Dayang and Chen Han also picked up the star sword hanging on the wall, wanting to join the fight. Uncle Li, why don't you guys just stand guard here? We can do it. Bailey Chubby said to him as he lifted his clothes and stuffed the fleece inside into his pants. How can this be? Since we know that you are a special squad, we should also contribute. Although our strength is not as good as yours, but one more person is more protection, isn't it? Can't it be that you look down on this old bone of mine? No, Uncle Li, that's not what I meant. It's just... Bailey Chubby was thinking about what to say but was stopped by Fang Ming, who then gave Lin Xie and the others a look signaling them to let the forest go first. Lin Xie then nodded and led the remaining 3 out the door. Li Dayang wanted to chase out but was stopped by Fang Ming. What are you doing? He asked with some uncertainty, only to see Fang Ming sit down slowly and methodically, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip, while Dragon Spirit also stood at the doorway in a very taciturn manner. Li Dayang and Chen Han also had no choice but to sit down again. After all, the two of them couldn't fight, and Fang Ming and Dragon Spirit's strength wasn't something that anyone could fight against. After half a minute, Fang Ming said to Li Dayang, Uncle Li, you can go, Chen Han, while you stay at home and play backgammon with Long Ling. What do you mean? Chen Han's face darkened, instantly feeling slighted, her tone filled with a slight aggression. It doesn't mean anything, Uncle Li. I don't know if you've heard of the matter of the great summer gods being reincarnated for 100 years? Fang Ming asked. I've heard about it, but does it have anything to do with this mission? Li Dayang was puzzled. The location of this mission is actually the underworld hell of Dasha, and I've come here to bring Dasha's Fengdu Emperor back to Earth, and you, Uncle Li, are the reincarnation of Fengdu Emperor. Fang Ming told the Li Dayang duo what he had learned together. Li Dayang was shocked to hear that he was actually the reincarnated body of Fengdu Emperor, but why couldn't he remember how to think about it? Becoming a god means saying goodbye to your father and daughter. If you think about it, answer me in 3 minutes, I'll be waiting for you outside. It doesn't matter if you can't leave your family behind, rely on me to still wipe out the invading outer gods. After saying that, Fang Ming quickly stepped out of the door. Li Dayang, on the other hand, had his head down staring at the floor with a somewhat vacant gaze, his thoughts confused. Captain, is what he said believable? Chen Han questioned. The things he had heard recently were also completely beyond his realm of imagination. Sangnan City was obliterated, the evil god invaded Dasha, the first human to behead a god appeared out of thin air, the 5th special squad was formed, and it was as if someone had arranged these things in the underworld. Li Dayang shook his head. I don't know, but he shouldn't be able to lie. The things that someone who surpasses the strength of a god can see are not something that you and I can speculate on. Then, Captain, can you give up Uncle Li and Ting? Chen Han at this time is also very entangled inside, although in this deserted place as a night watchman makes him a little unbearable, but Li Dayang in the usual can be said to be very caring, in his eyes has already seen Li Dayang as his own relatives. I can't, but maybe that's my destiny. There should always be a trade-off between big and small. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be divided into two, this is really a headache decision. Li Dayang lit a cigarette and looked at this cabin that he had guarded for many years. Once it was so simple and cold, but because of the arrival of Lin Chie and the others, the house warmed up. He took a deep breath of his cigarette and didn't say anything for a long time. 3 minutes later, he slowly stood up and said to Chen Han, if I really leave this time, you will be the new captain of Squad 332. Take my place, guard this forest, this city will depend on you from now on. Chapter 145, Deep in the Hollow, Fong Ming feeds the Ant Queen. The moon was still high in the sky without a single cloud, and the bright moonlight illuminated the path Lin Chi as few people were advancing on through the snow reflected by the tree branches. In the distance, the massive misty border was becoming clearer and clearer in the eyes of the few of them. On the road, and Xingyu walked in front of him. The flashing red light at his wrist became more and more obvious, and Lin Chi as 3 people followed him vigilantly. Without realizing it, several people had already arrived at the border of the mists. Unlike in the city, the huge oppressive feeling of the mists could only be felt when they were in their presence, and compared to the tumbling mists that filled heaven and earth, their figures were just too small. Anqingyu stood 10 meters away from the misty border. This is it. Lin Chia frowned as he looked down at the cracks in the earth that spread for several kilometers along the border of the mists, although the width was only 2 or 3 meters, but looking down from the 2 walls was a bottomless black. Are you sure this is the hiding place of that escaped soldier ant? Lin Chia asked. Exactly. After receiving an affirmative answer from Anqingyu, Lin Chia's few people squatted down and were discussing countermeasures when, in an instant, Fong Ming brought Li Dayang to the side of the few people. At that time, when Li Dayang went out, Fong Ming told him to grab his arm, and although he didn't know why, he still did it. As Fong Ming snapped his fingers, Li Dayang only felt that everything in front of him was regressing at supersonic speed, and in just a few seconds he appeared in front of Lin Chia. The stunned Li Dayang straightened his hair, then coughed twice with feigned composure. Then, he also noticed the crack in the earth that spread for several kilometers. There's actually such a long crack here, I've never heard of it before. And Xingyu pinched up a small handful of soil with her hand and analyzed, it only makes sense that I haven't heard of it. This crack is estimated to have formed less than 2 years ago, and based on the extent of the damage, there must be a large number of giant red ants coiled inside. Fear not, I will first transform into a soldier ant and go down, then you guys will slowly follow behind with a fat Yao Guang. If you encounter red ants you guys must evacuate, then I will start to do the home stealing. Lin Chia said. It's a bit dangerous, isn't it? In case you're exposed, you're facing the possibility of hundreds of red ants chasing after you. Bailey Chubby was obviously still uneasy. This is already the most effective and safest method. Why don't you talk to him and ask him not to join the battle as well? Lin Chia pointed at Fong Ming and said, Me? I'm afraid you all won't be able to get any meat out of my hand. Look at this, this is how the ratio has to be faked. Lin Chia blankly froze him, then shifted and a giant soldier ant appeared at the entrance of the cave. This can give Li Dayang a shock. He is not aware that there are still forbidden ruins that can change into everything. This is no different from the Monkey King's 72 changes. I'm going down. Lin Chia waved his front paw with an iron hook and drilled into the hole in a flash. A few seconds later. Then let's follow behind as well. Just in case the other red ants detect our scent, we'll stay away from him for now. The necklace around Bailey Chubby's neck immediately erupted with golden light. Several people hitching a ride on the soft cloud mass slowly descended from behind Lin Chia. Where's Brother Ming? Chubby Bailey turned around and realized that Fong Ming had disappeared. Immediately after that, another pitch-black soldier ant came crawling quickly from behind. Chao Yuan looked back as a soldier ant with a hideous expression quickly swept past them. Okay, I'd forgotten he had that skill. Li Dayan was also extremely surprised. Are they also divine? One that still transforms? Ha, you haven't seen my brother Ming's super handsome mecha yet. Bailey Chubby wanted to experience that super cool white mech himself when he watched Lin Chia solo with Huang Mian, but he never had the chance to mention it to him. Inside the pitch-black cave, Lin Chia carefully and slowly descended along the stone wall, when suddenly a huge loud noise came from behind him, and when he turned around, he almost didn't piss himself, only to see a soldier ant with an extremely hideous expression rapidly charging towards him. WC. Got ing caught? Just as Lin Chia wanted to lift his disguise, the soldier ant crawled to his side and stopped, then slapped Lin Chia's butt with its hind claws. Lin Chia cursed in a small voice, "You're going to ing die. Scared the hell out of me. Hee, I'll go first, you go for it." Fong Ming rubbed his front paws and quickly crawled towards the depths of the cave again. Dum 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 dum. Due to Fong Ming's movements being too intense, it caused some debris to fall from the stone wall. Ugh, how rude. Half a minute later, two giant red ants suddenly gathered in front of Lin Chia's eyes, and he immediately stopped to signal to Bailey Chubby and the others behind him. Don't you guys come down yet, there are red ants here. Go ahead and wait at the mouth of the cave for my signal. Bailey Chubby immediately stepped on the brakes and shook his head toward the few people behind him, signaling that moving forward might expose Lin Chia's whereabouts, so they had no choice but to return the way they came and wait quietly at the cave entrance. The few red ants in front of Lin Chia circled around him a few times, which didn't allow him to take a breath. Although shapeshifting magic could perfectly replicate the object it transformed into, breath, body structure, and even DNA could be perfectly copied, but a fake was a fake, and who didn't blush when they cheated? A few seconds later, Lin Chia saw these two red ants leave before he put his heart down. In the depths, it almost made Lin Chia's jaw drop in shock. An open space coiled this dense layers and layers of red ants. A rough estimate was that there were at least 300 to 400, and the deeper one went, the more the number increased. What the, is the ant queen so fertile? More ruthless than even Li Fei. Inside the asylum of the gods, Li Fei sneezed again. Achoo, who read me again? He drummed the Szechuan hot pot in his hand and shouted towards the door, Grandma, do you eat spicy food? Both. Nix responded. Lin Chi finally came to one of the most open caves after going about 300 meters deeper again. As he looked ahead, a white worm was lying there like a pile of slime, while the red ants lined up next to it were holding some food in their mouths in front of it. Lin Chia knew it was the ant queen without even thinking about it. He quickly changes his color because all the people who come to feed on the food are red ants. Just as Lin Chia was wondering how to get it killed, a red ant crawled past him with a colorful pair of pants. Hee hee. The red ant spotted Lin Chia then smiled back and straight away put his pants to the ant queen's mouth. Grr, you think he's a cutie? Eat all your pants? Only to see the ant queen move his limp body, looking at the novelty laid out in front of him without hesitation, he swallowed the colorful thing. Lin Chia, vomit. Chapter 146, Lin Chia, don't run, I still have bombs here, do you want to eat them? You're disgusting. After Lin Chia saw the ant queen swallow that colorful thing, he suddenly felt his stomach churn as he looked at that colorful thing, and he felt like he could stand up. Fong Ming Ailey crawled past him quickly, and then rehoused himself in those giant red ant swarms. His mouth kept emitting a silky sound as if he was intimately communicating with these giant ants. Lin Chia braced himself and placed the bandaged Mumu in front of the ant queen, then also merged into the ant colony next to him like Fong Ming. Moki clumsily ran up to the ant queen and waved her little hand to signal it to look at her. The ant queen seemed to be attracted by the small white mass, or she hadn't seen a living thing for a long time and became unusually excited. Then, the shadow of the queen enveloped her small body, and she swallowed Moki into her stomach in a single gulp. Hiccup. The queen let out a loud burp followed by a slow crawl back to her original position and began to rest. Moki! This big white maggot to death! Lin Chia yelled, and the giant red ant next to him froze, searching for how this fellow officer had become an elf. He could even speak human language. When he spoke, the ant queen straightened up and froze as well. Suddenly, a ray of fire started to penetrate out from the ant queen's abdomen, and the dozens of missiles that Mumu had swallowed detonated together the moment Lin Chia's words fell. Boom dash! The piercing firelight instantly erupted from the ant queen's stomach, and the earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the entire Rift Valley. Even the crowd of Bailey Chubby who were ambushed on the ground could feel a violent vibration. And the surrounding ant army, searching for the queen to perform her acrobatics, thinking that they would finally be able to watch their mom give them the whole job in this 100th of a day of boredom, raised their front paws and began to applaud. Lin Chia, snapping and clapping ha 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 ha, seconds. Ant army next to me, WC, the flesh is sainted. Our mom is awesome. Piercing howls echoed throughout the rift. In the intense fire, the ant queen seems like a white protein on the barbecue grill by Master Bay, rolling madly from the smoke. Its lower body has been completely blown off, green blood gushing out from the abdomen, but even so it is still alive, truly worthy of being a sea realm mysterious. It is resistant to bombing. Asterisk, this isn't even dead? Lin Chia muttered, if once isn't enough, let's do it again. Mickey, bomb me again. Hey shoo! Moki rolled down from its stomach, immediately carrying 2 large missiles on its shoulders. But the well-trained ant army around them were no slouches either. They immediately reacted to the sight of an alien intruder. Their mom had indeed been blown up, and wielded their extremely fearsome iron hooks to frantically attack towards Mumu. Just in the nick of time, Mumu released 2 missiles to blow up the swarming ants that were pouncing on her, and the flames even spread to the Tonko to heavily injure a few hundred ant swarms, while Mumu herself was teleported back to her original dimension by Lin Chia. The queen was once again in pain, and immediately realizing that someone was pursuing her, she dragged her mutilated body towards the depths of the cave. Seeing this, Lin Chia immediately swung his front claws to follow the ant queen's ass and quickly chased after her, while Fong Ming followed closely behind. Mom. You wait for me. I've got bombs for you to eat or not. Lin Chia shouted as he chased after him, vowing to feed this big white maggot the next bomb. Fong Ming, sinning. Mom, I've got some here for you too. The Ant Queen was writhing frantically in front of it, and wherever the strong vibrations went, debris flew everywhere, and it accelerated its speed even more as it listened to the shouts of these two fake sons behind it. While standing on the ground, Bailey Chubby and the others looked at the black smoke coming out of the hole and immediately touched the necklace at their necks. Quickly go. 7 Nights is definitely exposed. Let's hurry down. Yes. After the crowd answered in unison, they rushed forward aboard the White Cloud Cavern depths. On the way, he might as well come across some giant ants that had already been hit hard and were missing arms and legs, and they were all killed by a few people. Suddenly, a few giant ants whose bodies were still intact swarmed out from a corner. The hard shells on their surfaces had already been almost shattered by the violent impacts generated by the explosions, and now that they had lost their defenses they had become even more vulnerable. More than 10, Guile Silk, sprang out from Anshingyu's palm, binding it firmly, and as his wrist contracted the extremely detailed Guile Silk hardened the muscles of these giant ants, strangling out a hideous blood scar. Several sword shards fell together, and with the splashes of blood, these road-blocking giant ants were pierced through their abdomens and rapidly descended towards the bottom of the cave. Click 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 dash. Several more loud sounds impacting the stone wall came from the side passage, and dozens of crippled soldier ants dragged their blackened bodies towards the Bailey Fatty. Several people to attack. Asterisk 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 how are there still so many? Bailey Chubby frowned. At this time the 4 people manipulating Yaoguang Bearer were already close to their limits, while Lin Xie and Fong Ming couldn't draw their swords without Chao Yuan, and the Gui Silken and Xingyu's body couldn't possibly deal with these dozens of giant ants all at once. Damn it! Chubby Bailey was a bit chagrined. If only I was a bit stronger. Let me try. At this time, a thick and firm voice came from behind him. Before anyone could slow down, Li Dayan leaped towards the ant colony below. Uncle Li! Grass! If he dies, there's no way we can explain to 7 Nights and his family. Chao Yuan roared, ready to draw his sword immediately, but was stopped by Anqingyu. Wait first. A layer of gray flashed in Anqingyu's eyes. In the next second, Li Dayang raised his right hand high and slammed it to the ground. Knock dash. A dull sound came from underneath the Rift Valley, and the ground, which was already not very sturdy, suddenly collapsed after being affected by Li Dayang's 10,000 elements frequent movement. These dozens of giant ants all of a sudden lost their support and quickly fell down towards the endless abyss below, and the sudden weightlessness also made Li Dayang's body tilt and fall towards the abyss as well. Whoosh dash. A few tricky threads suddenly swept out from Anqingyu's palm and wrapped precisely around Li Dayang's waist amidst the rubble and swarms of giant ants. Li Dayang only felt his body drop, then was quickly pulled upwards by an invisible force. By the time he was standing beside Anqingyu again, bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead, and even his legs were trembling a little. Uncle Li, even if we're trying to kill Mystery we can't fight so hard, Anqingyu said. Harm. Isn't it alright? Again, I dare you. Okay, be a man. I admire that. Chao Yuan and Bailey Chubby gave him a thumbs up together. Li Dayang on the other hand forced a smile, then wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat his butt on that soft cloud. Chapter 147 Fong Ming's dozen kinds of cannonballs, even virgins have troubles. The remaining giant ants in the depths were basically blown into a half-dead state. A few people didn't care much when they saw it. The priority now was to rush to support Lin Xie. When several people arrived at the initial place of the explosion just now, they did not find Lin Xie's whereabouts, only saw half-deflated white wreckage with green blood still emitting a sickening odor. Where are the people? Bailey Chubby looked around. Besides the bodies of the giant ants there was only the blown-up rubble left. And Anqingyu looked along the traces of movement on the ground and the blood that formed a line of blood, and realized that there was another unknown cave. 7 Nights should be continuing to chase after the Ant Queen. What? Keep chasing? Chao Yuan kicked the blown-up half of the Ant Queen's body in front of him and said, half of her body has been blown up and she's still alive? It should be, after all, it's also a sea realm mystery. Let's also hurry up and follow this bloodline? Yes. At this time, in the dimly lit cave, Lin Xie had already changed into his original state, his pupils once again burned with a blazing fire, his hands gripping the star blade as he quickly chased towards the Ant Queen. Damn, why are you running so fast? In his spiritual perception, the distance between this crippled Ant Queen and him is gradually increasing, while Fong Ming is on par with it, as if he is still throwing cannonballs at it. The Ant Queen turned her head sideways with an extremely frightened expression as she looked at Fong Ming's obscene face. Don't come over. After saying that, it continued to increase its speed, but for some reason, Fong Ming kept following him as if he were a ghost. Jia jia jia. Big white maggot, by hang? Fong Ming pulled out a box of red spider cannonballs from his arms and ignited it a handful of times and shoved it into the Ant Queen's body. Crackling. A sharp burst of gunfire, the Ant Queen was once again blown up and moved forward a few more points, but still didn't shake off Fong Ming. Suddenly, it heard the sound of the fuse burning again. Only Fong Ming was looking at it lewdly while running with 8 double kicks between the fingers of both hands. Check. 8 two-kickers were once again thrust into the Ant Queen's mutilated body, boom x8, and once again, thick green blood flowed from the Queen's body. It was wondering where it had offended this psycho, coming up with missiles not to mention torturing itself with such a gadget. In the following minute, Fong Ming brought the Ant Queen to see more than a dozen kinds of firecrackers that were released on New Year's Eve, and finally he rushed the Ant Queens but with a firework Gatling that had 500 firework tubes assembled into it and swept it wildly. Ouch! Now the Ant Queen has been tortured to be crazy, it is very want to fight back, but the instinct of survival tells it if it fights back then it will certainly die, now can only bear the humiliation of crawling quickly towards the front. In less than a minute, Lin Xiye detected that the Ant Queen's aura had instantly disappeared? Eaten by that thing? Can't, can you? He sped up again, and suddenly he braked violently and realized that he had come to a bizarrely wide space, and right in front of the space was a magnificent and ancient bronze giant door. What's going on? Lin Xiye gazed at the red patina on this huge bronze door. The material on it was older than any bronze in history, most likely he stood here before the birth of man. He looked around, the tall walls were also covered in thick moss from age. This overly shocking scene nearly made Lin Xiye forget about chasing after the Ant Queen, and he shook off his head to look at Fong Ming, who was crouched in the right corner of the bronze door, and opened his mouth to ask, "Where's that Ant Queen? Eaten by you? Asterisk 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 asterisk, your ing normal O. It burrowed in through here," Fong Ming said as he lowered his head and pointed at the cave in front of him that was about 8 meters wide. Lin Xiye was furious and stuck his star sword in the ground. "Then why didn't you stop him?" "Didn't have enough fun, I still have a couple cannonball models left." The words fell causing Lin Xiye to be speechless. "Say, fine, it's the same whether you make a move or not anyway." After saying that, Lin Xiye used his spiritual power to scan this giant bronze door. After all, there were already unknown creatures hiding behind such an ancient door. In case they were released that would be a big deal, and at that time, he would have to rely on Fong Ming to step in. However, this bronze giant door seemed to be rejecting Lin Xiye's spiritual power, and he couldn't penetrate this giant door even with all his efforts. Hiss! What the hell is in here? People were always fearful when faced with the unknown, and Lin Xiye was the same. He didn't have a bottom in his heart when faced with this giant door that was older than the entire history of the Grand Xia, but he decided to go in and explore due to Fong Ming's presence. "Are you going in?" he tentatively asked Fong Ming. "I'll enter if you enter. Who made me your supervisor?" "Okay." Lin Xiye suddenly felt a sense of security in his heart when he heard this, so he crouched down with the intention of leaping into this 8-meter wide cave when suddenly a strange sound rang out behind him. He turned around violently, only to see several miserable white paper figures floating in the air flying rapidly towards him. Grass! What the hell? Lin Xiye was shocked. He was not expecting to come across this kind of paranormal event here. These paper people have no faces and their limbs are very mechanical. In the next moment, his body stiffened and he felt countless cold winds piercing into his bones, only to see Lin Xiye's 5 senses slowly emerge on the faces of these paper people, with his eyes, nose, and mouth perfectly rendered on the faces of these paper people. Lin Xiye was feeling that his body temperature was dropping rapidly, and he couldn't prepare for the fact that it was his yang qi being sucked away. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you guys sucking me for? Suck him. He pointed at Fong Ming and yelled, "Don't you know that virgins like you have high yang energy? A young chi like me who is getting married is definitely not as strong as yours." Fong Ming looked at Lin Xiye with a smug expression and spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you're justified in your falsehood? Listen to me, you guys go suck him off. Return it if you don't like it. These paper figures seemed to understand Lin Xiye's meaning, and a few of them turned around and flew quickly towards Fong Ming. "You who? Who gave you the nerve?" Fong Ming's eyes once again surged with ferocious flames. Some of the paper people just looked at him for a second, resulting in themselves being burned to ashes by this monstrous fire. With a wave of Fong Ming's hand, this confined space that could hold tens of thousands of people was completely filled with this crimson blaze, and all of the paper people with distorted expressions as if they had suffered extreme pain flew up in smoke in the raging blaze. As the paperman dissipated into the air, Lin Xiye's face gradually eased. Sweat had already soaked his back. He looked at Fong Ming on the side with some displeasure. "I suddenly want to find a daughter-in-law as well." "Real class? Really?" Lin Xiye nodded mechanically. "Okay, go. Enter this doorway and I'll lead you to one. You'll be satisfied." Chapter 148, Fingdu. Lin Xiye covered his forehead inside after hearing Fong Ming's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "I'm really sick. I actually let you introduce me to a girlfriend." "What, you want it or not?" Fong Ming climbed over the giant bronze door, rushed to Lin Xiye outside the cave and shouted, "No! Take it or leave it. I'm telling you, I can't bail you out if you don't come over here and have another paperman show up." Fine, I'll come in." In the end, Lin Xiye still gave in order to survive. He arched his back to get up from the cavern in the ground, which was about 8 meters wide, and when he looked up an ass was facing him. Asterisk 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 you. Lin Xiye cursed, then picked up the star blade and stabbed at Fong Ming's ass at breakneck speed. Stab! He didn't expect the star blade to directly pull out a piercing spark on Fong Ming's, but it seemed that at this time, Fong Ming's flesh strength was not what it used to be. Lin Xiye climbed up and shook off the dirt on his body to look at it. What he didn't expect to see was a city full of bizarre atmosphere. The street was strewn with yellow paper money, and a gust of cloudy wind swept the paper money up on the ground and then scattered it on the side of the road. Is this hell? He stared wide-eyed at what was in front of him. Fong Ming nodded. You could say the same thing. He pointed a finger at a dark and short mansion next to him. Shall we go in? Lin Xie couldn't help but snort after hearing that. What if we run into the paper people again? Well, then you let them suck it clean, and maybe you can marry a big yellow paper girl. As the words fell, he walked straight towards the dark mansion without caring about Lin Xie's reaction. You wait for me. Lin Xie chased forward while shouting from behind. The feeling of being absorbed by Yang Qi just now was something he didn't want to experience a second time, as if a powerful soul extractor was crazily draining his soul. At the entrance was a gate coated with red paint. The sudden red color was a bit out of place with this monotonous colored ghost city, but it was this vermilion-like red gate that drew Lin Xie's vigilance even more. Fong Ming pushed forward and opened the gate, an empty courtyard with some yellow paper money still strewn about. Lin Xie followed behind Fong Ming and also stepped through the gate together. Knock dash. The sound of the door closing came from behind Lin Xie. The chowder dash. Lin Xie suddenly turned around when he heard a strange noise. His two-star knives placed in front of his chest eyes alerted all around. Hiss, what are you fussing about? Just closing the door. Fong Ming was startled by the sound of a sword being drawn. He turned around and shouted at Lin Xie. Don't you think this place is weird? Lin Xie sheathed his sword and stepped forward to try pulling on the mansion's gate, realizing that he couldn't. Grass. How come it doesn't pull? Lin Xie was furious and kicked the gate hard, realizing that it still wouldn't budge. At that moment, a sound of an object falling to the ground came from ahead, a paper broom. What demon? Report your name. Lin Xie was startled, and a star blade was once again sheathed, then fiercely slashed towards the paper broom in front of him. Loudness. Whoosh. Hey ho. In the large courtyard, Lin Xie wielded his two-star knives and slashed at the air, the ferocious wind of the knives swirling up the pieces of paper money on the ground. Fong Ming covered his head and looked at this psychotic action of Lin Xie, then looked at the family of three cowering helplessly and shook his head. He walked over and pulled out an imitation mirror of true sight from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xie. Here, take this with you, don't be a two-bit cutie, chopping around like that. Oh. Lin Xie looked around after putting on the mirror of true vision and found an old man, an old woman and a young girl around 17 years old huddled in the corner. You guys are. Lin Xie walked slowly towards the three with his knife. The three members of the family immediately fell to their knees in fear as they looked at Lin Xie's appearance of wanting to cut someone down, shouting, Master, spare your life. If you want to cut me, and spare my wife and children. Lin Xie stopped after hearing this and looked at the two-star knives in his hands. I won't hurt you guys, but why did you close the courtyard gate? The old man raised his head. Your lordship is unaware that this is Fengdu, a shelter for people who have been transformed into ghosts after their deaths, and the remnants of the law of death here have always been in operation, and it is not us who have closed the door. Fengdu? Lin Xie pondered. As a Dashia person he was already familiar with these myths and legends, but the dress-up here was also too different from what he remembered. It was merely a small city full of desolate death. Fengdu shouldn't look like this, right? Lin Xie asked again. The old man replied, in the past, Fengdu was a kingdom that belonged to the ghost world alone, with powerful ghost gods governing the dead ghosts, but one day the ghost gods all disappeared, and even the Fengdu emperor was nowhere to be seen. Not long ago, four strange-looking gods suddenly broke into Fengdu, and without the Fengdu emperor's guard, they broke the whole of Fengdu into 5 pieces, and after taking a piece of each, only the smallest piece here remained. Lin Xie's face grimaced as he listened. Sure enough, it was the evil gods outside on the occasion of the mist descending that came to snatch it even in the absence of Fengdu emperor. What were those 4 bandits called? Lin Xie asked. Those 4 outer gods called themselves Osiris, Hades, Yen-Mo, and Lucifer. Lin Xie turned his head towards Fong Ming after hearing this. Wasn't Hades killed by the dragon spirit? Fong Ming nodded. Indeed, but there are no fragments on him. Like this? Could it be that? Didn't bring it with him? Lin Xie muttered. He looked around and pointed to the still closed door and asked, I understand about what's going on here, but what about that door? Can you guys open it? The old man resumed, we are ghosts who can go in and out as we please, it's just that you, master, are a living person, and once you're in, it's impossible to get out again. Grass. What did I tell you? You shouldn't come in here, now it's good, you can't get out, right? Lin Xie angrily yelled at Fong Ming behind him. The gate can't go, why don't you try jumping over the wall? Fong Ming held his arms his eyes as if he was looking at a little cutie, like looking at Lin Xie. Yeah, I'll try. After saying that, Lin Xie turned around and was just about to run towards the fence but was stopped by Fong Ming. What are you doing? Wait, come here. Fong Ming squatted in front of the 17-year-old girl looking her up and down. He realized that this young girl, with peach blossom eyes, high nose, skin like cream, and even revealed some of the air of a lady of the house between her eyebrows, but he didn't know why she had such a short life, and came here at such a young age. Old. Master, what are you looking at? The young girl raised her sleeves to cover half of her face somewhat shyly and asked. Nothing, just curious as to why you were killed to come here at such a young age? Chapter 149, Lin Xia, I'll never marry a ghost, being pursued for overwhelming mistakes. The young girl was somewhat overwhelmed by Fong Ming's question. She lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing this, the old man also spoke for the young girl about his family's tragic encounters back then. Hundreds of years ago, this family of three was a local small famous rich merchant family, but only because of an invitation to the capital to come to the inspection of the governor to the banquet, the young girl was the governor's son to see. That night, the governor's son will use the strength of alcohol to rape the girl, and finally because of the officials up and down the protection, nowhere to redress the grievances, the family was detained by the governor of Dangzhou prison drinking poison and died. After listening to the old man's cries, Lin Xia was also sympathetic as he asked, "Where are those dog officials who brutalized you now?" Throughout the ages, many high officials have also done the same, relying on their rights to do wrong. Alive they have enjoyed the glory and wealth, even if they die, they cannot let them continue to live in this Fengdu. Back to the Lord. When we came here after death we were taken by the ghosts and gods to redress our grievances, and those who had brutalized us were all escorted by the ghosts and gods to the 18 layers of hell, experiencing an eternity of painful reincarnation. That's fine. Lin Xia put away his anger. If those bad guys still managed to reincarnate as humans after turning into ghosts, he planned to use the Starblade to transcend them. Fong Ming pulled Lin Xia aside to whisper in his ear, what do you think of that girl? A girl? That's clearly a girl ghost, right? Hiss, why are you so insensitive? She wasn't a girl before she died? And look, people are so good looking even after they die, isn't it more than enough to match you? Fong Ming continued to wickedly brainwash Lin Xia. Lin Xia once again looked back at the young girl and helplessly shook his head. It's a good person to be alive, but now that she's a ghost, you're still asking me to marry a ghost? This I can't do. You can you up. Fong Ming saw that the brainwashing had failed, and did not intend to force it. After all, there was still one in that coffin board. That's all for now then, huh? I'll get your Fengdu fragments back for you, eat more and be healthy, huh? Lin Xia turned back towards the family of three and waved with a smile as he leapt over the mansion's fence. Really good. Lin Xia stood outside the mansion with an astonished look at Fong Ming beside him. It's called when the heavens close a door for you, they will always open a fence for you. Fong Ming had a proud face. Within Fengdu, there were 4 figures running wildly through the streets. Whoa, grass, I wouldn't have come in if I had known this was Fengdu. Bailey Chubby gasped as he carried his baggy pants in a run. Damn, who knew you could be chased by ghosts in this life? Uncle Lee, can you do it? How about I carry you? Chao Yuan and Xing Yu ran shoulder to shoulder, his right hand kept clutching Li Dayang's wrist in a death grip. Didn't that Fong Ming say that I'm the Fengdu Emperor? How can I still be chased by these kids in my own home? It's a lie, right? Li Dayang muttered in his heart. At this time there were nearly 100 ghosts behind them, but at a glance there was nothing, only a feeling of a ghastly wind whistling from behind. It all started with Chao Yuan overcoming the ghost of a little boy, and the ghosts next to him went crazy when they saw that Chao Yuan could overpower the ghosts to enter the reincarnation and wanted him to overpower them as well. Because after being taken away by the outer god Fengdu fragments, everything here became incomplete, including that law of death, and the loss of the complete law as the influence of the ghosts here are slowly evolving in the direction of the severe ghosts. It won't take long for this historical ghost kingdom to turn into a paradise filled with killing everywhere. And the ghosts behind them have been in hot pursuit, whimpering voices like ghastly winds brushing past the ears of the 4, begging, crying out in pain, scolding, complaining and so on filled the ears of the 4. Please us. Why did you only help that little boy when you could have helped all of us? Please help me, even if you don't overtake me, please look at my child. Chao Yuan's overcoming scripture at the cost of his own cultivation was too strong a temptation for the ghosts, and having lost the suppression of the ghosts and gods of the past, the ghosts imprisoned here for 100 years had become obsessed with reincarnation deep in their bones. It's not that I don't want to help you guys, I don't want to lose my life either. Chao Yuan ran frantically in front of him. Damn, if I had known that there are so many ghosts here I should have found a place where no one is to overthrow that kid. Harm, what's the point of talking about this now? Run! Bailey Chubby beamed as he groped the darkness and came to a fork in the road. Left? Right? Just as Bailey Chubby was hesitating, Li Dayang shouted from behind. Left! The 4 of them then ran frantically towards the street on the left without being able to react. Uncle Lee, how did you know to run to the left? Chubby Bailey asked, panting. I don't know, but I feel like running left. Lean. Uncle Lee, this life and death situation cannot be based on intuition, in case you run into a dead end. Suddenly, several paper figures scurried out of the intersection where the 4 had passed, following the tide of ghosts in hot pursuit behind them. Asterisk. What the hell? Paper still flies? Chubby Bailey glanced behind him and felt the coolness in his back intensify. Maybe these are the Yin soldiers guarding Fengdu. And Xing Yu analyzed. We broke in and disturbed them, they should be coming. Xing Yu, there's no need to explain at this point, I know they're coming after us. At this time, Bailey Chubby came to a fork in the road again. Left? Right? Or straight? Right. Li Dayang shouted a few more times blindly behind his back. Asterisk 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 asterisk, listen to me this time, turn left. Bailey Chubby immediately turned around and ran towards the left. Not a moment later a cloudy wind once again blew from the front.
Listen to Uncle Lee, right.
He slammed on the brakes and turned around to run quickly in the opposite direction. The paper people behind them were getting closer and closer. After all, they had no stamina to burn. Bailey Chubby Step 3 turned back to gaze at the paper man behind him. His hands once again raised that big golden sword. Who soared into 3,000? Who? 10,000 sword awnings lit up in the dark streets, roaring like a giant dragon as they rushed towards the paper people behind them. But these giant dragons of swords seemed to hit a ball of air, straight through these paper people, while the huge vortex caused blew the paper people around, temporarily slowing them down. Suddenly, a magnificent black temple complex loomed at the end of the road ahead. These black halls played with an ebony spectral light throughout. The material seemed to be consistent with the walls outside. The architectural style was weird and eerie, but from a distance it had an atmospheric momentum.
Damn, what is this again?
Bailey Fatty looked at the black hall in front of him and cursed, came in light and stumbled upon these weird things, really point back. There's no way out, take a gamble, if we continue like this sooner or later we'll be caught up. And Xingya shouted behind her, realizing that those paper people were already close at hand.
The four came to a large vermilion door. Push.
The gate, which revealed a majestic momentum, slowly opened.
Chapter 150 Fong Ming lifts the coffin. Crooked, where are you pulling me? Oh. Lin Chia's wrist was clenched a little painfully by Fong Ming.
The two of them walked on the slightly dark streets, and it was due to the blazing fire on Fong Ming's fingertips illuminating them that the apprehension in Lin Chia's heart dissipated quite a bit. Lin Chia looked around and realized that this was a ghost capital, but how come there wasn't a single ghost?
It's been lured away by Chubby 100 and all of them.
Fong Ming's involuntary sentence caused Lin Chia to be shocked for a moment. He had clearly blocked that cave when he drilled in, so how did they get in?
Could it be that they had directly pushed the giant bronze door open to come in? This was too far-fetched. Wasn't our first mission in here to find the Ant Queen? You're in such a hurry to walk, are you aware of the Ant Queen's location?
Lin Chia asked. I don't know where the Ant Queen is, but I know where your future daughter-in-law is.
He. Fong Ming smiled back, revealing those rows of big white teeth. Grass. Are you not going to die until you find me a ghost bride?
Lin Chia cursed and broke away from Fong Ming's hand, followed by shaking his somewhat reddened wrist. Seeing his disbelief, Fong Ming explained, this time it's not a ghost, it's a real person, and it's very pretty.
Asterisk 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 you, who still believes you, can there be a real person in this place?
If there is a real person I'll eat this star sword.
Alright, that's what you said. Fong Ming saw that Lin Chia had to play dead, so he began to be more serious.
Soon, the duo arrived around the black temple cluster that the initial four Bailey Fatty people had come to, and the imposing temple cluster likewise gave Lin Chia quite a shock. He used his spiritual power to sweep through a few halls, and found that the same could not be immersed within these halls, but it was justifiable. After all, this is Fengdu if you casually let yourself know the whole picture. The compulsion of this place is not so high. Suddenly, he seemed to detect a trace of a human aura. Lin Chia once again released his spiritual power to extend 100 meters away, and discovered that the four chubby Bailey had been chased by the paper people, and that they had entered within these 6 great halls.
They went in as well? Lin Chia asked with a frown. That I don't know, but there doesn't seem to be any place to hide here, let's go. Fong Ming shrugged, his eyes vaguely revealing a faint reddish golden glow. The constraints of the laws of death here could not be escaped by any human being, and even foreign gods were afraid of it, but Fong Ming possessed all the laws of the universe in one body, and with the conceptual artifact enhancement of the horse and dog talisman, the laws of death here couldn't even intrude into his soul for half a minute. Lin Chia saw that Fong Ming was about to go in and hastily stopped him. Yeah, you're not going in, are you? This isn't that big open-air mansion, this is the palace of those ghosts and gods that were once hermetically sealed. Anon, I know. It's not like I can't get out. Fong Ming pretended to be relaxed and spread his hands to indicate that Brother Wallbrother was justified. Blanche, just because you can come out doesn't mean I can.
Lin Chia was obviously a bit anxious. Fong Ming reached out and patted Lin Chia's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, brother won't leave you behind, even if I demolish these palaces I'll still save you out. Lin Chia also slightly nodded his head to show that he believed Fong Ming when he saw him swearing so much. After all, he usually didn't really appear to sell out his teammates. The two of them pushed open the vermilion red door of the hall, and suddenly the 6 pitch-black giant tripods inside lit up with raging phantom orchid flames, brightening up the hall in an instant. Asterisk 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 ghost flames? Fong Ming subconsciously shouted as he pointed at these ghostly flames. Lin Chia didn't take care of him, just walked straight towards the front. After all, it's also necessary to investigate after entering all. This is also the basic quality of a qualified night watchman. One could only see a black cross of wooden frames discharged in the center of the great hall, with a pair of bronze armor hanging above each one. Each set of bronze armor less than a meter apart, densely arranged in the temple. A glance at the surprisingly close to 300, and these armors behind the high platform is also placed on top of the ancient coffin with a red coffin body and black carved text. Why does this have a touch of the terracotta warriors of the first emperor? Could it be that these are bronze armor were given to the person in that coffin for burial? Lin Chia speculated. After all, in the history of Dacia, there were often the kind of poor people who accompanied the ancient emperors to their burials, but where did the bones of these people go? Even if they were buried with them, there shouldn't even be any bones left, right? The two of them took a closer look and found that the surface of the armor had hideous cracks, as if it had been injured by sharp weapons, and there were obviously dark red bloodstains on it. Let's go take a look next to that coffin. Fong Ming said. You're really not afraid? What if you let out some powerful ghost spirit? When I look at that red coffin, it's not a good thing. It might be that brutal monarch or a pile of rotting. Caleb in the coffin, %#UN hashtag. @ hashtag. Hiss, I realized when did you become so timid? What are you afraid of with brother around? Fong Ming frowned and looked back at Lin Chie and said, Blanche, you have never had your yang energy sucked you are not aware of how unpleasant that whole body being drained is. When Lin Chie saw that Fong Ming insisted on going forward, he couldn't stop him, so he had no choice but to follow him himself. The two of them walked through the dense armor and came to this square coffin. The square coffin was about 2 meters long, with sharp edges and corners, like a neat cube, and the surface of the coffin was engraved with a large number of bizarre pictures in black carvings, which at first glance seemed to be extremely heavy with demonic aura. Lin Chie ensured that it was safe. He once again swept the surface of the coffin with his spiritual power and found that he was still unable to intrude into the interior of the coffin, and the external plug-in that normally worked extremely well had hit a wall everywhere here. This feeling of having hangings that he couldn't use made Lin Chie a bit annoyed. He looked back again and found that these armors did not know when the collective flip-to-face, originally should have been turned back to them, now even came a 180 degrees reversal still facing them. Lin Chie took a step back and his hands were about to grab the star sword at his waist, but the armor also made a gesture to draw the sword as if it was possessed by a spirit. Lin Chie frowned again and slowly loosened the hilt of his sword, and these armors did the same with the hilts at their waists. It seems that you can't draw your sword here, or you'll be swarmed by these hundreds of pairs of armor. Suddenly, a hurricane wind sprang up, messing up Lin Chie's hair a few times. He instinctively blocked his hands in front of his eyes, and after the hurricane passed he brought his hands down, presenting a scene that could be described as making Lin Chie dumbfounded. A bizarre-looking wooden coffin lid was unexpectedly lifted up by Fong Ming with his bare hands. Lin Chie had thought that a stern ghost or a powerful ghost spirit would immediately come out. After all, he had been locked up in this place for some years. His grievances must be very heavy, but after 2 or 3 seconds nothing happened. Look, isn't this maiden nice? How about a daughter-in-law for you? Chapter 151, A young girl's shyness trumps everything. How is this possible? Lin Chie was surprised as he looked at the young girl lying in the coffin, and suddenly, there was a fresh scent that rushed into Lin Chie's nostrils. Just see that young girl wearing a dark blue robe quietly lying there. White skin can be broken, and colored long hair outlines that delicate features, pink thin lips for the people, on top of his like white jade-like agaric nose, slender eyebrows slightly trembling, a pair of bright as a star's eyes slowly open. Lin Chie stared blankly at the young girl, sat up and felt greatly shocked, not to mention that this young girl is alive, even if the gold put in to stay for a few thousand years should also be somewhere in Territ. Besides, where is this place? Fengdu, the place where ghosts are imprisoned. How did she survive without eating for so long when her body was so well preserved under such a strong yin qi? Could she be photosynthesizing? That's not right. There's no light here either. Lin Chie's tiny head was filled with big question marks. He once again swept over the young girl's body with his spiritual power and realized that her brain, internal organs, and life-sustaining organs were still intact. He looked blankly at Fong Ming as if he wanted to get some explanation from him, while Fong Ming instead pouted and looked at the star sword in his hand. Are you going to swallow it yourself, or are you going to have me feed it to you? Lin Chie. The young girl looked blankly at the duo in front of her, perhaps for the first time in these thousands of years that she had heard someone speak, and so she tried to open her mouth as well, but unfortunately, all that could come out of her throat was an aba sound. This gave the young girl a rush, and she twisted her face and kept slapping her chest. Lin Chie looked at the somewhat cute appearance of this young girl and thought to himself that this young girl wouldn't be a mute, right? What's the matter? Do I, Lin Chie, not deserve a normal daughter-in-law? The young girl's face reddened, she puffed up her cheeks, but in the end she just stifled one word, Blanche. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Fong Ming was about to burst into laughter. He was never expecting the word Blanche to be invented in ancient times, but it makes sense when you think about it. After all, it seems to be a human instinct, and TV has that line Tom, Tian Wen Jing Mi Chao Nima. Lin Chie grimaced hoping that Fong Ming would give an explanation. Fong Ming was tired of laughing. He pointed to the pattern on the coffin and explained, in about the Han Dynasty, a strange girl suddenly appeared in the folklore. She possessed the power to immortalize herself or grant any object she came into contact with and was not affected by the outside world. That's why she can be kept here for 1,000 years without being immortalized, while the clothes on her body won't break in the slightest whether they're cut by sword or fire, and any weapon she touches can evolve into a highly lethal and sharp weapon. And she herself even has a body that is invulnerable to swords and spears. Any method of attack is ineffective against her, and of course time has lost its effect on her. This is also the reason why she can stay young forever. The flaw, however, was that she could only grant one item at a time, the trait of immortality, and once she granted it to herself, she lost the trait of immortality. Suddenly one day powerful mysteries descended to besiege this young girl. 300 bronze dead soldiers fought against the mysteries to protect the young girl, but in the end, not dropping all of them, were wiped out, but those mysteries also strangely disappeared. Knowing this, the emperor considered this young girl to be a bloodbath calamity, and had this coffin built to seal her in it forever, and then later sent it to Fengdu. And Qingyu closed the dossier and looked around this great hall somewhat contemplatively. Immortality? How does this sound so much like Forbidden Ruins? Li Deyang muttered. It's really true when you say it like that. Chao Yuan also mused, then he looked back at the gate that he couldn't open just now no matter how he pulled on it, and sighed helplessly. How come you can only come in and not out of this place? This is Fengdu. I've heard a bit about the dead entering the living. And Xingyu got up and prepared to go deeper into the great hall again. After all, spending time here was not a solution. But there doesn't seem to be any other exit from this great hall, right? Chao Yuan looked around except for the walls. Chubby 100 pondered, then rummaged back and forth in his backpack, and after a moment pulled out a piece of chalk. When Li Deyang saw this, are you planning to paint here to pass the time? Che, how uneducated, this is a prop that can travel through space. As long as we draw a circle on some object, we can go through. But I don't know if it's effective for a haunted place like this. Then we have to try. I don't want to be locked up here for the rest of my life. Chao Yuan urged him to hurry up and try. Chubby Bailey walked to the wall next to the gate and pushed it with his hand, then drew a big circle on the wall that guaranteed everyone could get out, chanting as he did so, "It must work, goddess of mercy." The walls within the large circle suddenly shook and disappeared immediately afterward. Digging the groove. That's so useful. I love you, little chalk. Hurry up, this thing is only 10 seconds away. Chubby Time urged. After hearing this, several people also hurriedly followed behind and drilled out of the palace towards the front. When Lin Qiye heard Fong Ming's explanation, his jaw opened even wider. The young girl saw some drool running down Lin Qiye's chin, then reached out and wiped his drool with her own sleeve. Lin Qiye, blushing. Ka-ching. A cell phone photo sound came from Fong Ming, who was fiddling with his cell phone with a bad smile on his face. Fong Ming, tasseled treasure look, I found a daughter-in-law for old brother 7 Nights, does it look good? Red coma, yeah. So beautiful, good eye, where to find Fong Ming, Fengdu. Red writing? Not long after, Hong Ying's video call came over, and Lin Qiye looked at Fong Ming full of speechlessness before pulling out his own cell phone and looking at it. He wondered why Fong Mingfa's cell phone actually had a signal. Fong Ming picked up the phone. Hey, honey, look. He stood next to Lin Qiye and the young girl holding up his cell phone for the members of Squad 136 to watch. Chen Mai looked at Lin Qiye with this young girl with wide eyes. It's okay, kid, such a pretty girl has to be brought back for us to see. Zhao Kongcheng also squeezed in. Ouch, is this the legendary netherworld? It's still really netherworldly enough. Why are you guys running there? Lin Qiye scratched his head. This is an accident. Originally we were outside purging the mysterious. There were more and more people in the camera, when Qima, Huang Ying, Wu Shangnan, Zhao Kongcheng, Long Ying, and Chen Mai all crowded in, and the young girl was obviously a little shy as it was her first time seeing so many people. But still, he leaned towards Lin Qiye's shoulder, then raised his hand and compared it to a yeah. Ugh, how old are you, girl? What's your name, girl? Where are you from, girl? Why are you in Fengdu, girl? The enthusiastic voices of the small group of 136 seemed to improve the young girl's voice system a bit as her lips parted in a single word. I don't know my name. Thanks, you guys, say words. Fong Ming put down his cell phone and explained to them that this young girl was a little afraid of living beings, so when they got along for a while they would naturally let Lin Qiye bring her back. I'll hang up now then, wife, I'll be back to keep you company when we're done tomorrow or the day after. Okay, did, be safe out there, muah. Muah. After Fong Ming hung up the phone, he turned to look at the Lin Qiye duo. This young girl, on the other hand, looked at Fong Ming with a strange look, then turned her head and poked Lin Qiye's arm with her fingertip. Lin Qiye's thoughts were a bit confused right now, and he also turned his head to look at the young girl. The young girl pouted, then pointed her fingertips to her red lips. I, too, want to, moo. Chapter 152, Immortal Power. At this time, the 4 Chubby Bailey people continued to search for Lin Qiye and Fong Ming's whereabouts within the temple complex until an even more magnificent palace appeared at the end of the road. It was grander in size than the 6 palaces seen before, and the walls and roofs were vermilion in color throughout. 6 palaces on the ground, our walls black gate for vermilion, and this palace is just the opposite. In front of the eyes of the dark gate as deep as the abyss, generally bottomless. The 4 Bailey fatty people gradually stopped their steps as they looked at this magnificent palace. This should be Fengdu Emperor's palace, right? And Xingyu pointed at the underground palace ahead and spoke. It looks like it should be. Chao Yuan nodded. Suddenly, a gust of gloomy wind swept by. The four people could not help but raise their sweaty hairs. Chao Yuan turned back smoothly. His right hand could not help but reach towards the saber at his waist. The grass. Why are these paper people always haunting us? Just as the four of them were about to turn around and escape, these paper figures quickly swept over the heads of the four of them and flew straight towards the imperial palace. And at the forefront of the wave of papermen, a giant white ant dragged its scarred body and stepped on the pitch-black solid stone slabs in the air to crawl towards the imperial palace in the sky. WC? It's that big white maggot? Bailey Chubby said as he dully pointed at the giant white ant in the sky. That's a ing ant queen. Chao Yuan reminded as he slapped Chubby Bailey on the back. Harm. No difference. Since we were allowed to bump into each other, then it means that 7 Knights and Ming must be nearby. If we follow it, we're sure to find them. As soon as Bailey Fatty's words fell, 3 residual shadows quickly approached towards the distant ant queen. Look, you guys, isn't that 7 Knights and Brother Ming? Why is there a woman? Bailey Fatty scratched his head. He was a bit confused as he looked at the figure of Jelan. How could a woman appear in this place wherein soldiers were frequent? Murphy, do you remember the dossier I read? The legendary Immortal Maiden. And Xingyu leaped and stepped on the stone slab to follow Lin Xia's trio. Similarly, the remaining 3 leapt onto the stone slabs together, moving quickly towards the imperial palace. That legend is actually true. And it was actually found by 7 Knights and Brother Ming. Chubby Bailey muttered. At this time, all the people have been approaching the imperial palace, and the ant queen snatched a step ahead of the first into the imperial palace, but the paper people chasing after them stopped outside the dark door, and lined up in a row to look like they stood beside the door respectfully. Bailey Chubby, a few people caught up with Lin Xia trio. He looked to the left side of Lin Xia's face. The red lip print was shocked. Steel straight man was defiled? And still, he turned his head to Jelan again, or such a beautiful beauty? And Xingyu patted Lin Xia's shoulder, then gestured to him by tapping her cheek with her fingertip. Ha! Lin Xia was a bit confused. Fang Ming casually pulled out a mirror and handed it to him. Lin Xia took a sideways look and swished his face red while several people turned their gazes to Jelan together. Beauty, your masterpiece? Callan nodded a little shyly. Wow! Grass! 7 Knights you can You still have a whole daughter-in-law in hell. Or the legendary Immortal Maiden. A few people gabbled. Lin Xia stomped his foot. Hiss, this isn't the time to talk about this Hurry up and finish off that ant queen so we can finish the mission. Understood. Where's Uncle Li? At this time, Bailey Fatty noticed that Li Dayang disappeared. He looked backward and watched Li Dayang as if he were a statue standing straight behind him, with one foot on the first slab at the very beginning, and the other foot on the second slab. He kept his head down, his fists clenched, and he was shaking a little. Uncle Li! Chubby Bailey shouted again. And Fang Ming spoke at that moment. He is no longer Li Dayang. From the moment he stepped onto the stone slab, his memories of his 100 years of reincarnation have awakened. What does it mean? Chao Yuan was still a bit confused at this point, but he seemed to be able to understand that the one who could use the word 100 years of reincarnation, that must be one of the great summer gods. He's the Fengdu Emperor. And Xingyu said softly. Ha! Everyone present was shocked, and they all looked at Fang Ming, who nodded his head. The only one who can retrieve the meaning of reincarnation here is Fengdu Dadi. And Xingyu continued, it seems that the ghosts here are finally saved. You guys go ahead and finish off the ant queen in the imperial palace. I'll go check on him. Fang Ming said. Several people nodded their heads together and then quickly ran towards the imperial palace in front of them with their swords, while the paper people guarding the entrance seemed to have gotten an order to let them in, and while they were still frantically chasing after them before, at this time, they stepped aside to let Lin Xia's several people in. Lin Xia's 5 entered the imperial palace and looked at the ant queen, who was perched on top of a giant pillar while the wounds on its body were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye after dodging the paper people's pursuit. Lot of goodness dash. Lin Xia's eyes once again burned like a furnace as the 2-star knives suddenly came out of their sheaths. Finish it off. As the words fell, without waiting for a few people to slow down, an arrow containing an extremely penetrating force blasted out. And the ant queen obviously felt a crisis of life when she looked at the arrow that was coming towards her, and she immediately squirmed up to hide herself behind the giant pillar. Boom dash! The arrow was glowing with a faint white light, and the moment it touched the giant pillar it actually exploded violently, and the giant pillar was directly pierced through, and the arrow grazed the ant queen's body and shot above the wall, and its body was rubbed out with a thin blood scar. Ah, yikes, shot, deflected. With a bow in his hand, a hint of chagrin appeared in Callan's eyes as his eyes unconsciously flicked to Lin Xia. This. Bailey Chubby stared at the pillar that was penetrated by the arrow. Are things here so brittle? A bow and arrow can't stop it? Xingyu pushed his glasses after hearing this. It's not that this pillar is too brittle, but the immortal ability is too strong. The maiden has the power of immortality that grants all objects invulnerability, and it's too terrifying to look at now. The queen looked at the large hole that had been penetrated in front of her in awe, and it squirmed once more as it moved quickly from the top of the palace towards the gate. Don't let him escape. Lin Xie roared, then his left foot stomped on the ground with force as if he was a golden meteor rapidly sweeping through space. As he spun in the air, a few sword daggers chopped out sharply and slashed at the Ant Queen's hard shell. There were a few slashes but they didn't hurt its interior. As for Bailey Fatty, he also maneuvered the roiling sword awnings. Dots of golden light transformed into a golden dragon of swords roaring and stabbing towards the giant ants. Karen once again turned around and drew 3 arrows from the quiver behind his back. His left eye was slightly closed and he drew his bow with a full moon, and together with Xingyu's guile silk he nailed this ant queen to the top of the gate with a deadly blow. The 3 arrows gradually embedded themselves into the giant ant's body, and the weird and pungent odor spread in the air once again. Hissing, extremely agonizing wails emitted from the ant queen's mouth as it frantically wriggled its body, surprisingly forcing those 3 arrows out of its body. Old Chow, quickly hack it to death. Lin Xie crossed his star blade in front of his chest and shouted towards Chao Yuan who was at the side, then once again attacked towards the ant queen like a stringed arrow. At the same time, Chao Yuan also sheathed his long sword, and in an instant, a ferocious black baleful aura wrapped all over his body as he clutched the star blade with fierce black flames, and his left foot stepped on the ground and crushed the ground to go straight for the ant queen's vitals. Chapter 153 Bloodline Sacrifice. Thunder Chariot moves the earth with electric fire. Lin Xie softly chanted as dark-colored thunder power erupted from between his blades. The duo's extreme means of attack struck on top of the ant queen's body, actually hacking apart the queen's shell, and the 3 knives slashed along the skin and flesh into the queen's body. The fire and thunder collided with each other and once again erupted into a violent explosion, while the ant queen who felt death approaching once again erupted into a piercing howl. The ant queen's body began to emit a piercing red light, and her body size rapidly expanded at an astonishing speed, and her white body began to reveal a thick vein. A bizarre aura suddenly spread outward from the ant queen's body, and lurid blood-red lines gradually began to appear on the surface of her skin. Not only the skin, but also the ground of the imperial palace gradually began to expose a few lines. Meanwhile, at the cracks in the earth outside Fengdu, a giant red ant was climbing on top of the wall, and suddenly, the surface of a red ant similarly showed that lurid blood-colored pattern, and their bodies similarly swelled. Please. With the first red giant ant that exploded from its swollen body, the bodies of the other red giant ants with blood-colored lines sprouting all over their bodies also exploded one after another, and dozens of red lights floated out from their corpses before quickly disappearing into nothingness. Similarly, the surface of those pitch-black soldier ants' bodies also gradually surfaced that blood-colored lines, and as their bodies swelled and burst, the red light gushing out was 3 times as much as that of a normal red ant. Inside Fengdu, a large amount of red light surged out from the red ground underneath the ant queen's feet, enveloping his body in an instant. Dodge away first. When Lin Xie saw that the star blade he had slashed into its body was forced out of his body, he immediately felt that something bad was happening, and then hurriedly pulled Chao Yuan and jumped away backwards, only to see that the injuries on the ant queen's body were rapidly healing. Her body size was also rapidly expanding to more than twice its original size, and the hard armor that had originally been cut to pieces was rapidly turning red, as if a layer of red armor was firmly attached to the surface of her skin. Black sides extended out from its abdominal armor, and a pair of slender white tentacles also turned colored in an instant, making the overall look even more lurid. Damn, how can he still transform? Bailey Chubby cursed as he looked at the ant queen, whose form was completely different from the previous one. My brother Ming's super beast armament was learned by you? A flash of gray light flashed in Xingyu's eyes. It's not a transformation, it should be the forbidden ruin, bloodline sacrifice. Repairing one's injuries by sacrificing beings with the bloodline of one's closest relatives allows one's realm to be drastically raised in a short period of time. However, this forbidden ruin is of little use in humans, but it is of much more use to this insectoid mystery, which has thousands of bloodlines of the closest relatives, and after reaching a certain level will produce a horrifying enhancement to itself. Blanche. Well, isn't that cheating on his part? It's simply outrageous. Chubby Bailey spat out. Is there a way to interrupt his sacrifice ritual? Lin Xie asked with some anxiety. This won't work unless that blood-colored pattern is broken, but it's not solid. Whoosh dash. As soon as the words fell, an arrow whizzed past behind them. This arrow was glowing with white light, easily piercing through the red shield that surrounded the ant queen, accompanied by a sound of glass breaking, shattering the red veins. Ant queen? Chao Yuan several people. Lin Xie, on the other hand, was happy in his heart. He really picked up a treasure. Seeing that several people were very surprised, Callan ran to Lin Xie's side holding his bow and arrow, looking at Lin Xie with big watery eyes as if begging for a compliment. You, come on, compliment me. Lin Xie gave him a thumbs up. That's awesome. And the ant queen who was interrupted from casting the spell was furious. He swung his side-like front claws and stomped hard on the slate of the doorway, crushing it to pieces. Like a python, its tentacles wrapped around the arrow that was stuck in it, trying to break it. It curled up as if it had used all its strength, but the arrow didn't move or even show signs of bending. Ant queen, what the bee-thing? So hard? When it tried several times in a row, it felt its tentacles breaking raw but the arrow didn't break at all. Asterisk 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 no ing breaking. The ant queen grabbed the arrow with a snarling roar and tossed it aside. and Karen, who was standing beside Lin Xie, silently pulled out an arrow from the quiver behind his back at random, then held it in his hand with a slight force. Click! It broke! It actually broke! Put! Bailey's chubby face is almost suffocating red, he unconsciously laughed out loud. Little old brother, you still have to practice. Bailey Fatty gave an inverted thumbs up towards heading to this big red maggot. Hissing dash! The Ant Queen felt as if she was being teased, then erected her side-like front claws and roared and charged towards the few people in front of her. Damn, if you can't say it, you hit people, right? Chubby Bailey was shocked. A few people watched the rapidly moving Ant Queen in front of them stomping towards the side. A sound of a head hitting the wall came from behind a few people. The Ant Queen couldn't brake in time and hit her head on the hard stone plate below the Imperial Palace, which actually shook the whole Imperial Palace a little bit. As the Ant Queen swept past Lin Xie, he used his spiritual power to clearly sense that the pressure the Ant Queen was giving off was no longer an ordinary sea realm, but at least a peak sea realm. Everyone, pay attention, it's completely different from its previous realm, although it hasn't broken through to limitless, but its combat power is worlds apart. Roger that. Ha. As if Chao Yuan didn't understand, he once again revealed a hideous smile, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the Ant Queen's body, and with a quick flick of his wrist, the ferocious baleful blade slashed at great speed on that hard red armor, but it only left behind a few not too deep and not too shallow slashes, and didn't directly break through that outer shell as it did before. Karen? She looked at Lin Qi, then pointed at Chao Yuan, who was still slashing furiously, and then pointed at her own head as if to say if his head wasn't too good. Lin Qi bowed his head somewhat helplessly as he stated that although his brain wasn't very good, his heart was kind. Callan nodded knowingly even after hearing this. And as the Ant Queen appeared to be annoyed by the sound of the blade chirping, he erected two pitch-black sights to directly frame Chao Yuan's descending blade. Chao Yuan, howl. Ant Queen, he. Knock dash. As the Ant Queen herself was now at the peak of the sea realm, while facing the Chuan realm, Chao Yuan was in a crushing situation, casually flinging it over 10 meters away. A towering stone pillar was actually cracked with a few lines by Chao Yuan's impact. Fang Ming, who was standing in front of Li Dayang's body, also seemed to have heard the loud noise coming from within the Imperial Palace, and he frowned as he looked back a few times before his gaze returned to Li Dayang once again. Do you want it? Li Dayang looked at the stone slabs under his feet in a daze, then slowly raised his head. His gaze was firm as he looked at the Imperial Palace that once belonged to him. I've thought about it, but I also want to implore you to help me with one more thing. Go ahead. Don't tell my daughter the truth, just say. Her father was a hero and has died for his country. Chapter 154, Subduing the Ant Queen, Calypso Headbutt. At this moment, inside Fengdu Emperor's Imperial Palace, countless powerful tree vines drilled out from the ground, each as thick as a bucket, like bundles of brown pythons grasping at the Ant Queen's body. Due to the Ant Queen's realm being raised to the peak of the sea realm, the sense of touch on its body became even more sensitive, only to see it twisting its body and surprisingly struggling to burrow out of this tree and vine cage. Knock dash. With a muffled sound, the two tree vines were about to penetrate the Ant Queen's tail from top to bottom, but they smashed into the air, and the floor of the Great Hall was pierced through a hideously large hole. The 7 nights, this tree demon you summoned doesn't seem to be able to trap it, huh? Chubby Bailey muttered, as he kept looking for an opportunity in the perimeter with his great treasure sword in hand. It can't be helped, after all, my own realm is the Chuan realm, and the realm of the summons I summon can't be very high. Anyway, let's tie him up first. We can't let him wander around this great hall. Yes. The crowd agreed in unison. Karen once again flung out 3 feathered arrows from the quiver behind her. As she leapt into the air to place the 3 feathered arrows on the strings, she turned around and once again drew her bow to the full moon. As her fingertips loosened the strings, the 3 feathered arrows were like 3 white shimmering meteors that cut through space. Whoosh dash! And Xingyu also stopped at the same time and turned around fiercely. Countless pieces of weird silk shot out from his palms and precisely wrapped around the 3 feathered arrows that were running at high speed. Boom dash! A violent explosion came again. Piercing flames engulfed the huge body of the Ant Queen. 2 of the feathered arrows with hardened guile silk pierced through the hard armor on the Queen's body, and the arrows with the power of immortality were firmly embedded in the Queen's skin and flesh. And the tricky silk that was wrapped around the arrow's tail was held in a death grip by Xingyu. The sudden 3 arrows made the Ant Queen feel bad. It immediately realized that the bow and arrows in the hands of the blue-robed girl in front of it was a killing weapon that could easily break through its defenses, so it immediately turned its stance towards the blue-robed girl in front of it and rushed towards her. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's a lot of strength. And Xingyu held the trick silk in his hand and squatted in his posture. The strong pull seemed like a wild horse out of control, almost yanking him into a stagger. Chao Yuan, tree demon, stop it for me. Lin Xie roared as he looked at Chao Yuan, who had just gotten up not far away. Obviously, Chao Yuan, who had been sent flying by the Ant Queen's heavy blow, was also angry, as his 2 bizarre blood pupils erupted with an even more oozing bloodlight, and the fury that permeated his body was also aggravated by a few points. Chao Yuan carried his sword and swept towards the Ant Queen, who was running wildly once again. At the same time, Lin Xie stepped into the air, one of his feet stepping on a thick tree vine as well as quickly running towards the Ant Queen together, his eyes once again filled with extreme darkness. The energy fluctuations of supreme darkness invasion quickly emanated from his entire body towards the surroundings, and soon, that extreme darkness saturated the entire grand hall. The vines of the ancient tree demon formed a hard and thick wall in the air, and this hard wall slammed down towards the space directly in front of the Ant Queen. Thunk dash. A dull thud. The Ant Queen couldn't break in time and ran headlong directly into the thick wall of vines. And Xingyu's wrist also obediently diffused a piercingly cold aura, invading the Ant Queen's internal organs along the tricky silk between her palms. The piercing cold that was enough to destroy the fragile internal organs rolled back and forth inside the Ant Queen's body, and in the next second, the attacks of Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Chubby came one after the other. The roiling sword awnings transformed into a giant golden sword that smashed down head-on towards the Ant Queen's face, cutting off the two colorful tentacles, and a cloud of green blood mist exploded in the air. As Chao Yuan and Lin Xie slammed their feet towards the Ant Queen's 3 bloody arrow wounds, a blade astral deity with a black inflammation baleful aura slashed out, expanding the range of those 3 arrow wounds once again. In the end, it was Lin Xie who swung his sword to slash out 2 sword diameters with the power of blood-colored thunder once again, completely plowing a hideous bloody hole in the Ant Queen's side. The divine might of, to darkness erosion, instantly invaded the Ant Queen's body, spreading to its mind. At this moment, the sea amount of spiritual power in the Ant Queen's body was rapidly colliding away with the immersion of the supreme darkness erosion, and as the Ant Queen's body danced crazily, the guile silk in Xingyu's palm also felt an unprecedented sense of tightness. He slid a step forward with great effort, but still didn't retract that cold ice guile silk. A hall full of flowers and drunken 3,000 guests, a sort of cold frost in 14 states. Lin Xie softly chanted as a fierce hurricane began to dance at the blades of the twin swords in his hands. As Lin Xie stabbed his twin blades into the Ant Queen's torso once again, the tumbling hurricane winds collided fiercely with Xingyu's cold, bone-chilling ice blades, completely churning the internal organs of the Ant Queen's body in less than 5 seconds. The hideous bloody hole began to gush out a large amount of dark green blood. Quick! Give him the killing blow! Lin Xie suddenly attached himself, stepping on that hard vertical wall and leaping high about, the 2 star blades fiercely filled with golden blazing fire. Sword Transformation 3000. The golden sword in Bailey Chubby's hand once again transformed into a golden sword cage, imprisoning the Ant Queen to death in the center of the hall. 2 fiery blades fell, and the Ant Queen's supposedly hard body was chopped into 3 pieces. Hissing. The hissing sound of death surrounded the hall, and the Ant Queen who lost her life source threw down the 2 broken sections of her body like a dead fish tumbling over the hall, and the dark green blood was thrown away by it, scattering everywhere. Lin Xie put away his sword and watched as this dying Ant Queen was making a dying struggle as it only had less than 2 meters of its head left. Even if it sacrificed all of the hundreds of giant red ants, it wouldn't be able to make up for its current serious injuries. But letting it crash around like that wasn't an option. Suddenly, the Ant Queen dragged that tattered body towards Lin Xie's side and back and charged violently. Be careful, 7 knights! Chubby Bailey shouted, his pupils shrinking slightly. Lin Xie turned back at the sound of the voice and looked at the insect face that was covered in green blood and hideous. His stomach involuntarily rolled, although he could completely dodge it now with his mental power. He still chose to draw his sword to completely end this disgusting creature. Looking at that disgusting insect face getting closer and closer, Lin Xie took a deep breath. The 2 blade lights once again arrived at his chest, and as he twisted his wrist backward, the blaze burning above the blade suddenly surged up. Only when Lin Xie stepped with his left foot and the flaming blade was about to end the Ant Queen's life, Garland suddenly rushed in front of him. Chubby 100? Chao Yuan? Anqing fish. Lin Xie stumbled in shock and almost didn't confiscate his sword. Jelan, get out of the way. He looked at the bug face close at hand, all of a sudden a little anxious. He put his hand on Callan's shoulder and tried to peel Callan away. Found that the pickpockets don't move. Only to see Callan stood steadily, horse stance, deep breath, 2 hands clenched, fists to the waist, with eyes tightly closed. The body violently leaned forward to meet the crippled insect head as a headbutt. Chapter 155, The Return of the Great Emperor. Knock dash. There was a loud muffled sound, and a powerful wave of air spread out from around Garland. This could be considered a shock to the Lin Xie crowd behind them. They knew that this young girl was unusual, but they didn't expect it to be so unusual. One must know that with the strength of a peak sea realm mystic, the full force of a strike before dying in addition to the divine might suppression that erupted from the dual deities within Lin Xie's body, no one present dared to take it hard. But Jelan not only dared to use his own flesh to fight with it and even gave the dying Ant Queen a fierce head hammer directly. Instantly, at the moment of contact with Garland, what was left of the Ant Queen's brain was completely shattered by this tremendous impact, and the surface of her skin gradually cracked open with many bloody marks since the collision. With a sound of muscles bursting, the remnants of the Ant Queen's body shattered into large and small body parts scattering in all directions, and green blood was once again raised into the air. Miraculously, Jelan, who was blocking in front of Lin Xie, still had clothes full of luster, and those bloodstains didn't splatter on Jelan in the slightest, as if they were shaken away by a powerful aura. Karen opened his eyes and looked at the ant queen that had fallen dead in front of him and touched his forehead before running back to Lin Xie with wide eyes begging for compliments. The entire hall was plunged into dead silence, and all that was there was just the mad demon Xiao Yuan holding the star sword still bending down to slash at the ant queen's corpse. Lin Xie. Chubby, Xiao Yuan chastity lock. Stab dash. Tape out. Within seconds, Xiao Yuan was tied up as a mummy lying straight on the ground. Is this so powerful? A few people looked at Callan's performance and froze in place. Bailey Chubby wiped his eyes somewhat unbelievably looking at Callan. I've seen all kinds of ways for mystery to die, fire, flooding, knives, arrows, and it's the first time I've seen someone give mystery a headbutt. And Xingyu was also startled by Jiao Lan's reaction just now, and he also settled down. But this is the terrifying aspect of immortality, isn't it? The current her can truly be like a brick wall, any weapon can do nothing to her, and if anyone can hurt her in the slightest, only the creation gods may have the means to do so. So what do you say, let Brother Ming punch her, do you think she can catch it? Bailey Chubby stroked his chin and thought. Hiss, I say you fat ass, you don't mind watching, do you? Not to mention whether Ming could break through her defense, even if he couldn't, what if he really killed or injured her? That 7 nights had a hard time finding a daughter-in-law, and this is how you experimented on her? Xiao Yuan ripped the tape on his own neck and spoke to Bailey Chubby. He said, I'm. Garland pointed a finger at himself and then at Lin Xie, the daughter-in-law. Lin Xie was still the first time he had ever seen a girl who played such a straight ball, thinking that the last time he molested himself was still that Medusa whose head he had decapitated. You think it is, that is it. Lin Xie was a little unsure of what to say. If he said daughter-in-law that also developed too fast. Usually people are since the acquaintance to fall in love and then married, and then accompany the other half directly into the grave. This Jialan is backwards, he is his own hands from the grave to dig her out, not only abnormal, but also extremely outrageous. Just as, a few people were preparing to clean up the battlefield, along with a thunderous roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the emperor's robe that sat at the very center of the Grand Hall Supreme seemed to sense something, and suddenly flew up from the divine seat, crashing through the door of the emperor's palace like a thunderous light. Several people's gazes followed the emperor's robes as they chased out of the main hall door to collide head-on with Fang Ming. Fang Ming glanced sideways at the Ant Queen's paralyzed 2-section body and a mess of flesh and mud on the ground, then raised an eyebrow. That's fine, I thought that dealing with the Sea Realm mysteries would require me to make a move. We're pretty strong, aren't we? Lin Xie patted the shoulders of Bailey Chubby and Xingyu on either side and said with extreme pride. He then raised his head to look at the imperial figure high above the sky and frowned. The Fengdu Emperor has returned to the Grand Xia as of today? Fang Ming nodded. I think so, since then there is no Li Dayang in the world, It's just that the grandparents and grandchildren are suffering. That little girl obviously doesn't know anything, she grew up without a mother, and now even her father is gone. There was some movement in Bailey Chubby's eyes. Of course he hoped that the gods of Daxia would return soon, then the Night's Watch wouldn't have to risk their lives all day long to fight some evil gods, and civilian casualties would be greatly reduced, but it would undoubtedly be a major blow to that innocent little family. The pain of losing a loved one is perhaps something only that Songnan City refugee is qualified to say. Li Dayang sat on the imperial chair in the air, overlooking the ghost city that once belonged to him, once so magnificent, but now it had become so dilapidated. And those homeless souls who were about to turn into severe ghosts retransformed into their original forms at the moment of the return of the Fengdu Emperor, and they made pilgrimages to the imperial palace of the Fengdu Emperor in all corners of the ghost city. Welcome back, great Emperor! Emperor Fengdu descended from the sky, and imperial might was in front of Lin Xia's few people, and everyone except Fang Ming sweated a little. Uncle Li. No, Fengdu Emperor, we. Lin Xie was clearly a bit overwhelmed when he faced the first Daxia deity. Fengdu Emperor shook his head to change into an amiable face. It's alright, you guys protected my original family, I should be thanking you. I can sense the extraordinary aura of each of you, especially you, Lin Xie and Fang Ming. Only, it seems that you don't belong to this world. He looked at Fang Ming with a frown. The normal book of life and death recorded the names and yang lifespans of everyone in Daxia, and naturally Lin Xie was recorded as well. But Fengdu Emperor's mind flashed back, and the hundreds of millions of Daxia humans that existed in the world realized that Fang Ming's name did exist, but his lifespan was infinitely long. This could mean that Fang Ming was now basically living with the heavens, and if the heavens did not perish, he would still exist in the world. Moreover, your power seems to come from beyond the world, and even the current me is far inferior. Fang Ming nodded naturally even after hearing this. I couldn't figure out my birth for a while. I wanted to figure out what happened in my original world, but there have been no clues, so I delayed it. Since you have just returned and your power is not yet complete, why don't you leave the matter of the invading outer gods here to me first? As the words fell, Fang Ming looked to the sky, and the originally calm dark sky was suddenly assaulted by a gloomy dark cloud, swallowing up the hint of light that had originally existed in the ghost city like a wild beast. A terrifying divine pressure suddenly descended. Brother Ming, is this an alien god? Bailey Chubby took a step back as he looked up at the dark figure in the sky and asked. Well, it should be maybe he's always been here and never left. Lin Xie also tightened his brows. He never expected that this pure land belonging to the great summer underworld had been harboring an external god. He similarly looked at the dark figure in the sky and muttered, "That's the underworld king in the Indian god kingdom, Yen Mo?" Chapter 156, Cursing Yen Mo, Fong Ming, give you guys something you haven't seen before. That's right, he's Yen Mo who snatched away one of the fragments of Fengdu. The Fengdu Emperor responded. He gazed at the figure in the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is this thing Yama? Why is it so green? Bailey Fatty similarly looked at Yen Mo's big green face and spat out. This is the image of Yen Mo recorded in the great epic, isn't it? Maybe this is his truest appearance. And Qing Yu speculated. The dark clouds of death in the air rolled over to above the imperial palace. The vestigial feeling of black clouds overcoming the city filled everyone's mind. Then an extremely gloomy voice came from the air. Fengdu Emperor, long time no see. Fengdu Emperor hummed lightly, Yen Mo, I don't think that phrase applies between the two of us. It's not enough that you took a fragment of Fengdu? What are your intentions in leaving a projection behind? The terrifying green face floating in the air revealed an extremely hideous expression and spoke. Back then when we shattered Fengdu I didn't rob those three bastards, I only took the smallest piece, so naturally I could only sneakily leave a backhand. It's time for this last piece of debris to fall into my hands. Yen Mo's figure floated in front of Feng Du and looked at the several people behind him with a strange and contemptuous gaze, clearly not putting Fong Ming and the others in his eyes. Now that you have returned, that powerful emperor's might has disappeared. And do you think that you can stop me with the strength you have recovered now? Watching Yen Mo act so pretentious, Bailey Fatty and Chao Yuan's displeasure overflowed. You ing green ghost face, know your Yen Mo, don't know still think the ing avatar painted a green paint. A dog that can't even shake the last fragment. What gives you the right to flaunt your power here? Chubby Bailey cursed at Yen Mo on the strength of Fong Ming being behind him. That's right, the main body doesn't even dare to come to Dasha, but only dares to put a projection here, cowardly thing. If not for the absence of our Dasha god, or else can let you walk out alive? You don't even take a piss and look at yourself, sticking a pig's nose in an elephant's face. Chao Yuan also began to keep up with current events, pointing at Yen Mo's frantic output in front of him. Lin Xie was somewhat speechless as he looked back at the two teasing duos and then at Fong Ming. Now he knew what it meant to be a dog fighting for power, although the words were hard to hear, but it was appropriate to apply them here. And the look that Fong Ming gave him signaled for him to join in the line of insults from the two of them. Anyway, these outer gods that had invaded Great Xia deserved to die, so it was a waste of time not to scold them. Not good, after all, there are girls here. Lin Xie still wanted to leave a good impression on the Jialan by his side. Wipe. Fong Ming's brows locked as he stretched out his palm, and an extremely strong divine pressure struck into Lin Xie's body. It was important to know that Lin Xie could use the gods in the asylum of the gods to initially transform into their appearance. Suddenly, Lin Xie's eyes lit up as Fong Ming's voice hovered in his mind, give me your body. Afterward, Lin Xie took a big step and raised two fingers at the grim-faced Yen Mo in front of him. What are you looking at? If you look at me again, I'll pull down your eyeballs, and if you don't believe me, I'll use 82 years old dry mama, break open your big skin swallow, and treat you to a hot and spicy set meal directly. If you used to be in such a big Fengdu, I think you can't even beat the ordinary ghosts and deities down there, but now that those ghosts and deities are gone, hey, you've come out. There's really no tiger in the mountain and monkeys are the kings of the mountain. If I were you, I'd be banging my head against the wall every day. Besides, I'm flattering you by saying you're a monkey. Don't you know we have a Chi Tian Deshang in Dasha? When I open the third door I will use his weapon to give you a good through your. You tell me what strength you have? Still have the face to taunt here? I think you really don't know how to die. After Lin Xie mechanically finished reciting the lines Fong Ming had given himself, he looked at Jiao Lan's shocked face instantly wanting to find a crack in the ground. And behind them, the three Bailey chubby people couldn't help but give Lin Xie a thumbs up towards him after hearing his mouth output. You can do it, 7 nights, you're a match for Brother Ming. Shut up. I think you mole crickets are just relying on the presence of Fengdu Emperor to dare to be so tongue-tied to a god. Just looking for death. Yen Mo was scolded and enraged. He quickly waved his wrist in front of his chest and pinched a weird blood-colored seal, and the originally pitch-black sky above suddenly turned a blood color. The tumbling blood-colored thick clouds gradually revealed a horrible and hideous ghost face, and an intense blood-colored light erupted from those hollow pupils. A pillar of light shone down from the sky, taking in everything in Fengdu Ghost City. Immediately after that, countless blood-colored ghost faces quickly coalesced, and in the end, a blood spirit ghost face that could be compared to the size of half of the ghost city suddenly appeared, and with Yen Mo's soft grunt, this horrifying ghost face opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to devour everything in the ghost city. At this moment, Fong Ming walked up to Feng Du with a somewhat arrogant stride and stared at the ghostly face in the air with a slight smile as he turned his head to Feng Du and muttered, "It seems that I've really overestimated him a little bit, and he dares to disgrace himself in front of us with such a lowly tactic?" The Fengdu Emperor also calmly stepped aside a body position, followed by a strong divine pressure exploding beside him. Fang Ming held his left hand behind his back, the palm of his right hand was facing upwards, and with a firm grip of his 5 fingers, the reddish-golden divine radiance instantly rose up from the ground, and the original stream of gloomy sky was like a blazing sun hanging high at this moment. He turned to the crowd and said, "I think you guys are tired of seeing the illusory Lin Nebula, so I'll let you see something different this time." During that Songnan cataclysm, he himself, along with Longing and Dragon Spirit, had beheaded 3 gods, and with the subsequent experience of beheading hundreds of mysteries over the course of the year afterward, the foreign energy within Fang Ming's body had long since reached its peak. At this time, Fang Ming's system custody degree is Fire Lin Fly, 100% bond value. Wind Flare, 100% bond value. Long Jian, 100% bond value. Tier, 100% bond value. Tian Yu, 100% bond value. Wind Shadow, 100% bond value. Night Lingering Cloud, 100% bonding value. Current Alien Energy value 19. 91 Black Holes. The 7 Beasts of God Nebula form has been activated. Mounts, all unlocked 100%. Skills, 7 Ultra Beast Warrior skills have been completed. Hades Bond, to be unlocked, can be unlocked. Snow Emperor's Bond, to be unlocked, can be unlocked. Currently compressing ISO energy to 1/10 carat 13. The rest of the people had long been accustomed to hearing this without a change in color, while Feng Dudadi was looking at Fang Ming in front of him with a face full of shock. That divine might that was enough to shock the gods of the 10,000 realms was not enough to shake even him in his heyday by even the slightest bit. And this monstrous divine might composed of the power of all the laws was enough to bloodily wash any foreign god trench, only to see that Fang Ming's pupils were burning with 7-colored blazing fire, and that divine might that broke through the clouds gradually took on the shape of a man as he rose into the air with his feet on nothingness, his surroundings rippling with piercing 7-colored ripples. He spoke slowly to Yen Mo. "Above the gods there are gods, and I, the god in the mouths of all you mole crickets." Manifestation Nebula. Chapter 157, Beheading a God Again. As the words fell, the 7 nebulous bodies containing the power of all laws began to gradually merge, similar to the way the Ultra Beast God 7 harmonies were composed. The Phantom Lin Nebula is the central main sequential nebulae connecting the Dragon War Nebula and the Thunderbolt Nebula, and the Phoenix Feather Nebula is transformed into a shocking nebula with wings that suddenly spread out behind the main nebula. The Cloudbat Nebula gradually transformed into an impenetrable protective energy surrounding the main body. In the end, as Fang Ming's 2 palms gradually opened, the Tiger's Whistle Nebula and the Mad Leopard Nebula behind him quickly merged in the sky, turning into a ray of golden light that quickly surged into the center of the nebulous body's palm. A heavily yuan sword that was void enough to cut down everything in the world and tear apart space and time stood high above the sky. The power of the 10,000 laws that Fang Ming had evolved through the various time and space shuttles was also injected into the nebulous body behind him. A foggy nebula of nothingness is at this moment gradually connected by 7 stars from top to bottom. At this moment, every corner of Fengdu was filled with the terrifying pressure of the nebula of 10,000 laws, and all the ghosts that should have been turned into stern ghosts that could not be reversed were also shaken by this pressure and their souls were scattered. And Yen Mo used his whole body energy to bring together a blood spirit ghost face has long been beaten to dissipate, and his projection of the body was also in front of the magnificent 10,000 laws nebula of suppression cannot move half a step. He gazed blankly at Fang Ming in front of him, an extremely dense sense of terror sweeping through his heart. It was not without reason that Hades was buried in Dasha. At first, Yen Mo heard that several gods had joined hands and failed to snatch back Shiva's grudge from Dasha, and even none of the gods who had personally traveled to Dasha had returned, something that made him feel that he couldn't help but feel as if all of Dasha's gods had returned. However, his projection had lurked here for quite a while without getting any news of the return of the great summer gods, which gradually made him open up his guard and secretly investigate the human who was strong enough to behead the gods again. And now when that human who was strong enough to behead a god stood in front of Yen Mo, it couldn't help but make him sigh at his own insignificance, and in the face of the horrifying divine might that set all the laws in one, he appeared to be so groundless. Lin Shiye originally thought that Fang Ming's new job was another prank that wouldn't make it into the stream. It wasn't like he hadn't done this before to tease the gods, and when he started to burst out with his divine might that shook everything, he felt that something was wrong, and that this guy was serious. And let's say that Fang Ming hadn't shown his true strength these days, this scene at Fengdu was no less than the void grip that time at the Lenten Institute, if not more so. An imperial golden chair similarly appeared behind Fang Ming, and as he leaned over and sat down, looking at the tiny Yen Mo underneath him with eyes that defied everything, 2 black and white residual shadows suddenly appeared on either side of the imperial golden chair. The entities of the Underworld King and the Snow Emperor stepped out into the void and stood silently on either side of Fang Ming. "Rise!" Fang Ming lightly lifted his arm, and the gigantic king's hall that had once shaken raving rumors rose up from the ground, the spirit pillars representing the 7 ultra beast gods all lighting up with a dazzling 7-colored radiance, and the 7 ultra beast totems engraved on these spirit pillars. The 7 powerful divine breaths were pouring out with Fang Ming's heartbeats every second. "You should be honored to be shown my king's palace. Although you here are just an insignificant projection, it is necessary to show you unseen outer gods the power beyond the world. The majestic voice of the king's landing came from Fong Ming's body, and the frozen crowd below was also infected by the power of the nebula, and they could similarly feel the powerful energy contained within Fong Ming's body.
7 nights. 7 nights, is this brother Ming his true strength?
Bailey Chubby somewhat mechanically pushed Lin Chiye's shoulders, somewhat stuttered and asked.
I suppose, yes.
Lin Chiye swallowed similarly, and right now he felt that Fong Ming's strength had long since far exceeded what he could comprehend. At this moment, time was as if it had stood still, and the crowd could only hear the buzzing sound of the nebulae flowing behind Fong Ming. With Fong Ming's hand in the shape of a sword, the Tian Yuan sword, which represented the strongest blade in the universe, was suddenly raised. A bright blade like the sun swept over the entire Fengdu. Yen Mo projection was instantly chopped into a streak of gold dust floating in the world. Far away in the Egyptian divine kingdom, Yen Mo's main body was like waking up from a nightmare as he stared at his blood-stained pupils and yelled, "No!
How could such a powerful demon appear in Disya?"
He frantically grabbed his hair that was scattered on both sides, and flung himself from the divine seat to kneel down and hissed frantically, "Could it be that this is the strike that represents the strongest miracle of the gods?
We can't win against him. Ha! His remaining shred of sanity was destroyed along with the dissipation of the projection.
The rest of the gods beside him looked at Yen Mo with a look of madness. All of them were uncertain, and all of them turned their heads to look at the throne that represented the most exalted top of the Indian god's kingdom. Suddenly, a powerful divine might descended, and the sun god, Surya, slowly opened those loose eyelids, and a pillar of golden light struck Yen Mo's body, instantly silencing him.
Sulier closed his eyes again and opened his mouth to murmur, "It seems that another blasphemer has appeared in Disya." Inside Fengdu,
with everything restored to its original state, Fong Ming gathered up the scattered divine might and slowly descended from the sky, his eyes flickering with a shimmering light as he looked into the nothingness in front of him. Suddenly, Fong Du Da Di took a step forward and respectfully bowed gently to the nothingness in front of him.
"Head of the underworld division, meet the first heavenly father."
Only to see that in the void, a Taoist figure clad in coarse cloth Taoist robes was slowly outlined, his hair bound and hairpin pulled back, his eyes as bright as stars, his hands behind his back as he slowly walked from the front, slowly speaking, "I wonder if I should address you as Fengdu Emperor or Li Dayang?" Fengdu Emperor's body trembled imperceptibly, but his eyes remained firm as he spoke, "Li Dayang is dead. I am the head of the underworld under the seat of the Tao Father, the Northern Yin Fengdu Emperor."
"Heavenly Father, the matter of this outer god just now."
The first heavenly father reached out to stop what Fong Du Da Di was about to say. "I watched the battle just now." He then turned to look at Fong Ming. "You have abilities far beyond anyone in this world or even a god, and the source of your power comes from various void worlds."
"WC? You can even see this?"
Fong Ming was a little surprised after hearing this. Even though his power was mainly derived from the Ultra Beast armament, the Wanwan laws that evolved came from the various worlds that he traveled through, it had to be said that this gold finger was too strong.
"Since you can see through the essence of my power, then I have a question to ask," Fong Ming asked.
And the first heavenly father shook his head. "The road ahead needs to be explored by yourself, and you already belong to this world. You should know that even though you enter other worlds and stay for a limited time, it is not so easy to create a bridge between the two worlds in your mind.
At least, I can't answer the question in your mind, right now."
The glimmering flame of hope in Fong Ming's heart once again ignited after hearing this, and he nodded at the first heavenly father. "I understand, heavenly father." Subsequently, after instructing Lin Chiye and the others in turn, the first heavenly father raised his hand and flicked his sleeve as his body turned transparent and disappeared from sight. At this time, Fengdu also began to return to its previous well-organized appearance. After Fengdu Emperor Meg Yuancher Tianzuan left, he was also alone overlooking this ghostly city filled with a mournful aura. Lin Chiye frowned as she looked at his somewhat lonely figure, then walked up to stand shoulder to shoulder with him and asked, "How do you plan to explain this to your family?" After hearing this, Fengdu Emperor lowered his head and sighed softly, turned to Lin Chiye and the others and said, "I don't have a family anymore. When you guys go back and see my old dad and Ting Ting, remember to tell them that I've died in battle, and that I'm a hero for defending the country."
Chapter 158, Mission, Comfort.
After a flash of white light, Fong Ming brought Lin Chiye and the others back to the back of that small two-story wooden building. Inside the house, Chen Han was boiling the water, and then pinched a handful of tea leaves from the tea canister next to it and put them in the teacup in front of Long Ling, and then poured the water to the brim, and not a moment later a burst of tea aroma percolated into Long Ling's nostrils.
"Thanks." Long Ling took a small sip of the hot tea.
Seeing his unchanged face, Chen Han was a little surprised. "Are you
not hot?
You forget that I'm best with fire, and this tea is just the right temperature for me."
"In that case, you people are really beyond the scope of my ability to comprehend. Strong people like you are beyond our reach for the rest of our lives."
Chen Han also picked up a cup of tea and gently blew the hot air floating out from above.
Dum 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 dum.
Some dull knock on the door sounded. Chen Han end of the cup of tea stuttered for a moment, so quickly went to open the door. After all, Li Dayang did not come home for a day, and did not report normally through the device. Despite those strong people around, he will inevitably worry about Li Dayang's safety and security.
Chen Han slowly opened the wooden door. The 6 people who originally went there were only Fang Ming standing alone at the door, Lin Xie and the others with Li Dayang's figure were even more not seen. He opened his mouth slightly as if he was ready to ask something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Come in, you've worked hard. Chen Han stepped aside, waiting for Fang Ming and the others to enter the room. He stopped at the door for a moment, looking at the endless white wilderness, froze for a moment before closing the door. Fang Ming rubbed his hands together, and the dragon spirit was very knowledgeable in making a cup of tea and handing it over. Nothing has gone wrong during my absence, right? Fang Ming asked as he took the teacup and nodded towards Long Ling. No, master. The dragon spirit responded as it sat next to Fang Ming. That'll do. Afterwards, Fang Ming pulled out a vigilante mobilization document from his arms and placed it in front of Chen Han. These are the transfer papers I requested from the Vigil hierarchy, and with their approval, you can be stationed in any of the 3rd or 4th tier cities of your choice. Although it's not as prosperous as a 1st or 2nd tier city, it's at least a lot better than this deserted place. Fang Ming had been watching Chen Han's reaction as he spoke. It was only human if he agreed. Everyone had their own selfishness as well. Who wouldn't want to change to a better place to work? But if he chose to continue stationing here for Li Dayang, then Fang Ming would also give him some due help. Chen Han picked up the dispatch file on the table and read it carefully. The dispatching of the Night's Watch exists but not much, and between the fact that Feng Du Da Di has returned and you're the only one here in a special situation, the higher-ups are taking it very seriously. Then, what about here when I leave? Chen Han asked softly with her head lowered. The top brass will continue to station people here. After a few seconds, Chen Han took a deep breath and placed this dispatch document on the table and pushed it back to Fang Ming's side. What? You don't want to go? I see you've written a lot of application letters before, you just haven't gotten around to sending them out yet, have you? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, it's gone. Fang Ming spoke in a calm tone. Chen Han shook his head with a somewhat bitter smile. No need, thank you for everything you've done for our 332nd squad. Since I've come here and chosen to stick with the captain, I won't give up lightly, and if I go, what's the difference between that and desertion? I'm sure it wouldn't have been the same choice if it were anyone else. The captain is now carrying a greater mission, and it's up to me to carry on the mission here for the captain. The more he spoke, the more determined his eyes became, and the stronger his voice grew, as he rose and took out of a drawer several letters of application which he had once written, and threw them into the fire without hesitation. The corners of Fang Ming's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he picked up the dispatch document. His fingertips ignited a flame to incinerate it as well. Then congratulations Chen Han, you're now the captain of Anta County's Squad 332, but you really lost an opportunity to pick a city that's once in a lifetime. Well, I won't regret it. Chen Han stood upright and saluted towards Fang Ming. There's no need to salute, I'm not your leader either, this is for you. Fang Ming pulled out the Night's Watch coat of arms that Li Dayang was once prepared to use from his pocket and handed it to Chen Han. It is only right that his coat of arms should also be in your custody. Chen Han received the coat of arms that represented the identity and dignity of the Night's Watch, and his heart more or less rippled. Fang Ming then got up and tapped his hand on the white cat pattern on the cartoon comic book next to him, and this white cat miraculously jumped out of the book and burrowed into Fang Ming's arms. Chen Han stared wide-eyed, unbelievably looking at the living white cat. What else is this? That you can't do? Ah. Fang Ming gently stroked the white cat's head, then tucked it into Chen Han's arms. There are many things I can't do. This white cat is considered a compensation I'm giving you, so that you won't be alone in this period of time. This cat possesses the strength of the peak of the Chuan realm, and it's enough to deal with the mysteries here as well. This, I can't take it. Chen Han was interrupted by Fang Ming just as he was about to open his mouth. Exercise well and try to catch up with this white cat. I think Emperor Fengdu is also happy to see your growth. Then, thank you, in the future, as long as there is something useful for me, I will definitely do my best. Chen Han looked at the well-behaved white cat in his arms, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At least he was no longer alone before the next recruit arrived. Well, do a good job. By the way, please keep the matter of Li Dayang a secret. Yes. Fang Ming patted his shoulder and led Long Ling out of this lonely little two-story building. Inside Li Dayang's old house. What? You're going to be transferred? The old man asked with some surprise as he looked at Li Dayang in front of him. Yes, Dad, it's Army HQ that just called. The top is not going to be a forest keeper here anymore, is going to transfer me to be a squad leader in the infantry squad over in Urumqi. I'll be able to be a minor officer for the rest of my life. And the little girl beside him cocked her head when she heard the new word Urumqi and asked, Daddy, where is Urumqi? Isn't that a long way off? Li Dayang squatted next to the little girl and replied, well, it's far away, but Daddy is going to kill monsters. The little girl also nodded her head knowingly. Daddy is a hero, if Daddy helps those in need. Yes, Ting Ting is so good. Then you have to listen to Grandpa during the time Daddy is away, okay? Aha! I know. I want to be a big hero like my dad when I grow up. Li Dayang looked at the little girl's adorable appearance, and an extremely pleased smile appeared on his face. Afterward, the old man spoke up with some concern and asked, so when are we leaving? The place we're going to this time won't be as dangerous as here, right?
The top bought me a ticket for tomorrow. I need to rush to the city in a while to get on the bus, and it's all heavily guarded with tons of advanced weapons, so don't worry, I won't be in trouble. Well, that's good. Since you're a soldier you should obey the orders from above. Then go ahead, Ting Ting has me to take care of you and you don't have to worry. The old man said to Li Dayang as he carried the little girl onto his lap. Then, Dad, I'm going to go back and pack up my stuff, and I'll call you when I get to the place. Well, bon voyage. Outside the door, it wasn't until after the house disappeared from view that Lin Xie dared to lift his transformation magic. He stood next to Fong Ming and asked, "Can you really hide it like this?" Fong Ming shook his head. "I don't know, but if I can hide it for a while it's a while. After all, letting someone's grandparents and grandchildren know that his son, her father, is gone, this outcome is not too cruel." Afterward, he gestured an OK sign towards the two figures in the sky, and Lin Xie raised his head along with him to gaze at Fengdu Dadi and Yuanshu Tianzuan in the sky. "AI, you don't say that these two are still very thoughtful," the first heavenly father said as he squinted his eyes at the duo below. Fengdu Emperor had one hand behind his back, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Indeed, perhaps only those who have lost their closest relatives can understand the bitterness of this. Chapter 159, Invitation to a Feast, New Mysteries Ajera. A small makeshift snow house built from snow next to a cold bus stop. Lin Xie looked at Fong Ming with a speechless expression as he shrunk his neck into his clothes and turned his head to look at Bailey Chubby and Xiao Yuan, who were just as frozen and dumbfounded as he was. "Hissa, I told you to hurry up and go, didn't I? If you miss this bus, the next one will be 3 hours later," he said as he poked the roast duck that was set up in front of him with a small wooden stick. "Harm, what are you afraid of? I've already handed in your report this time and Karen's application to join the team. I'm sure they'll reply soon." Fong Ming lay crookedly on one side, yawning as he spoke. "So, what does this have to do with us not catching the bus?" Lin Xie asked without a kind word. "I don't know, but they should be able to pick us up by helicopter, right? Why don't I go back first? You guys freeze here for a while?" Fong Ming said with a bad smile on his face. Lin Xie turned his head to look at the crowd and pointed his finger at Fong Ming behind him. "Look at this, are these the words a ing human being can say?" As for Chubby Bailey, who had been moping around since he came out of Fengdu, he frowned and probed and asked Lin Xie in a low voice, "7 nights, what do you think the white light that the first heavenly father punched into my stomach was?" "You can't conceive a child like Monk Tang drinking water from the Sumerian river, can you?" "Harm, surely not, just relax. Heavenly Father must have his moral for doing this, maybe you can become a god in the future." Lin Xie made up nonsense to coax Bailey Chubby. In fact, he didn't know what it was, but it certainly wasn't something bad anyway. At this time, the aroma of the roasted duck had already spread to the small snowy house. Lin Xie reached out and broke off that roasted duck, distributing some of the meaty parts to the crowd in turn. The last duck thigh was handed to Karen by him. "It's been a while since you've eaten, hasn't it? Come and taste the delicacies of the earth." With her hands between her legs somewhat shyly, Callan brought her face over and opened her mouth. "Ah, Lin Xie." The crowd was seen not forgetting to eat their melons even in the frantic eating zone, with their eyes and hands matching very well. Lin Xie looked at Garland's eager expression and reached out to tear off a piece of meat and put it in Garland's mouth. "Even roar." Fong Ming revealed a strange smile. Lin Xie sniffed and looked, only to see Fong Ming once again holding up his cell phone and playing a video to the members of Squad 136, while everyone on that end looked at the scene where Lin Xie was feeding Karen, and had lewd faces full of meaning. "I'm so convinced." Lin Xie, although his mouth cursed, but in fact, inwardly or very enjoy the feeling of being eaten. After all, about 20 years old boy is in puberty. After a few people finished eating, Chubby Bailey wiped the grease stains on the corners of his mouth and said to the crowd, If there are no recent assignments, I sincerely invite all of you to come to Guangshan next week to attend my father's 50th birthday banquet." Fong Ming put down the phone and looked at Chubby Bailey with some deep meaning. After hearing this, Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and asked, "Your father? That mega-rich Chairman Bailey?" "Yes." Bailey Chubby stood up his chest after hearing this, although his previous birthdays were all very low-key, but this time it's a bit strange. Not only did he invite a lot of social celebrities, he also invited there are a lot of powerful night watchmen. It's not normal for a 50th birthday party to be grand. "I reckon so, my dad's retiring, it's kind of a farewell ceremony." "Ha? Retired at 50? And Xingyu was a bit confused. According to the previous Daxia law, the retirement age of an ordinary man should be between 60 and 65 years old, while most of the chairmen of some powerful enterprise groups would serve until 70 years old and up. This is a big thing. Bailey Group is the most huge enterprise in Daxia, but also involved in many mysterious forces, in charge of many forbidden things, or the vigilantes. In addition to the government's second largest sponsor, the chairman of the board of directors himself is still one of the honorary senior. He's going to retire, won't you, as his only son?" "That's right." Bailey Chubby became even more complacent after hearing this. "Don't tell me that such a huge business was given to you to take care of." Lin Xie spoke with some surprise. "Of course, I'm my father's only son, is definitely given to me, but I'm still too young, many business is not very skillful. I guess in the end I need other help to take care of it. I can still continue to stay here," Bailey Chubby said. "Oh, that's fine," Lin Xie and Xiao Yuan said at the same time. Bailey Chubby raised his eyebrows. Hee, can't let go of me, right? Afraid that I'll go back to inherit the family business and there's a shortage of people in the squad, right? Chow Yuan shook his head. That's not true, to say that you are an essential member of the squad, but I'm afraid that if you hand over such a huge conglomerate to you and you fail to run it properly, then we vigilantes will lose a major source of economy. Po ha 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 ha. Hiss, I see you this head all day do not want a good thing. Although I am not 100 battles, but also belongs to some experience, the group to close down that is impossible. After the two of them tossed their words, Lin Xie said, then since it's such a grand banquet, we'll definitely be there if time permits. And Xingyu also nodded, yes, I haven't been to Guangshan yet, and when the time comes, I'd like to anatomize a few new mystic accommodation queen arrests. Alright? Is Molly going? Lin Xie looked at Bailey Chubby's giggling look and suddenly remembered that there was such a girl in their little gang in the training camp. Well, I haven't spoken to him yet, and if I have time to spare I'd like to go to Gushu City and speak to her in person. What a affectionate man. As the words fell, Fong Ming's cell phone suddenly rang with a sharp ring. It was Yi Fan. The crowd also put away their smiles and listened seriously to that side of the speech. Hello? Supervisor Fong, I've read all your reports. Overall, they've done a good job. But about this 5th Special Squad leader Lin Xie abusing the supervisor. Lin Xie was stunned when he heard this, and he casually gripped up Fong Ming's collar. Grass. What do you mean? Commander Yi, look at you, am I right? Not only is he verbally abusive, but now he's going to assault the supervisor in front of you. Ha ha ha, you guys are quite harmonious, young people are good. Although I would love to give you guys a few days of vacation, there is an urgent task that needs to be accomplished right now. As soon as they heard the word urgent, the crowd became serious. A highly dangerous plant-type mystery has appeared in the city of Gushu, which releases a purple mist that sends people into a state of infinite joy and madness. Now that Gushu City has fallen in a small area, please rush over to support Squad 017 immediately. Oh yeah, according to the records, this mystery is named Zagella. Chapter 160, Going to Gushu City. What the hell? Fong Ming's tiger's body shook when he heard the name Zagera. He was under the impression that Zagella had made her debut as a super-ancient plant in the once exceptional Japanese ad hoc show Diga Ultraman, whose pollen release had plunged mankind into a hallucinatory world where there was no more war and they lived in peace. By the time all of humanity is incapable of fighting, the demon god in waiting will no longer have the means to withstand its attacks. This kind of demonic creature that could be described as enough to destroy the world had actually appeared here. Could it have messed up in time and space as well? Fong Ming coughed and leaned close to the phone and asked, Commander Yi, are you sure it's Zagera? It's not some other mystery that is confusing? Based on the characteristics, it does look very much like a Zagera, but right now its growth is not yet complete, and the pollen it now secretes can only affect half the city. Oh, that's fine. At this point, Fong Ming slightly lowered his heart. He didn't know if it was necessary to use matching combat power to deal with the demons in the original Japanese show, but on second thought Zagera must have a means of sanctioning him since he was able to appear in Zanagami, or else he would have needed to employ temporal jaywalking to run into the world of Dija Ultraman and snatch it for that divine light rod. The helicopter will arrive within 5 minutes, so please be sure to stay safe. Yi Fan instructed on the other end of the phone. Roger that. The crowd responded in unison. The phone hung up and Fong Ming let out a long breath, at which time Lin Xie seemed to have noticed Fong Ming's concern just now and asked, isn't Zagera a plant from a Japanese drama? How did you come to Daxia? I don't know, maybe fantasy shines into reality? Fong Ming stroked his chin and said, since a Zagera like the one on TV can run into reality, then in the future, will something like some kind of Gatanju run out as well? Hiss. So inaccurate. It's fine, if that big snail comes out, big deal, I'll turn into light once more. Bailey Chubby giggled, the atmosphere was immediately cheerful, the crowd was talking about the cartoon they had seen when they were young. Although the era of the God of Chopping setting doesn't match the reality, but please put down your brain. Boys of that age must have had another childhood of light, and who hasn't lent their light to Deja as a child? It's almost time, why isn't it here yet? Lin Xie muttered as he looked at the Rolex at his handhold. Just as he finished speaking, the buzzing of the armed helicopter sounded not far away, while Lin Xie was the first to stand up and run towards the outside of the snow house. When all the people came out of the snow house, this helicopter had already stabilized in the open space next to it. The wind pressure generated by the propellers splashed many snowflakes. A few people walked quickly into the cabin against the wind and snow, and as the helicopter's body slowly rose up, it gradually disappeared into the sky. 10 minutes later, a black transportation plane took off from the military airport and flew straight towards the south. Once several people had fastened their seatbelts, they sat facing each other with some concern in their eyes. Hello Captain Lin, Supervisor Fong. At this moment, an ensign in camouflage uniform walked over clutching a document. This is what Commander Yi asked my expert to pass on to you. Fong Ming took the document, and Lin Xie and Xingyu's heads both came up to scrutinize it. The first report was a report of several people's mission in Antak County, which expressed in an extremely official tone the Night's Watch hierarchy's praise for this special squad's outstanding performance and expectations for the future, and promised to award the entire team with the Starburst Medal. And the second report was a report on the Forbidden Ruins of Garland, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 015, Third King's Ruins, Immortality. It is also written that immortality is probably the earliest forbidden market in the entire world to appear on human beings, possessing an endless lifespan while also having the nature of resisting all external forces, which can be rated as extremely strong defense and giving any object the characteristic of being indestructible. In view of this powerful forbidden market, after the unanimous decision of the senior management to place it in the 5th Special Squad, after Lin Xie silently read it, he glanced at Jialan across the table and revealed a smile that was hard to hide. You can continue to stay here, stay. By my side. Ah! Callan's eyes lit up at the sound of that, and she got up to rush over immediately, but was pulled back into her seat by a rebound in her seatbelt. Karen, Sigma, Blanche. She took a death grip on her chest harness and yanked hard. Bang! The seatbelt snapped with a sound. This was a shock to Chao Yuan, who was next to him. Take it from me, sister-in-law God's power. True to form, a headbutt to the sea realm mysteriously crashed to death. Awesome. Jialan rushed into Lin Xia's arms and snuggled sideways, his soft hair rubbing his neck a little itchy, and at this moment, he could even feel Jialan's heartbeat. Swish! Lin Xia instantly blushed to his ears. What? Sister-in-law, not yet licensed it. Lin Xia muttered and lowered his head. Coincidentally, and Jialan came to a face-to-face. Lin Xia looked at her somewhat aggravated eyes, and some tears seemed to well up in the corners of her eyes. Don't you cry. This was his first love, and a girl who threw herself at him like that was causing him a bit of a headache. Fang Ming was also looking at the young couple who were being mushy like an old father. He saw that Bailey Chubby looked a bit odd without saying a word, so he asked, Chubby, what's wrong with you? It feels like you have something on your mind? As soon as he heard someone call out to him, Bailey Chubby slowed down. It's nothing, I'm just a little worried about Molly, and I always feel like something big is going to happen recently. It's that inexplicable feeling of panic. Suddenly, Chao Yuan wrapped his arm around Bailey Chubby's thick shoulders and raised his eyebrows. It's fine, Chubby, Molly shouldn't be in much danger with the night brilliance given by our brother Ming. As for the other things you're thinking about, you have even less to worry about. You have our gang of brothers and such a solid family background. Is there anything you can't do in the whole of Dasha? Alas, I always have a premonition that something big will happen recently, and my feelings have always been accurate. Bailey Chubby was still frowning, and his right eyelid couldn't stop jumping. Aya, don't scare yourself. Tell you a lot of things itself does not exist are because of some and you constantly think, so he became true. You say this metaphysics, right? Chao Yuan continued to comfort. Bailey Fatty looked up at each of the people sitting in front of him. All of them were trustworthy life and death comrades, and he immediately felt that most of his inner worries had dissipated. Don't worry, since you're a member of our squad and we're brothers who have fought our way out of the training camp, no matter what difficulties you have, we'll always stand behind you. Lin Xia said with firm eyes. Right. We'll always be good brothers. A few clanging voices echoed through the cabin. When Fang Ming turned over the last 2 pages, it was a report on the fall of half of Gusa City. Chapter 161, Zigella's Pollen. This is. Lin Xia's pupils dilated as he looked at the scene photos on the report. A cloud of purple mist was shrouded in a similar transparent glass container, in which it was impossible to see the internal condition, and the piercing firelight illuminated the dark night sky. Outside the container, still filled with a slight purple mist, people on the streets have revealed the color of madness. Some people with fireworks on the side of the road to enjoy the carnival, bottles, cakes, drinks, all kinds of furniture spilled all over the street. Some wearing police uniforms of the government also followed with bottles of alcohol dancing up. The surface of the wooden chairs behind them had a bizarre flower skeleton growing from it, from which some fine streams of mist were slowly released. This is the people who inhaled the Zigera pollen and fell into endless joy. Anqing Fish frowned as he looked at the photos on the report, and he flipped to the top of the second page, which showed an even more shocking sight. Only 6 night watchmen wearing cloaks and gas masks were surrounded by dozens of pollen-snorting crowds with repulsive faces, some making throwing motions with bottles towards the center of the night watchman, while others with sitting chairs threw them at the center of the night watchman as well. And some of the pollen-snorting police officers were armed with firearms firing shots in the air as a warning, and some had even aimed their pitch-black guns at the night watchman in the center. Just because they destroyed the buds around them, they drew the hatred of these masses. The photo was a bit blurry, but one could vaguely distinguish Molly's figure. She was holding a night brilliant body filled with terrifying blood-colored thunder power. Under her feet was a dried-up flower bone, and there seemed to be blood flowing down her left arm. Obviously, they didn't want to hurt the pollen-eaten masses, which would likely result in hundreds of mass casualties if they were reckless. Though they could be described as superhuman compared to ordinary people, they couldn't possibly restrain a large number of epileptic people one by one due to time constraints. And under intense attack and deadly gunfire, it is likely that you will get yourself wounded or tragically killed. Moreover, the gas masks they were equipped with were only enough to resist the thin pollen, and could not work at all in the face of the large amount of fine and spiritually erosive pollen in the center, so they could only rely on their own spiritual power to maintain their spirit from being eroded. The few people on Fong Ming's side looked at it and handed the report to Cha Yuan and Chubby Bailey on the opposite side, while Chubby Bailey's eyes were filled with extreme indignation when he saw that Molly was injured, and he unconsciously clenched his fists in death. Last night at 23:16 Zagila descended on the city of Gusou, where it quickly proceeded to take root in the center of Gusou, and then its pollen spread through the air to all parts of the city. As of 7:42 a.m. this morning, the pollen it produces has covered a small half of the city, about 1/5 of Gusou. It's now nearing evening. At the rate of this diffusion, Gusou city is close to falling, but fortunately, Squad 017 used the unsanctioned airspace to control the diffusion of the pollen, and even then the area it affects is about to reach half of Gusou city. And Xingyu analyzed after this report. Wasn't there a no-guard airspace for the blockade? How come it's still spreading so fast? Bailey Fatty asked as he closed the report full of worry. And Kinjia took the report and flipped over the sheet of buds covering the surrounding buildings and said, "Look at this, Zajera spread so deep through the flower roots that the ringless airspace doesn't work for the deeper underground vines. Moreover, there are 4 pods in this street at a rough count, and at least close to 100 pods outside of the ringless hollow based on how far it's now diffused." That much? Lin Chia frowned as he looked at the photos on the report. "This is just my speculation, the actual number may be less, you see, these pods are growing on wood," he said, pointing to a bench down the street and drew circles with his finger on the concrete buildings. "There are no pods growing on tall buildings like these built out of cement concrete. Also, these pods should not be more aggressive." "So, our mission is to eradicate these pods first?" Chao Yuan asked. "No way." Lin Chia vetoed Chao Yuan's plan. "We don't know how fast these pods will grow or if they will be chopped off to grow again. Eradicating the pods one by one is too inefficient. Right now there is only one target, and that's the Zajera in the center of the ringless hollow. They won't attack us as long as we don't clash with the outlying masses." Apparently Squad 017 made the fatal mistake of thinking that their first priority was to save the people and eradicate the pods from the streets, but didn't realize that it was their very actions that had pissed off these pollen-sucking people. And Xingyu nodded at Lin Chia's words. "I agree with Chia's plan. Cutting off the roots is the real way to crack the problem." After a few seconds of thinking, everyone agreed with Lin Chia's plan. "There's a preliminary plan, but how can we resist the erosion of these pollen? The frontal battle will be much smaller if we deploy our spiritual power to resist the erosion, and Zajera's realm is unknown right now." Bailey Chubby asked. "There's no other way now, we can only tough it out. Gas masks don't work at all against the large density of pollen in the center. Now we can only rely on our own realm to resist it, and hopefully we'll be able to cut it down within 10 hours. Lin Chia analyzed. Chao Yuan recalled the report that the Chuan realm resistance time was 12 hours, and he asked, "Isn't the Chuan realm 12 hours? Lin Chia explained, "According to the density of the pollen at that time it was 12 hours, it is estimated that by the time we arrive the time will also be greatly shortened, and it is not known if there are any new enemies, so we will first carry out the mission in accordance with the 10-hour limit. Our primary mission is to decapitate Zajera, and our secondary mission is to keep Squad 017 safe." "Yes," the crowd responded together. Lin Chia then turned his head to look at Fong Ming. "Are you still planning on not making a move this time?" "When I think I should make a move, I will. But this time the mission is still your test. Regarding the enemies outside the mission, I will finish them off." Fong Ming held his arms as if he was thinking about something. "Also your analysis isn't very accurate." What? Lin Chia asked. And Xingyu was also calmly thinking about the loopholes in Lin Chia's analysis. "I know. Those masses that attacked Squad 017, aside from the fact that they destroyed the pod, were most likely manipulated by Zajera." "That's right." Fong Ming nodded. Lin Chia fell into trouble. To know that half of the Gusou City crowd has been infected, that is to reach the number of units of 10,000, not to mention tens of thousands of bottles, or one person a fist is also enough to suffer. "You don't have to worry about that. I'll set up a boundary to completely block the spread of the pollen in areas that aren't infected. All you need to do is rescue Squad 017 and decapitate the Ziggurat." Hearing Fong Ming's words, Lin Chia's heart felt slightly better. Soon the airplane reached the sky over the city of Gusou. "Captain Lin, Supervisor Fong, are you ready?" The ensign stood up and walked towards the cabin door. Lin Chia, Fong Ming, "Alright, where are you going to park?" Lin Chia asked. The ensign froze. "We never land this plane at the mission site. Also to keep this plane safe, other special squads just jump out of the plane. You guys, you don't have no means of flight, do you? Besides, there's no fear of not having the means of flight. It's not like there's a Fong supervisor here, so what worries do you guys have? Just jump straight away." Chapter 162, Lin Chia, "Why are you tugging on my monkey band? New enemy. Woohoo!" When Lin Chia and the others hadn't slowed down, they only heard a loud shot beside them, and with a light wind sweeping across his lapel, Fong Ming jumped off the plane with a swift and powerful movement. Lin Chia was speechless. He turned to the few people behind him and spat. "You see, this is called one person eats and the whole family is not hungry. He can go down. What do we do? If we talk about the means of flight, Bailey Fatties, Yaoguang, can carry people flying, but with his current spiritual power to carry 5 people at once that's really a bit difficult for him, not likely to fly to the mid-air, will have to fall down. 7 nights, don't you know how to recite poetry?" You directly come up with a rock that rises up with the wind in one day and rises up 90,000 miles. Bailey Chubby brought his face over to mutter in a low voice. Chow Yuan gave a thumbs up towards Bailey Fatty after hearing this. Yo, Fatty, you're quite cultured.
Che, do you think everyone is like you, Chow Thief? Didn't even go to elementary school?
Lin Xie also shook his head after hearing this. No, I can't stand it if I rack 5 people with my current mental strength. 1 or 2 people are okay. Just when Lin Xie felt that he was going to hit a wall at the start of this mission, he turned around and glimpsed 4 parachutes behind that second lieutenant.
That, you guys have that thing?
Lin Xie stood on her tiptoes and probed, pointing behind the ensign. The second lieutenant froze and turned to look at the parachutes hanging on the wall and refused. These parachutes are for the pilots in case the airplane has an accident, and cannot be used until there are special circumstances.
Lin Xie was puzzled. Doesn't this not count as a special case for us? We're still the reserve team and our means of flight are not yet mature. What if we jump and fall to our deaths?
That. The ensign was also more difficult to hear, then.
Thanks.
Before the second lieutenant could finish, Lin Xie was the first to rush over and pick up a parachute and throw it to Bailey Chubby. After the 4 of them then memorized the parachute properly, Karen then clamped her legs around Lin Xie's waist and hung onto him with an expression that looked like she was enjoying herself. Just as Lin Xie was about to jump out of the plane, Fong Ming's re-entered the cabin doorway again, only to see him hovering in the air with a somewhat mocking expression on his face. No, why haven't you guys come down yet?
I've been watching you guys on the ground for quite some time, grinding away.
5 demerits. Lin Xie clenched his fists after hearing this, and just as Fong Ming lowered his head to look for the small book from his arms, he only saw Lin Xie kick Fong Ming's chest with a big foot. Grass, deduct your mother ******** ing balls.
Instantly, Fong Ming's eyes glanced at his body as he smoothly stepped back half a meter to avoid the kick. Lin Xie kicked the air and brought Karen down sharply. Fong Ming I%. Grass you % at. Add hashtag. Fong Ming snapped his ears as he looked at the 3 Bailey Chubby people. Eh?
What did he just say? It fell too fast I didn't hear it.
The corner of Bailey Chubby's mouth twitched. Ah. It's okay brother Ming. 7 Nights said he loves you. Oh, what a sentimental man.
In the air, the gusty winds blew the clothes of the 5 people hunting, as Lin Xie descended extremely quickly because he was carrying Jialan. Jialan always wrapped her arms around Lin Xie's neck, letting the gusty wind blow her hair around, and the blue robe she was wearing used the wind to almost cover the 2 of them up. The wrist she held at Lin Xie's neck slightly exerted force, and the 2 of them's cheeks came 1 point closer, and the atmosphere was suddenly a bit abnormal. I've seen those who jumped into the sea to die for their love. I've never seen jumping out of a plane can still be played like this. Fong Ming glanced at the duo beside him speechlessly. Seeing that they were about to land, he planned to help Lin Xie. It wouldn't be much of a problem for Garland to fall straight to the ground, but Lin Xie might fall halfway to the ground by falling from this 1,000-meter height.
Fong Ming laughed evilly and put his hand into the layer of blue veil that blocked the 2 of them.
Lin Xie felt something strange behind him. His face reddened a few more points. Living like a big girl, he shyly said to Jialan, "What are you tugging on my monkey band for?
This is too fast, right?" Karen was puzzled.
Fong Ming almost didn't die of joy when he heard it. "I'm sorry for yanking the wrong one." Fong Ming put down the pink monkey band, and then pulled the parachute's opening cord apart with one hand.
Stab!
Lin Xie only felt his body lurch, then staggered down from the air. And the later 3 reached the ground in the next 5 seconds.
Fong Ming covered his stomach and rolled around laughing in front of Lin Xie. "Blanche, you pervert you. You wait when you're ing doing your job, I'll you too."
Lin Xie had a gloomy face and clenched his fists in death. He really wanted to Fong Ming to death with one punch right now.
"Ah, then don't. Wrong, brother knight. Forgive me this time. Next time I dare.
I'll take this revenge." Lin Xie didn't want to waste nonsense with Fong Ming here right now. After all, he was still in the assessment summary and had to hurry up to complete the task. He turned to Chubby Bailey and the others. "Then we'll do what we planned on the plane, try to avoid the mentally manipulated populace, and at the same time enter the ringless airspace to take out Zijera as fast as we can."
"Wait. Someone is watching us." And Qingyu suddenly locked his brows as he and Lin Xie exchanged glances, then his eyes glanced slightly towards the right.
Lin Xie's heart trembled, pretending to be alert to his surroundings as if nothing had happened. He extended his mental power to 100 meters away and found a man in a black robe and a woman in a white halter with a mournful face standing on the tallest building looking over at his side, and there were 3 black boxes behind them. Lin Xie attempted to infiltrate his spiritual power into the black box, but realized that his surface was covered with an exquisite isolation membrane preventing outside means of investigation. From the pressure emanating from that man, it could appear to be the limitless realm, while that woman's realm appeared to be climbing at an extremely fast rate, currently reaching the peak of the limitless realm. "Tough one, a new enemy has joined the fray."
"That woman.
seems to be more difficult to deal with. Lin Xie whispered to the crowd beside him. Leave those two to me, you guys go ahead and finish off Zajera. After Fang Ming finished speaking, he turned around and headed towards a dark alley on his left. The man took a deep breath and said to the woman wearing a white halter dress beside him, I really don't know how our hallowed church of the ancient god came to have a female monster who complains all day long. Heh, what, you got a problem with that? Obviously the woman was upset. I feed on the grief of the world's dead, I can put a curse on any species, my prey is never spared, and here, all those joyful humans are my food. With your current realm you're not enough to challenge me. The man opened his mouth, his expression a bit stiff, then he thought for a while and said, even if your strength is above mine, this operation is still by me letting me be the overall commander. The woman gave him a disdainful look and whispered, oh? So what? Just fulfill your mission, as for my business I advise you to stay out of it. Chapter 163 Curse of Grievance, Gamma Coconut. The man didn't want to get on his bad side and just frowned at the 5 people that walked out into the street. One missing? He tried to deploy his spiritual power to perceive the area of 100 meters in the square garden, but there was not the slightest trace of the vanished night watchman. It shouldn't be. Does he have a means of shielding his mental search? Gee whiz, punk, I'll get it. You watch the 5 people on that side. When the white-clothed woman heard the words, a few tints of anger immediately surfaced on her face, and in an instant, a few hideous bloodstains appeared on her miserable white face. She only turned around, her white skirt shaking a few times, and disappeared into the night. At this time, Lin Xia's 5 people were rapidly approaching the edge of the city towards the center of the city, and it was a good thing that there weren't some infected masses blocking the road. Cheer up, everyone, and put on your gas masks. We're almost to the low concentration infection zone. Lin Xia shouted towards the sides beside him. While gas masks are ineffective for the highly infected areas of the city center, they are very effective in preventing pollen infestation in the lower infected areas. Several people came to an intersection stopped by some infected populace, which could be around 20 at a glance. Only to see these infected people look crazy, seemingly laughing, pupils are covered with many blood filaments, expression twisted as madly holding a weapon to cut each other. What's going on here? Lin Xia recalled the report he read on the airplane, the infected should be extremely immersed in a peaceful world without war, how could they actively attack those around them? He once again scanned these infected people with the mortal dust divine domain and found that a large amount of grief aura remained in their bodies, and at a glance, their souls had already been planted with seeds of resentment, and these seeds would make them extremely aggressive, regardless of family, friends or species. Things seemed to have gotten even more dire. A hint of gray swept through Xing Yu's eyes as he quickly drew out his guile silk and swept through the middle of these 24 infected. The sharp guile silk cut off all the weapons in their hands before Lin Xia stepped forward with a single stride to use the divine pressure to shock them unconscious. Lin Xia looked at the sprawling masses lying beneath him and gritted his teeth. Could this be the handiwork of those 2 enemies from afar just now? I think so. Zajera's pollen only allows the infected to engage in extreme mental joy, and even if he could manipulate people into attacking each other, that resentment was too heavy just now to be the effect of the pollen at all. And there are no pods appearing here. And Xing Yu analyzed. Lin Xia nodded, then picked up the star blade and continued running towards the center of the city. When you see the masses attacking each other, try to smash the weapons in their hands and the sharp objects on the side of the road as much as you can, just reduce the damage from them attacking each other. There's no time now to solve this matter one by one. Yes. The crowd followed in unison. On the way, Lin Xia noticed that pods had begun to appear while the maniacal-looking people on the road began to take the weapons at their side and smash them towards Lin Xia's people. A few sharp knives chopped through, and those oncoming beer bottles, stools, cans, and even cream cakes shattered into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Suddenly, several infected police officers holding firearms killed out from the side, and fired a frantic burst of shots towards Bailey Chubby's side, and their mouths even exuded extremely oozing laughter. Chubby Bailey dodged the sizzling bullets with a forward roll, the bullets hitting the ground and rubbing up gusts of sparks. Dare to sneak up on Little Master. Thunder Cyclone Invincible Big Sweep. With a flick of Bailey Chubby's hand, a berserk tornado with hints of electricity swept across the battlefield, and the few gun-toting policemen and the epileptic masses were uniformly swept up in mid-air. Because of the presence of some electric current caught in the tornado of infected people, expression convulsive gaze with, and even some foaming at the mouth. Be gentle, Chubby, don't hurt them. Lin Xia instructed. Don't worry, I know in my heart that the worst that can happen is to be electrocuted with polio. Polio, how come I seem to have heard this word somewhere some years ago? Lin Xia muttered in his heart. In the following half a minute, a few people ran a few hundred meters forward, the streets were in a mess, many buildings were burned by fire, and there were even traces of grenade destruction. Obviously the excitement brought by ordinary fireworks could not satisfy the perverted psyche of these infected people. The flower buds on the roadside were also chopped down by Lin Xia and Xing Yu as much as they could, and there was no shortage of infected people blocking the road on the way, but this time, they didn't use Bailey Chubby's thunder tornado but rather, they were hardened by Garland's fists.
This couldn't help but make Lin Chia swallow his saliva. He couldn't be domestically abused in the future, could he? Just as there were less than 500 meters to the highly infected area, suddenly a melodious gouging sound rang out from high above. Dang dash! Lin Chia was stunned, then he saw that there was an invisible wave chopping through the hard walls, and the street lamp made of steel was also chopped out of a smooth surface, and this wave of air was already close at hand. Loud and clear. Lin Chia immediately sheathed both of his swords and placed them crosswise in front of his chest, and as he suddenly exerted force on his wrists, a cross-shaped golden sword dipper met the terrifying fluctuations head-on. Boom dash! The two energies collided in the air to produce a strong explosion, and the huge airwave produced by the explosion even lifted the infected people around them off the ground. Some of the populace slammed straight into the uneven walls, and a few bone cracks entered Lin Chia's ears. Lin Chia looked up. 4 people in cloaks stood on top of a tall building. Their faces couldn't be seen with the moonlight at their backs, but from the cloaks it was certain that they were members of the infected Squad 017. Damn, what gives them the right to stand so tall and play it cool? I'm really convinced that I'm actually being blocked on my way to the front. Lin Chia somewhat hated being looked at condescendingly by others. It seems that we can't possibly enter the high concentration infected area without taking care of the infected Squad 017, and fighting here will likely spread to a large number of people. Anqing Yu calmly analyzed. With the help of the rat tide he found 2 clearings 200 meters away where almost no populace was present. Let's lead them to the open territory and finish them off as soon as possible. Yes. On the ground, 5 figures quickly ran towards the open space at the end of the left street under the watchful eyes of the members of Squad 017. Kill them. An ethereal yet oozing female voice entered the minds of the infected Squad 017, and the 4 figures mechanically moved, then they quickly flew in the direction of Lin Chia's run. 2 kilometers away. The woman in the white dress appeared from the end of an alley, her mouth showing a lurid curve as she looked at the figure walking towards her in front of her. Her body suddenly twisted, her limbs and head completely flipped 360 degrees, and her 10 fingernails became elongated, with even some blood foam gushing out from between her fingers, only to see her lying on the ground, her straight black hair blocking her miserable face, only revealing a huge black left pupil. Fang Ming stopped in his tracks as he looked up and down at the female monster in front of him. What the hell? So ugly looking, huh? But judging from the shocking aura of resentment emanating from the woman and her familiar look, she seemed to be a character from a Japanese horror movie. Gamma coconut? Fang Ming muttered uncertainly. Roar. The woman froze when she heard it, then she said with that bloody mouth, someone actually knows me? After hearing the affirmation of the woman in front of him, Fang Ming was somewhat speechless. Grass, you guys in Japan are going to turn the world upside down lately? Nothing to come over for a visit? However, considering that you're a Japanese female ghost, I can play a few tricks with you. Fang Ming was rubbing his fists. For the story of a Japanese female ghost, even if she could absorb the grievances of others to grow her realm, so what? In the face of absolute strength there can only be one outcome, and that is death. Before we fight, you answer me a question first. Can you yank off the monkey bands on the pants asterisk you're wearing for me to play with for a while? Fang Ming asked. What's wrong with you? Are you a pervert? Gamma coconut itself because of the lack of love as a child, and then killed itself on the whole of mankind hold extremely strong resentment, and now there is a similar to the Japanese streets of the perverted uncle, and now she cannot wait to Fang Ming broken into pieces. When Fang Ming saw that Gamako was so resistant, he let out a long sigh. Alas, since you don't agree, then I can only beat you down and... Chapter 164, Cursed Realm, Burning Hellfire. In the shadowy alley, Fang Ming spat and urged Gamako to put down the butcher's knife. It is best to enter the wheel of reincarnation as soon as possible so that you can be a new person, but Gamako just did not listen. Shut up! The very black pupils of Gamma Coconut began to tremble violently, and a strong feeling of anger and sorrow surged through her heart. Because she grew up without parental love, the lack of childhood caused her to be withdrawn and gloomy character, growing up without parental love or friends. After marriage her husband thought that Gamako cheated on someone else and gave birth to a child, and could not help but be enraged, brutally murdering Gamako, her body wrapped in a plastic bag. Because of all the loneliness, depression and resentment from his childhood condensed into the power of concepts at the moment of his death, curse grudge. If you went through what I went through you wouldn't be saying like, put down the butcher's knife. I want you all dead. I want the whole world buried with me. The ethereal yet lurid voice of Gamma Coconut echoed through the alleyway. As the words fell, the black baleful aura formed by the monstrous resentment continued to gush out from within her body, and the only pupil exposed in her hair began to flow outward with a large amount of black blood. At this moment, the resentment accumulated in her heart during her lifetime raised her realm to a half-step climb. What a meddler you are, since... Before Fang Ming had finished speaking, Gamma Coconut instantly disappeared in place. Stealth ability? He muttered with a shock in his heart. Gamma Coconut's abilities can be considered extremely perverse, even surpassing any mystical and divine agent of the same realm, with over a dozen supernatural abilities such as superhuman endurance, regeneration, curse control, psychic attacks, mind control, emotion control, illusion control, and borrowed fetuses.
To be precise, she is not a solid body but a conceptual body condensed from the powerful grievances of people after death. Conventional physical and exorcism means are ineffective against her, and she even has multiple bilocations, and even during her near-death period, she can still go through reincarnation and even modify the past. In the face of such a powerful conceptual body of grief, it would not be helpful for any person under the gods in Japan to come, but it just so happened that the place she had come to was Dacia, and the person she was facing was Fong Ming, who possessed the power of the laws of the world in one body. The dark alley was dead silent, the confined space formed by the power of Ako's resentment tainted 100 meters around with the curse of darkness, not allowing a single ray of light to enter. Fong Ming saw this and ignited a flame. The faint light scattered to half a meter around was swallowed up by the endless darkness. Obviously this cursed space that spread out in all directions isolated the internal and external light from entering and exiting.
A ghost from an ordinary horror movie this strong?
Fong Ming turned his fingertips to snuff out the wisp of fire between his palms. The grudge curse still kept impacting Fong Ming's mental defenses, and the most effective way to deal with this kind of enemy that drew on other people's emotions and transformed them into their own power was to be fearless. Suddenly, a ghostly face, terrifying to the extreme, opened its bloody mouth and quickly bit towards Fong Ming's neck, the sharp ghostly claws raised high as if it wanted to tear everything in front of it into pieces.
Indifferent attack.
Fong Ming watched the attacking gamma coconut in front of him without changing his color, and the layer of purple shield on his body became brighter and brighter.
Click and puff dash. Jabla dash. Gamma coconut's fangs shattered as much as they did when they bit into Night Lingyun's protective energy, and her sharp fingernails completely crumbled when they came into contact with this shield. Gamera froze as she looked up to reveal her other extremely dark pupil.
Fong Ming got close enough to see the ghastly white ghostly face. The resentment had already tortured her without a trace of a human face. He searched from his memory for the curse too that he had watched, and he had the impression that if she had gotten some love and care from her childhood, she should have grown up to be a beautiful young girl.
Your attack seems to be ineffective.
Fong Ming gazed at Gamma Coconut with cold eyes, a trace of a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ako didn't believe it. She turned around and swung her fist. A whistling gust of wind hit her, and that powerful attack with the strength of a cline slammed into Fong Ming's face.
Crunch dash.
A crisp bone crack sounded.
Gamma's wrists, elbows all wiped downward.
Because she was a grudge body, she couldn't feel a single ounce of physical pain, and her ability to regenerate at super speed allowed her to recover from broken bones in a matter of moments. Don't bother, your clumsy attacks are fine against those ordinary people, but you're not the only one with supernatural abilities here.
The physical strength is not bad, but your means of attack is too one-dimensional.
As the words fell, a blazing fire flared up in Fong Ming's eyes again, and he bowed and swung his fist, and the fire that flared up at the peak of his fist was no longer the Mirage Lin fire, but rather, it was the hellfire from the evil spirit knight's body. The flames that burned to the depths of the soul were enough to cause extremely serious trauma to Gamako. The raging fire serpent slammed towards Gamako's left shoulder, and the space shrouded in that layer of darkness was completely illuminated. A burst of red light was actually reflected in Gakai's pitch-black pupils, as she looked at the roaring flaming python and dodged sideways, hastily using her right hand and the sword to completely chop off the left half of her body. She knew that if she didn't do this, when she was hit by the fiery flames that burned her soul, then this body of hers would be heavily damaged and would not be able to be repaired in a short period of time. Black blood splattered in all directions from the wound, and the intense burning sensation still pierced the depths of Gakai's soul as the blazing flames grazed between the severed torso, vaporizing the blood that flowed down into gas. Gamma Coconut's hideous ghostly face showed a slight twist as she stomped her legs violently on the ground and rolled in the air at the same time. The left half of her body had already recovered as before. The white halter dress was splattered with a bit of black blood, while the halter cord had snapped over her left shoulder, revealing the left side of her body. Though the super-speed regeneration ability allowed Gamma Coconut to repair her injuries in the blink of an eye, the hellfire still left a hideous red scar on her left shoulder.
Put it on quickly, I'm a family man. Oops. What a sin. Fong Ming covered his eyes with one hand and watched Gamma Coconut's movements from between his two fingers.
Gamma gritted her teeth and lifted the white halter up by hand, then tied the snapped rope in a dead knot.
Is it on? Tie it on and I'll start the fight. Fong Ming asked as he took his hand off.
No, Gakko said with extreme anger, her hatred for humans intensifying by one more point in her heart, having been brutally murdered by her husband without experiencing a single ounce of love and care while alive, and having to be molested by this pervert while dead. You fart, I saw you tie it.
Fong Ming took his hand down and looked at Gamako's expression of impotent rage. Gamma.
Fong Ming stifled a laugh. Pfft, how come you're still speaking Japanese in a hurry?
You say you don't even dare to take one of my moves. What are you going to fight me with? If I didn't want to have some fun with you, do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me?
With her head lowered, the bloodstains on her face became more and more obvious, a steady stream of black pus and blood flowed out of it, and she clenched her fists in death, her mouth making a rattling and strange noise. At that moment, the space in the dark field suddenly compressed, followed by a rapid expansion, and with a roar from Gamma Coconut, the dark field shattered. The resentment of those in the city who died as a result of mutual assaults went straight to the sky. Fang Ming looked at the nearly 100 black pillars that were rushing into the sky and cursed, "Damn you, you've even lit up your ING lamp." With that dense black column hovering rapidly in the air, it finally turned into a wisp of energy fluctuation and struck into Gamma Coconut's body. By this time Gamma Coconut has buried herself in the human ceiling, and the fallout from their battle is enough to destroy an entire city. Unnecessary struggle, do you think you can win against me that way? With the fire of hell in his eyes, Fang Ming was walking step by step towards Gamma Coconut, leaving a burning blaze wherever his feet stepped. Gamma Coconut stared at Fang Ming, who was walking towards her, and said viciously, "Heh, even if I can't kill you, I want the whole city to be buried with me. They all have to die." Chapter 165, Meeting Molly, Defeating Team 017. On the open meadow, the gusty wind blew off the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees, and the surface of the lake stirred up 1,000 ripples, and with the sound of another kodo a sharp circular shockwave swept away from the surface of the lake from the kodo. "Quickly dodge!" Lin Qiye's pupils once again swirled with raging golden flashes as he shouted to the crowd to the side. Suddenly, a blue residual shadow swept across the battlefield, only to see Jialan quickly rushing towards this terrifying attack. She stepped back with her left foot, and in a magnificent turn she actually clutched the spatial fluctuation in front of her with one hand. The violent impact blew the blue robe on her body hunting, and the hair scattered around her ears danced soffingly with the gusty wind. With a hint of murderous intent flashing in Callan's eyes, as she clenched her fist with force, the sharp ring-shaped shockwave was actually crushed hard. At that moment, two figures wearing dark red cloaks once again sprang out from behind Jinzheng, followed by the cold light of the moonlight emanating from the star swords in their hands. The four blade deities chopped out from their blades and flew towards Callan at extreme speed. "Old Chow, stop him for me. Xingyu, Chubby, you guys go take out the woman in the center of the lake." Lin Qiye stepped on the ground with his right foot, and as a sound cannon rang out, he turned into a golden flash of light and quickly attacked towards one of the silhouettes behind Jinzheng. Under the Starry Night Dancer enchantment, Lin Qiye's strength and speed had completely quintupled, and at this point, he was already able to fight a tie with someone in the sea realm. In an instant, he held his sword and broke through the sword dangles that swept towards Garland, chopping head-on at Sun Luan in the air. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan instantly drew his sword, a rushing aura of fury wrapping him once again, a touch of madness showing on his face. Suddenly, several transparent filaments appeared from the air, only to see a withered man maneuvering the filaments to even quickly shoot towards Bailey Chubby. Bailey Chubby was running towards the central Zhengzhang with his thunder big broom. After looking at the oncoming thin silk, he shuddered in his heart and instinctively swung his broom to strike a thunder vortex. Those few thin filaments were actually swaying in the vortex, but they were still slowly flying towards Bailey Chubby. "Grass? What about playing? Then do it again." Bailey Chubby holding a broom, once again heavy swing, another thunder vortex to meet these several filaments rolled. This time the filaments will be completely blown away from the original trajectory of the movement towards the right side of the fly. "Welp! Old Chow dodge." With another shock in his heart, Bailey Fatty yelled towards Chao Yuan. "Roar!" Chao Yuan looked to his left side. Those thin wires had already firmly bound his limbs, then he instantly felt his body stiffen and start moving uncontrollably. Bailey Chubby looked at Chao Yuan, who was quickly running at him, and cursed, "Ouch! You're ing sick again." The black and red flames kept chasing after Chubby Bailey's ass again, and the 5 against 4 on the battlefield suddenly turned into 4 against 5. Seeing this, and Xingyu also sacrificed her own guile silk and quickly swept towards Chao Yuan. After the guile silk wrapped around Chao Yuan's limbs, with Xingyu's wrist suddenly exerting force, Chao Yuan's movements came to an abrupt end, and the blade that was about to fall swept through the back of Bailey's chubby hair, chopping down a strand of hair. "Dog Chow thief, I must chop you to death when you're done." Bailey Chubby cursed and looked back before quickly running to the next battlefield. He had to go help Lin Qiye to finish off the other two knife-wielding 017 members. And Xingyu was also gritting her teeth and fighting with that withered man for the control of Chao Yuan's body, only to see Chao Yuan holding the knife in place for a while to raise his hands, a while to split, a while to bend, a while to backflip. His body had been completely taken by the duo as puppets in general. At this moment, Lin Qiye's 2 star blades were completely drenched in the 2-colored energy of 1 gold and 1 black, and the monstrous divine might of a blazing angel erupted from his pupils. The divine pressure rumbled out, shocking Sun Luan for a while. Lin Qiye seized the moment to swing away from Sun Luan's blade to turn back and kick him into the ground. At this point, Garland quickly rushed to Sun Luan, and then added a bursting open fist, completely smashing Sun Luan into unconsciousness. Lin Qiye landed on the ground and gave a thumbs up towards him. "Good match, Karen, relaxation marks. The other Jiang Han, due to being a watcher, wasn't as tough a fighter, and was knocked out by Bailey Chubby with a large treasure sword in 3 strokes, and then tied up by a thick rope. At that moment, the only thing left on the battlefield was the withered man who was maneuvering the thin silk and the Zhangzhang that was on the surface of the lake. 7 knights, deal with that man first. And Xingyu wanted to finish him off right now, but she couldn't be distracted at all right now, and with the slightest use of any other skill, Chao Yuan would be scrambled over, and then it would be bad to be slashing around with a large sword. Yes, Lin Xie pointed at the woman in the center of the lake and said to Jialan, "You give her a punch first, I'll go finish off that man."
Good. Good. Karen nodded heavily, then immediately ran towards the zither in the center of the lake.
Just as Lin Xie was about to rush at the man with his sword, an incomparably powerful blood-colored thunderbolt descended from the sky, only to see 5 blood-colored residual shadows traverse the space, and the thin silk in the hands of the withered man was chopped into several sections. The man who suddenly lost his point of force stumbled backward, and then the figure covered in blood-colored thunder immediately turned around and lifted up that big long leg, kicking it off and smashing it into a big tree. Lin Xie's pupils had, he looked at the somewhat familiar figure and asked, "M.O.
Molly?"
Molly looked over at the sound. "Lin.
7 Nights? Why are you here?"
She dropped to one knee, covering her head in severe pain. At this point she had several hideous scratches on her shoulders and waist, with some dark blood revealed within. Molly thrust the Night Brilliant into the ground with all her might, allowing the Parmish to invade her body to ward off the spiteful curse. Lin Xie rushed over and helped Molly up, looking at the wounds on her body with a frown. "What's going on here? With your current strength plus this knife there shouldn't be anyone injuring you this badly." The intrusion of Parmish eased Molly's mind, and she sat on the floor covering her chest, and when she looked up, her 2 pupils had turned one red and one blue, somewhat appalling. "Now is not the time to talk about this, let's get my crew under control first," Molly urged. Within the following half a minute, Xing Zhang, the withered man, Zhang Han, and Sun Luan had all been knocked unconscious, and then tied up together with 5 flowers.
Fatty, your bundling technique isn't quite right, is it?" Chow Yuan stood by the side and looked at Bailey Fatty's 8-flower-shaped bundling method with some familiarity. "Why do I seem to have seen something similar in a Japanese movie?" Probably bumped into it? It's okay, this kind is only sturdy."
Bailey Chubby didn't look up, he was concentrating on taking the medicine and applying it to Molly's wound.
During the application he inadvertently touched Molly's back.
Hiss. Molly gritted her teeth and endured the pain. The corners of her mouth twitched a little. She lifted up her clothes to reveal the injury on her back, only to see that her white back unexpectedly had 2 more bloody X-shaped scratches.
"Bear with it,"
Bailey Chubby said softly, filled with heartache. After applying the medicine, he took out a roll of bandage to wrap it securely, and finally tied a bow at the end of the bandage. Soon the bandage was drenched with a strand of black blood. It seems that these medicines are not very effective against the curse of resentment.
Molly put her clothes down before being assisted to her feet by Chubby Bailey. "You can't be fighting anymore,"
Lin Xie said as he looked at Molly's extremely weak appearance.
"Are you going to stay here? We'll take you to the hospital after we finish with Zajara, or?"
"Chubby, you first." "No, I'm fine, but I advise you guys to better contact a special squad to come." Molly spoke. "Zajara's strength is only at the peak of the sea realm, and just as my team and I were about to crush him, we ran into 2 people from the Church of the Ancient God."
"Ancient God Church?"
Lin Xie recalled that once upon a time, the earthquakes in Mt. Zinan, and the things that happened in the fasting were all without their involvement. The man can manipulate gravel and the realm is probably limitless, while the woman is very difficult to deal with. All physical means are ineffective against her, and she can also drop curses on others to make them turn into grief and then draw power from them.
Molly explained.
"She's too strong. Our captain and I are the only 2 that haven't been attacked by this curse, but we've lost a lot as well." Lin Xie frowned upon hearing this. Molly with the Night Brilliance enchantment was able to fight a person at the peak of the sea realm, and she was able to fight an enemy at the limitless realm as well, but now she was injured so badly. This meant that that woman was at least in the Klein realm and had such a perverted forbidden ruin. It was fortunate that she had brought Fong Ming with her, or else she wouldn't have been able to deal with it on her own.
"And do you know the names of those 2 men? Or whose agents they are?" Lin Xie asked.
Molly nodded, recalling. The man seemed to be an agent of the god of yellow sand, and the woman seemed
to call herself Gamma Coconut. Chapter 166, Thorned Hook Flower Vine, Judgment of Sin by Hellfire. What the hell?
Here Gamma Coconut, the name of the crowd, were not shocked, because the Curse Grudge series used to be the nightmare of many people's childhood. Grey tone style, coupled with the kind of gripping murder method, is really let a person do not want to recall.
Lin Xie covered his forehead and had a bit of a headache. What's with the Zajara and the Gamma Coconut again? How come all those ones that I once saw on TV are running out?
Do you think it's because of Brother Ming? Bailey Chubby asked as he turned his head sideways towards Lin Xie. Heavenly Father once said that Brother Ming's power came from outside the world, so could it be that he himself came from outside the world?
Hiss. It's not impossible when you put it that way.
However, there's no time to think about this now. Look. Lin Xie pointed his finger at the wooden plaque on a high building not far away, and the decapitated bud on it had already regrown a small bud, with purple pollen still spewing from it in small amounts.
The crowd nodded, then Lin Xie immediately leapt into midair with his left foot on the ground and quickly attacked in the direction of Chijera.
Bailey Chubby looked back at Molly with some worry. Molly, are you really okay? Why don't I take you to first? At this moment, Molly was sitting on her knees, placing Night Huang on her lap and guarding the bound members of Squad 017. She looked up at Bailey Chubby with some bewilderment, and her pupils flashed with a red and a blue light.
I'm fine, go ahead and carry out your mission. Cheer up.
Soon, Lin Xiye's group crossed the streets and arrived by the ringless hollow after taking care of some of the inevitable infected masses. Looking out, all that could be seen was a purple haze of pollen, and these tiny particles were constantly hitting the barrier that was the ringless airspace.
Lin Xiye tried to use his spiritual perception to probe inside, but he still couldn't see anything. Grass, how can you play when you ban my skills? How many times has this happened? Still being unreasonable.
Lin Xiye cursed under his breath and turned around to slash towards a winding flower vine on the side.
Click dash.
The flower vines that were as thick as giant pillars suddenly came to life when they touched the sword dagger, quickly reacting to draw towards Lin Xiye and the others in a hurry.
Not good.
And Xingya's pupils suddenly shrunk, then instinctively jumped to the side, and the rest of the few people also reacted at the same time to scatter in all directions.
Thunk dash. A loud whipping sound rang out from the original position of several people.
The thick flower vines completely cracked the original ground, a hideous spiderweb crack spreading from the center of the blow in all directions for nearly 100 meters, and the original concrete ground was completely exposed, with mud splattered in all directions. Lin Xiye lagged in the air looking at the shocking crack on the ground, his heart tightened. This if the physical body took a hit to say the least, it would have to be fractured. Suddenly, 5 more equally thick flower vines rose up from behind Lin Xiye, and their height had already surpassed that of an ordinary 7-story building, only to see these 5 flower vines tilt backward violently, and then swing out a residual shadow. Lin Xiye only heard a few sounds of objects quickly skimming through the air before 5 huge shadows enveloped him. He quickly turned around and tried to avoid the 5 flowering vines, but it was already too late. The flower vine's attack was already on the verge of being in front of him, and up close, Lin Xiye could see that the green flower vine was covered in tiny purple stinging hooks, which if he hit him he was afraid that he would have to be hardened and take off a piece of skin. Just as Lin Xiye was about to mobilize his spiritual energy to prepare to cast transformation magic to fight hard against the oncoming flower vines, it was still that blue figure that quickly rushed in front of him.
Karen frowned and instantly raised his arm to block. Knock dash. Knock dash.
For consecutive deafening rattles rang out from around the two of them here. One of the 5 flower vines was blocked by Karen's hard arm, and the remaining 4 descended suddenly side by side, smashing the ground, which was already covered with cracks, completely. The hurricane created by this powerful attack blew the mud scattered on the ground, somewhat opening one's eyes. This force even made the people within a kilometer of the square garden feel an obvious tremor. The houses shook lightly, and the people on the road all fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiye's lungs were about to explode with anger, his eyes once again erupted with a blazing fire like a furnace, his hands gripped the star blade tightly, and with a twist of his wrist, a blazing fire similarly flared up at the blade.
Cut down all these flowering vines for me. Go in there later and slaughter Zajara.
I'm going to plant him in the pit behind the squad room in 136. The crowd was very much in agreement as Chubby Bailey and Chow Yuan took a step at the same time. A black and gold figure swept through the air. Bailey Fatty had a large treasure sword in one hand and a thunder broom in the other, and with a vicious swing in the air, the terrifying thunder tornado mixed with sharp roiling sword-ons violently smashed towards a flower vine. Instantly, the tentacle lying on the ground snapped from its roots in response to the sound, and its surface was pierced by thousands of sharp swords, from which juices continuously oozed out. And Xingyu also quickly swept across the battlefield, and firmly bound the 3 flower vines that were about to be erected from the roots with guasi, and suddenly, 10,000 ice crystals quickly spread along the guasi all over the body of the flower vines, instantly freezing them into 100 meters of ice. In with Lin Xiye and Grassland's left and right attacks, only one meteor with black and red flames and one with golden flames collided in the fire-filled night sky.
Those 3 ice crystal flower vines shattered apart into ice powder and dissipated into the air.
In the end, Karen was holding that flower vine in his hand in death, quickly turned around, and directly at Karen inverted pulling willow yanked this flower vine alive, and ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. The green sap flew in the sky and landed in an ocean around the street.
Quickly! Now enter the ringless airspace to grab Zajara and slaughter him.
Lin Xiye said as he turned his head to the side and raised his sword with his left hand to point at the large purple hood in front of him. Suddenly, a blinding firelight came into Lin Xiye's few people's vision from the air. The crowd turned back together, only to see a silhouette filled with black mist in the pitch-black sky rapidly skimming through the air, while an extremely bright fiery red meteor was rapidly approaching behind her. As the fiery red meteor swept past the mass of black fog, an explosion large enough to destroy half the city erupted from high in the sky. The powerful heat wave drove an incomparably powerful flamestorm to sweep high into the sky, and at this time, Gushu City was as bright as day. After the storm, the black mist was ignited straight down from the heights.
Knock dash!
Gamma Coconut's entire body had been burned, and that slender black hair had disappeared without a trace. The skin on every part of her body was still burning, and the hellfire that was strong enough to destroy all the evils in the world was searing the souls of all of her doppelgangers along with her skin and flesh. The multiple bilocations of Gamma Coconut that are far away in Japan, the United States, and South Korea, are all in endless agony. At this moment, Gamako could feel a thick iron chain with hellfire firmly fixing her soul in this moment, and all of her means of trying to enter the mirror world, the electronic world, and even trying to achieve reincarnation through a borrowed fetus were all firmly locked by this chain. 1 bilocation disappears, 2 bilocations disappear, 3 bilocations disappear. In less than 10 seconds, all that was left of the world's Gamma Coconut's doppelgangers was in front of Fong Ming in the main body that was far away in Japan. Fong Ming was covered in hellfire. The eyes of judgment that represented the cleansing of sins were already waiting to be renewed as he walked over to Gamma Coconut and stomped one of his arms off, the pain of the blazing fire burning his soul intensified by another point. He choked the neck of the baked and burned Gamako, picked him up and said, "Considering that you were also a person who suffered from the world's hardships before, I can give you one more chance. I can transcend you into reincarnation and make you a new man, or you can stay in Japan and never come out to wreak havoc on the earth." Chapter 167, The Curse That Will Not Die, City of Desire. Gamera looked at the ground with empty eyes. The small half of her neck had been completely burned, and the wounds all over her body were oozing black pus and blood. She drooped her head with her hair burned out and muttered breathlessly, "Meh. What's so good about being human? Come back for another lifetime to continue to be persecuted by those scumbags." Persecuted? Oh, I can tell. You're not from this world. You are lucky. If you didn't have such a powerful ability, you would be dead. Worse than me. Fong Ming's hand that was holding Gamako's neck loosened by 1 point, and the hellfire that burned deep in her soul weakened by 1 millimeter. Gamma is right, whether it's this world or the original world or any other void world, weak will be trampled by the strong. The weak are born prey in the mouths of the strong. Right now Fong Ming wanted to do whatever he wanted to do at his own whim, also by virtue of his own powerful strength. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that they would all be mysteriously killed by a tiny Zhan realm. Fong Ming slowly opened his lips and took a deep breath, his eyes once again firming up. "You're right, the reason why I'm able to choke you right now is because I'm stronger than you are. Destruction or a new life, your choice." The depths of Gamma Coconut's memories of childhood bullying, verbal abuse, coldness, loneliness, grief, and then the death of the black cat, the departure of relatives, the deprivation of loved ones, the mistrust of her husband, the abuse, the splitting of corpses, and the lack of peace for her soul. All of her experiences have finally been transformed into a wave of unprecedented resentment. This mournful, baleful aura that was above all emotions constantly impacted the fiery shackles that Fong Ming had placed in the depths of her soul. AKO's super speed regeneration had been fighting the hellfire that was burning itself out, but there was little to fight it. She could feel that her soul was about to be burned to the ground, and that her alter ego, itself, was about to disappear into the human world. In Japan, in a simple wooden mansion, Gakko fell to her knees covered in blood, her dark pupils blazing with fire, and burns, large and small, began to appear on the surface of her skin. She was filled with extreme satisfaction as she watched the family that had been cursed by the spell she had dropped on them, killing each other with a maniacal face. The man who owned the home used an axe to sever the heads of his wife and son and then split their bodies in the bathroom, bedroom and attic, and his eldest daughter's head was cut off with a saw and placed in a black plastic bag, and he himself hanged himself to death in his parlor with a thick hemp rope. This wooden house has been under a curse for many years, and even if the gamelan itself is destroyed and the house is demolished, that extreme resentment will be imprisoned within these hundreds of square meters along with this curse until the next karmic family is found. Fong Ming could see through AKO's soul that the wooden house that had been cursed far away in Japan was black and white, with no other light entering in the slightest, and was out of place in the colorful world around it. Of course this extreme shade of gray can't be seen by the average person. Half a minute later, she murmured as the fires of hell burned away the last vestiges of Gakko's breath. If I had to choose again, I'd rather never come to the human world. Dasha's doppelganger, Japan's main body together into a wisp of black smoke dissipated, the concept of resentment back into that spell curse quietly waiting. At this time, Lin Chiye and the others had already entered the ringless airspace, and the dense purple pollen reduced their vision to half 100. A high concentration of pollen filled the area, all the infected were in a state of extreme insanity, and the streets were sporadically covered with building debris. Some had appalling sardonic smiles and were slashing at each other with sharp weapons, while some were taking pleasure in robbing others of their money. There were cries of pain, maniacal laughter, and the sounds of smashing buildings. The 5 men walked quickly through the streets, sniffing the blood-filled air with furrowed brows. He casually separated the 2 who were entwined in front of him and then knocked them out. "Taking pleasure in killing your own kind?" Lin Chiye muttered. Pleasure has no definition. Some people take joy in money, some are addicted to video games, while others prefer beautiful women and wine, and still others take pleasure in violence and bloodlust. Anshin Yu watched as the small town within this range had completely transformed into a city of desire. The pollen is the catalyst for people to reveal their deepest latent desires, what they once lacked and what they desperately seek at this moment. This phenomenon is suddenly different from the effect of the original Zigera pollen, which was to immerse one in a world of self-indulgent pleasure. And this Zigera is the one that works to amplify the evil desires within human beings to the extreme, making them unconsciously do things that they would normally want to do but would not dare to do. Lin Chia's few people quickened their pace and quickly swept through streets that were several kilometers long. At the center, a 30-meter-tall green humanoid monster embedded with purple buds was quietly rooted there, all the buildings around it embedded in depressions. 6 of the original 12 thick flower vines had also been chopped off, and the remaining intact vines were at the back of the ziggurat hanging downwards. Zajara stood in front of Lin Chia and the others like a small mountain, and the central bud was still pouring out a large amount of pollen.
Why am I remembering that the original Zygella was yellow? I didn't feel right at first. This pollen should be yellow as well. Lin Chia stopped in front of the Zajara and looked around. And that's way less height than the original too. Maybe, it's Zajara's child? Or a relative? Chubby Bailey rubbed his chin and analyzed. Thanks for thinking of it.
Lin Chia was speechless. He detected a mass of stems and leaves deep underground behind Zajara through his psychic power, and dozens of meters underground were his coiled and intertwined giant roots.
Just destroy its roots, right? Lin Chia's face sank as his 2-star knives were suddenly sheathed.
Jingyu, Chubby, and Garland, you guys try to hold the rest of its flower vines. I think with such a strong pollen here, the strength of the flower vines can be quite a bit higher than those 6 just now. Always be careful in battle.
Yes.
The 3 nodded in agreement. Old Chow, you're going straight with me to his back to cut his giant ing roots.
Yes sir,
said Chow Yuan with a firm gaze, immediately standing at attention and saluting. Then Lin Chia's brows tightened and his eyes filled with endless killing intent.
I'll, go first, then.
As the words fell, his eyes were drenched with another dazzling golden color, and as his body sank, his left foot suddenly exerted force, and a golden flash of light broke through the dense pollen mist, heading straight for Zajara's roots.
Chapter 168, Flesh Vine.
Sensing the danger, Zajara's torso erupted with bright purple currents, and those other 6 flowering vines hanging behind her suddenly stood up as if they were alive. The flower vines at the very edge were the first to move, a sonic boom sounded, and these 2 flower vines attacked violently towards Lin Chia in the air from a left-right pincer attack. Chi Jia-La's attack was sudden and so fast that it was basically hard to catch with the naked eye, if not for the fact that Lin Chia had the mortal dust divine domain that could make a prediction of the enemy's attack. Otherwise it would have been really hard to fight against this kind of overpowering attack from the Chi Jia-La at the peak of the sea realm. Lin Chia, when the astral winds of the flower vine swinging from both sides of his body reached him, his dual swords violently arrived at his side, turning his body 90 degrees to avoid the flower vines that were being drawn towards him. The sharp barbs on that flower vine swept past the tip of Lin Chia's nose, and the flower vine that swept underneath tore a gash in the robe around his waist. And the extremely exhilarating flower pollen still continued to impact his spirit. Lin Chia landed smoothly on the ground after his magnificent turn in the air defused this section of the attack, and then he frowned as he looked at the massive stems and leaves behind Zajara.
And Zajara once again wielded the remaining 3 flower vines towards the Bailey Chubby several people to attack. The cross residue of these 3 flower vines arrived in front of Bailey Chubby in less than a second.
Before Chubby Bailey could slow down, the dense barbs were already approaching his neck. Bailey Chubby instinctively stepped back with one closed eye, and the Yao Guang on his neck consciously issued a mode of resistance. A golden light flashed by, and as if the flower vine had touched a protective shield, it violently retreated backward, while the golden shield that shrouded the area around Chubby 100 miles was struck with a violent sense of vibration. We must hold these flower vines to buy time for 7 nights in Chao Yuan. And Xingye shouted, then his wrist flicked again, and the 5 guileful silks firmly entangled the 3 flower vines waving in the air, and the extremely cold ice aura was suddenly released from his palm. The ice mist broke through the purple pollen that permeated the area. Following the tricky silk that would be these 3 flower vines would have their appearance smeared with a thin layer of ice crystals. As Anqingyu turned around and yanked hard, she found that these 3 entangled flower vines did not move at all. It seemed that in this high concentration infected area, the strength and hardness of these flower vines were not at all the same level as the low concentration infected area outside.
Resonance.
And Xingyu gritted his teeth as veins rippled on his wrists, and given his own fair skin and thinner body, the roots of veins distributed on his arms looked even more appalling. Suddenly, 2 figures, one blue and one gold, flashed by, and Callan quickly swept across the battlefield, his eyes fixed on the 3 flower vines bound by the trick silk in front of him. As she leapt into the air, turning and lifting her knees, a powerful vortex arose from the air, and as Callan plummeted to land with the force of 1,000 pounds, she rushed down heavily on the 3 flowering vines. At the same time, the golden great sword in Bailey Chubby's hand also transformed into a golden dragon in the air, with a purple thunder whirlwind following the tail of the dragon. The 2 terrifying energies shook out powerful shockwaves as they came into contact with the 3 flower vines. A small cluster of energy quickly dispersed towards the surroundings from where Karen had stepped, the ferocious airflow blowing away the thick pollen, and suddenly these 3 people felt like they were breathing more smoothly than ever before. Click dash. The ice crystals distributed on these 3 flower vines began to break apart, along with the hard shell on the surface of the flower vines. A scent of blood mixed with decay spread through the air. What the bee stuff? Bailey Chubby hurriedly covered his nose when he smelled the odor. The three of them fixed their eyes on the three flower vines that had their shells shattered, and inside was actually a long strip of flesh and blood covered in black spots. The flesh-colored surface was covered with dots of rotting black spots, which were still oozing disgusting pus and blood, and the finish had a clear liquid spread over the surface. This doesn't look much like the Zigera I know. A grey glint flashed in Anqing Fish's eyes. He was now all too eager to dissect this unknown species.
What, are you expired? It stinks so bad?
Bailey Chubby pinched his nose and pointed his giant golden sword at the three meat vines that were still waving not far away. Disgusting things should be sent to the lab for me to dissect properly. And Xingyu pulled out her own square-framed glasses and put them on the bridge of her nose. Chubby, Callan, let's work together one more time and try to give him a complete chop this time.
Yes.
At this time, on Qi Jia's left and right sides, Lin Xie and Chao Yuan were facing the remaining three flower vines, and there was an endless stream of sword and spear sounds, with the flower vines and the sword shadows interlacing with gusts of residual shadows. And the 6 flower vines that had been severed in the low-concentration infection zone were healing at a slow pace, having recovered most of them. Lin Xie stepped on the flower vines and turned violently in the air, then chopped with force. A crescent-shaped golden blade astral deity violently chopped at the flower vines in front of him that were as thick as a giant python.
Knock dash!
An explosion came from the flower vine, dazzling flames accompanied by thick smoke output, and the hard shell on the surface of the flower vine was also chopped by a hideous crack from this hard blade. A pungent smell of rotting flesh kept coming out of the crack. The flower vine in front of Lin Xie's eyes kept dancing wildly, disgusting pus and blood kept flinging out from the cracks, and then this flower vine stalled in the air, and it, along with the intact flower vine, intertwined with each other and attacked Lin Xie's face.
Wipe, that's disgusting.
Lin Xie cursed inwardly, enduring the sickening breath as his eyes dipped into a golden light once again.
Mickey, hey Shu! A mummy wrapped in white bandages climbed onto Lin Xie's back.
Subsequently, Lin Xie's body sank violently, his left hand threw the sword into the air, subsequently catching it with his backhand, and immediately afterward, he directly transformed into a small golden gyroscope. Ferocious flaming bullets were shot out continuously around the small euro, and that golden star blade charged against these two entwined flower vines.
Jabla dash! Da.
As Lin Xie came into contact with the two flower vines, the sharp star blade completely broke open the hard outer shell on that surface, while the fleshy vines inside were sliced through the skin.
Not far away, Fong Ming's eyes widened as he watched Lin Xie's maneuver and couldn't help but exclaim, asterisk. Soldier Chief? This is not
Attack of the Giants, in which Lil Well transforms into a small gyroscope and beheads a giantess scene. The golden euro had been chopping from the end of the vine to the torso of Zigera, only to see Lin Xie straighten up his body and reverse his left hand again. The two star knives violently stabbed towards the purple bud in front of Qi Jiale's chest, and behind him, Mumu's mouth directly spat out a small missile straight to the purple bud in front of Qi Jiale's chest.
Boom dash! The explosions started again.
Lin Xie leaped backward, away from the explosion. The blinding light of the fire instantly wrapped the entirety of Zigera, and the crackling sound of the blazing fire searing through the sap continued to echo from her ears. On the other side, Chao Yuan, who had hacked one of the remaining flower vines into a bashful mess, was sent flying several meters by the aftershock from the explosion, and directly fell on all fours to the ground. The smoke dispersed, Lin Xie's pupils reflected the original appearance of Qi Jiela, that chest of the bud that will bloom when the firelight fully bloomed.
Chapter 169, Transforming into Diga, Blowing Up Zigzagra.
The blast impact blew the robes of several people around them, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The ringless airspace above his head was about to shatter from the violent bombardment, when suddenly, an impenetrable golden energy shield enveloped the ringless airspace from the outside. Dense golden runes constantly swam on the surface of this golden shield, with a brown stripe looming in the center. Lin Xie looked back at Fong Ming, who was standing on a tall building not far away, and grinned. Solved Gamma Coconut?
Fong Ming nodded, sort of. However, you guys are too careless to give the ringless hollow a break. What about the people outside?
Scratch that, aren't you there?
Lin Xie responded.
So I deserve to wipe your ass, huh? As the words fell, the shell on Zigera's torso completely shattered, and a large amount of rotten-to-the-bone odor spread out, the purple pollen mixing with this disgusting smell, constantly hitting the nerves of the crowd. Damn, how did he manage to be disgusting, difficult, and nasty? Chubby Bailey patted his gas mask. Although the gas mask could not resist the high concentration of pollen from the infected area, it could resist the vast majority of the putrid odor. Hissing. A piercing howl emanated from the spiky mouth protruding from underneath the Zigera pod, a large fleshy flower oozing black blood on the outer rim, and a dense distribution of fangs in the center. On the inside of the pointed teeth was the fully bloomed Zigera flower, which at this point in time had fully arrived at the realm to limitless. And the 12 decapitated flower vine roots had disappeared, and in their place were vines with a radius of 8 meters, as hard as steel. The mass of coiled and intertwined stems and leaves behind it had been completely buried in the earth, and to destroy it one had to enter the deep, dark hole behind him. At this time, the concentration of purple pollen inside the golden shield was already close to twice the original, and the effect of spiritual erosion was greatly enhanced, and the infected who were locked up inside the shield began to go crazy to the extreme. Burning, killing, and looting were happening every second.
It is the exposure of such evil desires by people that drives Zijera's realm to immensity.
Lin Xie, on the other hand, could feel the pressure that Qi Jiela was exuding at this moment. The Limitless could be considered a crushing existence against the Chuan realm, and even though he was a dual god agent, the difference in his own realm was too great, and he was already completely unsuitable to fight against it. Lin Xie leaped to the side of the Bailey Chubby Few, and at this time, Jialan was grabbing Chao Yuan's neck collar to knock him back into his original form.
7 Knights, what about this?
He seems to have raised his realm again. A trace of worry flashed across Bailey Chubby's gaze, and he also knew that the only person who could once again fight with Qi Jiela was Fong Ming.
Retreat first, with its current realm it's no longer something we can handle.
Lin Xie raised his hand and motioned for a few people to retreat.
But if Brother Fong Ming makes a move, won't our mission this time be tantamount to failure?
On the other hand, Qingyu nodded. Fatty is right, even if we can't decapitate Zijera ourselves, we should at least get involved in the final stage. Lin Xie was also in a bit of a dilemma after hearing this. He also thought that he shouldn't retreat, but who among the people present could block the full force of a limitless realm strike other than Callan?
Doing so can be too risky.
Suddenly, Fong Ming walked up with a small golden bowl in his left hand. He certainly understood the thoughts of the Straight Forest 7 Knights. Several people at this time, allowing them to retreat midway through a battle was an insult to a special squad. Tell you what, how about I hold Zijera's main body in check, and you guys follow his back and mash it right down to its roots? Hearing what Fong Ming said, Lin Xie's several people's moods eased a lot as they looked at the familiar new gadget in Fong Ming's hands with shocked pupils.
Lin Xie was a bit speechless as he went up and looked. You stole Dagu's divine light rod again?
Hey, that's not important. What's important is getting to play a new character, and when I get up there in a bit, you guys take the opportunity to poke at Zigeller dermatitis and just root it out.
Okay.
Lin Xie's right hand compared to an okay, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light, and as if Zijera had caught a whiff of something familiar, those two steel vines kept waving. Fong Ming held the divine light rod and made the signature gesture of the Deja transformation maneuver, Cha.
Knock dash.
Deja, composite, stood in front of Ziggurat, and there was a cloud of dust.
Even roar roar roar. Fong Ming looked down at the ant-like crowd on the ground and laughed out loud. What a blast. It's the holster that's a little fake.
Below, a BGM came from somewhere. One day the originally peaceful village suddenly received an attack from an unknown lifeform. Run.
But, quickly find out the multiple weaknesses of the monstrous Magonia. Welcome to. Wait. Fong Ming hands then to stop. Crooked, can you pick the BGM? Is this Magnolia? Author, you mean me? I'm done playing if you're on or not.
Fong Ming, ******, I'll steal your pants when I get back. In the next second, those two steel vines cut through the air and struck straight towards Fong Ming's chest.
That's all you know how to do.
Fong Ming caught these two vines under his armpit with his bare hands, and then he violently squatted his arms and gradually exerted force.
Bang! In a flash of lightning, Fong Ming directly broke the seemingly hard vine.
At the break, black pus and blood continued to gush out, corroding it into a puddle of black blood wherever it splashed. Immediately after, Fong Ming rushed over with big steps, looking at the dense and sharp teeth on the surface of Qi Jiela. His heart was in mischief. You say live you, grow up so big, your teeth are still not aligned. It just so happens that I majored in monster medicine at the hospital, so let me fix your teeth for you today. Zijera looked at the bald man with eyes as white as duck eggs in front of him and who was babbling, and began to let out a fearful wail.
Ah yes, open your mouth. Zijera, big brother, that's how I was born. Oh, you know? Whoa. Fong Ming, I don't know. With it he pulled out two large pincers and began to pull out Zijera's teeth. The intense pain made it keep struggling, but any resistance under Fong Ming's suppression was ineffective.
Hiss, not listening. Fong Ming raised his right hand and his hand blade descended, directly splitting Zijera's torso and nearly drying it in half. Inside the torso, the purple ovule was being linked to the root by a slender stalk.
Whoosh! The sound.
Perhaps sensing the aura of death, the stem and vine fled with that life-giving orb in a hurry towards that pitch-black cavern.
Hey! Where to run? Fong Ming's quick eyes and hands directly clutched the stem and vine.
When he raised his eyes, Lin Xie's men had already climbed out of the cave in front of them. Chubby Bailey handed Lin Xie a remote control with a red button, then led the rest of the group to run quickly into the distance. Lin Xie waved his hand at Fong Ming, who immediately loosened the stem that was attached to the embryonic bead. Like a viper, the stem quickly followed the cracks in the ground and burrowed deeper into the earth, and by now, several tons of high explosives had been placed around Zijera's roots. As Lin Xie gently pressed the activation button, the explosives buried underground were detonated together. Chapter 170, Molly exhausted, Fong Ming saves the day. On the surface of the ground, those cracks spreading 100 meters suddenly erupted with extremely blinding fire.
Boom dash! Deafening explosions came from deep underground.
The moment Zajara sensed death, it moved all of its remaining stems and vines to wrap its ovules securely, but as the ground-hardened torso was destroyed, the buried roots became weak and fragile. The 1,000 degrees of heat generated by the explosion destroyed all of its stems and ovules, and the surrounding area was immediately surrounded by smoke, and the heat even scorched the ground seedlings into a hot red color, while Zajara's body was also reduced to charcoal in the burning fire. At the edge of the battlefield, the original appearance of the city was reflected in the eyes of Fong Ming's few people, and the dense purple pollen instantly dissipated, rupturing the ringless airspace. Those manipulated infected stopped their hands and looked at the smoke of the war they had caused with shocked faces. They put down the weapons in their own hands one after another, and many of them knelt down on the ground in repentance with extreme inner remorse. There was some heartbreaking hissing and sheepish cries of pain from behind the crowd. Lin Chia held his sword and looked sideways at the still burning street behind him as he asked Fong Ming, "Is there a way to recover?" "Yes, but it's not necessary." Fong Ming clasped his hands in front of his chest, his right hand caressing the pink magic wand in his arms. "If you want them to think that someone will come and clean up their mess for them if they cause even more serious consequences, that's fine with me, but people always have to pay the price for their desires. I want them to remember that it was the strong desires of their hearts that caused this tragedy." At this point, 2 a.m. Deep in the morning. Let's go check on the members of Squad 017, there's still a problem that hasn't been solved yet. Fong Ming reminded the crowd and disappeared into the night with a flying leap. "Oh yes, my Molly." Chubby 100 shuddered inwardly upon hearing this. At that time, the entire team of Team 017, except for Molly, had fallen unconscious, and the captain, Qin Kai, was nowhere to be found. Moreover, Molly was seriously injured, and despite the night brilliance boost given by Fong Ming, it was by no means possible to get her to fight again in her current state. "Go! Let's hurry to that lake." Lin Chia followed up on Chubby Bailey's words. The crowd nodded, and the 5 figures swept across the street to run sharply towards the lake not far away. A minute ago, Molly gazed silently at Deja Altman in the distance. This Fong Ming, coming up with a new trick again? If I was half as good as he is, I wouldn't have to watch my players get hurt. At that thought, she turned her head to look at the pent-up crowd and sighed deeply. Suddenly, a sharp lance formed from yellow sand quickly swept through the woods and violently stabbed towards Molly's chest. Molly snapped her head sideways to the direction where the yellow sand lance was thrown, and she endured the sharp pain in her body and quickly grabbed the night brilliant that was stuck on the ground. Clank! A ferocious concussive impact erupted the moment the night brilliant blade sheath made contact with the yellow sand lance. Molly was already heavily injured, and was unable to defend herself against this attack that had reached the limitless realm, and at this point, her source of power was entirely the Pamish virus contained in the night brilliance. The yellow sandlance was still moving slowly towards the front with an unstoppable momentum. Molly gritted her teeth and gripped the sheath of her sword in a deadlock with this force. The blood-colored thunder in her one red and one blue pupil also spewed outwards continuously, and the ground was also stripped out of 2 long footmarks. Resonance. Blood spilled from the corner of Molly's mouth, and a mournful roar came from her throat as night brilliant was sheathed. Terrifying thunder power spread out from the blade. The 10,000 elements frequent movement, together with the blood-colored thunder, shattered the ground where Molly's feet were stepping on, and several hideous cracks spread out in all directions, with countless broken rocks and weeds floating in the air. With Molly's arm suddenly exerting force, Night Brilliant swung away the yellow sand lance in front of his chest, followed by 2 powerful blood-colored blade diameters bursting out from the blades with raging thunder power. Boom! Boom! A black figure appeared in the depths of the woods. He opened his arms, a sturdy yellow sand barrier in front of himself, cancelling out the 2 blade diameters as much as possible. At this time, Molly, as if the end of the crossbow, half kneeling on the ground. Originally the wounds on the body after the death of Gamma Coconut has been scabbed over, but just the sneak attack has made the wounds on her body rupture. Bright red blood soaked her robes. Molly looked at the black figure not far away with fierce eyes. She braced herself against the sheath of her sword and slowly stood up. Her arms were already shaking uncontrollably, and at this point, she could no longer hold the sword. Rustle dash! The sound of a black box skimming through the branches rang out from the woods. A man in a black cloak carrying 3 black boxes in both hands stepped through the branches and came before Molly's eyes. He raised his head slightly, his eyes astonished as he looked at the frail and weak Molly, and slowly spoke. "Your state just now was able to block an attack of nearly 50% of my power. It's really rare." Upon hearing this, Molly revealed a disdainful smile. "A scumbag who can only sneak attack? I'm afraid you don't know that Gamma Coconut has already been killed, right? How dare you still mouth off here?" The man shook his shoulders. "So what if I know? That woman who's nervous all day deserves to die. Besides, that pervert isn't here at the moment. Just killing all of your Squad 017 would be just as big a feat." As the words fell, a hint of yellow sand power colored the man's eyes, and he clenched his fists in a death grip and swung suddenly towards Molly. A sandbag-sized fist of yellow sand whistled towards Molly with a gust of wind. Molly stared dead on at the attack that was full of killing aura. She wanted to raise her sword, but the 2 slashes she had just cut out were already the limit of her body. Seeing that the word Molly was about to appear on Fong Du Di's book, a dark red residual shadow swept through the air, and 3 flashes of blade light completely neutralized the man's attack. Captain! Molly's pupils shrunk as she looked at Shin Kai, who was also heavily injured, who was blocking in front of her and shouted, "Don't be afraid, Molly, I'm here." Shin Kai wiped the bloody scab on the corner of his mouth and angrily pointed his knife at the man in front of him. "If you want to kill my crew, go through me first," the man muttered as he looked at Shin Kai, who had neutralized his attack. "Oh, you didn't die?" His gaze revealed some surprise, but then quickly returned to plainness. After all, it was normal for a Sea Realm Night Watchman to be difficult to kill. That's just as well. Today, it's the time for the entirety of your Squad 017 to die. As the words fell, a terrifying pressure erupted from behind the man, and in an instant, yellow sand filled the sky, ranging even to envelop the park, and countless gravel and fine sand coalesced into a hideous ghostly face in the sky above the man. "Molly, is it still okay?" Shin Kai asked Molly behind him with a sideways glance. "Captain, I'm sorry, maybe this time." Molly pounded the ground in extreme chagrin, not to mention lifting up Night Brilliant, and now she didn't even have the strength to activate the Forbidden Ruins. It's okay, Molly, trust me, you'll be fine." Shin Kai similarly offered up the Sea Realm's mighty pressure. Ferocious rage erupted from his eyes. In order to guard the entirety of Squad 017 behind him, he was prepared to take the full force of the limitless realm's strike hard. The man saw that Shin Kai had no intention of dodging, and then lightly grunted, revealing a disdainful smile. Don't think for yourself. Go to hell." The ghostly face of yellow sand with terrifying power suddenly smashed down from above the man. Shin Kai's right foot stepped on the ground, the hand that clutched the star blade, the fingertips were already white. As he let out a roar, a white light flashed. The man's full strength strike on the yellow sand ghost face even instantly ruptured. Chapter 171, The Switched Clowns. "What?" the man exclaimed. He took a step back, his hands shaking a little as he carried the black box. How did you get here so fast?" The corners of Fong Ming's mouth twitched as he stood beside Shin Kai and pointed at the man in front of him and cursed, "You're the one who's ing fast. Your whole family is fast." Man. He was never expecting that. Just a moment ago he saw from a high building that there was still a large amount of pollen spreading within the ringless airspace. How come the battle was over now? Now, if he wanted to run he had to use the 3 black boxes on his body to stall for time, but these 3 black boxes were used to deal with the Phoenix Squad, and even though they had a huge killing power for some of those who were not in a high realm, it could be said that they were completely useless for Fong Ming. Right now, he can only pray that Fong Ming didn't know what he was talking about and could use these 3 black boxes to hide from the world. Since even you came along. The man pulled off the black cloak draped over his body and threw it aside. Knock dash. Knock dash. Knock dash. 3 dull thuds came from the man's feet. "Then it's just as well to kill you together." The man's tone continued to maintain arrogance, but he was actually panicking inside. Fong Ming's 3 views collapsed as he looked at the man in front of him incredulously. "Crooked, your brain is what? Don't recognize who I am? Open your doggone eyes and see that I, Fong Ming, gave that raving a meltdown." The man continued his posturing. "What do I care who you are? Now that I have this god-killing weapon in my hand, it's enough to go to war with any god." "Buffed, well, you really don't see the coffin." Fong Ming stifled his laughter as he looked to the side at Shin Kai and Molly. Molly and Shin Kai also looked serious. Molly whispered and reminded Fong Ming, "Fong Ming, be careful, those 3 boxes of his are specifically used to deal with the Phoenix Squad. Even though you don't know what is hidden inside, it's very likely that they will threaten you." Shin Kai also nodded, "Although I know you're very strong, don't be gullible." Fong Ming is still very grateful to Molly and Shin Kai's persuasion. After all, he is only familiar with Molly, and Shin Kai is also the first time to meet. Have to say, Shin Kai is good people. At this point, none of the 3 dared to move first. Fong Ming glanced at his watch. His right foot kept rhythmically tapping the ground. Why isn't he here yet? Whoosh dash. Whoosh dash. 5 residual shadows scurried out of the darkness, and Lin Xia's few people had already arrived, and the scene suddenly changed to 8 versus 1. Lin Xia looked at the injured Shin Kai and attached himself to hold him up. "Hello, Captain Shin, I'm the leader of the reserve team of the 5th Special Squad of the Great Summer Vigilantes, Lin Xia." Shin Kai was also full of shock after hearing this. "The 5th Special Squad of the Big Daxia? Are you really a newly formed special squad?" Lin Xia smiled and nodded, "Yes." Shin Kai swept his gaze across the faces of the crowd and couldn't help but sigh. "How young, my Daxia is really full of talents now." Emily was also filled with surprise when she heard this and looked at Lin Xia's few people before her gaze finally settled on Bailey Chubby. Bailey fat see Molly that lips white, full body clothes have been soaked with blood, extremely distressed. He once again took out gauze and ointment to Molly wipe on. Because the spell curse on the wound had disappeared with the dissipation of the Gakai, this time her wound healed very quickly. Molly, why don't you sit down and rest, we'll take it from here." After saying, Bailey fat and furious carrying a handled big sword to go up to cut that man, "You dog s, is not it you put Molly hurt so badly?" Just as he was about to take that step, he was stopped by Xingyu, whose eyes flashed with a glint of light. "Be careful, the black box beside him. There's probably a high-risk banned substance in there." Bailey Chubby froze and cursed. What the do I care if it's a high-risk forbidden substance in there? If I dare to hurt Molly, I'm going to give him the ashes yang. He broke free of Xingyu's hand that was pulling him and took another step, but was stopped by Fong Ming. Brother Ming, what are you doing? I'll cut him. Fong Ming smiled as he looked at the man in front of him. Wait fatty, I'll let you cut him in a while. I have some surprises for you guys to see. Surprise? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, unable to guess what kind of surprise could be in store here. The man unconsciously swallowed. What do you want? Nothing? Are you sure you really don't need those 3 black boxes? Fong Ming pointed at his feet. If you don't use it, you might die quickly. Oh. Fong Ming's hand hanging in the air, fiercely clenched his fist, and the 7-colored alien energy lock at his wrist erupted with an extremely dazzling light. Instantly the Phantom Lin armed reddish golden armor firmly attaching itself to his body. That monstrous and terrifying pressure spread out from Fong Ming's body, and Molly could sense that the current Fong Ming was no longer the Fong Ming that was once within the intensive training camp, and now he possessed a strength that ordinary people couldn't even pursue in their entire lives. The man saw that Fong was getting real, and hurriedly picked up one of the black boxes, his hand gripping the box at the clasp with a death grip. You stay back, or I. Or you. You what? If you want to use it quickly. Grating. Fong Ming was now unable to hold back his inner excitement. The man's heart crossed. Without the black box will die. With the black box, if delayed for a minute, even if it is half a minute, a few seconds, can at least have a ray of hope to escape. Since there's nothing to talk about, let the ancient demon god reappear in the world. Let the fear of jealousy, the curse of an evil god that cannot be dispelled, descend. The man finished, and the hand clutching the black box catch lifted violently. Shin Kai's face changed drastically. Not good. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a red-nosed clown pops out of a black box with a spring underneath that keeps swinging and even plays music. What's daddy's name? Daddy's name is Grandpa. What's daddy's mommy's name? Daddy's mommy's name is Grandma. Lin Chi, as several people in Fong Ming snorted with laughter from the moment they heard the music. Ha 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 ha. There was laughter all around, and at this moment, Bailey Fatty and Chao Yuan were rolling on the ground laughing as they pointed at the man in front of them, and even Chin Kai and Molly, who had been injured, carried a smile on the corner of their mouths. Ha 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 ha. Stupid. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chia's bite muscles were sore from laughing, and he couldn't stop tears from flowing from his eyes. The man listened to the jeering of Fong Ming's few people and looked at the clown podcast box shaking in front of him. His face was extremely ugly. Blanche. Fong Ming's waist was a little sore from laughing. Ouch, I can't. As he spoke, he conjured 3 black boxes from behind him, each bearing a strong evil curse. Lin Chia used his spiritual power to scan the black box beside Fong Ming and also looked grave. It seemed that this 3 was the secret weapon against the Phoenix Squad. I didn't realize it, but I switched your secret weapon a long time ago. Chapter 172, Extreme Security. The man who had lost his secret weapon's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and his pupils began to show a clear color of fear, while the jeering of Fong Ming's few people in front of him continued to impact his nerves. With a thud, the man fell to his knees, his head lowered and his eyes stared blankly at the ground and forcefully snapped his fingers into the earth. Now, facing the divine might that had erupted from Fong Ming, he knew deep down that he would surely die this time. For every difference of one realm and the spiritual realm, the gap in strength between them was not so good to be bridged, and it would be necessary to make up for this gap with the help of other forbidden objects. For example, during the intensive training period, the eagle kite that Wang Mian had once used under Zhan was enough to explode with a power comparable to that of the Chuan realm under the augmentation of his forbidden ruins. Alright, stop laughing. Lin Chia raised his hand and rubbed his sore facial muscles, then used his elbow to dislike Bailey Chubby's shoulder. Bailey Chubby instantly put away his smile and began to gaze at the man with fierce eyes. After all, he was the one who sneak attacked and injured Molly again. It's not a fat man who doesn't take this revenge. Hey, that old six over there. Bailey Chubby cursed as he pointed his great sword at the man in front of him. Are you choosing us to beat up one of you in a group, or are you choosing you to take on all 8 of us alone? The man listened incredulously. He was not sure how such shameless words came out of this fat man's mouth in front of him. He took a deep breath. I, for one, choose to fight you alone. Bailey Chubby froze as he turned his head to Lin Chia and said, that's too good 7 nights, now he can still pick his opponents. What's the point of wasting words with him? Finish him off. Lin Chia's hand had already clenched the hilt of his sword. Ha! 7 nights, he's limitless. We don't seem to be able to beat him. Chubby Bailey reminded. Oh, I forgot, Brother Ming, you go? Lin Chia reinserted the knife he was just about to pull out halfway back into its sheath. Fong Ming glanced at Lin Chia behind him with a speechless face, then waved his hand backwards. Alright, you guys hurry up and go about your business, here. Okay. Before Fong Ming finished speaking, Lin Chia joined the crowd to carry the other injured and unconscious members of Team 017 on their backs and quickly walked towards the hospital. Fong Ming turned his head to look at the gradually departing figure, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Lin Xia's few people were indeed a bit tired, since the ant extermination in Antak County, and just now fighting with Chi Jiela in the center of Gusa City, and inhaling a large amount of spiritual pollen. These few people could be said to have not closed their eyes for close to 3 days, and every member of the team was a bit weary in appearance. Bailey Chubby walked behind, only because the fatigue on Molly's back suddenly dissipated. 7 nights, I still want to kill that man with my own hands. Harm, we can't beat him, what's the point of mending? In my opinion it's still important to hurry up and take them to the hospital, after all, some of them are seriously injured. Look, Molly on your back is tired and asleep. Chubby Bailey looked sideways at Molly, who was crooked on his shoulder, breathing evenly, her eyebrows slightly touching lightly, her dusty hair brushing against Chubby Bailey's fleshy face. His eyes were drawn, and in them was all favor for Molly, and he grinned foolishly, unconsciously pawing her upwards. Fang Ming's presence in the group could be said to give them the ultimate sense of security, which was also the key to Lin Xie and the others being able to completely put their hearts down and rest. A cool breeze blew through. The man kneeling on the ground cocked his head and looked somewhat lifelessly at Fang Ming a few meters away, as if he had given up struggling and was quietly waiting for death to come. You're not even going to fight back? Fang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in front of him who had lost his fighting spirit. In the next second, he appeared in front of him clad in the Phantom Lin armament, and the terrifying energy emanating from his body pressed down on the man a bit. Weren't you arrogant when you sneak attacked Squad 017 just now? What? Only bully opponents weaker than you? Not daring to draw your sword on an enemy stronger than you? Extremely sarcastic words entered the man's mind, his pupils suddenly shrunk for a moment and began to gather the spiritual power of his entire body, but in front of the incomparable vastness of the universe with his current strength to mayfly shake the tree is completely impossible. He could feel that his body was being subjected to a pressure like a Tarzan falling, which destroyed the bones in his entire body and put his spirit on the verge of collapse. In an instant, the man's pupils filled with blood and his vision turned blurry, and as he let out a roar, surging yellow sand power tumbled out of his body. In the next second, he finally looked up and saw the top that he had never been able to reach in his life. At this moment, the man's realm had fully stepped into Klein's threshold. Sharp rocks and fine sand continuously impacted the purple barrier around Fang Ming, and as he lightly raised his left hand, a golden shield completely enveloped the man. Inside the shroud, the man's body began to gradually sandify and converge with the drifting yellow sand around him to form a giant sandman. Only to see this sandman's face gradually grimace, clenching his fists as big as sandbags and roaring as he pounded the golden shield. Bang! After the golden shield was violently impacted by the sandman, the surface was agitated with countless energy ripples, which rippled out in all directions with the center of the blow. The violent impact shook the ground with some cracks, but the impenetrable hard shield did not move at all, and there was not even a slight sign of tremor. Fang Ming's eyes gazed icily at the caged bird that was making a dying struggle, then he shook his head. It seems that your limit is only up to here. A glimmer of starlight lit up in his eyes once again, and a red golden vast nebulous body rose up from the ground behind him, only to see him grabbing violently at the air in front of him, and the golden shield holding the Sandman was placed in the palm of his hand by the illusory Lin Nebula behind him. Fierce annihilation power erupted from between his 5 fingers. Fang Ming's palm suddenly exerted force, and the golden shield shattered, a wisp of yellow sand scattering in all directions from the red golden giant claw behind him, drifting in the air with the wind. System prompt: the host's body has reached 20 black holes Ophaline energy value. Is it possible to unlock both Underworld King and Snow King? Why do you need to ask? You followed me for so long for nothing? System, do you believe it or not? If you BB again I'll make you go see your tits. Scrub, don't dawdle, hurry up. Fang Ming urged, I'm waiting to sensitize the world with love. Ahahahaha. Fang Ming pondered that when he encountered a tough-talking enemy in the future, those who could be sensitized would be sensitized, and those who couldn't be sensitized would be directly Sacred Radiance Nebula. In response to the host's wish, Underworld King and Snow Emperor have been unlocked, and the bonding degree has reached 100%. The cacophony around them gradually resounded, and as the purple flower mist dissipated, government units began to organize the army to open rescue. An array of sunlight slowly rose from the eastern horizon. A few minutes later, Lin Xie and the others had sent the unconscious members of Team 017 to the hospital. Chubby Bailey carefully placed Molly on a hospital bed as well, picked up the quilt that was placed aside and gently covered Molly's body, then turned around and walked out of the hospital room. Next door, the smell of instant noodles wafted throughout the house. Chubby Bailey burped as he finished the last mouthful of instant noodle soup, and he lay paralyzed on the bed as if he was pondering something. What's wrong, fatty? Still worried about Molly? Chow Yuan came over and looked at him with a lewd face. Not exactly. The day after tomorrow was my dad's 50th birthday and I wanted to give him a special gift on that day. Chapter 173, 100 Miles Fatty's Killing Intent, Sandalwood Peace Amulet. Upon hearing this, the entire room was in trouble. Even Xingyu, who had always had a big brain, lowered her head and just shivered at the bowl of instant noodles. After all, in a company as big as the Bailey Group, money, honor, women and even some high-risk forbidden substances were already not uncommon. It's already complete enough to be considered rich. Hey, there's something. Lin Chia suddenly thought of an idea. He turned his head to Bailey Chubby and said, "Why don't you carry a big fat grandson back to your dad?" Chow Yuan also nodded in agreement. "I think it's fine, if you really took it for Molly and then gave birth to a big fat boy, the old man wouldn't die of joy." Bailey Chubby was a bit speechless as he sighed. "Aya, you two don't make fun of me, what I said is true. Then this is too hard for you, it's not like your dad can see the gifts he usually buys with money." Lin Chia muttered, then picked up a mouthful of instant noodles just about to stuff it into his mouth when on the face of it, Callan shoved a reddish cherry into his mouth. Lin Chia took an unguarded bite, and the sweet and sour juice hit his taste buds as he asked in a bit of a daze, "Where did you get this?" Callan rested his cheeks and pointed to the door, "Take it outside." Lin Chia covered his forehead and recalled that when he had just entered the hospital corridor, a large fruit basket was being placed at the entrance of the opposite ward, and at the top of it was none other than a bunch of cherries. "Jalana, we can't take other people's fruit baskets, oh, that's for other patients," Lin Chia patiently explained. "Oh, got it." At this moment, the sun had fully risen and the sound of light snoring came from the crowd in the room. Because there weren't enough beds and Jialan was still a girl, so she was forced and inwardly filled with joy to squeeze into a bed with Lin Chia, and Bailey Chubby was sleeping in a bed by himself because he was more robust. Just as he was dreaming about proposing to Molly, he was woken up by a slap in the mouth. Bailey Chubby was shocked and sat up violently. He looked at the bad smile Chow Yuan in front of him to kill, Uing. Just as he was about to pull out that big precious sword, he was instantly stopped by Chow Yuan. "Shoo. Keep it down, they're all sleeping." Bailey Chubby looked at Chow Yuan with strange eyes, as if he was looking at a mental patient. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? You mean I didn't sleep? Harm, no, I can think of what you got your dad as a gift. And it's absolutely special, you can't buy it with money." Chow Yuan continued to snub him. When Bailey Chubby heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. "Really? There really is such a thing? Really, you come with me." Chow Yuan had already gotten dressed by now and tiptoed out of the hospital room. Bailey Chubby also quickly jumped out of bed, lifted his pants, put on his shoes and chased after him. In the hotdog near the hospital, the aroma of buns fills the entire alley. Bailey Fatty clenched his fists in death to look at Chow Yuan in front of him. Right now he really wanted to stab him to death with his sword. "Boss, 4 drawers of buns." Chow Yuan stood in front of the counter with a fluttering brow and shouted towards the house. "Okay, you sit down first." The two were seated. "Old Chow, do you know what you look like right now?" Bailey Chubby spoke in an extremely calm tone. As the saying goes, people are extremely calm inside when they are extremely angry because they don't want to get angry with the dead. "What?" Chow Yuan was puzzled. "You're like a big now. Stupid. Asterisk. I slept well, Uing had to drag me up to a chicken star. Just to come down for a bun? I'll just present it you and at hashtag and hashtag at." Chubby Time kept spouting beautiful Chinese and didn't stop until the owner served the buns. A little thirsty, he picked up the porridge and took a sip. Chow Yuan saw that he suddenly got really angry, also patiently pacified. "Aya, you believe me, I'll take you to a place in a while, if you're not satisfied, you can kill me." Bang! Bailey Chubby pulled out the large sword from his arms and placed it on his lap. "This is what you said. When the time comes, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you?" 30 minutes later, the two of them came to a temple gate. The winding mountain path on the way made Bailey Fatty die. He very much wanted to slaughter Chow Yuan then throw him straight down the fence next to him. But the remaining shred of sanity told him not to. Inside the clean grounds there are a few mosses drilling out from the brick cracks. Inside the yard dozens of towering linden willow branches along the vermilion wall to explore the outside. And in the center of the grounds there are also a few peach trees growing, light winds blowing, the faint fragrance of flowers along with the sound of the branches and leaves dancing scattered in the air. Inside the courtyard, there was only an old monk sweeping the scattered branches and leaves by the walls with a broom. This peaceful and serene scene instantly weakened Bailey Chubby's killing intent quite a bit. At this moment, there was a woman in a long robe holding a peace talisman carved out of sandalwood as she walked quickly out of the main hall. "Someone went up the mountain to pray for blessings so early?" Bailey Chubby said as he wiped his eyes that were still a little sleepy. "I thought you were the only psycho who came in this morning." Chow Yuan grinned as he stepped forward to look at the ginkgo tree with hundreds of prayer signs hanging from it and said to Chubby Bailey, "How about it? Do you want to ask for a talisman for your father as well? It's a son's wish for his future life, something that can't be bought for money and is unique in the world." Bailey Fat nodded. "Well, said a little sense, this time I let you go first." He then stepped inside the large hall and found a white-bearded old man in light blue monk's robes moving out the counter. The monk looked at Bailey Chubby's fast-walking figure then smiled faintly and thought to himself, "Come to life? Schizo, may I ask what you need?" Bailey Chubby frowned as he looked at the assortment of peace talismans within the glass counter and muttered, "There are so many of them, recommend me the best one." "Ha, wrongdoer." The monk unconsciously spoke from the heart. Bailey Chubby looked at him suspiciously. "Oh no, I mean it takes a big head of yuan, that is, it takes money to purchase this." The monk explained feebly. "Oh, money is no object, pick me 2 of the best." Immediately upon hearing this, the monk pulled out from within the counter a wooden piece that emitted a faint sandalwood fragrance, about half the size of a palm, with a string of small Buddha beads tethered to it, so that it could be hung anywhere.
You see, this is our temple's specialty, the sandalwood piece amulet.
Bailey Fatty took the sandalwood piece and looked at it, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, this piece of front will be engraved with the 3 words Bailey Xin. On the back, it is engraved, peace and prosperity, high step by step, all evils are avoided, and blessings are like the East China Sea. The almsman, greedy for more, then the heart is not sincere. We are talking about the heart is sincere in the spirit, and besides such a small. Without saying a word, Bailey Chubby pulled out a thick pile of bills from his pocket and spread them on the counter.
Can you carve? Chapter 174.
The sun was starting to move slowly from east to west, and by now it was blazing and the temperature was starting to rise. In the temple, the number of tourists who came to play and the devotees who came to pray for blessings began to increase, as this was a suburb, and the aftermath of last night's battle didn't affect it in the slightest. Chow Yuan sat under the towering ginkgo tree and looked up at the yellowing leaves and the prayer sticks that people hung on them, his pupils moving slightly. It had been 2 years since he had last performed his self-direction in the temple.
Hum hum hum. The 5-star red flag floats into the wind, sings of victory.
Half an hour later, Chubby Bailey walked over from the engraved counter with a 6-parent pace, carrying 2 sandalwood peace charms in his hands. Sure the monk stood in front of the gate of the hall with a smile on his face and waved his hand at Bailey Chubby and shouted, "Come back often." Chow Yuan sniffed and looked, and immediately got up and said to Bailey Chubby, "What, you're giving people a hard time about carving?" It seemed to me that the monk was sad to see you go. "Harm, no, I just gave him a little tip. After all, begging people to do things without giving them some favors, can they do things properly for you?" Bailey Fatty said, carrying the 2 peace charms in his hand to Chow Yuan's eyes and shook. "Look, not bad, right?" Chow Yuan carefully held the 2 peace talismans in his hand and examined them. One of them was engraved with Bailey Xin, while the reverse side was engraved with 28 blessings. "You're really, oh, filial." He picked up another piece, the front, and 4 words, Molly's wife, Molly's 2 words, refined brushstroke, at a glance as the practitioner of fine carving from, and wife 2 words, writing the word wife is written in a crooked way or added with a marker pen. "This piece is not bad." The corners of Chow Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he returned the peace talisman to Bailey Chubby. "Right, 1 piece for my old man and 1 for Molly, TSK, I'm such a little genius." Chubby Bailey pocketed the 2 talismans and walked side by side with Chow Yuan towards the gate. "By the way, how much did you pay to carve these 2 charms?" "Ha? I forgot, I didn't count it, but by the weight of the bills it must be $70,000 or $80,000 anyhow. I finally know why that old man can't let you go." Chow Yuan covered his head, like looking at the landlord's stupid son, like looking at Bailey Fat. Thanks to him not to take care of the Bailey Group, or not 2 years Bailey Group is ruined in his hands. "For what?" Bailey Chubby stared at him with watery little eyes.
"Because, there aren't many ingrates like you now."
"Ah." Bailey Chubby listening to Some of the Clouds. "I think it's worth it, just like you said the Hartwell. These 2 plaques are unique in the world." At noon, Bailey Chubby and Chow Yuan returned to the hospital after an hour and a half. The members of Squad 017 had largely awakened, and in the corridor, there were 3 men moving their muscles, each with more or less a few wraps of bandages around their bodies. Jiang Han saw Bailey Chubby walking towards this side. His heart thumped, remembering that last night during the period when he was being controlled, it was this chubby guy who almost cut her head off with that big golden sword. She pulled the corner of Sun Luan's coat with some fear. "Brother Luan, he won't be coming to settle the score with us, right? We were controlled last night. Listen to the captain said that they are still the high-level newly established special squad, which offends the special squad words." Next to the Qian Haoren also came over, the 2 at this time also hard-hairy, as stationed in Gusu City vigilantes were controlled and the newly promoted special squad to go to war. This spread out, there is a loss of face. "This is fine, we have all made amends to them, or they are not relieved to let him beat me up again." Sun Luan swallowed, his voice was a little hairy. After all, he still remembered that woman's punch last night almost didn't send himself to see Tai Mo. Bailey Chubby walked up to the trio and looked at them with a bad smile on his face. "Fat brother, don't be like this. I know that we hindered you from carrying out your mission yesterday, but we were also controlled. It was not from our heart. If you think you are not relieved, you can beat me again, or we will make amends to you again. How much do you want? You say a number." Sun Luan began to speak at length, but was interrupted by the 7 Rolexes that Bailey Chubby had placed in front of him. "Who wants to ask you for your sins? Yesterday I made a little too much effort. These watches are considered my compensation to you, as well as a meeting gift for you." A minute later, Jiang Han and Qian Haoren looked at the golden Rolex on their wrists with some dull eyes. Sun Luan looked at Bailey Fat tall and magnificent back. Suddenly a wave of worship jumped on the face. This fat brother, really a good person. Then Chubby Time walked past the 4 wards, and after fixing his hair in the mirror in the hospital corridor with a fruit basket in his hand, he confidently walked into Molly's ward. "Molly," he said softly as he stood in the doorway. You're here." At this point, Molly had just finished her sick meal and was ready to get out of bed and move around. Seeing this, Bailey Chubby immediately ran over and placed the fruit basket on the nightstand, stopping Molly's movement to get out of bed. You've been seriously injured, although my medicine can treat your superficial wounds, but the loss of spiritual energy will take a few days to recover. It's just the second day, it's better to rest on the bed. Molly looked at him with some hesitation. After all, he was right, she did get hit hard by Gamma Coconut last night, and then she was attacked by that Sandman. If it wasn't for the captain and Fong Ming and the others arriving in time, she would have also likely been buried by the lake. Well, thank you, Bailey too. Chubby. Fat. Hey. Bailey Chubby's heart blossomed after hearing this, as if he had received great satisfaction. Then he took out what should be an exquisite gift box from his pocket and handed it over. Molly took the gift box and waved it slightly in her ear. It won't be. Won't, like Rolex, that kind of worldly gift. How will I give you? This is a unique gift in the world. Quickly open it. Bailey Fatty heatedly smiled, looking at Molly with a face full of anticipation. Hearing his words, it aroused Molly's curiosity. She unwrapped the gift box, a light sandalwood scent came to her face, and a heart-shaped greeting card was folded next to the piece of peace talisman engraved with Molly's wife. Molly picked up the card with a somewhat hard smiley face drawn on the cover. Pfft, Molly laughed out. She opened the greeting card. It was filled with words that Bailey Chubby wanted to say to her since the intensive training until now, and there was no lack of some love words that made people feel mushy. She then picked up the peace talisman and looked at the densely engraved wish after wish on the front of the peace talisman. Peace in all things, happiness always, youth forever, all evils avoided. Molly stared at the one-of-a-kind peace amulet in awe for a long time before she turned it over. Chapter 175. Molly agrees to go to Guangshan. Caleb overbears her. Molly's wife. Who's your wife? Molly put down the wooden card in her hand, glared fiercely at Bailey Chubby, and said without a good mood, although you saved me on the battlefield, I didn't promise you to give my body to you. Oh. Oops, don't care about these details. Bailey Chubby naive smile. I let that old man give me carve these 4 words. He died not carve. Finally, or I used a marker pen to write on it. You do not like the wife, 2 words erased on the line. Che, redundant. Molly grunted sideways. But on account of your going to bless me so early in the morning, I'll take this great gift. She placed this peace talisman in her pocket and looked at Chubby Bailey with some emotion in her eyes. Ha? How did you know I was there early in the morning? Molly pointed to the window, where a lift of mineral water was placed. I got up to go there to get some water, and I just happened to stumble upon you and Xiao Yuan walking out of the entrance of the hospital at a fast pace. At the time I thought you guys had gone to breakfast. Ah, like this. Bailey Chubby scratched his head. Then since if you like it, can you promise me one thing? Molly's eyes widened as she pointed her finger at Chubby Bailey, her tone slightly angry. Don't go too far. If you take this opportunity to make me agree to you, then you're taking advantage of someone's danger. Harm, no, the day after tomorrow, my father's 50th birthday, I want to invite you to go to Guangshan to attend my father's birthday banquet. Immediately after that he added, by the time the birthday banquet is finished, I will bring you to show your face in front of my dad. Hiss, no way. There's no way I'm going to meet your dad. Don't get me wrong, when the time comes, Ming and the 7 Knights and the others will all be there together. Molly thought for a long time, fiddled with the peace talisman in her hand, and looked at the pious eyes of Bailey Chubby before hesitantly nodding. Okay, but I advise you not to get any bad ideas. Bailey Chubby saw that the ploy was already half successful. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Well then, it's a deal. Well, it's a deal. Ah, Callan, calm down. Callan, ah. Suddenly, Lin Chia's heartbreaking shouts came from next door. What happened? Bailey Chubby and Molly suddenly looked at each other and said in unison. I'll go take a look first. You rest first, ha. Bailey Chubby got up and instructed Molly to quickly walk out the door. Bam! The door to the next room was pulled open by Bailey Fatty, only to see Xiao Yuan and Qingyu clinging to the wall with terrified faces, while Fong Ming stood in the doorway with a bad smile on his face. There were instant noodles and water bottles on the table, as well as quilts scattered all over the bed. Karen, on the other hand, was holding a disposable glove in his right hand and was pressing down on Lin Chia's body, as if a wild beast was determined to get the food under its mouth. And Lin Chia was using his hand to deaden Karen's body, preventing her from getting her mouth down. Nima, Fong Ming, one day I'll chop you to death. 7 Knights, don't resist. This. Zhao Lan tugged on Lin Chia's clothes to place the disposable gloves in front of him. It's the will of heaven. What ing providence? Lin Chia struggled to turn his head sideways to pull the button that was about to fall apart with a dead hand. That's the kid playing us. How could this thing appear out of thin air on a bed? This is a ing hospital. The corners of Bailey Chubby's mouth twitched slightly. Ha, what the brother Ming, you drugged her? No. Fong Ming closed his eyes and shook his head. I didn't, I'm just giving this couple a little opportunity. Garland, please let me go. Lin Chia didn't know anything about these things, and although he still had a bit of an inner desire when he saw Fong Ming and Honging somewhat in love, he was a little white when it came to actual combat. Don't struggle, the more you resist the stronger I get. Karen at this time, like a very hungry beast, indeed stayed in the coffin for thousands of years. It is hard to come out, cannot be hungry. I'm going to go out first. If you guys want to watch, keep watching. Fong Ming turned around with a wicked smile, and the rest of the few people followed him very sensibly. Lin Xie looked sideways at the doorway as he struggled to reach out and try to grab a few people, his mouth shouting, "Fatty! Lao Chao! Xing Yu! Help!" As the door to the hospital room closed, the last vestige of illusion Lin Xie wanted was shattered as his body was dragged away stiffly by Karen. To face Garland, who possessed the third king's ruin, in this kind of closed room, facing Lin Xie, who was unable to cast the forbidden ruins that was a one-sided crushing. At the door, Jean Kai had just come back from buying lunch and was a little surprised to see a few people in 5 rows in the hallway. "Why are you guys playing with your cell phones here? Not going inside?" Fang Ming raised his head and poked the ward in front of him with his hand. "It'll come later, the battle is a bit fierce inside right now." Jean Kai approached the doorway, only to be startled by the sound of an iron bar being broken. "That's awesome. I bought some boxed lunches, want to eat some together?" Jean Kai placed the large plastic bag on the ground, and the various kinds of northeastern boxed lunches inside looked appetizing. "Doesn't the hospital have a sick meal?" Anqing Yu asked. "Harm, those are too light for some people to eat, so I bought more." Although Bailey Chubby and Xiao Yuan had eaten a whole 4 drawers of buns in the morning, they were almost consumed by the several hours of traveling back and forth. In no time at all, the aroma of a boxed lunch wafted through the corridor. Half an hour later, as Garland opened the door to his room, everything inside was so natural, clean, and neat at a glance. "Blanche, cleaning the room afterward is the first ing time I've seen it." Fang Ming threw the finished disposable lunchbox into a plastic bag and looked at the duo in front of him somewhat speechlessly. The blush on Lin Xie's face hadn't yet faded as he walked up and pulled Fang Ming to the side, asking softly in his ear with some difficulty, "Is this time normal?" After bidding farewell to the 017 squad members, a few people temporarily stayed in an old broken small building in the suburbs of Gusa City, and of waiting for the then will be the next order, and Xingyu also took the opportunity to dissect the pieces of Zajera left on the battlefield. Afternoon. Next to the long-distance bus station, Lin Xie asked Bailey Chubby with some frowns, "In such a hurry to go back?" Bailey Chubby took the ticket and turned to the few people behind him and said, "Hey, after all, this time I'm going to personally host my dad's birthday banquet. I have to get ready for it." "Alright then, be safe on the road," Lin Xie instructed. "Good, and don't forget, you guys must be there the day after tomorrow," Chubby Bailey shouted as he stood in the middle of the crowd. Lin Xie eyed Bailey Chubby, then put his hand on his mouth and shouted, "Okay, the day after tomorrow, we'll definitely be there." In the car, Bailey fat home the mood is more and more excited, although hosting such a large banquet is still the first time, but he also has the confidence to do this thing well. On the way to the car, he had been mentally practicing his opening statement. The car slowly drove. Bailey Chubby has been looking out the window. Suddenly he felt that someone beside him was patting his shoulder. He turned his head to look, *******. "Brother Ming, how did you get up here?" Chapter 176, Moon Master's Business Robbed. "Hee, of course I can't let you go." In order to give you away, Fang Ming came up to Bailey's chubby face with a wicked smile on his face, and then stroked his soft stomach with that big powerful hand. On the surface it appeared to be a lewd man harassing a small, white, fat man, but what was really going on was Fang Ming muttering inwardly, "I have to think of a way to make spirit treasure Heavenly Father eat the earth." Bailey Chubby looked at Fang Ming's silence and kept touching his stomach. His heart was terrified. He slightly opened his mouth. Ming, brother, it's hard to believe that you're a man and a woman." At this remark, all the passengers in the car cast contemptuous glances, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Cough. Fang Ming coughed and took his hand off his stomach. "Chubby, do you think it's important to be a hero or Molly?" Bailey Chubby didn't even bring his brain over when he heard the question. "Of course it's Molly. This Daxia has you, 7 knights, and those 2 beautiful followers of yours. There's no shortage of heroes at all. But there's only one Molly, and she's the first and last person I'll ever fancy, and I won't give up liking her no matter what." "Yossi." Fang Ming raised an eyebrow and gave him a thumbs up. Afterwards, Fang Ming took out a piece of parchment from his pocket, and then used a brush to crash the parchment and wrote a few big words on it. "Never let Molly down, if not, the sky will be struck by thunder and lightning, the jade will be burned, and the readers will be spurned for the rest of the world. Come and put down your fingerprints." Fang Ming didn't know where he pulled out another box of red sealing clay and handed it to Chubby Bailey. Bailey Chubby frowned at the parchment, holding the paper palms unconsciously sweating. "It's not necessary, Brother Ming. My heart for Molly can be seen in heaven and earth. I cut the ing crap. Oh, if I tell you to press it, you press it." Fang Ming began to talk to Chubby Bailey with his hand on the principle. "Okay, I'll press it." Bailey Fatty resolutely dipped his thumb into the sealing clay and then pressed it on top of the 2 names. "Hee, damn you, if you don't keep your word by then, I'll finish you off for Molly." The corners of Fang Ming's mouth once again revealed a sinister smile as he looked at Chubby Bailey with increasingly evil eyes. At this time, the first Heavenly Father found the Moon Lord, matchmaker god. "The Heavenly Father has come to visit. May I ask for instructions?" An old man with a red silk in one hand, a staff with a hanging marriage book in the other, and a childish face with crane hair greeted him. "I've heard that your performance hasn't been very good lately." The first Heavenly Father held a duster in his hand, and there seemed to be a sense of mockery in his tone. "Alas, don't mention it. I've managed to unite with the Marriage Institute to get tens of thousands of in-love to marriage proposal, family harmony video into the Shake Y. Look at the time when it is about to be a great success. Who knows that halfway out of a yin dongping? No cause of male-female antagonism means, purely to criticize those who are negative-hearted people. I'll just haram. I've worked hard for a year to set up a situation that's all ruined. I'll at hashtag and hashtag UN and at asterisk hashtag. The first Heavenly Father listened to the Moon Elder cursing Yan for a full 10 minutes, then laughed loudly. It's okay, someone in the lower realm is exercising the mission for you, and has already put together a pair, so it's kind of like sharing the business for you.
Oh, is it Fong Ming, who has recently been newly promoted to the divine position? Moon Elder asked.
The first Heavenly Father nodded slowly. Exactly. Car. Fong Ming seemed to feel someone calling his name as he symbolically sneezed. Two old white-bearded men, cricketers behind their backs again.
What? Chubby 100 froze. No, nothing. Fong Ming rolled up the parchment with Bailey Chubby's red handprint, then placed it in his arms.
One more thing, Chubby, how are you feeling about your dad, Mom? Are they treating you well?
Fong Ming asked.
These words seemed to touch the softest place in Bailey Chubby's heart. His eyes suddenly darkened. How to say it, Brother Ming? In fact, when I was a child I didn't get too much of my parents' concern. They were always busy with their work. They didn't have too much time to spend with me. I grew up with the housekeeper and some maids, and even though I didn't worry about food or drink, I always felt that I was missing something. Actually, there's something else I'm not telling you. My dad has another son.
Ha? Fong Ming feigned surprise. Aren't you your family's only child?
Bailey Chubby nodded his head. That's true, but that one is accurately my dad's adopted son, who also grew up with me. But it seems like my dad is more pleased with him. Oh, that's right, then your father won't let him.
After he abdicates.
This definitely won't be the case. He has promised me before that he would give me the chairmanship of the Bailey Group. Saying this, the corner of Bailey Chubby's mouth seemed to curve up into a smug smile.
That's good.
Fong Ming said with a mechanical nod. He stood up and said to Bailey Chubby, then you sit down first, I'll get off the car first.
Okay, bye-bye Brother Ming.
Bailey Chubby waved his hand to see Fong Ming walking towards the front door, then turned his gaze out the window again, repeating the opening line in his heart over and over again. Not more than a few seconds later, he seemed to hear someone arguing with the driver. He probed and looked, only to see Fong Ming gripping the driver's neck collar.
Can't we just talk it out? Stop the ING car and open the door for me.
Fong Ming shouted at the driver with wide eyes. The reason was that Fong Ming wanted to get off the bus en route on the grounds of taking the wrong bus, but the driver refused Fong Ming on the grounds that he couldn't stop in the middle of a direct vehicle, and also called Fong Ming a psychopath, with no eyes or brain to do anything. Originally, after Fong Ming heard that he couldn't stop the car, he didn't plan to do anything. Anyway, he walked to the last place where no one was, and used a spatial transient to get out, but when he heard the words mental illness, the fire went straight to the sky. Hurry up, don't force me to slap you. Oh.
Fong Ming gripped the driver's neck with one hand and prepared to do it with the other.
The driver was obviously a bully. Seeing Fong Ming's attitude, he immediately stepped on the brakes to let Fong Ming out of the car.
Look, isn't this able to park?
Fong Ming let go of the driver and angrily shouted, then turned around and quickly stepped out of the car.
Buzz dash.
After the car left, Fong Ming returned in a flash to that old raggedy little house that a few people had rented. He opened the door to his room to see the kitchen where Lin Xie was preparing dinner with Jialan.
Wow, look at how well I cut the shredded potatoes.
Jialan was close to Lin Xie's body, holding a handful of crookedly cut shredded potatoes with anticipation in her eyes, while Lin Xie was preparing the ingredients for making soup.
Of course, no chef extraordinaire can cut it as well as a baby.
Vomit. Fong Ming stood in the living room and heard the meaty words of the duo, and couldn't wait to vomit out the rice he had eaten in the morning. Does this after dating friends all like to cook together?
He muttered and shook his head as he walked quickly towards Xingyu's lab.
He stood and stationed himself by the lab, connecting the alien energy in his body to the peace office in Songnan City.
Longing.
At this moment, Longing was sitting in the living room with Honging watching Love Sleeps Together, and the rest of the group was in the kitchen preparing the evening meal.
Xiang Tianqi is so handsome.
Longing also began to commit nymphomania after the worldly rendering. The domineering CEOs in movies and TV nowadays can't even compare to one of his shoes.
Agreed. Honging nodded, but well, it's still my husband who's handsome. Longing was speechless, and suddenly Fong Ming's voice entered his mind. Master.
Just go or have the dragon spirit go and secretly spy on Chubby Bailey and guarantee his safe return home.
Chapter 177, Sneak Attack.
Yes, Master. Longing nodded her head and replied solemnly, then sat down on the sofa and contemplated something.
Red Ruffian turned her head and asked, what's wrong? Hubby sent you another mission?
Longing nodded her head. Yes, Lord and Lady, that I will leave first. If there is a situation at home, you can just contact me directly.
Well, go ahead and be safe.
In her heart, Longing actually quite liked this little fatty, Bailey Tu Ming. After all, during the training camp and the New Year's Eve, the few of them played quite well. When she heard Fong Ming say that, then it must be someone who wanted to lay hands on Chubby Bailey, and this was something she could not tolerate in her heart. Longing walked to the door, ready to go out but was suddenly called by Long Ling. Sis, aren't you going to eat? She had just come out of a side pantry with 2 large pots of rice in her hand, just about to go into the pot. Oh, my master has given me something to do and I need to get there right away. I'm counting on you at home for the next few days. She answered back. Okay, promise to get the job done. Thunk dash. The gate slammed shut. Longing was not at home, so Long Ling simply turned around and put the 2 large pots of raw rice back into the rice bag, and then used a normal rice scoop to serve the rest of the people to eat the rice and walked to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Shenmai frowned as he watched Long Ling hold such a small amount of rice. Just this much, which is enough for us to eat? Longing can eat a tub by herself. Long Ling explained after hearing this, my sister went out and won't be home for a few days, so I weighed some less in one serving. Oh, so, that's fine. Next to a private jet bearing the markings of the Bailey Group. Bailey Chubby looked at the uniformed beauty walking towards him. Heart is very happy, out of a few days finally saw the family. Good evening, young master. The uniformed beauty ran up and stood beside Bailey Chubby, bowing slightly, then Bailey Chubby's backpack took over. Aha! Bailey Chubby got close enough to see her face, then responded softly, her gaze somewhat hesitantly sizing her up. How come I haven't seen you before? Back to young master, I'm Xiao Su who just arrived at the group a few days ago. You may not know me if you're not at home. It's the old master who asked me to come and fetch you. Oh, so. Bailey Chubby did not think much after hearing this, and quickly walked into the plane. After all, the 2 flight attendants behind him knew themselves. Both of them had been working in the Bailey family for a few years. The interior of this airplane is so spacious that even with a this and that leather couch, a whole business table, and a bar for mixing drinks, there's still plenty of room to move around in an atmospheric and high-end way. It didn't take long for the plane to take off down the runway, and although it was a little bumpy for the first few seconds, the plane was unusually smooth once it lifted off. Bailey Chubby sat down next to the business seat and looked at the unfamiliar airplane and asked, "Is this my dad's new airplane?" He patted the leather on the sofa with his hand and marveled, "This is a lot higher grade than the previous one, huh?" At this moment, he could feel the importance that Bailey Xin attached to him, and this position of chairman was already his. Xiao Su walked up to Chubby Bailey with a specially mixed cocktail, smiled and bent down to place the glass on his desktop. Back to young master Little Tai, this airplane is young master Jing's airplane. Xiao Su replied gently. Centurion King? Yes. How did he even get a private jet? It's said that young master Jing took good care of the group, and it was the chairman who rewarded him. Bailey Chubby hard after hearing some bad, picked up a cocktail drink a mouthful, some bitter opening. Small master, I have no private aircraft. He to the hole on a, go back and have to be taunted by him. Unlike the idle Bailey Chubby, Bailey Jing had shown a very good business acumen since he was a child, and had already picked up a number of multi-million-dollar projects for the company by the time he was 16. The senior management of the group also valued him very highly, and had always believed that he was the future chairman of the Bailey Group, but he was rejected by Bailey Xin, who claimed that there was only one heir to the position of chairman, and that was Bailey Tu Ming. Bailey Jing, who knew this news, instead of being angry, accepted this fact quite openly. This time back, Bailey Fat No, after inheriting the Bailey Group, also by Bailey Jing to take care of things inside and outside the group for him, which cannot help but let him have some hollowed-out sense of crisis. The benefits that young Master Jing has created in the group go far beyond this one private jet. Xiao Su's words seemed to reveal some irony. Bailey Chubby was listening to some of the zingers, and when he was about to open his mouth to say something, he felt the image in front of him suddenly blur, and a strong sense of dizziness surged into his mind. This is... Bailey Chubby used his hand to strongly support his shaky body, his eyebrows locked. At this moment, he seems to understand something. He angrily threw his cocktail on the floor, gazing at Ko in front of him. You drugged your drink? Xiao Su looked at Bailey Chubby's limp appearance and said slightly apologetically, I'm sorry, little Master Tai, I can't let you return to Guangshan alive. As the words fell, her hand immediately reached under the table. Outside the plane, a rapidly approaching missile cut through the sky and hit this plane straight on. Just at the moment the plane was hit, Long Ying, clad in a black cape, swung his fist violently at this missile. Boom dash! Piercing flames exploded from the clouds, and the thick clouds were directly blown through huge voids. Damn, one step too late. Long Ying cursed through clenched teeth as she looked at the straight downward falling airplane, her eyes quickly searching around the plane. That is, until you see a small, rounded figure beside the smoking airplane that is rapidly descending. Below, an endless ocean. Knock dash. Knock dash. Bailey Fatty and Long Ying quickly fell into the sea, stirring up two waves. Gollum. Chubby Bailey took a sharp gulp of seawater, and as his consciousness blurred, he seemed to see a beautiful woman with silver hair appearing in front of his eyes. 4. What? It's not Mo. Lee. Ah, damn. The dosage of ecstasy was enough to make a Sea Realm powerhouse lose consciousness, not to mention him, a newcomer to the vigilantes who had just stepped into the Chuan realm not long ago. Bailey fat some reluctance to mobilize the whole body hair spiritual power to resist the effect of ecstasy, but consciousness has been blurred. Long Ying heard the grumbling from his mouth, ********, this young lady came to save you and you even picked on it? She immediately gave Chubby Bailey a big mouthful.
100-mile chubby, grunts grunts grunts. That sound. Grunts grunts grunts. And grunts. Kind of nice. Gurgle. The pitch-black sea, ferocious waves kept rolling in, and a pitch-black beast rushed towards Longing head-on. At a glance, on the surface of the ocean, there was a silver-haired woman dragging a little fat man in a wild race towards the shore not far away. Sure. Longing looked at the fainting Bailey. Chubby made it difficult. Killing is simple and saving is difficult. There is no way. She can only cut down 2 large trees to build a fire. She then dragged Chubby 100 to the fire, attempting to let the warmth of the fire dry out the seawater from his body. Not more than a few seconds later, Bailey Chubby rolled over with a whoa dash. With a sound, spitting out the fishy salty seawater. His whole body was lying on the ground paralyzed, and his originally pale face gradually had a red color. He looked sideways at the illusory figure behind the fire, and a weak voice came out of his mouth, "Is it, Ing, sister?" Chapter 178, Betrayal of the Family. It's Molly. Longing held a wooden branch in her hand and without a good grace pushed the charred charcoal towards Chubby Bailey's side. Bailey Chubby climbed up with great difficulty and coughed a few more times. At this time he felt that some seawater still remained in his throat. He scratched his head and looked at Longing. "Sister Ing, is it Brother Ming who asked you to come and save me?" "Hiss, I've said don't call me Sister Ing. Look for you Molly." Longing knocked Bailey Chubby's head with the wooden stick again. "Mother asterisk 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 her, my lady comes all the way to save you and the first time she sees me she's there yelling why it's not Molly. If my master hadn't asked me to save you, I would have just let you drown." "Oops, I was wrong, Sister Ing. When I'm done with my business I'll take you to have fun in Guangshan for a few days." Bailey Chubby walked over and rubbed his meaty face, fawning. "Che, that's more like it." Longing was still very arrogant as she said, "By the way, do you know who attacked you this time?" Since Chubby Bailey was Fong Ming's brother, and Fong Ming was the master who contracted her, and Fong Ming had ordered to protect Chubby Bailey to return safely to Guangshan, Longing thought that then why didn't he do something a little bit more decisive, and directly take out the person who attacked Chubby Bailey? Bailey Chubby's eyes once again showed a few points of killing intent after hearing this. "This is already beyond doubt, it's Bailey Jing, my father's adopted righteous son. He must have sent someone to attack me in order to prevent me from inheriting the Bailey Group, and with me dead, the Bailey Group will logically be incorporated under his name." Longing immediately stood up after hearing this. "Bailey Jing, right? Come on, I'll take you back, just point it out to me and I'll take him out for you." Bailey Chubby see Longing this side cannot wait. Look, no, she must be at home, nothing to do and suffocated. He did pull Longing forward legs, but to no avail. His own body on the ground was dragged out a sinuous arc. Sister Ing, wait, listen to me," Bailey Chubby shouted as he wrapped his arms around Longing's ankles and death showing his teeth. "What? You don't want to him up?" "I want to. But the day after tomorrow is my father's 50th birthday banquet. This time outbreak of conflict will definitely make him feel bad in his heart. What I want is to wait until I finish giving my father a birthday banquet and then showdown with him. By then the two of us will play him to death." Bailey Chubby raised his head in a tone that even revealed a hint of begging. "So Sister Ing, can you hold back for 2 days?" After Longing heard this, it seemed that Bailey Xian's birthday banquet was really important to him. She looked down at the somewhat pitiful Bailey Chubby underneath her and helplessly shook her head. "Alright, anyway, the master just asked me to protect you to safely return to Guangshan. Then I'll take you home now." Just as Longing was gripping the back of Bailey Chubby's neck collar and picking him up, a few strange sounds suddenly rang out in the patch of woods in front of him. 3 golden lights sprang out from the depths of the woods, like 3 shooting stars rapidly crossing the night sky. In the air, the leader was a withered man wearing a pitch-black colored suit, who looked towards the Bailey Chubby duo at his feet, his eyes showing surprise. "Found Bailey Tu Ming," he whispered to the duo behind him, followed by the 3 of them slowly descending from a short distance away with golden light on their feet. Thud dash. Suddenly, 4 spotlights shone down from the sky, and at some point, 4 helicopter gunships had silently arrived at the top of Chubby 100's head. "A forbidden object that blocks out sound?" Bailey Chubby gritted his teeth and stared dead on at the 3 people walking in front of him as he angrily roared. "Did Bailey Jing ask you to come?" The man at the head pushed the gold glasses worn on the bridge of his nose, and looked at the strange woman beside Bailey Chubby and opened his mouth to say, "The little master is playing with flowers outside, right? I can't believe you brought back a woman. Aren't you a Night's Watchman? When did the Night's Watch become so open-minded?" After hearing this, Bailey Fatty glanced at Longing. He saw that Longing's face was extremely gloomy, and he could even feel the powerful energy that was calling out to him. He had to ask before Longing gave all these people a slaughter, and he pointed at the man's nose and cursed, "I'm the one asking you questions now. It's not your turn to question me yet? Did Bailey Jing send you here?" The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly upon hearing this. "That's right, it was young Master Jing who sent us here? I was going to tell you when you were about to die, but well, there's no harm in telling you, because there's no way you're getting out of here alive." The man looked at the side of Longing dead clenched fist, but also did not put on the heart. He thought, after all, is the 100 miles of fat brought back the woman, is certainly for the sake of the money what all can be exempted out of the kind of gold-digging women. Even if it was a vigilant like Bailey Chubby, its strength certainly wouldn't be as high as that. At best it would be a Chuan realm, and with such a juvenile look, it wouldn't look like much of a threat. Heh, can I be killed with just the three of you and 4 broken airplanes? Do you really think that little master stayed in the Night's Watch for these 2 years as a dry meal?
Bailey Chubby finished, immediately pulled out that big golden-colored sword from his arms, coupled with a body full of defensive forbidden objects, simply not afraid of these 3 men. The man looked at Bailey Chubby so agitated, then he calmly advised, "Little Master Tai, don't be agitated."
Chubby Time said excitedly, "Am I excited?"
"You're right, it's hard to kill you with the 3 of us, but..."
The man grinned, "Come on out. Little Master Tai's pious bodyguards."
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. For black shadows flashed through the dimly lit woods, driving some strong winds that rustled the leaves. It was only when they stepped under the searchlight that Chubby Hundred saw their faces.
Earth, Fire, Water, and Wind, 4 Forbidden Objects Envoy, meet Little Master Tai.
The Fire Envoy said calmly as he looked into Bailey Chubby's eyes.
"You guys."
Bailey Chubby looked at the forbidden ambassadors in front of him, who had once protected him safely through 100 assassinations, and became even more indignant. He once again clenched his fists in death, even snapping his nails into his flesh and oozing some blood. "Heh, even you guys have defected?
Bailey Jing is so big, huh?
Just how much favor did he give you guys?" Chubby Bailey roared in hysterical rage. He didn't understand that these 4 forbidden envoys, who had once treated him with respect and had even risked their lives to help him defuse crises over and over again, were all pointing their blades at themselves in the end. The 4 forbidden item envoys looked at each other in dismay and spoke at the same time. "I'm sorry, little Elder Master, we were also forced to do something.
We can't let you return to Guangshan alive."
Each of the 4 forbidden envoys possessed the strength of the peak of the Chuan realm, and all 4 of them together could basically fight a sea realm to a draw.
"Heh, if you guys think you can kill me with this, then you can try."
Bailey Chubby was slightly numb inside at the moment, and his desire to know the truth became more and more urgent. At this moment, he had already gripped the golden greatsword with a death grip, ready to fight these 4 elders that he had once admired. The sound of high heels stepping on the sand, and the next second, Long Ying's slender figure stood in front of Bailey Chubby, only to see her raise her head, her eyes revealing a contempt for everything in the world, her lips lightly parted as she rushed at the few people in front of her.
"Finished? Finished? It's time for me to send you all to hell." Chapter 179, No Assassin Left Behind.
The man in the black suit smiled disdainfully when he saw Long Ying trying to be a standout as he pointed at Chubby Bailey and said, "What favor did this man give you to make you protect him at the risk of your life? Seeing that you're kind of the best looking person on earth, why don't you go back with me and join our young Master Jing's command? I guarantee he'll pay you more than him." Such harsh words entered Long Ying's ears, instantly causing her fire to grow 1 point heavier. "Payment? By the way, it was necessary to ask for some payment, but that lord has already given it to me." As the words fell, howling winds coalesced around her, a vaporous green vein spread from her wrist to all parts of her body, and a dark green alien energy lock appeared from her wrist.
"What kind of remuneration? Can it compare to our Bailey family?" the man asked unknowingly.
"Your heads, Scorpion King armed." As the words fell, the illusory green energy strips around Long Ying gradually emerged as a pair of dark green armor fragments, and in the next second, these armor fragments were firmly attached to the surface of her skin. The monstrous energy fluctuations blew the 4 helicopters in the sky shaking, and a bright green pillar of light erupted from Long Ying's body and shot straight into the sky. Because Long Ying was not a vigilante, her information was completely absent from the information of the vigilante hierarchy, and the Bailey family knew of Fong Ming's name, but they had never heard of the 2 attendants that followed him around. Terrifying energy fluctuations were still pouring out in all directions with Long Ying as the center. The originally calm shore was suddenly stirred up by 1,000 layers of waves, and the towering and upright trees were also shaken by this energy aftermath. In the face of the pressure that Long Ying had casually exuded, the 4 forbidden object envoys used all of the forbidden ruin energy in their bodies in order to barely maintain their stature. You, what the hell? The man had been shaken back a few meters. He struggled to get up, his face showing horror. How could a woman following around a punk have such a strong strength? A slightly maniacal smile appeared at the corner of Long Ying's mouth. "You don't deserve to know yet." A residual shadow swept through the space. She had already arrived in front of that leader to the man's eyes. Gusts of wind attacked Long Ying's cloak behind her, and her hard fist suddenly smashed down. Without waiting for the man to slow down, his head had already been hammered in pieces. The brain fragments with some sticky brain matter splattered in all directions, and some of them also splattered onto Long Ying's fair face. The spike process didn't drag on in the slightest. The moment Long Ying's fist smashed down, the earth began to shake violently, and a spider web of cracks spread dozens of meters in all directions from the strike. By the time the others had slowed down, Long Ying's figure had already reached the remaining 2. Fire! Just as one of the men finished speaking, he was punched in the head by Long Ying. Ta-da-da-da. The gun barrels underneath the 4 helicopter gunships fired in unison, sweeping indiscriminately towards Fatty Bailey and Long Ying. The flare around Chubby Bailiff's neck erupted with an intense golden light, forming a hard bell-shaped shield that firmly covered him. Subsequently, the golden greatsword in his hand similarly transformed into wisps of sword awnings, forming a giant dragon of sword blades in the air to fiercely chop at one of the airplanes. Bang! The hit helicopter broke off directly at the waist and staggered into the sea, triggering a strong explosion and a blinding fire that slowly dissipated along with thick smoke. The bullets swept out by the remaining 3 helicopters completely hit Long Ying's body, but they couldn't break through her defense in the slightest, and didn't even leave any bullet marks. Long Ying lifted the neck of the remaining man in her hand, her wrist suddenly exerted force, only to see a crisp bone-cracking sound from the man's neck, only to see his eyeballs bulging out, blood flowing out from his 7 orifices. His neck had been broken by Long Ying. Suddenly, a fully armed scorpion tail sprang out from behind Long Ying, so fast that it whipped out a few stumps. The scorpion tail snaked across the night sky, the powerful force snapping all 3 helicopters in the air, and 5 seconds later, 3 intense explosions caused by the falling planes erupted from behind Long Ying. It took no more than 10 seconds at all from the time he killed the first man and seconds to bring down the 3 planes. During this time, these 4 forbidden objects envoys tried to strike at chubby Bailey behind Long Ying, but were fended off by his nimble stance, and his body full of offending forbidden objects. Suddenly, a fierce wind rose up, and a powerful whirlwind vortex appeared in the air, converging the countless dirt, debris, and gravel on the ground into a hard boulder. With the ground make leaping high into the air, he swung his fist suddenly towards the boulder. Oh dash! The pitch-black boulder slammed down towards Bailey Chubby. Blanche, you guys, damn it, you guys are really laying down the gauntlet. Bailey Chubby swung his sword violently, 3 swords she chopped out from the point of the blade, hitting the boulder surprisingly just chopped down 3 sword marks. Blanche! Bailey Chubby himself was only in the Chuan realm, the power of the sword she chopped out wasn't enough to open up mountains and break rocks, and the boulder was still processed by the Earth Envoy, the hardness was even more of a step up. Just as the boulder was about to smash down, a pitch-black scorpion tail sprang out of the air, only to be heard with a pooky sound, directly piercing through the Earth Envoy's abdomen and stabbing into the boulder. At this moment, the boulder stopped half a meter in front of Bailey Chubby. As the scorpion's tail shook suddenly, the Earth Envoy's body was torn into pieces, and the boulder instantly burst apart. The fire messenger was struck with fear when he saw pieces of the Earth messenger's body scattered around. What the hell kind of monster is this? Or is it the mystery of the Little Master's collective breeding? He had just turned around and was about to order a retreat when Long Ying's sharp side legs were already approaching in front of him. Police! The fire messenger's body was kicked into 2 sections from the waist, and his eyes rolled back in his head as he suddenly lost his life. At this moment, only Feng Shui Envoy, Bailey Chubby and Long Ying were left on the battlefield. The wreckage of the plane held a blinding fire that illuminated the battlefield somewhat. The crackling sound of burning was sporadic, and the smell of gasoline filled the air. The Feng Shui Envoy looked at the 2 Bailey Chubby people on both sides with their backs to each other. What to do? The Wind Messenger gritted his teeth, the fear inside him had reached its peak. He had never met anyone who could kill the Chuan realm in seconds or even take several bullets hard without dying. You ask me? The Water Ambassador also looked at Bailey Chubby very helplessly. Perhaps it is a person's words are also good, perhaps it is a conscience. He shouted at Bailey Chubby, Little Master, you have to be careful. Knock dash. Long Ying's hand had penetrated through the necks of the 2, and with a flick of the hand blade towards the right, Feng Shui's head was decapitated and rolled aside with a grunt. The forbidden object makes the assassination fail. Bailey Chubby flopped down on his knees, looking at the head of the water messenger that rolled down in front of him. His heart was incredibly complicated. He made up his mind to wait for the birthday banquet to be finished, the first time he was going to kill Bailey Jing with his own hands. Little fatty, still okay? Long Ying walked to him and picked him up. I am okay. Bailey Chubby gritted his teeth, his eyes firmly looking in the direction of home. Cheer up, there's no hard feelings about betrayal, at least it makes you determined to kill them. Bailey Chubby nodded after hearing this. I know, Sister Ing. Thank you for protecting me once again. But can I ask you one more thing? You say. Long Ying disarmed the Scorpion King and reverted back to that harmless-looking juvenile face. Tell Ming and the others not to come to Guangshan. It is very dangerous here. Chapter 180, Everything Can Be Loved, Disappearing Entry Documents. God damn it! On the barren grassy ground on the outskirts of Gusu City, Fang Ming was standing under a tree admiring the night sky, with a brand new barbecue grill in front of him. Since Lin Chie and Jialan were getting too mushy at home and saying some unspeakable things, Fang Ming and Xiao Yuan were ready to go out and hide for a while. When Xiao Yuan saw that he himself and Qingyu, the science guy, were left in the group with no favorites, he simply found a more extravagant bar on the street and prepared to have some fun. As for Fang Ming, he was very affected by Fu Dao's refusal of Xiao Yuan's invitation, and ran alone to the quiet wilderness to eat barbecue and enjoy the beautiful night scenery. He was greatly shocked to hear what Long Ying said, not letting us go? Fang Ming beckoned to Long Ying, signaling for her to come along and eat some, as he handed the grilled meat skewers to Long Ying. What danger can there be? My strength is simply not too simple to deal with those people. Long Ying itself did not eat dinner, plus that battle at the beach has long been hungry chest to back. She forcefully jerked the meat skewer down in her mouth and chewed. Bark, in fact, I'm also bark, so say. Maybe barf barf. He's afraid that by then barf you'll be too distracted to fear that Lin Chie and the others will be in danger. Long Ying finished one skewer and immediately picked up 5 more to eat. Fang Ming felt that he was not grilling as fast as she was eating. Alright, this little fatso is as kind as ever.
You'll go with us tomorrow. Fong Ming was just about to stuff the meat skewer into his mouth, but Longing snatched it away.
Yes, 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 yes. Longing agreed happily. She also knew that the Bailey family was such a large conglomerate that the banquet must have many top-quality delicacies that she hadn't eaten before. No civic cats, the day after tomorrow the Bailey family's birthday banquet you just eat, when to do it look at my eyes.
Fong Ming instructed. Understood. 7 a.m. The next morning. Dum 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 dum.
A dull knock sounded on the door, and at that moment several people were in their rooms eating Linga brand breakfast.
Coming.
Longing put down her chopsticks and jogged to the door to open it.
Rice dough, express, remember well.
Lu Wuwei stood in the doorway with a document in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching.
How could he run into this woman everywhere?
During the last Songnan divine battle, Longing had opened his eyes, and the scene of tearing apart two mysterious beasts with her hands was still fresh in his mind.
Yo, it's you, Comrade Xiaolu? Don't you want to come in and have a seat?
Longing took the documents and moved aside to signal him to come in.
No, Sister Ing, you eat well, I'll leave first.
Whoosh dash. Lu Wuwei wore a little yellow duck on his head and pedaled an electric bicycle, shaking his head like the wind toward the distance. Another loud curse from Fong Ming came from the house. Damn you, you say this love omelette, love bread slices, love tomato slices also even if, this Nima fried potato slices so much you also whole heart type.
What the hell, are you two going to die?
Fong Ming held a heart-shaped potato slice and looked at the duo in front of him with a speechless expression.
Lin Xie stopped feeding Jialan and blankly froze at Fong Ming. Just do it, you love to eat or not?
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
Snap.
Longing handed Lin Xie a file bag. Comrade Shaolin, here are your papers.
Lin Xie frowned as he looked at the consignee's name as his own, and he asked, how did they find us?
I didn't say the address either.
It's from Lu Wuwei. Longing replied.
A human sealing to give himself a delivery, this thing also messed up. Lin Xie is very speechless. On second thought, out of the road Wuwei's forbidden ruins anyone cannot be pinpointed in such a short period of time.
On the way, Lu Wuwei went to give Yifan a call. Hello? What is it?
At this time, Yifan was also sitting in his office enjoying his breakfast, only to hear an extremely sultry voice coming from the other side of the phone. Double the courier fee for me, and in addition, add $500 to my mental damage fee. After the meal, Lin Xie opened the documents and began to read them. This document was mainly the feedback from the top management on their Zajara incident this time. Overall they were very satisfied with the results of Gusa City this time, and decided to award them a collective star medal, and the Starburst Medal of the V-Giant, and Colony of Ant County in Antares County, issued together. Lin Xie swept over another document, which read Karen Entry Document. Look, this is your joining document. From this moment on, you are an official member of our squad, so we can stay together all the time.
Dang. Fong Ming directly gave him a brain hammer. Are you done, Xiao? Can't you see that there are two others here who aren't friends? Fong Ming scolded without a good mood.
This blow could be said to have caused some heartache for Jialan. She covered Lin Xie's head, her eyes were filled with heartache. She glared fiercely at Fong Ming. What are you doing? You can't just hit your head. What if you hit a fool? It's okay, I can cure it. I cured him of his previous mental illness. Lin Xie rubbed his head and didn't intend to bother with Fong Ming. After all, Red Tassel wasn't there. He could be said to be envious and jealous right now. He arrogantly raised his head and coughed twice, glancing at Fong Ming in the process.
Ahem?
Then there's Chao Yuan's, and
there's Qing Yu's entry document.
Hiss, where's Chubby? Lin Xie went through it once again, and after confirming that he hadn't tipped over any omissions, he went to call Yifan.
Bailey Tu Ming's entry papers?
On the phone, Yifan's voice was a bit puzzled. When did you submit the documents for Bailey Tu Ming to join the team? I didn't see it when I approved it. Lin Xie was a bit confused as he held his cell phone.
After recalling it for a moment to confirm it was correct, he asked again, was it lost along the way?
Impossible, Lu Wuwei has never made a mistake in his work.
Yifan said with certainty.
Since it's impossible to lose it on the way, it's... Lin Xie speculated.
Well, there should be a problem amongst the higher-ups. You don't need to worry about this matter for now.
Remember to submit another copy of Bailey Tu Ming's application to join the team over. Yifan probably knew what was going on in his mind.
Okay.
The phone hung up. Lin Xie was a little uneasy. He held the phone in his hand and thought a little for a few seconds before he was ready to go make a call to Bailey Chubby, but was stopped by Fong Ming.
What?
Lin Xie was a bit confused, only to see Fong Ming shaking his head with a serious face. Don't call him yet. Immediately book a ticket to Guangshan. I'll tell you the truth when tomorrow. Don't worry about Chubby, he's safe. At this moment, a young man wearing a white fox mask and the Believer, 9th seat, arrived at the shore where Longing had fought last night. Shin Qingju frowned as he looked at the ravaged corpse in front of him. He was more than familiar with this kind of brutal killing technique. Originally he planned to search for Bailey Chubby's trail then help him through this difficult time. Since Longing had already made his move, he was greatly relieved.
Well, any bodies of Bailey Tu Ming?
The ninth seat walked out from behind Shinju, and he smelled the slight stench of corpses in the air and pounded his chest. Shinju shook his head. No, perhaps he has returned to Guangshan.
Chapter 181. Guangshan, inside a villa that looked like a normal person wouldn't be able to afford it.
Wei Xiaoming sat on the sofa with a face full of shock, while Bailey Chubby sat somewhat haggardly on the side. Then he asked Bailey Chubby, "What's going on?
How did you get into this state after a trip out? And, who was the woman who just sent you here?"
Bailey Chubby picked up a bottle of high-concentration spirits lying on the table and pounded a mouthful of it. "It's a friend made outside."
"Captain, now Bailey. Bailey family, someone wants to kill me."
"What?"
Miao Su, who was sitting on the side, was also stunned. "Someone in your family is trying to kill you? Do you know who it is? And who gave him the nerve to do that?"
Although Bailey Chubby was tempted to ask for Squad 010's help, this was after all his own family business, and it didn't seem too realistic to have them wield their swords to remove Bailey Jing. After all, Squad 010 hadn't taken a lot of bribes from him during the week, and if things got out, Squad 010 would all have to go to a fasting house.
"Don't know yet. Captain, can I ask you for something?"
Bailey Chubby said as he looked sideways at Wei Xiaoming.
"Why are you even polite with me? Have something to say straight away."
Wei Xiaoming seemed to have guessed something. During the period when Bailey Chubby was out, Bailey Jing could be said to send some expensive wine every day, and even went out to all kinds of cars to pick up and send. This situation was extremely abnormal. But in the way of such a large group's influence among the Night's Watch hierarchy, he accepted with a stiff upper lip.
"Captain, Sister Miao, can you send me home?"
"As you all know, it's basically impossible for me alone to avoid their eyes in Guangshan with our family's power,"
Bailey Chubby said. "It's not difficult to send you home, it's just..." Miao Su was a little hesitant. "Won't you be in danger coming home like this since someone in your family wants you dead?"
Chubby Bailey shook his head after hearing this. "Since they didn't make another move on me halfway, then it means that they can't kill me now. Sister Miao, don't worry, I'll be fine. After all, I'm still the young master of the Bailey family." Wei Xiaoming and Miao Su also nodded slightly after hearing this, indicating that they could send Chubby Bailey home.
Why didn't you let that friend of yours send you back just now?"
"I saw that look in her eyes, and the way she walked I see that her strength doesn't seem weak." The corners of Bailey Chubby's mouth touched a little after hearing this. "I'm afraid she'll tear down my house." Outside the villa, in an extremely inconspicuous black sedan, a man slowly lowered the binoculars in his hand.
"And really let him escape back? Quickly report to young Master Jing immediately."
He spoke to his companion in the passenger seat.
"Good."
On the passenger side, a man flicked the ashes of a cigarette in his hand and was just about to pull out his own walkie-talkie, when suddenly a crisp knock on the window came from beside him. He turned his head to see that the knocker on the window was a young man with a cigarette.
"What for?" the man in the passenger seat asked.
"Bro, lend a hand with the fire." "There's no fire, so get going and don't keep me from doing my job."
Shinju's face clouded over. "You're smoking a cigarette and you're telling me there's no fire?" He went up and slapped the man in the mouth, yanking down the cigarette he was holding. "What the is this? What the is this? Incense for your mom? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you dare to hit me."
The man was a bit confused by the whip. He grew up so big, except for the Bailey family no one could hit him in the mouth. He immediately brought his hand to his waist. In the next moment, Shinju casually grabbed at the air, and the air inside the car was instantly drained. Instantly, the intense feeling of suffocation made the faces of the two men in the car redden. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands reached for their necks from the backseat of the car. What was ushered in afterward was the intense pain of snapping tendons and bones. The two reached out their hands and kept struggling, and the bones in their entire body made a crunching and cracking sound. Within seconds, the duo went limp and slumped into their chairs without breathing. Shinju yanked the car door open and threw the two bodies into the trash can before getting into the car together.
"How did you guess that Bailey Tu Ming would come here instead of going straight home?"
Shinju sat on the passenger side and picked up the dead man's Zippo lighter to light a cigarette.
The ninth seat frowned. "Guess."
Shinju hunted for the fact that you're so good at guessing. That woman is obviously not something that Bailey Tu Ming can control, and with that kind of brutal killing technique, if he brings that woman home then there's no need to organize the birthday banquet for the Bailey group chairman.
The ninth seat analyzed. "Oh, you do." At this time, there was another sedan parked in front of the entrance of the villa of the 010th squad, followed by Bailey Chubby quickly ran out of the villa and rushed into the car at once. "Out." The ninth seat murmured. "Okay."
Shinju sat in the driver's seat and prepared to twist the car key. The ninth seat then pulled a stick of Hyunmai gum out of his pocket, tossed it into his mouth and chewed it a few times, spit it out into his hand, and then flexed his fingers and flicked it toward the sedan. The gum made an arc in midair and landed precisely on the sedan's exhaust pipe. Buzz! The sedan that Bailey Chubby was sitting in started up and drove out from the entrance of the villa, then the light around the sedan strangely twisted up, and the body completely disappeared from the sight of the two of them. Shinju. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shinju twisted the car key in the moment to see the sedan disappeared, thought the ghost. He incredibly wiped his eyes. There is someone in Squad 010 who can control the refraction of light. causing people or objects around them to enter a state of optical invisibility. I've already installed the tracker just now. All you need to do is follow my instructions and drive.
The ninth seat said. Good. Shin Chinju nodded. The vehicle then started up and drove slowly towards the front. Finish him off in mid-stride? He asked.
There's no need to act rashly yet. We don't know how many people they have in the car yet. It's too risky to make a move now. Let's follow them and see what they're up to.
Half an hour later, a sedan appeared out of thin air from the road.
Old Han parked the car in front of a magnificent manor. It can only go so far. I can't enter your family's manor. Bailey Chubby turned his head to look at the manor with the gates closed. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, he replied, Fine, I'll walk the rest of the way by myself. Wei Xiaoming and Miao Su, who were sitting in the back seat, also nodded. Wei Xiaoming patted Bailey Chubby's shoulder. You have to be more careful. Signal us when you encounter danger and we'll rush in immediately to save you. After hearing this, Chubby Bailey was even a little grateful inwardly. This was the second group of people he could trust besides Fong Ming and his group. Okay, Captain, you guys go back. As the words left his mouth, he opened the car door and walked towards the manor's gate with a grim look on his face.
When the guards at the manor gate saw Bailey Chubby return, their hearts thumped. Little Master Tai?
It's the young master returning. Bailey Chubby walked to the front door from the gap in the black railing and looked at the several guards at the door and calmly opened his mouth. Open the door. Several guards looked at each other in dismay. Wait a moment, young master, I'll go and ask for instructions first.
Please instruct your mom, eh? In an instant, the big golden sword was already on the guard's neck. Little master needs to ask for instructions from whom to return to his own home? Ha! Chapter 182 Bailey Jing's Provocation, Preparing for the Banquet.
That guard who was pointed at his neck by the giant sword showed panic, fearing that Bailey Chubby would directly start a fight in the next second, and then immediately pressed the red button next to him. A dull sound rang out as the black steel gate slowly opened. A long, leveled path covered in ginkgo leaves appeared in front of Fatty Bailey. Bailey Chubby waved his hand to disperse the big golden sword in his hand and walked towards the luxurious villa with a flat expression.
On both sides of the road,
when the servants who were cleaning saw this familiar figure, their eyes more or less showed some surprise, but they still bowed and respectfully shouted, Good day, little master. Bailey Chubby looked at the familiar and unfamiliar home and took a deep breath. He looked up at the sky. His heart was incredibly complicated, this cozy and full of safety, but now it was in crisis, as if he was the outsider. Right under the watchful eyes of these servants, Chubby Bailey walked up the steps and reached out to grip the doorknob. Squeak! The door slowly opened and a young man in a mixed white shirt, dark cyan tie and gold-rimmed glasses was standing quietly behind it. The moment he saw Chubby Bailey, this young man's eyes were filled with extreme disappointment as he whispered, I sent out so many assassins, and this all let you escape and come back? It seems that becoming a night's watchman has improved your strength quite a bit. Hearing his provocation, Bailey Chubby was enraged. His right hand clenched his fist in death. His left hand grabbed Bailey Jing's neck collar. You ing asshole. The moment he was about to hit it, a hoarse voice came from upstairs. Who's here? When Bailey Chubby heard this voice, he subconsciously collected his fists and loosened Bailey Jing's neck collar to push him away. The corner of Bailey Jing's mouth raised a smug smile. Hee, tomorrow is father's birthday banquet. I advise you to be honest today.
That's my father. I advise you to find your place.
Chubby Bailey spoke with a grim face.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Bailey Jing immediately turned around. Dad, it's brother Tu Ming coming back. Behind the door, a middle-aged man with graying temples walked to the center of the door, and the moment he saw Bailey Chubby, his expression changed slightly, but it didn't cause others to notice in the slightest. Tu Ming is back. Let's have lunch together. You're tired from the road, go take a rest first.
Bailey Xin said somewhat flatly.
The moment he saw his father, his eyes were slightly moist, and that part of his heart that had been repressing heartache and aggression with reason surged to his heart, and just as he wanted to say something, Bai Lixin had already turned around and walked into the house. Inside the hall, only Bailey Jing and Bailey Chubby were left again.
Bailey Jing began to provoke again. Don't think I don't know how you came back? It's that woman, isn't it?
Bailey Chubby's heart trembled after hearing this, but then calmed down. For longing, this person is no longer a secret among the night vigil executives. Bailey Jing, as a senior member of the Bailey group that finances the night vigil, it's normal to know about Long Ying's existence.
Ha, so you think you can still win against me?
Chubby Bailey thought that he had Lin Xie and Fong Ming and his party behind him. He didn't know how to lose, and he knew Fong Ming and their character well. They were definitely not profit-oriented people. From the training camp to now, more than 2 years had made them life and death comrades who could completely give their backs to each other, a comradeship that Bailey Jing would never understand.
Naive, so let's wait and see, shall we?
No one will keep their beginnings under great benefits, gods, too. Bailey Jing turned around and walked into the house after giving his harsh words. In the evening, Fong Ming arrived at Guangshan by plane with Lin Xie and his group. After all, he was a guest himself. Arriving a day early also showed his respect for Chairman Bailey. As soon as he stepped off the airplane, Lin Xie felt unusually warm. He exclaimed, it's really worthy of Guangshan. Living in such a city with 4 seasons like spring is really a blessing. Lin Xie pulled Jialan's hand and walked off the plane before running head-on into the Bailey family who had come to pick up the plane. A man dressed in a black suit, who looked like he could be around 40 years old, came forward with a smile. Behind him there were also 3 Rolls Royces parked, and a few bodyguards stood beside the cars waiting quietly. The man walked up to Fong Ming and Lin Chie and said respectfully, "I presume, you are Supervisor Fong and Captain Lin?" The duo froze, and Lin Chie was the first to speak. I'm Lin Chie, did Bailey Tuming ask you to pick us up?" The man shook his head, still with a smile on his face, and said, "The young master is currently preparing matters before the banquet for Chairman Bailey, and can't spare any time. This is the little elder's own brother, Bailey Jing, who immediately had me come to greet you all upon hearing of your visit to Guangshan."
Bailey Jing? Lin Chie frowned upon hearing this, then asked, "Does Bailey Tuming have a brother? How come I haven't heard of it before?"
"Oh, it's like this." The man explained, "Bailey Jing is Chairman Bailey's righteous son, and grew up together with the young master. The two of them have always had a very good relationship. Hearing that all of you are friends of the young master Jing immediately took it seriously and couldn't wait to come along to pick up the plane, except that he's also preparing for the chairman's banquet, so he sent me to make arrangements for all of you. And all your expenses in Guangshan are on our young master Jing's account." Chow Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing this. This Bailey Jing is quite a good person. He turned his head to Wang Qingjiu, "Do you think so?" And Qingyu's face was calm, of which inwardly she had been thinking about the matter regarding the loss of Bailey Chubby's documents. Maybe. Car. Lin Chie and Jialan, Chow Yuan, and Qingyu, and Fong Ming's 3 groups had 1 car each. Chow Yuan looked at the incomparably prosperous Guangshan, and the beautiful women with bare shoulders and thighs. His eyes were straight, since that man said that the Guangshan expenses would all be reimbursed by Bailey Jing, and that he must not call 4 at a time. Qingyu, look, this beauty has long legs. That one's not bad either, eyeballing 36D. Chow Yuan kept shouting at Qingyu to accompany him to admire the beautiful women, but Qingyu couldn't bring herself to be interested. Hiss.
"Qingyu, what's wrong with you? It's not easy to come to Guangshan once, why are you moping?"
And Qingyu leaned on the back seat, glancing in passing at the driver who was driving in front of him, and gave Chow Yuan a look, followed by comparing it to a silent gesture. Although Chow Yuan had a big heart, he wasn't lacking in heart. He immediately realized what Qingyu meant, and then took it upon himself to enjoy the wonderful evening. He also had some thoughts about Chubby Bailey in his mind, but he felt that with Fong Ming around, he would definitely guarantee the safety of anyone in the squad and didn't need to worry too much at all, like a father would protect his children. As for Fong Ming's car, the man who had picked him up kept introducing Fong Ming to the Bailey Group's influence in Daxia and its position in the Night's Watch. Fong Ming was also playing along with his act, seeing when this old fox would reveal his chicken feet.
Until, the man asked with some hesitation, "Excuse me, where is MS? Long, how come I haven't seen her?" Chapter 183 Bribery. "Ha!" Fong Ming let out a light laugh.
"You guys are really well informed, worthy of being the Bailey family." Seeing this, the man didn't realize that what he had said was about to touch Fong Ming's red line, and he was still repeatedly jumping sideways at the edge of death. "Supervisor Fong is overstating the case. Our chairman of the Bailey family is considered a senior member of the Night's Watch anyways, and is also able to play a role in some important meetings with some decision-making advice. With characters like Supervisor Fong and Miss Long, it would seem a bit rude of us not to recognize them. Miss Long had to go back beforehand, however, she will probably arrive tomorrow." Fong Ming sat on the backrest and spoke softly, "However, I advise you guys to be honest, the Night's Watch hierarchy is not what it used to be." Understood. The man nodded respectfully. "But, a figure like Supervisor Fong, marrying an ordinary woman in Squad 136 stationed in Sangnan City, I don't think it's quite." Before the man could finish his sentence, he was pinched by Fong Ming's neck. Fong Ming's eyes were burning with rage, his arm veins rippled. As long as he exerted a little force he would splash blood inside the car. The driver in the front row was also scared enough to see Fong Ming in this position, and the body unconsciously swung from side to side twice.
"Did I not make myself clear enough, or do you have problems understanding?" Fong Ming whispered, "Can't you understand when I tell you to be honest? How dare you come up here and pry into the affairs of my men? Is her business something you can pry into? And that bull chairman of yours still has the Night's Watch hierarchy able to talk, you don't think I can talk in there? Not to mention one of you, the chairman of the Bailey family, even if he became the commander of the Night's Watch, he would have to squint in front of me. Did you hear me?" The strength of Fong Ming's fingers increased by 1 point once again. By now, the man's face was red, his eyes had filled with blood, and the choking sensation of oxygen deprivation made him instinctively flail his limbs. He nodded mechanically before Fong Ming let go of his hand. Ahem. The man covered his chest and coughed violently, but was scared back by Fong Ming's loud shout. 20 minutes later, the 3 Rolls Royces stopped in front of the top hotel in Guangshan City. The towering building even caused Lin Chie and Chow Yuan's pupils to dilate, and they couldn't see the top of the building as they stood below and looked upwards. "Everyone, please come in. This is the hotel that young Master Jing specially arranged. It has all the entertainment facilities inside." With a look from the man, the beautiful receptionists at the entrance immediately formed 2 lines to respectfully wait for Lin Chie's few people to enter.
While Chow Yuan's eyes wandered over a few beautiful reception girls, he pulled in Xingyu's arm. Xingyu, let's go for a drink tonight?
Yes. This time, and Xingyu agreed with alacrity.
This made even Lin Xie unusually surprised that the science guy who had always been unappetizing had agreed to go to a bar. Subsequently, after the hotel receptionist checked in Lin Xie's several people, he brought them to the elevator. The man stood beside the elevator and smiled as he said to the crowd inside, I hope you are satisfied with our young Master Jing's arrangements. Tomorrow night, our young Master Jing will send someone to pick you all up again, have fun. The elevator doors slowly closed, and the monitor above the back was yanked down hard by Nkinjiu's trick wire. Afterward, Lin Xie was the first to speak, something is very wrong.
Several people nodded together. Do you guys think something bad happened to Fatty Bailey? Chow Yuan speculated. Yo, look at you looking at beautiful women all the way, you can still worry about chubby? And Xingyu said yin and yang. Che, what words? That was me acting, okay. Chow Yuan said defiantly.
Fang Ming moved his shoulders and spoke, no, longing is monitoring him now, nothing will happen. Today, just have fun, the more fun you have, the weaker those people's defenses will be. Anyway, it's a waste not to take the favors they give. The few people behind them looked at each other and felt that Fang Ming had a point, but this seemed a bit insensitive. Receiving someone's things and then beating them up at the end is clearly banditry, but the corner of Lin Xie's mouth rose. I love doing this kind of banditry. The indicator light for the 85th floor had come on and the elevator doors slowly opened. The same golden red carpet as the hall on the first floor could run through the entire corridor at a glance, and there also seemed to be a refreshing fragrance wafting in the air. Fang Ming took the lead and walked out of the elevator. You guys don't need to call me if you want to have dinner tonight, I'm going out to do some errands. Afterwards, he came to Lin Xie's ear and reminded somewhat lewdly, be quiet at night. Oh, there's no chance that there's surveillance in the house.
I thank you. Lin Xie strides past Fang Ming with Jia Lan's hand on her arm, humph. Carrot. Garland also rushed at Fang Ming, humph. Carrot.
3 slamming doors sounded, and Fang Ming also arrived at the door of his room. Just as he was about to open the door, a gasp sounded from Lin Xie, Chow Yuan, and in Xingyu's room at the same time. Adjacent to Fang Ming's room was Chow Yuan's room, only to see the door of the room quickly open, and a woman with white skin and looks that were considered to be of the highest quality on earth ran out unclothed. Several people walked out of the room at the same time, only to see that Chow Yuan was already in the state of the Black King, exuding wisps of black gas all over his body as he looked at Fang Ming with a grim face. Lin Xie was very speechless. They all knew that Chow Yuan didn't have to pull out a knife when he saw a woman. What he didn't expect was this knife. Fang Ming was also helpless as he held Chow Yuan down, forcing him to exit the Black King state, and in the process, he used his magic wand to restore the destroyed things in the house.
No, big brother, you are not compassionate at all?
Lin Xie wrapped his arm around Jia Lan and gave Chow Yuan a middle finger.
Bah!
Chow Yuan spat on the ground. Damn, we were chatting well, and she gave me a direct line about money, and the Bailey family has already paid up.
I didn't even get a kick out of dumping money. I simply let her go.
Lin Xie, ha, grass, if I were that woman I'd have to curse you to death. A few people then looked at Lin Xie's house, a bed full of red banknotes and even dozens of bank cards on the table. It seems that this Bailey Jing has put in a good deal of effort to pull us in.
And Xingyu muttered. Where are you screaming again?
Lin Xie was curious. He wanted to know what it was that could make Xingyu yell. A few more people came over to Nkinjiu's room and took a look at the mysterious corpse of the Four Chuan realms laid out on a small lab table. At a glance I thought it was the psychopathic murderer who was dissecting bodies inside the hotel.
This, Lin Xie's mouth touched slightly, this is the only thing that will come in handy later. Chapter 184, Some are happy, some are sad.
Late at night, Bailey Jing sat in front of his bedroom window, looking at the brightly lit landmark building in the distance.
How are Lin Xie and the others doing now? He asked, holding a phone to the man on the other side.
They all accepted the favors you gave them, just. There seemed to be some hesitation in the man's words, and even some worry could be heard in them. Just what? Bailey Jing pursued, but it doesn't seem to have a good tone. It's just that the one called Fang Ming seems to be greasy, no matter how generous my offer is he seems to be repulsed.
The man replied.
Men who are truly powerful don't go after money, and women, they value power more.
Supreme power.
Bailey Jing speculated, as if he had found a way to bribe Fang Ming.
Young Master Jing, what should we do then? The man asked.
A hint of shrewdness flashed in Bailey Jing's eyes, and the corner of his mouth even hooked up a meaningful smile. Invite her alone to my banquet reception hall tomorrow, and I'll personally meet with him.
Yes, young Master Jing.
In Chubby Bailey's room, he looked out the window in the same way and sighed deeply. In the afternoon, and even at dinner, he wanted to go with Bailey Xin to expose Bailey Jing's behavior, but no matter how determined he was, after seeing Bailey Xin's weathered face and graying temples, he couldn't say anything. In his eyes, his father was a visionary, the founder of the largest conglomerate in the country, and the closest thing he had in the world.
He really couldn't bear to go and say such things that would break his heart before Bailey Xin's 50th birthday.
Chubby Bailey pulled out the peace talisman with the 3 words Bailey Xin engraved on it from his pocket and stared at it in bewilderment. The midnight bell suddenly rang, and the dull sound echoed throughout the 100-mile manor. He got up and was about to close his eyes, which hadn't been closed for the past 2 days, when he suddenly caught a whiff of a fresh scent. Sister Ing? He subconsciously turned around and found Long Ing sitting beside his desk quietly watching him. How did you get in here? Bailey Chubby swallowed. He subconsciously asked this question with little technical content, and it was not good to share a room with a woman in the middle of the night and let Molly know about it.
Is it anything difficult for me to get anywhere?
Long Ying's voice was a little loud. Bailey Chubby's heart trembled when he heard this, and he hurriedly ran to the door of his room, gently opened the door, and poked out his head to look around. He was relieved to make sure no one was watching. If we start a fight with her, the manor is not safe. Don't worry, this room was soundproofed by me and no forbidden object can monitor the situation here. Long Ying patted Bailey's chubby little belly.
Oh, that's good. Bailey Chubby returned to the bed and sat down. He looked at Long Ying and asked again, Sister Ing, you came here this time too? In order to see if you're still alive, I don't want you to die in the hands of a villain like that. Long Ying tilted her head, her left hand curling the silver hair around her ear, and said, Thank you Sister Ing for your concern, it's just that, do you plan to stay here all night? Not good. Bailey Chubby was a little embarrassed, although Long Ying's age he did not know, maybe when his Mrs. Two Milk can be, but from the outside it also looks like it's only 9 years old and extremely juvenile looking. Anyone faced with a Lolita-looking, royalty-built, black silk, white-haired woman in a room with anyone would be tempted. I'll take one look and go, and I've come to ask you something extremely important. The words extremely and important came out of Long Ying's mouth, making Bailey Chubby a little chilly. Ing sister please. Long Ying came forward with some bad humor and asked with a bad smile, what kind of delicious food will your family have at the banquet tomorrow? Do not ask for the 8-ball with a sprinkle. Idy Barty. Shake it up. Dum 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 dash. At this time, in Guangshan City, on the top floor of the tallest building, some rich young masters and princesses were enjoying themselves all night long. Mind-blowing tunes, all kinds of swaying body posture can be said to be mesmerized Chao Yuan's eyes, only to see his left hand right arm and lap also sat on a. 4 people are very happy to play the table's small game of wine. Lin Chie and Jia Lan were sitting in a remote corner, drinking soda from the table. Relaxing can't be this relaxing, can it?
If the higher-ups know about this, the 5th Special Squad doesn't do anything serious all day long, they go to the bar every day and look for girls, they won't have to remove us from the list, right? Karen didn't care about the title, she just wanted to stay well by Lin Xia's side. It didn't matter if she was a night watchman or not.
Xingyu, what are you doing?
Lin Xia asked. Only to see Xingyu clad in a white coat, picking up the 2 types of wine in front of her and shaking them in front of her, then a hint of essence flashed through her eyes. I'm analyzing the alcohol concentration of these 2 types of wine to see which one is more likely to make people drunk. Lin Xie turned the bottle in his hand around and looked at the alcohol concentration less than or equal to 13 degrees labeled on it. Doesn't it say that? Still need to compare? And Xingyu shook her head. Actually, it's the ones that don't usually feel like anything when you drink them that are commonly used for dunking in places like this. He then glanced at the 4 men and 3 women sitting not far away. One of the girls kept drinking after losing the game, and was now obviously a bit drunk, drinking the very same one Lin Xie was holding.
It can't mean anything, right? After all, everyone's physique is different as well.
Lin Xie retorted, the physical strength of ordinary people in the Night's Watch also differed quite a bit, and a Chuan realm like Lin Xie could almost take down 8 of them by drinking with ordinary people. At this moment, Fang Ming walked in from the doorway, and he made it to Lin Xie's side with his arms wrapped around him.
Well, Lin Xie asked with a frown. Don't worry, Chubby, he's safe.
That'll do. Playing is playing, Lin Xie can't forget the serious things. This if something happens to Bailey Chubby, he doesn't mind bloodwashing the Bailey family. When the time came for the higher-ups to blame, it would be fine to push Fang Ming out. They couldn't do anything to him anyway.
So, what about that Bailey Jing? Any new moves? Lin Xie asked again.
Fang Ming nodded after hearing this. There should be. Tomorrow he'll be preparing another bribe to us. As long as it's not something that touches the bottom line, I suggest taking it as it is.
The 3 Lin Xie nodded. But how about touching the bottom line? Karen asked, somewhat confused.
Fang Ming thought for a few seconds before replying, like when they wanted to introduce a concubine to old brother 7 nights in.
Shenma?
Callan immediately flared up after hearing this, and his hand clutching Lin Xie's hand increased a few points. Lin Xie felt a bit of pain.
How dare they? Karen said, angrily.
In such as he is, a typical violation of vigil discipline.
Afterwards, Fang Ming pointed his finger towards Chao Yuan who was playing crazily. Is this bastard suffocating? Chapter 185, Going to the Banquet, The Lure of Power. 2 hours before the banquet, at exactly 1700 hours, Lin Xie's few people had already arrived downstairs when they received the message from the man who picked them up yesterday. Each of them wore elaborate gowns. Looking at the fawning faces of the people who came to greet them, Lin Xie was surprisingly a little disgusted. He knew deep down that these were Bailey Jing's men, and preparing all this for them was only to sow discord.
but he pretended to be at peace within himself as he got into that stretch Lincoln. The venue for this birthday banquet was the top floor of the Bailey Group's A1 main building, which was known as the tallest building in Guangxin City, along with the hotel under the Bailey Group's name that they stayed in that night. The vehicle slowly pulled up to the entrance of the main building and wide show brand new red carpet. Lin Xie stepped down from the car. Karen is pulling Lin Xie with just learned the way to tie a tie in the reorganization of him. Che, you guys just show off. Fang Ming glanced obliquely at Lin Xie's duo and also pretended to straighten his suit himself. Then the five of them walked towards the interior of the building together. At this time, there were already many guests standing in the luxurious hall on the first floor of the building, and among them were many famous aristocrats and real estate tycoons, as well as people who could hold the economic lifelines of other cities. Suddenly, their voices diminished. Have looked at the door. Only 5 figures with full aura and extraordinary meters stepped on the red carpet and walked out of the hall. The young man walking in the very center had a robust figure, a straight back, and an extremely calm gait. His gaze was always on the front, and his eyes even revealed a bit of contempt for this place. On the left is a young girl in a long blue dress with skin like cream, which is a historical treasure. The azure silk ball gown was a bead on her, and the gowns of all the nobles in the hall almost paled in comparison. At the moment, she was walking demurely on the arm of a handsome, upright young man. On the right side, 2 young men wearing glasses came with similarly smooth footsteps as they stepped on the red carpet, and although they looked a bit gentle and elegant, their gazes even revealed some arrogance. Who are they? I don't know, but, looking at their walking posture, they are definitely not ordinary, probably nobles who are deeply intertwined with Chairman Bailey. Why do I feel that the man walking in the center looks a bit familiar, like I've seen him there before? The surrounding guests murmured, but none of them guessed the true identities of Fang Ming and the others. Suddenly, a female attendant in a dress ran up to her. I guess a few people are young Master Jing's friends? Lin Xie spoke indifferently. We're Bailey Tu Ming's friends, please get it straight. Oh, it's all the same, please follow me. Our master has prepared some thin gifts for all of you. Lin Xie and Fang Ming exchanged glances after hearing this. Sure enough, he was right, today was a second bribe to a few people. Fang Ming also nodded at Lin Xie, signaling that he should just take it and be done with it, and that it would come in handy when he finally flipped out. The other guests in the hall were even more surprised when they saw this scene. They were all representatives from major groups, even they didn't enjoy this kind of treatment. Who on earth were these young men? Was it really because he was a friend of Chairman Bailey's 2 sons that he received such treatment? Just as several people were about to follow the female waitress towards the parlor, Fang Ming was stopped by a young voice. Fang supervisor. Fang Ming turned around at the sound of the voice, and Lin Xi's few people then stood still as well. Supervisor Fang, our young Master Jing has an invitation to meet with you alone. I wonder if you could spare a moment. Yes. Fang Ming raised his eyebrows. Before this man even opened his mouth, Fang Ming knew what he was farting about. He gestured for Lin Xie to follow that waiter, and he himself would follow. Subsequently, Fang Ming followed the man to a splendid hall. If he didn't know that this was the Bailey Group's building, Fang Ming would have really thought that this was an ancient palace. The dragon chair made of pure gold has the flavor of an ancient emperor, and a red carpet of vermilion brocade leads from the door to the edge of the golden chair. On both sides of the hall stood 9 golden pillars, each with a golden dragon perched on it, signifying the 9 or 5. And a young man in a white shirt and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses stepped out of the golden door next to the hall. Hello, Supervisor Fang. My name is Bailey Jing, and it is an honor to meet your divine form today. Bailey Jing arrived in front of Fang Ming and bent his head in greeting. Fang Ming, on the contrary, stood still, his face calm, his heart like still water, not the least bit impressed by this place that looked like an imperial palace. Is your Bailey family fantasizing about being an emperor? Fang Ming's voice was extremely penetrating, and his thick voice echoed through the hall. What era is it now? You guys really don't know what's going on. When Bailey Jing heard this, he raised his head and hurriedly explained, No, Supervisor Fang, you've misunderstood, this is for you? Me? Exactly. Bailey Jing said, although he stood straight, his head had been deliberately slightly lowered, clearly and deliberately elevating Fang Ming's status. Supervisor Fang, please follow me. Bailey Jing said softly, walking ahead and heading towards the dragon chair in the very center of the hall. The two came to the dragon chair. Supervisor Fang, please take a seat. Bailey Jing was like a left minister, standing respectfully beside an emperor. Fang Ming raised his eyebrows. He could sort of understand, this Bailey Xian wanted to urge himself to use that supreme strength to rule over the Grand Xia. Supervisor Fang, is a strong man as powerful as you are willing to be just a night watchman? Although you have just entered the society not long ago, but I can tell from your temperament that you will definitely be a qualified leader. Nowadays Daxia is often infested by foreign gods, all due to the inability of the Night's Watch executives to be united and incompetent. The gods of Daxia have not yet returned. You deserve to be the new god of Daxia, as long as you and I join forces, with your powerful strength, and the influence of the Bailey family in the country. Wouldn't it be better to command Daxia to a new height? Fang Ming felt a little amused as he sat in the dragon chair listening to his crowning words. How could a Bailey family with such ambitions end up being willing to just be his aide-de-camp? If Fang Ming listened to Bailey Jing's words, then the final Xia would surely be filled with corpses and bones. A kingdom forged from corpses and bones was not something he wanted. Moreover, with his current strength, he can already achieve the kind of do whatever he wants without overstepping the rules. The real strength of the superb people enjoy helping others to bring the sense of pleasure. Enjoy is to crush the evil people to bring the coolness. One will be trampled under the feet of the crowd as those who do not have self-confidence in their own strength of the weak. Your words are not unreasonable. Fang Ming coaxed Bailey Jing like a child. I quite literally feel that some people exist in this world unnecessarily, and I'll clean up this inconsequential garbage when the party is over. Bailey Jing saw that his ploy worked. His heart was unusually pleased. He had already begun to fantasize. The day he seized power, he respectfully bowed his head beside Fang Ming. Lord Fang is wise. I am looking forward to the day of the great cleansing. Chapter 186, Giving a Forbidden Object. Lin Chia, first 1,000 pills. On the other side, Lin Chia's few people followed the service staff to the elevator door. Aren't you going in? Lin Chia stood inside the elevator and asked the attendant who was stationed at the entrance. Oh no, Captain Lin, when the elevator arrives there will be a special person to receive you. I'm only responsible for guiding the way to the first floor lobby. A polite gesture from the attendant followed, pressing the elevator to the 101st floor. The elevator ran silently after that, and as the red numbers continued to jump, their distance from the ground began to rise extremely fast. When the string of numbers stopped at the 101st floor, the elevator doors finally opened slowly. Standing next to the elevator was a man in his 30s who still had that familiar service smile on his face. Captain Lin, been waiting for a long time, this way please. The man raised his head to let Lin Chia's group of people go first, then he himself walked on Lin Chia's right-hand side. The wide promenade was surprisingly long at first glance. A few people looked at the dozens of solid wood doors passed on the road, not shocked. Feet on the gold velvet carpet is also extraordinarily comfortable. The walls and chandeliers hanging overhead do not show the power of the noble atmosphere here. Obviously the extent of the Bailey family's golden power was beyond their comprehension. A few minutes later, Lin Chia's group of people followed the man's guidance and finally arrived at the end of the long corridor, where they were confronted with a mechanical door. The man walked up to the door, first performing iris authentication, then quickly pressing a few strings of numbers on the cryptograph next to the door. Ka-ching dash. A bang. The door opened in response, and the man pushed his way in to be greeted by a massive space that was 3 stories high. As the doors opened, a bright light converged on each display case. A rough estimate could be several hundred. Lin Chia looked at the densely packed display cabinets and felt some dizziness in front of his eyes. He should be dense-phobic. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, sighing. It's nice to be rich. Are these the forbidden things in your collection? Yes, Captain Lin. The man replied respectfully. Ready to give it to me? Lin Chia asked, pointing at himself. Fang Ming's words echoed in his ears. Whether they bribe or not they take it all as it is. What we do is banditry anyway. No, Captain Lin, it's for you guys. The man walked over to an empty display case, and Lin Chia and the others followed. When each special squad is formed, our chairman carefully makes a gift of a forbidden object to each of them. The eagle iris used by Wang Mask, the leader of the Mask squad, was gifted by our chairman Bailey himself. The man introduced by resting his hand on this empty display case. Sequence 301 Eagle Iris. Although the killing power is not big, but with the king face as a time mob but can hit the damage comparable to a high-risk forbidden object, so the best for you is the best. Lin Chia nodded after hearing this. Can we just pick any of these? Yes, Captain Lin. Can we pick out a few more? The unexpected words caused the man to be a bit shocked. He was unconscious that this squad's appetite was also too big, but in the way of Bailey Jing and Bailey Xan's command that no matter what, they must bribe Lin Chia's few people into becoming their own people, he had no choice but to nod his head. Lin Chia was afraid that the request she made was too much. She could only go up and put her arms around the man's neck. Don't worry, don't take more of yours, we'll just take 2 pieces a person. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Lin Chia was going to empty the place. He changed into that professional fake smile again and said to Lin Chia, then everyone will choose first. Captain Lin, please follow me. Lin Chia gave Xingyu a look back, and Xingyu understood. He then followed the man into another room. The room wasn't large, it didn't look as atmospheric as the huge collection outside, but it was exquisite, and in the center of the room, 3 spotlights reflected a slender black box. Lin Chia quickly walked over to the black box and flicked the switch with his right hand. A snow-white long knife was lying quietly inside. The blade was about the same length as the Night's Watch's star sword, but slightly narrower, pure white in color, with a faint red light emanating vaguely from the blade. The man looked at Lin Chia's somewhat dazed eyes and introduced, Captain Lin, this blade is called Chopping White, comes with the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruin, Chopping White, with serial number 061. It is one of the 12 most precious collectibles of the Old Master. It is capable of ignoring distances and inflicting damage on any object within 1,000 meters of its circumference. And with a single wave of the blade, all things are awarded with their heads. Lin Chia, however, was very attracted to this Chopping White, and he reached out and grabbed the hilt of the blade and lifted it up, glowing with a faint shimmering light under the bright spotlight. Nice indeed, is this blade for me? he asked. Yes, Captain Lin, this was specially selected by the master for you. The man replied, Captain Lin is now honored as a dual god agent. Your potential can definitely surpass the king's face and you will definitely climb to the top in the future. The corners of Lin Qia's mouth lifted at the hypocritical words. Since it's a piece of goodwill from Chairman Bailey, I'll accept it. Lin Qia placed the sword into the black box and then carried it on his back. You just said that we can choose 2 forbidden items, right? Lin Qia said with a bad smile. Yes, Captain Lin, you can choose another forbidden item from the collection outside, but if it's a forbidden item with a high-risk forbidden ruin, you can only choose one. The man replied. Good. Lin Qia came forward again and inquired, you also don't have a forbidden artifact here that can turn enemies into sheep or repair various damaged objects? All natural with no side effects? The man listened to Lin Qia's outrageous request and searched hard in his head, but it seemed like there really wasn't any of the heaven-defying forbidden objects that Lin Qia was talking about. Captain Lin, it seems like we can't fulfill this request, but it seems like young Master Jing's research team has recently been working on a morphing pill that can change itself according to the user's thoughts. Similar to morphing magic? Lin Qia pondered deeply. Other than Fong Ming and the team, he was the only one with the interest to utilize morphing magic. If he had this pill, he wouldn't be alone in danger during future scouting operations, and it would be a very significant boost to the team's strength. Is that pill available now? Lin Qia asked tentatively. Only test subjects at the moment. Alright, when you guys succeed in your tests and can mass produce, then. Lin Qia stroked his chin and thought. How about 1,000 pills to start? After picking out the forbidden objects, Lin Qia's few people walked out of the forbidden object collection with satisfaction. Onching Fish holding a 4-square iron box looking at the sequence is not very forward look. Karen picked a pair of silver bracelets and a pair of emerald earrings, which can only be used as a decoration. Chao Yuan was different. He picked a string of Buddha beads and a yellow seal in keeping with the idea that he was a monk. Che, flower monk, start pretending again. Lin Qia looked at the forbidden objects in the hands of several people and spat up. No, let you guys pick. You pick this ah? And Qingyu refurbished the iron box in her pocket and explained, the forbidden objects in the forbidden ruin sequence outside are all relatively backward, so we can only pick some that we think match a bit better. Alright then. Lin Qia couldn't say anything after hearing this. After all, it was free. The man led several people to the elevator, pressed the top floor, and smiled as the doors closed. Enjoy your meal, and I hope our friendship with all of you grows to a higher level. 166th floor, top of the Bailey building. Lin Qia's few people had been sitting in the VIP seats waiting for Fong Ming's return, but there was never any sign of him. The hall was full of guests, and from time to time, there were a few discerning people it's brought to toast Lin Qia's few people. Suddenly, a discordant sound rang out from a seat not far from the, Hey, this is my seat. Where did the white hair come from? Dress like this and still have the face to attend this grand banquet? Chapter 187, Polite Longing, the truth comes out. Lin Qia immediately looked around after hearing the sound and was seeing Longing holding an Australopithecine in her left hand and a crab pincer as big as a human head in her right hand and stuffing it into her mouth. Dressing well, or just met her. That dress, tight leather pants with black silk, navel shirt backed by a few black silk rope tied, is a little with the banquet and the crowd's dress does not quite match. Most importantly, Longing sat in the seat of a woman named Huang Shan. At a banquet of this caliber, everyone has an exclusive seat, and Longing was yelled at, her mouth stuffed with crab meat, her cheeks puffed out as she looked at the name tag in front of her, which had 2 words written on it, Huang Shan. Oh, sorry. Longing was also rarely good-tempered. Immediately stood up, grabbed her leftover lobster and was about to leave, but was stopped by the woman. When Longing first came in, since she didn't have an invitation, she was still recognized due to her extremely recognizable face and dress, and the receptionist told her to just come in and sit at her leisure, no need to be formal. Longing entered the banquet hall as well and searched for a long time without finding a seat with her name on it, so she could only find a random seat and ate, and she didn't notice the entrance of Lin Qia's few people due to the overly tasty meal cooked by the cook. Don't go. How are we supposed to eat when you've made this table like this? Huang Shan's expression was extremely unhappy. Princesses like her who were honored as other entrepreneurs who cooperated with the Bailey Group had as many as they wanted in such banquets. Longing also shrugged helplessly. What do you want to do then? Apologize to me and clean up this table. Oh, sorry. Longing took the Aussie dragon in her hand into her mouth and immediately bent down to clear the table. The man who had lured Longing up here heard the murmur over here and turned his head. No. Good. He hurriedly flew to Longing's side and helped her up. Miss Long. Long, how can this let you do this kind of work? The man hurriedly guided her to the side of Lin Qia's few people. Miss Long, you can sit here. It's really a lot of offense. Please apologize for the poor hospitality. Longing was not angry. She reached out and pointed her finger at the Australian dragon and king crab on the table and said, This stuff is quite tasty. Can you serve a few on it? Okay, Miss Long, we will serve as much as you want. The man bent down and bowed. Seeing that Longing was not angry, he was finally relieved. Longing was slightly embarrassed after seeing the name tag with her name in front of her, and could only grab a golden shrimp ball on the table and stuff it into her mouth. Originally here. Lin Xia's few people also looked at Long Ying with surprised faces. Unlike you, we thought you would rip her head off and throw it down the stairs.
Long Ying? Am I that unreasonable?
Lin Xia. Long Ying's reputation of as long as he strikes, his head will be separated was not a cover. The only time he remembered Long Ying striking that did not result in casualties was the time in the fasting house, beating that prisoner leader to the point where he couldn't take care of his own life. Huang Shan was apprehensive when she saw Long Ying laughing and joking with Lin Xia's people who were sitting in the VIP seats, knowing that there were only 2 VIP seats at this banquet, one being the table where Bailey Xan was sitting and the other being the table where Lin Xia's people were sitting.
Even Squad 010 in Guangshan City could only sit behind them. I don't know if I'm going to get retaliation for offending her just now.
Bailey Group, inside the chairman's office. Bailey Fatty stood in front of the closed gate, looking angrily at Bailey Jing in front of him. Bailey Jing instead gazed at Bailey Chubby with a provocative face. What, are you planning to pick a fight today?
Pick a fight?
Bailey Jing, it's a shame that you can say such big words.
How did our family treat you badly? Ever since I was a child, you had all that I had and even father would fancy you. Now I just came back to inherit a false name. Do you have to drive me to extinction?
Bailey Chubby hissed, his hand had already reached into the self-contained space in his arms. I said you're stupid and you still don't believe me. You've said it all. I've had more than you since I was a child. I'm better than you in terms of business acumen. Even the Bailey Group has prospered under my management. What have you done? Growing up as a loafer, now you can't even figure out the business of the group. What qualifications do you have to inherit the position of chairman? Also, do you think I'm in a position in the group to move missiles and turn the 4 seniors of wind, fire, water and earth to kill you?
Bailey Tu Ming, it's not me who wants to kill you, but our father.
Bailey Chubby felt his mind dizzy after hearing this. He leaned on the edge of the door to calm down for a while. At this time, it was impossible for him to believe Bailey Jing's words. He growled as if he was mad. You fart.
I'm my father's own son, how could he kill me? Do you still think you're your father's real son until now? It is you who are the adopted son. All you're doing now is laying the groundwork for me. As a child, you were my shield, helping me avoid hundreds of assassinations, and now that you've become a Night's Watchman, all of your current accomplishments will be mine when you die. When I take back the name Bailey Tu Ming, the Bailey Group, the Night Watchman Squad 010, the Bailey heir who sits on 100 forbidden items, all your feats will be reduced to stepping stones for me. At that time the entire Bailey family will become the most prestigious corporation in the Great Xia. The more Bailey Jing spoke, the more maniacal he became. The green trigger finger on the thumb of his right hand flickered with emerald green light, and in the next moment a pair of lapis lazuli gloves were firmly attached to his palm. Ha, with your strength, you want to fight me here?
Yes, so what?
Good. Then I will accompany you to the end.
Chubby Bailey said disdainfully, as he grabbed with his hand in the self-interested space.
Where is my self-space?
Undeterred he continued to fumble around in his pocket looking for that, but the next second he felt a paralyzing unconsciousness in his body and fell to his knees. His pupils plummeted as he looked at the ground. The feeling was extremely similar to the kind of vertigo he felt on the airplane, and it even sealed the mental locks within him. Bailey Jing walked to Bailey Chubby's body and used that pair of green jade gloves to hold down his neck. Now you understand, right?
Mother cooked for you, was it good?
Mother.
Hearing these 2 words, an unprecedented sense of despair welled up inside Bailey Chubby.
The mother who had given him the only care in the house had personally drugged the meal he had eaten.
No, this is not true. Confused memories surfaced one by one in Bailey Chubby's mind.
From childhood to adulthood, Bailey Xan did just give money, without the slightest care that a father should give. And the mother's extremely kind smile turned very ugly at that moment. Reluctantly, he held Bailey Jing's wrist with both hands and tried to break it apart, but to no avail.
It's useless, Bailey Tu Ming, no one will come to save you.
Bailey Jing's green jade glove suddenly evolved into a sharp short blade. It's done, we have nothing more to talk about. Goodbye, Bailey Tu Ming. When the short blade was about to pierce Bailey Chubby's throat, the door was suddenly opened.
Bai Lixin stood in the doorway frowning at the scene inside the house.
Father,
parent.
Bailey Chubby obviously still don't believe what Bailey Jing said. He hated that this was a nightmare. He didn't believe that the father who had raised him for more than 20 years could kill himself.
Why aren't we done yet? The banquet will start in 5 minutes.
Bailey Xian urged Bailey Jing.
I'm sorry, father, I'll do it right away.
Be careful, don't get the floor dirty.
Bang! The gate closed again.
Bailey Chubby listened to what Bailey Xian said. His heart was as if it was dead. At this point, other than Fong Ming and Lin Xia's few people, he no longer believed in any of them.
What a ing father, mother, affection, it's all fake. Ha, now you're still thinking who can come to save you?
Bailey Jing slammed Bailey Chubby to the ground with one hand.
Dang! Kra dash.
The crisp sound of bone cracking came from Bailey Chubby's chest. As Bailey Jing stomped hard on Bailey Chubby's arm, there was another bone cracking sound. The drilling pain attacked every nerve of Bailey Chubby. He endured the pain and curled his body up, bean-sized sweat dripping from his forehead. You
don't get too happy too early. Kill me, Brother Ming.
7 nights will also definitely make you give me a burial.
Let your entire family be buried with you.
Bailey Jing laughed out loud after hearing this, ha 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 ha. How come you are still so naive, really think that, those comrades of yours will still make an enemy of our Bailey family for the sake of a dead man? Today, I'll let you die. Suddenly, a dull footstep rang out from in front of chubby Bailey, and he raised his head only to see Fong Ming standing in front of him with a cold face, his expression stiff and without any emotion at all. Lord Fong Ming, please allow me to kill him, and I will serve you in the future. Chapter 188. Ming. Bailey Chubby covered his chest and endured the intense pain. His eyes were more puzzled than shocked. In the boot camp, Fong Ming could be considered the big brother of this small gang, although he did tease himself and Lin Xie from time to time, but when it came to danger, he was always able to stand in front of the crowd. The first New Year's Eve together, it was also him and Long Ying who protected the safety of the crowd. In the Battle of Jinan Mountain, it was also because of Fong Ming's intervention that he was able to free Shen Qingzhu from the shackles of the soul contract, and it was also because of Fong Ming's efforts that he was able to defuse the fatal crises in the team time and time again. Why would you stand with this despicable villain? Bailey Chubby gritted his teeth, his expression grimly asked. Fong Ming was still expressionless as he replied, just now I suddenly realized a truth. He squatted down and grabbed Bailey Chubby's hair, lifting his head up. I am stronger than anyone else, even beyond any gods. Then why don't I become the master of this world? Is it still necessary for me to follow the orders of those molehills? One thought from me, and you, and all of you will cease to exist, and I've only kept you until now because I haven't had enough fun yet. Fong Ming's icy words pierced Bailey Chubby's heart. Now even his most trusted comrade had been compelled by Bailey Jing. He didn't know who else could come to his rescue now. Lord Fong Ming, what's the point of talking so much with this punk? Let me kill him directly. Bailey Jing's killing intent resurfaced, and as he raised his dagger to pierce Bailey Chubby's back, he was slapped aside by Fong Ming. Bailey Jing instantly felt like his neck was going to break. He coughed out a mouthful of blood violently and stood up with great difficulty, holding onto the wall. Lord Fong Ming, you. Since when is it my turn to interrupt when I speak? Fong Ming glared at Bailey Jing and shouted. Yes. Subordinate knows wrong. Bailey Jing wiped the bloodstains remaining on the corners of his mouth, and inwardly walked along the wall to the gate in terror. You go out and follow the procedures for the banquet first. This person's life, I'll take it. Fong Ming said coldly. Yes. Although Bailey Jing was upset, he also knew that with Fong Ming's strength, crushing himself was as simple as stepping on an ant. He wanted to kill Chubby 100 with his own hands, because only then could he feel at ease. Just the moment Bailey Jing opened the door to his room, Fong Ming copied the dagger on the ground and violently stabbed it towards Bailey Chubby's back, blood spurting out. Soon, Bailey Chubby was paralyzed on the ground without life. His godless pupils kept staring at Bailey Jing in the doorway, and the blood that gushed out quickly drowned his body. A smug smile hung at the corner of Bailey Jing's mouth as he slowly closed the door, muttering under his breath, this world is about to change. I'm going to be a one man. The sound of Bailey Jing's departing footsteps reached Fong Ming's ears. Fong Ming looked at Chubby Time, who had fallen to the ground, and shook his head helplessly. TSK, stop ing acting. He stretched out his foot and kicked Chubby Bailey's fleshy body cursing. He held out his hand, and the wound he had just cut by the dagger healed in the blink of an eye. Everything Fong Ming did was for the sake of acting, or to be precise, playing the little darling. He liked that enemy kind of smug feeling too much. Cough. Bailey Fatty lay on the ground and coughed hard. At this time, his back was already drenched in sweat. Brother Ming, you hit me too hard. You almost hammered me to death. Chubby Bailey moved his arm that had already been treated by Fong Ming. At this time, after the divine power of the horse talisman had dispersed it, the drugs that inhibited the spiritual power in Chubby Bailey's body had already become ineffective. He looked at Fong Ming's face a bit afterward. Brother Ming, what you just said is also too scary. I almost believed it. Ha, fooling you is the only way to fool that little guy. Fong Ming laughed. Bailey Chubby wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was now itching to rush out and hack Bailey Jing and Bailey Xa into pieces. Brother Ming, you wait here for me. I'll go hack them to death. Chubby wondered, what else? Fong Ming walked to his side with a bad smile on his face, wrapped his arm around Chubby Bailey's shoulders, and violently punched towards his stomach with his other hand. A vast wave of energy struck into Bailey Chubby's stomach, shattering the white jade ruins buried inside. A white fragment turned into dots of starlight floated out from within his body, forming a white silhouette in the air. After the severe pain, Bailey Fatty felt as if his body was being drained as he collapsed on the ground and kept gasping for air. Afterwards, this white silhouette quickly rushed towards Chubby Bailey, and immediately after, countless memories came out like a tsunami, and Chubby Bailey immediately felt a splitting headache. He held the floor with both hands and sweat kept dripping down. Brother Ming. Brother Ming. In fact, you already knew that I was. Fong Ming said softly, you can rest here for a while, wait for your body to fully recover before you go out, and at that time, those two people will be beheaded by you personally. At the door of the ballroom, two men of decidedly thin build walked in. Damn, it's quite an effort to come in. Shen Qingzhu, dressed in a gray dress, picked up a tall glass from a passing waiter and kept spitting it out. How can you be foul-mouthed? What kind of place is this? The birthday banquet of the richest man in the country, we must be courteous, wait for an opportunity, and then strike a blow, the ninth seat said. He and Shinshiju found an unoccupied table in the corner and sat down, using the identity of the two people he had just killed to successfully blend in. Oh, just you being civilized. Shinshiju spat. He looked down at his watch. The time was about to arrive, but there were only Bailey Xin and Bailey Jing on the high platform, and Bailey Chubby's figure still did not appear. The several people sitting close by, Lin Xie, saw Bailey Xin standing up with a somewhat worried expression, because Fang Ming had told him that this father and son might be unfavorable to Bailey Chubby, but had not told him about having killed Bailey Chubby. Quiet everyone. The host began his usual opening remarks. Instantly, the hall was silent, except for the sound of longing peeling shrimp shells. Now first, the chairman of the Bailey Group, Mr. Bailey Xin, will speak. As the words fell, Bai Lixin walked to the white lectern on the high platform amidst a thunderous applause. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this birthday banquet. Bailey Xin's extremely penetrating voice echoed above the hall, and he kept smiling and gazing at each guest's face throughout his speech. 15 minutes. The ninth seat's ears were calloused from listening. Why is this old behead so full of crap? What is he saying there? It should be the story of how he started from nothing. Shinshiju replied softly. Oh, you still listen? The ninth seat was surprised. I didn't realize that you still like to listen to this kind of capitalist rhetoric. Another 5 minutes passed. Today, I have also reached 50 years of age, and it's time for me to retire and enjoy my old age in peace, and next, the Bailey Group will be led by an even more outstanding young man. He is my son, the designated heir of the Bailey Group, Bailey Tu Ming. Chapter 189. I've heard of Bailey Tu Ming's name a long time ago, but I've never had the chance to meet him. Isn't that so? I had the chance to meet the young master of the Bailey family earlier in the year and was rebuffed. I heard that Chairman Bailey has an adopted son named Bailey Jing. Yes, I've also worked with Bailey Jing. He really is a business wizard. It seems there's a difference between an adopted son, and a real son. There were many opinions on the stage. In the corner of the banquet hall, Shinshiju and the ninth seat's eyes gradually brightened up. After listening to the nonsense for more than 20 minutes, finally the target could appear. Lord Ninth Seat, how do we retreat after assassinating Bailey Tu Ming? Shinshiju asked with a frown. This place can be said to be the core of the Bailey Group. The Bailey family's 100 forbidden items are needless to say, and there is also Squad 010 stationed here, so assassination here can be difficult. Even if you get it, it's going to be hard to get out of here alive. There's no hurry first, mixing it all in, sooner or later there'll be a chance to strike. The ninth seat didn't have a bottom in his heart either, and he wasn't someone who could risk his own life for the sake of profit. Looking at the crowd of people talking under the stage, Bailey Xin's expression touched slightly as he continued. Below, let Inuyasha greet everyone. At this moment, a man wearing a white slim-fit suit and gold-framed glasses walked out from behind Bai Lixin. Isn't he Bailey Jing? Yeah, I talked to him about working together the day before yesterday. How come he changed his name today? Can it be that Bailey Jing and Bailey Tu Ming are one and the same? Impossible. He Bailey family what? A person can still use two names? At this moment, Bailey Jing took a confident step and stood beside Bailey Xin, his upright standing posture revealing a bit of rampant intent, and his expression as he looked at Lin Xie as several people was also slightly arrogant. Hello everyone, allow me to introduce myself. Perhaps I'm not many strangers to many of you, and I've worked with many of you, or, as you may call my alter ego. I am the only son of Bailey Xin, the chairman of Bailey Group, the sole heir of Bailey Group, Bailey Tu Ming. As soon as the words fell, there was a dead silence in the room, and the faces of Lin Xie's few people instantly darkened. Shinshiju and the ninth seat were also stunned. Bailey Chubby's appearance turned into ashes. Shinshiju recognized. He looked at the tall thin man on the stage. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. This assassination Bailey Tu Ming can put down his heart. And the ninth seat looked at the portrait in his arms with a frown on his face. The lost weight? And it's decreasing so fast? The next second, the field exploded. Is he really Bailey Tu Ming? Why do I feel like my brain is so messed up right now? Idiot, can't you see this? Bailey Tu Ming and Bailey Jing are actually one person. It's Chairman Bailey who, in order to train his own son, will put on an adopted son's identity and let him go to Bailey Group to train at the grassroots level. Really? It's really letting you guess. Before he was a senior member of the Bailey Group, and now he's the heir to the Start Bailey Group, so the whole group will be more united. On the high stage, Bailey Xin seemed to be very satisfied with the crowd's reaction, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Next, pick up your mom. Lin Xie immediately stood up and yelled at Bailey Xin on the stage, hurry up and hand over Bailey Tu Ming, or else I'll let all of your Bailey family die. In the meantime, in the corner, Miao Su looked at Bailey Jing on the stage in a daze after hearing Lin Xie's shouts, and she said a bit anxiously to Wei Xiaoming beside her, Captain, it's not right. He's not Little Tumming, is he? Where did Little Tumming go? The other team members lowered their heads as if they hadn't heard Miao Su's question. Wei Xiaoming night-sighed long and turned back to Miao Su. Miao Su, in fact, the one who was on our team before was not the real Bailey Tu Ming. We must recognize this reality. His voice was still a little trembling. In fact, he was destined not to be able to turn back from the moment he accepted the benefits of the Bailey family. Even though he had spent so much time with Bailey Tumming for so long and had gained some feelings for him, the Bailey family wasn't something that he could fight against as a captain of Squad 010.
What do you mean?
Miao Su frowned. What do you mean? Not the real Bailey Tu-Ming.
And you guys, are you all blind?
Miao Su's tone was a bit agitated as she stood up and pointed at Bailey Jing on the stage and yelled. At this moment, Miao Su's voice reached the ears of Bailey Xan on the stage, and he frowned as he looked towards Wei Xiaoming, his lips slightly opening as he drew the mouth of a few words. Wei Xiaoming's fingers tightly gripped the wineglass. Inner good and evil in the constant struggle on the one hand is the faith of the night watchman, on the other hand is the old comrade in arms.
Good. I sort of see the point.
Miao Su's eyes reddened and her tone seemed to carry a slight sobbing tone. You guys are planning to be traitors to the Bailey family for the rest of your lives, aren't you?
And this?
She immediately pulled out the coat of arms that represented the faith and dignity of the Night's Watch from her bosom.
Since you're all afraid of death and unwilling to make enemies of the Bailey family, then fine, let me come alone.
I'm not afraid to die, and from the moment I entered the Night's Watch I never thought of living the crummy life you all aspire to.
2 silver needles popped out instantly.
Miao Su took a deep breath. Today, I will sue here to tell the Bailey family that Guangshan is not their world. If you don't become the Night Watchman, I, Miao Su, will be the only Night Watchman in this city. Wei Xiaoming's pupils shrunk slightly at the sight. He knew the consequences of using a coat of arms as a Night's Watchman. Just as he wanted to get up and stop Miao Su, a gale swept past his side. Miao Su's disappeared in front of him as if he had been knocked away by a huge impact. Wei Xiaoming looked back in shock. It was the silver-haired woman who had sent Chubby Bailey back to the villa of Squad 010. Only Long Ying's hands were seen deadening both of Miao Su's wrists with a calm expression. As she exerted a little force, Miao Su felt a sharp pain coming from his wrists, and then the crest in his hands fell to the ground. Miao Su's pupils were covered with blood, staring indignantly at Long Ying's eyes. At this moment, she could not use any of her spiritual power, and her body was breathless as if it was being pressed down by a huge boulder. She didn't know why Long Ying would stop her. Since it was Long Ying who sent Chubby Bailey back to Guangshan, then it should be Chubby Bailey's friend. But Long Ying's eyes didn't seem to have any worries. Instead, they were unusually calm. This had to make Miao Su certain that this woman had also been bribed by the Bailey family. It's you! She gritted her teeth and stared at Long Ying. So you're also a traitor of the Bailey family? Think what you want, but I advise you not to act rashly now.
Long Ying spoke faintly.
On the other side, the blue shroud enveloped the venue, and it was as if the pause button had been pressed within the space. Lin Chia was shocked as he looked around at the people who had been stilled, as if he was the only one who could move around here. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded behind him. Captain Lin, please stop obsessing over who the real Bailey Tu-Ming is. Lin Chia turned around and saw that it was the man who had picked up the plane.
With a grimace on his face he asked, what did you say? The man came forward and said with a fawning smile, the real Bailey Tu-Ming no longer exists. As long as you, Captain Lin, cooperate with us, we'll give you endless glory and riches as well as the Bailey family's forbidden objects. You enjoy 1.5 of the Dominion. It even also helps you become a truly special squad. Even becoming a high-ranking member of the Night's Watch isn't a problem. Sacrificing a mere Bailey Tu-Ming, is such a deal not good?